The first thing I did after my rebirth was to implant 10 kilograms of cancer cells into myself, successfully causing myself to develop late-stage bone cancer. All of this was because shortly after, the apocalypse arrived, and billions of people around the world simultaneously awakened their abilities. However, I, who did not awaken any abilities in my previous life, unexpectedly discovered that cancer patients actually possess a strong hidden ability. At this moment, a noisy sound came to my ears. I slowly opened my eyes and the first thing I saw was a girl with a striking appearance, who impatiently said, "Chen Feng, how many times do I have to tell you? I really don't like you. Can you stop bothering me?" I showed a hint of confusion on my face and blurted out, "Who are you?" The girl frowned immediately upon hearing this. "Chen Feng, this is no fun." The person next to me also started to laugh. I'm dying of laughter. What a talent. Just got rejected and is pretending to have amnesia? It might not even be fake, usually looking so weak and fragile. Maybe there really is something wrong with their brain. Could they be brain dead? Ha ha ha. Listening to the discussions around me, I glanced at the heavily made-up girl in front of me. Isn't this the school beauty Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan in front of me snorted coldly. Do you not understand human language? What's the point of pretending to be stupid? No matter what, I won't have the slightest interest in you. As for the bags and cosmetics you gave me, I won't return them. I've already sold them on the second-hand market. Anyway, they aren't worth much. After speaking, a hint of disdain appeared on her face. I lifted my eyelids to glance at the school beauty across from me, and a cold voice came out. "No need. What use do money and women have in the impending apocalypse?" Before Lu Ruyan could speak, a voice like thunder suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. The Eternal Kingdom has merged with the Blue Star map and is now in internal testing. All Blue Star players' lifespans have been reset, and they will receive a 3-day beginner protection period. After 3 days, the flow of time will return to normal. Please players strive to survive through the trial tasks. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in my ears. At the same time, the entire Blue Star underwent a tremendous change, and the students in the classroom exclaimed, "My God, is this the data panel from the game? So real. I have a system now. I am the destined protagonist. Ha 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 ha, I have a system too. So does that mean everyone has a system? I think I've awakened an E-level talent. Fire magic. Me too. Me too. I have a D-level talent. Wind power. What are you guys talking about? Why don't I have any talents?" I glanced at the noisy and chaotic classroom, where the students were still excited and thrilled, completely unaware of the impending danger. I didn't speak up to remind them. Instead, I stood coldly to the side, silently counting down in my heart. 3, 2, 1. Ding. The first wave of the novice trial beast tide has spawned. Please players strive to fend off the beast tide and survive. The cold prompt echoed in everyone's ears, and immediately, one clawing monster after another rushed in from outside the classroom. My God, monsters are really spawning. Help, help, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Look at my fireball. Throw it. Why is it crooked? The students were thrown into a panic upon seeing such a hideous and terrifying monster for the first time. Some managed to stay calm, knowing they should use skills against the monster, but their skills missed wildly. Others were completely at a loss, with some even running towards the monster. In an instant, blood and severed limbs were flying everywhere, scaring the students out of their wits. The sharp screams of the girls echoed throughout the classroom, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Just when everyone was at a loss, a figure rushed out from the crowd, picked up a bench, and smashed it towards the head of a monster. Bang bang bang. The bench hit the monster's crown accurately, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and green blood flowed from the monster's 7 orifices. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again in everyone's ears. Congratulations to player Chen Feng for successfully killing the knock, earning the first kill reward in the 911 novice area. Attribute points plus 10. At this moment, many people realized that the alien monster in front of them was not as powerful as they had imagined. Seeing others kill the monsters, other students also began to join the battle. Although the knock demon has sharp claws and teeth that are somewhat frightening, its small and frail body means that even an ordinary person with a weapon can fight against it. Not to mention that most people possess divine gifts, and as long as they remain calm, the first wave of the beast tide is just a piece of cake. A few minutes later, the knock demon was completely eliminated. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully fending off the first wave of beast tide. Reward, time plus 1 hour. Countdown to the next wave of beast tide, 9 minutes 59 seconds. As the system prompted, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, many people had a hint of absurdity in their expressions. But there are also people who are extremely adaptable, such as the school flower Zhang Lanlan. She had already leaned over to Lin Mo's side at some point and inquired with feigned concern. Lin Mo, are you hurt? You don't know. I was worried sick when I just saw you rushing out. Her delicate voice wasn't too loud, and the classroom, which had quieted down, noticed this way. The students turned their gazes to Lin Mo, a hint of envy showing in their eyes, especially Wang Zhe. There was a clear jealousy in his expression. He was the one who had killed the most monsters in the first wave of beasts just now, enough to decimate 5 Nook alien demons. Unfortunately, all that was received in the end was a plenary reward of time plus 1 hour. How come I only have this and he still gets to enjoy the schoolgirls? Wang Zhe was indignant in his heart and finally coughed lightly and said aloud, "Everyone listen to me? The next wave of beasts is coming. We need to focus on fighting the monsters." He raised his arm and shifted everyone's attention from Lin Mo to himself. This was immediately supported. That's right. Unity is strength. Wang Zhe is right. We can't spread out like we did just now. We need to team up. Seeing that there were more and more supporters, a hint of smugness flashed in Wang Zhe's eyes as he continued. Alright, since everyone is in favor of teaming up, let's report each other's talents. I'll go first. I'm a C-rank divine gift talent power increase. Just as he finished speaking, someone was surprised. Holy, brother Wang is actually a C-rank talent. So strong. I'm only an E-rank talent air cannon. I'm an F-rank talent, power fist. Class D, ice armor. When the students reported their talents one by one, they realized that Wang Zhe, who had just been in the class, was the only player in the class with a C-rank talent. Wang is awesome. It's the strongest god-giver in our class. The boy named Yi Tao immediately bragged. Wang Zhe's expression grew more and more complacent, and when he heard Lin Mo say that he didn't have a divine gift talent, his eyes suddenly became contemptuous. So you don't even have a talent? Ha, so what use can holding an attribute value be? It's simply a waste. Jealousy deepened a bit more in his heart. It was clear that he was the most talented person in the class, yet Lin Mo had taken the lead. The others also didn't expect Lin Mo, who was the first to rush out to kill the monsters, to be a waste who didn't even have talent. Soon, there was also less of a hint of awe and more of disdain in everyone's eyes as they looked at Lin Mo. At this time, Yi Tao also immediately clamored. Lin Mo, you'd better give your attribute points to brother Wang, who is the only C-rank divine giver in our class. Only he can take us flying. After he finished speaking, a hint of approval passed through Wang Zhe's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tao spoke even more vigorously. Hurry up and hand it over. You're a talentless person who still has to rely on us for protection. This was to openly and honestly snatch the rewards from Lin Mo's hands. However, not a single student in the class spoke up for Lin Mo. They either turned their heads sideways and deliberately pretended to be blind, or they also looked at Lin Mo with greedy eyes like Wang Zhe. Everyone had seen the personal attribute panel, and among the novices with an average attribute of only 1 point, the attribute plus 10 reward was definitely a piece of fat meat. Anyone who sees one will go up and take a bite. It was just that they didn't have the strength like Wang Zhe and could only watch from the side. The original classmates all turned into jackals and tigers at this moment, eyeing Lin Mo intently, and Lin Mo just said indifferently, attribute points are not equipment and cannot be traded or transferred. And the attribute points I just finished adding. Wang Zhe's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, but on second thought, if it was himself who got the attribute values, he would definitely be eager to add points as well. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pity, and finally let out a cold snort. You'd better not lie to me. Before Lin Mo could say anything, Zhang Lanlan beside him took a few steps forward and took Wang Zhe's arm. Brother Wang, you were so strong just now, slaughtering so many monsters by yourself. Hearing the schoolgirls bragging, a trace of excitement appeared on Wang Zhe's face. Placed before the game descended, he was ordinary looking and his condition was a bit worse than Lin Mo. Zhang Lanlan, this level of beauty, to him not even a positive eye, did not expect at this moment the other party actually took the initiative to stick over. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Wang Zhe's heart was soothed, and he even provocatively raised an eyebrow at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was not surprised to see this scene. In her previous life, Zhang Lanlan had followed more than just Wang Zhe in the early stages of the game, and later on, she had bounced around among several bigwigs in the 911 novice area, and could be fully described as a social flower in the 911 novice area. It was a pity that he ended up dying horribly at the hands of monsters because of his lack of strength, and he didn't even survive the beast tide at the beginning of the game. For this kind of woman, even if she was a backslider, Lin Mo wouldn't even look at her. He ignored Wang Zhe and Zhang Lanlan, and instead cast his gaze towards his personal panel, only to see a line clearly written there. Unallocated attribute points, 10. That's right, he didn't even use the attribute points rewarded by the system just now. In the Eternal Kingdom, players with natural skills were called divine gifters, while players like Lin Mo who had no talent were called divine abandoners. They were born unacceptable to the gods, and were even cursed by the rules of the game world. So in addition to godforsaken, they had another name, cursed ones. Typically, time flows faster for the cursed than for the average divine giver. What a normal god giver consumes for 1 minute, they need 2 minutes, or even more. At first, Lin Mo also thought it was a curse. It wasn't until later that I realized that natural-born cursors often have a gift for being different. With a slight movement of thoughts in his mind, he only saw the system panel in front of him jump several interfaces at once, opening the hidden attribute panel. There was more than just a breakdown of individual attributes on it. There was also a real-time display of personal statuses, and he found a display of Cancer in the negative statuses. A warning from the system came to his ears. Danger alert. Strengthening the cancer cells will accelerate the host's life consumption. Do you want to proceed with the operation? Without any hesitation, Lin Mo directly added all 10 points of unallocated attribute values to the cancer cells. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Cancer cells spreading rapidly in. Time 10 minute. Time 10 minute. Time. The time on the attribute is constantly deducted. The 10 minutes of time and 1 hour of reward for killing the Nook alien demon at the beginning of the level is directly emptied, and the debt is accumulated at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. At the same time, he clearly felt an unbearable pain coming from all over his body. It was as if countless worms had burrowed into the cracks of his bones, sucking on his bone marrow and gnawing on his flesh and blood. Anyone else would have been afraid that they would have fainted from the pain. However, Lin Mo's expression was unusually excited, not caring in the slightest about the pain in his body, and his eyes kept staring at the time deducted from the panel. Finally, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Detected player in novice protection period. All deducted time has been cleared. Current remaining time, 0. Without waiting for him to respond, he heard another prompt immediately afterward. Ding! Awakening of unknown curse ability, Cancer. It's a done deal. Chapter 3 Inhalation. The cancerization value grows. Cancer, curse, current cancerization factor, 1.0. Talent quality? Talent description? While feeling the pain coming from his body, Lin Mo's face revealed a smile. In his previous life, he also dragged his feet until the middle of the game, when the cancer gradually spread out and awakened the curse-based talent about Cancer. But then it completely missed the prime development time in the early game, and it took countless hours of energy and time to catch up with those top blue star god-givers in the mid to late game. This time, with the help of the time rule of the novice protection period, he forcefully strengthened the cancer cells to gain talent at the fastest speed. It was a gamble, but he succeeded. As for the talent quality and introduction not showing up, it was because the Eternal Kingdom system was unable to detect the curse's talent. But having started over once more, he already knew all about Cancer's abilities a long time ago. Lin Mo swept a glance at the corpses all over the ground, walked up and grabbed the body of a Nook alien demon and started dragging it back. College classrooms aren't exactly big, and his behavior quickly drew the attention of others. After Wang Zhe noticed this side, he even snapped. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Lin Mo didn't stop the dragging in his hands. He just faintly spat out 4 words. Clean up the battlefield. Immediately, someone else chimed in. Yeah, we need to move the bodies out of the way quickly. The next round of monsters will be refreshed soon. College classrooms were a bit larger than high school classrooms, but if there were any more monsters from the beast wave, it would inevitably descend into chaos like it just did. Cleaning up the bodies became a matter of course. Wang Zhe also accepted this statement from him and laughed. You are self-aware. When he was finished, he looked to the rest of the classroom and said, all those who are not gifted, go help clean up the bodies. Tables, chairs, and benches stacked towards the door to act as a protective wall, and the bodies moved towards the balcony in the back to keep out of the way of the path of movement. Right now, Wang Zhe had already become the leader of classroom 208, and no one dared to disobey his words. The few godforsaken could only move obediently. It was just that the way they looked at Lin Mo was more or less dissatisfied. It's your fault that you have to do all this thankless work. That's right. People just got their nails dirty and moving these bodies is gross. They grumbled in whispers. Lin Mo just glanced at them and moved his gaze away, not even bothering to say a word. It's not for nothing that 99% of the same godforsaken don't survive the early game. A person without strength is even, but if it's not even remotely valuable, there's no point in surviving. The other divine abandoners just packed up the tables, chairs, and benches. No one was willing to touch the obscure corpses, and Lin Mo was the only one who moved the corpses without saying a word. And that, too, was just what Lin Mo wanted. In a hidden corner where everyone couldn't see, the nails of his index finger instantly sharpened, and the sharp nails poked into the corpse of a Nook exotic demon without any hindrance. Blood traveled down his fingertips and the body in the corner of the balcony dried up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Immediately after one body was completely dried out, His fingertips plunged into the next. As the bodies of the foreign devils and students were quickly sucked dry, the mechanical sounds in his ears continued to ring. Right upper extremity carcinoma plus 0.1, plus 0.1, 0.1. Soon most of the bodies in the corners of the balcony were sucked up, with the exception of 2 or 3 bodies on the surface. The corpses placed underneath had all been turned into hollowed-out burlap pockets. At the same time, Lin Mo could clearly feel the increase in strength in his right arm. This is the first ability on cancer, sucking. By sucking the energy from corpses, it strengthens itself. The limbs correspond to strength and speed respectively. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels correspond to the body. The brain corresponds to the spirit. As long as you strengthen the corresponding parts, you will be able to enhance the attribute points. By the time all the system-prompted enhancements were over, the results were revealed. Carcinoma of right upper extremity, 2.3. Individual panel data has also been updated. Strength, 0.6 plus 1.15, average. Speed, 0.7. Physical, 0.5. Spirit, 1.1. The strength of an adult male was 1 point. Now Lin Mo's right arm had the strength equivalent to 3 adult males. Of course, the left arm has not been strengthened. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, "It's not enough. There are too few bodies." A wave of beasts was only a dozen or so Nook alien demons. And with the players' corpses there were only about 20. More corpses are needed before evolving to the next step. Lin Mo slightly collected his mind before Wang Zai's shout came from behind him. "Everyone get over here and meet." When the few godforsaken who had been straying outside the circle heard this, joy appeared on their faces and they bumbled over. Lin Mo sneered in his heart and followed. Wang Zai didn't say much nonsense and directly stretched out his hand to start the counting. "Yi Tao, Zhang Lanlan, Ari, Dolly, you guys are on my team." The other divine gifted automatically formed small groups for ease of movement. Those who were named by Wang Zai naturally rejoiced. It's times like these that following a strong person can increase the survival rate. As for the few people Wang Zai had named, other than Zhang Lanlan, the others were also deranked divine gifters second only to him. Those who weren't spotted naturally looked lost. Wang Zai coughed lightly and spoke again. "You few who are not gifted, go stand at the front and hold the tables, chairs, and benches against these. Don't let the monsters come directly into the classroom." The moment these words came out, all the godforsaken's faces changed and they immediately objected. "We have no talent whatsoever. Aren't we going to die? Why do we have to go in the front?" "I'm not going. Whoever wants to go, goes." "Yeah, you guys can't do that. I'm going to tell my teacher." The resistance of the godforsaken was high. Yi Tao sneered. "Ha ha, now that society is in such a mess, do you think the teacher can still control you?" The others followed. "That's right, don't say you called the teacher. Even if you call the police now, it's useless. Since the Eternal Kingdom descended, cell phones and other communication devices have been disabled, and it was as if some kind of boundary had been set up around the classroom, so there was no way to get out. Today classroom 208 is like a completely closed room with no way to contact the outside world." At this time, Wang Zai also said with an unpleasant face, "You guys can either die now, choose for yourselves." Such a naked threat caused a few godforsaken to shrink their necks in fear. They could clearly feel the killing intent on Wang Zai's body. Some turned to their classmates in the crowd for help. "Lin Yu, say something. We're in the same dormitory." "Er Chang, we're friends. You save me." There was silence amongst the crowd of divine gifters, many of them looking sideways and not making a sound. If it was just before the first wave of monsters came, they might still recognize any friendships and fellowship. But the first wave of monsters killed many students, and seeing those people die, they all realized that these incapacitated people were useless. Quite realistically, this is the end of days. A hint of despair, even resentment, appeared on the faces of the godforsaken. However, they didn't dare to disobey Wang Zai and could only obediently stand and go in front. Lin Mo was also ready to follow him over, but he was shouted at by Wang Zai. "Lin Mo, come over here and stand on my side." Chapter 4 Upgrades. The area chat channel is open. Lin Mo didn't expect Wang Zai to call out to him, but when you think about it, you're able to figure it out. This guy should be looking at the fact that he had gained 10 points of attribute value in the opening round and thought that he could overpower him. So he wanted to take him under his wing and work for himself. Lin Mo didn't refuse and walked behind Wang Zai with good grace. The corner of Wang Zai's mouth rose slightly, as if he was satisfied with his knowledge of the times. "Very good. You know your stuff. Don't worry. After I dominate the academy in the future, you'll be my right-hand man." He patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said. The reason why Wang Zai had taken in Lin Mo was not just because of the opening 10 points of attribute value. One was because Lin Mo was ruthless enough to dare to be the first to go up and kill the monster. Secondly, because he was smart enough to start cleaning up the battlefield at the first opportunity after the battle to prepare for the next battle. The last point was also important. He felt that Lin Mo was self-aware enough to know what he should do. In the future of this apocalyptic world, he very much needs this kind of obedient and loyal dog. Let's start by conquering this college. Wang Zhe thought darkly in his heart. The other divine abandoners all had envious expressions on their faces after seeing that Lin Mo could stand next to Wang Zhe, and all they could do was tremblingly take a stool or a broom and stand in front of the classroom door. Lin Mo coldly watched what was happening in front of him. Having expected this, the decision of Wang Zhe and others was, in a sense, a smart and correct choice. In the midst of the apocalypse, it's all about utilizing everything you can. Sympathy, pity, that's the kind of emotion that only harms you. Countdown to the second beast wave, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the hissing of the monster came again. A single Nook alien demon appeared from in front of the classroom door, but the tables, chairs, and benches stacked over the doorway and windows due to the setup that had just been done stopped them for the time being. Good chance. Kill me. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up, seeing that the protective wall was really effective, and he began to order those divine gifted who had long-range means to attack. Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Arrow. Minor skill attacked at the Nook alien demon on the window. A Nook xenomorph stuck in a table can hit better than one that moves nimbly on the floor, and several small skill shots hit the xenomorph with precision. I hit it. Ha ha, I hit it. Someone cheered. But they didn't have long to rejoice before the Nook alien demon broke through the not-so-strong wall of protection in front of them and stormed into the classroom. Ah, help! The outcasts in front of them panicked and attacked with the weapons in their hands. However, the number of monsters in the second wave of the beast tide was obviously more than the first wave. At first glance there were at least 20 or so that had already entered the classroom, and there was a steady stream of foreign devils pouring in behind them. Several of the godforsaken were soon pounced upon and torn apart by the Fey demons. The divine giver, who was standing a bit behind, was also shaking physically and began to release skills indiscriminately. Wang Zhe snorted coldly at the sight. You guys, follow me. With that said, he brought nothing with him, raised his fists and charged out. Possessing SC rank power increase, he whacked an alien demon's chest cavity flat in 3 or 2 blows, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The Nook alien demon fell backwards as blood spurted from its mouth. Brother Wang is great. Wang is so strong. Someone in the crowd applauded. Wang Zhe was like a general charging forward, and he immediately shouted angrily, everyone, no retreating, kill for me. Not to mention, with him as an example, the other divine gifters also gathered their courage and rushed after him. The students were doing much better than during the first wave of beasts and were coping much more freely. Wang Zhe watched the scene with satisfaction, but immediately frowned slightly. He still hadn't received the attribute rewards, and killing the monsters was the same as the first wave of the beast wave. A Nook alien demon only adds 10 minutes to the time. Nothing beyond that. That means all the kill rewards are the same except for the first monster? He suddenly felt some remorse as to why he wasn't the first to rush out and kill the monsters in the first place. Obviously he was stronger. Wang Zhe turned his head to look at Lin Mo, only to see that the latter was still attacking the foreign devil with the stool. The latter's power seemed to be a bit stronger than just now, except that it wasn't much different from the other god-givers. Humph. Still such a waste even after taking 10 attribute points. He grunted inwardly. But it's good. If such a person is too strong, it would be inconvenient for me to control. Wang Zhe only observed for a moment before joining the fight again. The number of monsters in the second wave of the beast tide was around 50, which was a bit more than the number of god-givers in the class, but because they had arranged their formations in advance, everyone dealt with it more calmly. In just 10 minutes or so, the classroom was nearly emptied of Nook alien demons. Right at this moment, a prompt once again came to the ears of all the players in the 911 Novice Zone. Ding! Congratulations to Yenjo for being the first novice in the 911 Novice Zone to successfully level up to level 2. Reward, attribute plus 10. Time plus 1 day. The class was shocked at this news. Asterisk 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 someone upgraded? They were astonished, including Wang Zhe. The second wave of beasts was almost over, and the level on their panel was still stuck at level 1, with no intention of moving up. Just as everyone was surprised, the system prompt rang out again. Ding! Regional chat channels have been opened in Novice Area 911. Chat channels are open, all at about the same point in time as the previous life. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the chat channel automatically appeared in front of him. You can really send messages. Ha ha ha. Hello everyone. I'm a sophomore information technology student at South Mountain College. What a coincidence. I'm also from South Mountain Academy. Does anyone still have a signal on their cell phone? Can you reach the outside world? I don't know. Our class cell phones and computers don't have a signal anyway, and it feels like we can't get in touch with the outside world at all. Except for this chat channel. Us too. Those monsters are so scary. Our class just finished clearing the second wave of monsters. Oh, I'm scared. Is there any way to save me? Our class is dying. How can you save a classroom when you can't even get out of the door? AI. Our class was also heavily killed or injured. These monsters are too terrifying. At this time, the monsters in classroom 208 were also cleared, and everyone's first attention went to the chat channel. Is Novice Area 911 the range of South Mountain Academy? Looks like it, yeah. All from the same college. Through the messages in the chat channel, most of the students also judged that the range of Novice Area 911 was roughly South Mountain Academy, and the message was sent by a handful of faculty and staff members in addition to the students. Only even the teachers are in a state of their own at the moment, and no one is able to step forward to lead the group and show the way. The chat channel was soon filled with questions again. By the way, Yenjo Big Brother has actually risen to level 2. So strong. What kind of talent does Big Brother have? That's right, huh? We've killed 2 waves of monsters, but we're still stuck at level 1 without moving. This game is unreasonable. Is the Yenjo Bigwig here? Can you tell us how it was upgraded? After 1,000 calls from the crowd, Yenjo still one showed up. Yenjo, hello class. My talent is B rank Thunderfire. Dig it. B grade talent. The highest in our class is only D. Our class is even more crippled. The only C ranks all died in the first wave of the beast wave. Envy and jealousy. Another blowout in the chat channel. Yenjo himself seemed to be particularly enjoying this feeling, and without hiding anything, he directly announced the method of upgrading. Yenjo, everyone listen to me. Killing monsters can gain time, and when the time reaches 6 hours or more you can evolve and complete the upgrade. One monster only adds 10 minutes, which means that in 2 waves of Beast Wave Yenjo Big Brother killed 30 monsters. His terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell +1. Terrifying as hell plus 10,086. Chapter 5 Scramble. The boss comes out. Looking at the chat message, Wang Zai's face fell into gloom. The monsters he had just killed in these 2 waves of Beast Wave added up to less than 20, and there was still a distance to go before he could rise to level 2. He really didn't expect this Yenjo who came out of nowhere to be so strong. Not only did he have a B rank talent, but he had also risen to level 2 early. In this way, his plan to dominate the academy would have to go down the drain before it even started. Suddenly, Lin Mo, who had been silent all this time, walked to his side at some point and lowered his voice. There is a boss in the 3rd round, and there will be a generous reward for being the first player to kill the boss. Hearing this, Wang Zai's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. A look of joy crossed his face, followed by skepticism. Really? Lin Mo said in a calm tone. This is the message alert I got from killing the first monster. The message alert was fake, but the message was real. Wang Zai rubbed his chin and seemed to be pondering something. The reward tips from the 2 regional announcements just now were both attribute points plus 10. If killing a boss could also be rewarded with attribute points, then it would definitely be like a feather in the cap for a power-type divine giver like him. At least it would be able to bridge the gap between him and Yenjo. Besides, those who have played the game know that the rewards for killing bosses can be more than the rewards for killing normal monsters. This is common sense. If he could get his hands on some artifact or something, his idea of dominating Doomsday might not be impossible to realize. Thinking of this, his heart was on fire, and he reached out and squeezed Lin Mo's shoulder with a smile. Good brother, don't worry. As long as I can dominate the 911 Novice Zone, I will definitely reward you heavily. Ha ha ha. Wang Zai was very excited and once again called the squad to open a meeting. Lin Mo just quietly watched his back as he left, then continued to smother his head and started moving the bodies. In the second wave of the Beast Wave, more monsters died than in the first wave. And so are the students. None of the several godforsaken just now had survived, and even the godgivers had died several times. The bodies added up to more than 60. Lin Mo silently moved the body to the balcony, his fingertips constantly stabbing into the body. A corpse was quickly sucked dry in his hands, leaving only a sheet of skin. The cancerous tips keep flashing out. Cancerization of right upper extremity plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0.1. The pain from the cancer spreads through his right arm as the power builds. Lin Mo's expression, however, didn't change in the slightest, and the whole time, he was like a robot moving a corpse, moving it from the classroom to the balcony. The balcony reeked with a strong stench of blood that made people avoid it. Because of this, no one noticed the change in the bodies either. By the time Lin Mo stopped, the cancerization of the right upper limb had already reached 6.7. The power on the panel also reaches 0.6 plus 3.4. Not enough. Still not enough. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at Wang Zai, who was not far away. A hint of sweet-smelling blood drifted in the air, and he licked his lower lip, looking at Wang Zai as if he was looking at a piece of fatty meat. For all of this, Wang Zai did not notice. He was still making up his own formations. You guys, and you guys, will be at the front of the line later. Wang Zhe stretched out his hand and began to point. The squad that he had named looked a little dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to resist and could only follow orders. Soon, a new formation appeared. Wang Zhe still beckoned and called Lin Mo to his side. Nowadays, Lin Mo was already the only godforsaken without talent in the entire class, but was treated better than the other god-givers, standing right behind Wang Zhe and looking extremely safe. The tables and benches were basically useless after the second wave of beasts wreaked havoc. It could only be placed at the door to add a bit of hindrance to the foreign devils. Soon, the third wave of beasts also entered the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the third wave of beasts finally came. Ho ho ho! The Nook exotic demons let out a hiss. Obviously, the size and level of the foreign devils hadn't changed, but they had only just appeared and were able to feel a completely different atmosphere from the previous two waves of beast tides. It's the quantity. Wang Zhe immediately realized that the number of beasts in front of him was even greater than just a moment ago. Where's the boss? His eyes kept searching among the monsters. Finally, a monster that was one size larger than the others was spotted at the back of the dozens of foreign devils. It was covered in blood red, carrying a steel blade, with a pair of eyes that glittered with an oozing luster at the top of its head, and just by looking at its size it was already not too far off from an adult male, with a line of small letters written on it, Steel Blade Nook Alien Demon. And the beast tide also showed his basic information. Steel Blade Nook Alien Demon, Normal Boss. Rank, 1. Skill, 2 Chopping. The panel information is quite brief, but it indicates the identity. Lin Mo didn't lie to me, there really is a boss. Wang Zhe was bursting with excitement and immediately waved his arms. Everyone, on my command, push forward and break in. He threw up his arms, but the students in front of them were reluctant first. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't push me. Why should we be meat shields for you guys? Don't mess with it. There are too many monsters. Just remote output first. That's right. We're God-givers too. We won't do it. When Wang Zhe saw that these people did not listen, he immediately did not talk nonsense and directly punched at a student in front of him who was not willing to move. Boo! That student's head was like a watermelon. It just burst open. Blood splattered everywhere, scattering everywhere. It scared the girls around them. Wang Zhe, however, ignored them and said in a gloomy tone, either listen to me or die. Seeing that he was for real, the people in front of him could only obey obediently and topple forward. Wang Zhe sneered and said to his teammates around him, let's go. The team responded. Yes, those in front were forced up by those behind them to act as meat shields. In this situation, they can only fight for their lives. Skills were thrown outwards as if they didn't need money, landing in the middle of the monster pile. For a while, the classroom became congested at the front door. Shouts and hisses were intertwined. In the midst of the chaos, everyone didn't notice Lin Mo's figure weaving in and out of the crowd. His sharp fingertips kept stabbing into the corpses, sucking blood quickly. It takes less than 2 seconds to suck up the corpse of an ordinary Nook alien demon, and the higher the cancerization value of his right arm, the faster he sucks blood. The battlefield couldn't make bodies any faster than he could suck them up. A corpse dried up quickly in his hands. Cancerization of right upper extremity plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0, plus 0, plus 0.1. The number of cancerization kept going up, soon breaking 8.0 and approaching 10 points. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly as his eyes swept towards the battlefield. The battle soon came to a white-hot stage. Wang Zhe was eager to win, and soon there were casualties among the Divine Givers' ranks. One by one, the Divine Gifted were pounced upon by more of the Nook Fae, and were quickly rendered lifeless under the assault of sharp claws and sharp teeth. But Wang Zhe didn't pay any attention to that and instead intensified his urging. Give it to me. Get on me. Go or die. His fists also kept blasting away at the alien demons that pounced around him. One xenomorph fell to him and his teammates. With this kind of don't-do-it-all style of play, the team pushes forward efficiently as well. Soon, Wang Zhe and the others advanced to the core layer of the monster, and saw the Steel Blade Nook alien demon carrying a steel blade head on. Wang Zhe shouted excitedly, kill it for me. I'll let whoever cuts it join my team, and the rewards gained will be shared equally. Heavy money is a good thing. Hearing Wang Zhe's promise, the eyes of the surrounding students lit up. Kill! They grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the alien demon boss. Chapter 6 Second Ability, Aberration. The Steel Blade Nook exotic demon lifted the steel blade in his hand and kept chopping, tigerishly. Several of the Divine Gifted who tried to approach were wounded. The Steel Blade Nook exotic demon was obviously much stronger than a normal Nook exotic demon, but it wasn't invincible. Many of the Divine Giver's long-range skills hit occasionally and are still able to deal damage. -8, -12, -10. Blood deduction alerts continued to float above its head, and the steel blade Nook alien demon took a few steps back one after another. Seeing this, Wang Zhe immediately bullied his way forward, his fists continuously blasting out. -22, -20, -24. His damage was considerably higher compared to the other divine gifted, and the steel blade Nook exotic demon retreated one after another under his onslaught. The other teammates were thrilled to see this scene. Yi Tao even shouted, "Brother Wang is great. Let me help you." The teammates followed the output. They were the strongest squad in classroom 208, with their members basically being D-ranked talents, and their output was quite a bit higher than the other squads. With their help, the steel blade Nook exotic demon's blood bar slipped quickly. After a few minutes had passed, the boss's blood bar had slipped below the red danger line. Seeing that the boss blood level was at the bottom, Wang Zhe's expression surfaced with hard-to-conceal excitement, and the movements of his hands were sped up quite a bit. But such a rapid advance is not without cost. Including him, there were other teammates who were more or less covered in color, and their output wasn't as strong as earlier. Instead, Wang Zhe's eyes now only had the boss in them and nothing else. As long as I kill the boss, I'll be rewarded with a notice. Wang Zhe's fists were getting faster and faster. Finally the boss's blood level was down to the last sliver, and he hurriedly shouted out, "Stop it, all of you. Let me have the last hit." The team sort of obeyed and stopped. Seeing the reward that was so close at hand, Wang Zhe could no longer hold back his laughter. "Ha ha, the reward is mine." After saying that, he was about to add a final slash to the already lingering steel blade Nook alien demon, but just as he was about to throw a punch, he suddenly felt a tearing pain coming from his backside. He turned his head in horror to see that Lin Mo's right arm had turned into a sharp bone sword at some point and had viciously poked into his waist. Lin Mo looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Thanks for helping me fight the boss. I'll take it." The bone sword was violently drawn from his waist, and blood instantly soared to the ground. Wang Zhe also fell backwards uncontrollably, and his teammates behind him were too late to stop what was happening in front of them. They saw Lin Mo take a slight step forward, and the sharp bone sword cut out with a swish. With a clunk, the head of the steel blade Nook alien demon was severed at the root and rolled down the belly. Wang Zhe, who had fallen to the ground, was filled with despair as he listened to the system prompts coming from his ears. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Mo for being the first player to kill the Nook alien demon boss in the 911 Novice Zone. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. Time +1 day. Ding! Congratulations to Classroom 208 for clearing the third wave of the Beast Tide. The classroom's area restriction has now been lifted, and you may conduct your own activities in the 911 Novice area. Two prompts made the students in Classroom 208 stare, but before they could be surprised, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lin Mo. How dare an incompetent backstab Wang Zhe? How dare he? Yi Tao reacted the most promptly and immediately shouted angrily. Lin Mo. How dare you? How dare you betray brother Wang? From just now, he was dissatisfied with Lin Mo's position beside Wang Zhe. Obviously he was the number one dogleg. Why was it that Wang Zhe didn't value him the most? But Lin Mo. Ariai and Dali also spoke up. Lin Mo. You dare attack brother Wang? How dare you? In the face of these rebukes and threats, Lin Mo didn't even look at them and just put away the silver treasure chest that had just arrived. Schoolgirl Zhang Lanlan saw the treasure chest that shone with a silver-white light, and her eyes flickered slightly as she said, Lin Mo. You quickly apologize to Wang, then give me the silver treasure chest. To Wang, and this matter will be treated as if it never happened. Wang Zhe covered his bleeding waist and slowly stood up, keeping his eyes on the silver treasure chest, and said, That's right, you give me the treasure chest and this matter will end here. You're still my brother. His words were spoken in a dignified manner, but a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. Does anyone keep such a betrayer around? As long as Lin Mo handed over the treasure chest, he would immediately blast him. Wang Zhe thought darkly in his heart. Lin Mo sneered and stabbed his bone sword straight into the body of the steel knife Nook exotic demon. Blood flowed backwards down the bone sword into his body, and in 3 or 2 seconds, the corpse of this boss dried up. Cancer of the left upper extremity +1. The cue went off in time. Wang Zhe was shocked at the sight. So you're not an incapacitated person? Lin Mo retrieved his blood-stained bone sword and said, It's too late to know that now. The moment the up fell, he stepped forward and swung his right arm, which had been transformed into a bone sword, gently forward. A clean arc was drawn in the air as the sharp bone sword chopped out towards Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe subconsciously wanted to step back, but his feet were unable to move as if they were stuck to something. No! His words ended abruptly. In the next second, the great head was thrown high with a force and then fell, rolling down a few times before coming to a stop at his feet. Moments before his consciousness slipped into death, he wondered. It turns out to be all mushy before the real death comes. It happened too fast for the students around them to react. Lin Mo. You're crazy. You dare to kill Brother Wang? Lin Mo. You seek death. Yi Tao and the other junior brothers were shocked and angry. Lin Mo took a few steps forward and unabashedly stabbed his bone sword into Wang Zai's corpse. Amidst the horrified eyes of the crowd, Wang Zai's corpse, just like the steel blade Nook alien demon's corpse just now, was quickly sucked into dryness by the bone sword, making it impossible to see his original appearance. Cancer of left upper extremity plus 0.8. Sure enough, a C-rank God-giver is just going to be even more delicious than an ordinary God-giver. Lin Mo licked his lower lip. Monster! You're a monster! Yi Tao took a half step back in fear. The other students were also a bit frazzled when they saw this frightening scene. Lin Mo's ability looked extremely oozing. Not only was his right arm able to turn into a bone sword, but he was even able to suck other people's blood like a vampire in a movie or TV show. The most crucial thing was that Wang Zai, who had just flaunted his power in the classroom, hadn't even lasted a second under him. There was an element of sneak attack, but that clean cut was not at all like a novice, but rather like a battle-hardened killer. The level of ruthlessness and determination in the strike far exceeded that of all the divine gifted in the classroom. Yi Tao and the others who were screaming and shouting angrily just now did not even dare to let out a single fart and moved back a few steps in fear. Lin Mo ignored these people, and with a slight movement of his arm, the bone sword easily switched back into his arm state. This is the second ability of Cancer, Aberration. Aberrations can be produced whenever any part of the body is cancerous to some degree. Bone sword, bone knife, bone whip. As soon as the cancerization value reaches a certain value, more weapon forms can be generated. He looked around the classroom. The classroom had been pretty much emptied of small foreign devils, and the cancerization of his right arm had added up to the upper limit of level 1. So there wasn't much point in continuing to stay here. He didn't linger. He was ready to head straight for the classroom door. Suddenly, there was a softness in his arm. Lin Mo turned his head back, only to see that Zhang Lanlan did not know when she had embraced his arm. Her huge peaks pressed tightly against him, and she said in a petulant tone, Lin Mo, take me away. I've thought it over. I still prefer you. After saying that, she also deliberately twisted her body a bit, only wearing a super short skirt of the lower half of the body to show off the perfect buttocks. The delicate body made many male compatriots present swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhang Lanlan only scored 8 points in terms of looks, but she was able to top the position of Nanshan College's school flower, mainly because of her nearly perfect body. And the usual dress does not take the male students in the class as outsiders. Quite bold and exposed. Is a live and let live a special thing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a dangerous situation just now, I'm afraid that Wang Zai wouldn't be able to stand her temptation at all, and would have done it to her on the spot. The boys in the room had envy in their eyes. Just now it was Wang Zai, now it was Lin Mo. It was always not their turn. Zhang Lanlan stuck close to Lin Mo and said with charming eyes, as long as you take me away, we can go back to the dormitory right now. And I can give whatever you want. Swish! With a flash of cold light, before Zhang Lanlan could finish his sentence, he felt a coldness in his chest, followed by a heart-rending pain. She looked down incredulously at the bone sword stuck in her chest, not waiting for her to continue speaking. Swish! The bone sword once again withdrew. Her body involuntarily fell backward, planting herself limply on the ground. Lin Mo just lightly shrugged off the blood on his bone sword and said, too much nonsense. A woman. It would only affect how fast he could draw his sword. With that, he turned around and left the classroom. The group of students were left in place with surprised expressions. Chapter 7 Upgrade. A humanoid vampire? Just after walking out of the classroom, Lin Mo opened the silver treasure chest on his body. Ding! Obtained first order time fruit *1. Ding! Gained full attributes +2. 2 consecutive alerts went off. Lin Mo picked up the time fruit that glowed with green light and swallowed it. Ding! Time +1 day. The time on the Lam Mo panel has also increased, from 1.1 to 2.1. One-time coin represents 1 day. In Eternia, time is the experience value required for evolution and the hard currency of in-game transactions. For a cursor like Lin Mo, time was especially important. Cursed ones have a faster flow of time than normal divine gifted ones, and require more experience value to upgrade. Detected that the experience value has reached the standard. Is it possible to use 8 hours for upgrading? The system upgrade prompt rang out. An hour more experience value than the previous life's upgrade? Lin Mo said to himself. That's not a bad thing. For the cursed, the more time consumed in upgrading means more potential. He gained 10 points of attribute value to awaken his ability in the opening of this life, which was considered to indirectly increase the potential value of Cancer, and the time consumed for upgrading was naturally more. He chose, yes, directly. Ding! Consuming 8 hours to complete the upgrade, +1 to all attributes. Ding! consuming 16 hours to complete the upgrade, +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consuming 24 hours to complete the upgrade, +1 to all attributes. After 2 levels in a row, there wasn't enough time left to continue upgrading. 2.1 time coin should be able to go straight to level 5 if you give it to any other divine giver, but giving it to him will only get you to level 4, together with the bonus of all attributes +2. His personal panel transformed. Lamb. Rank, 4, total value of cancerization, 12, time, 0.27, strength, 5.6 + 6, speed, 5.7, physical, 5.5, spirit, 6.1. Compared to ordinary divine gifters who currently only had 1 or 2 points of attribute value, his attributes already had a certain advantage. A simple aberration is possible with a cancerization value of 10 points in the upper limbs. The right arm could already change into a simple bone sword, bone knife form. The more complex forms would need to continue to raise the cancerization value. The strength value of the bone sword in his right arm was nearly 16 points, and now if he were to face the boss Steel Blade Nook alien demon from earlier, he would not need to fake the hands of other divine gifters. It wouldn't take much time for him to be able to cut him down by the sword. Ho ho ho! Just as he was opening the treasure chest, a few Nock Fey demons suddenly rushed out from the distant corridor, followed by more and more Fey demons rushing out from the classroom, crowding the entire corridor of the upper and lower floors of the school building. The classroom of the past naturally wouldn't have any remaining Nook exotic demons, and these exotic demons should have killed all the students in the classroom before they re-emerged from the classroom. It was reasonable to say that the difficulty of the beast tides in the first 3 waves of the novice trial wasn't very high, but these students who live in greenhouses, even if they suddenly master great power, they may not be able to use it under the danger of being caught off guard. The reason why Classroom 208 was able to quickly stabilize the situation, aside from the fact that Wang Zhe possessed a C-rank divine gift talent, the most crucial thing was that Lin Mo had made an early move to kill the monster, which caused most of the students to realize that the monster wasn't that scary and calmed down. Ah! Help! I can't release my skills. Students fleeing in classroom corridors. Many people had just gone through a big battle. Their energy was almost depleted, and their talent skills had entered the cooldown stage. Now that they were facing hundreds and thousands of Nook alien demons in the corridor, even with 1 or 2 bosses mixed in, they simply couldn't cope. Screams and wails continued to come from the corridor. Many students hurriedly closed the classroom door tightly, fearing that another Nock Fey demon would kill them again. Lin Mo didn't retreat. Facing the incoming Nock alien demon, he unfolded his bone sword and easily reaped the rewards. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp bone sword was able to accurately decapitate the heads of the foreign devils every time. 1 small foreign devil at a time. Ding! Time plus 10 minutes. Time plus 10 minutes. However, Lin Mo's maneuver didn't attract much attention, and there were soon bursts of exclamations from the other side of the corridor. Divine gift, thunder fire. A loud explosion sounded at the end of the corridor. The firelight directly flooded dozens of small foreign devils, and after the explosion, the corridor was left with a patch of broken limbs. Shout after shout came from all around. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a great ranged skill. Who set off the bomb? Who is that dude? That talent is too terrifying. Killing 20 to 30 small foreign devils in one go, isn't it? Thunder fire? Sounds familiar. Isn't that the talent of that Yenjo big guy in the chat channel? Big brother Yenjo is awesome. Worthy of being the most gifted god-giver in our academy. There was a roar of applause from the hallway. With Yenjo's help, the small foreign devils flooding the corridor were quickly brought under control. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle in the corridor and didn't choose to intervene. Instead, he stabbed his bone sword into a corpse in the corridor. Cancerization of right upper extremity +0, +0, +0, +0, +0.1. Cancerization of left upper extremity +0.1, 0.1. +0, +0.1. Compared to the cancerous values of the left arm, the cancerous values of the right arm are significantly slower to absorb. Sometimes several corpses may not be able to provide him with 0.1 cancerization value. This is because every upgrade a player makes is an evolution. The threshold for cancerous value absorption is raised when the level of life is raised. At this time, if one were to absorb another low-level monster corpse, the cancerization value that could be absorbed would naturally become less, if not none. However, the number of corpses in the corridor at the moment was large enough for Lin Mo to continue absorbing them. But he continued to plunge his bone sword into the corpses, and the fresh corpses quickly expired under his hands, and the speed at which he absorbed the blood was getting faster and faster. From 2 or 3 seconds before, to now being able to suck a corpse dry in less than a second. Just as Lin Mo was immersed in the joy of sucking on corpses, a sudden cry of alarm came from him. Oh my god, what are you doing? It's disgusting. A student covered his mouth and looked at him in horror. Hearing his voice, many people nearby also turned their heads, just in time to see Lin Mo thrust his bone sword into a student's corpse, which was then sucked dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vampires. Naya. This can't be some kind of humanoid monster, can it? Hiss. Many people watched with numbness and cold sweat. That image of blood continuously flowing down the bone sword gave them a great sense of shock. Many people subconsciously thought that Lin Mo was some kind of boss, monster, or something like that. The commotion over here also attracted Yenjo, who had come all the way over to clear the monsters. His pupils contracted up slightly, obviously also startled by this shocking scene. What kind of operation is this? He was just about to speak when he heard someone beside him already take the lead and chide. What are you doing? Why are you touching our class? Others have come back to their senses. That's it. You're crazy. What kind of maniac is this? Sucking even people? For many, the scene was a bit too much to take in. Someone even stepped forward to discourage this student. You must stop your behavior immediately. Lin Mo raised his eyelids and swept a glance at the person who stopped in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Get the hell away from me if you don't want to die." Chapter 8 Recruitment and Rejection. Fourth wave of beasts refreshed. The person who was trying to dissuade him immediately turned red, but when he saw Lin Mo's strong attitude, he didn't dare to say anything more, and could only snappily back away. And the person next to him, who had just been sputtering, was much quieter. They were all people who had just survived the beast wave and had come to terms with the changes in the world. Many people who seemed obscure before the advent of the game have transformed themselves into powerful individuals that everyone envies after acquiring their God-given talents. Although the Lin Mo in front of him looked a bit thin and weak, his body was filled with killing intent, and he knew at a glance that he was not a character to be messed with. They had only just experienced a great battle and didn't want to provoke a strong person because of this. Even Yen Zhou, who was just about to speak out, put back the accusations that were almost on his lips. Although he was the first divine giver to rise to level 2 in the 911 novice zone, it didn't mean that he could dominate the academy. Maybe there were god givers in the 911 novice zone who were more talented than him. Being cautious, Yen Zhou didn't say anything. When Yen Zhou didn't make a sound, even fewer of the other students dared to jump out and stop them anymore. Thus, the entire corridor of the school building had a very bizarre scene. On this end, Yen Zhou cleared the corridor with the surviving students. At that end, Lin Mo kept sucking the corpses in the corridor with his bone sword. Both sides did not interfere with each other and even formed a certain tacit understanding. However, any monsters that were funneled to Lin Mo's side, Yen Zhou's side would not make a move to chase them down, but would instead quietly watch from the sidelines. And seeing how easily he reaped these knock-alien demons, Yen Zhou also confirmed more and more that Lin Mo's strength was extraordinary. The voices talking about Lin Mo also became less and less until they disappeared. This is the world of the Eternal Kingdom, where only the strong have the right to speak. A lot of smart people have figured this out. It doesn't matter if others don't understand. Time will teach them everything. They emptied floor after floor of corridors and classrooms along the school building, and the line of Yen Zhou grew larger and larger. With Yen Zhou leading and organizing, the efficiency of clearing monsters began to skyrocket. Of course, Lin Mo was like a scavenger, also following them and sucking the corpses furiously, his cancerization value constantly soaring. Just as the entire school building was cleared of the knock-alien demons, Yen Zhou finally freed his hands and led a group of people towards Lin Mo. "Class, may I ask for a name?" Yen Zhou had a kind smile on his face. Lin Mo faintly spat out two words, "Lin Mo." A hint of surprise flashed in Yen Zhou's eyes. "You're the first Lin Mo who killed the monsters and bosses." No wonder. After a slight pause, he continued, "Student Lin, are you interested in joining my team?" The minions standing behind him followed suit. "Ha ha, to receive an invitation from Brother Yen, you have a great face, Lin Mo. Brother Yen is a B-class divine giver. It's absolutely right to follow him." Yen Zhou smiled and said, "That's right, it's better to join our team and make it bigger and stronger together than to go it alone. Here," he changed his words, "as long as you show me the divine gift talent and personal panel, we can accept you. Of course, don't you worry. It's the only condition for joining the team and for everyone to trust each other. From now on, we are all brothers and will never betray." Yen Zhou narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Mo. He was mainly there to find out Lin Mo's true abilities, and if he was stronger than him or about the same as him, then he needed to find a way to get rid of him as early as possible. If the strength was still within his control, then naturally it could be used for him, becoming a sharp sword in his hands. The people around them also revealed envious looks. Although there were quite a few people following Yen Zhou right now, these people were clearly peripheral members and had not entered his core team at all. It's too good to be personally invited by the big man of Yen Zhou. I'm a D-ranked talent too. Can I get on your team? NV num, this should be the top team in our 9-11 novice zone, right? When Yenjo heard these words, he also responded nonchalantly. Students, you don't have to rush. Divine gifted below rank D are temporarily collected as ordinary members. Divine gifted above rank D are recruited into the core team on merit. And divine gifted of rank C can directly become the main team members and join my team. Those who wish to join us can register with the assistants and let's fight the next challenges together. The crowd was also abuzz at these words. Big brother is awesome. Follow the big man from Yenjo. It's definitely right. I want to sign up. Add me. Me too. The hallway came alive. Yenjo watched these people's reactions with satisfaction. He hadn't deliberately hidden the news of the upgrade when the chat channel had just started earlier, knowing that the message wouldn't stay hidden for long before it was discovered. Might as well announce it ahead of time and pave the way for a wave of popularity in the 911 newbie section. Now it seems that the plan just now worked. Now that he had taken the lead, he believed that no one in the 9-11 novice zone currently had a higher reputation for pulling people together than he did. As long as he quickly establishes his own power in the 9-11 novice area quickly, even if he meets a God-giver with stronger talent than him later, he would be fine. After all, when you come out, it's all about power and background. You can't go it alone for the long haul. Seems like there was this guy early in the game. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lin Mo also recalled the figure Yenjo. There's nothing wrong with Yenjo's move in a sense. Only what he didn't know was that in front of those true demons, even more people were of little use. And relying too much on powers other than your own strength doesn't end up with a high ceiling. Yenjo's eyes, however, were filled with complacency as he looked at Lin Mo and said, well, have you considered it, brother? As long as you join, you can directly become a starter and we'll fight side by side together. I thought that Lin Mo would definitely nod his head, but I didn't expect Lin Mo to just say lightly, not interested, get out of the way. After saying that, he smothered his head and continued to insert his bone sword into the corpse, quickly sucking the blood. You, the little brother beside Yenjo wanted to scold Lin Mo, but he stopped him with a look. Yenjo's brows furrowed, although he was also a bit upset in his heart, but he didn't act rashly when he couldn't figure out Lin Mo's strength for the time being. He said with a smile still maintained on his face, since student Lin Mo has other ideas, then I won't force myself. We can't be teammates, but there's no need to be enemies either. But the door to my team is always open for you once you figure it out. After speaking, he smiled poisely towards Lin Mo before turning to leave. The little brother next to him immediately cupped his stinky feet. Brother Yen is generous. Certain people don't know how to be generous even if they don't know how to be generous. He'll have his regrets in the future. That's right. You can only have meat if you follow the big man from Yenjo. Just as everyone was bragging about it, the system announcement was once again in spreading to the entire academy. Announcement, the 4th round of Beast Tide will be refreshed soon. Please players of Novice Area 911 go to the playground as soon as possible. Notice, the 4th round of Beast Tide will soon brush. Chapter 9 Ranking List announced. Ranking rewards. The 4th wave of beasts is going to refresh. Haha, just in time. I was worried about not having the experience to level up to 2. I've risen to level 2, but it seems like I'm still a ways off from level 3. Yenjo big brother, going to the playground to brush up on monsters? The crowd murmured. Yenjo smiled when he heard their words. Everyone who has just registered their name comes with me. Anyone who didn't get a chance to register their name can also follow me to the playground to brush up if they want to. However, everyone must obey the arrangement. The others immediately chimed in. That's for sure. If you call us east, big brother Yenjo, we definitely won't go west. In the face of the crowd's response, Yenjo nodded with satisfaction, then swept a glance at Lin Mo, who was still working with his head down, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. Watch me lead my team to eat up the experience of the Beast Tide and you'll know you regret it. Individual bravery is ultimately vulnerable to the power of the team. Yenjo didn't continue to persuade Lin Mo, but said with a wave of his hand in a spirited manner, brothers, follow me. After saying that, he led a group of people to march towards the playground with great vigor. A few minutes after they left, Lin Mo had also finally sucked up almost all of the corpses in the school building. There were still a few corners left where he didn't bother to suck up the corpses of the Nork alien demons, most notably sucking up the corpses of the Steelblade Nork alien demons in each classroom. The cancerization of the upper extremities is pretty good at the moment. Carcinoma of right upper extremity, 15.2. Cancerization of left upper extremity, 13.1. Power cancerization value, 14.2. Mean. The left arm also breaks 10 points and can be aberrated into a simple cold weapon. So far, the level 1 Nook alien demon no longer held any appeal for him, and the cancerization value that could be added was already close to 0. To strengthen the lower limbs corresponding to the speed, not only do you need the upper limbs to have an average of 20 points or more in cancerization, but you also need to have a level of 5 or higher, in order to strengthen the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs. Then the cancerization values of all the limbs must be further increased. Of course, the hardest thing to strengthen was the brain that corresponded to mental power, and there were requirements for the cancerization value as well as the level of the other parts of the body. When the cancerization value of the whole body reaches a certain value, Cancer can also unlock more abilities. As a Cancer that was also ranked in the Cursed series talents, its potential was endless, developed to a later stage. It could even be comparable to the innate powers of the top eternal races. Lin Mo put away the system panel and crossed out from the countless corpses. However, he didn't go straight downstairs to the playground. Instead, he ascended to the roof of the school building. The view from the top is just right to encompass the entirety of South Hill College. The surroundings of Nanshan Academy and the classroom just now were generally filled with area prohibitions, and the surroundings were covered with a foggy layer, making it impossible to see the outside world at all. And while there were still the occasional hissing of monsters and cries for help from some of the students in the academy, both sounds were fading and diminishing. There are bodies all over the place. In addition to the monsters, there are also students and teachers. Lin Mo's eyes skipped over these school buildings and looked toward the playground not far away. At this moment, dozens of light blue teleportation spell formations, large and small, had surfaced around the playground. The players from Nanshan Academy who had survived the first 3 waves of the beast tide also began to set off towards the playground one after another, which also included the group of people led by Yin Zhou. Besides them, there were 2 other large groups not weaker than them, running from the direction of the second teaching building and the boys' dormitory respectively. Is it a 3-legged race? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the movement of the playground, then sneered. Gathering so many people is really not afraid of death. On the other end, Yen Zhou had just rushed to the 4th wave of Beast Tide refreshment point, the playground, with his large group when a system prompt came to his ears once again. Announcement, ranking list has been activated in Novice Area 911. Please check it out by yourself. Hint, only the first 100 of the regional rank list is open. The rank list is announced? Ha, I can see my ranking. Let's see. How many hidden bigots are there? Without waiting for Yen Zhou to take a closer look, he immediately received a system alert. Is the name of the rank list made public? Yen Zhou clicked yes with hardly any hesitation. What he needs now is prestige, so naturally he can't be some anonymous loner. If he could, he would even like to type his name on the chat channel, increase the bolding, and then swipe the screen 100 times a minute. Sure, it might work a little, but it was just too much of a drop in the bucket, and he was just thinking about it. Yen Zhou coughed lightly and opened the regional rank list for the 911 Novice Zone. First place, Li Mingliang, level 5. Second place, Jiang Yuanji, level 5. Third place, Yen Zhou, level 5. Fourth place, Sun Mengting, level 5. Fifth place, Yang Huai, level 5. Sixth place, Lin Mo, level 4. I can't believe I only came in third. Yen Zhou's pupils instantly contracted, somewhat incredulous. At the same time, the regional chat channel was talking. Asterisk. No way. The Yenzhou big man is only third? They're all level 5. Why are these guys above the Yenzhou bigwigs? Could it be ranked by experience value? The top 5 are all level 5? How did they level up so fast? I'm only at level 2. Ha, I'm level 2 too, but just stuck at 100. Didn't this Lin Mo take 2 announcement rewards? How come it's only ranked 6th? Taking the reward doesn't necessarily mean you're the strongest, alright. Maybe it's just luck. Just as everyone was talking, the system's announcement rang out again. Announcement, the regional rank list reward system is as follows. No. 1. Rewarded with golden treasure chest *1. The 2nd to the 10th place will be rewarded with silver treasure chest *1. 11th to 20th place will be rewarded with bronze treasure chest *3. Reward bronze treasure chest *2 for the 21st to 50th place. The 51st to 100th place will be rewarded with bronze treasure chest *1. Hint, regional rank list rewards are settled after all novice trial tasks. As soon as the settlement rewards for the ranking list were announced, it immediately caused a hot debate within the chat channel. Asterisk rewards first place with a golden treasure chest. Asterisk gold treasure chest. What's the matter with you guys? Asterisk. You know what's inside the golden treasure chest. You just keep on and on. I don't know. Anyway, it's all rewards for the big guys. Nothing to do with little Karami like me. It must be something good. Didn't what's-his-name Lin Mo take a silver treasure chest before? Come out and say something. Oh, people must have hidden anything good they took, and they can still show it to you? Seriously, if I were the one who got the treasure chest reward, I would definitely be hiding it as well. Spell it out. There are 2 bronze treasure chests for the top 50 as well. and I'm level 2 now, so I have a chance to rush the top 50. There are silver treasure chests in the top 10. I'm going to rush the top 10. Yenjo was also seeing the settlement rewards of the regional rank list, and his eyes especially lit up when he saw the golden treasure chest rewarded for the first place. Just now in the classroom, he hadn't gotten the silver treasure chest reward. The main reason was that he hadn't anticipated that there would be a boss in the third wave of beasts at first, and when the boss appeared, his talent skill, Thunder and Fire, had just entered its cooldown time. However, if he had prepared in advance, he might have been the one who had just killed the first boss, and the one who had gotten the silver treasure chest was also him. It's okay, if you miss the silver treasure chest, there's still the gold treasure chest. There was a fire in his eyes. This time, I will take it. Chapter 10, 3 Legs. Fourth wave of Beast Tide refreshed. As several announcements from the system ended, the number of players heading to the playground increased. Many of the players who had originally planned to wait and see what would happen couldn't sit still after hearing the rewards of the rank list. And other than some players who were injured due to the previous waves of the Beast Tide, all the other surviving players rushed to the playground. At this moment the playground was already crowded with people, numbering about more than 1,000. Fortunately, the playground of Nanshan Academy was large enough that it wasn't too crowded with over 1,000 players standing in it. The 1,000 or so players were roughly divided into 3 groups of people. First was the group that Yenjo had brought out from the first sect, which originally had about 200 or so, and then expanded along the way to about 400 or 500. It's also by far the largest group of people. Then, there were the 2 groups of people led by Rank List 1 Li Mingliang and Rank List 2 Jiang Yuanji respectively. The numbers are probably all around 200. Other than that, it's all loose ends. After a short period of confusion, the leaders of the several parties also finally fought. Your boss Yen? Li Mingliang looked at Yenjo with a smirk. His eyes swept the people behind him, and he opened his mouth. Not bad for being the first big guy to rise to level 2. There are so many minions. Yenjo laughed and said, "What little brothers? These are my brothers. As long as you join my team now, you can group into teams now, and you can still take care of each other when we meet the Beast Tide later." Li Mingliang put away his smile and said, "Boss Yen said it nicely. It's not just robbing monsters based on the number of people." Yenjo didn't get angry when he heard this, and the smile on his face didn't fade by half as he said, "That's a joke. Mr. Li, I'm also thinking about the safety of my classmates. An organized, disciplined approach to meeting the Beast Tide is the only way to keep the casualty rate to a minimum. If you trust me, Li, you can also join my team. As long as you come, you'll be the second in command of our Inferno Fire Guild." Li Mingliang's brows furrowed. His intention was to instigate Yenjo's team, but in 2 or 3 sentences, Yenjo defused the situation and even turned the tables on him. It's not bad that his family is from the business world. This kind of talk is more fluent than that of the school leader. Li Mingliang thought darkly in his heart, and just as he wanted to open his mouth, he heard a neutral voice coming from him. "You guys are so full of crap. Why don't you just tell us how the land will be divided?" Only to see Jiang Yuanji raise a lance and pestle it heavily into the ground. The ground nearby trembled slightly. Of the 3, only Jiang Yuanji was a sports student, tall and fit. After the game descended, he didn't know what talent he had awakened, and with a lance in his hand, dozens of Nook alien demons couldn't get close to him. With this aura alone, he had attracted quite a few followers. Li Mingliang immediately said, "I'm not greedy, just give me the outermost half of the playground." "Impossible." Jiang Yuanji frowned. "There are the most teleportation spell formations there, and you alone take up 1/2 of it. It's not fair." Yenjo smiled and said, "That's right. Your classmates, your people are only a mere 200. Even if they want to share, that territory should be given to our Yanhua guild." "Ugh, still a guild? You really think you're playing a game?" Li Mingliang instantly quit and said, "I don't care. Although we are few in number, our strength is definitely not weak. That territory is ours." Although Yenjo still had a smile on his face, his tone was a bit more cold. Li, I advise you not to get bent out of shape. There are 2 or 3 times as many of us as there are of you." Li Mingliang sneered. "So what? You think I'll be afraid of you?" Based on what he had just learned, Yenjo was a B-grade gifted person like him, although the former was more numerous, but he also had the 5th ranked person on the rank list, Yang Huai, beside him, who was also a B-grade divine gifted person. If we really have to fight hard, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Just as the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, there was a loud bang as Jiang Yuanji picked up his spear and pushed it to the ground once again. He said in a cold voice, "Since it can't be divided equally, then we'll each rely on our own abilities." With that, he led his men towards the other end of the playground. Li Mingliang also snorted coldly and turned around and left with his men. Yenjo narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction that their 2 teams had left, and Li Feng, who was beside him, said, "Yen, what should we do? Should we send someone to take up space first? Yenjo pondered for a moment and said, no need. We're outnumbered, so we'll have the advantage anyways. In this case, you put the word out for those who are interested in joining our Inferno Guild to speed in, and wait until you don't have that opportunity. Li Feng froze, then reacted. Brother Yen, are you saying, blockade the playground? That's not too good. Yenjo sneered. Even if we don't blockade the playground, do you think the other two teams won't? Li Feng scratched the back of his head. That's true. Okay, I'll do it right away. The truth was just as Yenjo had said. Besides them, Li Mingliang's people had also sent people to blockade the playground. Zhang Yuanji didn't seem to care about doing these things, but he didn't intervene in this matter either. Of course, something like blocking the playground naturally provoked resentment from other players. Yenjo, your ass. You're not allowed to enter without joining your team. On what grounds? It's not fair. The beast tide isn't yours, so why don't you let us in? Not allowed to fight monsters? Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law? Asterisk 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 now. Hold me before the end of the day in the game inside the group of rich second generation Bayou bird gas. I did not think that after the end of the day or to be subjected to your bird gas. Forget it. If you can't beat it, join it, bro. Which side are you going to go? Even if it kills me, I won't go over to that rich second generation from Yenjo. I'll go join Zhang Yuanji's team. I heard that together with him, they have a total of 3 B-ranked God-givers. Hey, don't go. If you want to go to Yenjo's side. Can't you see that his side has the most people? They'll definitely be in charge of the 911 novice area from now on. That's not necessarily true. I guess. It feels like Zhang Yuanji is a bit stronger. I'll go with Li Mingliang, who's number 1 on the rank list. He has more hope of taking the golden treasure chest. The 3 parties, together, accounted for 4/5 of the number of people in the 911 novice zone. The remaining players, even if they had grievances, could only whine to themselves or choose to join one of the forces. In this way, the players in the 911 novice zone were very smoothly taken in by these 3 parties, whether it was Yenjo or Li Mingliang, or Zhang Yuanji, who had been keeping a relatively low profile. The team behind them had expanded by another round. Looking at the strong soldiers under his command, Yenjo was overjoyed. According to Li Feng's statistics just now, he had the largest number of people, which had risen to 600, and was definitely the largest force in the 911 novice area. Ha ha, after I pocket the golden treasure chest, I'll see how you guys can still compete with me. Yenjo's heart was bursting with relief. Right after they had roughly finished organizing their ranks, the countdown for the 4th wave of beasts also read 0. Wiggle wiggle wiggle. A strong energy fluctuation came from all around, only to see that the teleportation spell formations arranged around the playground all lit up in an instant, and then a huge-bodied ogre was seen walking out from within the spell formation. Ogre, rank 2, skill, gravity strike, a new level 2 monster? Yenjo didn't have too many surprises in his heart. He had already leveled up to level 5 and didn't care too much about this level 2 monster. Anyway, no matter what, these monsters won't be able to carry my Thunderfire. Just as he was thinking smugly and secretly, Li Feng next to him suddenly pulled on the shoulder and said, Yen, the situation doesn't seem quite right. Why are there so many of these monsters? Fuss. Isn't it better to have more monsters? Yenjo spat in his heart, then raised his head and looked around. The next second, he froze in place. One could only see thousands of ogres coming out of the teleportation array in a steady stream, waving their wolf-tooth clubs in their hands while roaring up to the sky. Ho 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 ho! The terrifying hissing sound was deafening and carried through the sky, causing the bodies of the players in the playground to involuntarily tremble. Chapter 11, No Lord's Land. The hunt begins. This is too much. Yenjo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and froze in place. The number of level 2 ogres was too much, even several times more than the number of players present, far more than he could have imagined. Moreover, at the back of those monsters, there was also a large ogre standing nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with an extremely oozing appearance, and at a glance, it was clear that it was not something to be messed with. Li Feng also shrank back in fear. Brother Yen, what should we do? Should we go first? Yenjo gritted his teeth and said, Go! The one who goes first eats the meat first. You organize a few more squads to follow us. We have to prioritize to make sure that our main army can break through to the core layer. Our goal is the ogre boss in the back. Li Feng nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Yen. Soon after, Yenjo organized an attacking squad. Brothers, follow me. Yenjo waved his hand and commanded the team to advance. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji also noticed the movement on his side, and reacted immediately after seeing that he was preparing to burst towards the boss. Guys, keep up, let's fight the boss. Charge, grab the boss. Ha ha ha, the boss is mine. In an instant, All three parties began to burst forward in the direction of the ogre boss. Half an hour later, a system alert came. Ding! Congratulations to player Yenjo for successfully killing a large ogre. Reward, silver treasure chest *1. I killed the boss. I killed it. Yenjo was ecstatic. Yen is awesome. Oh my god. The Yenjo big man is so strong. The people below cheered. Yenjo's Thunderfire seized the moment and managed to harvest the last of the large ogre's blood, completing the kill. Yenjo was also excited as he looked at the silver treasure chest in his backpack. It didn't occur to me that in addition to the settlement rewards of the rank list, killing the boss of the beast wave would also be able to earn treasure chest rewards. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji were also quite unconvinced when they received the hint. It couldn't be helped that they were too few in number, and both of their divine gifts were melee type. If you can't break out to the core, you can't cause an effective attack. Humph. Just you wait. Li Mingliang snorted coldly. Just as everyone was obsessing over where the boss belonged, the beast tide refresh prompt surprisingly sounded again. Ding! The large ogre has been killed. The fifth wave of beasts is coming. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. What's the situation? The fifth wave of beasts. Yenjo and the others were taken aback. It was important to realize that although the boss had been killed, there were still most of the ogres left in the playground that had not been cleared. There are even more monsters than players. Hearing that the fifth wave of beast tide was going to refresh, the other ordinary players started to panic. Is there any way to come back? Doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the beast tide only refresh after the monsters are cleared? Yeah, and this beast wave didn't leave us any time to rest. Just as the players were talking, a burst of energy fluctuations once again came from the teleportation array around the playground. As the countdown ends, new monsters appear in front of the players. The mummy, wrapped in white bandages, walked out of the middle of the teleportation spell without slowing down. They are a fraction smaller than ogres, and no different from regular people. The only part of the teeth that was exposed was sharp and sharp, like an evil ghost that had crawled up from hell. Mummy, rank 3, skill, bandage wrap, enhances defense value by 10%. It was clear that the rank 3 mummies were a more powerful swarm of monsters than the wave of ogre beasts just now. And, in greater numbers. Why are there so many more? Even Yen Zhou, who had been maintaining his demeanor, could not help but curse. The number of mummy swarms was in no way less than the ogres from earlier, if not more. As far as the eye could see, the originally not-so-small playground was almost filled with monsters. The battlefield, which was still barely able to maintain its balance, shifted the moment these monsters appeared. Ah! Help! So many monsters, I can't, let me out. Oh, please, get out of the way. My girlfriend's hurt. On the distant battlefield, more and more players couldn't carry on and began to panic. Yen Zhou shouted with the help of his teammates' shoulder. Brothers, hold on. Don't retreat. Give me the top. Don't retreat. At this moment, even Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji, who viewed him as an opponent, made the same choice. Don't retreat. Whoever dares to step back, I want him dead. The narrow way is brave. Brothers, follow me. All three of them are struggling to control the situation. But events have gone beyond everyone's imagination. The players in the front row began to panic after a large number of casualties. Gradually, the formation that had been organized at the beginning began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, a great situation collapsed. Yenjo or Li Mingliang, neither of them could stop this doomed war. I can't, Yen. There are just too many monsters. Let's retreat first, Li Feng said with a sweaty head. Yenjo was a bit reluctant, but as he looked at the group that had already started to see desertions, he could only nod his head through gritted teeth. Let's go. Call up all the main players. Let's withdraw. Li Feng was shocked. Brother Yen, don't you want to call the rest of the team? Yenjo said with a gloomy face. How big can Nanshan Academy be? If we all retreat together, where can we lure the monsters to? Is it hard to die together? Li Feng hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. There's nothing wrong with Yenzo's ruthlessness. In the midst of the end times, nothing is more important than one's own life. Instead of sacrificing yourself, sacrifice others. Pity. Before leaving, Yenjo still looked back at the playground crowd, a large group of people. He thought this would be the beginning of his glory, but he didn't expect it to end before it started. Yenjo climbed up and looked out. Not far away, Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji's troops also began to retreat back. Li Mingliang was a smart man, choosing to keep only his core team. However, Jian Yuanji was a fool to even think of taking everyone away. That's good. Let's just let you guys break the back for us, kill more monsters, and then come back to kill them when I've recovered my condition. Yenjo gave a cold snort in his heart. Just as they were retreating backward with their people, a world announcement appeared above the sky in large golden letters. World announcement, Yen Kingdom 14059 Novice Zone has been overrun by monsters and has been reduced to a no man's land. World announcement, Sakura Country Novice Area 4568 has been overrun by monsters and has been reduced to a no man's land. World announcement, Lighthouse Country Novice Area 14355 has been overrun by monsters and has been reduced to a no man's land. Lin Mo, who was standing on the roof of the building closest to the sky, saw the prompt of this world announcement at the first time, but he didn't look too surprised, as if he had expected it. Lin Mo looked at the crowds fleeing from the playground not far away, as well as the countless monsters, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hunt, at last, can begin. Chapter 12 Evil Ghosts on the Battlefield. Cancerization of right upper extremity plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0.1. Cancerization of left upper extremity plus 0, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. The cancerous hints keep coming. A level 2 ogre has a much higher probability of increasing its cancerization value than a level 1 nook alien demon. Lin Mo's hands changed into bone swords, constantly stabbing into the corpses on the ground as the power in his body was rapidly increasing. The further you went in the direction of the playground, the more monster corpses there were. Of course, there are more players coming against the current. A player saw Lin Mo walking towards the playground and kindly reminded him, "Dude, what are you doing? There's a lot of monsters over there. Don't go that way." "That's right. You're looking for death. And you're going that way." Lin Mo ignored the others and kept sucking on the corpses while walking nonchalantly towards the playground. Seeing that he didn't react, the others said in an unenthusiastic manner, "Nuts. Can't understand a good word, can you? This is obviously trying to pick up the pieces and go crazy." The top 3 big shots on the rank list have all run away and are still thinking about grabbing experience. That's right. What the hell? Let's run. The monsters are about to catch up with the ogres. Just as they were talking, an ogre that came out of nowhere picked up a wolfsbane and swung it. The first to bear the brunt was Lin Mo, who was still touching the corpse with his head down. Quick! Swish! Before his first word landed, he only saw the ogre's movements come to a screeching halt, and his entire body split right down the middle, splitting into 2 halves. Then, with a bang, they fell on their sides. Lin Mo didn't even lift his eyes the entire time, just repeating the action of stabbing his bone sword into the corpse. A few other players on the sidelines were stunned. Asterisk 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 is masterful. By the time they came back to their senses, Lin Mo had already disappeared into the crowded sea of people, leaving them looking at each other in place. The further inside the playground you went, the fewer players there were and the more monsters there were. Lin Mo also had to temporarily stop touching the corpses, and his right arm transformed into a long sword to continuously chop out. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking wind came one after another, and one ogre fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although the level 2 ogre was large and had decent attack power, it had average defense. Especially the huge body was a living target for Lin Mo. He didn't need any complicated techniques. He just made simple slashing motions and easily harvested one ogre after another. Time plus 15 minute. Time plus 15 minute. Time plus 15 minute. The time coins in your pocket are rising fast. Level 2 ogres give 5 minutes more time than level 1 nook exotics, which translates to 0.01 time coins apiece. It was small, but it couldn't help the number of monsters. Kill 100 of them and you'll be able to earn 1 time coin. Barely had he reached the playground before Lin Mo had killed more than 100 ogres, and the time coins in his hand were quickly breaking through 1.0 and heading towards 2.0. Upgrade. Seeing that the time coins had accumulated almost as much, he didn't have any hesitation in adding them on top of the level. Ding. Consuming 32 hours to complete the upgrade, plus 1 to all attributes. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 5. 2 consecutive alerts rang out, and his panel produced a change. Lamb. Rank, 5. Time, 0.01. Strength, 6.6 plus 20.5. Speed, 6.7. Physical, 6.5. Spirit, 7.1. Power cancer value, 20.5. Upper extremity strength cancerization values average 20 points or more and level 5. Good. Finally up to par. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, and his arms suddenly trembled, only to see that the hands, which were originally still in the state of bone swords, instantly began to twist up, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 things that looked like chains. Ho ho ho! Just in time, several ogres chased the student running towards him. Lin Mo slightly shook his right arm, only to see the chain on his right arm gently flinging itself, and the sharpness at the end viciously pierced into the ogre's ceiling. Put! With a sound, the chains retracted again quickly, bringing out a white pile of brain matter. Ding! Time plus 15 minutes. The system alert came. The ogre's face fell dementedly from the front, dead as a doornail. The chains, however, didn't stop and attacked straight towards the next few ogres, killing several ogres in turn as it were. Awesome! Big brother! So strong! It's all seconds! The players who escaped nearby exclaimed. Just before their exclamations of surprise could stop, Lin Mo once again made a surprising maneuver, only to see that he didn't stop after killing a few ogres. The two chains ruthlessly dug into the ogres' corpses, quickly sucking them all dry. Seeing a corpse turn into a human stem, the players on the sidelines immediately turned blue with fear, and the bragging words that had already reached their mouths also stopped. This is not a big brother, but an ogre among humans. Ogres eat them. You eat ogres? Don't you? The players were scared and panicked after just one look. Looking at Lin Mo with more trepidation than an ogre, they lifted their feet and took off in a huff. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't pay any attention to these people. The chains on his arms kept probing out, quickly sucking up the nearby corpses. Neither the ogres nor the mummies nor the bodies of the players were spared. The last thing that was lacking near the playground right now was corpses and monsters. After reaching 20 points or more of cancerization in the upper limbs, the arms are also capable of aberrating into more complex weapons. It was only in his previous life that he had spent a lot of effort in order to master the changes in the form of the aberration weapon, in order to be able to do what he was doing today. In chained form, touching corpses was significantly more efficient. Cancerization of left lower extremity plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0.1. Cancerization of right lower extremity plus 0, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. After leveling up, the strength of the lower limbs also finally began to strengthen, and the agility value on the panel was rapidly increasing. Lin Mo kept weaving in and out of the battlefield like a ghost. Soon, 2 more chains poked out at his arms. Both arms were cast out, and several chains probed in all directions like tentacles. Attacks are faster and more accurate. One by one, the ogres fell, one by one, sucked dry, with great speed. Wherever the chains passed, no one was spared. Well, did those monsters come after us? Yan Zhou, who had already ducked into one of the dormitory buildings, anxiously inquired about Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head and said, only a small number of ogres followed, and they have already been solved by the brothers, our people. At that, he sighed and chided himself. There aren't many left. Other than the main group of 20 or so, there are less than 100 peripheral members left. It's my fault. If I had realized something was wrong earlier, we could have evacuated earlier, and fewer people would have died that way. Yanzhou was silent for a moment. Honestly, he's going to be responsible for a large part of these deaths. If he hadn't been greedy and tried to fight for the boss without exploring the rules of the beast tide, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many casualties. It wasn't cost-effective to ride hundreds of people in just to get a single silver treasure chest. But now that it's happened, there's no point in dwelling on the past. Yanzhou said with a light cough. There's no point in dwelling on the past when it's already happened. And didn't you hear? We're not the only ones who have suffered heavy losses. Novice zones all over the world have suffered because of the novice trials. What we need to do now is to try to conserve our strength, and not let the 911 novice area fall into a no man's land like the other novice areas. Li Feng sighed again. That's the way it has to be. By the way, asterisk yen yen. There's a ghost outside the window. Before they could finish their sentence, they were interrupted by the team outside. Yan Zhou frowned. Wang Chang, what time is it? Don't talk nonsense here. The student called Wang Chang turned his head from the window and said, Brother Yan, I really didn't lie to you. Come over here and look. It seems like there's really a ghost on the edge of that playground. He's got several feet. Yan Zhou's first reaction was nonsense. The 4th wave of beasts was ogres. The 5th wave was mummies. And he hadn't heard of any other new monsters appearing. But seeing that Wang Chang didn't look like he was lying, he could only stand up and walk to the dormitory window with Li Feng. This is the boys' dormitory on the outskirts of the playground. And the reason why they fled here first was because they could see the movements on the other side of the playground clearly through the window here, so that they could adjust their battle plan at any time. Yanzhou stood by the window and looked out, only to see a monster covered in tentacles killing monsters on the battlefield full of monsters in the distance. That's right, abuse. Several tentacles continued to poke out, easily harvesting the monsters that lunged at them from all directions. Whether it was an ogre or a mummy, all of them could not survive for more than a second under his hands. Just like an evil ghost on the battlefield. Chapter 13 Boss Contest. 3 families join forces. And what a monster! Yanzhou said with a flash of surprise in his eyes. However, Li Feng next to him was puzzled. What kind of monster is this? Isn't this the male student we just met in the corridor? What's the name? Oh yeah. It's called Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Yanzhou was even more surprised. However, Li Feng's divine gift talent was probing, and his eyesight was much better than that of an ordinary player. A distance of hundreds of meters was nothing to him. That's why just now he was also able to notice the strange change in the situation on the battlefield in the first place. Li Feng scratched his head. Why did this guy come out at this time? Isn't he afraid of death alone? Yan Zhou pressed down the shock in his heart for the time being. This guy's strength seems to be stronger than we thought. Although his Thunderfire was able to kill monsters in a wide range, especially after he had risen to level 5, the power of his natural skill had also greatly increased. A single shot of Thunderfire was basically able to burn a large swath of small monsters to death. However, the drawbacks of Thunderfire are also obvious. High damage and wide range, but long CD time and cannot be released continuously. Each time you burn through a large swath of monsters, you progress an insufferable amount of cooldown time. However, Lin Mo's natural skill was obviously different, somewhat like Zhang Yuanji's kind of skill that favored the martial skill category. Although the damage and killing range was not as good as his Thunderfire, it won in terms of continuity. The more Li Feng looked, the more surprised he became. This dude's tentacles are so strong that monsters can't even get close to him. Even Zhang Yuanji from just now couldn't do this to this extent. I'm afraid. Lin Mo's strength not only shocked Li Feng, but also the other team members around him. This dude is so strong. I just saw the chat channel, seems like people are talking about him too. He's also risen to level 5. He's on the same level as Big Brother Yan and Li Mingliang and the others. Is his name Lin Mo? Isn't this the first person to kill a Nook exotic demon? No wonder he didn't agree to Yan Zhou Big Brother's invitation just now. It looks like he wants to be a lone wolf. Hearing the discussion among his men, Yan Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Why should they fall away and run away, but instead let this guy seize the opportunity to make a name for himself? He said with a grunt, but he's too reckless like that. How many monsters can one person kill single-handedly? By the time he runs out of stamina, or is injured, he'll be nothing but dead. Hearing this, the other divine gifted also agreed. That's right, if he had joined us just now, maybe with Yan's Thunderflame, we'd really have a chance to harvest the battlefield and become the ultimate winners. Li Feng so lamented. Yan Zhou narrowed his eyes and said, it's not like we don't have a chance. Li Feng was surprised. Brother Yan, you mean? Yan Zhou looked at Lin Mo, who was still killing monsters on the distant battlefield, and said, I hope he can try to hold on for a little while longer and not let me down. When he said that, he let out a cold smile, his eyes full of a look of amusement, but neither he, nor any of the other players, had predicted where things would go next. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, more than an hour had passed. Lin Mo didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and the efficiency of killing monsters was getting higher and higher. This guy, he's a perpetual motion machine. This doesn't stop? Li Feng, who had been observing Lin Mo, had an incredulous look on his face. The chat channel was also in an uproar over Lin Mo. Holy, that slugger on the playground is still hitting. Zun do fake do? It's been almost an hour. Hasn't this stamina value been depleted yet? That's a fierce person on the rank list. Is it something we can understand? Are you kidding? Aren't Li Mingliang, Yan Zhou, and Zhang Yuanji all bigwigs on the rank list? They've long since fled. They can't even care about their little brothers. That said, this one called Lin Mo is really fierce. He won't really kill all the monsters in the playground by himself. I mean, there are no monsters coming after me. I was worried just now. Thank you, Big Brother Lin Mo. Grateful heart. Really. I was worried sick just now. So many newbie zones have been reduced to no man's land and we can't go out. It's scary. Big Brother Lin Mo is awesome. YYDS. As he watched Lin Mo's discussion on the channel grow higher and higher, even generating some advocates, Yan Zhou's face grew ugly. He let Lin Mo continue to kill the monsters because he wanted to catch a cicada with a mantis. But now the cicada is being eaten by the praying mantis, and has not yet shown any weakness. No way. Can't keep waiting. Yan Zhou tapped the table and stood up, saying, Li Feng, informed the brothers that were returning to the battlefield to grab the boss. That mummy boss was still OB the edge of the teleportation spell, but the number of monsters on the playground was getting smaller and smaller, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before Lin Mo would be able to kill the boss and get the reward. The silver treasure chest, and the reward for rank 1, can only be mine. A coldness flashed in Yan Zhou's eyes. However, when Yan Zhou arrived at the scene with his men, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. This was because the people waiting at the periphery of the playground were not only him, but also Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji. Oh, if it isn't our Assembly President Yan. Li Mingliang opened his mouth in mockery, and also glanced at the men and horses behind him, sneering, TSK, that's all that's left of Assembly President Yan's little old man who died? Yan Zhou snorted coldly, my men died a lot, and there's not much left of yours. Li Mingliang's sneer froze on his face. Indeed, Big Brother doesn't talk about second brother. Yan Zhou had the most dead. but Li Mingliang's numbers were down to a core of 30 to 40 men, still at a disadvantage compared to Yanzhou, which still had more than 100 men. To say that the one with the highest survival rate among the three parties was Zhang Yuanji, who had been escorting his men to retreat just now. Surprisingly, he still had hundreds of people, and was completely able to fight Yanzhou in terms of numbers. It was just that Zhang Yuanji's face was pale at the moment, and it was obvious at a glance that he was in a poor state. Round and round, the combined strength of the three parties continued to maintain a delicate equilibrium. Yanzhou continued, "Alright, at this point everyone should stop pretending. Who doesn't know that you guys are here to rob the boss?" Li Mingliang said grimly. "Yanzhou, but you've already robbed the boss. This one shouldn't be yours anyways." Zhang Yuanji also furrowed his brows and pestled his spear. "That's right, by all rights, you should withdraw from this boss fight." Yanzhou was a bit surprised. He didn't think that these two guys had reached a consensus before he came. This was a bit hard to handle. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Alright, I can promise you guys that I won't rob the fifth wave's boss, but you also have to promise me a condition." Li Mingliang raised his eyebrows. "What conditions?" Yanzhou said. "It's simple. 2 words. Join forces." "Join forces? Us?" Li Mingliang had a "you're kidding me" look on his face. Yanzhou signaled Lin Mo on the battlefield with his eyes and said, "After experiencing the beast tide just now, you guys don't think we're still rivals now, do you? Look at that one over there. That's a real monster." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Now, only by reaching cooperation can we equally divide the next boss. Don't forget that there are a total of 3 days in the novice protection period, and the novice trials are definitely more than just the first day." Li Mingliang's eyes rolled and he made a snap decision. "Okay, that's fine." He was the least outnumbered anyway, and couldn't have been at a disadvantage anymore. Moreover, he had seen Lin Mo's fights, and to be honest, the latter was really like a monster. As Yanzhou had said, even he, who was still currently occupying rank 1, didn't have enough confidence against Lin Mo. Zhang Yuanji, who was on the side, hesitated for a moment, but considering the brothers behind him, he eventually nodded as well. "I agree." Chapter 14 Kill the Boss. The Sixth Wave of Beasts. Ka-ching! A mummy's head was pierced by the pointy end of the chain, but instead of the air-filled sound of a struck ogre, there was a dry, shriveled audible sound. It's like a mummy's dry torso without 2 or 2 pounds of flesh. However, the mummy's defense was considerably higher than the ogre's, and it was difficult for an ordinary divine giver of the same level to inflict a one-hit kill. The most important reason why Lin Mo was able to kill these mummies and ogres in seconds with such ease, aside from the fact that his power had been boosted by the cancerization value, was still the fatal wound. Eternal Kingdom is both a game and a reality. While monsters have values like blood bars, monsters, like humans, are not a simple string of data, but real creatures. It's just as easy to hit for seconds as it is to deal lethal wounds to it. Even if they dealt bludgeoning damage, they were still able to reduce the status of these monsters so much that they couldn't even move. Especially since Lin Mo's value was currently overriding them. The chains were able to easily kill as long as they hit the vitals of the head. Power cancer value, 25.8. Agility cancer value, 21.9. This was Lin Mo's current cancerization value. Strength and agility have increased, and the cancerization values of the lower limbs are fast catching up with the values of the upper limbs. However, as the cancerization value of the limbs rose, these level 2 and 3 monster corpses on the battlefield were able to provide him with less and less cancerization value. The speed of sucking is increasing, but the efficiency of sucking is slowly decreasing. It's time to slaughter the boss. Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at the mummy boss not far away, then glanced sideways at the outskirts of the playground, a touch of coldness appearing on his face. "Oh, it's about time these little rats got their hands dirty." He just swept a glance and withdrew his gaze, pretending as if he hadn't seen it as he began to move in the direction of the level 3 mummy boss, and those hiding under the spectator seats on the outskirts of the playground saw his movements and panicked a little. "Oh no, he's going to kill the boss," Li Mingliang exclaimed. Yanzhou laughed and said, "What's the point of panicking? Even if his damage is high, it's impossible to directly kill the boss in seconds. Wait until he wears his blood down to a low level, then it's not too late for us to strike." When Li Mingliang heard this, he thought about it, so he stopped his movements and said, "First things first, this boss is mine." Zhang Yuanji said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you." Yanzhou continued, "That's right, it was agreed that the bosses would be one each, and as for the first place in the rank list, it's up to each of us." Li Mingliang nodded. "Alright, I'll believe you guys once, but if I find out that you're cheating me?" "Humph," he grunted slightly threateningly, but the remaining 2 didn't say anything. There had been a dispute before, and it was naturally not a simple matter to want to trust each other now, but the cooperation thing Yanzhou did mean business. at least for now. There were simply too many people on the field known to be able to pose a threat to him. Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the 2 B-rank divine gifted on their team as well. Of course, not to mention Lin Mo not far away. It was highly likely that he was the A-ranked divine giver that had not yet appeared in the current 911 novice zone. If Lin Mo was not killed, then Yanzhou or Li Mingliang and the others would never be able to dominate the 911 novice zone. That's why it becomes especially important to join forces with the other 2 at the moment. Lin Mo. No matter if he's a B or a class, he must die. A hint of killing intent flashed within Yanzhou's eyes. Not only him, but Li Mingliang beside him also thought the same. Even Jiang Yuanji, who seemed to have a strong sense of justice, didn't actually want Lin Mo to live very much. They just lurked silently. And in the distance, Lin Mo had indeed, as they expected, already burst into the depths of the playground and engaged the mummy boss. The 4 chains on Lin Mo's body fought against the extremely resistant mummy boss while at the same time handling the mummies that kept pouncing around him with ease. He looked relaxed and cozy, and didn't seem to be half strained, whether it was the densely packed small monsters or the level 3 bosses. Surprisingly, they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Seeing this, the pupils of the 3 people in the audience contracted. This guy called Lin Mo is really a monster, Li Mingliang said through clenched teeth. He now also had to admit that he was far worse than Lin Mo on the field. If he was the one who was surrounded by so many monsters on the field, it would be good to be able to escape alive. Not to mention thinking about killing the boss. Yanzhou and Jiang Yuanji were also silent, and in their minds, they came to a similar conclusion as Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It's almost time. The boss's blood bar has dropped to less than half. Any later and I'm afraid I'll be slaughtered by him." Yanzhou then spoke. "Then get ready. Let's strike together and make sure to kill him in one blow." Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji nodded at the same time. The 3 parties, at the moment, added up to almost nearly 300 people. They snuck into the confines of the playground. Due to the large number of monsters on Lin Mo's side, which were densely surrounded, it wasn't really possible to detect their presence. And even if they saw it, odds are the former would be too distracted to do anything about them. It's a conspiracy, and it's a conspiracy. Under their scenario, Lin Mo had reached the stage of riding the tiger. Give up, then you lose the chance to kill the boss. Continuing, you can only be robbed of the boss by them as well. Hurry up, the boss is running low on blood. Use your skills. Li Mingliang couldn't wait to urge Yanzhou. Don't worry, it won't be taken from you. When Yanzhou finished speaking, he raised one hand and aimed it at the battlefield not far away. Talent, Thunderfire. As he bellowed, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, just hitting the area near Lin Mo. At once, the battlefield burst into flames and burned with a blazing fire. Beautiful. Hit it. Li Mingliang's eyes lit up. Yanzhou smiled and said, "That's natural." Just a slight regret in his heart. It's a pity that he didn't collect the boss together. Lin Mo will be half crippled if he doesn't die this time. Ha ha ha. Li Mingliang laughed freely. Thunderfire's damage was definitely there for all to see. And with everyone's levels low, it was definitely a big killer. Not to mention that the attack just now had hit Lin Mo head on. Just when they thought Lin Mo was dead and were about to step forward to make up for it, a message alert suddenly reached everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Mo for successfully killing the sealed mummy. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. Without waiting for them to have time to react, a second prompt went off immediately afterward. Ding! The sealed mummy has been killed. The 6th wave of beasts is coming. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the surrounding teleportation spell formation began to vibrate violently again. Immediately afterward, a big, white, fat worm burrowed out of the spell and slowly wormed its way towards them. At first glance, the number was large, not in the least less than the mummies of a few moments ago. The monsters have refreshed again. No, Lin Mo was still alive. The crowd was shocked and looked towards the soccer field that was still burning in the distance, only to see that Lin Mo had slowly walked out of the flames at some point. His body was pitch black with burns all over, and the exposed parts of his skin turned up in large patches of rotting flesh, and he could feel the tearing pain just by looking at it with his naked eyes. But Lin Mo acted as if he didn't feel anything, turning his head towards them with an oozing smile. For a moment, Yanzhou and the others only felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Chapter 15 Unlimited Proliferation. Protect our boss. Yes, it's Lin Mo. Li Mingliang took half a step back, his hand trembling a little as he pointed at Lin Mo. Not only him, but the other players weren't much better. At this moment, Lin Mo was as terrifying as an evil ghost that had walked out of hell. Don't be afraid. He's running low on blood. He's just bluffing. Yanzhou swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced himself to calm down. Yeah, that's right. He's bleeding to death. as if affirming Yan Zhou's words. Li Mingliang said so, but as soon as their words fell, they saw that the rotten flesh on Lin Mo's body, which had all been burned to the point of smoking, was actually rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just less than 10 seconds, large patches of rotten flesh began to scab over, and then the bloody scabs began to fall off layer by layer, soon revealing the white skin inside, and the blood bar above his head went from red residual blood to green healthy blood bar in less than a minute. He can heal, someone in the group exclaimed. It wasn't a healing spell, but it was close in a sense. Lin Mo's expression remained as it was just now, without much change. The ability used just now is also the third core skill of Cancer, Unlimited Proliferation. The higher the cancerization value, the faster the cells proliferate. Simply put, it gives his body the ability to hyper-regenerate. In the later stages, this ability could even be said to be the most perverse of all of Cancer's abilities. As long as there was a single cell alive in his body, no one could truly exterminate him. And this, too, was one of the biggest cards he had when he was able to cross over and fight against the Eternal Life Emperor. The only downside though is that, a bit of fee cancerization value. That's right. What infinite proliferation consumes is not any blue bar, but cancerization value. Adding blood once just now had consumed 1 point of Lin Mo's cancerization value. Lost cancerization values will be made up from your corpses. Lin Mo looked at the crowd in the distance and said coldly. Yan Zhou still wanted to explain. Brother, don't get excited first. It's a misunderstanding. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Wait, before he finished speaking, he only saw Lin Mo's aberration chain forcefully flinging, the sharp end even directly separated from the body, turning into a sharp arrow shooting towards his face. Yen, hide. Li Feng, who was next to him, wanted to stop the sharp arrow, but as an auxiliary talent, he was completely incapable of doing so. Yan Zhou, who was also a long-range magic player, had no ability to respond to this kind of attack. Just as the arrow was about to penetrate his face, a spear suddenly came from the side. With a clang, the sharp arrow was picked off by Zhang Yuanji's spear, while knocking away the concealed weapon. Zhang Yuanji also felt the strong force coming from the gun barrel and could not help but take 2 steps back, shock on his face. He hadn't expected that the force of Lin Mo's casual strike would be so terrifying. This guy, he's too strong to be exaggerated. However, Zhang Yuanji could only temporarily press down the surprise in his heart and spoke aloud. This brother, we've already apologized. Let's be forgiving. Yan Zhou was also shocked out of a cold sweat, then also counted on a quick reaction. Wiping the sweat hurriedly explained. That's right, Lin student, we can all be fellow students. There's no need to kill each other, right? Sparing 2 lifetimes. Lin Mo was also exasperated and laughed by the extent of their chutzpah. You guys sneak up on me and come back to talk me into being generous? Lin Mo said with a cold smile. If I'm not strong enough today, do I have to go to hell to hear your apologies? A group of people were choked by Lin Mo and could not say anything. And this matter was indeed something they did not do right. Li Mingliang, on the contrary, reacted first and said, in any case, you're only one person and there are nearly 300 of us. If you want to make an enemy of us, I advise you to reconsider. Thinking that there were so many brothers behind him, Li Mingliang and the others hardened their backs. Lin Mo smiled and said, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for bringing over so many people. Looking at Lin Mo's look at the little cutie eyes, Li Mingliang froze and said, what are you talking about? What thank you? He had just finished the question when he heard a gasp from behind him. My God, what's with all the bugs? So many white bugs. Mommy, I'm scared. The crowd was startled and rushed to look back. It's a shock not to see. At some point, their surroundings had been crawling with big, dense, white, fat worms, and all of a sudden they just felt their scalps go numb. These worms writhing on the ground crawled half a point slower than a snail, but they couldn't help but be numerous. And although the big wriggling worm crawled slowly, when it did its attack state, it was like a viper, slightly bending its body, exhibiting spikes that stuck out from its mouthparts, and then catapulting towards the player's face like an arrow off a string. Several players who weren't paying attention had their bodies directly pierced, but whenever one gets it, the other big fat worms around it continue to bounce towards the target. Soon, their bodies were covered with densely packed big fat worms, and their bodies were directly pierced into sieves by countless spikes. In no time at all, several players were killed in it. It's over. We're surrounded by monsters. They were horrified to find that these big fat worms had cut off the back roads. Now they can't get out and they can't get in. Yan Zhou, quickly release Thunderfire and burn the road. Watching his men hang up one by one, Li Mingliang shouted anxiously. Yan Zhou was also impatient and said, Thunderfire is still cooling down. It can't be that fast. You and Zhang Yuanji will help me block for a while first. and we'll break out together when I have a good cooling time. Li Mingliang scolded. Off. Want me to block the gun for you? Dream on. Yanzhou said grimly. If I die, you all will have to be buried with me. You can see for yourself. Do you think Lin Mo will let you go? Li Mingliang, who originally wanted to break out with his own people, also hesitated. Thinking about Lin Mo's terrifying strength, he really didn't dare to easily leave Yanzhou and his people behind. MD, it's my bad luck to meet you. Li Mingliang cursed, but chose to stay. Jiang Yuanji frowned and said, don't argue, let's focus on killing our way out first. Just as they were deliberating, Lin Mo's cold voice came from not far away. Oh, I don't want you all to die quickly. You'd better all live longer for me, because hell has just begun. After saying that, only Lin Mo, who was originally close to the core area of the spell formation, suddenly moved, quickly dodging the impalers that were constantly bouncing towards him and running towards the front. Yanzhou was stunned, then reacted and shouted, quick, stop him, he's trying to kill the boss. When these words came out, the surrounding players were instantly shocked, knowing that the immediate crisis hadn't been lifted and Lin Mo wanted to kill the 6th wave of bosses. Wouldn't that mean that the 7th wave of monsters would be coming soon? How can this be? Almost the instant they heard Yanzhou's words, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the other 2 B-ranked divine gifts in the team, Sun Mengting and Yang Huai, followed suit. Their goal: stop Lin Mo from killing the boss. Don't ever die. Big fat worm. At this moment, the hearts of all the players present murmured. Probably how could they have never imagined that one day they would fight to protect the boss? Of course, it was all because of the man on the battlefield who looked like a hellish evil spirit. Chapter 16: A world where only monsters can get ahead. Piercer. Rank 4. Skills 1. Catapult. 2. Facehugger. Rank 4. Big bugs move slowly, but attack very quickly. Once surrounded by them, then the entire playground will fall to them. Especially when the piercers had the upper hand in numbers. They were like a volley of cold arrows that came from all directions, leaving you defenseless. But in Lin Mo's eyes, they were literally just a big, lumbering, fat worm. The 4 chains with arms unfurled kept probing out, very easily piercing into the soft flesh of these big fat worms before bringing out a jet of white pulp. Put, police, as they sprayed their brain fluid. System alerts were coming in. Ding. Time plus 20 minutes. Time plus 20 minutes. Time plus 20 minutes. These big fat level 4 bugs are better to kill than mummies and ogres, because piercers are the ones who have all of their talent tree points on means of attack. Defense is null and void, and aberration chains can easily pry open their brains and inflict fatal wounds. Of course, it's not the same when it comes to these really new players like Yanzhou. It was a pipe dream for them to find any brains or vitals from these big fat worms that kept stabbing at them. How can you know where the vitals are without slaughtering hundreds of them? Even if you knew that, getting close to these piercers and hitting the vitals with precision under their siege would be a very difficult task. Therefore, they could only watch Lin Mo pass through the siege circle of this army of piercers with ease, while they themselves struggled. Aha! Help! Help me! Help me! Those players who had been killed by the piercers holding their faces reached out in desperation towards their companions around them, but the companions around him didn't dare to approach at all, and even if they reached out to help, it was useless. Once a piercer sticks the spikes in its mouthpiece into a player's body, the tiny, thin spikes attached to it hook onto the flesh inside. Even if you pull it off with force, it will leave a deep wound that will cause heavy bleeding. 1 is okay, 3 or 2 stickers and you can basically give up. For these low-level god-givers, once they were drawn out their blood would simply clear out and instantly go to meet the king of hell. What to do? Yen, Li Feng asked anxiously. Yanzhou, also sweating profusely, said, hang on, my Thunderfire CD is almost turned around. Soon we'll be able to rush out. You must protect me. I'm the only one with any hope of breaking out. Li Mingliang scolded. Shut up you. Your position in the team is the safest. Yanzhou, as the most powerful law god giver in the team, was naturally protected by everyone in the center. But those melee players on the periphery weren't so lucky, falling one by one under the piercer's siege. The screams were endless and fear spread through the crowd. Almost there. Almost there. My Thunderfire is almost done. Everyone must hold on. Yanzhou looked at the formation that was about to collapse and hurriedly shouted. But as soon as his words fell, everyone's ears once again heard that despairing system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Mo for successfully killing the Impaler Motherworm. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. Ding! The Impaler Motherworm has been killed. The 7th wave of beasts is approaching. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. Done. A look of despair appeared on everyone's face. They could only watch as a new monster crawled out from within the teleportation spell and then surrounded them towards this side. Thunder fire. Just then, Yenjo's skill turned good, and he blasted out this thunder fire towards the road in front of him. The sound of thunder rang in his ears, and the roaring flames burned in the midst of the monster swarm, seemingly bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone present. Only then they realized that the glimmer of hope was false, because the escape path that had just been opened up by the lightning and fire was filled with new monsters in the blink of an eye. Rusty, rank 4, skills 1, armor, passive 2, Nah. A monster that likes to gnaw on rusty iron and is covered in wavy armor. Just from its appearance alone, one could tell that its defense was far higher than all of the beast-tide monsters just now. As expected, the aftermath of the thunder fire couldn't do much damage to them. Not only that, but ordinary melee players couldn't effectively break defense, let alone deal damage. Dead. It's hopeless. The thought rose in almost everyone's mind. Let me. Jiang Yuanji bellowed out. His long spear was like a shock, stabbing towards the several rusty monsters that raided over in front of him. He was seen in a very dominating stance, instantly tearing apart the hard armor of the rust monster, causing a large amount of damage. Seeing this, several nearby melee players rushed forward to make up for the situation and smoothly killed several rust monsters. Jiang Yuanji said in a loud voice, "All melee players follow me? I will break the defense." Having just risen to level 7 already and having a B-grade marksmanship talent, he naturally had the backbone to do so. Level 5 rust monsters do have high defense, but they are not at the stage where they are invincible in the novice zone. Don't be in a hurry everyone, stabilize your mind. The rust monsters aren't that numerous, we'll definitely be able to get out. Jiang Yuanji's lanky body coupled with his strong strength brought a lot of security to the players present. As expected, after he had said those two words, the army of the team stabilized. Yenjo was relieved to see this and also spoke. Right, that's right, there are 5 B-ranked God-givers in our team. We may not be unable to break out. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Mo for successfully killing the flying dagger rusty monster, and obtaining the reward, silver treasure chest *1. Ding! The flying dagger rust monster has been killed. The 8th wave of beasts is coming. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. Oops. Yenjo said something bad in his heart and turned his head towards the distance, just in time to see the scene of Lin Mo's 4 chains strangling the largest rusty monster. Green blood splattered everywhere, part of it landing on Lin Mo's body, setting off that smile on his face even more cruelly. Like I said, hell is just beginning. Yenjo seemed to have heard his silent words, and the panic in his eyes became more and more evident. Oh wah 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 aha. I don't want to die. Someone in the group broke down and cried straight away. Nothing makes a person more desperate than a desperate situation with no hope in sight. Now even Jiang Yuanji, who had always looked brave and resolute, had a slight crumbling in his expression. It's still a fair. Lin Mo in the distance also watched the movement on their side and sneered. Don't you like to rob monsters? Now that's enough monster for you to share. The reason why Lin Mo still kept these people was because the number of beast waves in each wave of the playground was actually dependent on the number of challenging players. The greater the number of players, the greater the number of beast tides refreshed. If these players had distributed the number of challenged players wisely, they wouldn't have just fallen into a situation where they were surrounded by monsters. Nearly 1,000 people and not a single one of them observed this point. It was hopelessly stupid. Of course, these are not the main reasons why they will fail. Lin Mo faintly swept a glance at Yenjo and the crowd who was looking at himself with a desperate face. In the world of the Eternal Kingdom, only monsters are qualified to stand out. As for the weak, just be quiet and stay in the corner. Chapter 17 Ranking Announcement and Award Settlement. Tree Shadow Demon. Rank 6. Skills 1. Catch Net. 2. Binding. The monsters in the 8th wave of the Beast Wave were level 6, Tree Shadow Demons. From the outside it looks like a stalagmite with a slimy body surface. When attacking, it uses tendrils that grow from under its body to deaden the person, pulling them close to it and then capturing the prey it reaches with its sharp teeth. They share a common weakness with the impalers on the field, which is slow movement speed and weak defense. That being said, the monsters of the novice trials are, to a greater or lesser extent, creatures of this kind with highly amplified flaws and strengths. As long as they found the right way to do it, even ordinary divine gifted could be easily killed. It's just a shame that there are so many monsters on the field, and so much more variety. Most players don't know how to handle the situation. Except for Lin Mo. Of course, the 4 chains were still divided as they had been earlier. 2 for killing monsters and 2 for touching corpses. Ding! Time plus 20 minutes. Time plus 25 minutes. Time plus 20 minutes. Right upper extremity cancerization values, plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. The cancerization value, which hadn't moved for a long time, began to rise again. Soon, the cancerization value of the upper limbs surpassed 30 points. Aberration. Lin Mo let out a low gulp. only to see another chain with blood growing out of each of his arms. The 6 chains came out in unison, and the efficiency of clearing the monsters increased once again. Facing the piercer who directly lunged at him, Lin Mo chose to directly forcefully kill him. With a few swishes of the chain, the fat worms were strung up into candy canes. The rust monster, whose defense value was on the high side, was also unable to block the chain's piercing attack, and that hard armor appeared like a thin sheet of paper under the chain's power of more than 30 plus points, and was easily pierced through. Lin Mo just killed from afternoon to evening and from evening to late night. The voices of the surrounding players became smaller and smaller, and in the end, they disappeared, leaving only the monster's horrifying hissing sound echoing in the playground. However, Lin Mo's killing wasn't over yet. Players who were lucky enough to be hiding in nearby buildings hid in corners and shivered while discussing the amazing battle in the area chat channel. Big brother Lin Mo is too exaggerated, isn't he? How many waves of beast tides is this? 18. Or was it 19? I can't remember. A lot anyway. People are really pissed off compared to people. They're both divine gifters. Why is he able to single-handedly take on so many waves of beast tides by himself? And I struggle to cut down a small monster. Ha ha, if you're pissed off you can get on too. It's better not to. Those big guys on the rank list have all returned in defeat. It's better for a little trash like me to honestly hide. Hey, I wonder how many of us are left in the 9-11 novice section. And if there are still 100 of us? Don't sigh. At least we still have people alive. Quite a few newbie zones have been reduced to no man's land. They must have been slaughtered clean by monsters. That's what's so tragic. That's right. Big brother Lin Mo is awesome. Hang in there. I'll be cheering you on from the warehouse in the gym. Ooh, I love Big brother Lin. Big brother Lin Mo. I've warmed up my bed in the girls' dormitory. If you're tired come over and rest. Room number, 1501. Dull. Goblin. Don't try to confuse our Big brother Lin. Big brother Lin Mo belongs to all of us in the 911 novice zone. That's it. Hurry up and climb. At this moment, inside a certain dormitory in the boys' dormitory building, a group of wailing players were lying on the ground and on the bed. These were all players who had just escaped from the playground and were more or less injured. 300 men. The whole 300. And there are less than 20 left. Jiang Yuanji's eyes were covered in blood and his eyes were full of remorse. I shouldn't have listened to you and had to compete for the rank list. Li Mingliang, who was lying next to him, sneered. Don't pretend. It was you who abandoned Sun Mingting just now. Not anyone else. Who are you pretending to pretend to? Jiang Yuanji was enraged. What did you say? What? Am I wrong? Li Mingliang also stood up and said in a tit-for-tat manner. That's enough. Shut up. All of you. Yanzhou angrily bellowed. Stopping the two. Haven't you had enough deaths? Or don't you look miserable enough yourselves? At these words, the two men's anger subsided and they glared at each other, choosing to sit down again. I'm stuck at level 8. Maybe there's still a chance to rush to level 10. Right now I'm still ranked first in the rank list. Yanzhou said so. Li Mingliang sneered. Don't be ridiculous. People don't know how many monsters they've slaughtered. They just haven't had the time to upgrade. Otherwise, do you really think you're number 1? Yanzhou also sighed when he heard this. There was no way around it. The difference in strength was just too big. So big that it was desperate. The beast tide that gave a group of them a headache didn't seem to be anything in Lin Mo's eyes. Those several chains kept flying around the battlefield, directly shattering their unrealistic and unbearable dreams. Is he instead an A-ranked divine gift talent? Or is it even more exaggerated than A-rank? Jiang Yuanji asked so. Li Mingliang shook his head and his tone lowered for the first time. I don't know. Anyway, whether it's A-rank or above, it's not something we can mess with. Let's just figure out how to apologize to him. Yanzhou laughed to himself at this point. Apologize? Do you think he needs our apology? They gazed furtively at the distant battlefield. In fact, it wasn't like they hadn't opened their mouths to ask Lin Mo for help during the fight. However, Lin Mo had ignored them the entire time, watching them plummet from 300 to just a dozen. These people of theirs now were either lightly or seriously injured, and in a short period of time, they were afraid that they would no longer be able to join the battle. It can be said that all the advantages accumulated at the beginning of the game have disappeared. Anyway, a loss is a loss. So how can I admit it? Li Mingliang said in a broken voice. The big deal is to be killed. Hearing him say that, the other players here also looked desperate. Just then, someone said, Look, there doesn't seem to be much noise over there. When the crowd heard this, they stood up and looked over. Sure enough, the playground, which was still hissing, gradually quieted down. It was only that Li Feng, who was in charge of scouting, had died long ago, and they were unable to see the movements in the playground clearly through the pitch-black night. In the next second, someone said again, Look at the rank list. Lin Mo has started to upgrade. Everyone subconsciously pulled up the level list on the interface. only to see Lin Mo's level jump from level 5 to level 6 at the beginning, and then from level 6 to level 7. In the end, it took less than a few seconds to jump straight to level 10. The last glimmer of hope in Yanzhou's heart was directly dashed, and he sat on his butt in despair. Then, everyone in the room heard a system alert from the 911 novice zone. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for killing the large phantom shadow and obtaining the reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. Announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for clearing 20 waves of Beast Tide and successfully completing all the novice trials. Reward, Time Coin *1. Ding! 911 regional trial tasks have all been completed. Rewards are settled and issued according to the ranking, and the rank list is publicized as follows. First place, Lin Mo, level 10. Second place, Yen Chao, class 8. Third place, Wonky Kong, 8th grade. Fourth place, Li Mingliang, grade 7. Fifth place, Yang Huai, level 7. 100th place, Lin Lei, level 2. Ding! Ranking announcement is complete. Rewards have been sent. Please check on the players themselves. Chapter 18 Robbery as well as opening boxes. Attribute values went crazy. As the system prompt ended, Yanzhou and the others also received the silver treasure chest. Hey, at least there are treasure chests. The room. I don't know who said. Aside from Lin Mo, who was ranked number 1, the top 20 on the ranked list were all practically their people. The top 10 silver treasure chests were even hogged by all those present. That's one of the unfortunate things. Yanzhou sighed. Those who received the rewards also had a smile on their faces for the first time in a long time, as if the ordeal just now was all worth it. At this moment, suddenly Li Mingliang Dab stood up, said, Lin Mo chatted with me privately. Ha! Everyone in the room froze. Yanzhou was even more puzzled. What did he say? Only Li Mingliang turned his head with a stiff expression and looked at the crowd and said, He said hand over all the silver treasure chests. No, or die. The room was as quiet as a chicken at those words, although the monsters had been cleared out. However, the 6 chains around Lin Mo didn't stop because of this. Instead, they were still poking out and stabbing into one corpse after another. Ding! Absorbing the corpse of a level 8 boss fire lizard. Lung cancerization value, +1. Ding! Absorbing a level 9 boss. After the limbs reached 69 points of cancerization value, they could no longer suck even half a point of cancerization value out of these monsters' bodies. These cancerization values can only be converted to the 5 organs and start to strengthen the body. In no time at all, the playground was full of bodies that he had touched. The number of monsters is still too low. He frowned slightly as he looked at the cancerous value of his lungs, which was stuck at around 40 points. It can't be helped. Ever since the hundreds of people in Yanzhou had pretty much died, the remaining 10 or so waves of the beast tide had basically been challenged by him alone, and the number of refreshed monsters had directly dropped drastically. But despite this, the value of his cancerization value increase was still significant. Power cancerization value, 69. Agility cancerization value, 69. Mean value of body mass cancerization, 39. Strength and agility were all enriched with nearly 70 points of attributes. Even the physique was enriched with almost 40 points of attributes. As far as the 4-dimensional attributes were concerned, he had long ago achieved the number 1 position in the entire novice area. Lin Mo glanced at the golden treasure chest in his backpack and without hesitation, he directly chose to open it. Ding! Obtained first order time fruit *10. Ding! Gained full attributes +10. Ding! Acquired fine short sword +1. There was naturally no need to say much about the first order time fruit, and he directly slapped it on his body. Ding! Time coin +10. Amidst so many 0.01 time coin alerts, a large arrival alert finally appeared. However, right now the level is stuck on level 10, and you can't continue leveling up for the time being without transferring it. Lin Mo's final gaze fell on the last reward, fine short sword. Tap on the equipment panel. Half Goblin's pilot work. Quality, fine, light armor. Level requirement, level 10. Attack, 45. Speed, 55. Defense, 20. Enchanted skill, magic counter, returns 20% of magic damage. I can't believe there's an enchantment? A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. As far as panels of fine gear go, this value is only mediocre. However, this was an enchanted equipment, which directly skyrocketed the value of this equipment by a notch. If it was a few more years, this fine weapon would have to be worth a couple hundred time coins anyways, even more valuable than a first order time fruit. But early in the game time coins are scarce in number, and fine weapons don't sell for much at all. 1 or 2 coins is more than enough. Of course, this weapon was also a chicken rib for Lin Mo. His arms are deformed to be able to perform multiple weapon forms, and the power attached to the cancerization value was originally an attribute value. As long as his cancerization value continued to rise, then in the future, every part of his body would be able to become an extremely lethal weapon, and his entire body would be a humanoid weapon. Lin Mo shook his head. Selling at a low price was impossible. It would be better to wait for the market to come up later. Lin Mo. He had just dropped his weapon into his backpack to eat the dust when a voice came to his ear, only to see that Yan Zhou and the others had walked over at some point. Looking at the mountain of corpses all over the ground, a trace of awe was added to their eyes as they looked at Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo's eyes sweep over, Li Mingliang hurriedly raised the silver treasure chest in his hand. We're here to pay protection money. The rest of the players were snappy and raised the chests in their hands. Lin Mo faintly swept a glance at the boxes in their hands and said, "Bring all the silver treasure chests, and deal with the bronze ones yourselves." There was no threat in his tone, but no one dared disobey. Otherwise the corpses around them are their downfall. Those players outside of the top 10 on the rank list were also pleasantly surprised to hear that, not realizing that they would still be able to keep their rewards. But the top 10 players were out of luck and could only hand over the 9 silver treasure chests honestly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo also did not polite. Silver treasure chest get hand directly in front of their face one time all open. Ding. Obtained first order time fruit *9. Ding. Gained full attributes +2. Ding. Gained full attributes +2. Ding. Gat. Reminder, the first order silver treasure chest has reached its limit of growing attribute values and cannot be used further. Lin Mo had opened 8 of the 9 silver treasure chests, leaving only the last treasure chest with attribute points that could not be further utilized. His personal attribute panel after all the additions is as follows. Lamb. Level, 10, not transferred. Can't continue to improve? Time coin, 29.3. Strength, 69.6 plus 69. Speed, 69.7 plus 69. Physical, 69.5 plus 39. Spirit, 70.1. Strength, speed, and physique are all over 100. Now if Lin Mo wanted to kill any boss in the beast tide just now, there was no need for any skill at all. It was a direct one move second. He glanced at his still satisfactory personal panel, turned and left the playground. The surrounding players made way and watched his departing figure with relief. Yan Zhou, who was standing in place, rolled his eyes and chased after Lin Mo in his direction. Eventually, he stopped Lin Mo in the corridor below the audience. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and was just about to make a move when he saw Yan Zhou kneel on the ground with a thud. Student Lin. Ah no, brother Lin. There were many people just now. It was Senior who did wrong before. I'll apologize to you. Yan Zhou clunked twice and cowed out twice on the ground, lifting his head and grinding it, but he continued without a care in the world. Brother Lin, seeing that we are all classmates, can you take me? And in the future, if you tell me to go east, I will never. Ka. Before he could finish his words, Lin Mo reached out his hand and grabbed his neck, easily lifting the 100-pound Yan Zhou up. Yan Zhou's face flushed red as he struggled his body hard in midair, but all of this appeared impotent in front of over 100 points of power. He didn't even have a chance to release his natural skill, Thunderfire, again. Lin Mo looked at him curiously. I'm really puzzled as to who gave you the nerve to come in front of me. Or do you really think I'm a goldfish and have already forgotten about you blasting me with your skills this afternoon? Oh. Yan Zhou's face was red, but he couldn't even get half a word out of his pinched throat. Lin Mo didn't expect him to explain anything, and with a slight movement of his right hand, he only saw the tips of 5 fingers instantly sharp as swords, piercing deeply into Yan Zhou's thin-skinned neck. Blood flowed slowly down his arm, and in no time, he stopped struggling in Lin Mo's hands before quickly turning into a dry corpse. Lung cancerization value, plus 0.5. The system prompt ended, and Lin Mo tossed the corpse aside like it was trash. If this guy didn't deliberately come to his door to play this out, he actually wouldn't even be interested in retaliating against this kind of B-rank God-giver. Lin Mo didn't even look at him before continuing forward. Walking out wasn't that far before he chose a classroom to stop slightly and looked at the system panel's prompt just now. Ding! Congratulations! You have risen to level 10. Your attribute points have met the requirements for transferring. May I ask if you want to enter the transfer shrine? Without much hesitation, Lin Mo directly chose yes. Swish! The golden holy light suddenly flashed and enveloped him. By the time the teleportation glow dissipated, his entire body had disappeared into thin air. Chapter 19, Transferring to the Shrine. Blasphemer, Lin Mo. Dead through. Zhang Yuanji didn't even need to look. Just by looking at this corpse that had been sucked down to nothing but human skin, he knew that Lin Mo had done it. Next to him, Li Mingliang instantly panicked. What does he mean? Is he still not going to let us go? The other players present also looked a bit flustered. Zhang Yuanji, however, shook his head and said, not so much. His attitude just now clearly spared us. There's no reason why he would continue to pick on us. Yan Zhou, Just now I guess I accidentally annoyed him. So, Li Mingliang then sort of sighed in relief, and then kicked Yan Zhou's corpse heavily. It's all this guy's fault. Why did he have to mess with Lin Mo at this time? He really thinks he's the smartest in the whole world, doesn't he? Silly. The other players were also spitting talk at the corpse. MD, it's a damn shame to try to wreak havoc on people on the verge of death. That's right. Hurry up and go to hell. Dumbass. Lin Mo didn't take us seriously, and you still had to go along with it. You deserve to die. Even Yanzhou's original troopers were breaking into song. In fact, if Yanzhou wasn't so bent on trying to steal the boss, they wouldn't have died so many people at all. What had been a large group of hundreds of people is now down to a few. Someone suddenly asked, Brother Li, Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Li Mingliang scratched his head and said impatiently, if you ask me, who do I ask? Lin Mo has killed all the monsters. What else can we do? That. Suddenly, a boy in the crowd raised his hand and said, I was just near the teleportation spell over there, and I seem to have received a system prompt. What's the hint? Zhang Yuanji asked. The boy said truthfully, it seems to prompt me whether to reopen the novice trial challenge, but I didn't dare to open it at that time. Really? Li Mingliang's eyes lit up. The other players' faces also rose in delight. Just immediately, someone worried. It won't be like last time. Surrounded by monsters again. We don't have the strength like Big Brother Lin Mo. Zhang Yuanji shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. I just observed the pattern. The number of monsters refreshed by the beast tide should be related to the number of people we challenge. Li Mingliang stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, that is to say, as long as we don't have a large number of people, there won't be that many monsters. Speaking here, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face as he laughed at himself. Oh, with the amount of people we have now, we don't have to worry about that either. Hearing this, all those present fell silent. Pitch black world. Suddenly, a light came on. Immediately afterward, a wall lamp kept lighting up on both sides in front of Lin Mo, spreading towards the never-ending darkness. He looked up, illuminated by the lamps flanked by countless tall and majestic statues. Some of them stood majestically with holy swords in their hands. Some were half naked, raising their glasses in the air to honor the distance. Some of them are so beautiful that you can't get enough of them. Some of them are so ferocious that you can't look at them. A dazzling array of sculptures with their own distinctive features. This is the Eternal Kingdom's Transmigration Shrine. As long as a player's attribute point average reaches 10 points and their level reaches level 10, they can receive a transfer quest in the Transfer Shrine. Warrior, Mage, Thief, Hunter, Knight, Priest. These basic combat professions have it all. In addition to this, there are countless other living professions like carpentry, tailoring, cooks, miners, and anglers. Of course, there was no shortage of hidden and special professions in the Pantheon, but it's not always the case that hidden and special careers are the best. In the Eternal Kingdom, professions and divine gifts need to be about matching. Only professions and divine gifts with a match value higher than 60 points or more are considered qualified matches. In this way, the player's potential can only be boosted by 1+1/2 later on. If the match between profession and talent is below 60 points, then it is time to consider changing professions. If you don't change it, even with a top talent like an S rank, the potential will be compromised. The higher the level, the more damage you can do to yourself. However, if the matching value between occupation and talent was extremely high, then even with a B-rank talent, their future achievements might not lose out to an A-rank talent divine gifted person. That's why choosing a career becomes especially important. Only now there was a problem in front of Lin Mo. Normally, choosing a profession is naturally based on divine gift talents. For example, like Yanzhou who had died at the hands of Lin Mo before. His Thunder and Fire talent was clearly French, so as long as he chose a French-related sculpture to receive quests, it was possible to swipe a profession with a high match value. And since Zhang Yuanji was a martial arts-related talent, then it wouldn't be a problem as long as he chose either warrior or knight. However, Lin Mo was different from these divine givers above. His talent was not a divine gift, but a curse, and Cancer was considered an extremely special one amongst curse talents. In terms of picking a career, it's much more difficult. In his previous life, Lin Mo had changed countless professions, but 99% of the profession match values couldn't reach 60 points. In the end, one could only helplessly choose the most popular, warrior, profession. Nonetheless, the match value is just shy of a passing score of 60. This also led to his potential for later development being greatly reduced, and he ended up stuck before the threshold of the Eternal Realm, just one step away from that legendary realm of immortality. Even if I had only just stepped into the Eternal Realm at that time, those old guys couldn't do anything to me. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but clench his palms, his eyes sharpening. In this life, I must pick the best profession. There's actually a way to pick a career for something like this, other than by luck, and that's, God quotes, by obtaining divine guidance, you will be able to pick the career that best suits you. There were quite a few players who had obtained divine leads in their previous lives, and they were all the most outstanding players in their respective novice zones. And Lin Mo had summarized at that time that the common point of all these people was that they had brushed through all the novice trial tasks on the first day of the novice protection period. That's right, divine lead is only given to monsters and demons. For once, I should be up to par. Lin Mo looked at the solemn sculptures around him and quietly waited for the divine guidance to descend. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of movement in the transmutation shrine. The idol sculptures on either side were still as quiet and motionless as ever. Even the message alert from Lin Mo's system was the same, and he was not discouraged and continued to wait. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Mo didn't know how long he had been standing in the divine hall, and still hadn't waited for the divine guide to descend. Why? What's wrong with this? He stood still, his expression filled with disbelief. Starting over again, he could guarantee that he was definitely the one who stood at the very top of Blue Star's countless players. Whether it was the efficiency of the kills or the number of kills, all of them were impeccable. He thought he had done it perfectly. However, the divine guidance still had not come down. Doubtful, confused, unsure, all the emotions finally turned into a torrent of anger. He raised his head, and 3 short, sharp daggers instantly grew from the bones of his right hand, which he raised and shot toward the solemn idol not far away. Clunk! 3 short daggers made of bone embedded themselves steadily and accurately into the idol's large faceplate, and the idol's face shattered apart inch by inch, part of the stone falling down the idol's body. Lin Mo coldly scanned the surrounding idols and said in a cold voice, "Forget it if you don't give it, I'll find it myself. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Big deal. I'll just spend it here." With that said, he wanted to head towards the bottom of one of the idols, ready to take on 2 transfer quests to try his hand at it first. Warning! Warning! Your blasphemy has been recorded and you are hereby deported. Warning! Warning! You have desecrated. Countdown to expulsion, 59, 58, 57, 56. Chapter 20 Turnaround. Chaotic Divine Realm. The name on Lin Mo's system panel suddenly turned an extremely demonic red color. The color is surprisingly dark? Lin Mo didn't have such a red warning when he was on the kill list in the past world. At that time, he had slaughtered millions of clansmen of the Eternal Clan, large and small. Even so, the name has never been so popular. Soon, a suffix was added to his name. Blasphemer. Blasphemer? Is there really such a thing as a god? Lin Mo frowned slightly. Although the Eternal Kingdom was filled with so-called miracles and there was no lack of believers in many gods, he had never seen a real deity. Those gods only existed in legends and never really showed up. Lin Mo had come into contact with the highest level of powerhouses, and they were only the kings of those eternal races. Among their race, there are quite a few people who call themselves demigods, but no one dares to call themselves gods. Lin Mo's mind quickly pondered what the eviction on the system panel meant. Is it to banish me from the Temple of Transmigration? But on what grounds? Because I shattered a statue? Lin Mo's brows furrowed, his impression of the gods getting worse and worse. Whether it was in his previous life or now, he had never received any blessings from these gods, and the accumulation of his strength had been entirely on his own, never utilizing their power. A divine gift? He didn't. God's lead? Neither do I. Even as soon as he was out of the novice protection period, his time flowed faster than normal. The so-called gods, for him, were just talking themselves out of the rest of his life, and then threw him into the killing field called the Eternal Kingdom, all of which he acquired through his own efforts. Now, it's surprising that even the opportunity to transfer is being taken away. Just then, the system once again came with a prompt. Ding! Detecting the possibility that the player may have accidentally damaged the idol. We now grant you a chance to make up for your transgressions. Kneeling on your own to worship the idol for more than 24 hours will lift the red warning. Hint, players are requested to kneel before the end of the countdown, and the system will automatically time it. Kneel. Lin Mo was infuriated and laughed, his eyes icy cold to the extreme. The people in this world who could make me kowtow and kneel have long since passed away, and you want me to kneel to some so-called god? Delusional. He said the last few words almost word for word. Warning, the countdown is about to end. Please worship the idol quickly or you will be permanently deprived of the opportunity to enter the temple. Warning, countdown. The red warning prompts kept ringing out, and Lin Mo's demeanor didn't half waver as he sneered. The big deal is that it's no job, and I can think of other ways. Just within the last few seconds of the end of the countdown, a black as ink prompt was suddenly displayed on the system interface. Ding! Blasphemer detected. The Chaos Camp invites you to enter the Chaos Divine Realm. Please ask if you are with. The last sentence of the system prompt was interrupted by a noisy current. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo was instantly wrapped up by a dark and bizarre aura without making any choices. The next second, his vision was plunged into darkness. Waiting for his sight to gradually return, he realized that he was no longer in the middle of the Transmigration Shrine. Above his head was a vast and boundless starry sky, and beneath his feet was a brilliant and dazzling purple nebula. With his body in a floating state, he was temporarily unable to distinguish where he was located in this space, nor did he know exactly which way was forward and which way was back. It's hard to even tell up from down in space, because even as the body spun around, the sight scene was exactly the same as it had been a moment ago. Lin Mo tried to float for a while, but endlessly whether it was forward or backward, or up and down, nothing changed around him. Everything seems to be still and everything seems to flow. Time and space. It was as if they had lost their meaning here. Lin Mo quickly stopped, not continuing to waste his stamina. Come out. I don't have time to play hide and seek with you. He spat out the words faintly. Just now, he hadn't even clicked agree to teleport, but he was still wrapped in this pitch-black energy and teleported here. Obviously, it was someone here who wanted him to come. Sure enough, after he said those words, a weird and eerie sound came from all around. Snort, snort, little one, you've come to the wrong place. Monkeys? This is the orc race? So weak, kind of interesting, and the mark of the Eternal Kingdom. Humph, what are Eternal Kingdom slaves doing here? Get out, TSK. There's even a hint of divinity in this talent. It's very weak, but it smells so good. Can I eat him? None of these voices were human, much less the common language of the Eternal Kingdom. Weird, and unnameable, but it didn't affect Lin Mo's ability to hear the meaning of these words clearly in the slightest. One or two of these will seem to be staring at him, and just by feeling this gaze that came from nowhere, Lin Mo instantly doubled his pressure. Snort, don't move him, this little guy is mine. Suddenly, a voice came from deep space, immediately dispelling the countless gazes coveting Lin Mo. The pressure on Lin Mo also suddenly dissipated and returned to normal. Just as he was filled with doubt, the voice came again. Little one, I know you still have a lot of questions right now, but with your current strength knowing too much won't do any good. Lin Mo's brows furrowed as he asked bluntly, then why did you ask me to come here? Chuckle, just a little help for you. At the same time that voice fell, the system's prompt rang out. Ding, will you accept the test of the ancient gods? Divine test. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Isn't this a quiz only for peak civilizations? He had only heard the rumor as well. Among the eternal races, a small number of elite descendants can take the test of the gods when transferring to a top profession. These professions are usually hidden professions or unique professions, but the relative difficulty of the gods quiz is not something that anyone passes. Even among the best of the eternal races, not everyone was able to pass. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked, "You're a god?" The questions were direct, and there was no fear of the gods in the words. Without chagrin, the voice continued, "To be precise, we may not be the kind of gods that the world defines, but we are merely an existence that is even older than he is. That's all there is to say. Think for yourself." After hearing these words, Lin Mo pondered. A moment later, he looked up from his thoughts. "Whatever you are, I'll accept any challenge as long as it makes me stronger." The voice rang out immediately. Snort, not bad for someone I've taken a liking to, right in my temper. But I'm not going to let up. Snort. As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo's consciousness was once again tugged by a huge energy and disappeared in place. Chapter 21, The Gods Quiz. High-ranked magical beast bloodline. Lin Mo opened his eyes again and was already on top of a huge ring. The ring was bare and nothing on top of it, and outside of it was so dark that you couldn't see your fingers. This is an arena? Doubt flashed in his eyes, but the system didn't seem to give him too much time to comprehend what was in front of him, and soon the quest prompt refreshed in front of him. Ancient Gods Test Level 1. Please kill the opponent in front of you. Time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, a holy light fell with a swish. A giant centipede-looking beast teleports to the opposite side of the ring. 100-foot Wraith. Lin Mo instantly recognized the monster in front of him. 100-footed Wraith, juvenile. Rank, 10. Damage immunity, freeze. Flame. Talent technique, passive. Anyone within 5 feet who launches an attack against it will receive flame damage that lasts for 10s. Compared to those low-level bosses of the novice trial, the 100-foot demon beast hatchling in front of him was clearly several notches stronger than them. Placed in the Eternal Kingdom, the 100-foot demonic beast was also a large demonic beast race with medium strength. If it was put into the newbie trial quests in the Blue Star newbie zones, then at least more than half of the newbie zones would simply fall into no man's land. Because the four-dimensional attributes of the blue star human race were inherently incomparably weak, they could only be considered to be of the last rank among the Eternal Kingdom. To be able to defeat these naturally powerful races, one needed to rely on constant evolution in later stages, accomplishing one life-level leap in metamorphosis after another. The first level is the 100-foot demon beast, worthy of the legendary test of the gods. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Squeak! The 100-foot demonic beast just teleported over and seemed to be momentarily confused. But soon its gaze locked onto Lin Mo. It slowly moved its body, and the large green eyes protruding from the top of its head stared at Lin Mo dead in the face, as if it was looking at its prey. In the next second, it sped towards Lin Mo. Don't look at its size of 5 or 6 meters, but its speed was faster than expected. With a whoosh, it forced itself directly in front of Lin Mo, and opened its mouth full of jagged teeth and gnawed towards him. Flash gap. Lin Mo took a step forward instead of retreating. However, the moment he crossed paths with the 100-foot demonic beast, his body unexpectedly disappeared in place for a brief moment. When he reappeared, he was already located at the top of the 100-foot demonic beast's head, and his right hand had switched into the shape of a bone sword at some point, aiming at the hard back of the 100-foot demonic beast's head and stabbing directly into it. However, the 100-foot demonic beast was not a vegetarian, and reacted extremely fast. Its snake-like slender body instantly contracted, wanting to tackle Lin Mo's body at the risk of injuring its vitals. Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated this, and his toes gently placed a point on its hard back. Flash gap. In the next second, his entire body disappeared back into place, escaping the stranglehold that the 100-foot demonic beast had formed with its body. When he reappeared, Lin Mo stood in an open space underneath the 100-foot demonic beast and raised the bone sword in his hand high toward its forehead with a forceful slash. Clunk! The bone sword snapped in response, and the tip of the sword flew directly backwards. Squeak! The 100-footed demonic beast seemed to be extremely mortified as it heaved its entire body downwards. Lin Mo's body moved slightly, and his entire body stormed back a few steps to avoid the attack. He looked at the broken bone sword at his right hand and frowned slightly. This was the first time a bone sword had broken since being reborn. Surprisingly, I still underestimated the hardness of its body. He whispered. Squeak! The 100-foot demonic beast hissed up to the sky, seemingly extremely upset with Lin Mo, who was scurrying over and over everywhere. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth lifted into a smile. Flash gap wasn't really a skill, but a high-end combat technique. While both sides exchanged blows, they utilized instant bursts and blind spots in their vision to create the illusion of instantaneous movement. This is a martial art unique to humans. In order to fight against opponents of the same level whose four-dimensional attributes were far more powerful than their own, the Blue Star humans had developed this battle technique of winning the battle with the weak. In his previous life, as the strongest player in Blue Star, Lin Mo had also participated in the development of many martial arts techniques. The use of this technique has long since reached the peak of excellence. There is no need to practice even once again, sooner or later, as you use them more often. Sooner or later, these techniques will once again become as much behavior as muscle memory. With a swish sound, his bone sword once again grew a sharp blade and tip, restoring its integrity. This was the benefit of the aberration weapon. By consuming a certain amount of cancerization value, the weapon could be restored to its original state at any time. Squeak! The 100-foot demonic beast waited a little before adjusting its stance once again and killing. It threw its slender body with force, like a long whip attacking towards Lin Mo. In just one exchange, it had already sensed the weakness of Lin Mo's bone sword and tried to meet him with its hard armor. Only, it was still careless, only to see that Lin Mo didn't choose the tactic of deterring, but raised his right hand, which was transformed into a long sword, and swung straight down towards the long whip thrown over by the 100-legged demonic beast without dodging or avoiding. Chop steel. His eyes slightly condensed, and the long wind made a wind-breaking sound in mid-air, slashing atop the torso of the 100-legged demonic beast with lightning speed. The expected sound of the bone sword breaking did not come, only to see the long sword almost unhindered split the 100-foot demon beast's body in half, and its 5 or 6 meter body was instantly condensed in half. Steel chopping, likewise one of the high-level combat techniques, serves to enhance the weapon's ability to break defense. In the novice trial, Lin Mo did not use these techniques frequently, because at that point it's completely possible to crush by virtue of numerical values. There's no need to use these tricks. However, facing an existence like the 100-foot demonic beast, whose four-dimensional attributes were inherently tens of times higher than those of the human race, these techniques came in handy. Squee! In the next moment, the 100-footed demonic beast rolled on the ground in pain. -100, -80, -60. Red blood deduction prompts kept floating up above the 100-foot demonic beast's head, and in the blink of an eye its blood bar bottomed out. Lin Mo walked up to it unhurriedly, and the 100-foot demon beast looked at him with a hint of supplication in its eyes, but he didn't give his opponent any chance to struggle, and the bone sword once again stabbed towards the weak spot on top of his head. -200. As the blood deduction prompt from the bludgeon floated up, the system's kill prompt also sounded. Ding! Successfully killed the 100-footed demon beast, juvenile. Time taken, 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Looking at the corpse of the 100-foot demonic beast that had already been killed, Lin Mo didn't take back the bone sword but continued to stick it in. A few moments later, the cancerization prompt went off as well. Cancer value of the 5 organs, +5. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth raised in a smile. It's true that it's still the absorption of such a high-level creature's cancerization value that adds up. The novice trial was entirely a mission that was formulated with the quality of Blue Star players in mind, and the Beast Waves monsters were of very low quality. All of them were inferior genes that had gone completely astray on the path of evolution, and the cancerization value that could be provided to Lin Mo was naturally very little. After draining the corpse of the 100-footed demonic beast, a system prompt rang out in time. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for clearing the first level and successfully obtaining the profession, Barbarian, match value, 65. Please accept or not? The match value is only 65? The gods quiz for this kind of crap? Barbarian. But AB rank profession. Its career potential wasn't much higher than Lin Mo's mass profession, warrior, in his previous life. Lin Mo frowned and nodded his refusal without hesitation. Immediately after the next prompt rang out. Ancient Gods Quiz Level 2. Please kill the opponent in front of you. Time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, the next wraith was refreshed above the ring once again. Chapter 22 Kill. Lower Civilization. Primo Mantis Man. Rank, 10. Talent Technique, 1. Dark Vision, 2. Perception, 3. Concealment. This time, the monsters were different from the last time, and a full 10 Mantis Men appeared. Relatively, there was a lot of time to spare. Lin Mo's expression was stunned the moment he saw the Mantis Man, because the Primo Mantis people in front of them were not monsters in the world of the Eternal Kingdom, but were creatures of a lower civilization like the humans of the Blue Planet. Generally speaking, no one would treat such creatures with real civilization as monsters for the trial pass. Lin Mo let out a laugh. This ancient god is quite good at choosing opponents. The 10 Primo Mantis people were naturally less powerful on their own than the 100-footed demonic beast hatchling from earlier, but don't forget, they were all creatures that possessed the same intelligence as Lin Mo, and these Primo Mantis people were incorporated into the Eternal Kingdom much earlier than the Blue Star people, and have long possessed their own racial gifts. So compared to Blue Star players below level 10, they were going to have a full 2 more talent skills. And %*UN. The Primo Mantis people exchanged glances with each other and quickly lined up in formation. Generic language is blocked. Lin Mo sensed the language barrier between the two sides. There are so many races in the Eternal Kingdom that no one has the time to learn the language of each race. That's why the game is self-translating in a common language, just so there's little barrier to communication between civilizations. However, these Primo Mantis people couldn't understand what Lin Mo was saying, so I'm sure the other party couldn't understand what he was saying either. Is it afraid that I will cheat in other ways? Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, but he did not care about this small detail. The combined strength of the 10 Primo Mantis people was not yet in his eyes, even though it exceeded that of the 100-footed demonic beast juvenile just now. Rustling, rustling. A soft wind rumbled as the Primo Mantis men one by one faded into the shadows of the ring, going nowhere. Only 2 or 3 were left on the bright side of the ring to attract Lin Mo's attention. They held double-headed blades and took careful steps towards Lin Mo. Swish! The Primo Mantis man swung his blade towards Lin Mo's face. Switch! Lin Mo lightly drank, and his arms, which were originally in the state of bone swords, instantly transformed into 6 chains, all of which were flung out. Dang it! Only a crisp metallic sound was heard from the collision of the chains and the double-headed blades, but if you listen carefully, you will be able to notice that the metallic sound is not 3, but 10. That's right, the attack just now wasn't just an attack launched by a few Primo Mantis men on the surface, but an attack launched by 10 Primo Mantis men on the field together. As soon as they came up, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lin Mo hadn't yet gotten a feel for their skills and directly made a killing move, making sure to kill them in one blow. Unfortunately, Lin Mo knew their natural techniques like the back of his hand. Concealment is really buggy for the average new player, but it's not all bad. For a true master, there are more senses than just the eyes that can be used. Hearing, smelling and touching are their weapons. This level 10 novice Primo Mantis man has a complete lack of control over his own scent. With a little bit of attention, one would be able to distinguish their position and thus judge the distance and manner of the attack. Lin Mo looked at the Primo Mantis people in front of him and sneered. It's just as well that they're all here. Saves me from having to deal with them one by one. Chop steel. his breath slightly condensed, only to see the 6 chains quickly stagnate, flinging out an arc in the air before instantly contracting. Put! A hidden Primo Mantis man was immediately exposed when the end of a chain thrown back stabbed him in the back and the heart. Then more Primo Mantis men were stabbed in the heart with chains. The moment the chain was withdrawn, there was a continuous plop sound. Meanwhile, the already weak-bodied Primo Mantis people fell one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The few remaining Primo Mantis men that didn't get hit roared in anger and raised their double-headed blades in their hands and stabbed. Lin Mo slightly raised his feet, only to see that both of them had been deformed into single-edged blades, and with a gentle sweep in the air, he quickly slashed across their throats. Instantly, several one-strike prompts flashed out on the system panel. Ding! Successfully killed Primo Mantis man asterisk 10. Time taken, 1 minute 58 seconds. The time consumed was a bit less than killing the 100-foot demonic beast juvenile just now. Aside from the fact that these Primo Mantis people were more aggressive in their attacks, it was mainly because Lin Mo knew them too well. He had once slaughtered the Primo Mantis to count the number of cities and killed countless high-level players of the Primo race. For this kind of Primo novice Mantis man, who was not even proficient in stealth yet, it was naturally a matter of hand-to-hand combat. That said, the battle was more or less won. Of course, even if he did it again, Lin Mo would not be merciful. Bear! Several chains quickly stabbed inside the bodies of the Primo Mantis people, sucking them one by one into a human stem. Carcinoma value of the right lower extremity, plus 0.2. Carcinoma value of the left upper extremity, plus 0.1. The cancerous value of the limbs, which had been motionless, also moved. Although the amount added was not much, it was naturally much better than sucking dozens of corpses in a beast hide that could not add a bit. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for clearing the second level and successfully obtaining the profession, Martial Arts Monk, match value, 68. Please accept or not? A-class professional martial arts monks? Lin Mo naturally knew that this profession, as far as the growth of the profession was concerned, was definitely higher than the warrior profession he had in his previous life, not to mention that the match value had also reached 68 points, but it's still too common and not enough. He didn't choose to take the test of the gods for a common combat profession. Lin Mo once again bluntly chose to refuse. Ancient Gods Quiz Level 3. Please kill the opponent in front of you. Time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Quack. With a crisp frog sound, new opponents refreshed around the ring. A gray upright toad covered in disgusting particles appeared all around. Instead of open webbed palms, their hands grow a sharp claw. Their eyes are covered in a grayish layer of slime, and sharp thorns grow all over their backs and arms. Layla Dead Toad. Rank, 10. Talent Technique, 1. Strong Acid, 2. Sound Wave, 3. Blindsight. Dozens of Lyra Dead Toads lined up in order, their evil eyes staring deathly at Lin Mo, their double faces constantly bulging to emit croaking sounds. Quack quack quack. In the next moment, the sonic attack was unleashed without warning. Lin Mo was caught off guard by having his eardrums shattered, and blood flowed out along his 7 orifices. His eyes were also clouded with a blood color, and he lost most of his 5 senses in an instant. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to avoid it, but it was unavoidable. And the focus of the sound wave attack happened to be on the organs of Lin Mo's unenhanced head. Just the first wave of sound wave attacks dealt a heavy blow, and his blood level immediately slipped by a large amount. Just then, the Lyra Dead Toad once again catalyzed its throat bones, and its twin faces exploded and swelled to maximum size. Quack 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 quack. Soon, waves of sound wave attacks with a wider range and higher damage once again came towards Lin Mo. Chapter 23, Flash Gap. High-ranked combat skills. Flash Gap. Lin Mo's footsteps were a little bit, and his figure stormed, instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next second, he had appeared above Lyra's dead toad. Poo-poo. However, before he could react, the head of Lila's dead toad had already turned around, and countless strong acids shot straight towards his face. Zip, zip, zip. The hot acid splattered across the skin of his upper torso, burning him to the skin and soon revealing the flesh and bone inside. Infinite proliferation. Lin Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if the one whose blood, flesh, and skin were scalded to a crisp was not himself. Upper extremity cancer value -1. As the cancerization value prompt rang out, his skin and flesh began to slowly repair and his blood began to return to normal. Lin Mo looked at the 20 to 30 Layla dead toads below. If you look at the attribute panel, they are inferior to the 100-foot wraiths, and they are inferior to the Primo Mantis people in terms of talent strength. It was just that their abilities happened to somewhat restrain Lin Mo at the moment. The first thing was the sonic attack, which completely cut into the weak points of Lin Mo's head organs. Secondly, the blind sight skill is also able to capture his course of action perfectly, a technique like Flash Gap, which utilized the illusion of vision. became ribald in the eyes of the Lyra undead toad, who had superb dynamic vision. Now that's a monster in the Eternal Kingdom, evolving weapons that are extremely lethal. Even Lin Mo, whose four-dimensional attributes were definitely considered excellent in level 10, had to be cautious in front of them. It's only the third level and you're putting me on difficulty. Lin Mo sneered, the 6 chains on his arms fully unfolded, and with a stomp of his feet, he charged towards the camp of the Layla undead toads. Clunk! The Lyra dead toads didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Mo's melee combat either, as they stood up and waved their sharp claws in their hands to make clashing sounds with the chains. Chop steel. Lin Mo gazed slightly. The ends of the chains were instantly strengthened and quickly rotated in the air, unexpectedly stabbing into the back of the head of one of the Layla's dead toads, bringing up a streak of green juice. -100, -120, -150. Red blitz alerts kept floating above their heads. Most of those monsters from the Beast Tide of Novice Trials only had a life value of 200 or 300 points even if it was the limit, and even the bosses didn't have a high life value. As long as you hit the vitals and deal bludgeoning damage, you'll easily be able to inflict a spike. But both the 100-footed Wraith hatchling from the first round and now the Lila undead toad had 10 times as much blood as they did. Together with the super high defense of these two monsters, the chains might not be able to cause a kill even if they hit the vital points. Once is not enough. Then twice. Lin Mo, whose eyes were bloodshot, turned his eyes even colder, and the 6 chains rotated at a faster speed once again, and the movements of the Layla undead toads were obviously slowed down by half a point. Quack quack quack. The Lyra undead toads let out cries of pain as their blood levels exploded down again. Dynamic vision can be captured, but the body's reflexes are lacking. That's their weakness. Faced with a chain that sped through the air, it was obvious that he was a bit overwhelmed. You have successfully killed the Lyra dead toad. 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 Ding! The kill alerts kept coming, and the number of undead toads lying down in the room increased. A few minutes later, the pass came through. Ding! Successfully killed Lyra undead toad *30. Time taken, 6 minutes and 58 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for clearing the 3rd level and successfully obtaining the profession, Flowing Light Assassin, match value, 70. Please accept or not? Lin Mo stood in place covered in wounds, his eyes looking towards the Flowing Light Assassin, S rank, in the system prompt. I can't believe it's this profession. He was a little surprised. The profession of Streamlight Assassin had once shown in the previous life among the great competition of 10,000 races, but it wasn't the Blue Star human race that had obtained this profession. Instead, it's a player from another medium-sized civilization. At that time, he was holding a flowing light dagger, and he killed several Eternal Races' heavenly prides in the great competition of the 10,000 races by subjugating them from below. It was only a pity that in the end, he still failed and stopped at the 100 rankings of the 10,000 clans competition. Even so, it allowed the world to understand the power of the Flowing Light Assassin. In the early days of the Blue Star game, this definitely qualifies as a first-class profession. Also, the match value is higher than the previous 2 professions. At 70 points, Lin Mo hesitated for the first time. With the Flowing Light Assassin coupled with a match value of 70 points, his development potential had definitely been raised a notch from his previous life when he chose the warrior profession. Available at. That's the 3rd level. Lin Mo still chose to give up after pondering. Ding! Have given up Streamlight Assassin. Ring fusion in progress, please wait. As the system prompt rang out, the ring under Lin Mo's feet began to change drastically. A huge tree rose up from the surrounding area, while the ring quickly sank and disappeared into the soil that had appeared out of nowhere. The trees, the green leaves, the sunlight, everything was slowly rising, yet everything seemed fake. A few moments later, a brand new primitive forest appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. He raised his head with half-squinted eyes, looking up at the sunlight shining through the leaves, and whispered, even a wood mage of the Eternal Realm, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to create a primeval forest out of thin air so quickly, right? Or is this an illusion? With that, he knelt down and grabbed a handful of soil near his feet and sniffed it. The sandy soil still seemed to smell of early morning dew, and there was no mistaking either the sense of hearing, smell, or touch. Not an illusion? Then it's a miracle? Lin Mo became more and more convinced of the identities of those existences in the middle of that chaotic divine domain. The top professions, and this unpredictable place of trial, even the Eternal Race would have a hard time imitating it. Ancient Gods Quiz Level 4. Please kill the creatures of this forest to gain enough kill points and survive. The quest is open-ended. Warm tips, kill points to reach a certain value can be exchanged for the corresponding occupation. The higher the points, the higher the level of the occupation exchanged for. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, roar. The countdown had just ended when a green-faced, Fanged, 100-foot-tall evil spirit suddenly appeared in the jungle not far away. That's a level 100 green-faced ghost. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. Green-faced ghosts are also one of the common ghosts in the Eternal Kingdom. Usually, the stronger the rank, the stronger the body, and for every level of growth, the height grows by 1 foot. 100-foot green-faced ghost. That's a 100-level ghost. It stretched out its blood-red hands and clenched its fists as it roared up to the sky, the sound emanating huge waves that continued to ripple outward along the jungle, setting off a gust of wind. Countless tree branches and leaves were blown sideways. Lin Mo hurriedly sidestepped his body and hid behind a giant tree, collecting his own aura. With his current strength, meeting this monster was basically a death sentence. This would not be something that a zero-rank player who had not yet switched could deal with. Before he could think about it, suddenly a neighing sound that sounded like a bird or a horse came from the sky, and he looked up again. A vulture horse dyed in gold was seen galloping overhead, and soon exchanged blows with the 100-foot green-faced ghost that had roared just a moment ago. They opened their sharp beaks and sharp claws, grabbing the flesh and blood from the green-faced ghosts piece by piece, tearing them apart, and then swallowing them into their stomachs. Before a moment had passed, the 100-foot green-faced ghost collapsed straight down with an unwilling hiss. Seeing this, Lin Mo hit his body a little more tightly. Apparently these buzzards, even worse. Chapter 24, The Pygmies. The Dwarves of the Jungle. 100-level monsters are everywhere. What kind of place is this? Doubts rose in Lin Mo's eyes. To hunt monsters in such an environment was hellishly difficult. If you're not paying attention, you'll get caught in the wave of these behemoths and just reopen. Of course, there was still a chance to reopen. Lin Mo wasn't sure. The only thing that's certain is that he doesn't like to leave his fate in the hands of uncertainty. If other people were in such circumstances, they would have been afraid that they would have already despaired. But how many more times has Lin Mo faced desperate situations? Countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood had been killed. So why should he be afraid of the challenge in front of him? He didn't waste any time, and immediately made a gentle leap and stood on a branch halfway up the giant tree, his eyes beginning to search the nearby terrain. Soon, he locked onto his target, and after a few jumps in the trees, he redescended to the ground. In the middle of the monster-infested jungle, there was a surprisingly extinguished campfire. Lin Mo reached out and pinched a pinch of wood ash. It's still warm. It's nearby. He stood up again and looked around, quickly spotting the trail that had been deliberately concealed in the dirt not far away. Despite having swept the mess with leaves and tools, with Lin Mo's experience he still saw the signs at a glance. West. Immediately judging the direction, Lin Mo leapt onto the tree branch once again and quickly ran through the jungle. After 10 minutes or so, he stopped in the canopy of a large tree, coming to a halt, gazing into the distance at the primordial giant. At first glance, this large tree seems no different from the other trees around it, and if you don't look closely it might be hard to see the difference. However, with Lin Mo's experience, it wasn't difficult to see through this kind of inferior concealment. Smell it. It's the scent of weakness. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he disappeared into the original trunk, and by the time he appeared he was already located underneath the huge tree. Aberration. With a light gulp, his right arm transformed into a long blade without a handle. Then he raised it and chopped at the roots of the giant tree. Chop steel. The blade got a few points sharper and easily severed the roots of the giant tree before the entire tree was seen to fall straight down. Boom! A loud noise came, startling a flock of birds. But this little bit of commotion seemed extraordinarily worthless in this primitive jungle that knew no end. And the buzzard herds that were still circling and hunting in the distance paid no attention to the commotion on this side. Oh myli walla! Sharp noises came from the canopy. It didn't take long to see countless bush dwarves running out of the thick undergrowth with swords and spears raised. It really is you guys. Lin Mo looked like he had expected it. Pygmies. Rank, 10. Racial habits, living in groups. Language, talent, danger sense. Pygmies. An extremely weak race of little people. So weak that the eternal dwarves won't even recognize it as a distant relative of theirs. But it is the pygmies who love to live in dangerous places. It is said that this is their racial nature that has evolved over countless years. Of course, it also relied on their talent. Danger sense. Oh myli walla. The pygmies, on the contrary, were furious at Lin Mo's appearance, for the reason that the great tree in which their ancestors had lived for generations had been cut off by him with this single cut. They pulled out weapons from their belts and threw them towards Lin Mo. Rustling. A spear the size of a needle tip kept striking at Lin Mo, but it couldn't even break his defense. In the end, Lin Mo was a bit annoyed by the beating and swung his right arm horizontally. Swish dash. Countless pygmies were cut off and sprawled across the field. The noise came to an abrupt end and the scene fell silent. The remaining pygmies lowered their weapons, then raised their hands above their heads and knelt down towards Lin Mo. Woo mile woo mile woo mile. They were bowing down and ghosting something out of their mouths. Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. With the universal language being shielded, he really couldn't understand these bird languages. He waved his hand, signaling a pause, and stated succinctly what he had come for. I, for one, will hunt, and you, for one, will lead the way. The pygmy's natural skill, danger sense, not only helps them avoid risks, but is also a divine skill for finding prey. With the help of the pygmies, the next hunt will definitely be twice as easy. As soon as his words were out of his mouth, though, the pygmies were still chattering. Thus, Lin Mo swung his sword once again. With a swish, another swath of the remaining pygmies died. So on, the cycle is repeated 2 or 3 times. Finally, a pygmy kowtowed and said tearfully, old master, don't cut it, it's going to go extinct. Lin Mo let out a laugh. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? If players of other races need to rely on the system's common language to understand the language of other races, pygmies don't need this at all. They were born with superb linguistic talent, and as long as they didn't use magic or bloodline encryption, they basically understood the language at first hearing and were able to communicate fluently very quickly. This was the main reason why, weak as they were able to not go extinct even in the Eternal Kingdom where danger was everywhere. The pygmy who had cowed out his head the loudest looked up. My lord, may I ask if it is the golden dragon you wish to hunt? Or the Hydra of Hell? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Shady I am, aren't I? Frightened, the pygmy once again flung himself on the ground and kowtowed. I don't dare. My youngest just thinks that you are so powerful, master, that only these prey are worthy of you. Lin Mo sneered. It better be. When he finished, he glanced at the pygmies and said, fine, just you. Pick me the right opponent, and I'll let you go as soon as you reach my goal. The pygmies did not dare to refuse, but only weakly raised their heads and asked, I would like to ask your lordship what your goal is. Lin Mo raised his head to look at the entire primitive forest and said, it's simple, slaughter all the creatures in this forest that I can. The pygmies did a double take at those words and just felt that life was over. This is not hunting, it is clearly looking for death. He said weakly, old master, this task is really too daunting, and I am afraid that I am afraid. Swish, the bone knife swung again, and screams rang out. Looking at the mutilated bodies of his friends and family around him, the pygmy's face turned white, and he hastened to fall to the ground again, bowing vigorously. Kemi is willing to follow his lordship for the rest of his life, to the ends of the earth and the sea. Lin Mo also didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly picked up the back of his collar and put it on his shoulder, said indifferently, sit down. As soon as those words came out, Kemi hastily grabbed onto Lin Mo's tattered clothes. Lin Mo, however, ignored his mental activities and asked, say, where to now? Kemi eyes turned, rubbed his hands and said, master, Kemi knows that there is a Koteo fishman tribe nearby, or, we go there? Lin Mo glanced at him, if there's a problem with the path you're leading, the first one to slaughter you will be the first one to slaughter your entire clan. Kemi scowled and cried, Kemi knows, master. He mentally wailed at the fate of his future. Why is the new master not slaughtering the whole clan? Chapter 25 Encounter. Scorpion-tailed lion juvenile. Rustling. The leaves of the forest rattled slightly as Lin Mo led Kemi all the way to the west. The speed was so fast and the movements so slight that even the flying birds in the trees were hard to startle, let alone startling the ferocious beasts that could easily be 100 levels. Kemi also took it all in and exclaimed in a loud voice, master, you're just too strong. This concealment method is better than even as pygmies. Lin Mo didn't take his rainbow fart and said, if you take the wrong route, I'll let you know what it means to be truly strong. Kemi blushed sardonically and said, how dare you? Kemi, as well as the entire clan's lives, were pinched in Lin Mo's hands, so naturally, he didn't dare to do so. Sure enough, under his careful directions, Lin Mo soon heard the sound of a stream coming along the forest. With a slight movement of his mind, he moved quickly between the trees and finally found the habitat of the Kodo fishman. The Kodo fishman was about the same size as a Nook alien demon, probably only about 1 meter 2 or 3. They hold a sharp harpoon and patrol back and forth near the river. Not far away you can see the makeshift tents they have set up along the shore, but these are illusions. In the event of danger, they will quickly duck into a stream and launch their attacks from the river. Kodo fishman. Rank, 10. Skills, 1. Harpoon casting, 2. Netting, 3. Sliding. The natural skill is simple and within 10 levels. From this point of view, Kemi did not deceive himself. Lin Mo said indifferently to Kemi, you have an extra 10 minutes to live. Just as Kemi wanted to inquire about why it was only 10 minutes longer, he only saw the next moment Lin Mo charging towards the Kodo fishman by the stream. My god, master! He let out a gasp of surprise and hastily grabbed the clothes underneath him. Kemi said in his heart that it was not good. Not only did this new lord have a heavy killing heart, but he was also a reckless man without a brain. With so many fishers on the shore, shouldn't it be a good idea to scout a wave of hostiles and then start raiding as appropriate? How come he rushed out as soon as he came up, afraid that people won't see him? Just as Kemi was frantically spitting in his mind, a bone dagger only a dozen centimeters long split from the knuckles of Lin Mo's hands, and then gently flung. Swoosh! The sharp bone daggers scored direct hits on the faces of several Kodo fishmen. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! The system prompts for seconds kept flashing out. At the same time, the Kodo fishermen along the creek reacted. Woohoo! They call loudly to their companions around them. In no time at all, hundreds of Kodo fishmen had gathered on the shore. Woohoo! The leader of the fishmen shouted, only to see countless harpoons projected towards Lin Mo, who was still running. Switch! Lin Mo's arms apparated into 6 chains that quickly flew through the air, sending a harpoon flying all over the place before quickly forcing his way into the crowd of fish. The 6 chains fully unfolded and quickly rotated, opening up the killing mode. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! The kill prompts kept floating up, looking at Kemi on Lin Mo's shoulder with a shocked face. It was important to realize that the only reason he had let Tingting Lin Mo to come here was because this group of Kotao fishmen were deadly rivals to them. On weekdays these guys would bully them pygmies on the strength of their own power, even treating them like toys and playing with them recklessly. I didn't expect that none of the Kotao fishmen, who looked incomparably powerful to Kemi, had even survived a single blow in Lin Mo's hands. It seems that this new lord is not completely brainless, Kemi secretly thought in his heart. A few minutes later, the corpses of hundreds of Kodo fishers were either lying on the edge of the stream or floating on the stream. Flowing downstream, a small tribe of Kodo fishmen, all but wiped out. Ding! Slaughtering the Kodo fishman tribe. Kill points being settled. Settlement is successful. You have earned 10 kill points. Current total, 110. Currently the recommended profession is streaming assassin, match value 70. Do you use kill points to redeem your profession? The system prompt was displayed on Lin Mo's panel. Slaughtering the entire fishman tribe only added 10 points, and it wasn't even as good as the ferocious beasts that he had just killed in the ring. As a matter of course, the recommended profession, streaming assassin, has not been changed. Too weak. These fishmen were even weaker than the Oasis fishmen, who were known to be the weakest fishmen. Killing them is a waste of time. Lin Mo's brows furrowed as he picked up Kemi, who was still in shock, and said in a dangerous tone, "Are you ting me?" Kemi froze, also sensing that his tone was not kind, and quickly said, "Old master." Kemi didn't. Lin Mo said with a cold smile, "These trash, they deserve to be called enemies?" Kemi scowled. "Master, didn't you start out by saying you were going to slaughter all you could?" Lin Mo. He was silent for a moment and said, "I'll give you one more chance. My time is precious. Don't fool me with this crap." Kemi nodded his head repeatedly. "Don't worry, my lord. Kemi knows that there is a scorpion-tailed lion's juvenile in the cave in front of us. It's strong and definitely meets your requirements." Scorpion lion. Lin Mo mused. This was a ferocious beast not weaker than the 100-footed demonic beast. Even the juvenile body possessed considerable strength. If it grows up at a later stage, like the 100-foot green-faced ghost just now, the vulture horseherd is just its food. Lead the way. Lin Mo faintly spat out 2 words. Chameleon nodded without hustle, no longer daring to play any slick tricks, and honestly began broadcasting the route. Sure enough, he was guided to the scorpion-tailed lion that inhabits the cave. The scorpion-tailed lion's face resembled a human face, with the body of a lion, as well as a pair of dragon wings full of spikes, and its tail possessed 24 tail spines, looking like a vine covered in thorns. This was a large ferocious beast that had been hybridized, and the adults were so powerful that they were in no way weaker than flying dragons, griffins, and other kings of the air. But the one in front of Lin Mo's eyes was clearly a cub, with a length of just 2 or 3 meters, and the length of the scorpion's tail was just 4 or 5 meters, and it was still far from the oppressive feeling of the adult body. Scorpion-tailed lion, juvenile. Rank, 10. Talent technique, 1. Tail spike regeneration, 2. Predator. The scorpion-tailed lion immediately reacted after Lin Mo moved slightly closer, tilting its human face up and hissing towards him. Ho ho ho! It seemed to be warning Lin Mo not to step on its territory. Lin Mo, of course, ignored its warning, but instead, he unhurriedly switched his right arm into a bone sword state and said to Kemi over his shoulder, 10 minutes to figure out your next opponent. Kemi swallowed, not sure whether to worry about whether the new lord could beat the scorpion-tailed lion, or whether to consider what exactly to look for in the next opponent more vicious than the scorpion-tailed lion. Just as he was entangled and terrified, the new old master's bone sword had already taken the lead in cutting out. Between the rise of his hand and the fall of his sword, He chopped off the scorpion tail of the scorpion tail lion's proud scorpion tail with all its roots. Ho 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 ho! The scorpion-tailed lion let out a heart-rending hiss. Kemi's shoulders relaxed slightly, while sighing in relief. Well, time to consider the latter. Chapter 26: The Game? Or Doomsday? A few minutes later, the scorpion-tailed lion lay dead, split in several pieces, at the entrance to the cavern. Ding! Successfully killed scorpion-tail lion, juvenile, gained 30 kill points. Current total, 140. Currently the recommended profession is streaming assassin, match value 70. Do you use kill points to redeem your profession? Is there still no career change? Lin Mo mused. A scorpion-tailed lion added more points than a small tribe of fishmen. In other words, the rules of the game were pretty much the same as what he had guessed, which was to hunt stronger opponents at the same level. Lin Mo swept a glance at the scorpion-tailed lion corpse on the ground and didn't waste it. The chain swished and stabbed into the corpse. Left lower extremity cancer value, +2. Looking at the drained body on the ground, the dwarf Kermitan on his shoulder scrunched up his neck and grimaced. Before Lin Mo could say anything, he immediately said, "Master, continue to the west. There's a minotaur bull cub that usually always likes to bully this scorpion-tailed lion cub, and it's definitely stronger. And. Further east there's the small tribe of Vic mud monsters, which are also very good all round, and absolutely plentiful. Also, the Lord Bear cubs to the southwest, the scavengers to the northwest, and the Zephyr bears further north." Kemi rattled off all the suitable opponents in the neighborhood. There were weak and strong of these monsters and ferocious beasts, but even the weakest Vic mud monster was quite a bit stronger than the Kotao fishman just now, and the strongest monsters were even stronger than the 100-foot demonic beasts, scorpion-tailed lions, and these ferocious beasts. Lin Mo pondered a little, and after sifting through them to prioritize the hunt, he began to move, killing, quietly unfolding in this primitive forest. Ding! Congratulations to players Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji and the others for successfully passing the novice trial. They have reached the conditions for transferring. Do they enter the transfer shrine? As the last monster on the playground fell, the system's prompt rang out in time. Finally, passed. Li Mingliang sat down on the ground with a deflated face. Zhang Yuanji and the others beside him weren't much better. From yesterday when the game descended, to the time when all the novice trial missions were cleared, there were too many things that had been experienced in between. They had been fighting for days and their bodies were already exhausted. Zhang Yuanji pestled his lance to the ground, panting as he looked at Li Mingliang and asked, "What's the word? To transfer?" Li Mingliang said, "Nonsense. Of course I want to transfer." After saying that, he rubbed his chin again and said, "That guy is probably close to completing his transfer quest." Zhang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I don't know. He is too strong. It is no longer something we can understand." Li Mingliang's expression faded and he smiled to himself. "That's right, this guy is a monster. Comparing with him is just looking for abuse. A team of thousands of people is not worth mentioning in front of him." Zhang Yuanji said, "I urge you to have no resistance either. Our failure had nothing to do with him. We brought it entirely on ourselves. Moreover, the 911 novice area is thanks to Lin Mo, or else it's likely to be overrun by beast tides and reduced to a terra incognita just like the other novice areas." Speaking of this, Li Mingliang and the other players who had cleared the level also had a look of fear. From the time after Lin Mo disappeared, the world announcement of XX Newbie Zone has fallen into the land of no man started to be broadcasted over the 9/11 Newbie Zone, and it has been completely uninterrupted, and it is still going on until now. Just now until now. I guess it's 8,000 if not 10,000? More than that. I'm counting. It's definitely broken 10,000. TSK, a few thousand people in a novice area. So tens of millions of people have already been killed. And I wonder what happened to my parents. If they survived? Hey, better take care of yourself first. This is not a game. It's clearly the end of days. Who says it isn't? The players sighed. And even if they had just passed the novice trial, they didn't look too joyful after seeing yesterday's killings. There are just too many dead people. Even though they had survived the calamity, they still had a vestigial feeling of a rabbit dying when they looked at the world announcements that kept appearing in the sky. Li Mingliang sneered. "Humph. I advise you to accept the reality. The days to come won't be any better than these 2 days, and what awaits us is only an even more brutal future." Hearing him say that, the other players also looked desperate. They were having such a hard time with just one novice trial mission, let alone meeting the future. The excitement of the first day of the game descending had long since evaporated at this point, replaced by concern for his future. Zhang Yuanji said in a loud voice, "It's because of this that we as a novice zone should hold tight and support each other." Speaking here, he hesitated. "If he is willing to help us, maybe our situation will improve a lot." When many players heard this, The image of Lin Mo being invincible on the battlefield also appeared in their minds. Those monsters whose faces were abhorrent and terrifying to them were like lambs to the slaughter under him, powerless. If such a person is not to be an enemy, but a friend, or their leader, what do they have to fear in the 9/11 novice zone? It's cool to think about it. But in the next second, Li Mingliang punctured their fantasies. Thinking too much. Yan Zhou has already proved this with his life, so don't even think about it. Instead of thinking so much, think about how to complete the transfer quest. The players looked even more bereft. Lin Mo, a big shot like Yan Zhou, couldn't even look at them, let alone the likes of them. Zhang Yuanji was silent for a moment and continued. Alright, I'll prepare for the transfer quest now. That fast? You don't want to die. Li Mingliang swept a glance at Zhang Yuanji, who was covered in wounds. Zhang Yuanji said in a deep voice, we've already wasted a lot of time. If we don't fight for our lives at this time, I'm worried that we won't even have the chance to fight for our lives in the future. Li Mingliang gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go too. The other players also spoke up. So are we. I'm not afraid to die. Seeing the countless newbie zones reduced to blank spaces, not only Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, but also the other Blue Star newbie players who were still surviving at the moment, had a huge sense of crisis in their hearts. World announcement, Yen Kingdom Novice Area 1643 has been overrun by monsters and has been reduced to a no man's land. World announcement, Newbie Area 5422 in the Great Cold Kingdom has been infested by monsters and has been reduced to a terra incognita. World announcement, Lighthouse Country Novice Area 2345 has been overrun by monsters and has been reduced to a no man's land. The big golden glittering letters kept flashing in the sky, and it was unknown how many waves of world announcements had been rotated in less than a minute's time. The number of deaths across Blue Star continues to skyrocket. Players in the 911 Novice Area tilted their heads up to look at the big golden letters in the sky, and deep fear flowed out of their eyes. Chapter 27 SS Rank Occupation. Martial Extreme Sword Sect. Chop Steel. Lin Mo had a large long sword on one side of his hands, cutting out a sword wind. The sword's wind was severe, and wherever it passed, gusts of wind-breaking sounds came from it, and the surrounding branches and leaves flew horizontally, and the ones who fought it were no slouches. The Minotaur, the legendary Minotaur, labyrinth copy of the common monsters, but in the newbie level. This is the proper, super class question. The juvenile Minotaur was also nearly 3 meters tall, holding a long-handled battle axe that exceeded his height, rapidly swinging and chopping in the air at a speed not much slower than Lin Mo's two-handed sword. Clunk! Fire and light shot out in all directions, and the weapons kept exchanging blows in the air, making ear-piercing metal clashing sounds. Kemi on Lin Mo's shoulder grabbed the corner of his clothes in terror, fearing that he might accidentally fall off and accidentally fall under the sword of both again. Both sides also did not have any extra techniques. Their feet were rooted and they stood still, just like this, hard and fast. You slashed me once, I slashed you twice. The fighting style was pretty hardcore, but Kemi just felt like her little heart couldn't take it. Boy, this new lord's strength was too outrageous. This kind of monster with a high-level magical beast bloodline was able to beat each other face to face. The most crucial thing was that Lin Mo had fought from day to night, and hadn't rested for 10 or 20 hours straight, either in the middle of a fight or on the way to one. And those opponents that Kemi once thought impossible to defeat in a lifetime. The Lord Bears, the Scavengers, the Zadie Bear Men, one after another. They fell under Lin Mo's sword and became a dry corpse. It's too much. This new lord, he's not a descendant of the eternal race, is he? Kemi was reasonably skeptical about Lin Mo's identity. An existence that was able to slaughter these high-ranked magical beast bloodlines with ease seemed to be unable to find any other explanation other than the eternal race. Especially the fact that Lin Mo sucked on corpses after every battle was a lot like the eternal bloodsucker species. Bloodsuckers are the eternal race that relies on feeding on the blood and souls of others to enhance themselves. Just about the only difference is that the juvenile form of the bloodsucking species seems to be in bat form and does not maintain human form. However, it could not be ruled out that Lin Mo was descended from a bloodsucking species bloodline. The eternal race? That was the pinnacle civilization located in the Eternal Kingdom. Even if one possessed a little bit of a thin bloodline, it would be used endlessly. At the novice stage, it's perfectly possible to do a messy kill. If it's really a descendant of the eternal race, then won't Kemi and I follow in the future? The more Kemi thought about it, the more excited he became, and he had even begun to fantasize in his mind about the future of succeeding the pygmy patriarch and marrying the patriarch's daughter. Dang! Just as he was fantasizing, Lin Mo's bone sword once again collided hard with the Minotaur's long-handled battle axe. The huge reaction force shook both of their figures back a few steps. Kemi almost didn't catch the clothes and was thrown out. Luckily the cane that was tied to Lin Mo's body at the end worked and allowed him to retrieve a small life. But before he could rest his breath, Lin Mo raised his bone sword and killed again. Dang it! The battle entered white heat. Both sides did not back down from each other. Neither side was prepared to give the other any chance to recuperate, and once again fought together. Half an hour later, roar! The Minotaur, who was covered in wounds, roared up to the sky, and finally planted himself backward unwillingly, dying with a grudge. Lin Mo, who was also covered in wounds, glanced at the corpse on the ground with indifferent eyes and extended his bone sword to stab in. Ding! The limb cancerization value has reached its limit. The 5 organs cancerization value, +5. By the time he retrieved his bone sword, the Minotaur's strong body had turned into a dry corpse, and a system alert came to his ears. Ding! Successfully killed the Minotaur, juvenile. Gained 50 kill points. Current total, 500. Currently the recommended profession is Wuji Sword Sect, match value 80. Do you use all the kill points to exchange the profession? The Flowing Light Assassin, which had been stuck in the recommended profession column for a whole day without any movement, was finally replaced, and the new profession appeared in front of Lin Mo. Wuji Sword Sect. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Not really unfamiliar with the sudden appearance of professions, this was a top-notch swordsman profession that was rarer and stronger than the Flowing Light Assassin ever was. In terms of ratings, the Streamlight Assassin is an S-rank 1-tier profession. The Martial Extreme Sword Sect, on the other hand, was the SS rank profession 1. Both the career potential and the match value with Lin Mo were a notch higher. Even Lin Mo had a trace of satisfaction on his face at the moment. Not bad for a profession I killed and brushed up for an entire day, he said to himself. Immediately, though, he was in a tangle. Just after the system prompt, the copy in front of him hadn't ended. The implication was clear, one could also continue to accumulate kill points. 500 points is not the end of the line. In other words, 80 match points of Wuji Sword Sect is not the end of the line either. Shall we continue? This question was in front of Lin Mo. However, the ferocious beasts and monsters that could be hunted nearby had already been slaughtered by him. The rest of them were either all big level 100 monsters, or they were too weak, and the efficiency of accumulating points was just too slow. Right now, there was only 1 day left before the end of the novice protection period, and there were more important things waiting for him to do. He had to complete the transfer before the end of the novice period. Any more? Lin Mo turned his head sideways to inquire about Kemi. Kemi stared at first, then returned. I don't think there are any. Milord? Should? No. What Kemi means is that there are none left around here. Kemi hurriedly explained. If you still want to hunt, you'll have to pick those whose level exceeds 10. Fierce beasts above level 10, and monsters below level 10 that were still in the novice stage, were completely different classes. Lin Mo didn't mean that he was afraid of these ferocious beasts, and the current him also possessed a certain level of ability to fight across the ranks. It was just that killing these level 1 ferocious beasts above level 10 was too time-consuming, and the returns might not be too good. On his way here just now, he had killed a rank 1 purple worm in passing, only adding a mere few kill points, far less than the Minotaur just now. For a while, Lin Mo was caught in a dilemma, continuing to stay within the replica. The killing points accumulated to the next career recommendation upgrades. I don't know how much time it would take. However, exiting the copy and accepting the Martial Extreme Sword Sect made Lin Mo feel as if he hadn't reached his limit. Any one of these high-level bloodline magical beasts would be a disaster-level existence for an ordinary novice player. But for Lin Mo it was just a bit difficult. What the hell to choose? Lin Mo mused. At that moment, the sound of snorting laughter suddenly came from his ears, followed by the unnameable voice that entered his mind. Snort, little one. It seems you're a bit better than I thought. Lin Mo spoke. It's you. It's you? Who is it? Kemi on Lin Mo's shoulder didn't hear the voices and looked around suspiciously, wondering who Lin Mo was conversing with. The voice resounded in Lin Mo's mind. Little one, do you still want to continue challenging stronger opponents? Chapter 28 Strongest Opponent. Eternal Race. Sure. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. The mysterious voice continued. Snort. Love your never-ending greed. In that case, the next trial is life or death. And if you want a higher ranking profession, I have everything here. But, you'll have to show the appropriate strength to do that. Snicker. As the eerie laughter grew farther and farther away, the voice seemed to disappear from Lin Mo's mind. Before Lin Mo could react, he only saw that the area underneath him suddenly began to vibrate violently. Then, the ring that had just disappeared unexpectedly appeared out of thin air once again, directly under Lin Mo's feet, and then quickly carried him up. The whole primitive forest shook violently as a result. Countless primitive giant trees were planted as a result, and even the streams changed their direction of flow. Soon, the nearby 100-level monsters all noticed the movement over here. Ho 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 ho! They hissed and came running towards this side quickly. My god! Master! It's those big monsters! Kemi was scared out of her mind when she saw all those behemoths running in their direction. But Lin Mo seemed as if he hadn't heard what he said, only slightly lowering his body to alleviate the rapidly rising air pressure in the ring, and not reacting to the surrounding behemoths. When Kemi saw this scene, he subconsciously closed his eyes tightly and cried out in his heart, "My life is over." But 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. Ha! Kemi made a puzzled noise, then slowly opened her eyes. Only those behemoths that came running just now were all, without exception, isolated outside the 100-meter range of this giant ring. Although the distance of 100 meters was just a touching distance for these huge and agile beasts, they were unable to pass this way by the slightest bit. Ho 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 ho! The ferocious beasts hissed, as if they couldn't accept that this sudden appearance of the ring had destroyed the territory that they had always inhabited. However, there was no way to step in, so he could only watch as the ring was rebuilt once again. There's no way for them to get in? Kemi noticed this as well, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. "Master, did you make this?" Lin Mo faintly returned. "No." Kemi was a bit speechless, but in the back of her mind she always felt that this should have something to do with these new lords, worthy of being a descendant of the Eternal Clan. This ability is just strong. Even the 100-level big monsters are not in their eyes anymore. He made such a statement in his mind, but the next moment, he wanted to reach out and slap himself. Swish! Only a holy light descended from the sky, and a teleportation spell formation appeared out of nowhere right above the ring. As the holy light faded away, the object that was teleported appeared in front of Lin Mo and Kemi's eyes. Hiss! The voice came from across the room. "Snake?" Kemi froze, then began counting with her small hands outstretched. 1, 2, 3, 4, hiss, 9 heads. "Oh my god, Master, it's Hydra!" Kemi exclaimed. The monster that appeared in the center of the spell was covered in steel-like scale armor, and from left to right, from top to bottom, it was densely covered with 9 snake heads. Each snake head was wickedly evil, opening its mouth to reveal scarlet snake letters, as well as 2 sharp fangs. They swayed slowly in the air, a pair of golden vertical pupils staring dead ahead. This is the Eternal Race Hell Hydra. Kemi was really incredibly remorseful at this moment. Why would he keep mentioning some eternal race in his mind? Now the raven's tongue was fulfilled. The eternal race was really here. The pygmy's innate natural skill, danger sense, told him that the Hydra in front of him was definitely the pure-blooded Eternal Race Hell Hydra. Hiss! The Hydra spat out its serpentine letters without slowing down to make a sound. Kemi caught the meaning of the other's words. "Apes? Villain? Are you the ones who brought me here?" Kemi subconsciously wanted to flop down on the ground and beg for mercy. He pulled Lin Mo's clothes and whispered into his ear. "Old Master, we'd better run. That's an eternal race." Lin Mo's feet, however, did not move by half, narrowing his eyes and similarly sizing up the Hydra on the opposite side. There was no need for Kemi's reminder, he knew the other's origin the moment he saw the Hydra. A civilization that exists at the pinnacle of the Eternal Kingdom, a member of the Eternal Race. Among the Eternal Kingdom, the Eternal Race was a symbol of power and status. For any race to be given the name of eternity means that they have reached the top of the Eternal Kingdom. All of the eternal races, even the weakest existences among them, were a great deal stronger than players from other civilizations. It was important to realize that Lin Mo's current 4-dimensional attributes were as follows. Strength, 69.6 plus 99. Speed, 69.7 plus 99. Physical, 69.5 plus 89. Spirit, 70.1. Among the newbies who haven't switched, it can definitely be said that they are way ahead of the game. The cancerization values of all 4 limbs had been strengthened to the limit of this level, with a full 100 points of attribute values. However, facing this Eternal Race Hell Hydra in front of him, he was not at all sure that he could defeat the other party. Quite simply, even the average of the 4-dimensional attributes of the most common Eternals broke 1,000 points. In other words, the strength, speed, and physique of this Hell Hydra across the street were all 5 or 6 times higher than Lin Mo. And not to mention the spiritual power, it was directly exceeded by more than 10 times. A gentle sneeze from a Hell Hydra of the same level could kill a large swathe of ordinary players in seconds. Powerful doesn't begin to describe them anymore. It's invincible. Hisses. The Hell Hydra looked at the 100-level ferocious beasts surrounding the ring, and there wasn't much fear in its eyes. It just lightly looked at them for a few moments before withdrawing its eyes. Afterward, he directly ignored Kemi and locked his gaze on Lin Mo's body. "Monkey, do you want to die?" He nakedly issued a death threat to Lin Mo. Kemi, who understood the meaning of his words, was bloodless with fear, and thoughts like "is it too late to kowtow and apologize?" flashed rapidly through his mind. Thoughts like this flashed rapidly through his mind, but while he thought so, Lin Mo did not. Lin Mo just lightly glanced at the Hell Hydra, and his arms monstrously transformed into a pair of bone swords, while his body slightly bent downward by half. It certainly wasn't a bow and salute, but a battle stance. When the Hell Hydra saw him make such a gesture, a pair of vertical pupils contracted slightly. Hiss! Monkey! Seek death! Ooh-hoo! Don't! Kemi cried his little face out, wanting so badly for Lin Mo to let him out first, but then took a look at the periphery of a head of 100-level ferocious beasts, suddenly only feel that life has come to an end. Chapter 29 Staying the weakest is the only way to become the strongest. Hell's Hydra, Eternals. Rank, 10. Eternal Talents, 1. Hellfire, 2. Lust, 3. Regeneration, 4. Blasphemy. For eternal gifts. The information that appeared in front of him caused Lin Mo's heart to slightly freeze. The eternal talent had a characteristic that it would never go below S rank. For eternal talents, that meant that this Hell Hydra in front of him possessed at least 4 S rank or higher talents. At first glance it doesn't seem like much, but don't forget the Eternal's naturally powerful 4-dimensional attributes. With just his 4-dimensional attributes alone, he could crush 99% of his opponents of the same rank. There was no need to use any talent at all. Of course, it's not all bad news. The descendants of the king's family in the Hydra of Hell, as a rule, possess more than 5 eternal talents. The strongest geniuses within the clan even had 9 eternal talents from birth. If he met that kind of demon, Lin Mo would rather go out and face the 100-level ferocious beasts in the periphery than stay in this ring. At least there was a chance of survival if he chose the former. But with his current strength, encountering the latter would definitely be 10 deaths. Fortunately, this Hell Hydra had mediocre qualifications and was not considered a genius within the clan. Even so, Lin Mo was not confident that he would be able to defeat this Hell Hydra on the opposite side. He truly hadn't expected that the fellow who called himself an ancient god would actually capture an eternal race over for him. There's really no fear of my death. Lin Mo let out a laugh. The base 4 dimensions of the Blue Star people are just so much worse than the Eternals. If Lin Mo was given more time, he would be able to find a way to make up for these gaps. Only now he was still in the novice stage, and this gap could not be made up just by trying to make up for it. Hiss, not coming over? Then I'm coming over. The Hell Hydra seemed to have waited impatiently, and in the next moment, it charged straight over. He said he was rushing over, but in Kemi's eyes he just disappeared in place out of nowhere, so fast that he couldn't even be captured with the naked eye. Flash gap. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly, and his body also disappeared in the next second. When the two reappeared, they had already exchanged positions with each other. The Hell Hydra slowly turned its snake head and looked at Lin Mo, who appeared behind it, and coldly snorted. Hiss, carving. For an eternal race like them, they didn't bother with any techniques at all. Those who can crush by virtue of their talent don't need to do anything extra at all. Instead of wasting time researching this, it would be better to cultivate your natural skills. Lin Mo could see the disdain in his vertical pupils, but his expression didn't half waver. This is a uniquely human advantage. This has been true from the very beginning of the evolutionary path, constantly learning and learning from failure. The strong sharpen their teeth and the weak fight for their wits. Staying the weakest is the only way to become the strongest. Lin Mo had never wavered from this belief, and that's what he's always done. Hiss, monkey, go to hell. A snake head of the Hell Hydra violently jetted forward and a mouthful of scorching flames jetted towards Lin Mo's face. Hellfire. The flames had only been released, raising the temperature of the nearby air by several degrees. The ultra-high temperature flames just by being close to it made Lin Mo's skin feel a tingling burning sensation, and if he was hit by the flames head-on, it was possible that his blood bar would be directly emptied. There was no way around it. Thousands of points of base mental power were capable of causing explosive damage even if one released a normal fireball spell. Not to mention that this was the Hellfire, which was at least an S-rank talent technique. Flash gap. Lin Mo once again used his combat skills to circumvent this continuously burning hot flame attack, but the Hellish Hydra seemed to have anticipated this, and stamped down hard on its broad foot, only to hear a boom sound. The originally sturdy ring cracked by inches, and Lin Mo, who wanted to use Flash Gap to avoid the damage, was directly stepped on and flew up. Hellfire. The flames followed closely, targeting none other than Lin Mo, who was unable to move in the air. Crap. Kemi covered his eyes and prepared for the fatal blow. Tread. Lin Mo, however, didn't sit and wait for death like he did. His feet slightly pointed in the air, and his body once again soared upwards, just in time to avoid the spray of hellfire. Hiss, what are you running for, monkey? After 2 consecutive attacks were easily neutralized by Lin Mo, the Hell Hydra was a bit furious. He naturally discerned that Lin Mo's 4-dimensional attributes were far lower than his own. Lin Mo was a bit stronger than players of certain races of the same class, but not by much. He had slaughtered an unknown number of them with the same strength. He originally thought that he would be able to easily solve Lin Mo, but now it seemed as if that wasn't the case. Master, you are too good. Kemi jumped for joy after the robbery. You're in the way too much. But he didn't wait long to be happy before Lin Mo picked up the back of his collar and flung him away. Kermie flipped several times in the air before being thrown heavily over the edge of the ring. He looked across at the Hell Hydra in horror, but none of the latter's 9 heads turned to look at him. Pygmies, a race of people, probably wouldn't even attack Hydra even if they were laid out in front of him, because they were in the eyes of the Hell Hydra. There was no difference with creatures like flies and mosquitoes, an existence that could be killed by just spitting. Grateful to our ancestors for having born Kemi so weak. Kemi instantly dropped to his knees and kowtowed a few times to his long-dead ancestors before moving himself as far as he could towards the edge of the ring, trying hard not to fall to their deaths and not to be caught in the waves of Lin Mo and the Hell Hydra's attacks. Long live the ancestors, and long live Kemi for wanting to live a long life. Kemi mumbled in her mind. At this moment, he immensely wanted Lin Mo to win, even though he himself was aware that the chances of this tended to be close to zero. Hellfire, terrifying jets of high temperatures appeared once again, and the Hell Hydra no longer held back, its 9 heads on fire, almost completely covering the entire ring. Flash gap, tread, flash gap. Lin Mo's figure was continuously displaced in the middle of the ring, constantly dodging and evading attacks. All sorts of high-end combat techniques were utilized on him. Only a perfect stance would be able to fight against the opposite Hell Hydra. Without realizing it, Lin Mo's forehead had already accumulated layers of fine beads of sweat. The limbs that hadn't felt any fatigue even after more than 2 consecutive days of conquest had already begun to show a hint of soreness after only 10 minutes had passed since engaging the Hell Hydra. This is caused by the tightness that naturally occurs in the muscles under full force, facing the eternal race who had super high panel values. But if he missed a single point, he could be killed on the spot. After all, his infinite proliferation hadn't evolved to the point where he could revive with 1 cell left. Shoo shoo shoo. From the view of Kemi, who was watching the battle from the side, detached from Lin Mo's body, he couldn't capture where his opponent's position was at all. For an occasional moment, a trace could be detected, but it quickly disappeared. The whole time he saw the Hell Hydra constantly changing direction and spraying fire, but he didn't dare to ask whether it sprayed or not. But seeing as the hellish Hydra was still spewing, he knew that his lord should not have passed away yet. Kemi prayed silently in his heart for Lin Mo. Master, just hold on a little longer. Maybe if we get tired of spraying the Hell Hydra Grandmaster, he'll let us go. Chapter 30 Regeneration. You're not the only one who has it. From evening to late night and from late night to early morning again, Lin Mo and the Hell Hydra's game of catching up with each other lasted for more than 10 hours. Not to mention that Hell's Hydra is tired of spraying. Even Kermie in the best seat in the house is sleepy enough to fall asleep. Of course, sleep is not really sleep. One slip and he'll turn into a barbecued pygmy. One could only keep moving their position in the ring with their racial talent, danger sense. It's a good thing the ring is big enough for him to get a little bit of room to live. To say the most powerful is definitely his new lord, Lin Mo. Lin Mo was facing the Hell Hydra's overwhelming attacks head-on, but he was actually able to find the slightest gap in them, constantly dodging and displacing himself, and entangling with the other party so far. Hiss, damn monkey. The Hell Hydra also grew progressively angrier from its initial calmness to its later stages. His growls scared Kemi to death every time, but they didn't work on Lin Mo at all. The new lord is awfully calm. Kemi marveled in his mind. Even for a waste like him, he was able to see that if Lin Mo's body was accidentally struck by the Hell Hydra, he was afraid that if he didn't die, he would be half mutilated. But after 10 hours or so, the other side really hadn't let the Hell Hydra touch it at all, avoiding damage perfectly. Flash gap, tread, flash gap. Lin Mo's face is only a few points paler than yesterday's, and his expression is still tough as usual, without any change. Just like the combat techniques he used, it was just a few damage-avoiding battle techniques over and over again. It's not the number of moves that counts, it's the precision. The Hell Hydra's attack seemed to be spreading out and covering the entire field, but the 9 heads didn't work together as well as expected, and there were always gaps between the attacks. For an onlooker, it might be hard to catch the sliver of a seam from it, but it wasn't that hard for Lin Mo. This cub of the Eternal Race's use of natural techniques was still far from skillful. That's why he was still able to stalemate with it. Flash gap. Lin Mo once again seized the gap and managed to avoid the spray of hellfire. And the Hell Hydra on the opposite side looked like it was roaring in anger, but it was actually extremely cunning. He was merely trying to use the roar to force Lin Mo to make a mistake. During that time, he also deliberately sold several breaks to lure Lin Mo into the trap. It was only a pity that the means were too inferior and were seen through by Lin Mo at a glance. Gradually, the Hell Hydra also began to get manic. The flames sprayed from the snake's head intensified once again, bound to burn Lin Mo to death in the ring. After a long period of scorching, the temperature of the entire surface of the ring once again increased by more than 10 degrees Celsius. A lot of places you can get burned just getting off your feet. And so the engagement continued again for over 2 hours. Finally, Hellfire, which had been continuously spraying for more than 10 hours, was almost reaching its limit value. Spare thousands of points of mental power couldn't afford to be used like this. Hiss, damn it, he roared loudly and angrily. But even so, he still didn't put Lin Mo in his eyes, even if all the talent skills couldn't be used. So what? With such a terrifying panel attribute, he didn't believe Lin Mo could do anything to himself. Damn monkey, when I catch you I'll eat you alive, Hell's Hydra said angrily in his heart. Just as he was about to switch strategies, he suddenly felt a coldness at the back of his head. Swish! With a sound on the ground, a snake head suddenly lost contact with its body. When he opened his eyes again, he had rolled down his body to the ground. Before he could react, one snake head after another began to fall without warning. Hiss! By the time it dropped to the fifth snake head, the Hell Hydra finally reacted and discovered Lin Mo, who was located above him. Only Lin Mo's shoulders switched into twin swords and was rapidly harvesting his snake's head. Chop steel. Lin Mo's eyes were slightly condensed, and his two swords were as fast as thunder, chopping off one snake's head after another. Hellfire, the Hell Hydra was shocked and furious, and hurriedly turned the rest of its head to shoot flames towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly as he once again performed step in the air to avoid the attack. Regeneration. The Hell Hydras hissed, and the 5 heads that had just been decapitated were quickly reborn. In seconds, several heads had taken shape. Hiss, damn monkey. For the first time since the engagement, Hell's Hydra was shocked out of his sweat. It was also the first time he realized that this seemingly weak monkey in front of him could really threaten his life. Originally, he thought that the other party had no power to fight back at all, but he had only slightly revealed a slight break, and the other party had almost chopped off all of his snake heads. This guy, he's even hiding his clumsiness. The Hell Hydra finally began to look squarely at Lin Mo in front of him, and Lin Mo on the opposite side of the table frowned slightly, secretly regretting in his heart. It's a pity that the agility value is still too low. If it was 100 points higher, he wouldn't have a chance to regenerate. After missing this opportunity, it was almost difficult for Lin Mo to get close again. Hell Hydra's racial talent is 2 bug level. Any of the 9 snake heads but one of them had not been chopped off would not be able to truly kill the opponent, and the chopped off snake head would be able to regenerate quickly. This is the terrifying gift of the eternal race, especially that patriarch within their clan who stood at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. Each snake head mastered a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying eternal forbidden art, especially the golden snake head in the center, which was immortal, and legend had it that even the gods were unable to chop it off. Of course, this juvenile body of the Hell Hydra in front of them was far from being as terrifying as the adult body, and that patriarch of theirs. After the 5 snake heads had been decapitated, the recovery speed of the snake heads looked fast, but Lin Mo knew that at least for a short period of time the 5 snake heads wouldn't be able to use Hellfire anymore. Hiss hiss hiss, don't get cocky, monkey. So what if I'm missing a few snake heads? I'm still above you. The Hell Hydra quickly stabilized its mind, and its pair of vertical pupils added a few more points of killing intent. Greed. Suddenly, one of his snake heads opened its mouth wide and jerked forward to extend infinitely. The speed was so fast that Lin Mo hadn't reacted in time. With a tearing sound, his right arm, which had already been transformed into a bone sword, along with half of his chest and abdomen, was directly torn off by the snake's head. Hiss! A hint of smugness flashed in the eyes of the Hell Hydra as it raised its head and swallowed a large piece of blood and bone sword directly into its stomach. At the same time, the regeneration speed of one of his snake heads had obviously accelerated by a few points. Master! Kemi exclaimed in shock, and he didn't see clearly until half of Lin Mo's body was gone. It's over! It's over! It's over! His lordship is dead! Kemi shouted frantically in his mind. At this moment, in his eyes, Lin Mo, who had most of his upper body bitten off, was already a dead man. The portion from the right side of the neck downward was completely turned over in both flesh and bone, even revealing large chunks of internal organs. The whole thing looked bloody and extremely oozy, but without waiting for Kemi to run away, he saw that Lin Mo's blood and flesh that had been gnawed away unexpectedly began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of its regeneration was not much slower than the regeneration of the serpent head of the Hell Hydra just now. A few moments later, the right half of his body was still in one piece and only had a shape of Lin Mo. His eyes coldly looked at the opposite side of the Hell Hydra and said, "You're not the only ones who regenerate." Chapter 31, The Steps of Ascending to God. Hearing Lin Mo's provocation, the Hell Hydra's snake pupil grew a few points colder. Only his heart couldn't stop being shocked. This was his eternal talent, and a mere monkey had a similar ability. The Hell Hydra's eyes became more and more cautious as it looked at Lin Mo. This was infinite proliferation. Although for the time being it was impossible to directly recover a complex organ like the brain like Hell Hydra's regeneration, but arms and bones were already out of the question. Only after consuming 1 point of cancerization value did Lin Mo's right arm slowly begin to return to its original shape. His eyes swept to the attributes on the panel. Strength, 69.6 plus 99. Speed, 69.7 plus 99. Physical, 69.5 plus 69. Spirit, 70.1. Although the cancerous value of the strength of the limbs had not been affected, the cancerous value of the physique had slipped by a full 20 points. From yesterday until now, Lin Mo seemed to be unharmed, but he wasn't. In order to maintain his peak physical strength and dodge the covering attacks of Hellfire, he had long ago used his cancerization value to replace his muscle cells several times. If he continued to keep the scene going until the Hydra's head was fully grown, then the one who would end up losing would definitely be him. Even if he consumed all of his cancerization value, it was nothing to Hydra's thousands of points of physique. Not bad for an eternal race. Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart. From the beginning of the battle yesterday until now, he had not made a single mistake in between. From formulating his strategy to executing it, the battle course was also perfect. Nonetheless, he couldn't find a single chance to win. Whether it was talent or attributes, he was deadlocked by the other party. The only thing that he could still hold up was probably his fighting skills and combat experience. If not, he would have died 100 or 80 times in the previous battle. Hiss, monkey, you're good, but you're going to die. Hell's Hydra sneered. Whether Lin Mo had regeneration or not didn't matter. He already knew that greed was able to deal fatal damage to him. As long as the regeneration ability didn't keep up with the speed of his attacks, then there was only one end awaiting Lin Mo. Dead. Greed. He didn't give Lin Mo another chance to recover, and a snake head once again probed out, wanting to repeat the same trick with lightning speed and bite off half of Lin Mo's body again. The snake's head was as fast as a bolt of lightning under the greed enchantment, so fast that one could not even see it clearly. Eat you eat you eat you eat. The snake pupil of the Hell Hydra showed a hint of excitement. Only killing a powerful opponent like Lin Mo would make him so exuberant. But the next second, his excitement froze on his face. Ka! The expected image of the snake head gnawing on the flesh and blood did not appear. Only that the vicious and incomparable snake head was firmly pinched by a pair of large dark hands on the lower jaw, confining it in place. The Hell Hydra looked at Lin Mo on the opposite side in horror. The latter had unexpectedly grown his right arm completely back at some point, and on top of that right arm, there was a layer of pitch-black scales attached, and between the arm's slight grip, there seemed to be flashes of thunder. Lin Mo said as his right arm grabbed the snake head in a death grip and looked at him coldly. Seriously, you're stupid and talk quite a bit. The words just fell, not waiting for the Hell Hydra to make a move. His dark arm is hard to grab. Purple thunder in mid-air clunk sound. In the next second, the snake's head exploded in his hand, turning into a piece of charred flesh and blood. Hiss hiss hiss. The Hell Hydra let out a heart-rending scream. This blow was several times more painful than chopping off his 5 heads just now. Lin Mo just looked at all this indifferently. The alienation of his right arm came from the 4th skill of cancer magicalization. Simply put, as long as he reached a certain cancerous value, his body could be demonized and his power directly multiplied by 10. The right arm with nearly 160 points of strength value was able to reach 1,600 points of strength value at this moment, and the increase in its killing power naturally spoke for itself. And the demonization also came with certain magic properties. The purple thunder just now was the most basic demonization effect. This was also one of Lin Mo's bottom cards. However, demonization required a large amount of cancer value to be consumed to be able to turn it on. And even if one arm turned on demonization, then the cancer value of the single arm had to be more than 100 points to be able to do so. Lin Mo was still a hair's breadth away from the demonization opening condition, and now he was only forcibly opening it with his experience from his previous life. The consequence of this was that the rate of depletion of the cancerization value skyrocketed. With all this cancerous value left in his body, there was only enough time for 2 minutes at full capacity. That means if he can't solve the Hell Hydra in 2 minutes, it's his death. Hiss! The Hell Hydra was furious and at the same time more and more terrified because he realized that the snake head that was just pinched and burst by Lin Mo couldn't even be regenerated in a short period of time. The part of the snake's head that was broken off seemed to carry a hint of the destruction attribute. How is this possible? How could the destruction attribute be in the hands of such a person? The Hell Hydra was shocked in his heart, but Lin Mo didn't give him time to be surprised and directly ran towards this side. Hiss, monkey, you seek death. The Hell Hydra didn't seem to expect that Lin Mo would also dare to attack head-on towards himself. So what if you have the destruction attribute? I'm an eternal clan. He roared angrily and charged towards Lin Mo without dodging. Greed. 2 of the snake heads did not hesitate to launch another greed attack. It's stupid. Lin Mo coldly dropped this sentence, and with a mere flick of his demonized right arm, he grabbed the 2 snake heads once again. Hellfire. Seeing this, The Hell Hydra didn't dare to be slow, and the one remaining snake head that could still attack once again sprayed out high-temperature flames. Flash gap. Lin Mo moved his feet and disappeared in front of him again. Just now, 9 snake heads spraying flames together couldn't even hit him. So what's so hard to dodge now that one snake head is spraying flames? In the next second, his large hand pinched 2 snake heads in a deadly grip, appeared behind the Hell Hydra, and with a slight tug on the snake heads, he directly tied the remaining 7 snake heads together. Hiss! The Hell Hydra was filled with panic, only feeling the sky spinning and the earth spinning, its body not being controlled at all. Only when his vision returned to normal did he realize that several of his heads were already under Lin Mo's full control. Lin Mo gave him a faint look and said, "If it weren't for your ancestors, a punk like you wouldn't have survived the novice stage. Of course, it's the same now." With those words, amidst his horrified eyes, purple thunder covered all of his sight, destruction spreading through him along his head and straight towards his body. He could feel everything in his body being torn apart by all the thunder, and his life was rapidly passing away. Ding! Successfully killed the Hell Hydra, juvenile. Gained 1,000 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for exceeding the limit value of 999 points. Is he redeeming the Order of the Ascended God Hunter sequence, match value, 100? As the system prompt ended, the Hell Hydra's body gradually softened in Lin Mo's hands. By the time he planted himself on the ground, his entire body had been reduced to a blackened charcoal. Chapter 32 God Hunter Sequence. The Truth About Evolution. Body Cancer Value, 9.3. Agility Cancer Value, 9.6. When Lin Mo let go of his arm, the average value of the remaining cancerous values on the panel was already less than 10 points. But with any more than 10 seconds of effort, the cancerous values of physique and agility would have been depleted. At that time, the one who dies must be him. But the good news is that it all came full circle. Lin Mo glanced at his right arm that was gradually fading away from demonization. It was still charred and black, and he was even able to smell a strong burnt smell. Demonized skills that hurt people. With the lack of pre-canceling value, this undercard can be used sparingly. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief when noisy voices came to his ears. "My God, you're too strong. My lord, you've even killed the eternal race." Kemi is bouncing around the rolling ring as he speeds towards him. Then, with a thud, he fell on his knees in front of him and hugged his calves. "Master, Kemi knew that you would be able to defeat this little snake. The district Hydra is just a Hydra. How could it be your opponent? Ha ha ha." Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked out by Lin Mo and slammed heavily on the ring. In the next second, he jumped straight up in place, covered his ass and said, "Cooked, cooked. Kemi's ass is cooked." Ignoring his howling, Lin Mo simply shifted his gaze to the system's message alert. The Order of the Ascended God? What profession is a God Hunter? A trace of doubt flashed within Lin Mo's eyes. Compared to the first few relatively familiar professions, the God Hunter sequence in front of him seemed particularly strange. He hadn't seen it, or even heard of it. However, the match value, 100, that follows the occupation is particularly tantalizing. "I can't believe it's a 100% match." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, subconsciously wanting to extend his hand to choose, but his long experience still allowed him to remain rational and not make a choice right away. He waited quietly, and sure enough the voice named Ancient God sounded in his mind not a moment later. Lin Mo said coldly, "If I remember correctly, it seems like we're not familiar with each other to the point where we can trust each other." The other said with a grin, "You're not familiar with me, but I am familiar with you. But it doesn't matter. The Denjin sequence is the development that best matches your expectations than those so-called careers." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "How so?" The Ancient God continued to explain. "Snort. Think carefully. Which of the geniuses of the eternal race that you've come into contact with have chosen the so-called profession?" Hearing this, Lin Mo's pupils instantly shrunk. Those players who stood at the top of the Eternal Kingdom's pinnacle civilization did seem to be as this self-proclaimed Ancient God had said. Most of them had never made a transfer. Lin Mo had thought at the time that these players were looking down on these professions, thinking that they could keep evolving into the highest level of existence simply by virtue of their own talent. Now that he thought about it, maybe the truth wasn't what he thought it was. The Ancient God continued, "What do you think those eternal races are gifted with? That's a high-end evolutionary sequence in itself. The farther their forefathers went down this path of evolution, the stronger the racial gifts of the offspring they gave birth to, the stronger they became, the less need there was to choose any profession at all. And that is the truth of evolution. As for you, if you can't choose the right evolutionary sequence, then you'll live to waste your talent and never get any further." Boom! The words of the Ancient God were like a thunderclap that started in Lin Mo's heart. Those questions that had once plagued him became clear in this moment. No wonder in my previous life, even after devouring billions of living beings, It was difficult for me to take another step forward and cross the threshold of the eternal realm. The shock in his heart knew no bounds. Turns out I was on the wrong path from the start. The ancient god laughed and said, "Snort! Your cursed lineage talent is indeed rare. Even I have a craving for it, but don't worry. I'm not interested in you until you enter the god realm. I still want to see how far you and your frail and small race can go in the world of the eternal kingdom. It would be fun to go further than the races those guys created." Snicker. Snicker. Lin Mo gradually came back to his senses from the shock, deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and said again, "The steps of ascending god. Is it really as powerful as you say?" The ancient god smiled. "The steps of ascending god is an option I've given you, and you can also see it as an opportunity. If you are strong enough, the gods may not be unable to cut you down with a single slash. Do you chop god?" Lin Mo was silent for a moment. The shock he suffered today was more than the past hundreds of years. After a moment, he reached out and clicked accept on the system panel. Ding! The order of the ascended god has been selected, the God Hunter sequence. The sequence has been locked to the gene tree and can no longer be changed. Genetic reorganization in progress. Please wait. With the end of the system prompt, Lin Mo only felt that his body was simply uncontrollable to plant backward. The bones of his body seemed to be crushed by something, and all the internal organs and meridians were all crushed, and then rebuilt quickly at an unimaginable speed. This kind of pain was 1,000 times beyond the half of his body that was not off just now. Even in his worst battle in his previous life, he had never experienced such pain. Nonetheless, he didn't directly faint, but instead stared with wide eyes, trying to feel the changes within his body. It's not just the physical body that's being remodeled, it's also the spiritual energy. At the moment, although he was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes seemed to be able to see farther and deeper than usual. This was not an improvement in vision, but rather the redundant clutter in the brain was completely cleared out, and thus the mental power became more and more refined, allowing the field of vision to become more open. And the body, too, even faster than the brain is evolving. After about an hour or so had passed, a system alert sounded in Lin Mo's ears. Ding! Sequence fusion progress 100%. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for obtaining the Order of Ascending God, God Hunter. It was only after the prompt ended that Lin Mo felt those strength that had just been drained away gradually return to his body. He reached out to get up from the ground, but realized that his hands and feet were a little twisted, as if they didn't even look like his own. Struggling to control his limbs, he slowly stood up, then glanced down at his flawless white arms, and his body, which was free of a single bruise. With curiosity in his eyes, Lin Mo could feel that the body, including the brain, had been completely refreshed. Even with the several great leaps in life he had experienced in his previous life, he had not felt this strongly. It was as if he was a newborn baby, familiar and unfamiliar with his own body. The feeling, it's bizarre. Lin Mo moved his body slightly above the ring before that unfamiliar feeling faded away and he became skillful again. It was only at this point that he returned his eyes to his already updated personal panel, though. Chapter 33 The Ascending God Sequence lives up to its name. Lamb. Rank, 10, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer. Time, 98. Strength, 100 plus 99. Agility, 100 plus 9.6. Physical fitness, 100 plus 9.3. Spirit, 100. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Hunted, Hell Hydra *1. Gained evolution points, 100, unassigned. Evaluation, when you lock on to a hunting target, even if the target is a god, they will tremble for it. The change in attributes didn't seem to be obvious, and the 4-dimensional attributes combined had only gone up by 100 points or so. However, the new sequence technique that appeared on the panel attracted Lin Mo's attention. Evolution points? What's this? He reached out and tapped on the introduction to evolution points. Evolution points can be used to enhance 4-dimensional attributes, and the sequence can be upgraded by reaching 1,000 evolution points. Enhancement of attribute values? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. Wasn't this like his cancerization value? He tried to allocate 100 evolution points directly to the 4-dimensional attributes. Ding! Power up 25 points. Ding! Agility increased by 25 points. Ding! Physical fitness increased by 25 points. Ding! Mental strength increased by 25 points. As the 4 system prompts ended, the personal attribute panel changed once again. Strength, 125 plus 99. Agility, 125 plus 9.6. Body mass, 125 plus 9.3. Spirit, 125. It's added directly to the attribute points? Lin Mo was also discovering the difference between evolution points and cancerization values. The cancerization value is like an extension of the ability, even if the additional attribute is an extra boost. But evolution points are different. realistically added directly on top of attributes. One belongs to the ability and one belongs to the evolution of the body? Lin Mo stroked his chin, sort of roughly distinguishing between the two. And it seems like his, God Hunter, is different from a normal profession. Other professions are promoted by completing levels, as well as the requirements of the profession. For example, in addition to the level requirement, an ordinary warrior profession ascension also required a piece of good life essence iron. The same applies to the normal mage profession, where ascension requires a magic crystal that boosts the magic cloister. However, God Hunter didn't seem to have these requirements, and only needed to keep hunting to accumulate evolution points, and seemed to be able to complete the ascension. At first glance, it seems simple. However, Lin Mo frowned slightly and suddenly had a premonition that sequence ascension might not be as easy as he thought. After he roughly browsed through the panel, he muttered to himself, "What is this step of ascending God? It seems like it's not very strong." Although the attributes of the evolution points could be added directly to the four-dimensional attributes, it partially overlapped with the Cancer's ability anyway. The cancerization value Lin Mo has as much as he wants to suck. At a later stage, his four-dimensional attributes wouldn't even be much weaker than the eternal race's heavenly pride. After hearing him say that, the voice of the ancient god sounded eerily. "Ha, but don't forget that your cancerization value is capped." Lin Mo froze before reacting. It turns out that, indeed, as the ancient god had said, there was a cap on the cancerization value bonus. Just like in the novice stage, the four-dimensional attribute cancerization value reaches a maximum of 99 points, and it's almost difficult to keep going up. He had thought that the restriction on absorbing the cancerization value was the object of absorption, but now it seemed that perhaps there was also a restriction on attribute points. That is to say, the higher the value of the base's attributes, the higher the upper limit of the cancerization value I can absorb. Lin Mo quickly understood. Snort. Yes. The ancient god continued to explain. Also, let me kindly remind you again that the two sequence techniques in your panel aren't just there to look good. If you want to test it, the corpse of the Hydra pup next to it would be quite suitable. Oh, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and his right arm quickly transformed into a chain, piercing straight into the charred corpse. As the corpse gradually dried up, a system alert soon reached his ears. Power cancerization value, plus 20. Agility cancerization value, plus 40. Physical cancer value, plus 40. 3 consecutive cancerization value prompts are displayed. This Hell Hydra provided Lin Mo with a large amount of cancerization value, which sort of made up for some of the losses from using demonization just now. That's it? What's there? He stopped abruptly in mid-sentence, because the system's prompts didn't stop there. Ding! Absorption of the Hell Hydra is complete. The following infinite evolutionary boosts are available. The talent Unlimited Proliferation absorbs regeneration and evolves. Level F Level E. Talent Aberration absorbs greed and completes its evolution. 1. Weapon gains 10% blood drawing effect. 2. Weapon quality inferior normal. In addition to these tips, there are 2 more failure tips. Ding! Failed to absorb the gift Hellfire. Ding! Absorption of the talent Blasphemy has failed. So, that's what this sequence is really worth. Lin Mo was stunned in place for a while before he spat out these words. Infinite evolution, surprisingly, it was able to raise the upper limit of the talent, and it did so actively. It was important to know that out of all of Lin Mo's talent skills, only demonization had an initial grade of S rank. All other natural skill levels are average. In particular, infinite proliferation and aberration are the worst. Although the talent effect was strong, the initial grade of the talent was only the lowest F grade only, and the quality of the aberrant weapon was only inferior to begin with. You need to keep leveling up later on and keep absorbing more cancerization value for these talent skills to continue to improve. Now that infinite evolution directly omitted the step of ascending, and could actively evolve by sucking on the corpses of its prey, the effect was perverse. Moreover, the most crucial thing was the weapon gains 10% blood drawing effect hint. Previously, his talent could only be enhanced on the basis of the effect. For example, the quality of aberration gear can even be upgraded to perfect, or even epic, later on. However, he only gained the basic attributes of the epic set and did not gain the additional effects of the equipment. Now he can use infinite evolution to obtain the enchantment effect of equipment and have the possibility of infinite growth. He finally understood the gold content of this sequence technique. The voice of the ancient god continued to ring out. Chuckle. Now you know why, God Hunter, and your cancer matches 100%. Lin Mo. Indeed, as the ancient god had said, the God Hunter sequence was as if it had been customized for his cancer. The evolution points gained from hunting will not only enhance his attributes, but also his cancer value cap. The infinite evolution was a perfect match for the effects of absorption, taking his natural ability, which was already of super high growth in itself, to another level. 2 sequence techniques, both terribly strong in effect. The steps to God live up to their name. Chapter 34, Transfer Success. Masterless Land. At this moment, the chat channel within the 911 novice zone. Success. I've succeeded in my transfer. Haha, me too. Me too. I didn't realize that transferring was so easy. I'll be an archmage from now on. With new skills. Cool num. Awesome. The transfer attribute points have increased by so much. At least twice as strong as before. 2-0. Just passed the trial. Can any of the big boys share their experience with the transfer? As more and more players pass the novice trial, more and more players complete the transfer. Especially the best of the 911 novice zone. Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji and others. They were the first group of players to complete the novice trial after Lin Mo. This transfer doesn't seem that hard, does it? Li Mingliang led his men to search the area of the 911 novice zone several times, confirming that he hadn't found Lin Mo's location, and was puzzled. How come this Lin Mo hasn't completed the transfer yet? Could it be that he died in the transfer quest? Zhang Yuanji said in a deep voice. You and I have still obtained a B-rank profession. How could that kind of person die in the middle of a transfer mission? Li Mingliang said with a smile. He. You said that I gained a B-ranked swordsman profession, but my match value is more than 70 points, so my potential in the future is definitely not low. That guy, ahem. I mean might be able to catch up with him too. Zhang Yuanji broke Li Mingliang's fantasy with just one sentence. Are you talking about him before the transfer? Li Mingliang. He was silent for a long time, and finally cursed Kam, and left it at that. Although he, who had been transformed into a B-ranked swordsman, was confident that he would be able to retreat in one piece amidst the wave of beasts that had the highest numbers 2 days ago, it would be unlikely for him to go against the grain and clear all the monsters like Lin Mo did. Meaning, even if he had already been transformed, he wasn't even as good as Lin Mo who hadn't been transformed. How is this supposed to be a chase? Li Mingliang smacked his lips and said, B-rank profession plus B-rank talent. After transferring my attribute value but added a full 60 points, on average how do I feel it's still not as high as that guy? So what level of talent is he? It's not. Like it's S-class. Is it? Zhang Yuanji was just about to speak when a system announcement came to his ears. World announcement, more than 50% of the players in Blue Star map have been transferred. Now open world chat channel, limited time. Online trading board, game forum and other functions. World bulletin, Blue Star edition. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They snapped their heads down and opened the system panel. And sure enough, they found the world chat channel. Then, without hesitation, the channels were tapped at the same time. Asterisk 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 and you can actually chat? Hey. Anyone? Shut up. Still really here to chat? Doesn't anyone exchange information about what's going on at Blue Star right now? What else could be going on? A large portion of us in the novice area have died. And now we're down to 1,000 or so people with no food. Food is not available, don't you know, to eat ferocious beasts? We are open pot for days. Asterisk 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 really? Monsters can still eat? Nonsense. Our novice area more than 2,000 people. These 2 days all rely on monsters to hold over. Especially the piercer fat thief thick, can be used to boil oil, more fragrant than lard. The person who said this last marked the words, Yengua, after it. Worthy of our Yin kingdom. There is nothing we can't eat when we go up to heaven or down to earth. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji secretly sighed in their hearts. Li Mingliang then raised his head and asked, by the way, are there any more bodies of those monsters? More. Zhang Yuanji hesitated for a moment. You really want to eat monsters? We don't have many survivors left in the novice area. There are still a lot of reserve food in the cafeteria and commissary. I've already asked people to gather it up. There's nothing wrong with eating for a month. Li Mingliang rubbed his chin and said, what about after a month? There's always food to think about after that, right? And if that guy comes back, I'm afraid there won't be a single corpse of these monsters left. Before the words were out of his mouth, his expression froze on his face. Zhang Yuanji seemed to have realized something as well and turned his head violently, only to see that at some point, Lin Mo had already appeared behind them. You're a ghost, right? How to come? Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji were creeped out in their hearts, completely unaware of when Lin Mo had appeared beside them. Don't worry, the corpses of these monsters are no longer useful to me. I won't touch them, Lin Mo said indifferently. Li Mingliang coughed awkwardly. Lin Mo big brother. I didn't mean that. I meant that it was, MD. I can't even speak when I meet him. Li Mingliang was stuck for half a day and didn't know how to explain. Lin Mo, however, was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and said bluntly, get everyone who's surviving right now over here, I've got something to say. Li Mingliang couldn't sit down for a moment, and quickly stood up and ran out. I'll go. Big brother Lin, wait a moment. Inside the classroom, Zhang Yuanji and Lin Mo were left for a while. Lin Mo didn't have any other expression and sat straight on the podium seat. Zhang Yuanji was a bit embarrassed and didn't know whether to sit down or not, saying, "Brother Lin, when did you come back?" Lin Mo rubbed his fingers together, his mind recalling what had just happened. Not long after the successful transfer, he was kicked out of his copy and returned to the 911 novice zone. Kemi cried a horrible cry, fearing that he would be left on top of the ring surrounded by jackals and tigers. But he still didn't take him. Just before he left a drop of his own blood for him. As for those 100-level fierce beasts, they themselves were heading towards the ring and Lin Mo. With the ring gone, they will naturally disperse. Weak as Kemi, those 100-level ferocious beasts shouldn't even look at him. Once we unlock the final ability, we'll be able to contract him, and we'll be able to find out where that secret area is. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and thought darkly in his heart. Regarding that world of the trial, high-grade magical beasts were endless, and it was definitely a perfect place for hunting. It's just that he's not strong enough to take care of those 100-level fierce beasts right now, which is why he left Kemi as an ambush. In the end, the existence that called itself an ancient god didn't leave too many words behind, just a few words in the clouds, and then let Lin Mo leave. Even now, Lin Mo was still wary of him in his heart. He could feel that he seemed to have no privacy before this ancient god, including, he's a born-again thing. There were still a lot of puzzles in his mind, but Lin Mo was in no hurry. Time, and things, and there's no rush. Since I'm not qualified now, I'll be able to climb up and know all the truth one day. While Lin Mo's mind was tossing and turning, Li Mingliang had already rushed back from the door with his men apprehensively. There weren't many people left in the 911 novice area, and the academy area, which originally had more than 3,000 people, now had a population of 100 or 10 left. Even this classroom, where the big classes are held, is not full. Lin Mo ignored Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, who were beside him and wanted to speak, and directly spoke. Long story short, I'll just say one thing. The next 911 novice district is going to be up for grabs. The Land of No Man. Chapter 35. Anyone else want time coins? No Man's Land. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. The other players here were pretty much the same, not understanding Lin Mo's meaning. What's a no man's land? You're stupid. Aren't those newbie zones that were captured by the beast tide just terra incognita? Asterisk. So what do we need that for? Beast tides don't age much. Not really. Those monsters might be able to get practicing? There's not a single monster in the newbie zone right now, and I don't even know how to level up after transferring. How many points of time can be added to monsters below level 10? It's not even enough for us to stuff our teeth. The time to upgrade now is counted in days. Facing their doubts, Lin Mo didn't hide anything and said directly, the novice protection period is coming to an end, and as you will soon learn, the novice zone will officially merge into the Eternal Kingdom map after the protection period ends. That is to say, the surrounding forbidden spells will be lifted, and the scope of the novice area will expand. When this was said, the players became excited. The ban is gone. Won't I be able to go home? Ha ha, really? My house isn't far from here. Ooh, I miss my mom. I wonder if anything happened to my family. Me too. I want to go home so bad. Lin Mo glanced at them and said, just because the plates are fused doesn't mean you can go home. In the future, Blue Star won't be able to go wherever you want like you think. The prohibition didn't disappear completely, but expanded. After the fusion of the plates, the scope of the 911 novice zone at the moment would become something like the safe zone. And while the periphery will pick up the lands of the Eternal Kingdom, players will not have to be confined to the confines of the novice village and can continue to explore this unknown and vast world. Copies, secret realms, and countless tribes of ferocious beasts and alien races. But no matter how vast the world is out there, the 911 novice zone can't be connected to any other Blue Star's novice zone. If you want to go home, there's only one way to do that, and that's to upgrade. It's not just the player's own rank, but also the rank of the newbie zone. As soon as you complete the novice zone progression, then you can fuse the other novice zones. The regional boards continue to merge and upgrade, and finally Blue Star's boards can truly come back together as one again. But in the midst of regional fusion, it was natural to fight over things like whether you would be the boss or I would be the boss. Just like the masterless land that Lin Mo was fighting for at the moment was such a thing. The larger the territory after the fusion of the newbie area, the more copies and secret areas will be opened, and the richer the resources will be. The game, from the beginning, sets the rules. Many players, on the other hand, were still immersed in the joy of passing the novice trial and surviving it at the moment, not realizing in the slightest that the further back in the Eternal Kingdom you go, the more brutal the fight will be. These are the rules of the Eternal Kingdom, and they are the constant rules on the path of evolution. Controversy. As expected. Hearing Lin Mo say this, the players' expressions dimmed considerably. So what's the point of fusion? Hey, I thought I could go home and see my mom. They were a little disappointed. Lin Mo, however, didn't talk nonsense to them and said, the fight for the masterless lands requires the votes of more than half of the players within the novice zone. And right now, I need your votes. This was the purpose of Lin Mo calling them here. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were pondering, and before they could say anything, they heard someone say, why should I give you the right to vote? Even if you're strong, this kind of thing should be discussed by everyone. Besides, who knows if there will be any risks involved in fighting for the masterless land? We can't afford to toss it around. The words were immediately echoed by a number of people. However, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji's faces changed. Li Mingliang immediately scolded the one who spoke. Xia Yu, you shut up. The female player named Xia Yu, however, sneered. Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, aren't you the ones who didn't take us in as your men, and now you're looking for your big brother to come over and calm things down? Humph. Don't think I don't know your little minds. Just because the world has changed doesn't mean our women are at your mercy. When Li Mingliang heard this, he also felt a headache. Jiang Yuanji was about to speak, but he also closed his mouth. When it comes to this matter, in the beginning, you have to blame Li Mingliang. In the early stage of the novice trial, this guy also saw Xia Yu's color, holding the idea of plotting and wanting to collect others as a little brother. However, she was flatly rejected by Xia Yu and took her roommates in her dorm room with her to preach a boycott of Li Mingliang in the novice area. Li Mingliang is also considered to have not eaten the mutton, but instead caused a mess. Li Mingliang was a bit helpless, glancing at Lin Mo who had no expression on the podium. He turned to Xia Yu. Xia Yu, believe it or not, it's best for you, a district C-ranked player, to stay out of the way and just obediently listen to Big Brother Lin's arrangements. Xia Yu, however, had a hint of disdain on her face. So what if I'm C-ranked? It took me less than 10 hours to clear the novice trial, and transferring is even faster. Right now, my strength may not be below yours. Xia Yu was indeed lucky in the transfer quest, obtaining a elemental envoy that was described as a rare profession. It was that the match value was slightly low at just over 60 points, but the growth of the profession was still very high, especially the attribute points added after transferring, even exceeding the upper limit of C rank and reaching the threshold of B rank. This made her a bit smug, especially since Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji had suffered big losses in the novice trial, but she herself had cleared the level with such ease. She then felt more and more that all these men were trash. Even the Lin Mo that Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were in awe of in their mouths. She actually didn't put too much in her eyes. After all, she hadn't seen that bloody battle, which had been rumored by other players, with her own eyes. She's so greasy. Li Mingliang wanted to curse, but then he glanced at Lin Mo, who was still on the stage, and felt that this wasn't the time for him to stand up for himself, so he sat back down. Xia Yu, however, felt that this was the other party being afraid of himself, and the expression on his face grew more and more complacent as he directly said to Lin Mo, want us to come up with a vote? Yes, however, you have to come up with the appropriate conditions, such as, time coins? As she said that, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. One vote, one time coin. Don't you want the right to speak in the 9/11 novice zone? You can't afford that much money, can you? You're really looking for a ing death wish. Li Mingliang cursed in his mind. Without waiting for him to speak, he saw Lin Mo say indifferently, yes, one time coin, one ticket. Hearing this, Li Mingliang froze, seemingly not expecting Lin Mo to agree. Xia Yu's eyes lit up and she smiled smugly, despising Lin Mo more and more in her heart. Her eyes rolled and she instantly sat down and said, oh, I mean one-time coin for an F-ranked divine giver, two-time coins for an E-ranked, and so on. I'm a C-rank and the leader of our women's sky team. You have to give me 10 time. Boom! The words came to an abrupt end before they were finished. The crowd only felt their eyes blink, and then a loud bang reached their ears. When he came back to his senses again, he saw that Xia Yu's entire body had been set into the wall at the back of the classroom. The 5 senses were instantly deformed, and the body was even more twisted beyond human shape. The 7 orifices were bleeding, and although he wasn't dead, he was already breathing in more than he was breathing out. The crowd turned their heads in horror to look above the podium as Lin Mo expressionlessly withdrew his right hand, which had just been deformed into a meteor hammer, and said, I forgot to mention that I don't have a lot of time coins, so, it's a good idea to save one. After saying that, he swept a glance at the crowd on the stage. You guys, does anyone else want time coins? The crowd was creeped out by these words. Chapter 36, Borrow 1 and Return 10. The god of murder has turned into a Buddha. The classroom was silent. Li Mingliang mouth corner pumped. really still familiar style. He coughed and stood up instantly and said, Lin brother, don't listen to that just now. Do whatever you say. My brothers and I will definitely support you. Jiang Yuanji followed. That's right, brother Lin. We all listen to you. With the two leading brothers taking a stand, the other players followed. Boss Lin is the one who carries us in the 911 novice area. We'll definitely listen to Boss Lin. Yeah, if it wasn't for Boss Lin, the two sets of beast tides in front of the playground might have washed out the 911 novice area, and we wouldn't have survived until now. I'm brainlessly supporting Boss Lin anyway. Brainless +1. Lin Mo didn't care how many of these people were sincere and how many were just afraid of his strength. He just nodded his head lightly and said, fine, just choose to abstain when the rookie protection period is over for all of you. When he finished, he sat down in place. He ignored everything the others said about getting close to him and just leaned back slightly on the lectern, eyes closed. When everyone saw that he didn't respond, they gradually extinguished their thoughts of talking. In the classroom, silence fell, and the only sound heard was Xiaoyu's minuscule wail from the wall behind her. Only, none of them dared to step out of this classroom or to save her. Even her roommates, whom she had previously regarded as her good sisters, sat in their seats with pale faces and lowered their heads for fear of being implicated by her. It took a while longer. The guys were bored with idleness, so they had to flip through the world chat channel and the game forums to see what was going on. Compared to the quiet and dull atmosphere of the classroom, the world chat channel and game forums were simply not too lively. Except for most of the forum family recognition threads, most of them are discussing newbie trials and transfer quests. There's no way around it. The game has only just begun, and we're all still confused as to how it's going to go from here. Nonetheless, a select group of very talented players have begun to emerge as well. In the beginning, it was a player with an A-rank divine gift talent who announced on the forums the time he had cleared the novice trial. 2 hours. Definitely not amazing. Even Jiang Yuanji and Li Mingliang, who had B-rank divine gift talents, were shocked. It's not like they didn't pass the novice trial again afterward. But even if there were fewer people challenging them, it took them a full 5 or 6 hours to barely clear the level. It's amazing how big the difference between A and B grade is. The bottom of the post, naturally, is a very large number of players bragging about it. However, this A-ranked divine giver's clearance record didn't hang around on the popularity list for long, and was soon squeezed out. The reason for this is simple: more talented god-givers with records set the favorites. Hashtag 2 hour clearance? Garbage. I'm 1 hour in. Hashtag haha. So the 1 hour record is loaded. Show everyone the 50-minute pass record. Hashtag SS rated God-given talents to take you through the novice trials on the fly. Hashtag. All sorts of bigwigs are cascading and starting to tan records. In the beginning, the record of the A-ranked divine giver, who had been starstruck by many players, had long since been swiped to who knows where. Records on the Hot 100, all of which went in for an hour, 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. There's even a 20-minute pass at the end. 20 minutes? A total of 20 waves of beasts, which translates to a wave of beasts lasting no more than 1 minute. The silence was finally broken by another exclamation from someone in the classroom. Everyone first raised their heads and glanced at Lin Mo, seeing that the latter didn't have much of an expression and didn't make any movements, before they opened their mouths to discuss in whispers. What, 1 minute? Did you forget about those 3 waves of beasts at the beginning? There are only 17 waves left. That's pretty impressive too, alright. What level of talent is this person? His strength is too exaggerated. It's at least S-ranked or above. The A-ranked one just now was only 2 hours old. It's just too far off. My god. Lin. Cough. I'm afraid no one in our novice area can do it. Right? Hey. There's a world outside of people. There's a world outside of people. Although Lin Mo closed his eyes, he was not asleep, and these words were naturally heard by him, but he didn't say anything. In fact, he had read these records several times in his previous life. In the early days of Blue Star Games, there were indeed quite a few amazing people who emerged. There were numerous Divine Providence players from A rank to SSS rank. The Divine Gift talents are one above the other, and the clearance records are one above the other. While Lin Mo's, Cancer, belonged to the super late stage talent, whether it was aberration, or unlimited proliferation, or magical transformation. These several talent techniques required enough accumulation to be able to continuously enhance. So even if Lin Mo was allowed to do it again, circumventing the problem of numbers, and with a wealth of experience, he would be able to finish the battle in 1 hour at most. But that's as far as it goes, yet it only hangs at the tail end of the Hot 100 record. Not to mention, Lin Mo had the impression that those true demons were still hidden behind the curtain and hadn't even made their appearance yet. As far as these players on the current hit list were concerned, there really weren't many names that could be remembered by Lin Mo. but just because they are talented and have a fast clearance record doesn't mean they are really strong. As time goes on and the stage gets bigger and bigger, it will slowly become apparent whether the players on these favorites are geniuses or fools. Among them, there were true celestial pride that got stronger and stronger with each passing battle. There are also losers who are sitting on a mountain of treasure, but who have degraded themselves. Of course, there are more halfway players. Genius? Lin Emo slightly opened his eyes, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. I also wonder how many will actually be left before the eternal battle. Everyone's attention in the classroom was on the game forums and world chat channel, and no one noticed the change in Lin Mo's expression. As the newbie protection period counted down by the second, the world announcement finally came. World Announcement 1, the protection period for newbies in the Blue Star Zone has ended, and the flow of time has returned to normal. World Announcement 2, the Blue Star Zone will soon be formally integrated into the Eternal Kingdom map. Entering into the first stage of the public beta, please make your own choices for players in the Novice Zone. Warm reminder, the fusion of the plates will take 12 hours, so please be patient with the players. 2 World Announcements, broadcast several times over and over on the public frequency. Most players have long been prepared for the first one, but for the second one, many people don't understand what it means. Just before they could figure it out, someone in the classroom panicked. It will take 12 hours for the addition to fuse. I have less than half of my time coins left. What should I do? It's over. It's over. The time coins are really slowly decreasing. I don't have enough time coins to deduct. Oh, me too. What should I do? I don't have much. Just 0.5. Won't it be too late to fight the monsters even after the plates are fused? There were several players with obvious panic on their faces, because they had just spent almost all of their time coins in order to upgrade. Now they have to wait for 12 hours, and they are afraid that they will simply pass away before the plates are fused. There were still some players who didn't have many time coins left who were even more anxious, because they weren't sure what the world would be like when the plates were fused, and when they would be able to kill monsters and upgrade and earn time. As a matter of fact, most new players who have just switched will stay at rank 1 for a long time. It's because time coins are hard to come by, and each newbie zone has a limited amount of mod resources. If you keep your head buried in upgrades, it's bound to be time that you won't even be able to maintain basic survival. However, if you are stuck in your ways, you will also be left far behind and will never be able to catch up with the waves of the Doomsday Wave, and you will only be able to eat the leftovers and pick up the garbage after others' asses. In this way, the novice area's competition for the masterless land becomes extremely important. Once the fusion of the Land of the Unknowns was made, the map of the novice area was directly expanded, and the resources were counted twice at least. The more no man's land that is fused, the larger the novice zone map becomes, and the more bountiful the resources become. At that time, whether it is upgrading or survival, naturally, you can easily do both without delay. Hearing the panicked voices in the classroom, Lin Emo slowly opened his eyes and gently tapped the desktop of the podium with his finger. The next moment the classroom went silent. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously directed to this killing god, only to see a sentence uttered that shocked everyone. I can lend you time coins if you're short. The god of killers has turned into a Buddha? Just when everyone was confused as to whether Lin Emo wanted to universalize all sentient beings or surpass all sentient beings, they only heard the other party continue. Borrow 1 and return 10. Limited quantity. First come first served. Chapter 37 Masterless Land. Top resources. Hearing this, the players in the classroom were relieved instead, especially Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji who had seen Lin Mo's true strength. If Lin Mo made a direct move to snatch it, the little number of people in their classroom simply wouldn't be enough. Now it's still robbing, but at least it's done in a different way. This meant that as long as they didn't make a fool of themselves, Lin Mo really wouldn't be able to kill them. After a moment of silence in the classroom, someone raised their hand anyway. Can I borrow a time coin? Just one. I'll save up to pay back Brother Lin as soon as the plates are fused. Lin Mo nodded. ID report to me. The man who asked hurriedly said, Brother Lin. My name is Zhang Chang. Only seeing Lin Mo operate slightly on the interface. Soon Zhang Chang received a transfer from him. It's in the account. Zhang Chang looked at the interface with a face full of joy and immediately said, Brother Lin. I will definitely pay you back immediately when I save up the money. Seeing that he had actually gotten the time coin, the other players sat back. Brother Lin. I'll borrow it too. Just one time coin as well. I only need half. Brother Lin. Please, do me a favor. Half is enough for me too. Thanks Ringo. For a while, the classroom was filled with the sound of borrowing money, and Lin Mo really transferred money one by one, lending out 50 to 60 time coins in a flash. Players who received time coins were naturally jubilant and happy. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji glanced at each other, not knowing what drugs the other was selling. Li Mingliang hesitated for a moment and walked up and said, "Brother Lin, should I borrow some of that, too?" Lin Mo looked up at him and said, "You can borrow it if you want. Borrow some then?" Li Mingliang hemmed and hawed. Honestly, his time coins weren't much, but he still had no problem getting through these few days. But he thought that Lin Mo was not lending, but collecting protection money in disguise, so he asked for a loan. However, what Li Mingliang didn't expect was that Lin Mo heard his ambiguous words coming and said impatiently, "Borrow it or get out of my way and get out of my way." With that said, he pushed him out of the way as soon as he was done and continued to lend money to the other players who had given their names. Li Mingliang retreated several steps back and resettled beside Jiang Yuanji, his face in shock and uncertainty. What the hell does this guy want to do? Jiang Yuanji scratched his head and said, "Maybe, just simply want to lend money?" When Li Mingliang heard this answer, he still didn't feel quite like it. It was mainly because the impression Lin Mo had given him before was just too profound, leading to the feeling that whatever the other party did now, it seemed as if he had ulterior motives. But this time they were really overthinking it. Lin Mo's borrowing of money was really just a simple borrowing of money, compared to an ordinary God-giver, a cursed gifted player like him. The flow of time itself was going to be a whole lot faster, especially after he accidentally offended the so-called gods in the Transmigration Shrine and got the title of blasphemer. The flow of time doubled again. Just now, after the novice protection period ended, he roughly estimated it. One's own time flow is about 10 times that of other players. That means that the usual player only needs to consume one time coin for one day. He needs 10. Of course, the upgrades are considerably more difficult. Then things like earning time coins became a must for Lin Mo. There's no better time to lend than pregame. Borrowing 1 and paying back 10 is a total windfall. The time coins that the rules of the game gleaned from Lin Mo, he was going to glean them all back from these players without a single one left. By the time all the players had finished borrowing money, Lin Mo had less than 10 coins left in his pocket. In total, more than 80 coins were loaned out, with a 1-month repayment period and double the interest rate for late payments. In the face of the astronomical interest rate, the players who had borrowed the money still had a joyful look on their faces one by one. Is the interest rate high? Certainly high, but no higher than life is important, right? Faced with the uncertainty of the fusion of the plates, these novice players had no bottom in their hearts. It's impossible to say when you'll be able to slash the monsters, and whether slashing the monsters still awards time or not. Instead of chickening out, it's better to hold the time coins in your hands for a while. Lin Mo, who had finished borrowing money, raised his head and scanned the classroom of players and said, "It's not hard to borrow and borrow again. If you dare to renege on your debt." He laughed coldly, and the players who were full of joy remembered that the one in front of them was not a great philanthropist, but an actual god of killing. Who dares to owe him money? Oh, please refer to the one in the wall at the back of the classroom. Everyone turned their heads to look at the thought. Well, not dead yet, but it's better to be dead. Just as everyone was in a trance, a sudden prompt came. Ding! Version fusion is about to begin. 911 Novice Zone is going to proceed with picking No Man's Land. Please vote on your choice. Hint, less than 50% of the votes in favor will go directly to plate fusion. No Man's Land. It's really here. The players were startled, and their gazes once again turned to Lin Mo on the stage. This time, without much hesitation, they had chosen to abstain from the voting options that had surfaced in front of them. Even Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were about to make a choice when they were named by Lin Mo. You guys, pick in favor. They naturally didn't dare to disobey, and they also knew that Lin Mo was doing this to prevent someone from playing tricks, secretly pointing against it, and eventually failing to gather more than 50% of the votes in favor. In this way, even if there are 1 or 2 idiots, it won't affect Lin Mo's ability to carry out his plan. As expected, after hearing Lin Mo say this, some of the players in the classroom who wanted to vote in favor of the secret ballot also gave up this idea. After a minute had passed, all players in the 911 Novice Zone had finished choosing, and a system prompt came. Ding! 911 Newbie Area Unification vote is over. Has been confirmed to join the Battle of No Man's Land. Please in the election of representatives in the following map to choose the board. Land 3945 in Yen Country. Land 23959 in Yen Country. Land 291 in Sakura Country. Land 14522 in Lighthouse Country. For a time, countless unclaimed lands surfaced in front of the newbie players in Area 911, slowly forming a large and boundless map. However, there was no surprise in their looks, but rather an unexpected silence. And there were even quite a few people who directly cried out. This was because on top of that map, the area that originally belonged to the Yin Kingdom appeared to have a large blank space. They all knew that it was a town that had been reduced to a wilderness area, with a number of blank areas where their hometowns were located. What this means is naturally self-evident. Lin Mo, however, didn't give them much time to grieve and feel sorry for themselves and said directly, "Give me the agency." Li Mingliang was the first to respond. Okay, I'll pick you here. After saying that, he immediately checked Lin Mo's name in the column of representatives. The other players also reacted and didn't dare to disobey Lin Mo, directly choosing him as the representative of the 911 novice area. Just then, the system's prompt rang out again. Ding! Has divided the lordless land into levels, from high to low, in order. Please pick carefully. Hearing this prompt, everyone's eyes lit up and they looked at the system interface in front of them once again, only to see some digital markers slowly emerging from the blank space of the map above. And they saw, above the brightest red color that filled the space, a small line marked, Masterless Land, Yenqua District 99, SSS Ranked Resources, Chapter 38 Big Brother Down, Flag Battle, SSS Level Resources. Even the newcomers who just didn't know the value of the Masterless Land had a rough idea in their minds at this moment. Look at all the S-ranked talented players on the hot list, one after the other. Now No Man's Land also uses this class to classify, from the lowest level of F, E, to the highest level of SS, SSS. Now the little cutie. They all knew that the unclaimed land labeled, SSS Ranked Resources, was definitely something good. Such crimson areas, on the other hand, are not numerous on those blank plat maps. Everyone looked at each other and seemed to realize something. Sure enough, before a moment had passed, someone spoke on the World Chat channel. Sakura Land number 1, Lighthouse Land number 3, and Yen Land number 23. They're all mine, and no one is allowed to take them. Suddenly, a player named Gil Woodrow said so in the World Chat channel. Immediately after that, without waiting for a rebuttal, he announced his talent level in the World Chat channel. Gil Woodrow, talent, grade A, come and fight if you dare. He left that behind. Many players who wanted to retaliate subconsciously closed their mouths. After the novice trial, they all knew what the rank of divine gift talent represented. Even in hundreds of newbie zones, it might not be possible to produce a player with an A-ranked divine gift talent. A-ranked players are definitely considered one in a million geniuses. However, there is a mountain beyond the mountain and a sky beyond the sky. That statement by Gil Woodrow didn't stay up for long, as someone immediately replied below. Oh, is it? I'm a person who doesn't believe in evil. These 3 pieces of land you said I want all of them. Not only that, I also want the 23rd land of the Great Eagle Country, the 32nd land of the Brown Bear Country. Right. I almost forgot to mention. I'm gifted with S rank. Hee. Come and fight if you have the guts. 2 more pieces of news that creeped out countless players. SS ranked players are going down. But these 2 news are just the appetizer of this fight. Soon more powerful people have come down, saying that they want to take the SSS level resources of the land of no master in their pockets. Who dares to touch the masterless land of the Yin Kingdom? It doesn't matter if you're S rank, or SS rank. I'll personally slaughter your hand myself. Name left by Chui Chang, SS ranked Dragon's Guts Golden Gunner. Hee. How great is your Yin Kingdom? I'd like to see it. I've decided. I'll choose the unclaimed land of the Yin Kingdom. Name left by Kazuma Hapera, SS class Shinto Samurai. Ha. What a hoot. I'll chime in. We want 10 SSS ranked noobs in the 233rd newbie zone of the Great Eagle Kingdom. Name left by Brian, SSS ranked Sword Emperor. I'll take 10 SSS ranked masterless lands as well. Name left by Nina, SS rank Extreme Ice Mage. +1. Name retainer, JS, SSS class Mechanical Warrior. Obviously, the World Chat channel that had just swiped out tens of thousands of messages a second. At this moment, the number of message entries was growing slowly, and in the end, it only refreshed with hundreds of new messages. And the suffixes that, namestayers, followed in these messages were more frightening than one another. In the back, even the A-ranked professionals didn't deserve to appear, and the speakers were all S-ranked professional SSS-ranked professional players. What's more, none of the other players dared to intrude into this conversation of the powerful without authorization, for fear of being written down by these people, and finally finding their way to the door. Li Mingliang and the others were also shocked at the news, knowing for the first time that there were so many powerful players in this world. Compared to that, he, a District B rank player, was nothing at all. As for the other players, they felt even more desperate. Li Mingliang temporarily pressed down the shock in his heart and looked back at Lin Mo, asking, Lin, Ringo, what are you going to choose? This statement also attracted the attention of other players. Now everyone had given Lin Mo the right to choose, letting him represent the 911 novice zone to choose the masterless land. Knowing roughly the importance of masterless lands, and with the comparison of these powerful people, they hoped that Lin Mo would pick some masterless lands that weren't so good, but weren't too bad either. Lin Mo didn't answer his question directly, but instead reached out his hand and quickly started marking on that map. Ding! 911 Novice Area selects Yin Country 88, SSS ranked No Man's Land, as the fusion target. Ding! 911 Novice Area selects Yin Country 92, SSS ranked No Man's Land, as a fusion target. Ding! 911 Novice Zone selects Sakura Country 20, SSS ranked No Man's Land, as a fusion target. Ding! 911 Newbie Zone selection. The flurry of news directly stunned the crowd's jaws. It was because the masterless lands Lin Mo picked were, without exception, all SSS ranked masterless lands. Without waiting for them to speak, they received another alert. Ding! 911 Newbie Area picked Yin Country 88 Land and Cherry Blossom Country 2355 Newbie Area. Big Eagle Country 3234 Newbie Area. Brown Bear Country 13443 Newbie Area. Conflict. Whether to stick to the choice. Into the No Man's Land flag battle? Ding! 911 Newbie Zone picks Sakura Nation 20. Multiple cues in a row. Once again making everyone's eyes pop wildly. They hurriedly flipped through the world chat logs just now. And sure enough, they found several corresponding messages. The ones who sent these messages were all S rank and above players. The crowd only felt that their mouths were dry. And they looked at Lin Mo with the same cloudy demeanor. Li Mingliang weakly spoke up. Lin, brother Lin. There are so many people competing for these plates. Should we put them aside for the time being? Pick a few easier to take. And then talk about their. Ding! 911 Newbie Area insisted on picking Yin Country 88 Land. Sakura Country 20. Plague map has been successfully locked. Confirmed to enter the flag battle. Waiting for confirmation from other newbie zones. Please wait. Done. Li Mingliang turned pale. Still not expecting Lin Mo to be so bold. With so many S-ranked players. It was as if he was oblivious to them. Not even bringing hesitation. The faces of the other newcomers here weren't much better. And the thought of them having to compete with those players for the masterless land made their legs go weak. One Lin Mo was already terrifying enough. And those who are fighting for the masterless land are each equivalent to Lin Mo, or even stronger than him. Think about how scary it would be to have a bunch of Lin Mo fighting in a ring. Is it an area where little caramels like them can set foot? Fortunately, this worry of theirs didn't last long before they heard Lin Mo say, "You can enter the flag fight later if you want, but don't expect me to protect you. You want to get in? Is it possible to represent that if you don't want to enter, you don't enter?" The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo really didn't force them to follow him in. The main reason was that those guys participating in the scramble were so exaggerated that it was no different for them to go in there than to seek death. Now it's good. At most, they didn't fight for the land. At least they don't have to die. After thinking clearly about this point, their mood lightened up quite a bit, and they began to browse the game forums and world chat channels with the attitude of watching the show. It's just that the more I look at them, the more alarmed and intimidated I get. There was a lot of bickering on these two channels when the edition selection began. During that time, there were even a number of bigwigs who came down and started to shamelessly fight for the plates, and even flashed their frighteningly high talents to directly intimidate them. The little old men under his command joined the fight. For a while, the two channels that could speak became like a food market, full of curses. Some of the muckrakers followed suit with a few sneaky curses. It's great to watch passers-by gawk. After tossing and turning like this for an hour, the system alert finally came. Ding! 911 Newbie Zone has joined the Flag Battle 95. Please log in to the portal in time. Outdated is regarded as an abandonment. 59, 58, 57. Seeing this message, the people in the classroom were still slightly nervous, but Lin Mo didn't even give them a proper look before directly clicking yes. In the next moment, as the teleportation glow lit up, he disappeared inside the classroom. The crowd looked slightly relieved, and then they heard a system prompt. Ding! Are you watching the 9/11 Novice Zone Flag Battle? Chapter 39, Top Battlefield. The fight begins. The number of novice zones wrapped up in this battle for the land of no masters exceeded 1 million, almost accounting for half of the total number of Blue Star novice zones, excluding some of the players who had fallen in the novice trial, and those who had watched from the sidelines. A total of over 1 billion players had joined the battle. The number of flag fight rings erected totaled over 200,000 in all. The scramble that 911 Novice joined is just one of many, but it is one of the top battlefields. This was because the battle not only involved the 10 SSS ranked Terra Incognita that Lin Mo had selected, but also other high-quality Terra Incognita, large and small, totaling more than 50 unclaimed land. Will be this battle to determine the belonging of the unclaimed land associated with these 50 masterless lands. Without exception, all of them were top-tier resources. At the very least, they were resource grade from S, but it also means that the number of people fighting for it will not be small, and there are even more powerful people. Having only just flooded into the live stream to watch the ring battle, the players in the 9/11 Novice Zone realized that pop-ups were already starting to fly all over the screen. 4056 Invincible. Ellis is invincible. What is Ellis? A mere A-rank loser who dares to compare himself to our S-rank Lord Sam? As if anyone doesn't have an S rank. We have a total of 2 S-rank bigwigs in the newbie zone. What? Want to compare? Waste stuff. Our big brother is at SS ranked profession. What are you 2 S ranked? Together you may not be a match. Everyone is so fierce. We don't have that many S ranks in the novice area, but there are more than 30 A ranked professional players, and I really kinda wanna cross paths with this SS ranked professional player you're talking about. The crowd in the classroom of the 911 novice area did not know what to say when they saw these speeches that were more anticlimactic than one another. After holding their tongue, someone else said something. Can Big Brother Lin Mo hold up or not? The others also looked worried. Although Lin Mo was overbearing, unreasonable, and indifferent to them, but after the loan they had just made, their opinion of him had changed a little. The most crucial thing was that Lin Mo was the only bearer of the 911 novice zone. If he goes down, who's going to carry the banner in the 911 novice area from now on? Li Mingliang? Or is it Gang One Key? Having seen the disparity of the world, they have come to realize their own insignificance. The current ones no longer had the aura of a few days ago when they were going to swallow mountains and rivers and fight for world domination. Moreover, compared to others, the 2 of them hoped that Lin Mo would survive. Even as the uncrowned king of 911, it's good to at least let outsiders know that it's not as if there aren't any sitting ducks in the 911 area of the end state. Don't die, Lin Mo. Li Mingliang silently read in his heart. However, there wasn't much thought as to whether or not Lin Mo could take these 10 masterless lands. It wasn't just him. The other players here were probably thinking the same thing in their hearts. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and the image in front of him had already buckled and appeared on top of an island. He raised his eyes, looked around and found the flag in the center of the island. This is the flag that represents the 911 novice area. That's right, it's not all or nothing to compete for the flag of no man's land, but also to press the flag of your own newbie zone. Once one's own flag is plundered, then one's own territory has to be integrated into someone else's. In the future, you can only keep your head down and be careful in other people's territory. Of course, the 911 novice area wasn't considered to be some sort of sky-high resource treasure, and it was only rated as a District B-level resource land. Not up or down, plain and simple. Lin Mo didn't look at it too closely, instead placing his gaze on the system interface in front of him, which already displayed a map. Just see that the map has marked all 50 flags of the masterless land, from the dark red SSS-rated resource site, to the light red S-rated resource site flag. On top of that, even the location of where the 200 or so novice zones in the competition were located were marked. This is not without some pretty good resource sites. Of course, none of them were as good as those 10 SSS-ranked masterless lands that Lin Mo had picked. Let's see. Where to start? Lin Mo rubbed his fingers and narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the map in front of him. Meanwhile, on other islands, a tall, well-built man stood stripped naked on top of the island's hill, carrying his own large fan, his gaze sweeping over the rolling islands before him. And behind him stood dozens of players, equally spirited and imposing. Lord Ellis is invincible. They drank in unison. The man named Ellis reached out his hand and scratched that thing in his pants, then grabbed it towards the void, only to see a Poseidon trident of over 3 meters appear in his hand. He laughed aloud. Surprisingly, it's a map of the island. Ha, it's really heaven's help. Decided. These, with a big wave of his hand, the tip of the Poseidon trident swept towards an island in front of him, then said, "It's all mine." The crowd behind him once again chimed in. Invincible, invincible, invincible. At the same time, at the top of the mountain on another island, there was likewise a female player standing. She had long, silver-white hair that flowed wildly through the air, and in her hand she held a magical staff that far exceeded her height. But from a distance, it didn't look like a mage profession. Instead it looked more like a combat profession with a lance in hand. The player behind her whispered, "Miss Nina, there seems to be a handful of strong people involved in the battle this time. Shouldn't we wait and see what happens first?" Nina, whose eyes seemed to be frosted with ice, said in a cold tone as well, "There is water here, and the advantage is mine, so there's no need to wait. We'll just strike." The player behind him wanted to persuade him, but he was not expecting to be interrupted by Nina's cold voice. "Idiot. The coming of the end of the world is tantamount to the opening of the Third World War, and if a small, extremely cold country like ours doesn't take advantage of the situation and move forward, we can have our share in the future division of the world. Besides, since I've gotten our country's only SS-ranked profession, I naturally want to fight for a good version of the Aisha country region. Maybe in a few years, our country of Aisha will become the new superpower of the blue planet. If we give in here, won't we give in and lose at every step in the future?" The player who was named and lectured shrunk his neck, but didn't continue to put in a rebuttal. The eyes of the other players behind them flickered, as if they were pondering their own boss's words. Nina is right. Eternal Kingdom Come is the once-in-a-century World War III. Perhaps this is the last chance in human history to redivide the world. They were just a small bullet-ridden country, and if they could really capitalize on the momentum, they might actually become a power in the new world in the future. Thinking about this, their eyes were also on fire. Another island, deep in the jungle. Fark, how come it's this kind of map? An angry curse came. A man dressed in a long black robe, his face and body completely hidden under the hood and robe, his scarlet eyes faintly visible in the darkness, as well as his fierce fangs reflecting a metallic luster. The little old man behind him smiled sarcastically. Lord Edward, why don't we wait until the blazing sun sets? He opened his mouth and swept his eyes gloomily towards the blazing sun above his head. Then with a cold smile, he reached out and grabbed the person who spoke, then opened his bloody mouth to gnaw directly on top of his neck. The sound of sucking blood rang out in the middle of the silent jungle, and while the players behind them all had their scalps tingling, Big Summer Day broke out in a cold sweat. A few moments later, the player who had already been sucked into dryness was casually discarded by him in the middle of the bushes. Edward wiped his rosy lips and sneered. Rubbish, by the time the Sunset Strike map is all fused, there will still be good places left for us? After saying that, he swept a glance at the silenced players behind him and said in a cold voice, when it starts, no one will be left behind. All of them will go out and grab the flag for me. What I want will never fall into anyone else's hands. The remaining players responded in unison, fearing that if they spoke a second too slowly, they would end up like the player before them. As each island became visible on the map, the system countdown finally ended. Ding! The battle for the flag has officially begun. Players, please strive for the flag. As the system's mechanical tone ended, it was only seen that a sky bridge as gorgeous as a rainbow began to be erected between islands that were originally independent of each other and did not interfere with each other. In just a split second, hundreds of large and small islands were all linked together with sky bridges. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he looked at this rainbow bridge in the sky, and without waiting for a moment, densely packed silhouettes appeared on top of that rainbow bridge and began to charge in all directions. The ones where the silhouettes gathered the most were naturally the dozens of top-notch masterless places in the center. But it didn't mean that there weren't any other ideas, and gradually, the silhouettes began to diverge, rushing towards the islands where the surrounding players were. This is a clear attempt to get a head start and sweep away nearby competitors early. Among them, there was even a wave of people coming towards the island where Lin Mo was. Lin Mo said in a cold tone, "It's finally starting." In the next second, his figure disappeared into thin air, and with him disappeared the flag that had been planted in the center of the island. Chapter 40 Mortal Hell, Monsters Paradise. If there were a large number of people on the island, naturally they couldn't carry the flag on their bodies like Lin Mo did. Otherwise, if you were killed and then exploded, you would definitely be scolded to death by the other players in the newbie zone. But unlike the other islands, where hundreds or thousands of people were always on the field together, Lin Mo simply came alone. So, naturally, the flag is best carried on the person. In the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, Lin Mo, who was alone, looked extremely conspicuous. Ha ha, who's that dude? How come he's on alone? He's the only one left in the newbie section? Humph, really looking for death, even if he's strong. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, so what good can come of it? But, don't guess guys, I just retrieved the World Channel and Game Forum message records. This WOD 911 newbie zone has never appeared. I guess it's sending someone over to try their luck. It's really daring to think, what if he lost the newbie zone flag? Wouldn't he lose all the extra ones? The forest is full of idiots. I don't think I'll live more than a few minutes. You guys, there's already a big group of people heading for that island of his. Li Mingliang and a bunch of other players from the 911 novice area also saw these messages. However, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji just glanced at each other, and a cold smile directly appeared on the former's face. There's no telling who's stupid. If he were to say that Lin Mo was comparing himself to those S-rank and above bigwigs, he would worry about which of the two was stronger or weaker. But the horseman who charged ahead? He'd only worry that these people were dying too quickly. This was something that he hadn't seen too much of before the transfer. However, after the transfer, he realized more and more that Lin Mo's strength was so strong that it even surpassed that of him after the transfer. In the beginning, Lin Mo could fight with 1 for 100, and was in the midst of the beast tide like nobody's business. Is it perhaps easier to deal with these regular players now than it was then? Is Ringo really that strong? The other players in the classroom were however a bit skeptical. If any of them were to be in that situation, they would be afraid to find a good place to hide for fear of being implicated in a bigger battlefield. As for Lin Mo on the battlefield, not only did he not hide, instead he quickly took a few steps forward and stepped on top of the rainbow bridge. waiting for countless people to rush towards his island. Li Mingliang smiled, and did not say anything more, said directly, "Strong or not, don't you know how to see with your eyes?" Not long after he finished speaking, he saw that in the live broadcast screen, a group of people were already close to Lin Mo. Flash spell. Seeing someone guarding the bridge, this side of the first level mage also did not speak of martial arts, immediately threw a flash bomb over. Immediately after that, it was a few rounds of long-range magic that followed again. Ice ball. The fountainhead technique. A flurry of arrows. With so much first-rank magic, if it was an ordinary player, even if he could dodge 2 and resist 2, he would be half-mutilated if he didn't die. Humph. One person dares to guard the bridge, really looking for death. A cold smile appeared on the face of the player who rushed over, but the next second, the smile froze on his face. It was because Lin Mo had only gently moved a few steps to avoid those magic attacks that they considered to be fatal. 1 or 2 of the little ice balls seemed to hit him for sure, but it wasn't as if he couldn't avoid them, but rather that he was deliberately not avoiding them, because that ice ball smashed down. Not even a single visible scar appeared on his skin. Too little damage. No defense broken? Those players opened their mouths, realizing that the people in front of them didn't seem to be easy to mess with. But then they looked around them. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Brothers, go! The leading player bellowed and charged up with his men. Compared to before, they hadn't been transferred and could only rely on their natural skills to deal damage. At this moment, the players more or less had weapons in their hands. The killing power is even better than before. Facing these players who were either holding swords or rushing forward with long guns and short daggers, Lin Mo just faintly raised his eyelids and swept a glance. Aberration. In the next moment, 6 chains with sharp locks protruded from his arms. The eyelids of Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, who were watching the live broadcast, jumped hard, more or less in response. Sure enough, the next second at the head of that rainbow bridge, an extremely bloody killing began. The 6 chains were like soul-chasing death sides, stabbing into the chest, temples, lumbar vertebrae, and other vitals of one player after another with lightning speed. Often, with just one blow, the body of a player who was still alive and well would go limp, and then fall straight down with wide eyes, too dead to be seen. Compared to the speed of the chains, these players' attacks were no different from slow motion. Before they could charge to a distance of 1 meter in front of Lin Mo, a dozen or so players were directly killed in seconds. And that, in a nutshell, is just the beginning. Lin Mo took a slight step forward, his body rippling as he quickly weaved his way through the crowd. The 6 chains flashed with a chilling cold light, dancing in the air and drawing a line of blood. Ding! Kill player York. Ding! Killed player Antoine. Ding! Killed player Marin. As the kill prompts continued to ring out, the players in front of them planted themselves one by one. Within a few moments, a field of corpses was already lying at the bridge entrance of Island 911. Those remaining players, after realizing that they had encountered a killing god that they shouldn't have messed with, wanted to flee backward, but it was already too late. Not 10 minutes out, hundreds of players died at the entrance to the bridge, creating a human wall of no more or less height at the entrance to Island 911. Hiss! At this moment, Li Mingliang and the others who were deliberately paying attention to the movements on Lin Mo's side directly scrunched their necks, and a wave of fear ran through their hearts. Fortunately, he hadn't clashed with Lin Mo head-on before. Otherwise, the hundreds of people in this classroom of theirs were afraid that they would only be reduced to the same fate as those players on the battlefield. However, although they were paying careful attention to this side, the movements on Lin Mo's side didn't actually cause too many ripples on the entire battlefield. This all stemmed from the fact that on a few other battlefields, there were a few players who performed really amazingly. The first was a blonde man with a naked body, only to see that instead of going straight to the bridge, he plunged headlong into the sea after the restrictions around the island were lifted. Then, the crowd saw him carrying that huge Poseidon trident, stepping on huge waves towards the rainbow bridge. Hello! Huge waves lashed out towards the players on the rainbow bridge, even covering its dazzling colors for a time. After just the first huge wave, a sea of spitting blood, half-dead players lay on top of the rainbow bridge. However, the naked blonde man didn't stop himself and raised his voice to the sky, once again rapping a huge wave towards the players on the rainbow bridge. This was repeated for several rounds, and the number of players who had been seriously injured or directly killed by the giant wave's lunge was surprisingly no less than 4 digits. The strength is creepy, and there were several others in various parts of the rainbow bridge who had killed players not below him in number. This battlefield is infested with monsters and mortals are not allowed to enter. Chapter 41 Talent Edition. A difference between clouds and mud. Ice Spike Dance. As the SS-class ice mage named Nina chanted, a hurricane suddenly rose above the rainbow bridge. If the players looked closer, they would realize that the hurricane was simply a convergence of countless ice blades. Along one end of the rainbow bridge, It swooped straight down toward the other end. Countless players were wrapped up in it, and their bodies were either zapped into a hornet's nest or cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. After the hurricane, the ground was so devastated that it was hard to see even a single intact body. Nina took a slight step forward, and countless glaciers stretched out from beneath the rainbow bridge, sending her higher and farther away, and the huge staff in her hand made a slight point in the void. Frost wrap. The magic was enveloping a range of hundreds of meters in a circle, and the melee players who were charging towards her had their feet slipped, their bodies suddenly felt stiff, and cold air went straight to their heads, without waiting for them to react. The players behind Nina had already pounced towards them. Another thrilling fight. At this moment, the live broadcast. Asterisk. Did these people really just transfer? How come it feels like they're not on the same level as us at all? Ooh, that's scary. It's a good thing I didn't go down, or I wouldn't even have a chance to give a patting. Is the gap that big? I'm about to pee myself. Terrifying as it is, we're no different than ants in front of this kind of genius divine giver. Word on the street is that these top talented divine gifted will receive a large amount of free attribute points after transferring. Many times higher than us. Many times higher. How many times higher? Exactly? Regarding the attribute points, someone soon revealed the mystery on the game forums. A pseudonymous player named Know-It-All posted a thread titled hashtag quick entry, revealing the attribute point additions of F-rank, SSS rank talented players after transferring hashtag. The post explains in detail how players transferring from F-rank, SSS rank talent gain very different attribute points and vary greatly. Tapping into the post, the first thing you could see was the clear list that had been created, directly labeling the attribute point bonus of each grade of talent after the transfer. 1 by 1. F-rank talent. Add 10 points to attributes after transfer. E-rank talent. 20 points. D-rank talent. 30 points. C-level talent. 40 points. Level B talent. 60 points. A-rank talent. 100 points. The above are the bonuses for A-rank talents and below. As for the bonuses above A-rank talents, they are even more exaggerated. The S-class talent was directly doubled, reaching a total of 200 attribute points, and the SS-class talent, a total of 300 attribute points. As for being located at the very top of all players, the SSS rank talent had a full 400 attribute point bonus. Of course, this is not the final word, because players of each grade talent, the attribute points added after the transfer depends not only on the talent, but also on the occupation. An example, if a player with a B-grade divine gift talent obtains a corresponding B-grade profession with a match value of 60 points or more, he or she will receive the full 60-point attribute bonus after transferring to a new profession. However, if this player obtained a career that was a C-ranked career, or even a D-ranked career, then even if the match value reached 60 points, however, the attribute points added after the transfer would be greatly reduced, and it was definitely not possible to obtain the full 60 points of attribute value. On the contrary, if a player with a B-ranked divine gift talent got an A-rank profession, the attribute point bonus after transferring would be more than 60 points, and might even approach the A-rank's 100 points. So, the post ends with the conclusion that it will be different for each player specifically. Attribute point bonuses, 2, vary for each player. Players who read the entire post compared their attribute point additions and found that there was not much difference from the conclusion given in the post. As a result, the post was instantly top trending, and the discussion about the players involved in the war was even higher. My mama, yeah. S-rank talent is able to add 200 points. No wonder those S-rank players killing normal players is no different than killing a dog. People are more angry than people. An E-rank talent like mine is purely indiscriminate. Why is it that I only have 100 points at a rank and double that at S-rank? Sour. Big guy upstairs, I suspect you're here to pretend. So if I only added 10 points to my F-rank, wouldn't that be the worst of the garbage? But you don't say. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, among others, also noticed the link to this post that was being swiped on the live stream pop-up. They also clicked in full of curiosity and looked around. That's pretty much it. Li Mingliang calculated the attribute points he added after his transfer, which was around 70 points, mainly because his occupation match value was pretty good. Thought it was possible to add a little more attribute points even if his talent and occupation were highly compatible. Jiang Yuanji is slightly worse, but also above 60 points. Other players also compared their attribute points and found little difference from what the post said. Then, as if he had thought of something, Li Mingliang suddenly opened his mouth. That Nina called herself an SS class extreme ice mage. Wouldn't the attribute point bonus be 300 points? Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cool air, and a look of awe passed through his eyes. The other players looked similar, and after a long time, someone asked, then how many attribute points does Brother Lin have? Will there be 300 points as well? Someone shook his head. I guess it's up in the air. 300 points is an exaggeration alright. No matter how many points. It's better than us anyway. It's good that Ringo is stronger. Better take a couple of well-rated noobs for us in the 9/11 novice zone. Battle for the flag, field 95. The battle has only just begun. And the battle is seen to be raging. 8 big shots, each with their own skills. The roars and shouts were intertwined, making the viewers who were watching the live broadcast have chills down their backs while being glad that they didn't get off the field at the same time. Of course, to say that the most eye-catching ones were still none other than Ellis, who was carrying Poseidon's trident, and Nina, who was releasing ice spells. The two struck out with the most amazing sound and killed the largest number of players. In just half an hour, the number of players who had died at their hands had already exceeded 2,000. Together with the number of dead and wounded around the battlefield, the total casualties had exceeded 30,000 players, and the number of players participating in the flag battle in Battlefield 95 was just over 160,000 players. It hadn't even been an hour and there were nearly a fifth of casualties. The ferocity of the killing was better than the wave of beasts that caught people off guard in the novice trial. Lin Mo, who stood at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, just stood quietly on top of the earth wall built up by the corpses and watched the fight. If any ungrateful one dared to approach, a corpse would be added again under the 6 chains on his side. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and a cold smile even spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Bunch of idiots. Chapter 42, The Strong Live. The weak die. Eternal Armageddon was but a few short days away, and Blue Star players were dead and wounded. Originally, there were more than 8 billion Blue Star players who had fallen in battle during the novice trial. The players who survived with great difficulty joined the battle for the masterless land again without stopping. In the end, at least half or more of the Blue Star players would simply die in the first 2 rounds of trials and battles. Especially this fight in the land of no master. The fight is so fierce. The death and injury, even by the later generations of Blue Star players, as the most stupid civil war. There is no one. The world is full of people who are stupid and don't realize it, thinking that when the chaotic world comes, he can take advantage of the situation and be the Lord who divides the world. But they never wondered if they were the 1 in a million or not, or the 10,000 that's below 10,000%. At least right now, there are a lot of people who regret it. Oh, mommy, I don't want to die. Someone help me. I can give you all the time coins I have. Please, don't come over. Go die. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Oof. Those players who had only a sliver of blood left and were lingering on the Rainbow Bridge felt regret for the first time. Unfortunately, no matter how mournful their cries were, no one could save them from the fire at this moment. It was also at this point that they really realized something. From the very beginning, this battle for the top no man's land had nothing to do with ordinary people like them. The battle for the flag, known as Lot 95, is the home of the monsters on the field, and they, the mortals who want to take food out of the mouth of the monster, are purely fantastical. Muddying the waters? It doesn't exist. It was destined to be a war between monsters. The viewers watching the live broadcast had already noticed that there were several monsters running towards the island in the center, and then pocketed those SSS-rated no man's land flags like nobody's business. The current rankings for the Flag 95 contested battlefield are now available. 1. Ellis, SSS grade banner *1. 2. Nina, SSS grade banner *1. 3. Miura Kaiso, SS grade flag *2. 4. Edward, SS grade banner *1. 5. Tyrone, SS grade banner *1. 10. Hodgson, SS grade flag *1. The top 10 players on the flag list have at least one SS ranked flag in their hands. List 1 and List 2 have even taken one of the SSS ranked flags that everyone was eyeing. There were a total of 50 flags in the field, and a small half of them had already been taken by the players. Of these, there are 18 SSS class flags in total, and the remainder are all SS class flags. For each novice area, take up to 10 flags. However, there are more than 200 newbie zones involved in the scramble. This also means that perhaps only a handful of novice areas will end up being full. But there were more than just a few monsters on the field. None of the players in the top 10 are good. Other than that, it's not like there's no one who can match these guys. The first to bear the brunt was the fully 30A ranked profession players in the 4000th novice area of the Flying Cake Country. 30 strong, topless wrestlers, in a formation, pushed their way across the Rainbow Bridge. Even a team of players several times their size could only be crushed by them. It wasn't as exaggerated as the monsters on the list, but it was a steady stream, and it was already close to a nearby island with SSS-ranked resources. Not surprisingly, that flag will fall into their hands. On top of that, there were a few dashing to the core figures on the field. Not sure what level or what profession they were in, they quickly weaved through the crowd, fighting soundly, before each of them ran towards their targets. For a while, the arena was so chaotic that the viewers who were watching the live broadcast didn't know which side to focus on better. Holy, too strong for these guys. Who on earth can take the final victory? It's either Ellis or Nina, I think. These two are just too strong. The others on the list are also strong, but they still feel a gap with them. I feel pretty much the same way. Just the two of them have the most killing power and kill the most people. I don't think so. These two people's career skills are obviously more inclined towards ranged attacks. And if they really have to face off against Sword Saint Miura Kyosho, who is good at one-on-one on the list, and that black-robed Edward, I don't know who the deer will be. Sword Saint Miura Haishiang is okay. His sword moves are harsh. At least he can see the path. This black-robed Edward is also too eerie. The people who fought with him died silently without knowing what happened. Gee, they're all guys you can't afford to mess with anyway. Just as the spectators were talking, the List 1 and List 2 on the battlefield, which most people thought deserved it, finally made short work of each other. I'm coming. Ellis stepped on the waves and swept over the rainbow bridge, and the waves swept countless players into the sea. It washes into the sea and rolls back up onto the shore. After a few rounds, there weren't many players left alive. On the other end, Nina similarly stepped on the glacier and slid all the way on top of the paved glacier, moving at a speed that was not as fast as Ellis, but still fast. The two didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but after a few rounds, they actually converged towards a central island. Little sister, get out of the way. This island is mine. This great master, Ellis, who was treading on a huge wave, laughed aloud, then threw the Poseidon trident in his hand without hesitation. The huge trident carried an unrivaled momentum, heading straight towards Nina on the glacier. The latter sneered coldly, and surprisingly did not release magic, but instead swung out directly across the room with a magic staff that did not match his stature at all. Clang! There was a loud thud on the ground. The staff struck heavily on top of the trident. Nina clenched her teeth and pushed again, knocking the Poseidon trident straight back from whence it came. SS-class extreme ice mages weren't just high in spirit power. Want to get killed? Nina raised her magic staff about to unleash a ranged attack. The Poseidon trident returned to Ellis without any surprise, and he grinned a bright laugh, not minding Nina's threat, but chuckling. Don't be angry, Sister Nina. Why don't the two of us join forces? This central island has a full 18 SSS ranked flags. Bright conspiracy. The players who were watching the movement on this side were alarmed. Are you kidding me? One is already perverted enough. Right, and now List 1 and List 2 have to join forces? Don't say yes, don't ever say yes. Countless players pleaded in their hearts. If they really wanted these two guys to join forces, wouldn't they be able to sweep the entire battlefield 95? Unfortunately, their pleas didn't work anymore. Nina spoke up after only a slight pause. 18 sides? How do you split it? Ellis laughed. 8 flags for one person, and the remaining 2 flags for each. Why not 9 sides for one person? It's simple. They all want 10 SSS rated flags. Nina's eyes twinkled, and after a few moments she made her decision. Good. Ellis gave 2 long laughs to the sky and said, good, not bad for what I see in you. When he finished, he also topped his crotch and raised an eyebrow at Nina. Would you be interested in attending my private party when it's done? Nina coldly swept downward, a sneer curling the corners of her mouth. Too small to be interested. Ellis didn't get angry either, and just gave Nina a bright smile before reaching forward slightly, only to see a huge wave instantly bring out the SSS ranked flag in the center of the island. But instead of just pocketing it, he had the waves carry the flag to Nina. A meet and greet gift from the Alliance. My Ice Princess Highness, please smile. Ellis curtsied slightly, only being naked. He really didn't look like a gentleman or a knight. Nina didn't say anything, and directly put away the SSS ranked flag. Ellis laughed twice and turned his head to look at the fearful-faced common players around him and exclaimed, then let's start a fun party. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped on a huge wave and rushed towards the players around the island. Nina had little expression as she rode the glacier right behind her, and the two of them began to frantically harvest flags along the central cluster of islands. Chapter 43 Alignment. Reaping the battlefield. After seeing Ellis and Nina team up, the other players reacted quickly and made the same choice. This is especially true of the players on the list as well. Often all they need is an exchange of glances and then an alliance is quickly established. Facing the combined efforts of List 1 and List 2, it was impossible for any player on the list to handle it alone. So, this is the only means by which they can win. Just 10 minutes later, a couple of strong teams were freshly formed. The top 3 ranked, Sword Saint, Miura Kyosho, and the 5th ranked, Gunslinger, Terran aligned. Number 6, Shadow Warrior, Cha Sung-won, and number 10, Desperado, Hodgson are allied. Edward the Black Robe, 4th place, allied with Captain Granny, 8th place, and Shield Warrior, Kelly, 9th place. Number 7, Light Mage, Aldington. Allied with 30 wrestlers from Flying Cake Nation. Together with the strong combination of Ellis and Nina, all of a sudden there were 5 teams with terrifying strength on the field. And with great speed, these teams harvested the ordinary players in their way while harvesting the flags on the central island. The flags of the group of islands were being pocketed by them on one side at a speed visible to the naked eye. The audience also gasped. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the point of playing when these monsters are allied? You can't play even if you're not aligned. The first 100 venues are completely the home of monsters. Ordinary players are just ants in their hands. That's not fair, is it? Oh, it's the end of the world. Who's going to talk to you about fairness? I just want to hug my thighs right now. Are there any A-list big shots willing to take a little brother? Me too, me too. Body petite, body soft, wear black silk. There is no one to take little brother, big brother. Online beg. All quiet. There's a little too much information upstairs. I'm thinking, ha, now that the big boys are all fighting over the land of no masters, the live room is full of little rookies everywhere. 911 novice area. Inside the classroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk, these people are too shameless to make an alliance. Li Mingliang couldn't help but curse. In that case, wouldn't big brother Lin Mo be in danger? The other players looked worried. The 911 novice zone was supposed to be the only one Lin Mo's entry. The big boys on those lists, on the other hand, are not acting alone, with a bunch of little old men behind them. When 2x2 alliances are made, the numbers are even greater. Lin Mo was only one person and was completely outmatched. Li Mingliang sighed. He originally still had high hopes for Lin Mo, but as far as the current situation is concerned, he only begged Lin Mo not to die on the line. At least 911 novice area later there is a bearer of the thighs. Do not need to be like the live broadcast of those players, everywhere to recognize Big Brother. Just as he sighed, a sudden cry of alarm came from beside him. My God, Ringo's going to make contact with Aldington and the others. The crowd was shocked and rushed to look at the screen. Only Lin Mo, who was running on top of the Rainbow Bridge in the picture, just happened to be heading to the same island as the Aldington Alliance on the other end. Unsurprisingly, the two sides will meet soon. It's over. Lin is only one person. How did he run into the team with the largest number of people? S-rank Light Mage, Aldington, plus 30 A-rank Flying Cake Nation wrestlers. It was the most elite of the 5 aligned teams on the field. Just now, Shadow Warrior, Cha Sung-won and Desperate Poisoner, Hodgson's allied team encountered them and also scored a few points, choosing to take a detour and not clash head-on. The main thing is that they are really strong as a group. S-rank Light Mages were already one of the best support professions in rank 1, and with 30 wrestlers responsible for strong offense, it was a perfect match. Several aura techniques enveloped the wrestler's body, and his single attack was already no weaker than that of a combat player of an S-rank profession. Not to mention that the 30 wrestlers had combos, and when they struck together, even an alliance team with SS-level professions could only avoid them. It's not really wise to go head-to-head. Don't, Ringo, hurry up and back off. The crowd in the classroom shouted out in anxiety, but their voices finally couldn't penetrate the screen and reach Lin Mo's ears, so they could only watch Lin Mo, step by step, approaching towards the Light Mage Alliance team. A few minutes later, the two sides finally hit the ground running. Hey, ha, ho, the wrestlers stepped forward in unison, using their palms as a push, but any player in their way would be dropped right in front of them. Those with weaker defenses had their brains and stuff start splattering all over the place the moment they fell. Even those with a decent physique would have their bones cracked by the fall, temporarily losing the ability to move, and then have their heads picked up by the little old boys following them. So the moment they saw Lin Mo, their expressions didn't change much at all. A wrestler reached out and tried to grab Lin Mo by the lapels of his chest and wrestle him to the ground. Seek death. Lin Mo's eyes coldly swept over, and his arm instantly transformed into a bone sword, slicing down from top to bottom. Ah. The next moment, the wrestler's screams rang out across the room. The surrounding companions glanced sideways, only to see that the wrestler's arm had been cut off flush by Lin Mo. Before they could be surprised, Lin Mo's bone sword attacked again. The wrestler raised his remaining hand to block, but the bone sword sliced in easily, slicing his arm right off along with his head. The head and arm flew up together, then rolled to the ground, until he died. He didn't understand that his body, which clearly had several defense buffs on it, and where ordinary swords and knives would have a hard time leaving even a single wound, was cut off by someone with just one sword. Damn it! Go to hell! Damn Yankees! The crowd was shocked and furious, and they were directly about to make a move to suppress this Yin country player who didn't know the heights of heaven. Ha! Lin Mo sneered, advancing instead of retreating in the face of 29 Class A wrestlers pouncing. Chop steel. Both hands unfolded and transformed into bone swords, and the next moment was a good fight. As a great head continued to fly up and fall, the system kill prompts began to refresh. Ding! Killed player Rahul. Ding! Killed player Samit. Ding! Killed player Salman Khan. One by one, the 30 A-list wrestlers fell, all killed in less than 2 minutes. And surprisingly, not a single one of them was able to last a round under Lin Mo's bone sword. Whether it was the players next to them or the audience who were watching the live broadcast, their expressions appeared to be stagnant for a moment, as if they had not reacted to what was going on. The first one to come back to his senses was no one else but Light Mage Aldington, who was at the back adding aura and buffs. He looked at the wrestlers' mutilated limbs and broken bodies all over the ground, and then glanced at Lin Mo, who happened to be looking over towards him, and all he could feel was a dry mouth and a numb scalp. Escape! Run away! Just as this thought floated in Aldington's mind, he only saw that in the next second, the Yin player, who looked like a malevolent ghost, had already taken a step forward, directly intercepting him. Lin Mo expressionlessly extended his hand towards him and spat out 2 words. Bring it! Chapter 44, Lin Mo strikes. The monsters fought. With hardly any hesitation, Aldington pulled out all the flags from his backpack with the fastest hand speed in his life, and swiftly handed them all over to Lin Mo. And the latter, after getting it, slightly shook it and pocketed all the flags. Just as Aldington thought his opponent was going to slaughter him in passing, he only felt a fresh breeze in front of him on his cheek. With a flash of light before his eyes, Lin Mo had already crossed over him, taking one step across and stepping onto the rainbow bridge to another island. Phew! In hindsight, Aldington breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch the back of his hand, a handful of sweat. Then, he gazed blankly at the back that had disappeared at the end of the rainbow bridge, and his heart was in his mouth. Where in the world did this murderous god come out of? It was important to know that by virtue of the fact that the best thing a light mage could do was to increase the team's defense and heal wounds. Under his augmentation, these A-ranked wrestlers were definitely thick-skinned and not inferior to the front-row players of S-ranked professions. However, under the hand sword of this Yin player, the defense was like brittle paper, as if it was not worth mentioning at all. Only what he didn't know was that Lin Mo's chopping attack with the steel cutting effect was able to deal damage to a Hell Hydra with a body mass of over 1,000 points before the transfer. What are these wrestlers with no more than 300 points of fitness at most? Aldington let out a long breath and turned his head once more before he got a look of hell, because the dozens of wrestlers lying on the ground do not know when is turned into a set of vacuum has been pumped dry corpse. And at this moment, the broadcast room exploded. The Light Mage Alliance, which was originally regarded as one of the 5 strongest forces on the field by the spectators and countless players, was unexpectedly destroyed after encountering an unheard-of player from the Yin Kingdom. It even looked like a complete crush and abuse to many viewers. My god, who the hell is this guy? So strong. It was clearly not on the list just now. How could it be so powerful? Well, I think it's called Lin Mo. Just got on the list after getting the flag. Hiss dash. Isn't that the Yin player who went solo? So it really is the big guy. Not a bigot? This strength is comparable to the monsters at the top of the list. The players in the 911 novice area were even more red-faced and excited beyond belief. Asterisk 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 Ringo is awesome. They rose to their feet in droves. Haunted. Li Mingliang, who had been mindlessly blowing Lin Mo from the beginning, even clenched his fists and kept talking under his breath. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Of course. In fact, even the two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, didn't know to which extent Lin Mo's strength had actually reached. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a bit worried about Lin Mo's safety before. It was just that in the end, Lin Mo's strength was indeed too much for everyone's expectations, and in the time it took for just one battle, he had gone from unranked directly to 9th on the list. Lin Mo. SSS banner asterisk 1, SS grade banner asterisk 9. That's right, after grabbing teams of both Light Mage and Wrestler, his banner shot straight up to 10. If Lin Mo held these 10 flags until the end of the battle, then the 911 novice zone would have fused the resources of a full 10 top Terran Elias. Even if we look at the entire Blue Star, we are afraid that it is also ranked. Provided, of course, that Lin Mo could survive and keep the flag in his hands. Thinking about this, a fire went through the hearts of the players in District 911, which also included Li Mingliang. He clenched his fists and said, next, as long as we don't meet the Monster Alliance on the other few lists, it's good to hold on until the end is the victory. Hey! Before he could finish, he was tapped on the shoulder by Jiang Yuanji next to him, and he subconsciously looked back. Only Jiang Yuanji's expression stiffened as he swallowed and said, that, Ringo seems to be heading towards Ellis and the others. What? Li Mingliang immediately widened his eyes and looked at the live broadcast interface, and then saw a spine-chilling image. In the live feed, Lin Mo was running extremely fast on the Rainbow Bridge, quickly approaching the next central island, and directly behind the island, the two of them, Ellis and Nina, were on a killing spree. having just exchanged blows with the strong attacking duo of the third-place Sword Saint, Mayura Kyosho, and the fifth-place gunslinger, Tyrone. The two sides are engaged in a battle. One by one, exaggerated skills were thrown out like they didn't need money. Giant waves and glaciers, sword chi and gunfire intertwined. You're coming and going and making a lot of noise. But any player who came near their neighborhood was all caught up in it and died on the spot. Even their own people. Ringo, turn around. There's no more flags there. Can't you see everyone's running outside? Once again, many players are sweating in a hurry. The flag of the island Lin Mo was running towards had just been pulled down by Ellis and Nina in a joint effort. And at the moment the island was bare, with nothing on it. Li Mingliang let out a bitter smile and said to the crowd in the classroom, "You guys stop screaming. Ringo can't hear you even if you scream." He paused and continued. "And, don't forget, Lin was able to see the map's markings on the battlefield, so of course he was well aware that there was no flag on that island." Hearing this, the crowd froze in place. Why did Lin Mo rush to that island when he knew there was no longer a flag on it? The crowd was startled as if they had thought of something. Since there is a leaderboard for the number of flags on the battlefield, it is only natural that the players in the middle of the battlefield know exactly who the flags are on. The reason why the surrounding players would avoid going around that island was because they knew that Ellis and the others were fighting on it. And Lin Mo rushed over there because, together the two teams have the most flags and the most complete. He was totally running for the flag. At the thought of this, the energy that everyone had just been so happy with drained away. This Ringo, why does he always like to challenge the high level? Some cried out so. Ice Spike Dance. As Ice Mage Nina's chanting ended, a several-meter-wide hurricane quickly condensed in the huge magic staff, and then launched straight out towards the front. Boom 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 boom. Countless trees and grasses on the island were swept away by this storm of ice blades, and they went away in a vast manner, facing the sky full of ice blades and powerful storms. Sword Saint Mayura Kyosho just calmly raised the Japanese-style wooden blade in his hand and softly chanted under his breath. Swift as the wind, fast as thunder, wind and thunder chop. As soon as the words fell, thunder seemed to flash in his eyes as he slashed the wooden blade down hard. A stern sword chi was like a swimming dragon heading towards the ice blade storm. Two terrifying energies met in the air and then exploded. The powerful aftermath spread out towards the island's surroundings, and the slightly weaker players couldn't even stand up under the aftermath of the two attacks. Before they could stabilize their stance, they only heard a bright laughter coming from high in the air. Ha ha ha, fun fun fun, my turn dash. Tidal wave. Ellis, who was standing on the wave, raised his Poseidon trident high, and wave after wave of huge waves surged up from the middle of the sea, finally forming a huge wave tens of meters high, which washed towards Mayura Haishong and Tyrone on the island, while Mayura Kyosho, who had just finished releasing his sword technique, was on skill cooldown. Gunner Terran lacked a means of defense. The two could only barely set up a defensive stance to fight hard. Swish dash, the waves pounded over the island, drowning the two. It wasn't a one-hit kill, but it did quite a bit of damage to both Mayura Kyosho and Tyrone, and for a while they floundered among the waves, surprisingly struggling to break free of the seawater. Ha ha ha, the two of us really are invincible. Standing bare-assed on the wave, Ellis crossed his arms and laughed up at the sky with an unbeatable attitude. With a laugh, he raised an eyebrow towards Nina at his side and said, "How's that? Isn't it unbeatable to join forces with your brother?" Nina seemed to dislike his arrogant attitude and turned her head just to speak, but froze in place. "You, behind you." Ellis wondered. "What's hissing behind me?" Before he could finish his words, a sharp burst of pain drilled through his back. Ellis' eyes widened and he turned his head to look just in time to see a black chain jerk away from his own backside area, bringing a perfect line of blood through the air. And as he looked in the direction of the retracting chains, he happened to see an Inferno player standing on top of the canopy of a tree, looking at himself with a cold face. "Get your ass down here or just go to hell." Chapter 45, No Martial Virtue. Grab the flag. Ellis covered his loins with a shocked look on his face as blood continued to flow down the crack of his hand. "Nima, you don't talk about martial arts, do you?" He also couldn't hold the smile on his face straight away and almost cursed. "No, no, no, we're gentlemen," Ellis said several times in his mind before stabilizing his emotions, and his gaze looked fiercely at Lin Mo below. He hadn't suffered such a big loss since the novice trial, and wherever he went, he didn't push all the way across. Where has anyone ever stolen a chicken like that? Yen Guaren, you're really looking for death. Ellis had murderous intent in his eyes. Nina at her side, however, frowned and said, "Careful, not a good one." She had already noticed the update of the rankings on the battlefield list, and the name of a surprising player from the Yin Kingdom had appeared, and at the moment, the interface's map display had many more flags in their area. It was obvious that the Yin player holding the flag was the Yin player in front of him. If there was only one such person, the combination of the two of them would naturally not have to worry about anything. Just a short distance away, the sword Saint Miura Kyosho and the gunsmith Taran had already readjusted their stance, and had to handle the situation with caution, or else it could easily result in a situation where they were surrounded. Ellis gritted his teeth and said, "You hold me for 3 minutes. 3 minutes will be enough." Nina didn't say much, just nodded. Good. Saying that, she once again raised the huge magic staff in her hand and aimed it at the two Miura Kyosho over there. And with that, Ellis raised the Poseidon trident and sneered at Lin Mo. "You think I don't dare to come down? I was afraid you'd die." After he said that, he stepped on a huge wave and swung his sea god trident to really attack towards Lin Mo. Switch, chop steel. Lin Mo's chains once again switched into the state of a bone sword, and then met the Poseidon trident with a forceful chop. Clang! The two weapons collided in the air with a violent sound. Feeling the vibrating sensation coming from his arm, a hint of surprise flashed in Ellis' eyes. This guy is still really able to take my blow? One should know that his profession was an SS-ranked profession of both battle and law, sea god. Especially since his career match value reached over 90 points. The attribute bonus after the transfer was infinitely close to the 400 points of attributes of an SSS grade talent. So whether it was a magic skill or a martial skill, his damage was no worse than that of a SS-ranked profession of the same rank. The two together. The battle power is even more in the SS level occupation among the absolute belong to the first class of existence. Even Miura Haishiang and Tyrone just now were washed away by his huge waves without paying attention. Not to mention that his martial arts skills were not lower than his magic skills. How did this guy right here block it? Your SS rank too? Ellis asked so with narrowed eyes. However, Lin Mo didn't reply. He just raised the bone sword on his left arm and slammed it on his head again. From top to bottom. Clang! Ellis threw his Poseidon trident across the room, blocking the attack once again. What follows is a face-to-face confrontation. Ellis danced the Poseidon trident around, almost every blow fast and heavy. On the contrary, Lin Mo's two bone swords were unavoidable, and their strength and speed were equally not weak. Clunk! Countless sparks shot out in all directions, and ear-piercing sounds resonated throughout the room. Both sides' attacks were as fast and swift as the wind, and ordinary players simply couldn't even capture the trajectory of their attacks. If they hadn't been standing at a distance, they might not have even been able to capture the figure. My god, it really is a godly fight. Did you guys see anything? Why do I feel like I didn't see anything? See a little, but not much. There's so much difference in attributes. What makes you able to see clearly when someone else is several times your size? The monsters on the previous list fought and basically crushed. With one skill, he was able to blast a group of people. The gap is too wide, so it's not clear how much of a gap there really is. It wasn't until this moment, when Ellis and Lin Mo were fighting in close combat, with short fights and punches, that the onlookers could really see clearly how terrifying these people really were. Of course, there were not only bystanders who were shocked, but also the sword Saint Miura Kyosho who was in the battlefield at the moment. He was also shocked in his heart after seeing these two sparring. For one thing, Ellis's melee combat was surprisingly so strong that it wasn't the least bit weaker than magical skills. The second was that this suddenly appeared Yen country player had fought against it, and surprisingly, he had not lost the battle. No, it's not losing ground, it's gaining the upper hand. Other players, including Nina who was an SS-ranked mage, might not be able to see this. Lin Mo's bone sword was harsh and extremely fast, and he vaguely had a vestigial feeling of suppressing Ellis, especially since the bone sword was able to leave a not-so-shallow wound on Ellis' body with each thrust. On the contrary, the latter was somewhat overwhelmed just dealing with his attacks. This is like a tease. For some reason, this thought popped up in Miura Kyosho's mind. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Ellis kept roaring in his mind. This fight was suffocating him. He was able to sense that his opponent's power was inferior to his own. His damage was inferior, and even the bizarre bone sword seemed to be of ordinary, rather average quality. In his hand, the growing professional weapon, Neptune Trident, was of rare quality as soon as it came out. It was reasonable to say that such an inferior weapon would simply not last more than a few rounds under his trident before it would be scrapped. However, Lin Mo's bone sword was not only not scrapped, it was also able to fight back and forth with his trident. Of course, what made him feel the most disgusted was Lin Mo's sword moves with tricky angles, which were simply impossible to defend against. No matter how he exerted his strength or changed his stance, his opponent always steadily overpowered him with one hand. There was always a feeling that there was nowhere to go with his power, and that was what was suffocating him. -120, -110, -130. Ellis's blood level continued to buckle, and he looked to be approaching the yellow line, knowing that he was a dual cultivator of battle and law. His attribute points, whether they were added to spirituality or strength, would give him a high amount of life value and defense. Currently Ellis was only level 11, but his blood quantity had already reached an exaggerated 2,000 plus points. Even so, they couldn't carry the damage from Lin Mo's sword. This guy's base 4 dimensions aren't low, and his agility value is definitely above mine. Ellis looked grave, sensing this as well. The reason why he was suppressed by his opponent at every step of his strike was the lack of agility value. No, we can't be led by the nose by him like this. Ellis clenched his teeth, let out a furious cry from his mouth, and at the risk of receiving a sword head-on, he swung up the Poseidon Trident and slammed it down regardless. Clang! Lin Mo raised his bone sword to block, and his entire body was sent flying backwards by the huge force. Only his form remained stable, and he skidded on the ground for a few steps before landing firmly on the ground. Sea God body! Ellis ignored the injuries on his body and let out a loud roar as a channel of seawater continuously churned up from around the island, blue energy converging towards him. Just a few moments later, the originally naked Ellis had a layer of azure-colored armor attached to his body, and there was a blue light flowing in his eyes. It wasn't that he was a cutie without clothes, or perverted, but because the requirement for the release of the SS-ranked profession technique, Sea God body, was to be without clothing. He bellowed towards Nina on the other end. Leave them for now. Join me and take care of this guy first. After saying that, he didn't care if Nina answered or not, and directly raised the Poseidon Trident and swung it forward. Tidal waves, countless waves rose from the sky behind him, rushing toward Lin Mo, who was not far away. And as he said, Nina did as he said, giving up on holding back the 2 Miura Kyosho, just erecting a thick ice wall before aiming her magic staff at the monstrous wave, the ice elements continuously gathering towards her body. Ice Spike Dance, another signature skill, but also one of her biggest kills. In a moment, 2 murderous ranged attacks went straight towards Lin Mo alone. Even Miura Haishiang, who had just hardened himself against these 2 attacks, felt his scalp numb. Just now the Ice Thorn's Wild Dance and the tidal waves, but in sequence, had also knocked out a large portion of his blood at once. Now that the 2 attacks were attacking at the same time, in his place he would definitely turn around and run. Otherwise he would be seriously injured without dying. Don't forget that water and ice, by nature, come from the same source. When the 2 were added together, the killing power would not diminish each other. It would only get stronger. Lin Mo raised his head indifferently, looking at the ice blades and waves that came from all over the sky. Not only did he not retreat, but instead, he stepped forward into the water. First, he took a few steps forward, not too fast and not too slow, and then he stepped on top of the water waves and began to sprint. Just as everyone was about to connect with these 2 large ranged magic skills, his eyes slightly condensed and the bone sword in his hand slashed with force. Break the waves. Flash gap. In the next second, his figure disappeared in front of the crowd. Ellis, who was stepping on top of the wave, looked stunned, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a coldness in the back of his heart. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and then he saw Lin Mo's expressionless face. 2 bone swords, one stuck at his chest and one then at his neck. His voice cold. You can stay dead for being obedient just now. Now, you can hand over the flag. Until this moment, Ellis felt the heart-rending pain coming from his chest, and at the same time, the arrogance on his face just now completely disappeared, and he said with a sobbing face, Big brother, don't kill me. Can't I just give it? Chapter 46, Ascending to the Top of Ranking 1. A bizarre stance. Ellis, who had been stabbed out of most of his blood with a single sword, didn't hesitate to surrender all the banners he had on him. 3 SSS ranked flags, and 3 SS ranked flags. The number was less than the light mage Aldington from earlier, but there were a full 2 more SSS flags, and at this moment the list on the battlefield changed once again. 1. Lin Mo, SSS flag *4, SS grade flag *12. 2. Nina, SSS grade banner *3, SS grade banner *4. 3. Miura Kaiso, SSS grade flag *2, SS grade flag *4. 4. Tyrone, SSS class banner *2, SS class banner *2. With Ellis becoming a 0 egg, Lin Mo instantly jumped from the top 10 to the first, holding as many as 16 flags in his hands, becoming the biggest winner in this battlefield. Ringo really did it. The players of Yenguai 911 cheered to the heavens. Just now, Lin Mo was attacked by List 1 and List 2 Ellis and Nina combined, and many people thought he was definitely dead. He not only dodged the attack unharmed, but also killed Ellis. It's no longer surprising. It's jaw-dropping. But even more shocking was yet to come, only to see Lin Mo stab Ellis in the waist before stabbing him in the heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the sea god's body hadn't been lifted yet, Ellis would have died on the spot without any surprises. So at this moment, even though his chest was in heartbreaking pain, he still didn't dare to act rashly. and just looked at Lin Mo with a terrified face. And after Lin Mo received the flag, he simply withdrew his bone sword and stretched out his right foot on his back looking at Nina, Mayura Kyosho, and the three of them in the distance and said, "Will you just hand over the flag? Or will you let me personally come and get it myself?" Nina and the others naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait for their turn, much less just hand over the flag they had managed to get their hands on. However, Nina, who had only just released her moves twice, was still on cooldown for her skills and wasn't in too good of shape. She turned her head to Mayura Kyosho's side and said, "Cooperation?" The latter and his teammate, Tyrone, looked at each other with understanding and immediately replied, "Good." Thus, a new combination was born. Ellis, who was trampled under Lin Mo's feet, has been reduced to an outsider. Only that the idea of scrambling for the flag is gone from his mind, and he only has the idea of living in his mind. Switch. Lin Mo unfolded his right arm, deformed into black chains, one chain flung slightly, strangling Ellis's neck with a deadly grip, then coldly spat out 3 words at him. "Punch it." Ellis was ashamed and annoyed. At the moment he was really no different from a dog led by Lin Mo. However, he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only ride the giant wave towards Nina and the others. "Want to die? Hurry up," Lin Mo said in a cold voice. F***K. Ellis was suffocating to the extreme, but with the amount of blood he had right now, as long as Lin Mo strangled that chain with the spikes attached to it hard enough, he would die on the spot. All he could do was follow orders and increase his speed to the maximum. Manipulating the waves was not exactly a part of the sea god profession skill, it was also one of his talent effects. As long as he was in the middle of the ocean, his speed was unmatched. Even when riding a wave and walking in mid-air, it wasn't much worse than most players of the same rank, and it could cross any terrain as long as there was enough seawater and the waves were big enough. So in the blink of an eye, he led Lin Mo to approach a distance of 100 meters in front of the Nina trio that had already converged. "Ha ha, how dare you!" A cruel smile appeared on Tyrone's face as he directly lifted the one in his hand and aimed it at Lin Mo with a sardonic laugh. "Gunslinger!" Countless ammunitions then attacked towards Lin Mo and Ellis. Ellis subconsciously tried to dodge, but a pain came from his neck as Lin Mo strangled him so hard that he couldn't change direction. "Oh, big brother, I'll really die if I resist this wave of damage head-on," he begged bitterly. Lin Mo ignored him and led him headlong into the rain of bullets of Tyrone without a care in the world. Just as Ellis was lamenting in his heart that he was dead, hopeless, suddenly Lin Mo's arms once again stretched out several black chains. The chains wheeled through the air, hitting each round of pitch-black ammunition with precision. Boom boom boom. The sound of countless gunpowder explosions came. Ellis's heart tightened, but when he opened his eyes, he realized that the gunpowder had been repelled by the chains in a single shot. Despite the explosions, not a single round of ordnance blew up near them. "My God, this is too strong." Ellis' mouth dropped open. In his place, other than avoiding it, he would have no choice but to hedge his bets with a huge wave. There is no other way to do it. He really couldn't imagine Lin Mo blocking all of the ammunition with just a few blackish-looking chains. The maneuver, too, is unthinkable. His mind was shaken. But to an outsider, not so much. The fire continued to explode in the air, and the tremendous sound attracted the attention of countless players on the battlefield. Smoke and sparks obscured the Lin Mo duo's movements, but without one exception, everyone thought the ammunition had hit Lin Mo and Ellis. Even Tyrone himself, who had released the skill, thought that Lin Mo would be half crippled without dying if he took his move head-on. He, daring to take my attack head-on, really looking for death, Tyrone sneered. As an SS-ranked gunner, her firepower was one of the best in the entire battlefield. It's just a shame that her range is closer, and the skills of Nina and Ellis just happened to restrain her output, which was why she seemed so inconspicuous and even a bit of a drag in the exchange of several people. Before that, however, her output and the number of players she had killed were far above Sword Saint Mayura Kyosho. Those who dared to underestimate her are now on the highway to the underworld. Nina cautiously said, "Don't be careless, this guy seems to know instantaneous movement skills." She thought of the image of Lin Mo dodging her and Ellis' joint attack just now. Tyrone, however, was not amused and said, "Oh, you guys are just blind yourselves, but I just noticed that the huge wave was split. He doesn't know how to do any instantaneous movement at all. He's just using some sort of blindfold." Speaking here, she looked at the flames that kept exploding in midair and continued, "Moreover, my attacks are auto-locked, and now that the fire is still exploding, that proves that he's still within the range of my skills." After saying that, a hint of smugness lifted up on her face, and just as she was about to continue bragging for a few more moments, she heard an icy voice coming from behind him. Yes, the 3 people, including him, were creeped out, and before they could react, they felt their bodies stiffen and pain came from all over their bodies. Tyrone tried to turn the barrel of the gun to counterattack, but the bizarre black chains wrapped her entire body from her arms to her armpits, from the base of her thighs to her ankles, and from her luteal bone to her chest, to the joints of her entire body in a death grip. The spikes attached to it pierced into the body even more viciously, and blood flowed out along the body. For a moment, all the strength in his body disappeared. She looked at her teammates on her side in horror. Only Nina didn't look any better than she did. Black chains wrapped her arms in a death grip, and her huge staff could no longer hold it, falling straight to the ground. And although Sword Saint Miura Kyosho reacted quickly and immediately drew his sword to meet the attack, he didn't think about saving their two temporary teammates, and directly took a sliding step backward and retreated backward. But before he could retreat, Ellis, who had a leash around his neck, stabbed him straight through the abdomen with his trident. His eyes widened, and the Japanese-style longsword in his hand slid to the ground in the process. Not knowing if he was venting his resentment, Ellis let out a sardonic laugh and twisted the trident viciously. Put! Miura Kaisho spewed out a mouthful of blood, and without any body protection skills he gagged as his neck slumped. Seeing this scene, a wave of horror passed over Tyrone's face before he heard Lin Mo's voice once again coming from behind him. Two short words. Flags. Chapter 47 Bidding. Lollipop Game. Tyrone couldn't think about it in time, and with a brainstorm, he removed all the flags from his backpack, and although Nina, who was at her side, had a resigned look on her face, she could only do as she was told. Lin Mo didn't even look at it before pocketing the pile of flags on the ground. With this, his SSS-ranked flags directly exceeded 10, reaching 11. There were even a full 20 SS grade flags. It's full, and it's all SSS-rated flags. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome Ringo. Ringo. YYDS. The players in District 911 were so vocal that they wanted to bring the roof down. They were ecstatic and cheered even more than before. Li Mingliang was even sitting in the classroom in a daze, only feeling that it all came too suddenly and too much of a surprise, so much so that he didn't even know what to do with his expression. He was, and the rest of the audience on the air wasn't much better. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dude is awesome. Worthy of being our Yin country players. Just strong. Ellis lost, Nina lost, Miura Kyosho all lost. This dude took out 5 list players by himself. What an outrageous strength. It can't be an SSS class occupation, right? Well, it's not out of the question. The scene returns to the battlefield. Lin Mo's 3 chains bound the 3 people in the field together. Neither hanged them outright nor spared them. Ellis was moving fairly freely since he had the lowest blood count, but still didn't dare to do anything rash. As for Nina and Tyrone, they were tied up so tightly that they couldn't even move a single finger, let alone fight back. All 3 of them looked nervous and looked straight at Lin Mo, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. However, one thing they could be sure of was that Lin Mo definitely wasn't afraid to kill them. After all, although Miura Haishion was stabbed to death by Ellis, it was Lin Mo who manipulated him behind the scenes. After a few moments, Tyrone was the first to bear the pressure and took the lead. Fight or kill as you wish. Give my old lady a pain in the ass. Lin Mo raised her eyes and swept her a glance, and Ellis's heart stuttered before she mentally cursed Tyrone for being stupid and dumb or something like that. You don't want to die fast enough, do you? Then you go to hell. Don't drag me down. However, the next thing Lin Mo said was something that none of them had expected. He was seen taking the flags he had just gotten his hands on again and lining them up in order on the ground, saying, "The auction will now begin for the sale of 22 flags to the highest bidder. Ellis and Nina and Tyrone." Ha? Ellis looked confused. The other 2 weren't much better, auctioning off flags? What's that? You think this is an auction house? Nina and Tyrone's eyes widened, especially the latter's. Just now, she was ready to die. Who would have thought that the development afterward would be completely out of her expectation? But Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to their surprise and instead took an SS grade flag in his hand and said, "Starting at 100 time, you may begin to call for bids." The trio froze at first, then Ellis responded the quickest and said directly, 100. 101? Lin Mo nodded, and his gaze turned to the 2 people who were being held in midair by the chains. Nina froze and came back to her senses. 110. I'll take this flag. Ellis immediately shouted. 120. Don't take it from me. He gritted his teeth and glared at Nina, his eyes looking at her as if she were his father's murderer. Where is this SS grade flag in front of him? This is a life preservation charm. So he didn't care about the price at all, much less whether Lin Mo would actually give him the flag afterward or not. Be sure to take a picture of the flag. Seeing this expression on his face, the afterthought Tyrone also reacted and immediately said, I'll offer 152.5. That's all the time coins I have on me. F***K. Ellis cursed angrily. The 120 time coins he had just shouted for was already all the money he had on him, and that was still the reward he had gotten from the transfer. Next to her, Nina closed her mouth as well. She had a few more time coins than Ellis, but not as many as 150. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Lin Mo threw the banner underneath Turin and said, "It's yours." Then, without any pause, he once again picked up an SS-ranked flag. Same, starting at 100 time coins. Ellis called again, 120. I bid 120. Give it to me. Unfortunately, auctions aren't taken by whoever talks first, and Nina ended up winning for 125 time coins. The latter had already guessed that Ellis only had 120 coins, and was originally thinking of offering 121 coins to take it, but after glancing at Lin Mo, he still added a few more coins upwards. But in the end, the one who made the most money was surprisingly Ellis, who auctioned off Lin Mo's third SS-ranked flag for only 120 coins. Just when they thought that this outrageous auction would stop, Lin Mo once again picked up an SS-class flag and said as usual, starting at 100 time coins. Ellis and the others looked at each other, and the former said stiffly, "That, big brother, we don't have that many time coins left." I didn't expect Lin Mo to pay no attention to him at all, but instead turned to the ordinary players who had just been spectating around. Sold on the spot, starting at 100 time coins to the highest bidder. Those players who were originally spectating from afar were first stunned. Then their expressions became excited. "Biggie, can we shoot too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? That's an SS class flag. Can we really? Biggie. Asterisk 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 brothers hurry up and get it together. Whoever has time coins take it out. We're out for 110. Big guy." Some players who reacted quickly had already started to bid. In the end, the SS-ranked flag was sold for a surprisingly high price of 180 time coins, and unlike the first three flags, the deal is one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. The group of players who got the flag went straight to their knees and cried on their backs. "SS, we really got it. Dad, Mom, you didn't die in vain." They were originally a not-so-impressive newbie zone, and it was only on a momentary upswing that they dared to pick an SS-ranked noob in the midst of the selection of nooblands. But who would have thought to be pulled into this horrible battlefield 95? When they want to quit, they can't anymore. Originally, there had long been no thoughts in his mind about any top resource land, but the peaks and valleys of things made it impossible to figure out what was going on. Tears of joy, and rightfully so. And when the surrounding players saw that the group really got the flag from Lin Mo, their hearts were not only shocked, but they were also on fire, and their gazes were firmly fixed on Lin Mo's direction. And Lin Mo didn't let them down, quickly picking up the SS-ranked flag on the ground again after the successful transaction, saying, 100 time coins, bidding begins. For a while, the surrounding shouts of prices were endless, one louder than the other. Those players who had just been watching got off the field and began to gather around to gather time coins with their companions. "We're out 130 time dollars. We 140. 150 of us." The images of the noisy bids on the battlefield left the spectators outside the arena stunned. "That's not quite right, is it?" The crowd was confused. Only the man who appeared to be wrapped in blue battle armor but was actually naked looked at Lin Mo, who stood in the center of the crowd, and for some reason, a trace of fear rose in his heart. The battlefield that was just a moment ago a battlefield of killing sounds and death, now suddenly changed into an auction venue. Look closely. Is there anyone else in the middle of the field fighting and killing? No. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the Yen player standing on the C-seat. Perhaps even Nina and Tyrone beside him hadn't felt the shift in atmosphere. The more he did, the more alarmed Ellis felt. There was no other reason. It was simply because the sea change on this battlefield was all brought about by that Yen country player. This battle, which seemed extremely important to them, looked to the other side as if it were a game of lollipops for children. Then he grabbed them all in one hand and said he would give them to whoever was good. Chapter 48. What is dispensable is always dispensable. In the end, all 10 SS grade flags were surprisingly peddled. The highest sold was 210 time coins and the lowest was still 120 time coins bid by Ellis. The 10 SS grade flags ended up selling for a whopping 650 time coins. Lin Mo looked at the 1,000 or so time coins in his backpack and nodded in satisfaction. In exchange for later, these 1,000 or so time coins were naturally nothing, and didn't match the value of those 10 SS grade flags at all. But that's not how the money works. Just like before the end came, the millionaire households in the 70s and 80s in the Yen state are naturally different from the millionaire households in the 21st century. Lin Mo thought about it and still took out that last SSS grade flag from among the flags. The crimson flag, just held out, attracted the attention of those around it. A novice area could only fuse a maximum of 10 masterless lands, and Lin Mo just happened to have an extra SSS ranked flag in his hand. Quite a few people have been waiting for this moment. I just didn't expect Lin Mo to really take out that flag. Really shoot. Take it. Whatever it takes. Take it. Quickly, quickly, pull out all the time coins. The guys are already putting together time coins, but without waiting for them to make a move, a cool breeze suddenly came from the distance. At some point, that a dark figure had appeared in front of the crowd, separated from Lin Mo by a distance of several meters. His voice coldly saying, "I'll take this SSS ranked flag." The strongest man on the list, the black-robed Edward. The surrounding players who originally wanted to bid were startled, and their bodies involuntarily moved back. However, before Lin Mo could say anything, he saw a flurry of strong people on the list. Shadow Warrior Cha Sungwon, Desperate Poisoner Hodgson, and Branch Installation Grainy, and Shield Warrior Kelly. No one was absent. All were present, and most of the remaining flags on the battlefield were also pocketed by a few of them. But the person who had the most SSS-ranked flags, aside from Lin Mo, was the black-robed Edward. Just moments ago, he had a falling out with his temporary teammates, Grainy and Kelly. The three fought a great battle, and in the end Edward managed to grab all the flags on them by one. Currently, he holds 5 SSS-ranked flags in his hands, as well as 4 S-ranked flags. If the SSS-ranked flag in Lin Mo's hand was auctioned off, it would just make up 10 flags and become the second winner of this battlefield. The highest bidder wins, so what makes you think it's yours? Granny and Kelly looked at Edward with a somewhat somber expression. Edward sneered, his arm underneath his black robe moving slightly as a strong smell of blood spread through the field. Grainy and Kelly looked slightly nervous, having just been tossed around by this guy's devious ways. Truly going head-to-head, they might not be a match. The two men took a few unmarked steps back, intentionally avoiding it. Edward swept them off their feet and said, "I'll count on you to know what you're doing." After saying that, he glanced at Cha Sung-won next to him, Hodgson's combination, and the other players around him, and coldly said, "Anyone who dares to argue with me will." Before the words were finished, a black chain stabbed towards his face. His pupils contracted violently, and a drop of blood dripped silently to the ground. The black robe turned into a black shadow as the chain stabbed over and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had switched places from earlier, and Lin Mo, who had struck out, raised his eyebrows. "Blood shadow technique? Your profession is vampire. What rank? Viscount or baron?" A hint of surprise appeared in Edward's eyes. This guy was able to tell his profession at a glance and knew the vampire's class? Edward narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But before he could make a move, he heard Lin Mo speak faintly. "I advise you to settle down. Your half-assed, blood shadow technique is of little use in front of me." Edward subconsciously tried to retort, but he soon realized something was wrong, because when Lin Mo looked at him, it was as if something was locked onto his body with a death grip. He had a premonition that the next time that black chain struck again, even if he used the blood shadow technique to dodge, he would still be hit. Sweat broke out on his back and he swallowed back the expletive that had reached the edge of his throat. Seeing that he stopped moving, Lin Mo looked at him with cold eyes. "Good. Not stupid enough." With that said, he raised another eyebrow and said, "Seeing as you're not stupid, a word of advice. Give up that vampire career of yours at the earliest opportunity." Although Edward was afraid of Lin Mo's strength and didn't dare to continue, he didn't take his words seriously. Knowing that his profession was an SSS-ranked vampire, he had a full 400 plus points just from the transfer bonus. If he wasn't restricted by the map, his strength would even be above Ellis, Nina and the others. Ask him to give up his SSS career? What is this if not a big joke? Lin Mo just gave him a faint look and didn't say anything more. Not that the vampire route is bad. Among the eternal races are the blood-sucking species, who have already taken this evolutionary route to its peak. The strength of the strength was second only to the peak races of the Eternal Dragon and the Eternal Titan. But the road to evolution seems wide, but it is extremely narrow. The further back you go, the more you have to fight. Fighting for that what if one. Edward, you're a latecomer. What are you going to compare yourself to someone else? A peak race that has stood in the Eternal Kingdom for over 10,000 years? By choosing this evolutionary route, one is doomed to be crushed by the eternal blood-sucking species, unable to roll over. What seems like a great starting point is actually a broken road. As far as these list powerhouses present were concerned, Edward could only win at the starting point, and it was a foregone conclusion that the further he went, the less powerful he would be than the other few. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze on Edward and finally said, "This last flag, no need to auction it off with time coins. Barter for it. I want the secret realm fragment. 10 to start. You may begin bidding." A trace of bewilderment surfaced on the faces of most players when they heard about the secret realm fragment. Secret fragment? What is this? How am I supposed to know that? There are some players, though, who look different. Finally, Someone in the crowd raised their hand and said, "I'll offer 11 shards, which I swiped from the novice trials earlier." After someone made a bid, others started calling out for pieces without bothering to hide them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You really do. I've got 2 pieces too, and if any of you have any more, hurry up and bring them out. Even the few powerhouses on the field began to turn their heads, looking for their little old brothers from the novice area to put together pieces. It wasn't that they didn't have any other ideas, it was just that the several chains that Lin Mo's arm had transformed into were still holding Ellis, Nina, and the others without the slightest intention of letting go. He had just shown his hand again, scaring the black-robed Edward to the point where he didn't dare to make a move. Even if the remaining few people had any more ideas, they didn't dare to have any now, fearing that they would lose more than they gained after making a move. Lin Mo, however, didn't care about their expressions and only swept a general glance at Battlefield 95 while they were bidding. At this moment, no one was shouting and fighting anymore, and almost all of them were gathered nearby. Even though some timid players didn't dare to approach, they hid and stopped fighting each other. And naturally, all these changes were brought about by Lin Mo. If history hadn't shifted, then Ellis would be dead and so would Nina, Tyrone, Cha Sungwon, Ragni. These people are going to die. The only one who survived was not the others, but the black-robed Edward in front of him. He'll be the biggest winner, and then go down an irreversible dead end. Lin Mo had stepped in to stop all of this, and even more so, the battlefield that was originally supposed to have countless deaths and injuries ended up with nearly half of the players surviving. Of course, in his mind it was just something to do by hand while making a buck. If he was really serious about it, there would definitely be more Blue Star players alive. But he wouldn't go for something like that. Whether it was those fallen ordinary players or a genius like Miura Kyosho who had just been stabbed to death by Ellis, whether they were dead or alive had no effect on him, or on the future of Blue Star. He was never a do-gooder. For him, what is dispensable is always dispensable. Chapter 49, Fusion begins. Select the main city building. 98 secret fragments. Finally, someone has made the highest bid. Ellis took the secret shards in his little old brother's hands in the novice area and put them together with the secret shards he had on him, and surprisingly came up with almost 100 shards. The dust has also finally settled on the ownership of this SSS-rated flag. Lin Mo also finally let go of this once-ranked one with little blood after trading with him. Ellis hurriedly pocketed the flag on the ground and the SSS-ranked flag, fearing that Lin Mo would backtrack. While all the transactions were over, the scene fell into an eerie atmosphere. Both those players who got a shot at the flag and those who didn't refused to leave the neighborhood, especially the former. They looked wary and looked at the surrounding players as if they were looking at jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. And indeed it is, the worst flag on the field is an S. In addition to Lin Mo is a Grand Slam, even the SSS level professional Edward is also short of a flag. Those who were strong on the list, like Nina, Tyrone, and Cha Sungwon, only had a single flag in the area. Ragni and Kelly are even less of a flag. This was a situation that they could not have imagined in any way before entering the battlefield. Many people's eyes looked at those who held the flag, especially the list powerhouses such as Edward. If they went out to loot it, those ordinary players were definitely no match for them. Maybe if 1 or 2 skills went down, they would be able to kill the opponent and pop the stuff out, but they eventually held back from doing anything. Lin Mo's sense of oppression is too strong. Nina and Tyrone have been liberated by him, but did not act rashly. There's no way around it. The situation is just too awkward right now. Edward, Ellis, Nina, Tyrone, each of the 9 strongest people on the list occupied a corner, forming horns, and the person they were vaguely tit-for-tat with was Lin Mo. However, none of them dared to make a move, not only because Lin Mo's strength was impossible to estimate, but also because they didn't actually trust the people around them. Until the battlefield's countdown reached the last second, no one eventually made a move. Edward counted the people and just looked deeply at Lin Mo with his eyes. Only Ellis stepped back dozens of meters against the huge waves and blurted out, "Lin Mo, I'll remember your name. And in the words of your yin country, we're not going to change the green mountains. The green water is going to flow forever." After saying this, his figure once again stormed back tens of meters, fearing that Lin Mo would later pull out his waist in a stunt. However, Lin Mo didn't do so. He just opened his eyes, which had been closed, and glanced at Edward. But there wasn't much anger in his demeanor. Because of all the so-called geniuses present, only Ellis dared to put a harsh word to him at the end, so he was worthy of letting Lin Mo take a look at him. As for the so-called geniuses and monsters on the other lists, there wasn't even a chance for Lin Mo to look at him squarely. In his words, just a group of people destined to fade away in the long river of history. Compared to the dreary atmosphere on the field, it was much more lively off the field. Before the battlefield's live feed closed, there was still quite a bit of chatter about the final big battle for Flag 95. Lin Mo had suppressed 4 list powerhouses with his own strength and had indirectly killed one of them. The situation afterward was even more turbulent, leaving countless people puzzled. What was originally a good battlefield? How did it turn into an auction house? That's odd. Players in District 911 naturally raised their eyebrows and smiled. Who would have thought that Lin Mo would be so strong that he would actually take 10 top-tier resource lands for Area 911? When they saw Lin Mo reappear in the classroom, they couldn't wait to rush up and pick him up and throw him into the sky. Luckily, when they saw Lin Mo's indifferent face, they calmed down a little and didn't rush up to die. But they couldn't manage the overflowing praise. Brother Lin, you're too strong. Oh, Ringo, you're my god. Area 911 is invincible. Ah, to have 10 top-tier resource lands. The bull is big. Although they didn't know for the time being what exactly would become of Area 911 after fusing these masterless lands, but seeing those top talented bigwigs one by one all stepping out to fight for them, they knew that it definitely wouldn't be bad. Maybe they, players with sparse body talent, would be able to chicken out along with this 911 newbie zone. Thinking about this, not only those ordinary players, but even the two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, had a burst of fire in their hearts. Soon, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Ding! 911 Novice Zone starts fusing Yen Country 88, SSS ranked Terra Incognita. Yen Country 92, SSS ranked Terra Incognita. And Sakura Country 20, SSS ranked Terra Incognita. The number of fused Terra Nalias reaches the upper limit value, and players can choose the architectural style of the main city by themselves. As the system prompt ended, countless clusters of buildings began to be displayed on the system interface of all Zone 911 players. There are palaces standing on top of high mountains that look like fairy palaces. There were huge pits that looked like abysses, with 1,000-story buildings set inside. There's the cyberpunk style of a steamy city with smoke and neon parallel to machinery. There are deep-sea palaces built under islands, surrounded by sea beasts, with domed light pouring from the top. Wow, this is too good to look at. Can I pick all of these? I'd like to pick that fairy temple. It's so cool. Doesn't a steam city look better than a fairy temple? Cool. I do find the deep-sea palace quite interesting. The players in District 911 were talking, but no one dared to make the first move. Li Mingliang asked doggedly, Brother Lin, what should we choose for our main city style? Lin Mo didn't reply, but his eyes looked at the main city building on the system interface. He naturally knew that this was a special treatment that only came with the fusion of 10 top resource lands. There's more to these main city buildings than just their appearance. The different styles of main cities represent where they are geographically located in the Eternal Realm after the opening of the Eternal Realm map. If the main city of the Immortal Palace is chosen, then the location of District 911 will be on top of a cluster of empty islands in the Eternal Kingdom. If you pick giant potholes with thousands of giant floors, then District 911 will be under the abyss. The Deep Sea Palace, as the name suggests, represents a map of the deep sea, and with each edition, the difficulty of exploration is not quite the same, and there are a lot of maps that are pressingly unsuitable for the Blue Star people to set foot on at the moment. For example, the Deep Sea map, long-term survival in the deep sea. Not only the direction of evolution will become single, and the difficulty of hunting will also greatly increase. Of course, all of these maps, without exception, have extremely rich map resources. Lin Mo's finger continuously traced over the interface, and countless main cities that either towered majestically, or were weird and strange, or were fantastically colorful were skimmed over by him one by one. Eventually, he stopped on top of a sheet full of barren ruins. Compared to those previous main city complexes, the contrast in this picture was so gruesome that many people couldn't even bear to look at it. Even if Lin Mo's finger stopped on it, hardly anyone thought he would pick it. The reason is simple. Not only were there far fewer complexes above that ruin, but the scene around it looked like yellow sand. The entire city looked lonely in a world of sand and dust. The only thing that was still distinctive was probably the high wall on the periphery of the ruins, which looked extremely tall and wide, like a heavenly moat. It completely divides the roiling yellow sand outside the city and the buildings inside the city, and even through the screen you can feel a hint of oppression. But, that's all it is. Not as ethereal as a fairy palace that towers into the clouds, nor as mysterious as a palace that dives to the bottom of the sea. Even at first glance, all you can see is the high wall. Just when everyone thought Lin Mo would cross over the picture again, they only saw him extend his hand and tap on the screen. Just pick it. Chapter 50, Rookie Period Settlement Reward. Yen Country's top 10 SSS ranked players. Ha, Brother Lin. No kidding, it's just a wall. Someone was surprised. Yeah, isn't it good to pick the Immortal Palace? It's so gripping at first glance. I'm rooting for the Wizard of Green Shadows. So dreamy. Still a bit of fun in the deep sea. The crowd was talking. Only the next moment, Lin Mo's icy voice interrupted their fantasies. I didn't consult with you. He looked around the room with cold eyes and said, choose or die. It's the same style as always. Li Mingliang, who was next to him, had actually said something bad in his heart when he heard those players, regardless of what Lin Mo had said, still discussing amongst themselves. As expected, Lin Mo has never been a saint, and is still as murderous as ever. Just now on the battlefield, he didn't end up slaughtering those few exotic top-tier divine gift talent players even though he didn't know why. However, before this, the number of players Lin Mo had killed on the field was no less than 1,000. Anyone who dared to stand in front of him was reduced to a dead soul under the black chains. How dare you? Li Mingliang looked at the crowd in the classroom and only felt a little numb. The other players seemed to have realized this as well, and Xia Yu, who was embedded in the walls of the classroom just moments ago, had completely broken. The bloody example was in front of them, but they subconsciously ignored it because of the flag fight just now. It was only at this moment that these players realized afterward and broke out in a cold sweat. Ringo, we'll pick whatever you say. Li Mingliang immediately took a stand. The other players also reacted. Yeah, I just made that up. Don't take it personally, brother Lin. This Gobi style building is actually quite distinctive when you take a closer look at it. That's right. Ringo definitely chose the right one. With that said, they fumbled through the gobstopper style drawing and clicked the button to select it. What immortal palace? What wizard of green shadow? Which is more important than your own life? They were afraid that they would choose slowly and then be whacked into the wall by Lin Mo with a punch that couldn't even be buckled. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to what reaction these people had. It didn't matter whether you liked him or hated him. If it wasn't for the fact that the village chief quest in District 911 had to wait until the novice district was fused, he wouldn't have gathered the group together at all. After more than half of the people chose the gobstopper-like style of the main city building, the system automatically locked the drawings as well. Ding! Locked main city drawings. Main city fusion in progress. Please players do not leave the room at will. As the system prompt for the fusion of the main city rang out, all the players in District 911 were all pulled into the small room. One room per person. Simple in style, but with ensuite bathrooms and even some food. Not interfering with each other, but still able to communicate through the regional chat channel. Only just entering the room, the players received a system alert. Ding! Congratulations to Li Mingliang for his excellent performance during the novice period. He has received a C-grade evaluation. Reward, First Order Time Fruit *2. Ding! Congratulations to Jiang Yuanji for his excellent performance during the novice period. He has earned a C-rank evaluation. Reward, First Order Time Fruit *2. Ding! Congratulations to. System prompts kept ringing out, leaving the players a bit confused. I can't believe there's a reward. They were surprised at first, then they sensed something was wrong. No, what about those time coins I borrowed earlier? It's a loss. Brother Lin, if we pay back the money early, can we pay only half of the interest? Until this moment, they did not realize that they were pitched. What borrowing 1 to pay 10? There's no need for that at all. The settlement reward for the newbie period is late, but it's still here. Even the most trashy pass rewards have one-time coin, which is perfectly capable of surviving the period of time when the newbie zone is fused. But now, they are burdened with high interest rates. The more you borrow, the more you pay back. There is more to it than just the word numb. However, no matter who dares to chat privately with Lin Mo about mentioning the interest, much less not paying it back, Li Mingliang patted his chest and actually felt a hint of gratitude. Being pushed away by Lin Mo's slap earlier was actually a good thing in the end. It's just that this C rating, it doesn't look too high by any stretch of the imagination. He rubbed his chin, thinking, I wonder what Big Brother Lin's comment was. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for his excellent performance during the novice period, obtaining an S-rank evaluation. Perfect. Reward, First Order Time Fruit *10. The system prompts reached Lin Mo's ears, but it was all expected. It's just a perfect level rating. It's not like he's the only one who's gotten it. Those players who had previously hung around to beat the hit list record basically had a perfect level rating in their hands. Compared to those players who completed their passes in an hour or two, or even transferred, the gold content of his perfect level rating could only be described as average. Of course, if you are simply comparing the difficulty, I don't think any of the newer players can compare to him. After all, that eternal clan descendant with a pure bloodline was no joke. Even when placed after the transfer, there weren't many players in Blue Star who could match it. Lin Mo glanced at the time fruits in his backpack. Although he had earned more than 1,000 coins in the flag battle, no one would be too short on time coins. He directly threw the first order time fruit into his mouth. Ding! Time coin plus 10. In doing so, his time coin balance went up a tiny bit again. Time coin, 1669. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly clicked on upgrade. Ding! Consume 4 time coins to complete the upgrade. +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consume 6 time coins into an upgrade. +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consume 8 time coins to complete the upgrade. +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consuming 22 time coins to complete the upgrade. +1 to all attributes. As 10 boosts rang out, 130 time coins directly evaporated and Lin Mo's level directly rose from level 10 to level 20. Having a large amount of time coins to upgrade is just so quick. For any other player, even though the number of time coins consumed for upgrading was far less than Lin Mo, it would take some time to accumulate the time coins for upgrading to level 20. Lin Mo was about to put the time coins into the experience bar again when he received a system alert. Ding! Upgrade has reached its limit. Please hunt enough prey to continue leveling up. There's that limit? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and the smooth coin-tossing motion in his hand came to a halt. In his previous life, his normal warrior profession could be upgraded directly to the first rank bottleneck as long as he had enough time coins. Then add up to a couple of leveling materials and you can go straight to rank 2. However, the God Hunter sequence is obviously different. And even before it reaches the level of the first rank cap, there is already a bottleneck. He tapped the Hunting section on his personal panel, and a quest objective appeared. Hunting first order 2-star prey, 0 out of 10. The 1 rank represents the rank, and the 2 stars represent the battle rating among the equivalent ranks. The minimum is 1 star and the maximum is 10 stars. A 2-star prey of the same rank was naturally nothing to Lin Mo. It was just that the novice area was still in the fusion stage and no suitable prey could be found. So upgrading naturally had to be put on hold first. He put down the upgrade for now. Right now the world channel was also closed with the flag battle, and the only thing left was the game forum of the country area. After the great battle just now, the game forums of the Yin country zone had actually made a list of players who had performed well in the great battle. The first thing that was introduced to the eye was the ranking of the top 10 SSS ranked players in the Yin country region. Chapter 51, 10 Holy Places. The 11th person of the Yin Kingdom. 1. White Knight. Poetry Sword Fairy, SSS grade. 2. Yi Hui. Pupil Artist, SSS level. 3. Luo Rinji. Holy Fire Rose, SSS grade. 10. Mayanto Teo. Plant Doctor, SSS grade. Above all, these are the top 10 SSS level professional players in the Inferno Zone. Each one of them had made a big splash in the previous battle for the flag and dominated a side of the battlefield. Their novice areas were also without exception. All of them fused with 10 SSS ranked masterless lands. Lin Mo was no stranger to the players on this list. If I had to say who were the ones in the late Eternal Kingdom who became the one in case of the one on the road to evolution, so at least half of this list could be called that one. The top 3 on the leaderboard, in particular, played a crucial role even in the later stages of the Eternal War. The territories where these 10 SSS level professions of Yin players were located were later jokingly referred to by players as the 10 Holy Places of Yin. It also represented the top 10 future forces of Yin country, and countless players squeezed their heads to join them. However, this time, in addition to these 10 holy places, there is an additional one. Add an extra player's name to this top-ranked list of powerhouses. The 11, Lin Mo. Occupation unknown. Strength between SSSSS. The reason for this was simple. The Yin country's 911 area had also fused 10 SSS-ranked resource lands. It's just that he's singled out because he's not as good as the 10 on the list. Yet he's stronger than the players on the SS-ranked list behind him. That's why the people who made the list singled him out at the bottom of the first list. The top 10 SSS-ranked players' battlegrounds, sorted all the way up to number 50, and the number of players they had decimated, the number of powerful people battling it out on the battlefield, were all far higher than the battlefield behind them. However, they were able to remain standing in a battlefield full of strong players and grab 10 SSS-ranked flags, which was enough to show their strength. Lin Mo's battlefield 95 had only one suspected SSS-ranked profession, Ed Ward, and the rest were all SS-ranked players or S-ranked players, and the number was far less than the battlefield before Sort 50. In terms of gold content, it's relatively low. Of course, any lower than that ranked as the 11th person in the entire Yin country's novice area. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no such thing as switching districts yet, I'm afraid that countless players would want to join the present-day Yangui 911 district, and countless people were speculating about Lin Mo's occupation, as well as his occupational rating. Many people thought that the odds were that it was an SSS rank, and even if it was an SS rank, it would be the top group among the SS ranks. Lin Mo did not comment on this. God Hunter would probably only be considered C rank if you were to count it as a regular occupation in the Eternal Kingdom. That's right, it's a C class. Typically, the attributes added to upgrades after a transfer are different for each level of profession. Only F-ranked professions have +1 attribute point for a 1-level upgrade after transferring and +2 attribute points for an E-rank upgrade. By analogy, a C-rank upgrade only adds 4 attribute points to the value of a single item, which averages out to 1 attribute point. The top SSS-ranked professions, on the other hand, would have an additional 20 points of attributes for every 1 level, and an average of 5 points of attribute value for a single item. At 10 levels down, there's a 40-point difference in the value of a single attribute. However, Lin Mo was not in the least bit in a hurry, even though the attribute points added after the transfer were even lower than those in his previous life. But he knew how great the potential of God Hunter really was. Defining this sequence by upgraded bonuses to attribute values alone is far from reflecting the value of this sequence. Perfect match, Cancer. Hunting can increase the evolution points. Unlimited evolution and sucking with the effect of. Each of these abilities is worth its weight in gold. There was but a 40-point difference in attribute value at level 10. And as long as Lin Mo started hunting, he would soon be able to catch up with this value or even surpass it. Lin Mo swept his personal panel. Lamb. Rank, 20, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 1536. Strength, 155 plus 130. Agility, 145 plus 120. Physical fitness, 150 plus 119. Spirit, 160 plus 108. The lowest spiritual power, 2, had broken through 100 points. Lin Mo slightly raised his hand, only to see his right arm begin to deform again. But this time, instead of the entire arm transforming into a bone sword, he deformed a bone sword directly from his body. At first glance, Lin Mo was able to hold a sword in one hand. However, looking closely, one was able to see that there were still meridians connected to the arm on the bone sword. Don't look at it as simply going from a bone sword to holding a bone sword, but Lin Mo's actual battle power had increased quite a bit. The reason why he had only used a bone sword and chains before was because he couldn't hold them in his hands. Nowadays it can be handheld, with a wider variety of attacks and aberrant weapons. On top of that, a cancerization value of 100 points or more gave Lin Mo more possibilities. Mind you, the parts of his body that could be deformed weren't just his arms or his weapons. Lin Mo glanced at the cancerous value of his spiritual power, rubbed his fingers, and muttered, "Only 100 points, not even close." Only when he had organized himself did Lin Mo continue to browse the game forums. At this moment, the forum was full of posts discussing the strongest players on the Yen countries list. In addition to the top players from Yen, they also moved to list the top players from other countries. It was just that there was obviously not as much attention paid to the strongest players in the other country zones as there was in the home zone, and it was only possible to make some general assumptions about the players who had performed brightly in the flag battle. For example, the SSS-ranked ninja of the Sakura country, Ao Mai, destroyed 3,000 enemies with a single hand of flying shadow chop, and easily took down 10 SSS-ranked flags. The Great Eagle Kingdom's SSS-class Shining Paladin had been hardened in place for over an hour, allowing thousands of players to bombard it, without breaking defense, and its blood level had been above the green health line. On top of that, there are the SSS-class Demon Hunting Sisters of France, the SSS-class War Mech Soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the SSS-class Frost Bear Knights of the Grizzly Kingdom. These were all top-tier professional players who had ridden high on their respective battlefields, and having only just switched jobs, they were already vaguely revealing an invincible demeanor. Even Lin Mo saw quite a few familiar names from this additional organized list of the great powers. The following naturally follows a bunch of discussions arguing about who is the strongest. Luo Rinji is so good-looking. From afar it really looks like a flaming rose, beautiful and powerful. That Ao Mai from the Sakura country isn't weak either, sparring with Luo Rinji in a 55-50 fight, neither one taking advantage of the other. The Demon Hunting Sisters are also very handsome, and I don't know how many dead souls have been overtaken by a big cross sword. Why grow others' ambition? Our Yen country's by night poetry sword Immortal is incomparably graceful. His poetry is endless. His sword energy is constant. He's so handsome. You can't say that. That Shining Paladin is indeed very strong. Once a few top-level auras are on, it's very difficult to break through the defense, even for S-rank or above battle positions. Regarding the strongest players were arguing with spittle. Only what they didn't know was that the battle between the war zones would soon come, and faster than they could imagine. While they were still arguing about these boring things, the integration of the main city was taking place step by step. Finally, the countdown ended at 12 hours, and the players in District 911 received a reminder that the fusion of the main city was complete. Ding! Area 911 has successfully fused the 10 Terran Elias, and the main city has been repaired. May I ask whether to teleport immediately? Warm reminder, Beast Tide attacking the city will start immediately after the teleportation. Please prepare in advance. Chapter 52 Beast Tide attacks the city. Village Chief's duties. It's finally starting. Lin Mo looked at the message prompt on the screen and clicked yes without hesitation. Immediately after the image flashed, he had appeared on top of a tall city wall. Before he could see any color, he was showered with oncoming yellow sand. Lin Mo didn't close his eyes, letting those yellow sands mesmerize his eyes, and his eyes looked into the farther distance. Above the tall walls, there was nothing, and at a glance one couldn't even see the end at all. The city was in ruins, and the sand outside was yellow. The entire main city was like standing in the middle of an endless desert, lonely and hopeless, with a glance of 1,000 years. However, a trace of remembrance appeared in Lin Mo's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and a trace of stern killing intent gradually surfaced in his eyes. Therefore, when the players from Area 911 teleported to the city's head one after another, they just happened to see Lin Mo, who was covered in a murderous aura, standing at the very front. Who has messed with this killing god again? Li Mingliang's heart thumped. Then he looked around and realized that there was no one near Lin Mo, but without waiting for them to think carefully, the system's prompt had already come. Ding! The mainline quest Beast Tide Siege has been opened. The first wave of the Beast Tide is coming. Please prepare yourselves. Ding! The main thread Beast Tide Attack is open. Players can get their own side quests. 1. Side quest, 1 Duties of the Village Chief. 2. Side quest, 2 Warriors of the Battlefield. 3. Side quest, 3 Bosses Natural Enemy. 4. Side mission, 4 Support. A dozen or so quests dazzled the players all at once. It was just that Li Mingliang fixed on that side quest, 1 Village Chief's duties, with a single glance. Mission requirements, lead the players, and the number of players surviving at the end of the Beast Tide reaches 50% or more. Mission reward, obtaining the position of Village Chief. Gold treasure chest *1. Note, unique type of mission. Not repeatable. I can do this one. Li Mingliang was delighted in his heart. The mission requirements were simply not too simple. Anyway, there are big guys like Lin Mo in the newbie area, so just hide behind them a bit when the time comes. But just as he was about to point, he realized that the quest had already been successfully claimed. This was followed by cheers in the distance. Ha ha, I got the village head quest. Ha ha ha, the village chief is mine. One player excitedly jumped up on the city's head, and other players nearby cast envious glances at him. Just before he could fully pop up, a black chain quickly passed through the crowd and stabbed into his chest in a lightning-fast manner. Blitz! Strike 1! The red blood deduction prompt floated up above his head, his smile stiffening on his face as his body involuntarily fell backward. The crowd's backs went cold, and they turned their heads just in time to see Lin Mo, who had retrieved the black chains, only to see Lin Mo's brows slightly knit, revealing a somewhat incomprehensible expression. He said, "Whether it's Yen Zhou, that woman, or you, what the hell is wrong with your brain? Or do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" After saying that, he swept a glance at the group of players behind him. At this moment, the players of 911 area really came to their senses and realized that Lin Mo's previous death warning was not a joke. The only trace of luck left in his heart had all but disappeared at this moment, replaced by cold hands and feet. Ding! Side quest 1 has been released by the players. The system prompt came again, and when everyone looked at the side quest 1 again, they no longer held any illusions. Li Mingliang had a moment of fear, and almost stepped into Yenzhou's footsteps. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to ask weakly, "That, Big Brother Lin, can we pick up the other quests?" There are no restrictions on picking up any of the quests except for the Village Chief quest. It's just that the settlement rewards for the mission will be calculated according to the completion of the mission. Simply put, the better you perform in the midst of a beast wave, the more rewards you will receive. Lin Mo was rather overbearing and disallowed all of them to receive their quests, but instead said indifferently, "All monsters with less than 100 kills at the end of the beast wave will be expelled from Zone 911, District 911. No waste." With that, he clicked the Village Chief's quest to claim it. Hearing his words, the players tensed up. Originally, he had thought of relying on Lin Mo to have a good fight and earn more time coins and rewards. Now it seems that they were really overthinking it. Kill 100 monsters. The players were a little apprehensive, and even the 2 B-rank professionals, Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji, were nervous. But when you think about it, if the monsters are about as strong as the novice stage, then 100 monsters doesn't seem that hard, does it? At least I don't have to worry about the number of kills. Li Mingliang thought darkly in his heart. But soon, he realized he was overthinking it. The first wave of siege beasts enters the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the clock ticked down, a hissing sound came from the distance. Ho 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 ho! Under the cover of the yellow sand in the sky, a monster clad in a yellow cloak quickly ran towards the high wall. Chemical Jackal. Rank, 1120. Skills, 1. Gnaw, 2. Scimitar Chop, 3. Hypnotic Gaze. Battle Evaluation, 1 star of the first order. This is a humanoid shapeshifting creature that can change into a jackal to attack. Battle power is considered to be at the bottom of the list amongst the first rank. Originally, when they saw the battle power evaluation, Li Mingliang and the others were fine, and were even a bit glad that the monster's battle power evaluation wasn't too high, so there was hope for completing the task given by Lin Mo. But jaws dropped in shock as one of the transformed jackals approached the city gates, because that along the line of the city wall, densely packed yellow cloak, a glance surprisingly cannot even see the end. At first glance, there were at least 2,000 or more. The number was too much, and it was fortunately only the first wave of beasts. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji looked at each other and saw the trace of fear in each other's eyes. They all recalled back to the waves of beast waves in the novice trial, in the playground, which were also as numerous as they were now. Just as their scalps went numb, Lin Mo unexpectedly took a step forward and directly leapt down from the 100-meter-high city wall. Startled, the crowd rushed forward to get down on the wall and watch, only to see Lin Mo's arm extend several hooked claws, nailing into the wall like nails, and then sliding all the way down. It took only 10 seconds or so to land. TSK, as expected of brother Lin. That's too dashing of a move. More handsome than a stuntman. Don't blow it. Where do we go down? I won't go down there. It's the same as putting skills here anyway. The city wall is just 100 meters high. Just that fireball spell of yours can hit the monster? I don't even know where it's floating to. Aren't those stairs? We can go down the stairs. Just as the players were still struggling with how to get out of the city to meet the enemy, Lin Mo had already made short work of the first wave of monsters. The black chains were like soul-chasing death sides that began to rapidly rotate in the air, constantly stabbing into the solar plexus of those transformed jackals that hadn't yet had time to transform. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! Red blitz alerts continued to float up as one monster after another fell one after another. Lin Mo's eyes didn't change in the slightest, and the speed of the chain rotation became faster and faster. When Li Mingliang and the others finally found their way out of the city and walked down, they realized that there were dead bodies as far as the eye could see. Over 2,000 transformed jackals had already been slaughtered by Lin Mo in a fraction of a second. That's when they realized it after the fact. Turns out the biggest hurdle of the hunting quest wasn't any monster, but the one they viewed as a thigh. Lin Mo. Chapter 53. Those who were saved once. Go to the walls. Evolution points, plus 0.2, plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0.1. Power cancerization value, plus 0.2, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. As Lin Mo's black chains continued to pierce into a still warm corpse, the long stagnant cancerization value and evolution points increased once again. It was just that according to his current strength, the cancerization value and evolution points that a 1-star, 1-ranked chemical jackal would be able to add to him weren't much, and it was believed that soon, the points that could be added would be bottlenecked, making it difficult to draw more points from the corpses of these chemicalized jackals. Lin Mo struck out while secretly thinking back in his mind. It's not even close to those magical beasts from the test of the gods. Chemical jackal is just the right amount of difficulty for the average player who has just succeeded in transferring. Not too high and not too low. But for him, it's more or less chicken feed. It's tasteless to eat and discard. Moreover, absorbing the corpses of these monsters would only increase the evolution points, and would not be half as beneficial to the evolution of his various abilities. Lin Mo glanced back at the 911 players who were following behind him, and his brows furrowed slightly. It's a heaven and a hell compared to the set of people who held down the town back in the day. He shook his head. Those who are unable to fulfill his requirements will naturally be deported by him. As for where it fell, that was of little concern to him. It's just that this territory is vital to Blue Star. There is no place for waste. Lin Mo just took a glance and withdrew his eyes. In the next moment, he steeply accelerated and once again rushed into the midst of the evolving jackals. Those players who wanted to follow him to pick up the pieces were confused, and for a moment, they didn't know whether they should follow him or not. It's over. Ringo's gone far away. Hey, it looks like you can't pick up the slack. What should I do? I've only cut down 2 or 3 chemical jackals. I won't be able to finish the task, will I? The faces of many players were anxious because the number of monsters they had killed was really low. The only 2 people who could barely keep up with the pace were probably Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji. What do you think? After Jiang Yuanji dryly killed a transformed jackal, he turned his head and asked Li Mingliang, who was beside him. This guy was claimed to be the person who knew Lin Mo the most in the entire 911 district. Bar none. Li Mingliang said bitterly. I don't think Big Brother Lin would do it for nothing. If he said it that way, he would do it that way. When he said that, he paused and continued. I always felt that he, perhaps, didn't take us seriously at all. So people who can't keep up with him, or who can't even see his back, might actually get kicked out of the way without mercy. Jiang Yuanji was silent for a moment. A moment later, he clanked his spear to the ground, his eyes sparking. Then work hard to keep up with him, he said in a hushed voice. Hearing this, Li Mingliang also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his chest and nodded vigorously. That's right, even if it's just to keep up with the backs. It's better than spending the rest of your life in a stupor in the middle of the apocalypse. Whatever, I'll fight. After the past few days, especially since they had seen the great battles of powerful people from all over the world only a dozen hours ago, they understood in their hearts how big the gap was between themselves and those who were truly powerful. If one is expelled by Lin Mo, where else can one go is put aside for the moment, but they might, for the rest of their lives, only get to see that view of the top of the world on the air. But if they kept following Lin Mo, maybe they might be able to step onto the world stage one day, make a place for yourself in the midst of a world like Armageddon. Compared to the other players, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were more emotional about the situation at this moment. Well, let's fight it out then, Jiang Yuanji said in a loud voice. As the words fell, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, then rushed into the group of transformed jackals without any hesitation. Only, their direction just happened to be staggered from Lin Mo's direction of charging the formation. It's not about picking up the pieces, it's about killing them with your own two hands. 10 minutes later, the hint of the end of the first wave of beasts came. Ding! Congratulations to District 911 for successfully resisting the first wave of beast tide attacking the city. Reward, time coin +1. Countdown to the next wave of beasts, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. The first wave of the beast wave attack ended, and the players on the field breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, the first wave of beasts was not very difficult. In particular, Lin Mo charged forward and took care of a large portion of the monsters. The number of monsters he killed was also far ahead on the list of beast tide attacks. 1. Lin Mo. Kills, 1,345. 2. Li Mingliang. Kills, 92. 3. Jiang Yuanji. Kills, 91. 4. Ren Chang. Kills, 23. This was still Lin Mo who really couldn't muster much interest in the monsters of the first wave of beast tide. Otherwise, the number of his kills would have been much higher. Everyone smacked their lips when they saw Lin Mo's number of kills. My god, Ringo is as raw as ever. Ooh, what should I do? I've only slaughtered a few monsters. I'm not really going to be expelled, am I? Don't worry, there's still the beast tide. There's still a chance. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, the two big brothers, are also fierce and are close to reaching their goals. They're all so strong. I'm the only one who's a loser. Don't cry, baby. Brothers got you covered. The players had only just loosened their minds when they saw Lin Mo's message on the chat logs of the 911 regional channel. Lin Mo, all. Skip the wait time. Li Mingliang immediately followed below and replied. Okay, brother Lin. Gang Genki, it's been skimmed. Skip the break? The heart that had only just fallen was raised again, and the players were screaming in their hearts. But they didn't dare not to do as they were told. There was no choice but to choose to skip the rest time on the interface one by one and go directly to the next wave of beasts. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The second wave of the beast wave attacking the city is coming soon. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the hissing of ferocious beasts once again came from the distance. A terrifying howl pierced through the yellow sand in the sky, and a vibrating sensation of sharp claws digging into the ground caused everyone's heartstrings to tense up once again. The view from the bottom of the city can't be as sweeping as the one from the top, not to mention that the yellow sand was simply too much, and with their pitifully little experience, they were unable to distinguish the exact location of the monster. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gave it their full attention, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. In the next second, a fierce-faced lizard ferocious beast ran out from the yellow sand. The female player who met the enemy face to face didn't even have a chance to look at the monster's information, and in the next moment was about to have her neck snapped off by a bite from this giant lizard's bloody mouth. Just as she was showing panic, a familiar black chain broke through the layers of yellow sand and pierced straight into the lizard ferocious beast's brain. Blitz! Strike 1! The second kill prompt floated up over the monster's head. The player dropped to the ground at once, his crotch soaked, and a smell of urine filled the air. But there were no players around to laugh at her, and it probably wouldn't have been any better if the people being attacked were themselves. The female player froze slightly, then said to Lin Mo, who came out of the yellow sand, while crying, "Thank you, brother Lin. I love you to death. Brother Lin, thank you so much. Roll on." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Mo's cold voice. Ha! The player froze in place. However, Lin Mo's eyes didn't look at her anymore, but said to the nearby players, "He who is saved once by me, goes up to the wall." Chapter 54 Borderlands, The God Hunter's Millstone. Big chapter. Upon hearing Lin Mo tell her to go back to the city, the female player was a bit happy at first, but immediately she realized something was wrong. If we go up to the top of the city, won't that mean we won't be able to kill the monsters, and we won't be able to fulfill the quest objective? The female player's heart sank, and she immediately said, Lin, brother Lin, I don't have to go up. I can still continue to fight. Don't drive me away, brother Lin. I just killed less than 10 monsters. But no matter how much she pleaded for mercy, Lin Mo just said to her indifferently, no need. The dead can't fight. She closed her mouth instantly, not knowing what to say. That's right. If Lin Mo hadn't saved her, she would already be a dead person. And Lin Mo saving her wasn't really looking at her. It was just completing the task, village chief's duty. The female player was completely overwhelmed by the thought that she would be kicked out of this 911 district, which had just finished integrating and had a bright future ahead of it, especially after seeing that she had pissed on her crotch. Shame and anger instantly surged to her head, and she was scratching her hair and going crazy at Lin Mo on the spot. Lin Mo, you're going too far. I'm a girl. Can't you just let us be? You're so strong. What's wrong with taking us? Look at the other bigwigs in the novice area. Which one of them isn't bringing their men along? You're the only one who's been harsh on us. What mistake did we make? She broke down and yelled. But not to mention her. Other players would more or less have the same thought in their mind. Lin Mo's strength is so strong, but it's just luck to have a good talent. So strong, but also so stingy, not to share a little bit of the earned time coins out even if, but also to us lending. You think you're the boss of the company? There are KPIs for killing monsters. Lin Mo indifferently looked at the female player who broke down and cried on the ground, and also swept a circle of the silent players nearby, but his heart couldn't afford a single ripple. Even after the brutal trials of the last few days of Armageddon, there is still this giant baby thinking. He wasn't surprised, and there were plenty of such fools in his previous life. To this kind of person who would die sooner or later, Lin Mo didn't bother to explain too much and just said, the mission requirement is a 50% survival rate, and I don't mind killing half of you and bundling the remaining half above the city. Of course, it would be better if you would kill yourselves together. Anyway, with all the people dead, even if the village chief's mission fails, the position of village chief will fall to me. It was the first time Lin Mo had said so many words, but the players present didn't feel warmed up and their limbs became even colder. It turned out that from the beginning, Lin Mo hadn't expected them to survive, and hadn't even held any expectations for them. A chill ran through the players. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who just happened to walk over and see the scene, looked at each other and let out a bitter smile. Then they didn't say anything more. They just silently turned around and rushed towards the beast-tide and started killing again. It's easy to stay out of the way on Lin Mo's side. Just accomplish the goals he set. 100 monsters is not a lot to say. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji saw that they had almost reached their goal. After hearing his words, the crazy female player's expression froze on her face. She wanted to say more, but she was covered by other players nearby, racking her body and dragging her back. Shut up! You really want to get us all killed? After Lin Mo released those almost threatening words, the players finally came to their senses. Lin Mo is the strongest player in District 911. Yes, but he has never been their thigh. Let's go! Punk! Get your ass up there! Don't delay us from killing monsters! Roll on, the players said in disgust. And that giant baby girl player, to this day, still doesn't know why Lin Mo said that. Why did her teammates, who seemed to be standing with her just a moment ago, turn the tables and directly target her at this moment? And it all stems from one simple truth. In the midst of the doomsday, the strong are honored. The weak, at the mercy of fate. And this land that Lin Mo picked out shows this truth to the fullest. It's a battlefield for Monster Feast. It is now, and it will be even more so in the future. Lin Mo didn't bother to explain more, turning his head and charging into the beast-tide once again, unfurling the chains on his arms and opening a bloody slaughter. And after those players behind them sent people back to the city walls, they also quickly joined the battle, afraid of falling behind for a second. Multiple-headed monitor lizards. Rank, 1120. Skills, 1. Multiple attacks, 2. Breath hold, 3. Alertness. Battle evaluation, 1 star of the first order. The intensity of the ferocious beasts was still not high, but they were extremely numerous. And as far as battle power was concerned, although both the multi-headed gargoyle and the transformation jackal were both 1 star of the first rank, the former had thick skin and flesh, and its attacks were varied, making it more than twice as difficult to deal with than the latter. Aside from Lin Mo, who still maintained a high level of killing speed, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the list, both slowed down. But in the end, the second wave of the beast wave attacked the city at a pass rate that remained under 20 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to District 911 for successfully resisting the second wave of the Beast Tide's attack on the city. Reward, time coin +2. Countdown to the next wave of beasts, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. The players didn't relax for a moment even as the wave of beasts passed through, and they stared at the area chat channel with dead eyes. Sure enough, the message reappeared in the chat channel. Lin Mo, skip the break. This time, no one even dared to hesitate for a second longer, quickly tapping the skip option and then quickly moving on to the next wave of beasts. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The third wave of the beast wave attacking the city is coming soon. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. The monsters are coming again. The players in District 911 could only clench their teeth and once again raise their swords, guns, and clubs to fight with the monsters. They didn't dare to slack off for half a minute. Once they slacked off, those monsters would slam out of the yellow sand and completely tear their bodies apart and gnaw their heads to pieces. Even the timid players forgot about cowardice at this moment, and there was no room for any other thoughts in their minds at this moment. In the face of the enemy, they could only bring up their swords to fight hard. Gradually, the players were also inspired to bleed, and one by one, they all killed with red eyes. Asterisk 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 Q. Kill. Give me death. I give death. People die with their eggs facing the sky. I'll fight you all. Kill kill kill. The roar resounded throughout the room. The little bit of attachment to others in their hearts also began to slowly dissipate. As the waves of beasts came in, the number of their kills rose rapidly without them realizing it. The number of people accomplishing the goals set by Lin Mo is also increasing. Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, Run Chang, one after the other. Player after player had over 100 kills. It wasn't without its share of bouts, though. After saving the first female player, after that Lin Mo didn't deliberately turn back to save some of the players who were in danger. He would just save a hand if he passed by in passing. It's still the same condition. The rescued go up to the head of the city. After the first player was killed, the surrounding players completely realized that Lin Mo could not be their eternal savior and could only fight even more frantically. The consequence of this, of course, was a sharp rise in the number of casualties. At the end of the day, Lin Mo also had to return to the vicinity of the large force to begin the rescue plan. However, as the number of rounds of the Beast Tide increased, the number of people with a kill count of 100 also increased. Even those he saved were qualified. The more they did, the more desperate the players became. Especially the best of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, even started comparing each other at the back. It's not just about who kills more, it's also about who lasts longer. The third, fourth, and fifth waves of Beast Tides were all rank 1-star to rank 1-star 2-star existences. The two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, were struggling to cope with the situation, but they were barely able to fight. Other players, however, are beginning to be phased out. Either they were killed by the monsters, or they were saved by Lin Mo and sent back to the head of the city. It lasted until the seventh wave of the Beast Tide, when one-step 3-star monsters began to appear among the Beast Tide. And only then did Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji successively fail to hold their ground. Then he was saved by Lin Mo and returned to the city. And at this moment, underneath the city wall, only Lin Mo was left alone. He was alone and completely let loose. And the passage time surprisingly went down instead of up. Round after round, wave after wave. Soon, it was time for the last round of the Beast Tide to attack the city. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The 10th wave of the Beast Wave attack is coming. So please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8, roar! Countless necromantic warriors distantly raced above the yellow sands. The sheer number of them made the players at the top of the city just feel their scalps go numb. The most crucial thing was that this army of necromancers was completely different from the scattered and unorganized Beast Tide from before. From a distance, it looked like a well-trained army. The line is neat and tidy. And at the very end of the battlefield, there was a giant minotaur skeleton that was over 3 meters in size. And Lin Mo at the bottom of the city seemed to have utilized his excellent eyesight to penetrate the infinite yellow sand and saw countless necromantic warriors. While listening to the countless roars coming from his ears, Lin Mo closed his eyes, as if he had returned to the battlefield of his previous life. The reason why he had picked this Gobi as the location where the main town was located was because this was the borderland of Blue Star. After entering the Great War of the 10,000 races, countless powerful people rushed here to defend the enemy. Foreigners or ferocious beasts, there was a constant stream of them. Compared to those sky islands and deep sea maps, the last thing that was lacking here was monster resources. There's no end to killing, no end to taking, just enough to be a millstone for his god hunter. Feeling the footsteps and roars of the necromantic warriors getting closer, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. As he watched the thousands of dead spirits approaching, he took a step forward instead of retreating. In the next moment, his figure charged straight towards the opposite army. Hunt Lock. The Army of the Dead. The moment the skill was released, thousands of Death Spirit warriors who knew no fear or fatigue actually trembled and froze in place for an instant. Although it was only less than a second, due to the sheer number of them, it was exceptionally obvious even when placed in the eyes of those players at the top of the city. Li Mingliang first let out an "A," then asked with a sideways glance, "Jiang Yuanji, am I blind? Why do I feel that the beast tide is stuck?" Chapter 55, The Last Beast Tide. Necromantic Legion. Necromancer. Level, 2530. Skills, 1, Protection, 2, Chopping. Battle Rating, 1 rank, 2 stars. Necromancer. Rank, 3035. Skills, 1, Summon Skeleton, 2, Blood Mist. Battle Rating, 1 rank, 3 stars. Necro-Minotaur, Boss. Rank, 40. Skills, 1, Giant Axe Chop, 2, Berserk, 3, Hoofstrike, 4, Top Slam. Battle Rating, First Order 4 stars, Elite. Above, all the troop types of the Necrotic Beast Wave. The lowest was a First Order 2-star existence, and the highest was a First Order 4-star boss. The players on the city's head felt intimidated just by seeing the number, and then looking at the battle rating, they felt their mouths dry and shuddered. After the beast tide just now, many players had risen several levels. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji had risen to level 20, but they were also struggling to kill the one-step 2-star monsters. It can be said that there is absolutely nothing you can do about First Order 3-star monsters. Even though the two of them were already working quite well together, it was surprising that the two of them together were unable to defeat even a single first-rank 3-star monster. In the end, it was Lin Mo who stepped in to save them and was finally able to return to the city. Don't look at the difference of only 1 star. They have experienced it firsthand to realize how much of a difference it really is. Not to mention, that boss holding the giant axe was also a first-rank 4-star elite level boss. Just how strong it was, they didn't dare to think about it. It wasn't an existence they could defeat at the moment anyway. But the fact that they can't win doesn't stop them from watching. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji looked towards the figure below the city that was speeding through the yellow sand. The speed was beyond their imagination. If they hadn't climbed up to the top, their eyes wouldn't have been able to capture Lin Mo's movements. Almost there. Almost there. For some reason, even while standing on top of the city, Li Mingliang's heart was tense. Seeing that Lin Mo was getting closer and closer to the army of the dead, suddenly he stomped on the ground, then directly rushed tens of meters into the air, clenching his fist in his hand. Then boom! With a sound on the ground, it slammed directly into the Necropolis army formation with the momentum of a chiseling formation. Dozens of surrounding necromantic warriors were directly shaken apart under the violent impact. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! A large number of second kill prompts floated up on the battlefield. Roar! The necromantic warriors hissed and raised the swords in their hands to charge towards Lin Mo. Instead, Lin Mo, who had scored a strike, did not immediately launch an attack, but carefully observed the surrounding necromantic warriors. Hunting, that skill explanation turns out to be more than just instructions. It can actually deter prey. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the attack of these necromantic warriors had obviously slowed down a step compared to before. It wasn't because of any magical skill like a retardation spell, but rather it was their body's natural reaction because they were afraid of themselves. Therefore, Lin Mo naturally thought of that comment in the beginning. When you lock on to the target of your hunt, even if the target is a god, they will tremble for it. He seemed to have a realization, and then he quickly withdrew his thoughts. Aberration. Lin Mo's black chains once again probed out. 2 roots, 4 roots, 6 roots. Haven't stopped yet. It continued until the 12 chains were fully grown, and the end of the chain was no longer a spike, but a small meteor hammer. Hoo hoo hoo. In the next moment, the 12 chains began to rotate in a tiger-like fashion, whacking the necromancer warriors who tried to get close to him. Although the necrotic warrior and the little skeleton of the novice trial looked similar, there were still some differences. It's a more advanced type of undead soldier. The latter took 3 limping steps and moved with a crooked, ungainly motion. The former, on the other hand, moved smoothly, wielded their swords freely, and were even able to do what they were told to do, clearly already possessing a certain amount of intelligence. Of course, none of it makes much difference to Lin Mo. It's all one hammer and one kit anyway. Even for a first-rank 2-star necromantic warrior, his body was as thin as paper under Lin Mo's small meteor hammer. With a light sweep over, the skeleton completely fell apart like dominoes, and broken bones flew all over the sky. The soul flames in the head also went out one by one. Watching Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji at the city's top, they marveled repeatedly. The rank 1, 2-star monsters that they were having an extremely hard time dealing with were no different than a rank 1 knock alien demon in Lin Mo's hands. Easily. It pours a whole lot. TSK, I wonder how many 4-dimensional attributes Brother Lin has. This attack is too scary. Who says it isn't? Even if I were to go up there, I don't think I'd be able to take 2 hits before I passed away. Jiang Yuanji said so. Li Mingliang glanced him up and down and sneered. Do you think too highly of yourself? That you can compete with those A-list wrestlers from the previous flag fight? Jiang Yuanji. Li Mingliang laughed. Below S rank. Lin estimated that it was a matter of a single strike. And only players with S-rank professions or above could make Lin bother with a few strokes. If you ask me, Lin is no weaker than those 10 SSS-ranked powerhouses on the Yin country list. Jiang Yuanji hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't mindlessly stand Lin Mo and said, of course Big Brother Lin is strong, but those list powerhouses are strong too. He didn't finish his sentence. In fact, as far as those battle videos of the top players of the Yin Kingdom circulating in the game forums were concerned, one is more exaggerated than the other, and one is more frightening than the other. Just that Yin country's 10th, plant doctor, Morong Tao Tao, manipulating a terrifying swamp forest tree spirit, swept across the battlefield. Wherever they passed, sludge and toxins continued to spread, and countless players simply died without even having the chance to get close. In the end, the battlefield where she was, including her teammates, and the dozen or so S-rank and SS-rank professional players in the field, there were no survivors except for herself. The entire battlefield is reduced to a ghostly general existence. Until the last image of the end of the battlefield, the toxin has enveloped the entire field is still spreading towards the sky. Even the spectators outside the arena couldn't help but feel creeped out and their scalps tingling. In comparison, Lin Mo's battles were relatively ordinary. It wasn't even as good as some of the people on that SS-ranked powerhouse list in the back. If he hadn't managed to take down 10 SSS-ranked flags, perhaps the people ranking the list wouldn't have even placed him in the 11th position. Li Mingliang scratched his head and seemed to have thought of those battle images as well, but he kept his mouth shut. I don't care. Anyway, I feel that Ringo is the best in the world right now. Jiang Yuanji smiled and didn't say anything. He knew very well that at this moment, Li Mingliang definitely wasn't saying this on purpose because Lin Mo was the bearer of District 911, but rather, he was admiring the other party from the bottom of his heart. The reason is simple. They actually browsed the game forums as they returned to the city to rest. It turns out that not all of the fused main towns will have beast tides attacking them, and most players are still in a state of confusion. Don't know where to explore, or where to pick up quests, or even where to fight monsters in game time. On the contrary, as long as they could survive, the players who returned to the top of the city would be at least a dozen levels old. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji had even reached level 20 or above and had a small amount of time coins left in their pockets. Of course, that's just the enhancement on the surface. Other than that, the biggest gain for them was that after experiencing this evenly matched life and death battle, their comprehension of vocational skills in combat had directly gone up a notch, a direct distance from the average player in the other districts. And that's just the beginning. It was foreseeable that as long as they weren't expelled from Area 911 by Lin Mo, there would only be more, not less, battles like this. And naturally, their gains would far exceed those of players of the same rank in other regions. They weren't stupid, and it was clear that all these changes were brought about by Lin Mo. Li Mingliang looked at Lin Mo, who was stirring up the necromantic legion in the distance, and narrowed his eyes as he said, persist. I have a premonition that as long as we persevere, even if we can only see his back trudging forward, our future achievements will definitely not be too low. Chapter 56, Beast Tide Ends. Reward Settlement. Cluck 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 cluck. Bones popped like peas in a row. Lin Mo's 12 meteor hammers were extremely powerful in killing with their high power bonus. None of these necromantic warriors with no more than 50 points of physique were a match. Just 10 minutes had passed, and a large number of them had fallen. Lin Mo was also able to rush into the heart of the military formation, just in time to come into contact with the necromancer who was using the corpses to summon skeletons. These skeletons that had just been summoned only had a battle power of just 1 rank and 1 star. Apart from the sizable numbers, they weren't even as resistant as the necromantic warriors in the front row, and with a light touch from the chains, they would completely fall apart, and they couldn't stop Lin Mo's advance at all. Kill! The necromancer raised his magic staff and began to release a highly corrosive blood mist in an attempt to stop the man who had rushed all the way to the core of the camp. Aberration! Only to see Lin Mo's peep a bone position begin to wriggle up, then violently a morose white bone poked out from his back. Immediately afterward, one after the other, stacked up on his back. Eventually, a ghastly white bone armor was firmly set on his body. Zip, zip, zip. Those blood mists made the sound of fire burning sticks when they touched the white bone armor, but they could only leave a little bit of burnt mark on it, and could not erode Lin Mo's body at all. White bone armor, an ability that opens after the physique cancerization value is raised to 100 points. Aberration itself is a form of turning his entire body into weapons and equipment. It was just that the white bone armor was slightly worse in terms of quality, and was barely considered normal grade. However, the aberration equipment is different from the normal equipment. Even if the quality was only ordinary, it had the bonus of Lin Mo's own four-dimensional attributes. For example, the bone sword and chain were of ordinary quality, but after adding Lin Mo's high strength value, the attack power was naturally high. White bone armor was the same thing, and with over 200 points of physique bonus, the strength of the armor was comparable to a rare quality of the same rank. And as Lin Mo's four-dimensional attributes improved, the higher the bonus of these weapons would be. At a later stage, Lin Mo is a god suit standing there, with a white bone armor. Lin Mo directly ignored the overwhelming blood mist and directly walked into the core of the necromantic army formation before the 12 meteor hammers began to rotate recklessly again. Clunk! Countless necromancers were hit by the lightning-fast meteor hammers, spitting blood from their mouths and flying backwards, not much higher than the necromancer's physique. Once they were hit head-on by the meteor hammer, they could only die. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! The spike alert only stalled on the battlefield for a slight moment before it floated up again at an even faster pace. From afar, it was even more brightly red than the blood mist in the field. Roar! Just then, a hissing sound came from the back of the battlefield, only to see that the necromantic minotaur that had been sitting steadily at the back finally couldn't hold back and wielded its huge axe, charging all the way across towards the side. Lin Mo did not retreat, but instead advanced. His footsteps slightly stomped, then retracted the chains on his right arm, and surprisingly, in a pure fist stance, he fiercely smashed towards the giant minotaur. No shying away from the tit-for-tat. Clang! With a loud bang on the ground, the minotaur's huge axe was smashed by Lin Mo's fist. Roar! The minotaur raised its head to the sky, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with Lin Mo's maneuvering, and directly topped up its two huge bull horns and slammed them towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo let out a sardonic smile. Still using one hand as a fist, he simply and roughly blasted at each other. Clunk! With a sound, the minotaur's horns were smashed to pieces by the fist along with his head, and without stopping, Lin Mo once again bullied his way forward and hammered its huge body with his fists in 2 or 3 blows. The bones crumbled into pieces as if they had been fried and crisped. Li Mingliang and the others at the top of the city looked shocked. Originally thought that Lin Mo and this first order 4-star elite boss would have a great battle, but who would have thought that this boss was just like paper mache? 3 or 2 punches were whacked and killed by Lin Mo. My god, Ringo is so strong, worthy of being brother Lin. This beast tide is simply not enough for him to stuff his teeth. Oh, I want to go down there and help Ringo so bad. Oh, are you sure you're helping Ringo and not going down to pick up the slack? Ha. One way or another. Just think about it. Ringo has said that the dead are not allowed to go down to the top of the city. Just kidding. Just as the wall players were talking, Lin Mo also began to start cleaning up the mess. After the necromantic minotaur fell, the entire necromantic army also fell apart and collapsed. Soon, it was cleared by him swinging 12 small meteor hammers. When the last monster fell, the system announcement rang out in time. Announcement from District 911, congratulations to District 911 for successfully defending the main city. All players are rewarded, time coin plus 10, silver treasure chest *1, main city movement speed plus 10%, main city attribute power increase plus 10%. District 911 announcement, surviving players have reached over 92%. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for completing the village chief's duty and obtaining the position of village chief in District 911. In addition to the 2 regional announcements, Lin Mo also received quite a few tips one after another. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, 1 village chief's duties. Reward, gold treasure chest *1, village chief's title. Ding! Congratulations on completing side quest, 2 warriors of the battlefield. The number of monsters killed is 18,235. Ranked first, settlement rewards, golden treasure chest *1, warrior title. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, 3 bosses natural enemy. Number of bosses killed *10. Settlement reward, silver treasure chest *10. Ding! Congratulations on completing the branch. A number of alerts rang out in a row, and Lin Mo's backpack had many more rewards in it. Instead of checking the reward first, he probed his chains and stabbed into the Minotaur's corpse. Evolution points plus 10. Power cancer value plus 10. In addition to the 2 hints, there is also a hint of infinite evolution. Ding! Absorption of Necro Minotaur complete. Infinite evolution, aberration weapon strength. The good news is that infinite evolution finally got a hint after about 10 hours. The bad news was that the necrotic Minotaur's life level was too low to provide much value to Lin Mo. Even though the strength of the weapon was still normal, it hadn't been upgraded to fine. As a result, Lin Mo gently shook his body, and the white bone armor braced his skin to slowly retract back towards his body. Still too weak, he muttered. However, Lin Mo wasn't the least bit worried about the lack of prey for the hunt. This so-called beast tide attacking the city was originally a demonstration by the nearby alien tribes against this newly built main city. Among them, the necrotic tribe behind this necrotic legion was the most powerful. In the later stages, outside the city walls, it was this necrotic horde that was the most problematic for the Blue Star players. The main reason was because the true leader behind that necromonger legion would be an extremely terrifying necromonger throne in the future, just a hair's breadth away from the eternal realm. This necromantic throne would constantly evolve, causing no small amount of trouble on the borders of Blue Star. 2 out of 3 days is an attack that leaves Blue Star players dead or injured. In the end, it was only under Lin Mo's leadership that he managed to defeat the throne of the necropolis that was almost comparable to the eternal undead. Lin Mo rubbed his chin in thought. If you push it according to the timeline, that guy's strength should still be at a low level right now. Is it second order? Or third order? As he thought of this, a glint of obvious killing intent flashed through his eyes. Chapter 57. The murderous spirit is the heaviest. The Great Wall of White Bones. Awesome. Once the treasure chest was opened, I got a couple dozen more coins. Ha ha ha. This is another upgrade. Level 20. Here I come. 100 meters above the city's head, the players of District 911 were cheering for the generous rewards they had received. The 911 area that incorporates 10 top-tier resource lands is really exaggerated. It had only been a few short hours since the opening of this main city, and almost every player, in addition to the rewards for clearing the Beast Tide siege, had opened up a considerable amount of time coins. They can't wait to put that time coin into their experience bar. However, the regional chat channel once again sent a message to the entire village. Lin Mo, village chief, remember to pay back it all. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji looked at each other and smiled. Another familiar flavor. At that time, when he had just received the ranking list settlement reward, he was directly squeezed by Lin Mo. Now, it's the turn of the other players who are borrowing. But the players who are being pushed to pay back their money don't have the same crybaby faces they had before when they got screwed. They had borrowed at most 2 or 3 coins before, and even if they doubled their debt tenfold, they actually still had a balance of time coins in their hands. Ha ha, I'll transfer it to you right away. Ringo, it's been transferred. Reconcile the accounts. Turned around. They pay back the money with extreme alacrity and don't drag their feet at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's time coins quickly soared by another several hundred coins. Brother Lin, you're too strong. Love you. Ringo. Ooh, I didn't meet the standard. Brother Lin, can I stay and share 50% of the time coins I earn with you in the future? Me too. Please. Ringo. In addition to the players who sincerely thanked Lin Mo, there was also a small group of players who had not completed the mission objectives, but took the opportunity to plead with Lin Mo. They just read the game forums on the town. The other newbie districts don't even deserve to be compared to their 911 districts. Either hundreds of people were crowding around grabbing 1 or 2 low-level monsters, or they simply couldn't pick up the quests and find the monsters. What's more, after inviting a high-ranking existence during the exploration, the entire entrance of the village was now blocked with monsters, and they couldn't even get out at all. Sooner or later, the little time that remains will be used up and it will be the same as waiting for death. In comparison, although the beast tide attacking the city in Area 911 was menacing, it had Lin Mo sitting at its side. Even first-rank players with average strength had raked in a lot of time coins. In just these first few hours, they had distanced themselves from the other villages, one step ahead of the other. In the long run, sooner or later, players in District 911 will become the envy of everyone. They don't want to leave this golden nest that lays golden eggs, and they beg and plead in the regional chat channels. But, didn't wait for them to say anything more. The hint of an area announcement came right on. 911 region announcement. Player Luo Yang has been expelled from 911 region. Announcement from 911 area. Player Yu Yushur has been expelled from 911 area. 911 region announcement. Player Lu Yan Yang has been expelled from 911 region. As a dozen or so message alerts came in, the figures of one player after another disappeared from the city's head and returned to the room where they had just rested. These expelled players are free to choose other novice villages that are willing to accept them. If not, they would naturally be in this room waiting to die. Of course, they were still lucky compared to other players. At least they had time coins in their hands, and as long as they were willing to pay, they believed it wouldn't be hard to find a newbie village that would accept them. Only, these players will never be able to return to that town in their lifetime. The screen returned to the top of the city, and seeing one player after another being expelled, the remaining players' originally happy mood was retightened. They also realized that their situation at the moment was not as secure as they had imagined. Without waiting for them to react, the regional announcement rang out again. Region 911 announcement. Region 911 has been officially renamed the Great Wall of White Bones. The Great Wall of White Bones. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji and the others were a bit puzzled. Although they knew that the name must have been changed by Lin Mo, but why was it called that? They scratched their heads in some confusion. Could it be because just now Lin Mo had intercepted an entire army of skeletons outside the city, and looking at the white bones all over the ground? It seemed like something like that. It doesn't feel very auspicious? They didn't wait long to think about it, but suddenly the head of the city under their feet began to vibrate. The players were a little confused, but not panicked, because the sense of vibration at the city's head was relatively mild. There was no violent vibration of the earth cracking and the mountains collapsing. After a few moments, the vibrating sensation stopped. The players were a bit puzzled, but just assumed it was just an earthquake of modest magnitude. At this moment, of all the people, only Lin Mo, who was far away from the city walls, saw the real reason why the walls were shaking. That's because the entire 100-meter wall hardened up a few inches, extended out a few more. For a wall that was 100 meters high and hundreds of meters long, this height and width was not much, but Lin Mo knew that this was just the beginning. The Great Wall of White Bones wasn't a name he picked up casually. Compared to the other top-tier main cities of the other Yin Kingdom, the walls of this White Bone Great Wall served a special purpose. That is, the number of enemies killed by meeting the enemy at this city head can be stacked up continuously, making this city head grow continuously. In other words, the wall is like a weapon that can grow. The more enemies you kill, the firmer it is, the taller it gets. At a later stage, even the eternal race didn't dare to easily cross the city walls in the face of the monstrous killing aura of the walls. Once you cross over, you will be killed, air pressure wins, and your strength will be greatly reduced. This wall is the most solid wall of the blue planet, bar none. Lin Mo looked at the city wall that had risen a few inches, his eyebrows soaring like distant mountains. This time, not only did he want the city wall to rise another 1,000 feet, he also wanted all those eternal race kings to not dare to easily cross the city. Who cares if you're an eternal dragon or an eternal skywing species? When you see the walls, all of you fall honestly from the sky. Want to go to the top of the city? Crawl with your hands. Lin Mo's arms reappeared as chains, moving quickly across the battlefield, draining these white bones of every last bit of value. Evolution points, plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0, plus 0.1. Cancerization values, plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. While the prompts kept refreshing, Lin Mo took the time to look at the extra Village Chief option on his system interface. Slide down the list of players on the Great Wall of White Bones. Lin Mo, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, Run Chang, Li Fei. After this round of testing, as well as elimination, there were less than 60 people left in the novice village today, compared to a novice village that could be considered top-notch when looking at the entire blue star. This number of people was indeed too small. There are a portion of top-tier novice villages that have already started recruiting heavily in the game forums after completing the village head quests. As long as it was agreed upon by both village chiefs, it was possible to perform the operation of switching villages, just like Lin Mo eliminated those players just now. However, while those future holy places have already begun to work on talent reserves, Lin Mo has no such plans. At least for the moment, the wall is not needed. Soldiers should be precise, not numerous. Lin Mo slightly manipulated the interface before assigning the position of village steward to Li Mingliang and the position of criminal to Jiang Yuanji. Finally, he sent private chat messages to both men. In the future, each person must go up to the city head or out of the city every day to hunt. And the number of monsters hunted per day cannot be less than 100, doubling after 1 month, and so on. The usual monthly payment of time coins as a city fee is 30 coins for the first month and increases by 10% each month thereafter. Those who are overdue and those who have not accomplished their hunting goals are eliminated. Of course, those two rules are the same for both of you. Chapter 58, The Kingdom of Eternal Scars. Chapter 2, The Great World Controversy. Two messages that could also be equivalent to the two village rules first released by the Great Wall of White Bones. Killing the enemy, and protection money? The two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, rubbed their heads and could only understand it this way for the time being. For what it's worth, 30 time coins a month for protection doesn't seem like much. It's just that the whole thing of being on the walls of the city to keep the enemy at bay is not so well done. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were okay, barely staying in the game, but there were quite a few other players who were just barely over the line. It's a matter of luck if we can still cross the line tomorrow. But this was the rule set by Lin Mo, and Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji wouldn't dare bargain with him. They can only execute. So at the moment, even though the two of them were in positions, they were not half happy, because either of these two tasks is not very well executed. In comparison, Li Mingliang was slightly drier. directly announcing 2 new village rules for the Great Wall of White Bones in front of everyone. A batch of players had just been eliminated, and at this moment, even if some people had a bit of an opinion, they didn't dare to say anything more, and most people, for the most part, didn't have a problem with it, and even started to blow it off. Lin is Lin. Once these 2 rules were established, our Whitebone Great Wall instantly became like that. Yeah, good rule making. I'll pay an extra 10 coins for the first month. I'll say, I can pay more too. Can that hunt number be reduced slightly? So you'll tell Ringo yourself? Then forget it. I just mentioned it like that. Had ha. Li Minglian winked at Jiang Yuanji. See, there's no need for us to worry about anything at all. With Big Brother Lin Mo's current deterrent power, there's still a need to explain? Jiang Yuanji scratched his head as if that was the case. Just as Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji exchanged glances, suddenly the sky above the city shook violently, followed by the appearance of a large golden light. At the same time, a world announcement came to the ears of all players. World announcement: all novice villages in the Blue Star region have been fused, and the Blue Star region of the Eternal Kingdom opens the second chapter, the Great World Controversy. World Bulletin: all Blue Star region. The world announcement was repeated 5 times, but the players of District 911 on the city's head still didn't understand what the second chapter was all about, until the system alert reached everyone's ears. Ding! The Great Wall of White Bones has obtained one primary matchmaking order, which allows you to send resource matchmaking to any novice village. Resource bets? What's this? Everyone froze. But regarding their doubts, the system soon had an explanation. Primary resources wagering. The winner receives 5% to 20% of the opponent's map resources and 10 to 20 attribute points. The loser loses the corresponding map resources, as well as having the corresponding attribute points deducted. Warm reminder, the map is completely emptied of resources, and the novice area will automatically be reduced to no man's land. Oh, my god. The players were a bit surprised. This resource parley seems to be more of a gamble than they thought. 5 to 20% of the map's resources, which equates to a small half of the resources to be exported in a single bet. There are also outrageous attribute points. Some players don't have many attribute points after transferring, so if they output 20 points at once, what the hell are they playing for? Just lie down and die. But on second thought, that's not right. Our village has a Big Brother Lin MO. It's impossible to lose. A player said so. That's not necessarily true. It depends on who you're betting with. If it's the ones in the top 10 of the charts, hiss, it's not so bad. No matter how much the Yen Kingdom is a family, there's no reason to close the door and beat up your own people. That's true. Look guys, the map of the novice villages in the Blue Star region has been announced. Our Whitebone Great Wall made the list. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see. Players rushed to click on the world map that suddenly appeared. Yet this completely unfamiliar map of Blue Star was no longer at all compatible with the former azure-colored planet. At first glance, the maps of the blue planet seem to be firmly tied together. But in fact, the maps of each of the newbie villages are currently very far apart. It's like planet to planet, seemingly close, but in reality there is no telling how many light years difference. However, a number of resource mechas are marked on these scattered maps. The largest number of these is in the Lighthouse Country, 15 in number. The next is the Yen State, with 11 seats. Next, Grizzly Country, 10 seats. Germania, 10 seats. Great Eagle Country, 9 seats. France, 9 seats. Cherry Blossom Country, 9 seats. Flying Cake Country, 8 seats. Italian Country, 7 seats. There are a total of 500 top resource sites, large and small, that have been red flagged, but most of them are held in 20 national districts, and District 911, which is the Great Wall of White Bones, at this point, is one of them. It's just a bit further down the rankings, just stuck at 450th place. Seeing this, Li Mingliang and the others seemed to have guessed something, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. As a matter of fact, the 500 top resource lands that made it to the list were all fused with 10 SSS-ranked masterless lands. As for why the rankings are in order, I think it has something to do with picking the location of the main city. At first they had thought that this ruin in the desert didn't look very good, and a quick glance around them showed that it was a bird's eye view. As expected, the Great Wall of White Bones was very much at the back of the 500 top resource lands. Of course, even that was enough to make countless players envious. Blue Star currently had billions of players still alive, but there were less than a million players who could enjoy the top-tier resource lands. They were able to become one of them, not by any strength, but by Lin Mo's thick thigh. Hey, the Great Wall of White Bones is really a good place. That's just it. I can't afford to leave here. Ha ha, the Great Wall of White Bones is the meat and potatoes. No, if that's the case. Suddenly someone reacted, and then more people looked a little panicked. As expected, before they could say anything more, Countless system prompts rang out among the regional announcements. Regional announcement, Sakura Country 22 is challenged the Whitebone Great Wall to a wagering order. Regional announcement, Lighthouse Land 1222 is challenged the Great Wall of White Bones for a wagering order. Regional announcement, Flying Cake Country 1445 has challenged the Great Wall of White Bones for a wagering order. Regional announcement, the Great Cold Underworld's Land 21 has challenged the Whitebone Great Wall for a wagering order. Region. A series of hundreds of betting order challenges appeared in front of everyone, shocking the jaws of the people present to the ground. It had just occurred to me that someone would start a betting order against them, but no one had thought that there would be so many and the betting challenge announcements continue to rise with no intention of stopping. However, none of the players present were qualified to take on these challenges. Only the figure at the bottom of the city, isolated only in the desert, had that qualification. What to do? Should we ask Big Brother Lin? Li Mingliang was a little worried. Although Lin Mo was very strong, the Great Wall of White Bones only had so many people, so if he really had to take these betting orders, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to cope with them. And predictably, from now on, the Great Wall of White Bones, which was erected in the position of the 500 top resource mecca, would not have any more peaceful days. Jiang Yuanji was naturally unable to make a decision, and the two men, who were temporarily considered the stewards of the Great Wall of White Bones, had to send a message to contact Lin Mo. As for Lin Mo, who was below the city, he naturally saw the countless betting challenges and also received messages from Li Mingliang and the others. He sneered and said, "Afraid of what? Then fight." Chapter 59, The Betting Order. Make you whole. The Great World Controversy chapter is also the chapter with the worst internal fighting in the Blue Star District. The pari-mutual order is an important part of this. Lin Mo's attitude towards this matter was not one of opposition. On the contrary, he's more in favor of this kind of betting than anyone else. The chaotic world naturally relies on struggles to win the stakes and rise to the top. The same is true of the evolutionary path. Currently the Great Wall of White Bones looks extensive though, not at all like a small village. However, in the positioning of the system, it is still in the category of village. If you want to upgrade from a village to a town, you still need to integrate 10 villages. Upgrading from a town to a real city will require the integration of 100 towns. For the Great Wall of White Bones to turn into a real city, then you need to keep devouring map resources and keep integrating other villages or towns. Therefore, Lin Mo didn't even think much about it and directly reached out his hand in the middle of the announcement to smoothly take the betting order. For the first round of betting orders, only one can be picked up. Lin Mo picked one, the one with the highest amount of bets on the betting order. Ding! Do you accept the order to bet on Lighthouse Land 4056? Contents of the wager: the number of monsters killed by the whole village reaches 30,000, from a minimum of 1 rank and 3 stars. Betting amount, 20% of total map resources, 20 attribute points. The amount of betting has reached the maximum limit of the primary betting order. It was clear that the opposite side's desire to have the Great Wall of White Bones had reached its limit. Lin Mo sneered again. Want to send money to the Great Wall of White Bones? I promise. With that, he reached out and clicked accept. Regional announcement: the Great Wall of White Bones has taken over the Heart of the Sea King betting order for Lighthouse Land 4056, and the chat channels of both sides have been temporarily opened until the end of the betting order. Region. After the regional announcement was played 3 times in a row, the chat channels of the players of the Great Wall of White Bones were suddenly flooded with countless Lighthouse Nation accounts. Hughes Angelo, haha, stupid Yankees, here come the daddies. Lambert, woohoo, kneel at our feet and sing conquest. Phyllis, surrender and lose half. Or you guys might as well admit defeat first. Christian's Carol, Amir Yen Kingdom, take it down, take it down. Miles, the East Asians are all too skinny, not as strong as us Lighthouse Nation people. Godwin cover, Ellis is invincible. It wasn't until these players flooded into the channel that Li Mingliang and the others realized that it wasn't other people who had initiated the betting, but old acquaintances from the flag battle. Neptune, Ellis, asterisk, isn't this that Ringo's underdog? How dare a defeated man be so arrogant? Humph, just Ellis. Our brother Lin has one hand. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones were naturally not willing to show any weakness, and they all started to spray each other with these Lighthouse Nation players in the channel. The system comes with a translator, and even conversations with the Fae can translate themselves into meanings that the players can understand. So the difference in language doesn't stop both sides from spamming each other in the channel. It took a while for the main man Ellis to show up on the channel. Ellis, where's Lin Mo? Where did he go? Get your ass out here. When these words came out, how could Li Mingliang and the others endure? So there was another angry spray. Asterisk, who does this guy think he is? Couldn't have forgotten how he just got violently beaten up by Ringo, could you? Humph, I think he just wants to die. Who are you? Come out when you tell Ringo to come out. Who are you? That's right. What about making keys? How many? Ellis was too lazy to pay attention to these ordinary players and just frantically entered Lin Mo in the chat channel. Finally, after 1,000 calls, Lin Mo responded. Lin Mo, want to die? 2 simple words. But they demoralized the players at the head of the White Bone Great Wall. Ha ha, worthy of being Brother Lin. It's just so overbearing. Love you, Ringo. ***** him. Ringo. It was as if the players had found their backbone, and their momentum rose a bit more. On the contrary, the players on the Lighthouse Country's side, after seeing Lin Mo really appear, had in turn subsided quite a bit. Even the moment Ellis on the other end of the screen saw Lin Mo's name appear, his mind unconsciously recalled being gutted by the other side in the battlefield, and he suddenly trembled. Ha! The blonde, who had been crouching below herself, wondered. Ellis stomped it out in annoyance. ***** off. It's hurting me. The blonde beauty was kicked 3 meters away, spitting blood from her mouth, but she didn't dare to show any hint of anger, only silently moving her body to exit the room. A flicker of hostility flashed in Ellis' eyes as he continued to send messages on the channel. Ellis, Lin Mo. Don't be complacent. Don't even look at what the contents of this bet are. Seeing him say this, the players of the Great Wall of White Bones reacted and checked up on the contents of the bet. Ha! The content of the wager is to kill 30,000 monsters of rank 1. 3 stars? *********. It's not fair. How many people are there in our village? Their village has over 1,000 people. It's just more than 10 times worse? Son of a. Ellis is inappropriate. The players cursed. Ellis, don't think I don't know that there are only a few dozen of you in District 911. How can you compete with us? Sure enough, the other side knew them well. The reason why this wager was proposed was because it took the point that the White Bone Wall was outnumbered. And the most crucial thing was that Ellis had fought with Lin Mo and knew that the other party was good at melee combat and didn't have wide-range killing skills. In comparison, the number of players Ellis had killed on the battlefield all far exceeded Lin Mo. That's why Ellis already felt that he could win when he saw the junior wagering order that he had received. And the wager was actually more than the total number of monsters killed. At least in the area of killing efficiency, he was above Lin Mo. Secondly, the number of players in the novice village of Heart of the Sea King under his leadership is more than 20 times more than the players in the White Bone Great Wall of Lin Mo. Any way you look at it, it doesn't look like you're going to lose. It was that the number of people who had initiated a betting order against Lin Mo was too high, and he had thought that the other party wouldn't pick himself, but he hadn't expected that the first one would be him. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo. So what if you've got 10 SSS Great Flags? You're still only going to be obediently snatched by me. When he thought of this, Ellis' eyes glowed and he couldn't wait to grab 20% of the map resources of the White Bone Great Wall right now. You know, discounting this would be the equivalent of 2 SSS ranked no man's land. It's all mine. Ellis clenched his fists, and then he saw that in the chat channel, Lin Mo had responded to himself. It's simple. In 3 words, fulfillment. Together they are. Want to die? Make you whole. Ellis grunted coldly, just thinking that Lin Mo was bluffing and even trying to put a couple harsh words back. But a few moments later, for some reason, he felt a little chill down his back again. He immediately rose from his seat with a big wave of his hand. Everyone, listen to my command. Stop resting and go out hunting. We must complete the total number of monster kills at all costs. Him, Ellis. He had also just led the players of his island village to hunt the nearby amphibious fishman tribe, killing over 10,000 monsters. Ellis had leveled up extremely fast and had reached level 48. The average value of the 4-dimensional attributes had reached an exaggerated 250 points, and a decisive gap had long been opened with those ordinary players whose average attributes were only a few dozen points. Besides, the location of the main city he had picked for himself happened to be the main city of the island that favored his specialties. As long as he fought in this neighborhood, his combat power would at least triple. Countless players heard his order and immediately stood up and answered in a loud voice. Yes, led by Ellis. More than 1,000 players marched towards the nearby monster horde in great numbers. Chapter 60, First Order 9 stars. Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider. Cancerization value, plus 0.1. As the last body on the battlefield was harvested by Lin Mo, his personal attributes rose quite a bit. Lamb. Rank, 40, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 3,250. Strength, 155 plus 210. Agility, 145 plus 190. Physical fitness, 150 plus 190. Spirit, 160 plus 180. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 230, unassigned, dot. Evaluation, when you lock on to a hunting target, Even if the target is a god, they will tremble for it. Warm reminder, the level cannot continue to be raised. Please hunt first order 4-star prey, 1/1000. Just by looking at the 4-dimensional attributes, Lin Mo, who had upgraded to level 40, had already surpassed the topmost SS ranked professions, and was barely at the lower middle level of SSS ranked professions. If you add in the unassigned evolution points, it's straight up mid-tier. But what surprised Lin Mo the most wasn't the growth of evolution points and cancerization values, which exceeded his expectations. Rather, it was surprising that he could continue to upgrade after his level was stuck at 40. On this path of career evolution, only players with higher career quality can level up higher. F and E ranked professions are only able to go up to level 20 during the first rank. D rank professions, only able to rise to level 30. By analogy, only SSS ranked professional players, who are able to ascend to level 90. Ascend. Of course, these top professional players can also shed upgrades and move faster for ascension. But don't think that a quick ascension is a good thing. The matter of upgrading is like laying a foundation, only the stronger the foundation is laid, the more solid and smooth the path of evolution will be in the future. On the contrary, the weaker the foundation, the more difficult it will be to move up the ladder later on. So the first player to rise to rank May 2nd not be a top-tier professional, but the first player to rise to rank 9 must be a top-tier professional. And Lin Mo's attribute point bonus barely reached the C level. Originally thought that level 40 would be the upper limit, but didn't realize that it could continue to be upgraded. I guess the G God Hunter sequence still can't be viewed with common sense. After paying a little attention, Lin Mo withdrew his eyes from his personal panel, then looked around at the nearby corpses. After the transfer, the rate of attribute point increase became extremely fast, and his paper strength rose very quickly. As of now, the first rank 1-star corpse that was barely able to add some cancerization value and evolution points to him just a moment ago couldn't suck any more than a tiny bit right now. Not to mention first order 1-star, even first order 2 stars could provide very little energy. A first order 3-star corpse is barely okay. So even if Ellis didn't initiate a betting order challenge, Lin Mo would still be searching for nearby tribes of fierce beasts of the first rank and 3rd star. He thought about it in his head for a little while, and then he locked on to his target. Let's just take you on. Lin Mo's eyes were slightly cold, then his body slightly sank down and his feet stomped. Swish! The air around him exploded as the entire person was like a spring, instantly ejecting out. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the roiling yellow sand. Soon, even Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who were at the top of the city, could not capture his figure. Now, Li Mingliang and the others were in a panic. Ringo's gone? So what do we do? Go out of town and hunt? I don't know. The city looks pretty big. Looking for a place to stay first? Live my ass. The betting order is about to start and you're still thinking of resting? Why don't you go die and rest in a coffin for the rest of your life? Well, there's got to be a line drawn, right? The players were at a loss. Li Mingliang was silent for a while, then slapped his thighs and stood up and said, "Can't just sit around and wait for death like this. Let's go. Let's go out of the city to hunt as well." In fact, it was obvious from the beast tide attacking the city just now that the monsters near the Great Wall of White Bones were definitely not less, and there might even be more than they had imagined. This betting order match was a clear disadvantage for them. With fewer people, hunting monsters could not be more efficient, but the advantage is just as obvious, which is that at least the monsters aren't hard to find. Your novice village in Ellis is only fused with one SSS ranked flag anymore, as well as one SS ranked flag. Compared to that, can the map resources be as fertile as our White Bone Wall? Li Mingliang said through clenched teeth. The betting order isn't Ringo's fight alone. It's all of ours. We must take this betting order at all costs. Jiang Yuanji nodded his head vigorously, as did the other players. However, someone immediately asked, "Then which way are we going after we leave the city? Is it to follow Brother Lin? Follow Lin Mo?" The crowd scratched their heads. For one thing, the former didn't say anything, they didn't dare to, and secondly, their existence was a drag for Lin Mo. Instead of following each other and delaying each other, it would be better to find a place to practice on your own. Li Mingliang thought about it and was about to speak when someone suddenly exclaimed, The map of our neighborhood is lit up, yeah. Did Ringo make it?" The crowd sniffed and lowered their heads to open the map. The map of the novice village just now was pitch black outside the city walls, except for the location of the main city center which was lit up. Obviously players are required to explore on their own, but now in a straight line from the city's head to due north. The pitch-black map was lighting up rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye, and it was clear that someone had already explored the neighborhood. A single green and red dot appears above the map. The green color represents scattered wildlife in the vicinity, and the slightly larger circle of red dots represents small tribes stationed nearby. Reds and greens are intertwined, dense and numerous. Hiss. Many players sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw it. If they had rushed out of the city just now, then it was very likely that they would have gotten into a situation where they were surrounded by countless monsters. Don't think they've leveled up, but they're too few in number. The end is mostly just waiting to die. Li Mingliang also wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Ahem. Let's just get in formation and push forward in order." The other players nodded their heads as well. Makes sense. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's okay. Compared to the slow advancement of Li Mingliang and the others on this side, Lin Mo's end could be considered to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Even in the middle of the desert where monsters were piling up, he was still traveling extremely fast. The 12 chains were fully unfurled, like a soul-chasing arrow, stabbing the monster in the vitals while sucking up the corpse in the process. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. If Li Mingliang and the others were able to see this scene, they were afraid that their jaws would be dropped, because from the eyes of the onlookers, all that could be seen was a figure whizzing by. Then the monsters, which were still alive just now, were instantly emptied of their bodies, and fell to the ground with their eyes lost in thought and their faces as white as paper, too dead to die. Even though Lin Mo was so fast, the accuracy of the chain's attack was still frighteningly high. Barely a single blow landed, hitting the vitals every time. But these monsters weren't put in Lin Mo's eyes. The level was just too low. And even if there was the occasional first-order 3-star monster, the number wasn't too much. The value that can be brought to him is pitifully small. Too weak, or too weak. Lin Mo's expression was calm as he quickly traveled through the desert, never looking back. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, time passes by. Finally, a moment before the betting order was about to begin, his footsteps stopped on top of a small hill in the middle of the Gobi, and his eyes looked toward the canyon not far away. One could only see countless necrotic warriors densely jammed at the entrance of the canyon, and looking forward along the canyon crack, there was a scarlet-red color at the end of those necrotic warriors. Lin Mo instantly recognized the familiar armor style, and also recognized their identity as a first-rank, 6-star necrotic blood rider, as well as their leader, one of the 4 powerful generals under that necromancer throne, the Tyrannosaurus blood rider. Greedy blood is the only way to be immortalized. Rating, First Order, 9 stars. Chapter 61 Ellis's Provocation. Betting against the stable. It's a little higher grade than I thought it would be. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and muttered, especially since the timeline for the opening of the Great Wall of White Bones is quite a bit earlier than in the previous life, so his knowledge of this latter-day behemoth of a necromonger army was not as accurate as it could have been. Of course, after locking onto the target, the information of these monsters was displayed. The relatively familiar Necromancer Warrior, Necromancer Mage, and Necromancer Minotaur Infantry have all leveled up quite a bit. The lowest Necromantic Warrior leveled up by about 10 levels, and with that, his battle rating was raised to First Order 3 stars. The Necromancer is upgraded to First Rank, 4 stars. The Necrotic Minotaur no longer had the boss tag, but its battle rating had risen instead of dropping, reaching 1 rank 5 stars. On top of that, the scarlet color on the battlefield surfaced with a monster message. Necromancers, level, 60-70. Skills, 1, blood drinking, 2, charge, 3, hoof strike. Battle rating, 1 rank 6 stars. Tyrannosaurus Rex blood rider, boss. Rare. Rank, 90. Skills, 1, bloodthirsty seal, 2, tainted blood dragon flame. Battle rating, 1 rank 9 stars. Putting aside that riotous blood rider whose battle power had reached the apex of rank 1, the number of necrotic blood riders was quite a lot. At least hundreds of them. As for the other monsters, there were even more, and together, they numbered more than 10,000. In the middle of the nearby Gobi, it was definitely called a dominant party. However, Lin Mo knew that one of the divisions of this necromantic legion was currently in its weakest state. As the level of the main city continued to rise, the monsters in this neighborhood would also continue to upgrade, eventually becoming one of the hidden dangers of the Great Wall of White Bones. Lin Mo didn't make a move right away, but quietly waited on top of the hill, his hands naturally hanging down, his eyes watching the countdown of the betting order approaching the beginning second by second. 10, 9, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Mo took a gentle step forward. The whole person fell from the top of the hill as if he had landed freely. Then, when he was about to land, he struck the ground with his fist, making a loud boom. Countless yellow sands rose up to the sky, and the violent noise attracted the attention of the necromantic legion in the canyon not far away. Aha! The dead spirits let out horrifying howls towards Lin Mo. The sound resounded through the canyon, reaching thousands of meters away and sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Mo, who had landed on the ground, stretched out his hand to scratch his ears and said impatiently, "Noisy." As soon as the words fell, His entire body catapulted up towards the sky like a cannonball, then bounced 2 or 3 times in a row in the middle of the desert, and heavily smashed into the necromantic army formation. Clang! A meteor hammer-style chain swept a necromancer, and the skeleton frame instantly scattered. Blitz! Strike 1! Ding! Time coin +1. A level 40 necromancer is able to provide time coins, which are already up to 1. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth lifted slightly. Great! Another entry. He hadn't even finished the hunt yet, and he already considered this army of the dead to be in his pocket. Aberration! In the next moment, the 12 meteor hammer-style chains fully unfolded. Ho 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 ho! The roars of the necromancers stumbled and resounded through the canyon. Shouts and metal clashes abound as an unanticipated killing spree unfolds in the canyon. At the same time, the Heart of the Sea King village in the Lighthouse Kingdom has opened a vast hunting event. Ah ha ha ha! Tidal wave! Ellis stepped on a wave of rushing waves and directly swept away one of the shark men that had come ashore to fight. Woohoo! Kill! Punch punch punch! Seeing the opportunity, the players below raised their swords, guns, and clubs and rushed forward, harvesting one bloodied monster after another while not forgetting to blow rainbow farts. Lord Ellis is awesome. Lord Ellis is invincible. Love you, Lord Ellis. A shirtless Ellis laughed up at the sky and rode the wave again to continue to wash over the shark crowd, keeping the rest of the novice village at his crotch for continued output. A wave with over 200 points of mental power added to it was an absolutely fatal blow to these first-rank 3-star sharkmen, even if it was just the waves washing over them once. Most of the sharks were beaten half to death. For the slightly less powerful players below, it was purely a matter of lying down and picking up the pieces. Ha ha, that's so cool. I picked up another head. I'm coming. Time coin. Thank you God for Ellis. The players were ecstatic. It's up to Ellis to keep the blood down and cripple the sharks, and the rest of the players are quick to harvest. For both sides, the operation is relatively simple and does not require much tacit cooperation, but the hunting efficiency rate is not slow. On the contrary, it is still relatively fast. The wagering order had only just begun a short while ago, and the number of hunts was already over 100, and still rising rapidly. Ha ha, it's only been less than 10 minutes. 130 so soon? Ellis looked at the village chief's interface, which showed the number of kills of first-rank 3-star monsters. He had a satisfied smile on his face. This efficiency, bar none. The only shame though is that you can't see the number of kills in the 911 section. Even so, Ellis was very pleased with the efficiency of the hunt in his novice area. He had mobilized all of his players. A whole 1,000 of them had joined this hunt. That Yengua 911 district that was renamed to the ghostly name of the Great Wall of White Bones only had a mere 60 people in it. So what if Lin Mo was stronger? How do you fill the 1,000 or so people? Being able to fight is one thing, but the manpower gap is another. Otherwise, Ellis wouldn't have given up the heads of these monsters to these players under his hand. Of course, it's not really all seeded. No matter how many monsters are killed, everyone will give him time coins per head. AD2 split. He's 8, the others are 2. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to level up to almost 50 so quickly. Of course, if anyone dared to ask him to his face what his credentials were, it would be a straight shot from a wave, an SS-ranked flag, and an SSS-ranked flag, but they were all taken back from that dog thief Lin Mo, who he had fought to the death to retrieve them. Ahem, well at least put a harsh word at the end. Barely so, Ellis coughed. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he hemmed and hawed and directly opened the Whitebone Great Wall's regional chat channel to send over the kill numbers on the betting order. Ellis, at all. Yellow-skinned monkeys. Come see the battle of this great man. Image.jpg, Ellis, well, are you scared yet? Are you already regretting taking the bet? Of course, he was greeted with countless expletives. Ellis smiled without anger, his mind reeling. If the other party had a higher number of kills than they did, how could they let themselves scream in the channel? They would surely show a screenshot of the number of kills. But no, there was nothing but abuse on the channel, not even a decent rebuttal. Ellis smelled a hint of colorfulness. So, this bet. Steady. Chapter 62, Going to the City. Let Lin Mo kneel down and call his father. In fact, the specifics of the Great Wall of White Bones did not differ much from Ellis's guesses, except for Lin Mo's part. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji led the players out for a hunt. Very lucky to go out and encounter a herd of first-order 3-star beasts, war lizards in the desert. The number was probably around a dozen. Not a lot. However, just this number of ferocious beast swarms made Li Mingliang and the others feel like they were facing a great enemy. It took Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji a lot of effort to make sure that none of their teammates died and evacuated out of the fighting range. The final battle score, killing a first-order 3-star. However, the two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, were heavily bloodied and ended up bringing their people back near the city gates before these war lizards stopped their pursuit. It can be completely described as dying before it is ready. Everyone's bloodied before it even starts. Damn. Are we that weak? Li Mingliang pounded the ground hard. His eyes filled with resignation. Zhang Yuanji and the other players didn't look any better. It turns out that without Ringo, we really are trash. Oh, dragging my feet for Ringo. We're losers. The atmosphere at the city's head was very low. Everyone had the thought that they were so unbeatable in front of the first-rank 3-star beasts. In fact, as far as these players from the Great Wall of White Bones were concerned, the starting point was already much better than the players from other novice villages. It had only been a few hours since the main city had fused, and most of them had risen to around level 20. If properly arranged, there was nothing wrong with fighting off the smaller beasts of First Order 1-star and First Order 2-star. In the place of other players from the novice village, as long as they didn't have an A rank or above professional, they wanted to cross the level to fight against a first-rank 3-star monster? It's a fool's errand. Also, most of the newbie villages are still full of maps looking for monsters, which was like them going out and being able to run into a first-rank 3-star beast. But more monster resources are good and bad. At least for people like Li Mingliang now, it wasn't considered a good thing. What to do? The number over there has broken 100, and we've only killed one. Someone said anxiously. What else can we do? We can only trust Brother Lin. And I don't know how things are going on Brother Lin's side, but there are more than 1,000 players over there. It's not like we're splitting life and death in the ring. The competition is the number of monsters to hunt. How can Lin compete alone? Why don't we try again? Come on. You just can't slaughter a first-rank 3-star monster even if you lose your life there. Everyone sighed and felt lost on the road ahead. Some people are even thinking, wouldn't it be better not to accept the parley? Wouldn't there be none of this? It's just that the wagering order must be accepted from other villages even if they don't take Heart of the Sea King. You have to pick it up once a week. That's the rule. The number of people in their village was so small that even if they changed the content of the bet, they might not be able to secure a win. Just then, Ellis sent a screenshot. Ellis, grandsons of the Inferno Kingdom. The Heart of the Sea King has killed over 231st rank 3-star monsters. What do you say? Image.jpg, Ellis, just surrender and forget about it. Ha ha ha. Followed by a group of Lighthouse Nation players jeering. Ha ha, worthy of Ellis-sama. Yellow monkeys just can't. How can they be as strong as us white people? The Lighthouse State is invincible. Lord Ellis is invincible. Take District 911. Take the resources. Another upgrade. Lord Ellis, I love you. Although Li Mingliang and the others were furious, they had little heart to refute them nowadays. Even if there is more mockery and abuse now, when we lose in the end, won't we just slap ourselves in the face? What to do? Are we still going? I don't know who asked. Li Mingliang blankly glanced at the person who spoke and said, can't grow eyes to see? Is your blood bar still healthy? How much blue is left? Still want to go? Looking for death you. Hearing this, the other players who still had ideas sighed. There was no way around it. Their blood and blue bars had fallen below the health line, and some of them with grievous injuries had even reached the red line. There were no healing professions among them, so this amount of blood going out of the city was no different from looking for death. A moment later, someone rubbed his chin and pondered. Since we can't get out of the city, why don't we go into the city and explore? That was something that caught the attention of quite a few people. Even Li Mingliang, who was infuriated by the Lighthouse Nation players' remarks, came back to his senses. Yeah, the main city had been fused for so long, and they'd only been at the top so far. They hadn't searched the city yet. Could be. What if there's a healing potion or something in town? Yeah, if the blood level can return to normal, we'll be able to kill back again too. Makes sense. After saying that, many players looked both Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji in the eye. In Lin Mo's absence, they were the only ones who had official positions and were considered the temporary backbone of the group. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji looked at each other. How? It's a waste of time to stay here anyway. Why don't we go into the city and take a look around? Okay, then let's go into the city. Li Mingliang took a look at the ruins of the city, but finally nodded his head and led the disabled towards the city. Compared to the White Bone Great Wall players' alternative approach, the hunting operation on the Heart of the Sea King's side of the island went exceptionally well. After determining that the Great Wall of White Bones had no power to fight back, Ellis was even more relieved. After slaughtering that crowd of sharks, which numbered less than 300, he reorganized the 1,000 or so men again. Part of it continued to follow him on the hunt, and part of it acted as scouts and started scouting for nearby beasts of rank 1. Star 3. Next, just move forward in a step-by-step manner. The effect of splitting up the troops was very obvious, and in no time at all the scouts detachment had already found the location of 5 first-rank 3-star beasts. Ellis waved his hand. Follow me. With that, he stepped on the giant wave and set off again with a large force. Oh, at this rate, it should be full 30,000 by this time tomorrow. Ellis couldn't help but lean back and laugh. The only unfortunate thing is that the players in the scouts section seem to have suffered some heavy casualties in the course of scouting. It's okay though, just take this betting order win any way you can. Defeating the White Bone Great Wall, the resource mecca on the leaderboards. The Heart of the Sea King will naturally have a great reputation, and then want to absorb players is not an easy thing. He's already enjoying the benefits of having a lot of little old me under his hand. Not only were there people to take care of things big and small, but the time coins they hunted had to be offered to themselves. He was the one who was contributing now. But later, when these guys leveled up, it would be the time to return the favor. Another burst of leveling when the time comes. It's cool to think about it. Then when it was time for the next betting order, they would continue to provoke Lin Mo and snatch back all the resources from the Great Wall of White Bones. No, not robbing, taking it back. It was supposed to be something this guy took from me. The thought of it set Ellis' teeth on edge again, and his hand unconsciously touched his backside, which had been restored as good as new. You wait, Lin Mo. Sooner or later I'll make you kneel on the ground and call your father, Ellis said with a cold grunt. Chapter 63, Charge Formation. 12-handed Bone Demon King. Crackle crackle. Countless yellow sand and rocks fell down the canyon one after another, just like a powerful hailstorm, falling on the heads of the dead warriors, smashing clanging. Of course, for the necrotic races that had no sense of pain, the painful blows of the falling stones could not do much damage to them. The one who was able to inflict mortal wounds on them was the human who was rampaging through the military formation. Clunk! The 12 meteor hammers fell on the body of the necromancer warrior like a cannonball. If it is light, the bones will be broken. If it is heavy, the body will be shattered without leaving a whole body. Blitz! Strike one! Blitz! Strike one! Blitz! Strike one! Countless bright red kill tips floated up. For the first order 3-star necromantic warriors that Li Mingliang and the others had trouble handling. They wouldn't last a single blow in Lin Mo's hands. Each time he catapulted forward to start, his entire body rotated in the air, and the 12 meteor hammers wheeled after him. From a distance, it looked like a large flying disc, pushing all the way across the room. The sound of bones exploding was all over the place he passed. It crackles and connects. By the time he landed on the ground, there were no less than 100 dead and wounded necromantic warriors around him. By repeating this 3 or 2 times, the number of kills had already exceeded the total number of monsters that the Heart of the Sea King had killed in the first rank 3 stars. Only Lin Mo didn't pay attention to the chat channel, and perhaps even if he saw it, he wouldn't bother with Ellis. For him, there would be no chance of losing this bet, not one iota. As for why, the reason is in the column of information about the betting order that only Lin Mo can see. Number of first order 3-star kills, 3864. It's more than 10 times worse, and that, too, is just the beginning. The necrotic warriors on the battlefield were almost killed one after another, and the necro mages at the back, as well as the necro minotaur infantry slowly began to join the battlefield. Even the scarlet color in the back was beginning to stir. Although the wagering order was labeled as killing first order 3-star monsters, as long as it was a first order 3-star monster or higher, it would be counted in the total. For star monsters of the same rank, when treated as 2 3-star monsters, ditto for 5-star monsters, which in turn are treated as 2 4-star monsters. And so on. As long as Lin Mo completely emptied this army of dead souls, he could easily reach the number of kills that he had wagered against the wagering order. Clunk! With another jump and ejection, the great disc once again smashed through the bodies of hundreds of necromancers. Bones were flying around and scattered all over the place. After Lin Mo landed heavily, a large vacuum had appeared around him. He raised his head towards the camp at the rear of the Necromonger Legion not far away, only to see that the high-star Necromonger troopers that were cowering at the rear seemed to show no signs of moving out yet. A trace of impatience flashed between Lin Mo's eyebrows, followed by a cold smile. Since you guys aren't coming over, I'm going to get you. With those words, his feet began to twist and distort rapidly. After a few moments, his legs really deformed into a spring-like shape, arms like hooked claws, viciously grasping into the dirt on both sides, then a pressurized body and a hard flick. With a swish sound, Lin Mo's entire body leaped up like an arrow and disappeared into the roiling yellow sand. These necromantic warriors of average intelligence naturally couldn't keep up with Lin Mo's figure. By the time he reappeared, he had already landed heavily in the last camp of the necromongers like a cannonball. Boom! The yellow sand exploded and scattered across the sky. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding necromancers, including the group of elite necromancer blood riders close by, as well as that Tyrannosaurus blood rider, sitting in the center of the blood riders. They cast their eyes towards the source of the loud noise, only to see the yellow sand slowly disperse to reveal Lin Mo's figure. His first sight, instead of observing his surroundings, was directed to the Blood Rider leader, who wore a silver helmet, was clad in full silver armor, and wielded a European-style greatsword. This Blood Rider leader was also one of the most capable generals under the future necromancer throne. The strongest point of his opponent was not only the blood-drinking sword in his hand, but also the Tyrannosaurus Rex mount underneath him that possessed the bloodline of a hell demon dragon. The level was 50 levels higher than the current Lin Mo, and the battle power rating was even at the peak level of the First Order. Lin Mo actually showed a smile on his face for the first time in a long time when he saw this being that was invincible in his class. There is no other reason. Trying to nibble some meat off of those bones was a struggle. Even after killing thousands of necromantic warriors, the growth of cancerization value and evolution points was lukewarm. Several of Cancer's abilities, not to mention evolution. A million bones will not move even if they are shivering there. Sure enough, it's better to slaughter stronger bones. Lin Mo looked at the group of Blood Riders, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. However, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider didn't seem to be interested in Lin Mo, even though the latter had already forced his way to the front of his eyes. He only slightly raised his hand, allowing the surrounding necrotic minotaur infantry as well as necromancers to surround him. Lin Mo let out a sardonic smile, but he came to the rescue. Faced with the bull-headed infantryman lunging at him from all sides, he no longer used his chained meteor hammer, but instead whispered, only to see the back of the shoulder bones seem to have something to drill out. Bone to bone issued a click sound. Just listening to it makes you feel a little bit numb. At the next moment, two huge bone hands broke through the skin's restraints and broke out directly from the back. The bones, which still had hints of flesh and blood hanging from them, were slapped against the several necrotic minotaur infantry that rushed over. Boom! The bull-headed infantrymen collided directly into each other and then flew out towards the horizontal, cutting a deep mark on the ground. Blitz! Strike one! Blitz! Strike one! A few more spike alerts floated up. Boom boom! 2 more slaps went out, and a dozen or so bullhead infantry fell once again. From beginning to end, Lin Mo didn't move his feet for half a minute. He just stood still, and the giant 2-meter-long bone hand that grew out of his back slapped continuously, sending the charging necromantic infantrymen flying one by one in an extremely domineering manner. And those who were swatted away, without exception, were all killed in seconds. The cancerous values of strength, constitution, and speed average 200 points or more, and the aberrations become varied in form. Compared to ordinary cold weapon forms like bone swords and chains, the bone hand was actually Lin Mo's signature attack in his previous life. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the Eternal Kingdom, the way he unfolded his bone hand and killed the 4 directions, he was even nicknamed by countless foreign races, 12-handed Bone Demon King. A bone hand didn't know how many strong foreigners it had slapped to death. Even the strongest of the Eternal race were not in the minority. Of course, compared to the future, each bone hand is equivalent to a mythological weapon that destroys the world. The current bone hand is still a white plate suit. It has no attack effects and can only be used as a sledgehammer with great strength. Roar! A necromantic minotaur infantryman tried to attack from behind Lin Mo, swinging his giant axe towards his canopy, only to see the giant bone hand on Lin Mo's back click, completely flipped over. Spreading his 5 bony fingers, from the top to the bottom, he slapped them hard. Boom! With a sound on the ground, the bull-headed infantryman first had his bull's head tilted, and then his entire body was directly slapped into a pile of broken bone crumbs by the bone hand. Blitz! Strike one! The death cue floated up from above its head. From beginning to end, as if Lin Mo had eyes on his back, his head didn't even turn halfway before completing the counterattack. Cancerized bone hands with no dead zone of attack. Lin Mo looked calmly at the tyrannical dragon Blood Rider in the center of the Blood Riders not far away and said indifferently, "Get your ass over here or my patience is about to run out." Chapter 64, Scarlet Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tainted Blood Flame. Finally, that Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider seemed to realize how powerful Lin Mo was. He sat high above the Tyrannosaurus Rex, those scarlet eyes hidden under the helmet staring deathly at Lin Mo, his hoarse and unpleasant voice coming from under the helmet. "Human, withdraw. I can forget about what happened before." What happened before? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth lifted slightly. Meaning slaughtering thousands of your minions? The first rank 9-star, Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider, already possessed considerable intelligence and could not be treated entirely as an ordinary necromantic creature. At least from the point that this guy knew how to avoid evil. His intelligence was already not weaker than a normal human. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Riders also possessed a trait unique to necromantic creatures, which was the absence of such superfluous emotions as joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. Upon hearing such obvious mockery from Lin Mo, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider only spoke calmly. "Necrotic creatures can continue to be summoned. If you quit, I can send you another 1,000 necrotic warriors." To him, This bit of necromancer was nothing. This land is constantly killing each other. And when the necromancers are killed in battle, let the necromancers summon another batch of skeletons and that's it. Then spend some time practicing and it won't take more than a month to level up the necro warriors. However, in the face of the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider's concession, Lin Mo was unappreciative and just looked at him and said, "Let alone giving me 1,000 necromancers. Even giving me your head wouldn't be enough." The Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider was not chagrined when he saw that there was nothing to talk about, but just calmly raised the long sword in his hand. "Kill." He spat the word out coldly, pointing their long swords. Hundreds of heavily armored necromantic blood riders flashed their weapons in unison, and the bone horses underneath them let out high-pitched neighs as they charged towards Lin Mo. Knock! 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 The horses' hooves kicked up dust and yellow sand splattered. In the blink of an eye, a chilling silver lance stabbed towards Lin Mo. Necrotic Blood Rider. First rank 6 stars. It was definitely not comparable to those first order 3-star necromantic warriors just now. The lance, under the influence of the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider's aura in the back, came with a drinking blood effect, but whenever it hit an enemy it could suck blood and restore its own blood level. Not only that, but it also comes with a bleeding effect. For the first rank players who didn't have a lot of blood, no matter how high the occupation level was, if they were stabbed by the lance a few more times, they would easily be half mutilated even if they didn't die. What's more, the ones running towards Lin Mo's front were hundreds of heavily armored knights. However, Lin Mo still didn't move his body, not to mention retreating for half a minute, but only stretched out a 2-meter-long bone hand from left to right, and slapped it with force. Dang it! A silver spear clashed together, making a metallic sound, and the necrotic blood rider on the bone horse's back was also pulled sideways by this sudden strong force. The bone horses underneath them were no better, racked and collapsed into a heap. However, these necrotic blood riders were obviously harder bodied, and did not have their bodies fall apart at the slightest touch like the previous necrotic warriors. After flying out backwards, he quickly adjusted his stance, ready to roll onto his horse again and regroup. The bone hand on Lin Mo's back slapped the ground in front of him, and his entire body catapulted forward again like a pole vault. He stretched out his foot and kicked directly above the face door of a necromantic blood rider, directly sending the helmet and head flying with a kick and rolling to the ground. The necromantic blood rider who lost his head, however, didn't directly die in battle and aimed at Lin Mo's chest before trying to stab the lance in his hand over. Humph! Lin Mo snorted coldly, and the bone hand he had just retracted directly slapping this bloodied necrotic blood rider along with its mount into bone slag. The first rank 6 stars have a fair amount of combat power and are able to resist him a few more times. Still not enough to see though. 2-meter-long bone hands flapped back and forth, whirring. Boom boom boom. The charging necromantic blood riders were hardened and cut off from their attack, either flying out backwards or planting themselves with their horses. If he was caught, he would be slapped into bone crumbs by the bone hand in 3 or 2 strikes again. Kill prompts continued to float up in the field, but it didn't affect the remaining necrotic blood riders' offense in the slightest. One by one, they charged towards Lin Mo, and then one by one, they fell. Soon, dozens of corpses of necrotic blood riders were lying on the ground. Lin Mo naturally didn't waste any time. His arm transformed into a very small chain stabbing into a corpse, and system prompts kept ringing out. Evolution points, plus 15, plus 12, plus 10. Cancerization values, plus 20, plus 15, plus 14, plus 10. The cancerous value and evolution points that a first-order 6-star can provide are quite a bit. However, with the absorption of too many necrotic blood riders, the absorption values of evolution points and cancerization values began to gradually decline. It starts out in double digits and tapers down to 1 digit. Beyond that, the aberrant weapon remains qualitatively unchanged. Ding! Absorbed necrotic blood rider * 68. Infinite evolution, aberration weapon strength. Seeing this message, Lin Mo's expression was not too surprised. Mainly his cancerization value and evolution points, which were boosted too rapidly during and after the transfer. In his previous life, absorbing a 6-star monster of the same rank at the first rank stage would definitely be able to provide him with a large amount of cancerization value. But times are different nowadays, and the threshold of evolution has been raised several times, which is naturally a great thing. This means that Lin Mo's foundation can be laid extremely firmly, and the road to advancement will be smoother in the future. Of course, the demands of hunting have risen considerably. 6 stars in the first order is not enough. What about 9 stars in the first order? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the Tyrannosaurus blood rider who hadn't made a move yet. The opponent was waiting for the necro blood rider to drain his blood. As a matter of fact, the necro blood rider's silver lance handed over could not hit him in the vitals, but it did manage to graze him a few times. It's just that his bone hands also came with a 10% blood drawing effect after sucking on the Hell Hydra in the first place. but the opponent's blood drinking aura was poor. Even if it doesn't, consuming the cancerization value will heal the injury. So the calculations of the Tyrannosaurus blood riders were sort of defeated. Seeing that the necrotic blood riders under his hand had suffered nearly 100 casualties, but hadn't caused Lin Mo to have half a bit of fatigue, or a cut in his bloodstain, he couldn't sit still for a bit either. The Tyrannosaurus blood rider slightly tugged on the rope, and the blood-red Tyrannosaurus under its seat let out a terrifying dragon roar. Those necromantic mounts that were in front of him made way for a path, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex was in no hurry to hurry, but slowly paced along that path. Scarlet Tyrannosaurus Rex, tainted blood flame. Greedy blood is the only way to be immortalized. The latter was talking about this blood rider, while the former was naturally talking about this Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been contracted equally by the blood rider. The strength of this Tyrannosaurus Rex could be fully regarded as a first-order 8-star battle power, second only to the Blood Knight above the mount. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus roared towards Lin Mo, and the next moment a mouthful of bright red flames like blood shot out from its bloody mouth. Tainted blood flame. Seemingly fire is not fire. Once stained is like a gangrene, until the enemy whole body will be burned to death. Lin Mo didn't have any hesitation, and within a breath, a pair of morose white bone armor appeared on his body. Chapter 65, Higher Than You. Giant Black Hand. The two huge bone hands ignored the nearby necrotic blood riders for the moment and grabbed towards the blood-like red-colored, tainted blood dragon flame. Zip! 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 The flames burned right down the part of the bony hand. The two white bones were instantly roasted to a charred black color, and the flames climbed up the pole and began to come towards Lin Mo's main body right along the bone arms. For instant burst damage, tainted blood dragon flame might be slightly weaker. However, the burning effect and attachment effect were surprisingly good. Even Lin Mo, whose physique was over 300 points, did not dare to let the tainted blood dragon flame get on his body easily. Therefore, his figure shook slightly, and he directly swung his bone hands to the sides, actually detaching himself from his shoulder blades like a baseball bat that had been flung out, sweeping across a large swath of necrotic blood riders. Roar! The flames also burned down the bone hand to the entire body of the necrotic blood riders, and they let out howls of pain. Seeing that Lin Mo had lost his two bone hands as weapons, the Tyrannosaurus Rex blood rider seized the opportunity to urge the Tyrannosaurus Rex underneath him to charge. The two-legged Tyrannosaurus Rex was not slower than the four-legged bone horse. Its thick legs quickly ran in the yellow sand, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, arriving in front of Lin Mo. Bloodlust. The Tyrannosaurus blood rider raised the blood-drenched blood-drinking longsword in his hand high in the air and swung it towards Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo sneered, "Just waiting for you." After saying that, there was a twisting under his waist, and he even grew two bone hands once again, grabbing and supervising the blood-drinking longsword of the Tyrannosaurus blood rider in a swift manner. Dang! The blood-drinking longsword was full of killing power, slashing all the way down the bone finger cracks. The bone hand that was originally capable of slapping the death spirit blood rider to death seemed extremely fragile under the bone sword, and the whole palm was about to be divided into two halves vertically, and then hacked into Lin Mo's skull along the gap. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this, and instead of defending with his other bone hand, the other bone hand grabbed straight towards the face of the Tyrannosaurus blood rider. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex under his seat hissed and opened his bloody mouth to bite the huge bone hand. "What's the matter with you? Off!" Lin Mo snorted coldly and threw his right foot like a whip, directly knocking the Tyrannosaurus Rex's large head off course with a kick that just missed the path of the bone hand's attack. Seeing this, the Blood Knight could only retract his sword and return to defense. The blood-drinking longsword instantly pulled away from the bone and easily blocked back, cutting Lin Mo's other bone hand in half as well. It all happened in the blink of an eye. After only a brief exchange of blows, both sides withdrew some distance again. Both of Lin Mo's freshly grown bone hands were dangling with half of their bones, just a little bit short of being completely sliced in half. Infinite proliferation. Lin Mo let out a low gulp. Only the blood-red meridians were seen to be like a writhing thread of silk, entwining the gaps of a section of morose white bone. Soon, the two almost rotten bone hands were repaired as before. In the first encounter, Lin Mo had suffered a not-so-small loss. Two bone hands worth hundreds of points of cancerized value were discarded, not to mention that the two newly grown ones were almost cut off, and it also cost a fee to repair them. Lin Mo's arms unfolded once again, and the chains quickly stabbed into the corpses of the nearby necrotic blood riders, replenishing the cancerization value. Cancerization values, plus 15, plus 15, plus 10. He looked at the rapidly replenishing cancerization value while narrowing his eyes at the opposite Tyrannosaurus blood rider. The battle power of the first rank 9 stars is really not to be underestimated. In terms of paper strength, his current attribute values were slightly lower than the other parties. coupled with the fact that the quality of the bone hand's weapon was also severely suppressed by the opponent's blood-drinking longsword. That's why both palms were almost chopped off by the opponent in one shot. In that case, it's higher than you. With a thought, Lin Mo added the evolution points that hadn't been allocated before to strength and physique respectively. Ding! Strength plus 150. Ding! Physique plus 150. Thus, Lin Mo's four-dimensional attributes changed as follows. Strength, 305 plus 190. Agility, 145 plus 190. Physical fitness, 300 plus 180. Spirit, 160 plus 180. Although the cancerization value had dropped slightly, the attribute points of strength and physique had increased drastically, directly approaching the 500 mark. In just a moment's effort, the toughness and attacking power of the two bone hands rose by a small half. Moreover, the evolution points were added directly on top of the base attributes, which seemed a few points firmer than the value added by the cancerization value. Feeling the increase in power, Lin Mo's bony hand slightly clenched his fists as he said to the opposite Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider, "Again!" As soon as the words fell, he once again charged towards the opposite side. Tainted Blood Dragon Flame. Bright red flame shot out again. This time, Lin Mo didn't choose to fight head-on. Flash gap. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared in front of the dead spirits. When he reappeared, he had already leapt up high, right behind the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider, and raised his huge bony hand towards the back of the Blood Rider's head to slap him. Chop steel. In the nick of time, the Blood Knight blocked with his sword, and the bone hand and the blood-drinking long sword collided together, making a dang. There was a loud bang. This time, the blood-drinking long sword did not directly break through the defense of the bone hand. The two are equal. No, the blood-drinking long sword is still slightly better. The long sword slashed through the bony hand, sucking little bits of blood from Lin Mo's body. Lin Mo didn't drop much blood, but the killing power of the blood-drinking long sword still trumped his bone hand. So it wasn't the long sword that was cut off. It was the fact that he was getting blood sucked out of him by the Blood Knight. Ha! Lin Mo's eyes were slightly condensed. This was expected. On another bone hand thus to the bottom, slapping. The Blood Knight stifled a grunt and held his sword with both hands with force, swinging again at the other bony hand. Dang! There was another crisp sword roar that resounded through the canyon. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo landed under the Tyrannosaurus Rex, using his bone hand as a sword, and slashed head-on with a blood-drinking longsword of the Blood Knight. Dang it! For a while, sparks shot out in all directions and the sound of collision was endless. The Tyrannosaurus Rex underneath the Blood Knight also wanted to repeat the same trick and spew out tainted blood dragon flame at Lin Mo, who was close at hand, but he wrapped his head with 12 chains in a deadly manner before stomping his foot in the yellow sand. Tyrannosaurus was dizzy and unable to move for the moment. There was only a 1-star difference between a first-rank 8-star and a 9th star, but it was difficult to intervene in the battle between Lin Mo and the Blood Knight. Not to mention the surrounding one-stage 6-star necromantic blood riders. But if they were not careful to get close to the vicinity, they would be reduced to nutrients for Lin Mo to replenish his cancerous value. The encounter between the longsword and the bony hand was not simply an exchange of slashes. Compared to Lin Mo's simple and rough sparring with that minotaur cub before, the sparring with the Blood Knight was more like a sparring match between experts, one offense at a time. It's all a test run with ulterior motives. The Blood Knight's combat experience was not to be taken lightly. Only the Blood Knight was getting more and more confused the more he fought. Why is it that a human with a lifespan of less than 3 years since the beginning of the evolutionary path has a vague feeling of being superior to him in terms of moves and techniques? If it wasn't for his four-dimensional attribute suppression, he might have already split the winner right then and there. Even now, he felt the attack of the other party's two bony hands getting more and more severe. If it was like a childish child a moment ago, it was now completely adult-like. It's not a boost in attack power, but a real boost in killing power. The Blood Knight could clearly feel that the blood-drinking longsword was becoming more and more difficult to hold back the bonehand's attack. Even he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. And the change, without realizing it, was done quietly. Even he didn't notice. Right after attacking each other like this for I don't know whether it was 500 times or thousands of times, the expressionless Lin Mo on the opposite side finally spoke. It was only the first sentence that made the alarms in the Blood Knight's mind pull full. And that sentence was, "Okay, practice is over. You can." Before the words were finished, all that could be seen was a small black bubble suddenly rising above the pair of morose white bones. No, not bubbles, but an unknown black substance. The Blood Knight then saw the black substance begin to quickly attach itself along the white bone, quickly spreading to completely cover a 2-meter-long bone hand, only to see Lin Mo calmly raise that huge hand that had completely turned black high up and gently press it towards him. Danger! The scarlet eyes beneath the Blood Knight's armor contracted violently, his entire body and mind alerting him to the danger. However, in the face of a strike so close at hand, there was no way to avoid it. He could only raise his blood-drinking longsword and stiffly prepare to carry the damage of this strike. The huge black hand, like a heavenly tilt, came from the sky. Before he lost all vision, he sighted on Lin Mo in front of him. The latter's face was expressionless, not half as contemptuous, but as if to add to the half-sentence that had not been uttered. You can go to hell. Chapter 66, The Price of Demonization. Betting Against Victory. Big chapter. Boom. The Blood Knight, along with the Tyrannosaurus Rex under his seat, was slapped directly into a pulp by the pitch-black bone hand. Blitz. Target is dead. Blitz. Target is dead. Two major system prompts floated up from within the mass of flesh and mud, and Lin Mo's pitch-black giant hand quickly faded, turning back into a white bone hand before retracting it. It's so fast. It's like it's never changed. Ding. Cancerization value -100. System tips refresh in the interface. Even though Lin Mo was prepared, he couldn't help but feel a bit of meat ache. Each time demonization is on, it consumes an exaggerated amount of cancerization value. Previously, when dealing with the Hell Hydra, for a few minutes during the transfer, it had only burned less than 300 points of cancerization value. Now it only took a few seconds to burn 100 points. This was because his four-dimensional attributes had increased dramatically, so the cancerous value of demonization burned more and faster. Of course, the killing power of demonization skyrocketed. With just one strike, it slapped the first-ranked 9-star Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider to death. Lin Mo didn't rush to suck on the bodies of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Blood Knight, but instead, his gaze went to the surrounding necromancers. These necromancers lost some control after losing their leader. Their formation collapsed as far as the eye could see, and even the necromancer's blood riders who wanted to strike at him began to disorganize themselves. First-level necromancers possessed a certain amount of intelligence, but not every necromancer had a super high intelligence like a Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider. Having lost their commanders, they naturally scattered into a mass. Lin Mo didn't waste this opportunity as the two giant bone hands struck again, taking turns. Palm after palm slapped the nearby necromantic blood riders to the point where they fell to the ground in an unrecognizable manner. As for those brainless necrotic warriors and necrotic minotaur infantry that tried to rush up, naturally, they would die at the touch of a button, and it was impossible for them to even have the slightest chance to resist. The hissing of the canyon was continuous, and the yellow sand once again obscured the entrance, making it impossible to see into it. It's just that for Lin Mo, the fiercest battle is over, and all that's left is just the finishing touches of cleaning up the battlefield. Heart of the Sea King, southwest of the island village. Wave tide. The huge wave rolled up again, and the naked man stepped over it to unleash his skills for I don't know how many times. A huge wave lapped towards the shore, washing a phantom water monster to the ground. -200, -300, -280. Red tips kept floating up in the field. Hooray! Time to pick up heads again. Ha ha ha, here I come. Monsters! Kill kill kill. The little old men below were still as unmartial as ever, raising their swords and clubs to swarm the bloody 3-star monsters and begin to surround them. I grabbed the head. Ha ha, it's mine. Off. Mine. Mine. All mine. They even went so far as to fight in order to grab monsters. A word is a one-on-one fight, which then quickly devolves into a group fight. Ellis on top saw it and didn't discourage it, just watched the scene and laughed aloud, and even suspected that the fight below wasn't lively enough to arch the fire above. By the time the following group of rank 1, 3-star beasts had been hunted again, the number of parley kills for the Heart of the Sea King had just exceeded 1,000. Woohoo! Ellis snapped his fingers and a smile appeared on his face. The current progress was indeed pleasing. It had only been less than 3 hours. He had led the players of Heart of the Sea King to smash 4 or 5 small groups of beasts, and the number of hunts had directly exceeded 1,000. At this rate, it might not take until noon tomorrow to complete the contents of the betting order. What about the Great Wall of White Bones? Do you have 100? A mocking smile curled the corners of Ellis' mouth, but all of a sudden, he thought of the killing god on the battlefield and his back went cold. Ahem, let's say you have 100 good ones. So what? The advantage is still with me. During these few hours, Ellis led the players on a continuous campaign without a second's rest. Seawave Tidal Wave were released dozens of times, draining him of his blue. The good thing is that you can recover some of your blue and blood levels when you upgrade using time coins. Otherwise, he would have just been able to stop his army and rest. Even so, his physical strength was still a bit unable to keep up, and he inevitably felt a bit tired. But it can't be stopped. Ellis squeezed his sore thighs and firmed up again. For some reason, when he thought of Lin Mo, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Perhaps it was because the impression this guy had left on him on the battlefield was just too deep. That godlike stance that one could not even fathom. One slip of the tongue and you're out of pocket. So, there is absolutely no stopping this bet. No half-assed surprises. Ellis thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and sent another screenshot of the betting orders kill to the Whitebone Great Wall's regional chat channel. Ellis, at everyone. Little trashy people. 1,000 of them. Haha, image.jpg, Ellis, at linmo. Come out and get beat up. 2 messages in a row went out. And the players of Heart of the Sea King were very cuddly, consciously opening up another burst of braggadocio taunts below. Wonderful. Lord Ellis. We've left District 911 far behind. A win is a win. We can't lose with Lord Ellis. I'm excited to think that I'm about to be credited with 20 attribute points. That's a lot of attribute points I didn't add even when I rose to level 20. Short-sighted. The most valuable thing is 20% of the map resources, alright. That's the world's top 500 resource mecca. As long as when the time comes by then time coins. Equipment are not worried. That's it. After robbing this one today, we'll go rob White Knights tomorrow. Snatch all the good stuff. How do those yellow-skinned monkeys from the Yen Kingdom deserve to enjoy such good resources? Lord Ellis, I adore you so much. I am all yours. Please enjoy me to your heart's content. Li Mingliang and the others who were searching within the city were furious when they saw these messages in the chat channel. These Heart of the Sea King players had completely taken the resources and attribute points of the betting as their own. These guys, they're really bullying people. Jiang Yuanji mortared the lance in his hand with force, but a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the injury has not been effectively relieved. Li Mingliang blankly glanced at him and said, "Stop it. You're almost at the bottom of the blood count. 2 more hits and you'll be able to close your eyes completely." With that said, he scanned the chat channel messages inside. Just get used to it, and I guess the guys will be like this until the betting order is over. Jiang Yuanji gritted his teeth and said, "We are still too wasted." "Well, it's just been said a couple times. Is it annoying?" Li Mingliang said irritably. "Besides, what's the use of talking so much? It's better to think more about how this deserted healing array can work again." Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji led the remaining players into the city and didn't go far before finding the healing magic array located near the city entrance. And there was more than one, totaling 10 healing magic arrays, large and small. They were surprised at first, only to realize after the surprise that the magic formation seemed to be in a state of desolation. As for how to reactivate it, they don't have a clue yet. Even after searching the neighborhood, I couldn't find a switch or clue to open the magic array. What the hell do you think the numbers shown here are? Li Mingliang stroked his chin and thought. The top of the healing magic array is marked with a string of numbers, 0/1000. Jiang Yuanji shook his head, and the other players were also confused. Li Mingliang couldn't figure it out even if he picked his head, and finally said in an extremely annoyed manner, "MD, can't you guys use your brains? If the betting order really loses, it's a small matter to be driven out of the Whitebone Great Wall by Lin, but this is considered our Yin Kingdom's territory. So what's the point of losing to the Lighthouse Kingdom?" Jiang Yuanji and the others also clenched their hands when they heard this. It was really hard to imagine that the Whitebone Great Wall would lose 20% of its map resources. They only regretted their lack of strength at the moment, unable to help Lin Mo even a little bit. One first order 3-star monster? It's a war record that's embarrassing to talk about. Just as the players of the Whitebone Great Wall were sighing, suddenly an announcement suddenly appeared in the sky above the Whitebone Great Wall. Regional announcement: the number of level 1 3-star monsters in the Whitebone Great Wall has exceeded 30,000, and the wager between the Whitebone Great Wall and the Heart of the Sea King is declared to be over, with the Whitebone Great Wall winning the wager. Regional announcement: the Great Wall of White Bones. After 3 consecutive regional announcements, Li Mingliang and the others were first stunned, and then they heard the system prompts ringing in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Wall of White Bones for winning the betting order. Reward: 2% expansion of map resources, plus 20 attribute points for all players. Chapter 67: Drowned Islands and Uplifted Hills. Ha! Li Mingliang and the others first froze. Then a player said with wide eyes, *********. Ringo finished the job. This statement woke up the crowd straight away. What the hell? We won? Brother Lin slaughtered 30,000 first-rank 3-star monsters all by himself? This is too. Open the door for the outrageous is mom. The outrageous is home. Am I reading this right? I really have 20 more attribute points in my personal panel. No. I just saw a flash of white light on you. It was like an upgrade. *******, and so have you. Woohoo! I've doubled my attribute points. That's awesome. Ha ha ha. Now give me a first-rank 3-star monster and I feel like I can win. Ringo is awesome. We won. Look guys, the green and red dots on the map have changed. Ellis, get out here and take a beating. Woohoo! Everyone from Heart of the Sea King, roll out and talk. Why don't you keep jumping? The crowd checked up on the map. only to see that the red and green dots representing the monsters had really increased quite a bit with the naked eye. Not only that, they vaguely felt that this great wall of white bones in front of them seemed to have gotten a little taller and a little wider. The hills amidst the yellow sand in the distance seemed to have pulled up a few inches as well, and I wondered if it was an illusion. Regardless, they won. So dreamy. Am I dreaming? Li Mingliang scratched his head, feeling that everything in front of him was not quite real. It's just too fast. Even though they actually held a little hope for Lin Mo, they hadn't thought that the other party could complete the mission in 3 hours. That's a speed that's really off the charts. That's not 300 first order 3 stars, but 30,000. Even if you slaughter one a second, that would take 8 or 9 hours, right? And that's with plenty of monsters and no breaks or interruptions in between. What Li Mingliang didn't know was that Lin Mo was indeed killing one monster a second. Only that the number of monsters killed wasn't 30,000, but 10,000. Quality-wise these 10,000 monsters were yet higher than 30,000 first-rank 3-star monsters. Brother Lin, this is overly strong. Li Mingliang faced a smile, only to feel that just now in the chest of the stifled breath, all spit out, replaced by an incomparable pleasure. Jiang Yuanji and the others were also itching to immediately tap on the regional chat channel to taunt them back. Compared to their all-around happiness, all the players of Heart of the Sea King were dumbfounded after receiving the news that the betting order had failed. Moreover, before they could react, they saw the seawater near the island violently raise tens of feet of waves, then lash out towards them. In an instant, it flooded the shore and then kept washing inward. Trees, rocks, monsters, overwhelmed by the wave in an instant. Large amounts of resources on the map suddenly disappeared. By the time they reacted, the entire white island had been sunk 20% of its soil by the sea. Not a minute more, not an inch less. Even quite a few players who were searching on the shore suffered, being directly swept up by the churning seawater. The luckier ones were able to swim to shore. Those who were less lucky were swept into the deep and died outright. Standing on the wave, Ellis wouldn't be half bad even if he was wrapped up in the waves. It was just that his current mood was like riding a roller coaster. Just now it was clearly still the pleasure of going straight into the clouds. Now it was like falling into hell. The heart went cold. The great wall of white bones has completed the contents of the wagering order? How is this possible? We've only killed about 1,000 rank 1, 3-star monsters and he's accomplished a count of 30,000? This guy. Cheat on it. Ellis's thoughts weren't unreasonable. At least now the players of Heart of the Sea King were wailing and also couldn't believe that they could lose. My God. My wife has been swept away by the sea. Someone save her. We've only hunted 1,000 and they filled 30,000? Cheating. It must be cheating. Yes, it's cheating. It's not fair. Damn it. My weapon was swept away by the seawater. That's what I paid 10 time coins for. Ooh, I lost all my gear too. It was hard to swim back. It's over. It's over. The attribute points plummeted and 20 points were directly deducted? Asterisk. My attribute points are almost deducted to negative. What should I do? Upgraded for nothing. Attribute points are all ing deducted. F *** K. Who initiated the betting order? Who was it that said it would be a sure win? Give me back my attribute points. Old me's level 10 attribute points all hitched up. Damn it, Ellis. What kind of parley did you initiate? Our attribute points. The players of Heart of the Sea King were completely devastated by this. Not only had the island been flooded by seawater for quite a while, even their attribute points had all been lost. Realize that for most normal players, 20 attribute points is equal to their free attribute points for several levels. It was fine for those with slightly higher career ratings, but for those E and F ranked players, they were only able to rise to level 20 at first rank. This is good. All of a sudden after the transfer of the level of all the loss into it, even if they rose to second rank afterward, their attribute points were still only equivalent to a first rank player. They were completely tense and even blamed Ellis, who had initiated the challenge in the first place. MD. Raucous. Ellis cursed angrily, then maneuvered the giant wave to lunge towards the players who cursed profanely. Thus, another group of players were killed by the waves on the coast. This time the players didn't dare to curse, but the resentment in their eyes didn't decrease by half, and they even hated to kill Ellis' whole family. It's annoying. Ellis didn't bother with the players either. Attribute point deduction of 20 points wasn't really a big deal to him. Spreading it out over a single attribute point was only a 5-point reduction. That's just a loss of less than 2 levels of free attribute points. Not a big deal for a first order cap level of 80. And there may not be no opportunity to make up for that attribute value later. But attribute points are a small thing. But losing 20% of your map resources is not a small thing. The original, fairly spacious island was connected to several other islands nearby. In the future, when the village is constructed, it will not only be able to develop on the island, but will also be able to expand its territory by building on the nearby islands. Now, well, the village hasn't even been built yet, and the island is losing 20% of its map resources, and even a few of the nearby islands have been partially flooded. The thought of it made Ellis's heart ache. One must realize that compared to those holy places, his little resources were already small. Well now, it's a little less. It's totally adding insult to injury. Damn it, Lin Mo. I won't let you go. Ellis pounded hard on the huge wave at his feet, sending up a wave. And the news that the Great Wall of White Bones had won a huge victory over the Heart of the Sea King in the middle of the betting quickly spread through the game forums of the various country districts. Chapter 68 Reactions of the War Zones. Demonized Attack Special Effects. Although the game forums of the various country regions were temporarily unable to communicate with each other, after the previous brief opening of the World Chat channel, many players had privately added their contact information. In this way, even if the game forums are not connected to each other, some tidbits of information still circulate, especially regarding the recent hot topic, the matter of the resource sanctuary. A portion of the world's top 500 resource mechas have taken up the betting order. A part of it, however, is still on the sidelines. Anyway, once a week. It's not a violation of the rules as long as you accept the betting order within the time limit. And if you really don't want to take a betting order, you can still initiate a betting order against other regions, which is a reasonable use of the rules. However, the bet between the Great Wall of White Bones and the Heart of the Sea King was definitely the first of its kind to be able to determine a winner so quickly. It's only been a couple hours. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, how could a weighty betting order determine a winner so quickly? The Great Wall of White Bones, the current 11th man in the Yen Kingdom. In the midst of the battle for the flag, he defeated a bunch of exotic powerhouses, and Ellis, the sea god of the Heart of the Sea King, is actually not weak. It's considered the first class among SS-ranked professional players. Warfare and law dual cultivation. High strength is undoubtedly. Although he had lost miserably in his previous fight with Lin Mo, the content of the betting order was a great advantage to the Heart of the Sea King. Even after Lin Mo took this betting order, many forums in the country area discussed it, thinking that Lin Mo was too arrogant. Who knew the Great Wall of White Bones had won? Lighthouse State Games Forum. This damn Ellis. How dare he lose to the Inferno? Waste. Simply waste. What kind of trash SS-ranked professional player was defeated twice in a row by the sick man of East Asia in the district? And a sea god? What kind of trash is called a god? What a weak god. Waste Ellis. Waste Heart of the Sea King, to lose the territory that belongs to our Lighthouse Kingdom. Lighthouse country players had never revered the strongest as the most honorable. And for someone like Ellis who had lost to Yen country players twice in a row, they naturally mocked him extremely without leaving the slightest bit of mercy. For a time, even though Ellis was one of the few SS-level professional players, he was boycotted by all the Lighthouse Nation players, and was even called the shame of the Lighthouse Nation. Compared to the heated rhetoric of the Lighthouse Nation players, the game forums in other war zones were less biased. Sakura Nation Game Forum. This Lin Mo is strong. Definitely a great enemy for our great Cherry Blossom Kingdom. That's right. In order to conquer the Yen Kingdom, we need to take down the strongest people on their list one by one. Our great Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Ninja Aomai, as well as the Yin Yang Master Funadu Dai, and the Samurai Amatsuki Ikijin. All of these people are SSS-ranked powerhouses. Which one of them is not stronger than Lin Mo? That's right. As long as they make a move, it'll be easy to take down Lin Mo. Don't underestimate the Yen Kingdom players. Above Lin Mo, there are 10 other top-tier powerhouses. Grizzly Nation Game Forum. The Yen Kingdom is indeed powerful, but we are the strongest. That's right, Grizzly Nation is invincible. Ola, the Great Cold Underworld Game Forums. Quickly go and check if this player called Lin Mo's ancestors came from our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. There's no need to check. Our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom also has the surname Lin. It must be someone from our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. Contact him quickly and ask him to join our warzone. Flying Cake Country Game Forum. Damn it, we can't let the Yen Kingdom players venture out. Is there anyone willing to lead troops to attack the Yen Kingdom? That's right, the boss of Asia is us. We're the most populous country, the world's #1 power. Let me do it. A Yen Kingdom 11 is just a single person. I'll be able to easily take it even if I only have a ranked talent. The betting order has been sent, so let them know that they know what we're capable of in Flying Cake Country. Of course, this betting order between the Yen Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom is just an appetizer for the Great World Controversy. It was considered to be the official opening of the chapter of the Great World Struggle, and more resource sanctuaries would join in next, and even fight against each other. Only the strong will be able to feast and make a fortune in this big gamble. The weak, on the other hand, can only be eaten up by the strong, and not even the crumbs of bones will be left. Above the desert, below the canyon. The aura of death spread out along the desolate canyon, and the rich killing aura could be perceived by the surrounding beasts even from hundreds of meters away, only daring to take a detour, not daring to set foot in it. Swish swish swish, beneath the empty, silent canyon, there was a cracking sound, followed by the sound of bones breaking. It drifted out in the middle of the canyon, seemingly echoing. Evolution points, +1, +1, +0.1, +0, cancerization values, +2, +1, +0.1, +0.1. The system prompts kept refreshing. As the central figure being discussed all over the world at the moment, Lin Mo was still relentlessly sucking up the corpses on the ground. Killing monsters didn't waste much time. Instead, cleaning up the battlefield wasted a lot of time. Luckily, Lin Mo had originally killed and inhaled at the same time, so the progress of cleaning up the battlefield wasn't too slow. Only when he saw the cancerization value and evolution points sucked up on the system, he frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied. The corpses of those first-order 3-star necromantic warriors are now able to +0.1 even if it's not bad. Most of the bones sucked into the dregs can't even add a little bit of cancerous value and evolutionary points. Even the not-so-good rank 1, 4-star necromancer, and the rank 1, 5-star necrotic bullhead infantry were not able to bring much to the table. The first rank 6-star necro blood rider was indeed not bad, but it also went from being able to add a dozen or so points in the beginning to only being able to add 1 or 2 points in the end, and it was limited in number after all. The only thing worth mentioning was that the corpse of that tainted blood Tyrannosaurus Rex had all brought Lin Mo a not-so-small surprise. Ding! Absorption of tainted blood Tyrannosaurus is complete. Infinite evolution. The talent demonization has evolved by absorbing the tainted blood Dragon Flame, gaining Dragon Flame special effect, grade A. Although the quality of the aberration weapon didn't continue to increase, the magical transformation had actually absorbed the skill, Dragon Flame. It was an effect that he had not even had in his previous life. The effect of magicalization comes with a destruction special effect. Even so, it was scary enough. After the previous Hell Hydra had its head pinched by the demonized hand, it was unable to regenerate or heal due to the destruction special effect. It was also Lin Mo's key hand in defeating his opponent, with a super high damage bonus, plus the destruction special effect. Demonization had always been an extreme means of attack in Lin Mo's hands. I didn't realize that getting could come with other attack effects. It's not that Dragon Flame has better attack effects than destruction, but this adds other possibilities to the magicalize ability, a possibility to broaden the evolutionary path. Overall, Lin Mo was still satisfied with the results of this hunt. On top of that, the extreme quality blood drinking longsword also fell into his pocket. The only pity was that Lin Mo had taken the evolutionary route of using his body as a weapon, and didn't need an out-of-body object like a weapon. Even the extremely high-quality blood-drinking longsword belonged to the chicken ribs to him. Thinking of this, he drew out the blood-drinking longsword hanging at his waist and looked at it. Silver light flickered and chilled. A little bit of bloodlines on it that looked like blood was indeed chilling. A longsword with a blood-drinking special effect attached to it was indeed called a minor artifact at the low-rank stage. If it was a later stage, he would be able to find a master blacksmith to transfer the blood-drinking longsword's enchantment to his bone sword. But now, Lin Mo shook it and was about to put away this tasteless, discardable longsword when a system prompt suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Detected the bloodthirsty imprint of the extreme weapon blood-drinking longsword. Is it absorbed? Chapter 69 Leveling Up. Necromancy Secret Realm. What? Even Lin Mo was a bit stunned when he saw this message. Cancer's ability to feed on corpses has always been aimed at the concept of living things. Never sucked up any weapons or anything like that yet. No, the hints don't seem to be about sucking on a weapon, but rather the bloodthirsty mark of the weapon's enchantment. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still chose to try a hand and directly confirmed the inhalation. Ding! The talent aberration absorbs bloodlust mark and completes its evolution. Obtaining aberration weapon's blood-sucking effect is converted into a blood-drinking effect. Blood-drinking effect 10% 15%. Bloodlust aura, passive. Ding! The blood-drinking longsword has lost its bloodthirsty mark. Quality, excellent fine. There really is. Lin Mo was able to clearly perceive the increase in aberration ability. Although the blood-drinking longsword had directly dropped 2 major grades from extreme to fine, yet the effect of the aberrant weapon is significantly improved. Leaving aside the increase in blood-sucking effect, the bloodthirsty aura was an unexpected blessing. Lin Mo clicked on the detailed introduction broken down above. Bloodthirsty aura, passive within 300 meters of the user. Teammates can enjoy 50% of the weapon's bloodsucking effect. As expected, there was almost no difference between the bloodthirsty mark effect of the blood-drinking longsword except for the percentage of blood drawn. It can be said that it perfectly inherits the aura effect of the bloodthirsty seal. If the blood absorption percentage itself is high, then the skill Bloodthirsty Aura can be completely regarded as a minor divine skill in the middle of a large battle. It can greatly enhance the team's range. Aberration. Lin Mo's thoughts moved slightly, and in the next second the bone hand once again drilled out from his back, only to see that on top of the originally morose white bones, it was glowing with a hint of red shimmering light. It's just not easy to see at first glance. Lin Mo looked at the red light that flooded the room and still felt slightly sorry for him. The aura is good, but the blood-sucking effect is still a bit of a cockamamie for cancer. Infinite proliferation could completely heal any part of Lin Mo's body. Meh, better than nothing. Lin Mo suddenly came back to his senses and shook his head. In his previous life, it had been extremely difficult for him to just keep busy surviving in the early stages of the game. The evolutionary path ahead can't even be described as uncomplicated. It's just stumbling and out of shape, which is able to now, step by step, tamp down the foundation, and even demand perfection. Lin Mo moved slightly and retracted his bone hand once again. After a brief pause, he began dropping time coins into his experience bar. Ding! Consuming 122 time coins to complete the upgrade, +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consumed 124 time coins into an upgrade. Full attributes +1. Ding! Consuming 126 time coins to complete the upgrade, +1 to all attributes. As the time coins continued to be invested, Lin Mo, who had already completed a series of hunting quests, leveled up another 10 levels. Ding! Unable to continue upgrading, please hunt first rank 7-star monsters, 0/1000. It wasn't until he heard the prompt that he couldn't upgrade that Lin Mo stopped investing time coins and unfolded his personal panel. Lamb. Rank, 70, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 5250. Strength, 395 plus 260. Agility, 345 plus 260. Physical fitness, 390 plus 255. Spirit, 360 plus 240. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 280, unassigned, dot. If the first rank level 40 Lin Mo could only be considered a mid-range SSS level professional player, but the four-dimensional attributes of Lin Mo who had risen to level 70 had already reached the upper range SSS level. If the remaining evolution points were redistributed, it would be unquestionably top tier. Even for someone as picky as Lin Mo, there was nothing to be dissatisfied with his evolutionary speed. Just at the first rank, he would have been considered a big late-stage curse talent, cancer, and his four-dimensional attributes had already caught up with these top professionals, so naturally he was considered fast. Lin Mo fumbled with his fingers, pondering in his mind where he should go next to find a large group of first-order 7-star prey. The Great Wall of White Bones had just won a betting order that expanded the map's resources by 2%, and the monsters in the neighborhood were showing signs of increasing again. But no matter what, the current level of the main city of the Great Wall of White Bones was still at rank 1 and had not completed the Ascension quest. Therefore, most of the monsters in the neighborhood were mainly first rank. It's not hard to find first-order 7-star monsters. The hard part is finding hordes of first-order 7-star monsters. LOL dash. Suddenly, a sound of bones rubbing together came from the distance. Lin Mo raised his eyes to see that a few small skeletons that hadn't just been summoned had actually drilled out of the pile of bones not far away. They stood up in the crooked pile of bones, and the soul fire in their skulls shook slightly before stabilizing, raising the sword level in their hands and charging towards Lin Mo. There are survivors? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, not caring about the few skeletons that were barely rank 1 star, but instead, he swept around the battlefield, keenly noticing a necromancer hiding behind a rock. In the next second, a short bone dagger split from his fingers and was casually tossed away. Rustling, the bone dagger sliced through the air with a cracking sound, and immediately afterward, it passed through the thick rock and pierced the chest of the necromancer in the middle of the rock. Blitz. Strike 1. The kill prompt floated up in passing. The few small skeletons that had just been summoned ran just a few steps before their soul flames went out and they planted themselves on the ground. Regarding their corpses, right now Lin Mo didn't even have the interest to look at them, and was just about to turn around and leave when a prompt came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating one of the Necromonger Legions, the Blood Knight Legion, and obtaining the Necromonger Mystery Keys 1/4. Oh, the Necromantic Mystery Realm Fragment was actually obtained this way. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the suddenly appearing key fragment in his hand. There is a skull carved on it, and currently there is only a miniature version of the blood-drinking longsword inserted on top of the skull. The so-called secret realms were large and small cultivation sanctuaries. It can also be understood as a single copy. Only the type of copy varies, as do the rewards for exploring and clearing it. Some people in the secret realm in a flash of 1,000 years came out of 1,000 years of time coins. directly become the biggest blue star plutocrat. Some people stayed in the secret realm for 100 years, and when they came out, Blue Star was on the verge of losing the war, but they themselves were still just a rank 1 loser. There were secret realms that chose people, and even if a top-level professional entered them, they were so dangerous that it was difficult to save themselves. And this necromantic mysterious realm was the Necromantic Throne's cultivation sanctuary. Only at that time, when Lin Mo and this necromancer throne went to war, it was outside of White Bone City. It was reasonable to say that the resources of the necromantic mystic realm should be extremely abundant. Otherwise that necromantic throne couldn't have risen higher step by step and ultimately become a hidden danger to the Great Wall of White Bones. It was just that at that time, the other party's secret realm was destroyed along with the deaths in battle. So naturally, no one set foot in it. I didn't expect to find the key to your lair this time. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly as he smoothly pocketed that key fragment. Suddenly, his private chat box vibrated, and he clicked on it only to realize that it was a message from Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang, Brother Lin. You're too strong. We all received attribute point rewards. Li Mingliang, by the way. Brother Lin. We found the healing magic array. We just don't know how to turn it on? Lin Mo automatically ignored the first blurb and just returned a simple 3 words to the second question. Time coin. Chapter 70, Opening the Healing Magic Array. The betting starts again. Seeing Lin Mo's mention, Li Mingliang instantly understood what was going on. I can't believe it's a time coin. Zhang Yuanji looked at him suspiciously and asked, what time coin? Li Mingliang pointed at the healing magic array and said, this thing, you have to activate it with time coins. Lin said. Zhang Yuanji naturally didn't have any doubts about Lin Mo's words and said immediately, then what are you waiting for? Just activate it. The other players responded, yeah, my legs are killing me. Come on. I can't take it anymore. I'm still bleeding. Come on. After the previous battle, many players were in a state of serious injury. This isn't a real game. Blood drops or injuries, and the body reacts in an uncomfortable way. Those players whose blood was about to bottom out were even more out of breath than in, lying on the ground to the side without even the strength to say a word. The reason why Li Mingliang dared to take the initiative to contact Lin Mo was because many players would simply bleed to death if they didn't get treatment. Okay, get all the money out. Li Mingliang asked for money at this time, and not a single person said no. And the amount to open a healing spell was 1,000 time coins, spread out over a dozen time coins a person. Most players had a balance in their hands after completing the Beast Tide quest. It's not hard to round up 1,000 time coins from each other. Soon, Li Mingliang gathered 1,000 time coins in his hand and directly clicked to put them in. Only the value displayed on the healing magic array jumped rapidly and was filled in an instant. Then, the formation seal tattooed underneath the originally dusty magic formation slowly lit up, and even the heavy dust couldn't completely hide its light. From afar, the entire magic array looked like it was shrouded in a faint white light, and like a light that illuminated the player's hopes. Ding! A first-order healing magic array has been activated. The system prompt rang out. As for Li Mingliang, who was standing on the edge of the magic array, he let the faint light pounce on his face and actually felt a trace of warmth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his blood was slowly returning. Li Mingliang immediately said, quick, move those bloodied ones up. Upon hearing this, the players all reacted quickly and started moving people on their hands and knees. Sure enough, as soon as the people were moved up, green numbers began to float above their heads. Blood plus 20, blood plus 30, blood plus 50, blood plus 20. Soon, the seriously injured players' injuries were healed. Cozy, Li Mingliang, who stood on the magic array himself, closed his eyes and felt that his body's injuries were gradually being healed. He let out a long breath, his demeanor relaxing slightly as he opened his eyes and looked around. The range of the healing magic array was relatively large, and more than 60 people standing in the middle of a rank 1 healing magic array wasn't too crowded at all. Moreover, the magic array was capable of healing multiple people at once, and as far as he could visually estimate, it could accommodate at least hundreds of people at the same time. Li Mingliang also carefully discovered that after activating the healing magic array, the numbers displayed on it did not disappear, and as their injuries were slowly being healed, the numbers on it were slowly decreasing. 999.8, 999.7, 999.6. Li Mingliang stroked his chin, and after seeing that the time coins were below 999, he threw another time coin into it. Ding! First order healing magic formation time coin plus 1. The system prompt rang out. Sure enough, the value on it quickly returned to 1000. That means this magic array is permanent, and the time coins are like balances that can be reused as long as there's a balance left. Li Mingliang fumbled around for half a day and sort of temporarily figured out the healing magic array. After a few minutes, all players were back above the health line. Oh, I'm alive. Walked in front of a ghost gate and almost pissed my pants. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Almost went to see the dowager. Scared the hell out of me. The players were showing expressions of hindsight. Li Mingliang then glanced at the number above the healing spell, 995.2/1000. Plus the time coins he just threw in as far as injuries to over 60 people cost less than 6 coins? So little? Li Mingliang were both a bit puzzled. And then a joyful look appeared on his face. This healing magic array is a real treat. Just what he didn't know was that this kind of first-rank healing magic formation wasn't available in every village. Most villages don't have this, and players have to rely on their own recovery rate in the early stages to slowly restore their blood. However, this is actually a very time-consuming thing to do. Lots of time. Blood is restored to health, and the day passes. Not only does this mean you're a day behind everyone else, but it also means wasting one day's worth of time coins. Therefore, professional players with healing magic will be very popular in the early stages. As for villages like the Great Wall of White Bones, which came with its own healing magic array, they were even fewer in number. When fusing novice village territories, you had to fuse at least one side of an S-rank or higher unclaimed land to be able to have a first-rank healing magic array. The Great Wall of White Bones, on the other hand, had such magic formations, 10 whole ones. This is something only found in top resource mechas, and as the main city of the Great Wall of White Bones continued to be built and upgraded, the level of these magic arrays would gradually increase. Other villages that don't have healing spells will just be able to spend a lot of money on building them later. Refreshing. Next to him, Zhang Yuanji was also revitalized with a pestle of his spear. Gently, don't knock the magic formation. Li Mingliang was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt on the ground and examined the magic array. It was a good thing that first-rank magic formations weren't papier-mâché. The lance didn't leave a single mark on it. Nonetheless, Li Mingliang gave Zhang Yuanji a hard blank look, and the latter just scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as Li Mingliang wanted to say something else, he suddenly saw the big golden letters flashing above his head once again, and the regional announcement reappeared. Regional announcement: the Great Wall of White Bones has taken over the betting order for Sakura Country 14, and the chat channels of both sides are temporarily open until the end of the betting order. Regional announcement: the Great Wall of White Bones has taken over the betting order for the 54th place of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom, and the chat channels of both sides are temporarily open until the end of the betting order. 2 consecutive prompts made Li Mingliang and the others, who had just loosened up, instantly tighten up again. Again! The players only felt their scalps go numb. Lin Mo's pace was just too fast. It stands to reason that the Great Wall of White Bones has already accepted a parley this week and can decline the next parley order challenge. But not only did Lin Mo not refuse the betting order, he even took 2 at once. Immediately after that, the system prompt on the interface rang out. Contents of the 3-party wager, harmonized the number of monsters killed by the entire village reaches 10,000, from a minimum of 1 rank 5 stars, betting amount, 20% of total map resources, 20 attribute points. Well, killing monsters again. Ha! This time, it jumped directly from 3 stars of the first order to 5 stars of the first order, and there are still a lot of them. 10,000. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji glanced at each other, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They are really lucky to have such a village chief. Chapter 71, Looking for Death? Do you deserve it? Just like the previous wagering order, after the regional announcement and system prompt ended, the chat channel of the Great Wall of White Bones was instantly flooded with a number of Sakura Nation and Great Cold Underworld Nation's gamer accounts. Yosi, players of the Yin Kingdom, here we come. Please give me more guidance. Players of the Inferno Kingdom, and Lin Moxon. What's the point of being so polite? We're here to kick ass. Oi, tell that bastard called Lin Mo to get out. Bugger. Lord Rainy Knight Kazuma said no to be that rude to a world's top 500 powerhouse. It was my fault. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Mo. Lord Rainy Knight Kazuma. Compared to the mockery of the Lighthouse Country players when they came up, the Sakura Country players seemed to be relatively polite. However, Li Mingliang and the others knew clearly that these players who had a small life were never fond of smiling and hiding behind their faces, especially since the hidden provocations in the language actually seemed to be quite a bit. Of course, compared to them, the players of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom were more like a bunch of oddballs. Where's Lin Mo? Let him come out. I'd like to ask him if his ancestors are from our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. There's no need to ask. Our ancestors of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom are invincible, and our bloodline is present in as many races as there are in the East Asian landscape. That's right. I've seen the movie in Ichiban City, and even Emperor Tang Taizong was shot blind in one eye by us. Tang Taizong is nothing. Even Genghis Khan, who dominated Asia and Europe at the time, lost miserably to our ancestors. Ha! Isn't Genghis Khan from our great cold underworld kingdom? Li Mingliang and the others were infuriated and laughed when they saw these chats. Is this mother ***** here to recognize his family? Or is he here to challenge them? And Genghis Khan, a Mongol, has become their cold country? Don't be outrageous. Not to mention that they couldn't look away. Even the Sakura nation in the chat channel couldn't look away. Bah! Shameless. With your little cultural heritage, even your writing was passed down from the Yin kingdom. And you still want to steal Genghis Khan? That's right. The name of the country was given by the emperor of the Yin kingdom. So what's the point of pretending? Bunch of plastic surgery faces. Disgusting. Not like our natural beauty. In the face of Sakura Nation's player's rebuttal, the Great Cold Underworld Nation's player also retaliated in anger. As a result, Li Mingliang and the others watched dumbfounded as the two sides spat at each other in their own chat channels. This kind of thing both surprises them and feels as if it makes sense. It's always been the same with the tri-state area, with all the bickering and strife. Little did I realize that this argument would one day be repeated in the form of a betting order. The regional chat channel argued for a while, finally ending the bickering with the appearance of a player. Lord Rainy Knight Kazuma is going to speak. Shut up, all of you. The players on the Sakura Nation side don't know who posted this way. Sure enough, the Sakura countryside soon stopped sending messages. As for the players on the side of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom, it seemed that they also knew who this player called Rainy Knight Ikijin really was, and surprisingly, they slowly subsided as well. Li Mingliang frowned. Rainy Knight Kazuma? That SSS-ranked professional player who's ranked 6th in the Sakura country? Zhang Yuanji nodded with a cautious expression. If there are no accidents, it should be him. Hearing this, the players present revealed surprised expressions. Is that the Rainy Knight Kazuma who grabbed 10 SSS-ranked flags? It can't be. Isn't their village one of the top resource shrines itself? Why bother coming to challenge us? Greed is a snake that swallows elephants. If it's really him, what then? There's only one big brother Lin in our village. Without waiting for them to finish their discussion, they saw two messages refreshed in their own chat channel. Rainy Knight Ikijin, Lin Maxiang, please come out for a chat. If you can. I would like House of Samurai to cooperate with Great Wall of White Bones in good faith. Rainy Knight 1 true, if you're willing to agree. I can forfeit this bet before the betting order officially begins. It's really that Rainy Knight Kazuma. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji confirmed each other's identity. This guy actually wants to join forces with us. Li Mingliang was a bit surprised. This Rainy Knight Asian, even if the game forum did not pass the service, they knew its great name. This was a strong player that could rival the top 10 players on the Yen country rankings, although they have not seen the picture of Rainy Knight Asian killing on the battlefield, but Rainy Knight Asian's status in the game forums. In fact, it is equivalent to the top 10 top players in the Yen country rankings. It's also the case that the World Forum was open for a relatively short period of time before, and no one has tallied up a world ranking. Otherwise, Rainy Knight Kazuma could definitely make the list. As far as the eyes of the Blue Star players were concerned, currently Lin Mo, the 11 of the Yen Kingdom, was actually no match for the Rainy Knight 1. Therefore, the fact that Rainy Knight 1 truly wanted to seek cooperation with the Great Wall of White Bones was something that Li Mingliang and the others couldn't figure out. Do you think Ringo would agree? Li Mingliang asked so. The other players here wanted to say something, as if they wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything. Only, the expressions on everyone's faces were clearly not as good, and when Rainy Knight Asian saw that Lin Mo hadn't answered, he even made a point of etching him. Rainy Knight 1 true, at Lin Mo. Lin sang, I've seen your battle videos, you're definitely an underestimated player. As long as we join forces we can dominate the East Asian landscape, and even reach the top of the world in the future. Rainy Knight Ikijin, time is running out. I hope you'll consider this carefully. There were less than 10 minutes before the opening of the betting order. Until then, the party initiating the parley can abstain, but then it loses a primary parley. In the face of Rainy Knight's one true and sincere invitation, the first ones who couldn't sit still were actually players from the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. Where could they have imagined that it originally looked like it was them and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom joining forces to challenge the Great Wall of White Bones? It turns out that when it comes down to it, Sakura Nation is engaging in backstabbing. Moreover, strong people who were originally famous on the world list actually wanted to ally with Lin Mo. Damn it, Lin Mo. You're a member of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. You're not allowed to make an alliance with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. That's right, just lose to us honestly, give us all your resources, and then join our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom. Despicable Sakura Nation. What the hell? Li Mingliang and the others were again exasperated and laughed at the confused statements of this group of chill country players, although they didn't want to ally with the Sakura country's villages either. It definitely wasn't because of these messed up comments from the cold country. After a moment of speechlessness, Li Mingliang and the others still didn't speak in the chat channel. After all, it was Lin Mo who was the master of the Great Wall of White Bones now, not them. It was just that after waiting for a long time, they didn't wait for Lin Mo's remarks. It wasn't until just before the betting order was about to begin that Lin Mo finally appeared within the chat channel. He first ate the message where the Cold Kingdom player asked him to offer his resources unconditionally, replying below, Lin Mo, looking for death? Then again, it was the message from Rainy Knight Kazuma that asked for a collaboration. Lin Mo, are you worthy? Chapter 72 Controversy. Be a good boy and spit out your resources. Yes. Two short replies, but they made Li Mingliang and the others hot-blooded. Not bad for Ringo. To hell with the little life and all that. Ha ha, cool. The players of the Whitebone Great Wall clenched their fists and applauded Lin Mo's reply. It's the same familiar style, the same familiar recipe. So what if you don't give you face, regardless of what world power you are? Although overall, it had nothing to do with them. At this moment, Li Mingliang only felt his blood boiling. Of course, compared to the pain of the Whitebone Great Wall players, the Sakura Nation players as well as the Cold Nation players in the regional chat channel were not happy. Bagger, Lin Mo. Lord Rainy Knight Asian is so sincere. You give your face away. Ah, Ishi, Lin Mo. You're from our cold country. Don't count your blessings and forget your ancestors. He, a mere 11 people from the Yin Kingdom. How dare you refuse Lord Asian's invitation? I think you're the one looking for death. Lin Mo. Quickly admit your mistake. There's still a chance. That's right. Otherwise, we, House of Samurai, will eat your Great Wall of White Bones. 20% of the map's resources. Think it over. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's our Cold Kingdom's resource. You Sakura countries want to get your hands on it. Offending Lord Rainy Knight one true. Lin Mo. You've really lived long enough. For a while, the chat channel was full of curses and heckling. At this moment, the village of Samurai House. Lord Asian. This Lin Mo is just too ungrateful. How dare he drop your face like this? A man in a suit said in exasperation. And Rainy Knight Asian, who was sitting in front of him, just slightly opened his eyes, looked at that message from Lin Mo, and said in a cloudy manner, oh, no harm done. It's not like we didn't envision this situation. When he killed just one person, the Sword Saint Miura Kyosho, in the middle of the flag battle. So, it was just an attempt, and failure was expected. In the battle for the flag a day ago, Lin Mo had killed no less than 1,000 players on the battlefield, yet he had only stayed his hand against a few strong players on the list at the time. But in the end, the only player to die was Sakura Nation's Sword Saint, Miura Kyosho. Although it wasn't Lin Mo who personally killed him, it was he who signaled Ellis to do it. So, in the opinion of Rainy Knight Kazuma, this represents a position in itself. Just what he didn't know was that Lin Mo's hunt on the battlefield at that time wasn't as clearly divided as he claimed. To kill or not to kill, it was fine for Lin Mo. There were some plans and calculations, just for the development afterward. Lin Mo didn't put too much hope in those so-called list powerhouses at that time. Therefore, whether they died or not made no difference to Lin Mo. However, it was obvious that either Rainy Knight Kazuma or the Sakura Nation player had misunderstood Lin Mo's behavior at that time. Isn't this Lin Mo just looking at people? The man in the suit snorted coldly and said, that Miura Haishang is also a waste of space. He can't even handle a single person. Lin Mo. And he's still calling himself a sword saint? He is also worthy. If you ask me, he's not as good as a single finger of Lord Ikijin. It wasn't unreasonable for the man in the suit to say that. Ikijin Amaya's profession is an SSS-class Shinto warrior, and he belongs to the category of those who use swords. But the strength is definitely stronger than SS-rank Miura Kyosho. On the battlefield, he even had the record of killing a SSS-ranked professional of the same rating with a single slash. After that slash, all the S-rank and SS-rank professionals on the battlefield went around. Rainy Knight Kazuma was also able to take 10 SSS-rated flags with ease. One must know that even amongst all the top-tier resource battles, the number of battles in which an SSS-ranked professional had been killed were few and far between. Rainy Knight Ikimoku is one of them, and among the Sakura Nation forums, many people even thought that his ranking among the Sakura Nation powerhouses was just too low. Many people thought that his strength was on par with the number 1 ranked SSS-ranked ninja, Aoimasu. It just couldn't be helped that he had only killed a total of 1 person in that battle, and that sealed the victory. He has not made a move since then. That's why he's ranked just 6th in Sakura Nation. Nonetheless, such a ranking was much stronger than Lin Mo's Yengui 11. When Rainy Knight Kazuma heard the man in the suit say that, he just waved his hand and said, Miura Haishang has done his best. Lin Mo's ranking might really be underestimated. Of course, these things don't matter now. We will win this battle anyway. The reason for picking the Great Wall of White Bones was naturally the map resources in the beginning. As one of the top 500 resource mechas in the world, the Great Wall of Bones is one of the few good bullies. When they had picked the Great Wall of White Bones as their opponent, they had already known Lin Mo's record in the middle of the flag battle in advance. Defeated, but did not kill a bunch of list powerhouses. Obviously, it's not a lack of willingness to do it. It's a lack of strength that's the reason for this. Wanting to ally with Lin Mo was genuine, and wanting the resources of the Great Wall of White Bones was also genuine. Both were based on decisions made by Rainy Knight Asian, who thought he was able to securely win over Lin Mo. Speaking of which, Rainy Knight Kazuma said with a smile as he looked at the man in the suit, "But for this battle, it's still going to be troublesome for Sengoku-kun." The man in the suit named Sengoku-kun was actually a man who had been absorbed from other villages to come here. The ability was SS rank, Inferno Man, and at the stage of first rank it possessed a superb ranged damage skill, not in any way inferior to Ellis of the Sea King's Heart. The reason why Amaya Kazuma invited him and gave the other party the position of deputy village head, it's because his ability is actually better suited for catching and killing, not for group warfare. Sakutaro Moriya is just the opposite, and the two just complement each other. A cruel smile appeared on Moriya Sakutaro's face. "Don't worry, Lord Asian. I'll make this guy called Lin Mo obediently spit out all his resources." Rainy Knight Asian nodded, then said, "By the way, did you find the first rank 5-star monster group?" Moriya Sakutaro hummed. Their tracks were found before, just a few kilometers outside the village, and although they're scattered in a slightly chaotic manner, their numbers can certainly reach 10,000. Rainy Knight Kazuma slowly stood up after finishing the tea in his hand. "Let's get going then. Get all the players out there. This battle is our House of Samurai's first real battle on the world stage. Make sure you win it beautifully." Sakutaro Moriya followed suit, shouting with a hard, bowed head, "Yes, the Great Wall of White Bones, beneath the Necropolis Canyon." After receiving the key fragment of the necromantic mystery realm, Lin Mo had already determined his next hunting target, the second legion of the Necronomicon, the Legion of the Flame Wraiths. Aberration. He changed into a hooked claw at his arm once again and flung it out towards the rocky wall of the canyon, his entire body leaning back slightly with the bounce of the hooked claw. Then he was seen racing up the steep rock face. The hooked claws, on the other hand, were quickly thrown out, and in the midst of the continuous switching, his figure rose higher and higher until he quickly ascended to the top of the cliff. In a matter of seconds, a rock wall that was hundreds of meters high in the canyon was successfully climbed by Lin Mo. He touched his eyes and looked away, discerning the direction amidst the roiling yellow sand. A moment later, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he felt the hot fire elemental scent in that air. "Found you." In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. Chapter 73, The Betting Order Opens. Enter the volcano. 10, 9, 8. Ding. The Whitebone Great Wall of the Yen Kingdom, the House of Samurai of the Sakura Kingdom, and the sites of Sueisho of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom are officially open for betting. Lin Mo's refusal allowed these two betting orders to proceed smoothly without any obstacles. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones did not look half worried at the moment, but instead were filled with passion. Li Mingliang even drew the long sword at his waist and said, "Go out of town and hunt." The players naturally raised their hands one by one. Hunting? What cherry blossom country? Cold country? What the hell? That's right, what's the big deal? Just come back and add more when you run out of blood. Kill. I'll fight the monster today. Under the leadership of Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, the players who had recovered their blood were hot again, reinvigorated and out of town hunting. It wasn't long after the wagering order began that news of the Whitebone Great Wall and House of Samurai's wagering spread throughout the game forums of the two country regions. Inferno State Games Forum. ********. It's this Lin Mo again. Didn't he just win the next parley? How come it's starting again? It can't be an addiction. It's not a good habit. People are bigots. What do you care? I heard that the opponent this time is Rainy Knight Kazuma of the Sakura country. Will Lin Mo be able to do it? Hiss. That sixth man of the Sakura nation? SSS ranked Samurai Amatsuki Kazuma. I took a look at it, and it seems true. Lin Mo is crazy. That's Rainy Knight Kazuma, a top professional who has killed SSS ranked players on the battlefield. He's not trying to win 20% of the other team's map resources for a small fortune, is he? That makes sense. After all, the House of Samurai, where Rainy Knight Kazuma is from, is also a resource mecha ranked in the top 500 in the world, and it's ranked a cut above the Great Wall of White Bones. Oh, that also requires the ability to rob. This is not purely looking for death? I don't think much of him anyway. Rainy Knight Ikagen's strength is there for all to see. Even when placed in the Yen country it easily enters the top 10. Hey, Lin Mo is still too young, not stable at all. That's right, It's not like he can't pick his opponents. Picking a weak persimmon to pinch is also better than picking Rainy Night Ikijin. Most of the Yen players were pessimistic about the possibility of Lin Mo and his White Bone Great Wall being able to take this betting order. Of course, there is also a small group of people who are brainless to stand on the side of Lin Mo, just a very small number. The Sakura Nation Forum, on the other hand, presents two completely different states. Ha. Surprisingly, the White Bone Great Wall dares to accept the challenge of Lord Rainy Night One True. Really looking for death. Lord Rainy Night Kazuma, please take a city for our Sakura Country District. The strength is overwhelming. The advantage is ours. Winning. Well done. Just like this, we're eating into the Yin Kingdom's domain step by step. Ha. That's right. When the national regions merge in the future, we'll directly annex the Yin Kingdom and dominate the world. Aside from the gaming forums, a lot of strong players on the list are also getting stupid. In particular, a portion of the players who had originally thought a lot about this 11th resource holy land of the Yin Kingdom, after seeing Lin Mo act so boldly, the thoughts in their hearts inevitably increased by a few more points. You know, that's one of the 500 resource meccas of the world. Even if it ranks in the bottom, it is still the meat and potatoes in the eyes of countless players. A plan against Lin Mo, against the Great Wall of White Bones is quietly unfolding. The Great Wall of White Bones, a figure in the middle of the desert quickly traveled through it. The yellow sand in the sky was both an obstacle and a cover to hide his form. Even though countless monsters existed in this desert, none of them were able to detect the figure's movements. Rustling, a black chain was like a desert viper, breaking in the yellow sand and suddenly drilling out, stabbing into the vitals of a ferocious beast. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! The red kill prompt floated up. However, before the beasts realize it, they see their companions fall down one by one and are quickly drained of their bodies. Such a scenario played out all the way up in the yellow sand. Often when the beasts reacted, the murderer hidden in the yellow sand had already left, leaving them to roar and roar at the same place. About an hour or so later, the murderer in the desert to create killing slowly stopped. In the yellow sand slowly revealed his shape. And what he had stopped walking for was the same thing that had revealed his form, the volcano with its slow flow of lava not far away. From hundreds of feet away, it was also possible to feel the extremely high temperature of the volcano. Those yellow sand particles that drifted away were all roasted by the scorching temperature and fell into the magma like a rain of fire from the sky, becoming a member of the volcano. Ordinary players who walk into it, just to deal with these fire rain will have to be numb. One drop doesn't do much damage, but it's better because it's long-lasting and fine. It's like spring rain, and walking in it is unavoidable. Water dripping on stone, even if the amount of blood was high, it could not withstand the scorching of the fire and rain. The yellow sand in the air dwindled, and Lin Mo revealed himself on top of a yellow stone. Only there were no other monsters inhabiting the territory, so it didn't attract the hatred of any ferocious beasts. Lin Mo glanced at the crater. There was a hidden fire inside, and the ground had a slight sense of vibration, which was a sign of a volcano before it erupted. Less than an hour to go? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said, with his eyesight, he could naturally see when the volcano had erupted. Once the volcano erupts, the mountain and the mountain are in flames. And it's not as simple as just a bit of fire raining down damage. Even if Lin Mo had hundreds of points in his physique, he probably wouldn't be able to carry this damage. Only the betting order had been opened just now during Lin Mo's running attack as well as being able to. It would obviously seem rushed for time if they had to make a trip back to look for other groups of high-star beasts. But if it's waiting for the eruption to end, it's certainly more than okay. Volcanic eruptions usually last for days, even half a month. Moreover, during a volcanic eruption, the battle power of that army of necromancers inhabiting the volcano would skyrocket by a large margin, and should definitely not be viewed simply as a group of first-order 7-star beasts. Lin Mo was now caught in a dilemma. By rushing into the mountains today, there is a risk that it will be easy to get in and hard to get out, but if it doesn't go in, the betting order could be lost. Rainy Night Kazuma, this player Lin Mo knows, including his samurai house. Lin Mo has an impression. In the early days of the Great World War, the House of Samurai had indeed developed extremely well, seizing many resources and absorbing many strong people. It's not at all in the same league as the up and down mid-range power like the Heart of the Sea King. Although the level of hunting monsters had been raised from 1 rank 3 stars to 1 rank 5 stars, after a few hours of warming up, it was believed that a number of top-level professionals had already caught up. Those professionals with super strong ranged damage skills might have already touched the bottleneck of the first rank, and their battle power naturally couldn't simply be viewed as a first-rank player who had just switched professions. Lin Mo isn't a little cutie either. Naturally, he wouldn't really belittle these top-level professionals whose strength was fierce in the early stages. However, faced with this situation, Lin Mo did not hesitate for long. It was only a moment before he made his decision. Then let's make it quick. As the words fell, the boulder under Lin Mo's feet suddenly exploded. At another glance, his entire body had already leapt up and rushed into the confines of the rain of fire. The two giant bony hands at the back were fully open in mid-air, and looking forward from the back, it looked as if they were preparing for a giant hand to descend from the sky to hold the entire head of the volcano under their hands. One hand covers the sky. Chapter 74, Legion of Flame Devils. Flame Conqueror. Aberration. The Mori bone armor turned to fit tightly on Lin Mo's body. There was no effective means of prevention for the fire rain. Simply put, it could only be carried hard. Fire rain rained down on Lin Mo. -2, -5, -3. A little bit of damage was not much, but it hadn't even been a few minutes before it had accumulated, and the blood volume had deducted more than 100 points from Lin Mo. If it was an ordinary player with only tens of points of constitution, they wouldn't last more than half an hour in the rain of fire. It's only been a short time since I stepped foot in the volcano territory, and it's time to think about the return trip. Lin Mo let those fire spots fall on his armor and skin as he quickly marched through the lava-strewn volcano. The speed was no weaker than the run in the middle of the desert just now. Even though the occasional lava burned through his skin, he didn't even blink. As long as the blood level didn't drop below the yellow line, Lin Mo wouldn't care. The pain was nothing to a man who used cancer as a weapon. It was even worse than the kind of off-the-charts pain one felt when obtaining the ascension sequence. Ta-da-da-da-da. Other than the sound of fire raining down and the tumbling of the surrounding magma, the only sound left in the huge volcano was Lin Mo's footsteps. As for the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius of the volcano, they had long since noticed the abnormality, and one by one, they ran far away, not daring to approach the neighborhood at all. Just as Lin Mo was running low, suddenly a fireball spell that caught him off guard bounced out of the lava that was close by and headed straight for his face. Swish! There was a sound on the ground, and Lin Mo slightly sidestepped his head, the fireball just passing against his cheek. The hot flames scorched 2 strands of hair just as they continued to spread upwards along the top of the skull, snapping abruptly at the roots as the scorched strands slowly fell and dissipated in midair. Had to be able to dodge my sneak attack. A soft laugh came out, only to see a figure slowly drilling out from underneath the lava. Lin Mo looked at the voice. It was a knight in crimson armor, a flaming warhorse under his seat, its 4 hooves blooming like fire lotuses, and even its mane flickered with red light, like a blazing fire burning. And the knight's hand held a weapon that looked like a long sword and a mace. The weapon has a sharp blade at one end and a staff that looks like a holy fire staff. He held the hilt of his sword in the center of his hand and waved his hand to greet Lin Mo. "Hello human, you're the one who slaughtered that punk blood knight, right?" He said so. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and also recognized the identity of this sneak attacker, the leader of the legions of flaming golems, the conqueror of flames. Information about him was also gradually displayed on the system interface. Conqueror of the Flame, Boss. Superior grade. Rank, 90. Skills, 1. Flamestorm, 2. Inferno Blade, 3. Sizzling Body. Battle rating, 2 ranks, 1 star. It was the same level as the Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider, but the battle power was directly beyond the first rank stage. In the Eternal Kingdom, the level of the boss and the level of the weapon are basically the same. Weapons are categorized into inferior, common, fine, rare, extreme, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, ancient, and immortal. The boss level is only bad no, starting from normal and ending with mythic. As for the final ancient and immortal level bosses and equipment, Lin Mo had only heard of them and had never actually seen them. The Flame Conqueror's mocking voice continued to ring out. "I told my master a long time ago that punk didn't deserve to be one of the leaders of the Legion, and now he's been decapitated by a mere human. It's really ridiculous. He does have the right to call the Tyrannosaurus Blood Knight trash. Extreme grade boss. In the early stages of the game is definitely considered a party dominant, but also has the power to cross the level of the battle." The Flame Conqueror said this and glanced at Lin Mo again, asking, "Human, how did you know I was hiding in the lava?" This volcano was his territory, and it was reasonable to say that it was extremely difficult to be discovered while hiding in the lava. However, that precise fireball was avoided by Lin Mo in a seemingly perilous manner without hurting him. Lin Mo looked at him with calm eyes. "If you want to sneak up on me, then mask your heartbeat well." The Flame Conqueror seemed to be amused by his words. "I'm a necromantic creature and I have a heartbeat?" But only just after he said that, a strange expression appeared on his face underneath his armor. "You're actually able to sense the pulsation of the soul flame? Necromantic creatures are devoid of all human emotions, but that doesn't mean they're really dead. The soul flame is their life source, and any fluctuation in it will be reflected in it." Moreover, Lin Mo slightly raised his head to survey one of the generals of the Necromantic Legion in front of him, always feeling that there was something strange somewhere. Hey, you sure are good." The Flame Conqueror laughed and said as he raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at Lin Mo. Well worth being killed by my own hand. As his words fell, a tall flame demon statue began to slowly crawl out of the surrounding magma. Compared to the heart beating like a drum of the Flame Conqueror, these flame statues are truly silent. After all, these flaming statues are not real dead creatures, but rather magic puppets that do not have any life force. Dang, dang, dang. They kill out of the lava with thick steps. Flaming Idol. Rank, 70. Skill, Magma Body. Battle rating, First Order, 7 stars. As a rank 1, 7-star monster. Their skill panels were a bit too sketchy, but their battle power was real. A legion of flame fiends that only numbered around 3,000 could easily crush that legion of necromancers from the previous Tyrannosaurus Blood Knights, and there will be no more than 100 casualties. This is one of the reasons why Flame Conqueror called Tyrannosaurus Blood Knights trash. Hey, you're surrounded, Flame Conqueror said with a smirk. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus Blood Knight, this Flame Conqueror doesn't really look like a real undead creature. Lin Mo, however, didn't have much of an expression, and in his heart, he roughly knew what was going on. Undead creatures really shouldn't be able to have emotions, much less emit this kind of laughter that was extremely out of proportion to their stature. But if it's one of that person's men, then there's nothing strange about it. Phew! Only Lin Mo's figure disappeared without warning. In the next moment, his entire body catapulted out like a stringed arrow, heading straight for this Flame Devil Statue Legion's leader. Hey, you kind of picked the wrong opponent. Instead of avoiding it, the Flame Conqueror clutched the manes of the fiery horses under him and swung his long sword in a direct charge. Yen Feng. He raised the long sword in his hand, and the flame on the other end of the long sword instantly burst into flames, spreading to the blade. Then in an instant, it spread outward in a big way. The original long sword that was only more than a meter long instantly turned into a 3 or 4 meter long flame giant sword, and met the running Lin Mo with a headlong sword. Flash gap. The flickering smoky wind blew against the Flame Conqueror's cheeks, and his eyes blinked as Lin Mo disappeared into thin air. Then, Lin Mo's voice came from the back of his head. You talk too much crap. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see a huge bone hand as black as ink slapping straight down towards his face, as if it was going to slap him and the blazing warhorse underneath him together into meat paste. Chapter 75, Emotions of Fear. Bone Hand's Ability Expansion. 3 shifts. Boom! There was a loud bang from the field as countless flames mixed with scorched rocks exploded. The volcano that was originally about to erupt had now intensified a few more points under the violent vibrations. The Flame Conqueror who had borne the brunt of the attack had already retreated tens of meters away from the deep crater made by that slap, while the soul flame in his chest pulsed violently. Obviously, he was terrified of Lin Mo's strike just now. If he hadn't had that little blessing to the heart that made him give up his intention to fight with that huge black hand and withdraw from the distance with all his might, he would probably have died once more by now. However, he had narrowly escaped, but the fiery warhorse under his command was directly slapped into a pulp by Lin Mo. The latter frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled that he had managed to escape, as if he was speaking to him or to himself. Looks like that guy had a little fun with your makeover. No wonder. The sentence Lin Mo didn't finish said was, no wonder the later necromongers were so powerful, adding the emotion of fear to a dead creature that originally had no fear and knew no pain. This is both a form of bondage and evolution in another sense. If it wasn't for fear, the Flame Conqueror wouldn't have had a blessed heart, and would have been slapped into the ground with his mount, just like the Blood Knight before him. The Flaming Conqueror looked afterward at Lin Mo in the middle of the field, and then glanced at the warhorse that hadn't yet played a half-decent role, and said, "That's the warhorse the master gave me. Master would kill me if he knew. Kill. Do him in. I'll take his head for the debt." The Flame Conqueror urged the Flame Wraith forward. Roar! The speed of the 2 to 3 meter tall Flame Devil statue increased steeply, hissing as it ran towards Lin Mo. The huge body ran through the magma, splashing up countless flames. The fire alone was enough to make an ordinary player eat a pot, not to mention the huge power they relied on. The Flame Demon statue that was the first to run in raised its fist in its hand and slammed it towards Lin Mo. Boom! Lin Mo's bone hand, which had already retreated to black, clenched its fist and met the demon statue's fist head-on. In the next moment, the Flame Demon statue's rocky arm was shattered like a devastating blow, and even half of its body shattered apart. Boom! Lin Mo expressionlessly slapped out his other bone hand, slapping the Flame Demon statue that still had half a breath into countless pieces of broken stone. The crumbling rocks scattered all over the ground, rolling down into the nearby magma and exploding into countless more sparks. And Lin Mo stood right where he was, not retreating or avoiding the Flame Devil statue that came running at him, and the 2 giant white bone hands that grew out of his back blasted hard against it. Boom! 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 Each loud bang represented the shattering of a Flame Demon statue's arm. The Flame Devil statue was the same level 70 as Lin Mo though. However, the four-dimensional attributes were far different, and even the strange power they were proud of couldn't get half an advantage under Lin Mo. And their proximity even allowed Lin Mo to use a little less cancerization value to restore his blood and directly use the blood drinking effect to restore his life value. As time passed, the Flame Conqueror, who was looking for an opportunity outside, realized that Lin Mo's blood level, instead of becoming less, was increasing. Gradually, it has almost returned to full status. The Flame Conqueror also no longer hesitated and raised the flaming longsword in his hand high, only to see the staff at the other end of the longsword bloom with dazzling fire. Hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. In the midst of the originally hot volcano, a bitter smoky wind was unexpectedly lifted. As the wind grew louder and louder, a stone scattered on the ground was swept up by the gale. Then, the nearby magma was also swept up by the hurricane, forming a flame tornado in the middle of the field. Flame storm. As the Flame Conqueror finished chanting, the flame tornado charged straight towards Lin Mo. The tornado swept around those flame demon statues, but it didn't do half a bit of damage to them. This wasn't because of any teammate damage avoidance mechanism, but because the Flame Fiend's magma body was naturally extremely immune to flame damage skills. It's the same thing as a fire elf standing in lava that only adds blood and doesn't get hurt. The flame tornado easily swept past the countless flame demon statues and attacked towards Lin Mo. Flash gap. Lin Mo's thoughts moved slightly and his figure disappeared in place. Cancerized weapons were of average quality, and the element, fire, was just the right attribute to restrain the weapons that came out of the aberration. That was why he hesitated for a moment on top of the yellow stone just now. When Lin Mo's figure reappeared, he was already located a few meters away. However, the flamestorm did not collapse away because of his sudden disappearance, but swept along his movements once again. This time, the flamestorm wrapped in magma rolled stronger and stronger, and the fire rose another 2 or 3 feet high. A two-step one-star combatant is true to its name. Even Lin Mo was frowning a bit at the moment. The strike that hadn't been scored at the beginning had undoubtedly lengthened the battle line once again. If he waited until the volcano erupted, the battle power of the fiery conqueror in front of him would skyrocket again. I don't know how many more stars will go up on the battlefield. At that time, the other party, with the timing and location, Lin Mo, who lacked the means to attack at this stage, was really a bit overstretched. Or do you mean to turn on demonization again? Lin Mo calculated in his mind whether the consumption of demonization and the harvest after the battle were proportional or not. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he whimpered softly, "Dragon flame, rustling dash." Suddenly, a flame as bright as blood suddenly appeared above the bone hand. It was too late to take a closer look. Lin Mo raised the bone hand in his hand and grabbed towards the flamestorm in front of him. Fight fire with fire. Crack! A violent burning sound was emitted from within the flames, and two completely different flames were colliding with each other. In terms of quality alone, the tainted blood dragon flame that Lin Mo had absorbed was no weaker than the Flame Conqueror's flamestorm. It was just that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's level and mental power at that time were far inferior to the Flame Conqueror's, and its natural damage and ability to manipulate flames was inferior to the latter's. However, Dragon Flame, with Lin Mo's high spiritual power bonus, had notable damage and could completely separate itself from Flamestorm. It's actually possible to graft it over and use it? Lin Mo curiously looked at the bone hand in his hand, which hadn't been harmed in the slightest by the Dragon Flame. He knew that bone hands could use magicalization directly, but the special effects ability of magicalization could be transformed on top of bone hands as well? It was something he had tried in his previous life, but hadn't succeeded in. It's because Dragon Flame isn't a special effect ability that comes with magicalization. It's an absorbed ability. Lin Mo quickly realized what was going on. He then looked across to the Flame Conqueror, who had already appeared fearful under his armor, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Great! Now that's something to play with. Chapter 76 Setting Fire to the Mountain. Drawing a sword and chopping. Sizzle! Sizzle! A sound of spitting letters came out from the middle of the jungle, causing the nearby players to feel nothing but numbness in their scalps. A single abominable serpent man slowly crawled out from amongst the bushes, their golden vertical pupils staring dead at the players, spitting their snake letters unhurriedly. Abominable serpent man. Level, 50. Skills, 1, scimitar attack, 2, strangle, 3, toxin. Battle rating, 1 rank, 5 stars. The level 50 and first rank 5-star battle power alone is enough to scare off most normal players. If there wasn't a big brother behind them, these players wouldn't even dare to easily set foot in the territory of the abominable serpent people. Ha ha ha, get out of my way, all of you. I'll take these little bastards. An arrogant shout came from the back of the crowd. Then the players automatically made a path, and out of it came none other than the head and vice head of the samurai house, Ikamain Amami, Sakutaro Moriya. Wearing a samurai uniform, Amaya Kazuma had a calm and collected look on his face. On the contrary, Moriya Sakutaro, who was wearing a straight suit, looked arrogant to the extreme, flying around like a punk. Naturally, Amaya Kazuma didn't have a problem with Moriya Sakutaro's preemptive strike. As an SSS-ranked samurai, his abilities are actually rather eccentric, extremely good at tag teaming, and at the same time extremely bad at multiplayer. So this betting order is destined to be Sakutaro Moriya's main event. Out of the way. All of you. Out of the way. Here comes my lord. Moriya Sakutaro shouted and stomped his feet, and suddenly the fire exploded. It was just a moment's effort, and it was as if his body was on fire. The surrounding players who were watching him perform his ability for the first time gasped in shock, but those who were a little more familiar with it knew that this was Moriya Sakutaro's profession. Inflamed man, turn your body into fire and burn everything. Ha, Ikijin-sama. I'm on. Moriya Sakutaro smirked and turned his head to look at Rainy Knight Kazuma. The latter nodded slightly and said, quickly, we must finish the bet before the Great Wall of White Bones. Okay. As soon as the words fell, two flames erupted from under his feet as if they were fitted with jets, and his entire body charged directly towards the jungle's abominable serpent people. Kill. The next moment, the jungle was ablaze with fire and shouts of murder. Countless flames burned in the midst of the bushes, and from afar, it looked like setting fire to a mountain. Rainy Knight Kazuma just held the hilt of his sword with one hand, and stuck one hand inside the samurai uniform on his chest as he watched the scene silently. According to the report of the player who possessed the scouting ability, the hill above possessed a considerable number of snake swarms, and all of them were above the first rank 5 stars. As long as this mountain was cleared of the snakeman horde, then reaching the 10,000 number of the betting order would not be difficult, and a large amount of time coins could be harvested as well. Moriya Sakutaro is not only good at setting fires, but he also moves extremely fast. The plasma jet of his feet was like a rocket, and he quickly used himself as kindling to set the entire mountain on fire. And those serpents who naturally preferred coldness and gloom just happened to be restrained by the fire attribute. Faced with fire magic that dealt quite a bit of damage, they were only able to hold their heads in their hands. Seeing that the time was almost right, Rainy Knight Kazuma instructed his subordinates around him, command down into the mountains to hunt. The players who had been waiting for a long time heard this and their expressions became excited, and they couldn't wait to start entering the mountain in batches to harvest. Ha ha ha, little snakes, here we come. Kill. The time coins are all mine. Come on, I've got almost time coins to go up. The players of the House of Samurai started charging into the mountain in great numbers. The House of Samurai's hunting strategy is similar to Ellis Heart of the Sea King. All of them relied on the top professionals rushing ahead to suppress the beasts and these ordinary players following behind to pick up the pieces. Needless to say, such a hunting strategy in the early game can greatly enhance the hunting efficiency and improve the overall strength of the village. Moreover, the battle plan of the House of Samurai was a bit more detailed than that of the Heart of the Sea King, and also gave the players a squad in batches. This will make the hunt more efficient again. There will be casualties in the process, but they can be well controlled. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Rainy Knight One True didn't move his feet and followed these players up the mountain. He just gently closed his eyes, still in that position of holding the hilt of his sword in one hand, and stood still. About half an hour had passed when a cry of alarm came from the mountains. Ikijin-sama. Just above the mountain, Moriya Sakutaro stepped on the flames and sped from top to bottom, and he was unexpectedly followed by a giant python in the sky, with a body of about dozens of feet, crushing countless tree branches as well as players who couldn't dodge away in time. Even Moriya Sakutaro's fire burns on it could only hurt the surface, and would not affect its movements in the least. Rainy Knight Kazuma slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the giant python. The information of the ferocious beasts was displayed on the interface. Prime Python, Boss, Rare, Rank, 90, Skills, 1, Serpent's Eye Vision, 2, Serpent's Tail Twisting, 3, Serpents Walking Like the Wind. Battle Rating, 1 Rank, 9 stars. A 9-star battle power of the first rank was absolutely top-notch amongst the first rank. No wonder Moriya Sakutaro, who was SS ranked and had also risen to over 80 levels, was being chased by this giant python. A hint of seriousness also showed in the eyes of Rainy Knight Ikijin, who was waiting here to prevent such an accident from happening. I didn't realize that the first rank 5-star beast group was hiding such a big boss. Leave it to me, he said in a deep voice, moving his left hand slightly down a few points to hold the scabbard while pushing the sheath slightly a few points with his thumb, and the right hand that had been tucked into the pocket of his shirt slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. His eyes dead set on the prime python that was chasing Moriya Sakutaro and rapidly approaching this way, and he slowly crouched down to make a horse stance. Crack dash! A tiny thunder flashed in the small section of the exposed blade, and countless sword chi was gathering towards the scabbard. Concentrate on one point and ascend to the top. Rainy Knight Ikijin whispers softly. Swish! Ground out. Moriya Sakutaro swept through the air above him, and that prime python was about to close in on him, using its massive body to directly crush him into mush. Just as this giant python had forced its way to a distance of tens of meters in front of his body, in the next second, Rainy Knight Kazuma violently drew his sword blade, Batusai Chop. At this moment, the players on top of the mountain simultaneously heard a thunderclap that resounded through the sky, and Moriya Sakutaro, who had already swept past this place, heard it most clearly, and he looked back in surprise as what seemed like a thunder dragon rattled in his ears. In a flash of lightning, Rainy Knight Asian had already staggered his body with the tens of feet giant python. Blitz! Strike 1! As a red kill alert floated up in the sky, the giant python instantly split into two and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Without waiting for Moriya Sakutaro to shout, he saw Rainy Knight I really well retracted his scabbard and half-kneeled on the ground with a face full of weakness. The former naturally couldn't care about anything else, and rushed over to support Rainy Knight Kazuma, who was about to fall to the ground. Kazuma-sama, are you alright? He asked worriedly. Rainy Knight Kazuma waved his hand with a pale face and said, it's just a temporary de-energization. No harm done. This was the only skill he had and had only ever had, Batusai Chop. Concentrate all your strength and chop it a little. The damage is naturally high as hell, but at the same time, there is also the superb aftermath of time needed to rest from the stamina spent. It is also understandable that the skill CD is extremely long. That's why he hadn't killed any other players after killing an SSS-ranked professional on the battlefield of the flag battle in the first place. It's not that you don't want to, but you can't. Ikijin-sama is awesome. Not far away on the hill there were also many people who saw the scene, and everyone cheered. Ha 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 ha, I told you there were no accidents with Lord Ikijin. Even the ferocious beast of the first rank 9 stars, Lord Ijin, only used one strike. This is too strong. We're winning. Hey, I recorded the video just now and posted it on the forums to show our Sakura Nation players how powerful our Lord Ikijin is. Facing the cheering players, Amaya Kazuma squeezed a smile on her face before addressing Moriya Sakutaro. Moriya-kun, it's up to you next. Moriya Sakutaro nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Kazuma-sama. I'll get the job done. Chapter 77, The Second Man of Sakura Nation. Bet against the winner. After the player from the House of Samurai developed the video of Rainy Knight Asian beheading the giant python in his own game forum, it was indeed directly topped on the hit list, triggering countless players to discuss it. My god, is this the strength of the sixth person of Sakura Nation? That said, is that python really a first-rank 9-star? Nonsense. Didn't you see the screenshot of the information on the system interface? Invincible. Rainy Knight 1 really should be moving up in the rankings. Who says it isn't? That's a one-step 9-star ferocious beast. How many of them have to be as big as me? TSK, is this the gold content of a world-class powerhouse? Scary. There's no suspense in the betting order at all now. A few minutes after the video was posted, someone in the forums made an adjustment to Rainy Knight 1 True's ranking at the time. After a few arguments, the ranking of Rainy Knight Kazuma had unexpectedly risen from 6th place directly to 2nd place in the Sakura country, just below that SSS-ranked ninja, Aoimasu. Although there was still a lot of controversy in the forums, many people still thought that the previous Rainy Knight 1 True strength was indeed underestimated. Rainy Knight Kazuma himself, who was at the bottom of the mountain, naturally saw the popular news. A small smile lifted on his face. To be honest, he wasn't too happy with the 6th place ranking before. He had seen those powerful people on the Cherry Blossom country's ranking list. Their strength was indeed good, and their methods were endless. However, when it comes to purely killing power, as well as the ability to go one-on-one, Rainy Knight Kanzuya really had this confidence that he would not lose out to any of the ones on the list, including that one who asked for the Sakura country's Aoimasu. Phew! He let out a long breath, and under his gesture, this video, after a few streams, even spread to the top of the game forums of Yen country through the form of private chats as well. Again, it has attracted a lot of attention. Asterisk. This is Rainy Knight Kazuma? This damage is too much, isn't it? So many boa constrictors. Making a movie. Nonsense. Don't you see what it says underneath this video? This is a first-rank 9-star ferocious beast. A top-rank 1 combatant. How did he get slaughtered with a single slash? Outrageous. Just outrageous. It's only been less than a day since the map was opened, and these players have already evolved to this level? Who says it isn't? I'm only a few levels up. Woohoo! I've only leveled up, and I'm still looking for tomorrow's nest egg now that I don't have many time coins in my pocket. Upstairs. Me too. I've even got just a couple hours in my pocket, and if I don't make some money, I won't make it through tonight. Then you still water a fair trade video. Hurry up and fight the monsters. AI. This time Lin Mo and the Great Wall of White Bones are considered to be planted in the hands of Rainy Knight 1 True. Lin Mo was still careless and shouldn't have taken this hair match betting order, which is carelessness on his part. It's clearly arrogance. Originally already completed this week's betting task, but also had to add difficulty to himself in. This is good. That's a top resource Holy Land. All of a sudden the output of 20%. TSK. Instead of that, why don't you just lose to us Yanks? And how nice to share some with our village. That's right. It's not easy to brush out a beast near our village. Dozens of people go up to grab it. MD. Drought kills. Flood kills. The two forums are arguing over a betting order between the Great Wall of White Bones and the House of Samurai. However, most of the players held a less than favorable attitude towards Lin Mo and the Great Wall of White Bones. One reason was because even before the official start of the betting order, they had already thought that Rainy Knight 1 True was strong and definitely ranked above Lin Mo. The second was naturally because of the video just now, where Rainy Knight Kazuma proved his strength once again and rose in the rankings once again. Even in the eyes of the Yen Kingdom's own people, Rainy Knight Asian was able to be compared to the top 5 on his own list. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was only the 11 of the Yen Kingdom, and it was normal for him to not be able to compare to the Rainy Knight 1 True. Even Rainy Knight Kazuma himself thought the same thing. After seeing some comments from the two forums sent by his subordinates, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Even though he didn't announce the number of parley kills in the other side's area chat channel like Ellis did, the fact was that the House of Samurai was progressing faster than he thought it would. After taking care of that first rank 9-star ferocious beast, Moriya Sakutaro had no qualms at all about setting fires on the mountain. Stomping on the waves of fire that kept rolling over the mountain and setting fires indiscriminately, the flames rose up to the sky, not to mention the first order 5-star abominable snake men. Even many players had to exit under the skyrocketing fire, and could only catch the snake men who fled from the mountain with blood remaining to pick up the pieces. Overall, hunting efficiency has increased rather than decreased. It's only been a little over an hour, and the whole hill is almost burned clean. Rainy Knight Kazuma looked at the kill numbers on the village chief's interface. 6,665, 6,666, 6,667, 6,668. Almost every minute that passes, the numbers skyrocket wildly. At this rate of progress, perhaps up to an hour, the betting order will be completed. Rainy Knight Asian slightly estimated the number. Lin Mo had previously completed that number of 30,000 betting orders and also used a large number of hours. Now that the betting order has been upgraded, I'm afraid it's going to take even longer, and it only takes them Samurai House about 2 hours to complete the content of the bet, which can't be lost no matter how you look at it. Rainy Knight Kazuma laughed softly and said, "Oh, win sure." Regional announcement, the number of level 1 5-star monsters in the White Bone Great Wall has exceeded 10,000. The wager between the White Bone Great Wall and the House of Samurai is declared over, and the White Bone Great Wall will win the wager. Regional announcement, the Great White Bone Wall. 3 consecutive hints of regional announcements rang out, both above the heads of the players of the White Bone Great Wall and in the skies above the House of Samurai. A large golden light appeared, especially the players of the House of Samurai. Some people even subconsciously shouted out when they saw that big golden light announcement. Yeah, winning, but only 2 seconds after the shout was uttered, he froze in place, for none of the people around him echoed his cheers, but instead stared daggers at the large letters overhead. He scratched his head and carefully glanced at the regional announcement again. That's right too. Wait, the Great Wall of White Bones won. His eyes were wide and disbelief was written all over his face, but he wasn't the most surprised. The most surprised was of course Amaya Kazuma himself. Rainy Knight Kazuya's smile stiffened on his face, and for a moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh, but the shock in his heart was unmatched. The Great Wall of White Bones has completed the wagering order. How is this possible? The House of Samurai was upwards of 5,000 people after the initial recruitment. With him and Moriya Sakutaro sitting here together and hunting together, the efficiency is definitely of the top level in the world. If we're talking about map resources, then the House of Samurai was also a top-tier resource mecha incorporating 10 SSS-ranked masterless lands, and the main city was ranked more than 100 places higher than the Great Wall of White Bones. Looking at the whole world, it also belongs to the lower middle level. What makes a small Great Wall of White Bones? A village of a few dozen people, capable of being so fast. Chapter 78, when I say it's over, it's over. The Great Wall of White Bones, near the crater. Go back 10 minutes. Boo! With a shocking roar, that volcano finally erupted the magma that had been hidden for a month. Countless sparks shot up into the sky, shooting into the high mid-air, before piercing through the clouds and crashing down towards the ground. To say that it was a collision was not an exaggeration at all. Every boulder wrapped in magma fell to the ground like a meteorite falling. making a violent sound before smashing out a deep pit on the ground. The temperature of the flames suddenly soared, while the fire element in the air naturally rose. For a magic doll like the Flame Devil statue, it was naturally a good thing that the fire element was thick, and that flame body, which was strong in itself, was hardened and pulled up a few points. For that flame conqueror, it was like a fish out of water, and the originally bright red armor was vaguely overflowing with flames. Although there was no longer a flaming horse underneath him, it was more like a flaming god of death coming out of the region than just a moment ago. Ha ha ha, finally, the flaming conqueror, whose helmet had been sent flying to nowhere, exclaimed in ecstasy. An even more twisted expression appeared on his already hideous face as he pointed at Lin Mo with his long sword and said, "Human, you're dead." Although he was putting on a hard word, he looked miserable as hell. After the previous encounter, if he hadn't fought with all his might, he might have passed away by now. Spare me. He was in a sorry state. There were very few flame golem legions left, and the rest were of little use even after their battle power spiked. At least it was no longer able to pose a threat to the terrifyingly strong human in front of him, and he himself was badly injured and his blood level dropped below the red line. However, after the volcano buff, the Flame Conqueror's battle power had skyrocketed from second order 1 star to second order 3 star, a full 2 stars up. Never underestimate the difference between these 2 stars. There is a bigger gap between the stars of the second order than the stars of the first order. What's more, the human level in front of him hadn't even reached the first rank bottleneck, so this boost was naturally not insignificant. But despite this, the Flame Conqueror did not rush forward. He was on guard against Lin Mo's move from before. The pitch black, huge bone hand that made his heart tremble to this day. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state during the exchange just now. At least his blood level shouldn't have dropped so much. Lin Mo only slightly raised the bony hand at his back in response to his provocation. Frightened, the Flame Conqueror instantly retreated tens of meters violently once again before realizing that Lin Mo hadn't moved at all while standing in the same spot. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Mo and said, Don't think I don't know. You must be extremely limited in using that move, or else the CD is extremely long. To put it bluntly, you can't even use that move with the strongest killing power right now. So what if I'm at a disadvantage despite my current blood count? I just have to keep spending time with you and sooner or later the volcano will engulf you. He didn't say this with a lot of confidence, but not exactly colorful. As the volcano continues to erupt, the Flame Conqueror, as well as the Flame Devil statue, which were originally even fire-type monsters, naturally didn't have much to do. But Lin Mo, even with the dragon flame, couldn't stay in the middle of such a volcano for too long by himself. Once it got into a tug-of-war, it was extremely unfavorable to him. But, did you misunderstand something? Lin Mo looked at him and spoke with a calm expression. A trace of confusion appeared on the Flame Conqueror's expression, and in the next moment, Lin Mo had already disappeared. Yen Feng. The alarms in the mind of the Flame Conqueror were drawn full, and he quickly retreated backward. He had seen this move of Lin Mo's several times, and at first glance it looked like an instantaneous movement, which was simply insoluble. In fact, the opponent's displacement distance is limited, and casting it requires finding a blind spot in the enemy's vision. As long as he pulled away enough, he would be able to have ample space to observe Lin Mo's movements. Sure enough, after he retreated tens of meters again, he finally found the figure of Lin Mo who was sprinting behind the rocks. Found you. The Flame Conqueror laughed aloud and raised the longsword in his hand, which was already at the end of its durability, and chanted the magic Flame Storm. The hurricane quickly swirled through the field, and countless rocks and lava were caught up in it, even the large flaming boulders that had erupted from the crater. A flame tornado soon formed, and with the volcano buff, both the speed of formation and the damage of the skill were greatly increased. Go! As the Flame Conqueror maneuvered, the flame tornado was like it had eyes, and it ran straight at Lin Mo and crashed over. Seeing that his figure had been discovered, Lin Mo didn't dodge and raised the huge bone hand on his back and slapped it at the flaming tornado. Dragon Flame. Bright red flames were attached to the bone hand, and although the power was not as great as the Flame Storm, it was more concentrated. Boom clunk. The two bony hands were up in both hands, and they clapped their hands together with force against the flaming tornado that rushed in front of them. Countless boulders were slapped apart and fire scattered. However, the flame tornado did not dissipate directly, and still retained enough power. Without noticing, it rolled up the surrounding lava and boulders again, trying to grow back. Just Lin Mo didn't give it this chance. His bone hand opened and closed again, so circumstantial that when viewed from a distance, it looks like a slap in the face, which is somewhat amusing. It was just that the Flame Conqueror not far away couldn't laugh. He could vaguely see Lin Mo who was wrapped in flames. His body burned to a crisp, even his face was rotting, turning up patch after patch of charred, blackened, rotten flesh. The blood was rubbing off even more, only without waiting for a smile to appear on his face. He was shocked to see that Lin Mo, whose blood was originally close to approaching the red line, had recovered his blood to above the health line in just the blink of an eye. The rotten flesh that was roasted all over his body was also being repaired at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Only the flesh of the face was a little slower, smiling at him in the flames with a frightening smile, more dead than he was dead. This guy, he even had the means to restore his life value. A wave of despair ran through the Flame Conqueror's mind. It didn't take long for the Flamestorm's skill effect to be dispersed by Lin Mo's living bone hand, which didn't linger and slowly walked over towards him. Run! Run fast! After the thought had crossed his mind, it grew uncontrollably. In the next moment, he abandoned the dozens of little old flame demon statues behind him and spread his legs and began to run wildly in the middle of the volcano. As long as he ran fast enough and plunged headlong into the hole of the volcano, even if Lin Mo had the means to recover, he wouldn't dare to follow him in. At this moment, the Flame Conqueror's mind was blank except for running away. On top of this territory he was most familiar with, he ran extremely fast. It hadn't even been 2 minutes yet and he was on the verge of starting his climb. The Flame Conqueror's eyes were full of terror as he kept chanting in his mind, "Just go up there and I'll survive. Just, hey, turn around." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. The Flame Conqueror subconsciously looked back, only to see a flash of cold light. Then his head began to spin skyward. Knock, knock, knock. His head rolled down the hillside, and in the last second of his life, his eyes finally focused on Lin Mo's body. The latter's face was expressionless as he said faintly, "There was no tug of war from the beginning. This fight will end when I say it will." Chapter 79, the map expands again. Revenge of the Dead. Lin Mo, who was holding a bone sword in his hand, stood on that 2-meter-tall necromancer's body and poked the blade of his sword fiercely into the opposite body. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Cancerization value plus 200. After the 2 attribute point prompts, Lin Mo carefully looked at the changes on the interface. Soon, the prompt came again. Ding! Absorption of Flame Conqueror complete. Infinite evolution. The talent demonization absorbs Flamestorm, Sizzling Body, and Inferno Blade and completes its evolution. Obtaining Dragon Flame - Sizzling Dragon Flame. Talent aberration adds fire effect. Gaining fire resistance increased by 30%. Sure enough, the Dragon Flame special effect successfully evolved into Scorching Dragon Flame. Aberration also increases fire resistance because of the fire effect. So the moment the evolution prompted, Lin Mo was able to clearly feel the scorching temperature around him drop several degrees. And that suffocating feeling was a lot easier. The rain of fire and flint that fell from the sky drastically reduced the damage dealt to him. Even if he were to fight the Flame Conqueror, who was in full blood and full condition and had a volcano boost, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent by having to use magic transformation as he did before. Aha! The remaining flame fiends didn't stop attacking just because they lost their leader. They were spiritually intelligent fiendish puppets. Even if the manipulator dies, then it will continue as previously instructed until death. They ran towards Lin Mo in droves, and the latter didn't waste these cancerization values and evolution points that were delivered to his door, opening his bony hands and smashing them one by one in 3 or 2 swipes. The black chains still probed into their bodies, sucking in energy. The evolutionary cue soon came again. Ding! Absorption of Flame Conqueror complete. Infinite evolution. Talent aberration absorbs Magma Body and evolves, gaining fire resistance 30% 31%. Weapon quality normal fine. The quality of the aberration's weapon has finally been upgraded to fine, and the weapon's toughness has been increased by another stage. In his previous life, Lin Mo was only able to rely on the rising cancerization value to improve the quality of his weapons. As for the other special effects of the weapon, they must be enhanced through a large number of external means such as enchantments and forging. The 12 bone hands of the previous life were able to be upgraded to mythic quality, and that was how it was operated. The process was quite complicated and tedious, and the supplies consumed were countless. But this time with the G God Hunter sequence, these external means might not be used. As long as the right prey is absorbed, the quality and special effects of the aberration weapon will continue to evolve. And he had a hunch that perhaps in the end the 12 bone hands would accomplish far more than in his previous life, and that the myth might not be the end. Lin Mo paused for a moment before pouring another flurry of time coins into his experience bar. Ding! Consuming 142 time coins to complete the upgrade. Plus 1 to all attributes. Ding! Consume 144 time coins into an upgrade. Full attributes plus 1. Ding! Consuming 146 time coins to complete the upgrade. Plus 1 to all attributes. After the 10 beeps, Lin Mo smoothly ranked from level 70 to level 80 with the following attribute panel. Lamb. Rank, 80, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 7,250. Strength, 405 plus 360. Agility, 335 plus 360. Physical fitness, 400 plus 355. Spirit, 370 plus 350. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 500, unassigned, dot. Warm tip, for upgrading, please hunt First Order 8-star monsters, 0/1000. It can continue to improve. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at the leveling tips on the interface, wondering if level 90 for SSS class professions would be the end. At the same time, the regional announcement was displayed above Lin Mo's head, followed by a system alert that the rewards had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Wall of White Bones for winning the betting order. Reward, 20.2% expansion of map resources, plus 40 attribute points for all players. As the system prompt ended, the average value of Lin Mo's attribute points rose by 10 points once again. Then, the volcano was seen pulling up several feet in height at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flames erupting from the crater became more and more violent. Lin Mo fixed his eyes and saw that there seemed to be a new fire-fierce beast brewing up in the magma in the distance. Rumble! Countless stones were like meteorites falling, smashing out deep in the ground, even more powerful than before. If Lin Mo hadn't dodged in time, even if his physique was close to 800 points, he still wouldn't have been able to carry this damage somewhat. After all, he had only increased his fire resistance and had not become a true fire elemental creature. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and put away the fire staff long sword on the ground, and in the next moment he began to start running wildly on the hot rocky ground. This volcano was bound to become a new practicing spot outside the city after the map resources had been expanded. The monsters that are born will also be stronger than the legions of flame golems from before. It just wasn't a good time to practice right now. The eruption was going to last for days, if not half a month. During this period of time, this was not the best place for players to practice leveling, but the Hades of Solace. Of course, it's not just the volcano that will grow. The entire area where the Whitebone Great Wall map is located will be improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, Ellis, part of the Sea King, had limited resources and was only able to provide a 2% resource boost to the Great Wall of White Bones. But the House of Samurai is different. It is supposed to be a resource mecha in the same class as the Great Wall of White Bones, and the 20% is a real and substantial increase in resources. As for the Great Cold Underworld, Lin Mo thought darkly as he ran through the volcano, and in his heart, he even regretted a little bit for accepting the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom's betting order. Just can say that at that time we're careless. See, the Great Cold Underworld initiated betting speech is really too arrogant. Also thought that the other side is also a piece of rich resources of the land. I didn't expect it to come over as funny. After the settlement, the entire village didn't even kill more than 100 monsters of rank 1, 5 stars. There was no way around it. Lin Mo could only consider that 0.2% of the map resources as an addition to this betting order. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo ran furiously all the way out of the volcano range. The area of the yellow stone pile he had just been in was now covered in lava and flint, and this continued to expand. And the other large practicing spots nearby were similar to the vicinity of the volcano, vaguely visible through the yellow sand. An originally small hill was rapidly accumulating, and an originally ruined city had become towering. A horrible howl came from the middle of the desert, and it was louder than ever. The already crisis-ridden Gobi became even more terrifying. At this moment, Li Mingliang and the others who were hunting in the distance were also too late to be happy about the map resource expansion, and facing the gradually increasing number of beasts around them, they could only retreat to the city wall step by step. Of course, for ordinary players the rapidly expanding desert was now hell, but for Lin Mo it was tantamount to heaven. Just as he was about to continue brushing monsters along this line, suddenly a system alert sounded in his ears. Ding! Mission alert, due to your defeat of the 2 Necromonger armies, the Necromonger's Revenge mission has now been opened. Do you wish to receive the mission? Chapter 80, The Wave Revisited. Minimum 1 rank of 70. Revenge of the Dead? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at the mission that appeared on the screen. Is it hard to hunt that guy? He speculated in his mind, but without much hesitation, he directly clicked on the option to receive the mission. Ding! You have received the Large Monsters Siege Quest, Revenge of the Necromancer. Issued Task 1, hold your ground against the Beast Tide. Issued Task 2, kill the Spirit Monster. Another siege mission. Lin Mo clicked on the mission details introduction screen. Mission objective, to hold the line during the wave of siege by the Necromongers and ensure that the flag is not looted. Quest reward, Necromantic Mystery Fragment *2. Into the Eye is the reward of the Necromantic Mystery Shard. On top of that, like the previous Beast Tide siege, there were tons of treasure chest rewards. Lin Mo was actually no stranger to such Beast Tide attacks. The Great Wall of White Bones isn't open alright. It's just an uninhabited, abandoned city. Once opened, it is regarded as one of the forces by the neighboring tribes and beasts. There is a beast wave attacking the city just fused today, and there will be one tomorrow, and the day after that, and there will be daily quests. This was why Lin Mo had arranged hunting missions for Li Mingliang and the others. Of course, in addition to these daily beast-tied siege tasks, there would be no shortage of sudden siege attacks by ferocious beasts, even in the later stages. As long as the Blue Star people developed and grew day by day, then the pressure of the beast tide facing the Great Wall of White Bones would increase with each passing day. Not to mention thousands of beast tides, even hundreds of thousands or millions of beast tides were not a few. The White Bone Great Wall in the previous life was because it was opened too late, and the killing aura accumulated at the top of the city wasn't heavy enough, leading to the fact that it was really too much of a stretch to try to meet a truly large beast tide. Without mentioning anything else, just the hundreds of thousands or millions of ferocious beasts piled up were able to easily cross over the city and attack it. That's why the White Bone Great Wall has lost this territory many times, and each time it was snatched back by stepping on the corpses of countless Blue Star powerhouses. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the mission on the interface with a cold smile on his face. Good. I just love beast waves. The more the merrier. At this moment, a huge flint that had erupted from the crater of the volcano was crossing the border of the volcano, penetrating through the countless rising water vapor, and falling down just towards Lin Mo's position. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied the volcanic rock as it crashed to the ground, smashing a not-so-small crater in a radius of tens of meters, just waiting for the smoke to clear. The figures inside have long since disappeared in place. Dang! 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 In the middle of the desert, countless hills rose up and turned into high mountains. What was originally a lofty mountain range was even more elevated in stature again, spreading out, and the boundaries of the land expanded once again. In just a few moments, the proportion of the Great Wall of White Bones in the middle of the desert had shrunk considerably. Of course, it wasn't the Great Wall of White Bones that got smaller, but the entire desert map got bigger. Hiss! Scary! Li Mingliang, who had just escaped back into the city and recovered his blood, stood on top of the city's head, with a trace of afterthought still on his face. Just now, when he heard the news of another victory in the betting order, before he had time to be happy, he realized that the number of ferocious beasts around him had suddenly increased, and the battle strength of the beasts had started to skyrocket as well. Luckily, they had the self-awareness to hunt at the leveling spots near the city's head itself, which allowed them to quickly evacuate back into the city. Don't look at the White Bone Great Wall, which was only protected by a single wall, but it was not very realistic for ordinary ferocious beasts to want to cross the 100-meter-high wall. Zhang Yuanji sighed as his long spear was poised on the ground. It feels so good to get back to the head of the city alive. Li Mingliang smiled and asked, "How's it going? Have you leveled up yet?" Zhang Yuanji shook his head. "It's still almost time coins. Right now it's stuck at level 48, just 2 levels short of being full." After having a healing spell formation inside the city walls, their hunting efficiency could be said to have skyrocketed. More than 60 people formed 3 squads to lure the ferocious beasts to the vicinity of the city walls, and hunted in batches. As soon as a squad's blood level drops below the danger line, replace the next squad and head into town to replenish it. In such a cycle, in less than 2 hours, they had actually hunted more monsters than when the first wave of beast tide attacked the city before. Levels naturally skyrocketed as well, with many players having risen to the full first rank. Even Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, 2 players of B-rank professions, were close to reaching the bottleneck of the first rank, level 50, and their battle power was also rising. Zhang Yuanji scratched his head and said, "It's a pity. It feels like I just had the strength to put up a fight with a rank 1, 5-star ferocious beast, and the wagering order ended. As a result, we still didn't help Ringo." Li Mingliang sighed along with him and said, "Who says it isn't? We're still too weak." The two sighed for a moment, then perked up. "It's fine. Let's continue when the brothers refill their blood. Strive to quickly ascend to rank 2. Li Mingliang said so. Zhang Yuanji was just about to nod his head when a system alert sounded in his ears. Ding! The side quest Revenge of the Necromancers has been accepted. The wave of the Necromancers is coming. Please prepare yourselves. Both Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji appeared to have varying degrees of confusion in their expressions. Mission? Necrotic wave? What is this? Li Mingliang said with a frown. As soon as the words fell, the system countdown prompt came to his ears once again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, there was a neatly organized stomping sound from the yellow sand in the distance. The players at the city's head were startled and snapped their heads towards the distance. Through the height of the city's head, they could vaguely see a row of black shadows appearing amidst the yellow sand thousands of meters away. The black shadow was small at first, but it gradually grew longer as time went on. That's Beast Tide. Li Mingliang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The players on the city's head had experienced 10 rounds of Beast Tide attacking the city only a short while ago, and they naturally had experience in judging the appearance of Beast Tides. Surprisingly, it's a Beast Wave. Why are we here again? Didn't we just finish the Beast Tide mission this morning? And who took this assignment? How come I don't know? It's over. It's over. We're dead. Right now. With Lin Mo not present and the Beast Tide army attacking, the players naturally panicked. Li Mingliang forced down the panic in his heart and said, "Hold it all together. Be quiet." Jiang Yuanji mortared his spear with force. Clang! A crisp ringing sound from the ground caused all the players to fall silent. Only Li Mingliang said with a serious look on his face, "Even though Brother Lin isn't present, don't forget that we aren't just transferring now either." These words had caused many players to snap back to their senses, and the panic in their hearts was a little less. Thanks to the resource advantage of the Great Wall of White Bones, their leveling and battle power progressed quite a bit faster than other villages. It had only been less than a day, and many players had already risen to the first rank full level, and their battle power had risen more than several times. If it's the Beast Tide that attacked the city before, it's not like we don't have a chance, Li Mingliang said with a serious look. Although they were few in number, they possessed 2 first-rank level 50 or so combatants. The other players, on average, have about 1 rank and 3 stars. In the morning's Beast Tide attack, the strongest boss, the Necro Minotaur, was only a first-order 4-star battle power. The battle power of normal monsters was even lower, with most of them being under 1 rank 3 stars. Yeah, that's right. As long as the Beast Tide is the same as the one in the morning, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Someone said so. Although the number of monsters in the Beast Wave was high, the quality of their team had the advantage. Not to mention that there was a healing magic array in the city that could increase blood flow. It's not completely out of the question, as long as the 60-odd strong team is well divided. Right. Just don't make the level of the Beast Tide's monsters too high. Someone chimed in, and a glimmer of hope suddenly flared up in everyone's hearts again. As a result, a group of players gathered their eyes and looked on, watching with dead eyes as the distant waves of necrotic spirits gradually revealed themselves amidst the yellow sand, and their level information gradually surfaced on the crowd's interface. However, after looking at the rank on it clearly, they froze in place. After a few moments had passed, I don't know who said in a trembling tone, "The most, the lowest level. 70, the lowest battle power. The 1111th Order 7 stars. Chapter 81 Hard Resistance. Sakura Nations Meeting." That necromantic legion that revealed itself from the yellow sand. From the perspective of the formation, there was not just one, but 2 necromantic legions. Each of the necromantic legions didn't have a large number of necromancers, and didn't add up to more than 3,000 in number. Compared to the beast wave attacking the city in the morning, this amount of dead spirits really wasn't much, and it was only counted as 1 or 2 waves of beast waves. However, the lowest level of these necromancers was 1 rank 70, and there were a certain number of 1 rank 80 necromancer monsters. The most crucial thing was that the small group at the end was ranked at first order 90, and there were surprisingly a lot of them. As for the yellow sand behind them, there seemed to be something else in the yellow sand, but it was too far away for them to see it clearly, and even the system interface didn't show it. Even these monsters seen at the moment were enough to make the players at the city's head soften in fear. It was important to know that even the highest ranked among them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, were only close to first rank level 50. Even if they're all full, they're only 1 rank 50, and their combat power is 1 rank 6 stars at best, probably all a bit overrated for them. This kind of combat power is even inferior to a small soldier of the opponent's front line. They had also slowly risen up from level 10, so they naturally knew the gap between 1-star battle power. With just the 60 or so of them, perhaps 2 first-rank 7-star necrotic monsters would be able to wipe them out as a group. With more than 5, they didn't even have a chance to escape. What's more, here were a full 3,000 waves of necrotic spirits of rank 1, 7 stars and above. Dead. Hopeless. Someone said with a face full of despair. Li Mingliang wanted to say something else, but he realized that he couldn't even speak. Fear, bewilderment, spreading through the air. A moment later, Li Mingliang seemed to remember something and asked hurriedly, "Have any of you contacted Ringo yet? Hurry up and contact him." Jiang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I chatted privately with Brother Lin just now," and there was no reply from his side. Li Mingliang also fell silent at his words. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "If you can't, then close the door and take it hard. Our city's head is so high, it's the top rank 1 battle force that may not be able to come up for a while. The head of the White Bone Great Wall is 100 meters high, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as the players held the city's key points, it wasn't impossible to carry them for a little while longer. Jiang Yuanji nodded. That's the only way. He said to the players around him. What are you waiting for? All-power divine gifters, get down there and hold the gate. Li Mingliang also perked up and stood up from the ground, patting the dirt and said, long-range players get on top of the city for me, and the rest of you will guard here with me. Come one monster, knock one down. Remember, it's us or them, can't take a step back. He almost yelled the last sentence, and as if in a dream, the players began to move, though with awe on their faces. As for running away, it doesn't exist. Not to mention that the city gates had been breached. The countless monsters around could enter the city with impunity, and there was no way to hide from them. Even if they ran out of the city, there was still a vast number of beasts, and they couldn't see the slightest hope of survival. The only way to survive now is to fight to the death and hold on to the city. Hang in there, as long as Brother Lin comes back, we'll be fine. Li Mingliang forced himself to calm down, a hint of determination in his gaze. A light suddenly lit up in the middle of the dark room. Immediately afterward, a beam of light struck down from the darkness in turn. Under the beam of light, a virtual projection slowly appeared in it. Oh, this room is kind of interesting, a low voice came. It's just a temporary meeting room. It's just that the cost to open it across the border is a bit high. It costs 100 time coins at a time. The virtual projection sitting in the master's seat smirked. As the second SSS ranked Yin-Yang master of the Sakura country, Fun Adu Dai. What is this 100 time coins? Someone said so. The player known as Boat Wataru Dai lightly shook his folding fan and said with a smile, oh, it's third place now. Squeezed out by some loser. Boat Wataru Dai. A roar came. If anyone was present, they would definitely recognize that this was the village head of the House of Samurai who had just lost to Lin Mo and the Great Wall of White Bones, Rainy Knight Kazuma. At this moment, even if it was just him under the virtual projection, it was evident that the expression was extremely shaken. Losing to the Great Wall of White Bones, the House of Samurai lost 20% of its map resources. The hills directly outside the village have shrunk dramatically, and even the streams have narrowed considerably, not to mention the leveling spots. Although the monsters didn't just disappear into thin air, the speed and number of refreshes were nowhere near what they used to be. To get back to previous levels, you need to go back to making up your losses one at a time by betting against each other. This is even so. The key is that the players in the game forums of their own country area are unusually emotional. Some even outright told him to commit harakiri. Even for him, who considered himself well cultivated, he was still on fire, which was why his emotions blew up at the slightest bit at the moment. Rainy Knight Asian said in a cold voice, don't think that just because you're a Sakura Nation player, I won't dare to kill you. Being threatened so nakedly, Funikatari Dai didn't get angry and still smiled. Oh, don't be angry, Kazuma-sama. I'm just making a little joke to warm up the room. Besides, isn't it a fact that we lost to the Yin Kingdom? Even if you're superb in battle, will cutting off my head be able to stop the long list of people and rewrite the facts? In the face of his reproach of the Yin and Yang, the Rainy Knight real want to scold again, but do not know how to retaliate. Suddenly, a voice came out of the darkness. It's okay. It was only after hearing these words that Funaki Watari Dai closed his mouth and also collected the trace of teasing on his face. The person who spoke was none other than Sakura Country's well-deserved number one, Aoimasu. The reason why Aoimasu was able to be at the top of the Sakura Nation's list was because of her amazing fighting prowess in the previous flag battle. With a hand of flying shadow chop, he killed 3,000 enemies on the field with just one strike, leaping to become the player with the most kills and the strongest killing power on the battlefield. It was important to realize that there were even quite a few S rank or higher players among these 3,000, and she wasn't like the plant doctor Morong Tao Tao, who couldn't control her own summons and regiment everyone without distinguishing between enemy and self. Green Mackerel is explosive in battle and has precise control, not hurting any of his own teammates. If the Yin Kingdom's third sacred flame Rose Luo Renji hadn't stepped in to stop it, perhaps Qing Ma Yi would have been able to harvest that battlefield completely. Even Rainy Knight Kazuma, who prided himself on being a top-notch catch-and-kill fighter, sighed in dismay after watching his opponent's battle video. He might be able to outperform his opponent with the explosive power of that strike. However, the latter's figure was treacherous and inscrutable. If he really met on the battlefield, he wouldn't even have the chance to perform a two-side chop. Funaki Wataru nodded his head greatly and said, yes, Aoimasu-sama. Rainy Knight Kazuma also swallowed back the profanity he wanted to curse and sat in his seat with his eyes closed. The woman ninja with the black mask then spoke in a calm tone. Next, it's time to get down to business. Funakudai nodded slightly, and when he raised his face there was another hint of a smile in his expression. But it was not a flirtation. All of you should know that if the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom wants to dominate the world, it must first take the Yin Kingdom's borders. That's why the content of this meeting is to take down the Yin country's resource Holy Land, the Great Wall of White Bones. Chapter 82 Main City's Ascension Challenge. Conspiracy against the Great Wall of White Bones. Hearing Funaki Watari Dai's words, Rainy Knight Kazuma frowned and couldn't help but open his mouth. Easy for you to say. It's not that simple. Even now, he didn't understand how Lin Mo had accomplished the contents of the betting order. That was 10,000 monsters of the first rank and 5th star. Could Lin Mo really do it with just one person? The answer is clearly no. Someone in the darkness spoke up in response as well. That's right. The Great Wall of White Bones isn't as simple as it looks. There are definitely helpers behind it. There might be another person with similar strength to Lin Mo hiding behind it. As soon as Rainy Knight was true, it was as if he had found a confidant, and his tone was suddenly agitated. That must be the case. Otherwise, what makes an 11 from the Yen Kingdom able to compete with me? Don't look at the White Bone Great Wall's small numbers, but don't forget that back in the middle of the flag battle, the White Bone Great Wall only had one Lin Mo on the field. There may not be any opponents among those 60-odd players who can be on par with Lin Mo. When he said that, even the boatwright who had just started to go toe-to-toe with him nodded and said, "It does make sense. On the surface is Lin Mo, and we can't rule out that there are also strong people hidden in the shadows." The players in the room nodded their heads in recognition of this statement. Rainy Knight Kazuma was also relieved to see this. It was important to realize that the people in the meeting right now were the current list powerhouses of the Sakura country, and could well be considered the strongest group of people in the Sakura country, and also the group of people who would have the most say in the Sakura country in the future. He was naturally one of them, but didn't want to be left out because of a lost bet. Rainy Knight Kazuma adjusted his emotions slightly and said, "Even if we keep initiating betting orders against the Great Wall of White Bones, it may not really be effective. Lin Mo isn't a little cutie. Once we go down together, we'll definitely be on guard." Boatwatari gently shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "Lin Mo isn't a cutie pie, but is arrogant enough. In other words, he's overconfident in his own strength, as evidenced by his attitude in accepting the betting order." Rainy Knight Kazuma still shook his head. Even so, what can be done? Speaking of which, he glanced at Aoimasu in the midst of the darkness and said, "Even if Lin Mo's personal strength isn't as good as ours, I don't think the White Bone Great Wall's overall strength will be weaker than any of our villages here. Comparing the strength of the village, even Lord Aoimachi, I think." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. What the House of Samurai cannot do, the other villages here may not be able to do either. Instead of rebutting him, Fudo Dai nodded his head. "Indeed, that's why we won't be targeting the Great Wall of White Bones through a mere wagering order, but through a second-order main city quest." Rainy Knight Ishin frowned slightly. "Your main city can already be upgraded? That fast?" Funaki Wataru Dai shook his head. "Mine hasn't yet, but Lord Aoimasu's main city has already picked up the Ascension quest." Then, he explained the main city Ascension quest. It was only after listening to Rainy Knight Kazuma that he realized the purpose of this meeting. It turns out that the main city Ascension quests are actually similar to the quests for the betting order, but in an upgraded version of play. The main town's ascension necessitates the merging of other villages. 2 first-order main cities can be merged into 1 second-order main city. The same is true for the main city of the third order after that. Of course, it is not true that when one village merges with another, the other disappears completely. Rather, the two are combined into one, and the players of the two villages are naturally merged together. But who dominates? That depends on how the merger is done. If it is a normal merger, then it is up to the village chiefs of both sides to make choices and negotiate. Even if the other side's village was chosen as the main town, then the treatment and status of the players who were stationed in it would not be affected. But if the choice is made by way of battle, then the loser side must unconditionally obey the winner. The players of the loser's village, even after the integration of the main city, will be reduced to second-class citizens of the main city, and have no right to speak in front of the winner. You can be evicted from the main city by the winner at any time. It's called winner-take-all. Rainy Knight Ishin wondered after hearing the rules for ascending the main city. Is that Lord Aoimasu preparing to challenge the White Bone Great Wall to a merger of the main cities? Will Lin Mo agree? What if he backs out on the battlefield? Without waiting for Funikatari D to speak, Aoimasu's cool voice rang out in the conference room. "It won't." Hearing this, not to mention Rainy Knight Kazuma, even the other Sakura Nation players present were stunned, as if they hadn't expected Aoimasu to be so certain. I only heard the other man say after a pause, "I've seen videos of his fights, and he's the same person I am. We are, all of us, pursuing the word strongest, so he won't say no." Each sentence is clean and sharp, and the tone is even more decisive, as if certainty. The people present froze, then looked at Ching Ma-yi in the darkness. The only pair of eyes the other party had exposed seemed to have stars shining in them, and his body was full of battle intent. Even if it was only a virtual projection, The crowd could feel that the killing intent was like substance, making people shiver. Is this the strength of the number one person in Sakura Goku? It was the first time that most of the players here had sat down for a meeting with Aoimasu, and it was only at this moment that they felt that this number one person in Sakura Nation really lived up to his name. Even Rainy Knight Kazuma, who was currently ranked second, was creeped out. His left hand subconsciously placed on top of the scabbard at his waist. Boat Wataru just shook his folding fan and said, "Even so, we can't take this lightly, so you still need allies, Aoimasu-sama. And in order to prevent Lin Mo's backhandedness, it's still not possible for you to initiate the challenge for the main city ascension. I'll do it." As he said this, he smiled and said to the other Sakura Nation powerhouses, "Don't misunderstand, gentlemen, even if I take the White Bone Great Wall, I will still share the resources. All those who contributed to this main city ascension battle will be able to get a piece of the pie." Rainy Knight Asian and the others furrowed their brows slightly and said, "After all you've said, you still haven't said how to target Lin Mo." Boatwright said with a big smile, "Does that even need to be stated? It's very simple. It's not enough for everyone here to join my village. At that time, no matter how many backhanders the White Bone Great Wall hides, can it compare to our entire Sakura country's list powerhouses pouring out?" Most of the people, including Rainy Knight Asian, showed a hint of realization in their expressions. Of course, there were also those who had vaguely guessed it before, revealing an expression that it was really like that. Just a moment later, they all looked odd and a bit puzzled again. What can a Lin Mo do? Even if the Great Wall of White Bones belongs to the Holy Land of Resources, it's still worth our Sakura country's top 10 ranked powerhouses to come together to target it. Wouldn't that be a little too small? As if he had read their thoughts, Boat Wataru delightedly shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, if we in the Sakura Kingdom don't make a move, it will be like a thunderbolt, and we must strike a blow and seize the first opportunity." Speaking here, he put away his folding fan with a snap, also put away all the smiles on his face, and stood up with a serious expression and lowered his head. "Therefore, I implore you lords to help me. In this battle, let the entire world see the strength of our Sakura country." Now, even Rainy Knight Asian, who was extremely upset with him at the beginning, looked solemn, and stood up with the other players present, bowing back at the same time. "In this battle, Sakura will win." The voice resonated throughout the conference room with an amazing momentum. In the darkness, only that the first person of the Sakura country is sitting quietly on top of the position. For that coming strong enemy, the heart is looking forward to. Chapter 83, He who crosses the city wall, dies. Kill. Shouts of murder broke through the sky. On top of the White Bone Great Wall, the players were all covered in blood on their faces. They stood on top of the city, unleashing their skills on the necromancers below the city who were trying to climb the city. *******, chop your mom to death. Li Mingliang raised his longsword and stood with Jiang Yuanji in the area with the most necromantic monsters. For every dead spirit that climbed up, they would use the long swords and lances in their hands and slash them down with force. At this point, 10 minutes had passed since the necrotic wave began. Even they themselves did not expect that they, with this mere 60 or so people, whose strength was like a world of difference from the necromantic legion, would be able to persist until now. Of course, Li Mingliang and Gang Wenqi are no cuties. Know that this is because they fight in the main city and have a 10% bonus to combat power and movement speed. And the necromantic creatures on the other side, for some reason, did not choose to break into the city when they arrived at the bottom of the city, but instead chose to climb up to the top. Moreover, they were climbing much slower than they had expected. It seemed as if there was something at the head of the city that was weighing down these necromantic creatures, making their limbs heavy. That was why the players with such a huge difference in strength were able to hold out for so long. And there were no players who had fallen in battle as of yet. Spare me, they've lasted until now and are a bit out of their depth. In just under half an hour, more than 60 people had rotated several times to replenish their blood. If it wasn't for that healing magic array holding it up, even with the advantage of the main city's grounds, there would only be one way to die. At this moment, Li Mingliang or Jiang Yuanji or any other player, the thought about Lin Mo rushing to save them had long gone out of their minds. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have time to think. Just being tired of dealing with these grave diggers climbing the walls was enough to make them put up a fight. There is nothing but kill in my head. Is old man afraid of you? Kill. Cut it. Cut the out. Over there. Don't let it climb up. Ha ha ha. Grandchildren. Your grandfather is back. Go die. The players were all in a state of madness, spitting out blood and cursing at the same time. There was no way. The defense of the First Order 7-star monster was just too strong. Most of them, even if their battle power had been enhanced by 10%, it was still hard to cause damage to it, and they could only make it fall down with a force that they put their best foot forward. As for striking and counterattacking, Naturally it was impossible. And the force of the recoil coming from the weapon was enough to injure most people. Snapping blood. So every 2 or 3 minutes, you have to go down and replenish the blood. Luckily, the healing magic array's blood replenishment was fast enough to barely support their rotation. Roar! The hissing of the dead spirits was getting closer and closer to the city. Li Mingliang and the others were anxious. But there was nothing they could do. Just now, they had exerted their utmost efforts to only maintain a delicate balance with this vanguard of the necromantic legion. The opponent couldn't climb the wall and they couldn't do any damage to it. However, as the number of necrotic monsters under the city increased, the gap in the city's head that they needed to deal with also increased. 60-odd people, not enough at all. Ho 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 ho. Suddenly, a horrible howl came from his ears. Someone exclaimed, "Look, that one over there is climbing up." Li Mingliang snapped his head back to see that a shovel-wielding gravedigger had already climbed up to the top of the city with one hand, and had one foot straddling one end of the city. All it took was a slight rollover to be able to completely turn over and sort of get on top of the city. Seeing this scene, Li Mingliang only felt his scalp tingle. A first-order 7-star gravedigger. He didn't have the confidence to engage the other party on top of the flat ground at the top of the city. Even if we all went together, we might not be able to drive them down. What's more, there were more and more necromantic creatures climbing the walls, so where could they spare their hands to deal with this gravedigger? Done. Li Mingliang subconsciously popped up this thought in his mind. This gravedigger was like a straw that broke the delicate balance, and when the other side rolled over and came up, the city was completely out of defense and could only retreat back. But where can they retreat to? Just as Li Mingliang froze, a sudden sound of breaking wind rang in his ears. Then, in a flash before his eyes, the gravedigger, which was already halfway across the city, suddenly disappeared. Boom! A sound like an explosion rang in his ears. Li Mingliang and the others subconsciously looked back, only to see a figure smashing heavily on top of the city as if it had fallen from the sky. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they saw the familiar figure in the midst of the smoke. Ringo! Someone was the first to exclaim. As the dust cleared, Lin Mo ignored the surprise of the surrounding players and cupped the head of the gravedigger that was trying to climb up the city with one hand, looking down at it and saying, "How did you dare to come up here without my permission?" Of course, the gravedigger didn't even have a chance to speak before he pinched him so hard that he directly pinched his head and exploded it, splattering green brains all over the place. Blitz! Strike one! The soul flame of the gravedigger that was hit in the vitals instantly went out, and the red kill prompt floated up. The first-rank 7-star gravedigger just softened in his hands, and then Lin Mo casually threw it off the city. Lin Mo then looked at the players above the city's head. Li Mingliang was so excited that he was on the verge of crying, and said with a tremulous tone, Ringo. Lin Mo's eyes lifted, swept a glance at them, and said indifferently, "Heaven saves those who save themselves, heaven helps those who help themselves, and heaven abandons those who abandon themselves. Count yourselves as having some brains, not abandoning the defense of the city and directly choosing to run away. Otherwise, even if you run away, I'll capture you one by one and slap you to death here one by one." For some reason, when they heard Lin Mo's almost threatening words again, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji and the others didn't have half a bit of fear, but instead, their faces were filled with hot tears. MD, finally waiting for the thighs to come back. Li Mingliang was about to say something when the back of his head suddenly felt a coldness. He subconsciously looked back, only to see a gravedigger, although it did not cross the city, raised the shovel in its hand and was about to swing it towards him, but the other party's movement only stopped there, because it had a sharp bone dagger nailed to its forehead. Its entire body stiffened slightly before it fell straight backward. Boom! The ground crashed down, smashing down a large swath of his companions who were trying to climb. Without waiting for Li Mingliang to react, Lin Mo in front of him had already moved. The 12 chains fully unfolded and quickly rotated in the air. Countless bone daggers shot out from the chains, like a flying dagger that automatically claimed the enemy, hitting with incomparable precision the heads of those grave diggers who wanted to be closest to the city's head. In the next moment, red kill prompts floated up above the city's head. Boom boom boom. One by one, the gravediggers planted themselves backwards, smashing into the camp of the necromongers. The situation, in a short moment, was completely reversed. The players defending the city breathed a sigh of relief, and then their gazes burned as they looked at the figure that was already standing on the outer edge of the city wall, and their cold and murderous voices spread throughout the entire city. Whoever crosses the wall, dies. Chapter 84, Second Order Monster. Necrotic Fallen Black Knight. After saying those words, Lin Mo fell straight down towards the bottom of the city in a free-falling manner, and wherever he passed, 12 black chains extended infinitely, sweeping down the gravediggers who were climbing the walls one by one. It was called sweeping down, but in fact, Li Mingliang and the others who stood on the city's head saw that after those grave diggers hit the ground, either their heads were completely smashed by meteor hammers, or their chests were hammered out with a huge hole. Most died outright, and a small number of those who had not yet died were incapacitated for complete mobility. Watching Li Mingliang and the others at the city's top, they were staggered. Worthy of Ringo, this is too strong. Oh, Ringo, you're my god. Tears in my eyes. Finally I don't have to die. Finally survived. The crowd sat panting on top of the city, and just looking at the figure leaping off the wall made them feel safe. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji naturally did the same. Only the former, though relieved, thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. It always feels like Brother Lin's words don't sound like they're meant for these monsters, like they're meant for us. The players froze when they heard him say that. They naturally knew that what Li Mingliang was talking about was the phrase those who cross the city wall die. It's really not necessary to talk about it to these dead people. These monsters don't know. It seems like it's really speaking to us. Jian Yuanji scratched his head, and although his reaction was half a beat slower than Li Mingliang's, he also looked back. The other players also seemed to be enlightened, recalling Lin Mo's phrase, "He who saves himself is saved by heaven." Some people said with tears in their eyes. Although those words were murderous, the crowd did not have the slightest feeling of fear, and the crowd even had a hint of emotion. It was like a sunlight suddenly appeared in the boundless darkness, and one couldn't help but want to grab it. Jian Yuanji thought for a moment and said, "Both passages may be addressed to us. Presumably, is it really important to defend the city?" Li Mingliang nodded. Perhaps Lin is trying to tell us that the city walls are like the face and dignity of our village, and that we must defend them even if we put our lives on the line. The other players nodded in agreement with this statement. By mistake, Li Mingliang sort of figured out a layer of meaning in Lin Mo's words. It was only because the situation at the moment had not yet reached that point that they did not understand the deeper meaning of Lin Mo's words. I don't even understand how much the so-called risking one's life means. Boom! Just as they were pondering, a loud bang once again came from above the battlefield, only to see that Lin Mo, at some point, had already unfolded the huge bone hand directly on his back, facing the grave diggers that kept pouncing left and right. Boom boom boom. A slap is capable of slapping away a large number of them. The grave diggers that were difficult to deal with for Li Mingliang and the others were like mole crickets in Lin Mo's hands, unable to last more than a single blow. You should know that Lin Mo could still leave the city and fight alone outside the city. If there was a battle power boost on top of the city walls and the city had to press for victory, wouldn't it be even easier to deal with these necrotic monsters as if they were chopping up melons and chopping up vegetables? Of course, it's pretty much the same now, not to mention the fact that the two gigantic bone hands were fully unfolded, making Lin Mo as terrifying as that legendary demon king descending into the world, pushing horizontally all the way, domineering to the extreme. The killing power of those 12 chains alone was not comparable to that of an ordinary player. Like a death god that demanded his life, he probed out again and again, sucking the corpses of a gravedigger into dry corpses. Even though Li Mingliang and the others had seen the images of Lin Mo sucking up corpses many times, they still felt cold hands and feet and a chill. However, on second thought, just now, how irritated these grave diggers had forced them to be, and at this moment, this downfall really made them incomparably happy. Kill, Ringo, kill them all. There were players gritting their teeth and cheering for Lin Mo from the top of the city. Some of the players whose blood was so crippled that they didn't even go to the healing magic array to add blood, just stood there on the city's head and watched this bloody to the core killing. Perhaps even they themselves hadn't realized that less than 5 days after the Eternal Kingdom had descended, and it had only been less than a day since they had stayed at the Great Wall of White Bones, there had been a complete shift in their mentality. What student status? Long ago they left it behind. And a large part of the reason why the concepts had shifted so quickly was because Lin Mo hadn't given them any time to rest at all. Especially after entering the Great Wall of White Bones, you were either killing monsters or on your way to killing monsters. And every time, it's treacherous, like walking a tightrope above a cliff. And if you're not careful, you'll be shattered. However, it was the increase in the number of last resort situations that allowed them to grow rapidly in a short period of time. Perhaps they themselves don't even realize that their actual battle strength has actually grown more than their paper strength has. The so-called ascending foundations can also be whacked and honed in another way. The path of evolution has never been more than simply accumulating time coins, accumulating materials, and then upgrading and leveling up. At that time, in the middle of the flag battle, Lin Mo had ignored those players on the list because of that. If we say that we want to simply rely on our talent and ascend to the top step by step, the end result will definitely be miserable to the extreme. Not even as good as those players whose talent is far lower than theirs. The reason why those so-called geniuses die in the middle of their lives is not due to bad luck or anything like that. The main thing is still the word mindset. It's no use being gifted if you can't adapt to doom. Boo! Lin Mo once again pushed a palm horizontally, slapping a gravedigger out of the way and once again knocking down a large swath of dead spirits. A large clearing appeared around him, and through the gap, his eyes peered into the midst of the necromonger army formation. Thousands of necromantic legions weren't particularly numerous, but the quality was one of a kind, and it was definitely considered top-notch amongst the first rank. The gravedigger with the lowest combat power also had a rank of 1, level 70. On top of that, there was also a legion of rank 1, level 80 dark axe, as well as a small set of rank 1, level 90 minor bosses at the back, which were not few in number. Of course, as for the 2 legion leaders at the very back who were still deliberately concealing their figures, Lin Mo actually knew their identities. Necrotic Fallen Black Knight, Witch Demon of the 9 Hells of Underworld Flame. These are the last 2 legion generals under the Necron throne, and the 2 most powerful. In the beginning, in addition to the Throne of the Dead, these 2 also caused a lot of trouble for the Blue Star players of the White Bone Wall. Just how many levels now? Lin Mo's eyes wanted to look through the layers of yellow sand to see the necromancer leader behind him. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for him to see it, and the system determined that it wasn't in hate range, so it didn't show up. But Lin Mo has a vague hunch that these 2 rank. It shouldn't be lower than second order. Chapter 85 Out of the Blue. Dead Ghost Explosive Chop. Boom! Lin Mo waved his bone hand and rampaged through the army of dead spirits. The gravediggers were dead and wounded, and there was nothing they could do to stop him. It took only 10 minutes to push across into the Dark Axe's camp. Dark Axe. Rank, 80. Skills, 1, Charge, 2, Dark Slash. Battle rating, 1 rank, 8 stars. Although it was called the Dark Axe Legion, it was an order of necromancers that numbered no less than 1,000. Whether it was individual combat power, or comprehensive combat power, it was much higher than the Blood Rider regiment of the Tyrannosaurus Blood Knights. Kill! An odd, raspy voice rang out. The leader of those small boss leaders of the Axe of Darkness raised the axe gun in his hand and charged towards Lin Mo. Knock! 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 The hooves of the black bone horses rang out across the battlefield, heavy and neat, from slow to fast, from far to near. Lin Mo was calm, not retreating or avoiding. His hands were wrapped around his chest, unfolding his 2 huge bone hands. The entire group stood still, as if waiting for the Knights of the Dark Axe to crash through. The rank 1, 9-star Dark Axe boss that rushed at the front waved its huge axe and tried to chop off Lin Mo's head. With the Knight's charge bonus, the battle power of its strike actually exceeded that of a 9th star of the 1st rank, even reaching the level of a 1st star of the 2nd rank. Even Li Mingliang and the others on top of the city subconsciously tightened their heartstrings when they saw the scene. However, Lin Mo unfolded his 2 bony hands as if he was embracing someone into his arms, and his 2 hands didn't care about the huge axe gun in the slightest, but instead, he wrapped them towards the front. Dang! The axe gun still really hit Lin Mo's neck, only to be blocked by the white bone armor above it. The axe blade was stuck dead in the morose white bone, temporarily unable to pull it out. Good grief! This Dark Axe boss tried to whip the giant axe back. Only in the next second, Lin Mo's huge bony hand slapped with force. Slap! With a crisp slap on the ground, that battle power 1 rank 9-star Dark Axe boss was just slapped into a pile of scattered bones. Blitz! Strike 1! As the kill prompt floated up, the Dark Axe Knights at the back didn't retreat for half a minute because of the leader's death, and raised their axe lances towards Lin Mo. Sizzling Dragon Flame! The huge bone hands attached with flame special effects once again opened their bows left and right, toppling the charging dead knights to the ground with their horses. Boom boom boom! No unnecessary movements were needed, as the 2 bony hands slapped over the mount with one hand and crushed the rider with the other. None of the necromancers were able to survive for more than a second in Lin Mo's hands, but any contact was still a second kill in addition to a second kill. These necromantic knights of the same level as Lin Mo were powerless in his hands, mainly because the difference in attributes on paper was just too great. Lin Mo didn't need to use any techniques and simply pushed all the way across. His arms once again deformed into chains, and 2 of them pulled out the axe gun still stuck at his neck with one hard pull. Lin Mo swept a glance at the top, saw that the system did not suggest that it could be inhaled, shook his head slightly and discarded it to the side. The conditions for sucking up weapons seem to be more demanding than sucking up corpses. There's definitely some connection to the quality of the weapon, but it's not entirely related. Lin Mo had analyzed it when he was rushing just now, and there were 2 types of attack special effects for aberration weapons at the moment. Drinking Blood and Scorching Dragon Flames, one that has similarities to your own ability to inhale, and one that is absorbed through the ability to magically transform. Simply put, there seems to be a correlation with his current evolution. Maybe it wasn't that he couldn't absorb the effects of other weapons, but that his own ability hadn't really branched out and evolved to the point where he could devour everything. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it too much. The long road of evolution. There might not be no opportunity to absorb more abilities in the future. Swish! Just as he was contemplating, another Axe of Darkness boss once again rode in from the flanks and sneaked up on him. Same axe gun, same charge, but at a much trickier angle. Lin Mo sneered, clenching his fist with his bony hand and blasting it with force. Boo! That boss's 2-meter-long axe gun was directly hammered to pieces under Lin Mo's bone hand, and even half of the opponent's elbow was hammered to the point where it was completely flipped over. Then, Lin Mo leaped up, his footsteps easily stepping on the back of that not-so-low-level bone dragon, while his bone hand easily picked up the head of that wobbly darkness axe boss, the latter's entire body just naturally drooping in mid-air. Although it wanted to continue attacking Lin Mo, the huge force coming from its head was controlling its entire body, so it couldn't do anything effective to fight back. Lin Mo, on the other hand, did not look at it, but instead, his eyes passed through the countless dead monsters and looked toward the very back of the military formation as he faintly opened his mouth. Come out or I'll slaughter them all. After the words fell, the army formation remained silent except for the sound of the necromancers charging. Just as Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly, impatiently preparing to directly kill him, a low voice suddenly came. You're the human who killed the Blood Knight in Blaze? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, only to see an armored knight carrying a 3-meter-long death scythe in his right hand slowly walk out. They said they were knights, but the other party didn't actually have a mount under their seat. Necromancer Fallen Black Knight, rank, 130, skills, 1, Cursed Aura, 2, Undead Ghost Burst Chop, 3, Devouring Undead. Battle rating, 2 ranks, 5 stars. Sure enough, this Black Knight's rank exceeded 2nd order, and his battle power had even reached 2nd order 5 stars. It's 2 stars higher than the previous highest battle power of the Fiery Conqueror with the Volcano buff boost. The Black Knight is wearing a full set of pitch black armor, emanating a ghostly green luminescence all over his body, and his soul fire beats extremely freckled, just like, in welcoming Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, another dead creature that didn't look like a dead spirit. The scarlet eyes under the Black Knight's armor glared deathly at Lin Mo and said in a hoarse undead language, Human, I'll ask again, were you the one who killed Blood Knight in Blaze? The Black Knight's body erupted with an amazing battle spirit. That's right, wariness, an emotion that shouldn't be present in a necromantic creature, but was present in the Black Knight's body. Just as the Flame Conqueror had the emotion of fear, it's clear that the Black Knight is also imbued with something. However, compared to the Flame Conqueror's fear, this murderous intent-like emotion seemed to be more worthy of Lin Mo's attention. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. So what if it is? The Black Knight heard Lin Mo reply and laughed. Then it's a good idea to beat you to death and take your body back to your master. Before the word master even hit the ground, he burst into a sprint, raising the death scythe in his hand and swinging at it. Undead Ghost Burst Chop. The green blade chi was like substance, and even from tens of meters away, one could feel its overpowering killing intent. The Black Knight, out of the blue, kills. Chapter 86, Crumbling Bone Armor. The suppressed Lin Mo. Sizzling Dragon Flame. Lin Mo had the intention to try out his opponent's skills, turned up the dragon flame effect of his bone hand to the maximum, and clenched his fist with his bone hand and blasted it with force. Dang! The bone hand collided with the green blade chi in midair, emitting an ear-piercing metallic friction sound. Fire splashed between the two, and after a moment of stalemate, the green blade chi suddenly exploded. Almost on the spot, a large portion of Lin Mo's bone hand was blown up. Moreover, the exploded blade chi didn't completely disappear, but turned into even finer blade chi towards Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo's eyes slightly condensed, and the next moment the 12 chains on his body stopped sucking up the corpses and began to rotate. Dang it! Crisp metallic sounds rang out across the field. The green knives were blocked by the chains one by one and flew out. In just a moment of floating out, the blade chi dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. Undead Ghost Explosive / Lin Mo took half a minute to catch all of these blade chi one by one. He had only just closed his hand when he heard a snort in his ear. Oh, it's not as strong as I thought it would be. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo saw that the tall Black Knight had already closed in on him, raising the huge scythe that emitted green fluorescence and swinging it over. He reacted extremely quickly and directly raised his other left hand to block it. Dang! A huge force came from above the bone hand, and Lin Mo's entire body was even slightly bent over. Only moments later, he was standing straight again, but his entire body sank several feet into the ground. Ha! The Black Knight sneered, and the force in his hands once again increased by a few points. Boo! Lin Mo's lower limbs were directly pressed into the sand by a strong force, temporarily unable to move. So strong and strange, his eyes glazed over slightly, but immediately realized something was wrong. With his current attribute values, as long as he didn't run into a second-rank eternal race, even this kind of boss-level necromantic creature, the 4-dimensional attributes might not really be able to suppress him. It's a cursed aura? Lin Mo quickly noticed a light black glow attached to his body. The color was light, but it was able to slow his movement within the Black Knight's aura. This was also the main reason why Lin Mo hadn't dodged the strike just now. Although the Black Knight didn't have any volcano buff bonuses, he undoubtedly had a surge in battle power under this aura, and could be completely viewed as a rank 2 6-star, or even a rank 2 7-star existence to look at. Not bad, to be able to resist my power. No wonder I was able to slaughter those two losers. The Black Knight beneath his armor gave a smile before adding, I hope you can keep me entertained. As soon as the words fell, he began to swing madly towards Lin Mo, who was embedded in the sand, with the death scythe in his right hand. Dang it! Lin Mo could only raise the only remaining bone hand in his hand to fight against it, the flames constantly appearing. The exchanges were as fast as thunder. The players on the city's top, on the other hand, were shocked. Did I see it right? Ringo was actually suppressed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? You can stand and take on Ringo. No wonder they were surprised. Looking back at the previous battle, Lin Mo has always been the invincible god of war in their eyes. No matter whether it's the novice trial or the flag battle, it always refreshes their insights. The previous two betting orders were even more unbelievable. And even now there are people discussing the Whitebone Great Wall's betting order in the game forums of Yen country. There were also Yen players who proposed that Lin Mo's original ranking of 11 be raised. It's just that there's a lot of opposition to it too is all. The reason for the objection was simple. That is, after all, he had never seen Lin Mo and the SSS class professions really and truly fight, and there was no way to know how Lin Mo won the betting order victory, so there was no way to confirm his true battle power. Of course, then again, regardless of whether Lin Mo made it into the top 10 of the Yin country or not, his position in the hearts of Li Mingliang and the others was irreplaceable, not even by the #1 poetry sword immortal of the Yin country. White Knight, the necromantic monster in the field, was able to play 55 with Lin Mo, and by the looks of it, it also had a hidden upper hand, which was really unimaginable. Asterisk 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 that boss is a rank 2, 5-star, someone suddenly exclaimed. Due to the fact that their focus had been on Lin Mo before, they hadn't paid attention to the information that had just been refreshed on the interface until this moment. What the heck? 2 steps and 5 stars. The crowd looked incredulous. My god, don't be shameless. Lin hasn't even risen to 2nd rank yet, right? Our main city is also at rank 1. How could there be a 2nd rank beast tide attacking the city? That's right. This system judgment is unreasonable. And I see that other players' villages don't even have beast tides attacking the city. Why should we come here twice a day? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with this mother asterisk 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 ing game system? It's trying to make it harder for us, isn't it? That's not fair. But no matter what they said, they couldn't change the situation on the battlefield. All they could do was stand at the top of the city and do nothing. What to do? Should we have Ringo come back to replenish the blood? Someone asked. Do you think it's possible? Do you really think that kind of battle is a child's play? You can even call a timeout in the middle of it. Someone rolled their eyes and spat. I mean, we'll hold the fort at the head of the city and let Ringo come back to refill his blood before we go. The man scratched his head and said. Li Mingliang, however, shook his head at this statement and said, don't even think about it. We can't top it. Not to mention the 2nd rank necrotic bosses. Even those 1st rank 7-star gravediggers under the city. They were struggling enough just to cope with them. Luckily, the gravediggers were cleared out by Lin Mo, and even if there were still some left, they were attracted by Lin Mo's firepower. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stand on the city's top and watch the battle so easily. If Lin Mo really gave up his resistance and withdrew to the city to replenish his blood, then with this amount of strength they had, they would instantly make the city head lose its defense. Perhaps that's why the former's advance has been so aggressive and swift. Completely without waiting to clear the forward troops, he directly penetrated into the enemy camp and attracted the opponent's main general to make a move. It was also meant to keep the opposing lord's attention on him instead of attacking the city head-on. Oh my god. Ringo is hurt. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise once again came from the players at the top of the city. Li Mingliang and the others took a closer look. Although they couldn't see the movements of Lin Mo and the Black Knight exchanging blows clearly at all, and from afar they could only see a dazzling burst of firelight flickering, but at this moment, when they gazed at it, they realized that there seemed to be blood overflowing from Lin Mo's shoulders, waist, and many parts of his body. The blood bar above the opponent's head, however, seemed to be dropping rapidly, soon falling below the yellow line, and was rapidly approaching the red line. The players subconsciously clenched their fists, but they were completely powerless to do anything about what was happening in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know who cursed. At this moment, the battlefield. Too slow, Too slow. The Black Knight grimaced, his mouth constantly yelling. The death scythe in his hand was as fast as lightning, constantly slashing at Lin Mo. And although the latter barely managed to receive all the attacks, he was unable to completely block those overflowing tiny green blade chi, and could only let the blade chi cut into his body. Luckily, there was still white bone armor on his body that could withstand it for a while, but that's as far as it goes. Kaching dash. The white bone armor once again issued a crisp cracking sound. The already devastated white bone added a crack. Chapter 87, Battle Strength Soars. Come on. Go on. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. The Black Knight laughed maniacally as he swung. How did you manage to kill that idiot Flame when you're so weak? At this moment, half of Lin Mo's body was embedded in the mud and sand, unable to move. The white bone armor on his body was chipped to pieces by the blade chi, and countless small cuts were made on his body, constantly seeping blood. The blood level slipped all the way to the bottom even more. Judging from its appearance, Lin Mo was indeed in a precarious situation, just like what Li Mingliang and the others saw. But Lin Mo was calm from the beginning, as usual. Even though one of his bone hands had completely shattered, the other one was nearly broken and could shatter under the Black Knight's death scythe at any time. Lin Mo had no intention of re-emerging from the mud and sand in the entire scene, and just kept exchanging moves with the death scythe with his one broken bone hand. The Black Knight, who had had certain things added by the Necromancer throne, displayed a combat literacy that was no longer possessed by a low-ranked monster. Don't look at it as a simple swing, but the rampant overflowing blade chi was not released through the use of a skill, but flowed out as soon as he slashed. This was a combat technique only used by middle-ranked fighters, or even high-ranked fighters. Even if the technique was still rusty, or scribbled to death, the Black Knight used it. But it's also knife breath, a technique that was even harder to learn than chopping steel. Worthy of being a necromantic creature created by that guy. This is already so difficult to deal with even at a low level. Lin Mo thought darkly in his mind. The Black Knight in front of him sneered when he saw that Lin Mo was indifferent and didn't even say a word. Oh, trash, rubbish, go to hell. As soon as the words fell, he raised the death scythe in his hand and paused slightly in midair as countless green blade chi converged in his hand. In the next second, he was going to use the ghost explosion slash, again to deliver the final blow to the human below, who seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh, human, you are so weak. He was building up his strength and taunting at the same time, not putting Lin Mo in his eyes at all, and looking down at Lin Mo, who was located underneath him. He only raised his eyelids faintly to look at him, and then raised his left hand slightly. With just this one simple movement, his scalp instantly tingled and his hand movements lurched. Danger! Almost every cell in the body is sounding the alarm. With only an almost intuitive feeling, he interrupted the skill casting hard, and his figure suddenly stormed back 100 meters. Boom! A huge pitch-black hand descended from the sky, slapping the ground the Black Knight was originally on into a huge deep pit. The sound resonated throughout the field, and the slaps formed waves of air that toppled the nearby gravediggers and Knights of the Dark Axe who were watching intently. The vicinity of Lin Mo naturally became a vacuum. The Black Knight stared at the center of the airwave explosion with a terrified look on his face. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Lin Mo had slowly walked out from the mud and sand, and the countless tiny wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his white bone armor, as well as the back of the two tattered white bone hands, also grew a hair-thin red silk thread, as if threading a needle. The bone hands and armor slowly sewing. In no time, the injuries on Lin Mo's body and his bone hand all healed, and even his skin brightened up a degree. The Black Knight's scarlet eyes stared him dead in the face and said, "You even have a self-healing skill." It wasn't that healing abilities were so rare, it was just that abilities like Lin Mo's, which could even heal weapons, were really rare, and that healing is so fast, the speed is outrageous. Of course, the most crucial thing wasn't even these, but rather Lin Mo's sudden strike just now. The Black Knight had a premonition that if he had insisted on handing out that skill, he would have been slapped into bone crumbs by now. He stared at the refreshed white bone hand, which had just been pitch black, and was even emitting a terrifying energy on it. What kind of move is this? The Black Knight asked in a hushed voice. Lin Mo didn't answer his question. There was a hint of surprise in his expression, but he didn't find it that hard to accept. The Flame Conqueror was able to dodge his attacks through the intuition of fear, so the Black Knight could also dodge his attacks through the intuition of battle spirit. Moreover, the Black Knight was not only far higher than the Flame Conqueror in terms of pure four-dimensional attribute panels, but also higher than Lin Mo. When placed amongst the necromantic creatures, it was considered to be a relatively high-ranking existence. The Black Knight sneered when he saw that Lin Mo didn't say anything. Oh, then try again. When he said that, he slightly sidestepped his head and shouted, "Stygian Flame." As soon as the words fell, a hoarse, low reply came from the countless yellow sands behind the military formation. Got it. In the next second, above the broken sword he held in his left hand, which had not been stabbed out, an orange flame instantly burned up, wrapping the broken sword like a sword chi. From afar, the broken sword appeared to have had its gaps bridged and reformed into a complete long sword. 9 Hell's underworld flame witch demon. Seeing this flame, Lin Mo naturally became clear about the existence hidden within the yellow sand. It's just that the other party didn't directly strike with the help of yellow sand or other concealment means, so the system couldn't detect its existence. But ordinary necromantic creatures, even if they were to conceal themselves, would not act as a complete outsider like the other party. Obviously, this is another necromorph that has been added to something. It's kind of interesting. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. The Black Knight seemed to hear his words and sneered. Kind of interesting? Oh, I'll show you what's really interesting next. One could only see the broken sword burning with orange flames, and the death scythe that was vaguely flowing with green flames, being held in the Black Knight's hands on the left and the right, like two entwined fire dragons, echoing each other. In just a moment's effort, the aura on his body skyrocketed. The second order 5-star battle power on the system panel shot up 2 stars in a straight line, becoming a second order 7-star. If the cursed aura on the Black Knight was added, then as long as he fought in close combat with him, his battle power would rise another step, infinitely close to peak battle power of second rank. Such a battle power would be fatal to any first rank player. Lin Mo looked at the Black Knight whose battle power had skyrocketed and said coldly, "Do you really think you're the only one who can add to the war effort?" Without waiting for the Black Knight to speak, he smoothly put all the time coins into his experience bar. Ding! Consuming 162 time coins to complete the upgrade. +1 to all attributes. Ding! Consume 164 time coins into an upgrade. Full attributes +1. Ding! Consuming 166 time coins to complete the upgrade. +1 to all attributes. With a few experience prompts, Lin Mo's level rose smoothly to first order level 90. The Black Knight also felt Lin Mo's leveling up, but he tilted his head. But he didn't feel Lin Mo's battle power skyrocket. That's it? He was just about to speak when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. How? The Black Knight froze as Lin Mo's battle power, who was standing 100 meters away, suddenly skyrocketed. However, he was able to perceive that it was not like some kind of skill increase, but a real boost. Lin Mo, who had invested all of the hundreds of evolution points in his panel into his attribute values, his eyes sank slightly as he looked at the Black Knight across from him and spoke faintly. Come on, go on. Instantly, a powerful aura came from the opposite side, instantly causing the Black Knight to tense his entire body. Chapter 88 9 Hell's Underworld Flame Witch Demon appears. Combination Strike. Undead Ghost Burst Chop. Without hesitation, the Black Knight once again unleashed the killing move from earlier. His battle power surged, causing the killing power of this move, Undead Ghost Explosive Slash, to also suddenly increase by a large margin. The Death Scythe drew a green blade chi in the air and rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't stand still this time, but instead charged forward without retreating. Flash Gap. With a flick of his hand, the Undead Ghost Explosive Slash lost its target and swung heavily along the ground, surprisingly slashing a number of dark axes. The Black Knight was stunned, as if he didn't know in advance that Lin Mo could even dodge this attack. When Lin Mo reappeared, he had nearly forced his way to him, and the huge bony hand on his back once again reached out and slapped down heavily towards him. The Black Knight subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when he realized that Lin Mo's bone hand didn't seem to have any mutation, he stopped and gritted his teeth and swung his death scythe to slash at him. Only this time, there was the broken sword burning with orange flames in his left hand to be added. Dang! The moment the bone hand and the death scythe came into contact, both sides were slightly shaken back by a huge shock. Then there was the sparring that made it impossible for onlookers to see the moves being made. Dang it! The fire in the field splashed out once again, and the incessant sound of metal clashing resounded through the battlefield. Both sides stood still as they did just now, constantly attacking each other. It's just not the same as the fight we just had. The offense and defense are interchangeable. If just now it was the Black Knight who had pinned Lin Mo down in the mud and sand unable to move, and had to harden himself to carry all of his attacks, then the current Black Knight was just like Lin Mo just now, being deadlocked in place by Lin Mo's attacks. If his feet dared to move even an inch, he would endure several times the number of Lin Mo's previous attacks. After several such attempts, the Black Knight completely gave up the idea of moving his body. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. The initiative of this battle was controlled by the other party the moment Lin Mo got close, and the Black Knight could only follow Lin Mo's battle rhythm. Otherwise, it will fail faster. As Lin Mo struck out, the Black Knight became more and more alarmed the more he fought. The force of the white bone hand strikes became heavier and faster, causing the Black Knight to even have a slight illusion. Could it be that Lin Mo alone had increased his battle power? And hadn't my battle power also increased by a large margin? He was able to sense that the other party's strength had skyrocketed not because of the attribute values going up, or not just because of that. If someone else grows their attribute value by 1 point, there may be a 1% increase in battle power. Then Lin Mo's growth of a little bit of attribute value would at least be able to increase a few times more than the others. To put it simply, the more attribute values the panel had, the more Lin Mo's battle power had to be viewed multiplied by a factor times. The Black Knight was able to rely on his overflowing blade chi to attack Lin Mo recklessly before. But now, not to mention the blade chi, even a fly couldn't get through the other party's airtight offense. Instead, he himself suffered varying degrees of injuries from some blocking untimely attacks. The sudden shift in the situation made the crowd at the city's head look on in disbelief, because in the eyes of Li Mingliang and the others, in just less than a minute, the two sides had swapped offenses and defenses. They were totally confused about what was going on. Ringo advantage? It was a long time before they realized afterward that something was wrong. It was mainly because the black armor of the Black Knight gradually disintegrated, revealing its inner body that looked like a dry corpse. Obviously, this was caused by Lin Mo's attack. Brother Lin is awesome. A second rank 5-star can even suppress it. No, how did this guy's battle power skyrocket to a second rank 7-star? So scary. So what if it's scary? Isn't it still impossible to beat Brother Lin? Brother Lin is invincible. Hiss. Lin's battle power is truly a mystery that can never be solved. Regarding Lin Mo's battle prowess, the two of them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, simply had a deep understanding of it. At the beginning of the newbie trial, then later the flag battle, then the beast-tide attack, betting on the order. Every time, when they thought Lin Mo would lose, Lin Mo was able to refresh their perceptions. Li Mingliang clenched his fists and looked excited. The other players around him did likewise, their faces flushed red, desperate to break their throats. Back to the battlefield. Damn. The more the Black Knight fights, the more impatient he gets. But the more impatient he got, the more mistakes he made with the attacks in his hands. The ensuing consequence, naturally, was the increasing number of injuries on the body and the constant deduction of blood. Gradually, his original blood volume of around 10,000 points had been cut down by nearly half, slowly slipping below the yellow line. But the Black Knight could do nothing about it, unable to even move his body easily, let alone anything else. After a few more minutes, the blood levels slipped again, approaching the red line in a straight line. The Black Knight couldn't hold on any longer and shouted angrily, "If you don't make a move, I'll really die, and you're not going to fulfill your master's mission." It wasn't until he heard the last sentence that the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon, which had been hidden in the yellow sand, slowly revealed itself. He was covered in black spikes, and his face looked as if it had been skinned, revealing an underlying layer of bloody sinew. Without eyes, the face is rugged and unusually hideous. The most noteworthy thing was that the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon was holding a pitch-black staff with a cold orange flame flickering above it. The entire person appeared particularly eerie and terrifying under the underworld flame, obviously holding a flaming staff, but just appearing made the surrounding air several degrees colder. A hoarse, horrible voice came from his mouth. Hell Spectre Binding Chain. Like the Black Knight, the Stygian Flame Witch Demon also opened its mouth to kill. The moment he finished chanting the skill, the yellow sandy ground around Lin Mo instantly became pitch black before countless chains with underworld fire were catapulted out. In one swift motion, Lin Mo's limbs, along with the two huge bone hands, were bound in death. The Black Knight finally got a short gap and roared at the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon behind him. "Strike together, don't hold back, slaughter him." The Black Knight had a premonition in the back of his mind that this was the only time he would be able to take the initiative. If you miss this one, you might not even get another one after that. And the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon didn't waste any time. Even without the Black Knight's words, it had already started chanting attack magic on its own. Orange flames constantly surrounded the staff, and lo, treacherous incantations flowed through the air, and the Black Knight raised the death scythe and broken sword in his hands and began to gather his strength. A moment later, they struck out at the same time, one after the other. Undead Ghost Burst Chop, Stygian Flame Torture. A green blade chi and an orange flame shockwave simultaneously slammed into Lin Mo, who was immobilized all over his body, including the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Sorcerer Demon. Both belonged to the high stars of the second rank, and could even be said to be the top combatants in the second rank. The two combined strikes complemented each other, and the damage could be fully regarded as a strike that was infinitely close to a third-rank battle power. Even if Lin Mo was hit head-on, he would shed his skin without dying. Only his eyes sank slightly, and he spat out two words in a cold voice. Demonization. Chapter 89, Earthquake. The head of the city grows again. In the next moment, Lin Mo didn't just have bone hands, he had a layer of pitch-black substance attached to his body. At first glance, It didn't look like some aberrant weapon had attached itself, and like a dark as ink colony of fungus crawled all over Lin Mo's body, and this black substance jumped a few times every now and then, just like a living thing. In an instant, Lin Mo's entire body became pitch black, even blacker than the opposite Black Knight. When the Black Knight saw this scene, the ominous feeling in his heart once again pulled full. Danger! He subconsciously wanted to retreat out, but it was too late. Lin Mo used only an instant's effort to break free of the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon's proud binding skill, Hell Spectre Binding Chain. Then with another dodge, he easily avoided the Blade Chi and the Underworld Flame Shockwave. By the time his eyes caught Lin Mo's figure, the other party was already standing fixedly behind him. He subconsciously wanted to swing the death scythe in his hand to slash at him, but Lin Mo had already pressed one of his demonized bone hands on top of his head. The Black Knight froze in his movements and stopped the attack in his hands. He had a feeling that if he moved, he would die. The nerves in the Black Knight's entire body were throbbing madly, and he was roaring madly in his mind. 9 prisons? What about the 9 hells? But the next second, Lin Mo's icy voice rang in his ears. Are you looking for him? The Black Knight slightly inclined his head, just in time to see Lin Mo's other pitch-black, gigantic bony hand, clutching the big, bloody, skinned head of his companion, the 9 hells Stygian Flame Witch Demon, tightly in his hand. The latter's body was half hanging in the air, swaying slightly with the wind, and the staff in his hand had long since fallen to the ground. Like him, under the suppression of the pitch-black bone hand, he simply couldn't afford to give birth to the slightest thought of resistance. Now, the Black Knight was completely mute. Lin Mo grabbed his head and slightly lifted it towards his body, and after being demonized, his eyes had no pupils and were filled with black color, so he just looked at the Black Knight. He spat out 3 words faintly. Too weak. Then without waiting for the Black Knight to make any moves, he crushed his head with one hand, splattering his hand with green juice. On the other side of the 9 hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon saw the situation, seemed to be ready to fight to the death, but Lin Mo did not give him this opportunity, only to hear a click. The skull was directly crushed. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! 2 red kill prompts floated up above the battlefield successively. The players at the city's head first froze, then erupted into unprecedented cheers. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is that thing? Awesome! Ringo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Lin actually killed 2 rank 2 high star bosses. Oh, is there anything in this world that Ringo can't do? Ringo is invincible. The Great Wall of White Bones is invincible. Li Mingliang and the others really didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo had completed the suppression. In another blink of an eye, even a rank 2 boss that had just appeared had its head crushed by Lin Mo with one hand. The situation became clear at once. On the next battlefield, naturally, nothing more needs to be said. With the loss of the 2 leaders, the remaining necromantic creatures didn't collapse all at once, but they couldn't pose any threat to Lin Mo. He unfolded his 2 huge bone hands and leveled the entire army of the dead like a devastating blow. Even at the end of the day, after slapping the last Dark Axe Knight to death, Li Mingliang felt that Lin Mo under the city seemed to be a little bit unfulfilled. Next, naturally, was the time for the latter to suck the corpses. Without waiting for Li Mingliang and the others to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt the city head under their feet vibrate violently. Knock! 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 The tremor was so strong that the players on the city's top subconsciously held onto the wall, and some of them almost fell straight off the top. Again? An earthquake! The players exchanged glances with each other, feeling only a little strange. If they said that the map resource expansion would trigger a ground shaking after winning the betting order before they could understand it, but there's no betting order at the moment either, so why would it quake again? This white bone wall quakes too often. But soon, Li Mingliang sensed that something was wrong and queried, Jiang Yuanji, do you feel that the Great Wall of White Bones is pulling up? Jiang Yuanji held onto the wall that was vibrating nonstop, looked down and said, you didn't feel wrong. The entire White Bone Great Wall is not only pulling up, it's also getting longer. The players who heard this all held onto the wall and looked around. As expected, a change in the Great Wall of White Bones beneath his feet was noticed. Although the number of monsters in this necrotic wave was not as high as the previous Beast Tide attack, the overall quality was several notches higher. So, even the players standing right on the city felt the changes in the Great Wall of White Bones. From 100 meters of the city wall, a full 20 to 30% of the height had been raised. As for the width, it was instantly extended out more than 100 meters more from the 1,000-meter wall. With such a drastic change, it was hard for Li Mingliang and the others not to notice even if they wanted to. Li Mingliang came back to his senses and said, does it mean that killing monsters can make the city walls bigger? The other players also reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk, no wonder the Great Wall of White Bones shook a bit after the beast wave in the morning. That's not right. Then we hunted under the city before. Right. How come the Great Wall of White Bones didn't move? You've only hacked up so many monsters that it's a wonder you can move. Actually, it seemed to move a little bit. I felt it. It was just so little that I thought it was an illusion. In that case, it seems like a little bit. I was thinking it was a cut in the ass and the flesh was shaking with pain. They noticed the change in the Great Wall of White Bones as an afterthought. So that's how it is. No wonder Brother Lin had a requirement on the number of monsters we kill before. Li Mingliang stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. The other players didn't think about it that much. Ha ha, it's only good if the Great Wall of White Bones becomes even taller. Won't those monsters be unable to climb up in the future? That's right. This time it's also thanks to the 100-meter city head. Otherwise we wouldn't have lasted long enough for Lin to come back. Rise high for me. That's true to say. The head of the city gives a great sense of security. The players were laughing and joking as if they hadn't just experienced a fight between life and death. And Lin Mo under the city's head didn't pay any attention to them. As the 12 chains darted out and sucked a corpse clean. Ding! Evolution points plus 10, plus 12, plus 11. Ding! Cancerization values plus 30, plus 32, plus 31. As the system prompts continued to float up, a large amount of evolution points and cancerization values kept coming in. Rather, Lin Mo still felt that it was not enough. It couldn't be helped. Having just attempted to turn on a full-body magical transformation, the amount of cancer value consumed was beyond imagination. The good thing is that after a large depletion of the cancerization value, the base of absorption goes down. A first-order 7-star corpse provided Lin Mo with a different cancer value above and below his cancer value average of 500 points. In other words, the higher the cancerization value, the higher the requirement for absorbing the cadaver. Conversely, the requirements for absorbing the body are reduced. Chapter 90 Evolution. Gain an active skill. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mo finally swept away the corpses on the ground. This time, he didn't spare a single corpse of even the lowest-ranked gravedigger. In the end, it barely sort of made up for the depleted cancerization value. After all, it's still a small profit for the cancerization value and a big profit for the evolution points. Currently, his 4-dimensional attributes are as follows. Lamb. Rank, 90, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 11,250. Strength, 490 plus 460. Agility, 505 plus 460. Physical, 485 plus 455. Spirit, 550 plus 450. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 200, unassigned, dot. Warm tip, to upgrade, please hunt first order 9-star monsters, 500/1000. Other than strength and physique, the other two attributes combined had broken 1,000 points. And as long as all the remaining evolution points were distributed, Lin Mo's 4-dimensional attribute average would steadily break 1,000. Of course, it's not that matters, it's the grade. Sure enough, it's still able to continue upgrading. Lin Mo looked at the prompts on the system interface and fell into deep thought. Looking at the entire current blue star, only he understood what being able to upgrade to first rank 100 represented. Whether it's a B-rank player or a top SSS rank professional player, before ascending to the second rank, no matter how many levels away from the second rank, which is level 100, you can go straight to the second rank. Even F-rank professions that could only rise to first rank 20 could cross 80 ranks and rise directly to second rank. But that's not to say there's no difference between the two. Upgrading this matter is like laying a foundation. If you ascend to the first order and level 20, then no matter how high the level rises in the future is also like an attic in the air. The path of evolution will not collapse, but it is impossible to pass through the sky. On the contrary, the stronger the foundation is laid, the more secure the path of evolution will be. If Lin Mo could really level up to full rank 1, then advancing to rank 2 would be equivalent to not having any gaps in between. It's even more stable than the promotion of an SSS-ranked professional player. Currently, Lin Mo was still partially short of the number of hunts he needed to continue upgrading. The number of rank 1 9-star monsters hunted on the battlefield just now wasn't really that much. It was just that those two bosses above rank 2 were quite substantial when converted. And that, in turn, gave Lin Mo new ideas. It would take time to find a significant number of first-rank 9-star monsters in the still unleveled White Bonewall map, so perhaps the only way to raid is to pick the bosses at the various practice spots. In this way, it is naturally very time-consuming. But while hordes of rank 1 9-stars are not easy to find, those rank 2 monsters are not hard to find. Several options instantly surfaced in Lin Mo's mind, but there was no hurry yet. Lin Mo looked towards the 2 boss corpses that had been left until the end, and 12 chains stabbed straight into the corpses. Soon, the system prompts were refreshed on the interface. Ding! Evolution points plus 200. Ding! Cancerization value plus 200. No doubt another big chunk of cancerization value coming in. Even for monsters of the same level, bosses just provided a bit more cancerization value than normal monsters. There's no doubt about it. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to the cancerization value and evolution points. Looking at the tips that continue to refresh on the interface. Ding! Absorption of the necrotic fallen Black Knight is complete. Infinite evolution. Talent aberration absorbed Ghost Burst Chop and evolved. Gaining, skill Ghost Burst Chop. The talent aberration has evolved by absorbing Devouring Dead Souls. Gaining, skill Dead Ghost Explosive / Soul Devouring Explosive / failed to absorb Cursed Aura. Unable to evolve. Ding! Absorption of the 9 Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon is complete. Infinite evolution. The talent aberration absorbed Mark of Stygian Flame and evolved. Gaining, Scorching Dragon Flame Stygian Dragon Flame. Fire resistance increased by 30% 40%. Gift aberration absorbs Hell's Ghost Binding Chain to complete evolution. Obtaining, Ghost Chain. Failed to absorb the talent Stygian Flame Torture. Unable to evolve. Seeing several tips of successful absorption, Lin Mo's eyes also brightened slightly. Previously, when absorbing other monsters' corpses, evolution always prompted XX skill absorption failed. Only a few marks, or attack special effects, could be absorbed by Lin Mo. However, the necrotic fallen Black Knight and the 9 Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon gave Lin Mo a big surprise. The 2 boss corpses, in addition to the Dragon Flame special effect, surprisingly provided Lin Mo with 2 active skills. 3, to be exact, only in the end. The Undead Ghost Explosive Chop evolved into the Soul Devouring Explosive Chop after fusing with the Devouring Undead. On top of that, there was the Hell's Spectral Binding Chain, evolving into Spectral Chain. Lin Mo directly tapped on the 2 skill details. Soul Devouring Bursting Chop, devouring undead souls to release Undead Flame Chopping attack. The more undead souls you devour, the higher the attack power. Spectral Chains binds the enemy with necrotic chains. The knowledgeable Lin Mo was clear that both skills were quite practical combat skills the moment he saw the skill descriptions, especially the first attack skill. After fusing the 2 skills of the necrotic fallen Black Knight, the effect of the skill was obviously qualitatively improved. For Lin Mo, who currently lacked active skills, it was even more of a winged existence. The only thing I didn't know was just how effective the 2 active skills could be in a real battlefield. Just as Lin Mo was contemplating, suddenly one big golden light word suddenly appeared in the sky above the White Bone Great Wall, and a regional announcement came to the ears of the players. Regional Announcement 1, congratulations to the Great Wall of White Bones for having met the conditions for the main city to be upgraded, and you can be upgraded after completing the upgrading challenge. Regional Bulletin 2, Sakura Kingdom's number 9 Dahuayin Yang has challenged Yin Kingdom's Whitebone Great Wall to a fusion of the main city's upgraded levels. Do you accept? 2 consecutive regional announcements froze the players of the Great Wall of White Bones. A main city ascension quest? What is this? There's no need to ask. If you've never played a real-time strategy game, you've always played XX Farm. Upgrading the main city means upgrading the map resources. So soon? It seems like it hasn't been one day since the main city fusion when we can just do the main city upgrade, right? That's about right. It's mostly up to Ringo. The players hadn't guessed wrong. The main city fusion had additional requirements besides looking at the average level of the players. However, each main city had different requirements for ascending, and in the case of the Great Wall of White Bones alone, it was still mainly dependent on accumulating the number of monsters hunted to raise the height of the city's head. When the height of the city head reaches the standard, the main city can be upgraded. After the beast tide attacking the city on the first day, as well as the 2 betting orders that Lin Mo won halfway through, plus the wave of necromancy just now, the Great Wall of White Bones has completely reached the requirements for ascension. As a resource mecha, the rate of ascension was no weaker than that of an ordinary main city, and Lin Mo could be said to be responsible for that. Li Mingliang and the others naturally knew that whether or not the main city was upgraded or not or whatever didn't have much to do with them. There's no end to this Sakura country. Is there? Again. The players at the city's head looked at Area Announcement 2 speechlessly. Chapter 91 Excuses. The cause and effect of the Great Wall of White Bones. Didn't the Sakura country just lose? What? Not convinced. Li Mingliang said with a frown. These little days, they've got their eyes on our white bone wall? Yeah. It's just like a dog's footwear. It's annoying as hell. By the way, who is this great transformation Yin and Yang again? This seems to be a list powerhouse from the Sakura country that was ranked quite high before. An SSS-ranked professional player called something like Funaki Watarudi. Hiss. Another SSS rank. Asterisk. Isn't this even tougher than that Rainy Night Kazuma? That's not necessarily true. This guy called what's his name Watari Dai is currently ranked a bit lower than Rainy Night 1 True. Oh, that's coming over to deliver heads again. The players of the Whitebone Great Wall naturally didn't have confidence in themselves, but rather in Lin Mo underneath the city. In their minds, Lin Mo seemed to be able to win against anyone, even any ferocious beast. Without waiting for the players to finish their discussion, the regional announcement rang out again. Regional announcement, Dahua Yin Yang requests to be connected to the regional chat channel of the Great Wall of White Bones. The city head player was a bit surprised, but the right to agree or not was in the hands of Lin Mo, the village head. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, wanting to see what these little days wanted to talk about, and surprisingly did not refuse the invitation to connect. Ding! You have accepted the invitation to connect to the Dahua Yin Yang chat channel. As the system alert ended, the chat channels of both villages were connected. Unlike the previous situation where the opposing sides' players swarmed into the White Bone Great Wall, after the chat channels of both sides were connected, the players from the Sakura country didn't directly come up to issue all sorts of mocking remarks. Just one person was the first to speak up in the channel. Boat Wataru Dai, I've taken the liberty of visiting. Excuse me, Mayor Lin Mo. The tone was surprisingly polite. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones looked a little surprised, but more than that, they were puzzled. While Lin Mo at the bottom of the city laughed coldly when he saw this message and had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with him, the other party waited for about a while, but didn't wait for Lin Mo to open his mouth, so he continued sending messages. Boat Fairy Dai, since Mayor Lin Mo likes to get right to the point, I'll just speak my mind. Boat, Dahua Yin Yang intends to rule the world with the Great Wall of White Bones, and as long as Lin Mo village agrees to a strong alliance with our village, the fusion of the two top-tier resource sanctuaries at that time will also represent the fact that our two countries can work together in good faith to fight for world domination. Oh, Lin Mo laughed silently and coldly again. From the moment the other guy posted his first sentence, he knew the guy wasn't holding his breath. What co-rules the world and fights for world domination? It's just an excuse to try to seize the resources of the Great Wall of White Bones. It is important to realize that there were many villages in previous generations that were just fooled by some similar excuses and carelessly integrated with other villages. As a result of the fusion, players from their own villages were ostracized by others at every turn, and their resources were seized by others. The more miserable ones will even be kicked out of their villages one by one, and all the resources they have earned before will be reduced to others' graft. This brings us to the point of which party will actually be able to become the village head and hold the most power after the fusion. However, the next message that appeared in the regional chat channel was one that surprised Lin Mo. It wasn't the news from Boatwright University, but Li Mingliang actually started sending messages questioning. Li Mingliang, oh, that's such a nice thing to say. Let me just ask you one thing. Who's going to be the village head after the fusion of the two families' main cities? Without waiting for an answer from the other side, another sentence was sent. Li Mingliang, your second rank that what curfew a real before losing to our Lin brother. Will not you this ranking do not know 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 guys want to be the village chief? No way. No way? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Li Mingliang to be uneducated and perceive the key point of the main city's ascension and fusion. And the words are sharp, with just the right amount of two-sentence shady retort. For a while, SSS-ranked Inyang master Funaki Wadarita was surprisingly disliked as well, and he didn't know what to say. It was only after a while that even the Yen players, including Lin Mo, had underestimated the other side's cheek. Boat Wataru Dai, oh, about the village head matter is actually very simple. I was actually the president of an office in Sakura country before the end of the world, and I can say that I have a little experience in the area of managing people. Boat, if Lin Mo village head doesn't mind, you can throw the village head to me after the main city fusion, and I'll be in charge of handling the chores, so you just need to rest assured that you can fight monsters and upgrade without needing to pay attention to these chores. The moment these words came out, the players at the city's head couldn't help themselves, and directly opened up in the channel. Bah! Shameless thing, and you're in charge. Ugly people think beautifully. Give a little color and you start a dye house, right? What a thing! Your face is bigger than your ass. Toad in your hair. Are you a bird of prey or a beast of prey? I envy your skin. It's so thickly maintained. A dirty word jumps off the screen. The system's self-translation function has finally allowed the world to appreciate the charm of the Yanhuan language. Previously, when players from other war zones flooded into the chat channel of the White Bone Great Wall, the reason why Li Mingliang and these players didn't wantonly mock back was because they were worried that they would be slapped in the face afterwards. However, as they won the betting order over and over again, they believed in their hearts that it was impossible for Lin Mo to lose to anyone, and the bottom of their hearts naturally grew a lot. In the face of the ulterior motives of the boat Wataru Dai, there was no need to say anything, but to directly dislike them. Even an old silver coin like Funakatarida was also infuriated by these comments on the channel. Damn it! These Yengwa people don't know what's good for them, Funaki Wataru Dai said with an ironic smile. The rainy knight Kazuma behind him also gloated a bit when he saw him get defeated. Although they were all from the same war camp, it didn't stop him from watching the show. After all, he had only lost to the Great Wall of White Bones, so if the latter acted too weak, wouldn't he really look like a loser? Of course, in his heart, he still hoped that Sakura Nation's scheming would succeed. After all, it had been previously negotiated that as soon as the fusion of the White Bone Great Wall was completed, the Dahua Yin Yang village chief would return 20% of the map resources that the White Bone Great Wall had previously won to their samurai family. But that's just one piece of the puzzle. It would only be for the best if the Great Wall of White Bones actually agreed to Bo Duo Da's proposal. It could even make a big deal out of the former's cooperation. At that time, it might even be possible to plot a resource mecha or two for the Yin Kingdom. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have one, so just stick to the plan. Zhou Dude forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, but did not continue to entangle with these ordinary players of the Great Wall of White Bones, and continued to send a message that, Village Chief Lin Mo, if you don't agree with my proposal it's fine, why don't you show up in person to say something? Is it because you're afraid of our great transformation in Yang's Ascension challenge? Pretty lame provocation. However, people such as Funahata De had studied Lin Mo. In their opinion, Lin Mo should be an incomparably arrogant and greedy character. Wouldn't be afraid of Rainy Knight Kazuma, who was ranked second in the Sakura country. And naturally, he would be even less afraid of him, who was ranked even lower. So no matter what, Lin Mo would accept this Ascension challenge. After all, the Great Transformation in Yang was also one of the top resource sanctuaries, and Zhou Dude didn't believe that Lin Mo would be able to resist biting the bait that was delivered to his door. When Lin Mo saw this message from Bo Duode, his expression instantly turned a few more points colder. Still want to fuse the Great Wall of White Bones? The Great Wall of White Bones is Lin Mo's first hand for Blue Star, which can be regarded as the most important. If in the future the alien army presses in and sets foot on the borders of our human race, even if all the players of your Cherry Blossom Kingdom commit harakiri, it won't help. Do you think you can afford to do this in a small country like Cherry Blossom? Chapter 92, There is no silver in this place. Lin Mo's reply. Seeing Lin Mo's delayed reply in the area chat channel, Boat Duoda was also displeased. Even though you, Lin Mo, defeated the Rainy Knight One True Samurai family, what makes you so arrogant? Did he really think he had the strength to defeat the Sakura Nation's strongest? To be honest, in that previous meeting, although everyone agreed that the White Bone Great Wall's combined battle power should not be taken lightly, but in terms of Lin Mo's personal strength, it was more or less contemptuous. They had watched the video of Lin Mo's previous battle in the middle of the flag battle, which was naturally not bad for ordinary players. However, to them, SSS-ranked players, Lin Mo's battle record could really only be considered average. Site 95 has the air of a top resource, but it's underranked and has a mediocre battlefield average. Anyone else in the Sakura country's top 10 would be able to harvest the entire battlefield, and would definitely be able to do it much more easily than Lin Mo. Is Lin Mo strong? Strong, but not as strong as them. The reason why the Great Wall of White Bones was able to defeat the samurai family may have been because there was another warrior force behind it that was equivalent to Lin Mo. But it didn't matter. The Sakura country list had come out in full force. How could a mere White Bone Great Wall be in the picture? Provided the guy accepts the challenge to ascend. Rainy Knight Kazuma said so. Funikatari Dai also frowned. Who says it isn't? But this guy is a bit of an anomaly. Could it be that he's aware of our machinations? Someone in the room sneered. Ha, you mean there are traitors among us? Botwatari Dai hastily raised. Ahem. I didn't mean that. And it's not possible. It's just that this guy really isn't right. He hasn't responded for a long time. Rainy Knight Kazuma nodded. Indeed, it's not like his style. Lin Mo's style from beginning to end is like a villain who has suddenly become ambitious and thinks that he is invincible. He had defeated the second person of the Sakura Kingdom, Amaya Kazuma, so there was no reason why he would refuse Funawari Dai, who had been sent to his doorstep. They thought to themselves that the plot was not exactly seamless, but it was just right. It was only a few moments later that Funahata and the others finally waited for Lin Mo's reply, but it was a bit of a surprise to everyone present. Lin Mo, want to combine cities? You can, but one of your main cities isn't enough. What a mouthful. Rainy Knight Kazuma said with a cold snort. One main city isn't enough. How many? Everyone was a little surprised while at the same time thinking that it only made sense. The Great Wall of White Bones, which had only eaten 20% of the map resources of a top-tier resource mecha, was surely already feeling the immense benefits that the resources brought. How can one covet just one main city when it comes to upgrading it? Boat Doo De, however, smiled. Good, the fish are finally willing to bite. Boat Dodo thought for a moment and replied on the chat channel. Boat, that's really not bragging. Dahua Yin Yang was one of the Sakura country's top 10 resource mechas, so if you casually shouted in your own game forum, there would be countless villages that wanted to merge with Dahua Yin Yang. Calling a few villages as accompaniments wasn't really a difficult task, and it had been Botwatari-da's intention to do so as well. However, Lin Mo's next words shocked everyone present. Lin Mo, don't come with the trash. Let the 10 resource shrines of your cherry blossom kingdom come together. Good guts. Inside the virtual conference room, someone instantly tapped the table and stood up. The rest of the crowd also stared angrily. Lin Mo's words were undoubtedly an insult to their entire cherry blossom kingdom. This guy, out of his mind. Does he have something else up his sleeve? It can't be. Is it simply pretending? I don't think so, but it's weird. It can't be that the Yen Kingdom knew about our plot in advance and made a move as well? The Sakura Nation powerhouses in the conference room were divided in their opinions, and for a while, they were really a bit stunned by Lin Mo's actions. However, Lin Mo under the Great Wall of White Bones was not as scheming as they thought. His idea was very simple. If you want to count the White Bone Wall, you can. Then come up with the appropriate price. A resource mecha of some yin and yang. Not enough. After Lin Mo said this, Boat Dudu De and the others naturally had a bit of a headache. Even though they had envisioned many possibilities, and even had Lin Mo's direct rejection of the main city's ascension in mind, they had never thought that Lin Mo would have the audacity to fuse with the 10 resource shrines of the Sakura country all at once. They didn't know if the other side was stupidly bold or if they had planned this. The situation was now backfiring on them. Should we agree to this proposal of Lin Mo or just give up the Great Wall of White Bones? If you ask me, it's okay to agree. A punk-looking airplane head carrying a baseball bat said so. I don't believe that he, a Great Wall of White Bones, can still overturn the sky? Rainy Night Asian shook his head. You can't say that. Maybe the Yen Kingdom has already taken precautions. Funakudai pondered briefly, then laughed. Not necessarily, according to previous spies. Those few on the Yen country's list, although they are also progressing quickly, there are still a few not-so-small betting orders in their hands. They should be preparing to accumulate an extra portion of resources before ascending. Moreover, a large portion of them, who seem to have already made plans ahead of time in the first stage to second stage, will ascend conservatively and choose some Yen Kingdom's native villages to merge into a city, further expanding their power. There are only a few 2 or 3 that have set their eyes on the resource sanctuaries of the other country regions, and they seem to have plans. But that's good. At least we can make sure they won't join the Great Wall of White Bones in a surprise attack. Airplane head glanced at him and said, You guy, how come you know so much about the Yen Kingdom? Boatwright said with a big smile. In the words of the Yen Kingdom, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the best way to win 100 battles. Although we're not connected to the game forums of the Inferno Kingdom, we do have channels that naturally probe for news, and I'm sure the other side does as well. There was one more thing he didn't say. Their planning this time is also with the intention of counting without intention. Yen Gua sighed. If they know in advance is strange. He had just been swindled by Lin Mo and almost thought the wrong way. In retrospect, the other side probably didn't think that much about it, but rather they did. After hearing Funaki Wataru-da's explanation, the Sakura Kingdom powerhouses present also began to ponder. After a long time, someone asked, So what now? We're not really going to agree to his demands, are we? Wouldn't this be a little too that? If they really agreed to Lin Mo's request all at once, wouldn't it be obvious that they, the Sakura Kingdom, were counting on the Great Wall of White Bones? Boatwatch Big thought about it and finally replied on the regional chat channel. Boatwaterudi, Mayor Lin Mo was joking. How can I have that much face to be able to call out all the powerful people in our national district? Boatwaterudi, but if you really mean it, I can try to contact 1 or 2 of them, but there's no guarantee that it will work. Boatwateru finished his reply with a big smile, and the other powerhouses didn't say anything when they saw these messages. The former's reply is considered more conservative and is not considered as not a good idea. It was only Lin Mo's third reply that once again exceeded their expectations. Lin Mo, get lost if you can't. Don't waste my time. Even for someone as good-tempered as Funaki Watari Dai. A fire bubbled up in his heart. This guy, oil and salt. Chapter 93. White Knight's friend request. Is this guy serious? Funaki Wataru frowned greatly. He didn't dare to make a decision alone, but instead turned his gaze to the strongest members of the Sakura Kingdom in the conference room. What now, gentlemen? He said so. 10 resource sacred grounds, and he deserves it? Why don't we just say yes to him and have a painful? Seriously? More or less outrageous. While everyone was pondering, suddenly Ching Ma-e, who was sitting at the very back, said in a deep voice, Okay, promise him. The crowd was shocked and looked back at the latter. Although Aoimasu wasn't the main person leading this meeting and didn't say much, he was the most vocal person in this meeting room. When this was said, sure enough, many people were considering the feasibility of this. After a moment, Rainy Night Kazuma was the first to speak. I'm dry. The map resources of the samurai family being annexed. I can't swallow this breath no matter what. Airplane Head also stood with one foot on the stool and said, "Oh, interesting, I'll do it too." A boy in a middle school uniform also stood up and said, "Since it's my Sama's bidding, I'll join in." Botwatari Dai shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "I naturally support Lord Aowimasu's decision." In addition to this, 2 others stood up and said they could try. The remaining 3, however, said nothing, and 1 bit even exited the conference chat room outright. Seeing this, Qingmai did not force him to stay, but only said that it was voluntary to go and stay. The remaining 2 were also relieved. The majority of people who mainly agreed were in the majority, and they were also afraid that they would be targeted by these powerful people from one of the country's districts afterward. When the people who disagreed left the room, Funikatari Dai continued after a short pause. "Lord Qingmai, since Lin Mo is so unafraid of making a scene, why don't we make this challenge a bit more lively?" Qingmai's only exposed eyes looked at him with clear coldness and asked, "What's the buzz?" Botwataru put away his folding fan and said with a smile, "Oh, then naturally, the whole world is invited to watch this battle." As he said this, his eyes grew fiery. "If we, the Sakura Kingdom, don't make a move, then naturally the world will know about it. Doesn't he, Lin Mo, want our resource Holy Land? Let's see if he can eat it." The few others who stayed behind were also a bit excited in the face of his offer. "You can do it?" Rainy Knight Kazuma was visibly heartbroken. Boatwing Dai laughed softly and said, "Not coincidentally, it just so happened that I traded in the forums to get a prop that just so happens to be used for battle broadcasts, and the effect is pretty much the same as a live broadcast of a flag battle." Rainy Knight Kazuma slammed the table and sneered, "Good. I was worried about finding vengeance." The aftermath of the previous loss to the Great Wall of White Bones was extremely obvious, causing the samurai family's status in the Sakura country to decline rapidly. The expansion of the force and the need to quickly absorb talent and henchmen has slowed down considerably, far less than before. So, he desperately needs a live broadcast of 10,000 people to prove himself. As for the other few players, their eyes flickered as they thought of this as well. What could be more eye-catching than the battle for the flag in the first place? Winning the Great Wall of White Bones will increase your village exposure either way. Recruiting will be much smoother then. In the conference room, it was just Aowimasu who wanted to speak. To be honest, the reason why she had agreed to attend this meeting was not because she had any extra thoughts about the map resources of the White Bone Great Wall. To her, it didn't matter much whether she had those map resources and recruited people or not. Ever since the day she gained her powers, she was obsessed with the feeling of killing and fighting. The reason why he would participate in the flag battle was also because he wanted to fight against stronger people. To her, the monsters on these maps were too unchallenging. This was true even for a first-ranked 9-star monster, Lin Mo. She had seen the video of the other side of the flag fight, only her view was different from Funawarida's and theirs. Although Lin Mo's performance in the flag battle wasn't as good as some of the truly top-tier powerhouses, she had a strong intuition that this guy was strong. Stronger, perhaps, than anyone could have imagined. This kind of intuition had appeared before when he had encountered that Sacred Flame Rose ranked 3rd in the Yin Kingdom on the battlefield. She regretted not being able to compete with Saint Rose of Fire because of the so-called subordinates behind her. But this time, it was certainly a good opportunity. Qingmai thought about it, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. Who cares about them? Just be able to fight Lin Mo in the end anyway. In the end, the Great Wall of White Bones really did reach an invitation for main city upgrades with the 7 resource sanctuaries of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. And without the need for the White Bone Great Wall players to say anything more, the news spread out like locusts. For a time, not just limited to the game forums of the Yen and Sakura countries, but also the game forums of all the world's major countries and regions. There were people spreading this news all over the place. The news, which quickly became a hot topic in forums around the world. If there were only disputes and battles involving 1 or 2 top-tier resource sacred grounds, it naturally wouldn't have been able to attract such a large amount of attention. The Sakura country, as a top 10 world power with the most resource sacred sites, had taken the initiative to start a pike war with the White Bone Great Wall of the Yen country. To the outside world, it does seem like a very outrageous thing to do. Inferno State Games Forum, good lord, the Great Wall of White Bones can really mess things up. Is this a death match with the Sakura Kingdom? Even though Lin Mo won the Rainy Night Asian, how did he dare to fight against the 7 resource sacred grounds of the Cherry Blossom country? Seek death. Lin Mo is always unexpected. That's called unexpected? It's clear that there's no one else in sight, and the guts are too big. Even the ones in the top 10 of the Yen countries list, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to challenge so many Sakura country powerhouses at once. That's not true. I've heard that this time, the top one in the Sakura Kingdom, Qingmai, has stepped in. That's a strong person who can go 55 with Luorenji. I kind of like this Lin Mo. Fearless of the strong, and never losing. Very strong. That was just before. If he loses the entire White Bone Great Wall, I'll see what he'll do. That's none of your business. The Great Wall of White Bones was earned by someone else single-handedly. Even if they lost it all, has half a cent to do with you lemon goblins? Ha ha. Finally someone said what I wanted to say. When I was betting against the order before. You can't say that. The White Bone Great Wall is considered one of the resource meccas of the Yen Kingdom Warzone, right? If Lin Mo really exported the land, he mustn't give us Yen Kingdom players an explanation? While the game forums in Yen country were hotly debating, Lin Mo also received a surprising piece of news. Ding! Player White Knight has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Chapter 94 Reaction of the Warzones. Together, ranked number 1 in the Yen Kingdom, the poetry sword immortal, White Knight. Lin Mo naturally recognized this great man who had been famous in his previous life, without any pejorative meaning. It was a truly great man and one of the strongest battle forces of the future Blue Star. If Ellis and Nina, who had lost to him before, were geniuses who were destined to die halfway through the game, and similar to Rainy Knight Kazuma, this kind of top professional, although the first middle stage can be smooth, but too dependent on the ability, the final achievement is still limited. Then this SSS rank Shikansen is the complete opposite of everyone above. Not only do they make the most of their profession as well as their abilities, but they end up 100 feet further down the evolutionary path. If that war hadn't come too suddenly, perhaps this poetry sword immortal's final achievement wouldn't have been below Lin Mo in his previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Mo didn't reject White Knight's friend request directly like he rejected other friend requests, but instead directly clicked agree. Ding! You have established a friendly relationship with player White Knight, allowing you to have a private chat. The system prompt rang out in time, and without waiting, White Knight directly sent a message to Lin Mo. White Knight, Brother Lin has long been an admirer. Do you need help? The message was free of unnecessary pleasantries, simple and direct, straight to the point. Lin Mo naturally knew what the other party meant by help, and with no other expression on his face, he stretched out his hand to type out a reply. Lin Mo, no need. After a second, White Knight, okay, excuse me, bye. After that, the private chat showed that the other party was not in the chat box. Lin Mo obediently closed the chat bar. 3 short messages with extremely clean characterizations on both sides. There was not the slightest hint of procrastination, nor was there the slightest feeling that there was anything wrong with the other side doing so. The two of them simply chatted for a couple of minutes, and then they became friends who were destined to have nothing to talk about with each other. Of course, just because Lin Mo and White Knight didn't have anything to say didn't mean that the game forums in the other war zones didn't have anything to say. Sakura Nation Game Forum. Lord Aoimisu is actually going to find a way back for Lord Amaya Kazuma. Ha ha, with Lord Ching Ma-e appearing, Lin Mo will surely lose. The Great Wall of White Bones will lose. Lord Amaji is invincible. Oh wow. I can't believe there's a big man from Funaki Wataru. Funakatari de Daijin is so handsome. The Great Wall of White Bones dares to take this? Simply looking for death. Ha ha, this time, you have to spit out what you ate before with interest. Lighthouse State Games Forum. This Sakura Nation is more or less shameless. 7 of them beating one of the others? The Great Wall of White Bones? Isn't that the village that just won over Ellis? Ha ha, dog eat dog. Deserve it. How is the Great Wall of White Bones going to win this time? That's not necessarily true. Maybe what's his name Lin Mo has defected. It's not impossible. Flying Cake Nation. Damn it. And a live broadcast? Taking the wind out of our sails again. No. The ones on our list. Don't stay still. Hurry up and pick a few big countries' resource shrines to challenge. That's it. We're number 1 in the world in the Flying Cake Nation. Grizzly Nation. Ha ha. This one called Lin Mo can do it. 1 to 7. He's a man. I'll stand for the Great Wall of White Bones in this wave. Those little days in the Sakura Kingdom are too much of a bully. 1 for 7. Yuck. Shame on you. I'm rooting for Yengui in this wave. Just with them. Of course, it was the players of the Great Wall of White Bones that this incident hit the hardest. Even though Li Mingliang and the others have already recognized Lin Mo's madness, when they saw the news of White Bone Great Wall's upcoming 1 vs 7 in the regional announcement, they still felt that they had underestimated Lin Mo. Brother Lin. This is too bullish. Li Mingliang said bitterly. It's done. What else can we do? Zhang Yuanji was relieved and said with a shrug. Having thought about it, he said, why don't we ask Ringo? There's something we can do to help. Li Mingliang also pondered for a moment before finally deciding to send a message of inquiry over to Lin Mo. Only a short while later, an unexpected reply was received. Lin Mo, no need. Same as the reply to White Knight. It was still the same 2 words, but replying to the former because he didn't feel he needed help, and replying to the latter because Li Mingliang and the others couldn't help much. The replies are the same message, but the meaning is very different. Li Mingliang smiled bitterly and showed the message to everyone. And the players both smiled the same bitter smile as Li Mingliang and took it for granted after reading it. Yeah, that familiar smell is what makes Ringo. Li Mingliang and the others didn't have to wait long at the head of the White Bone Great Wall when the regional announcement that had just been reached was finally broadcasted. Regional announcement: the White Bone Great Wall has reached a joint city collaboration with the Ninja Village, the Hall of Valor, the Dahua Yin Yang, the Samurai House, the Hot-Blooded High School, the League of Superpowers, and the Magic Toy Town, and has now begun to set up the position of village chief, and invites the village chiefs to vote in the election. Together with Lin Mo, the village chiefs of the 8 top-tier resource sanctuaries had the option to vote displayed in front of them, yet this is no majority-minority election. In the event of a disagreement, the election will be conducted in an alternative manner. In other words, it was fine even if all 7 village chiefs of the Sakura country didn't choose Lin Mo, as long as he chose himself. The results of the polls are coming in quickly. To the surprise of all the players of the Great Wall of White Bones, not only did Lin Mo choose himself, but the other 7 village chiefs of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom all chose themselves as well. No one is backing down. Or who knows that this first step of voting is a waste of time. Regional announcement: voting has failed and village leaders are invited to elect their village chiefs by each of the following methods. 1. Battle of the Ring, single. 2. Battle of the Ring, mixed. 3. Betting wars. 4. Voting. 1 tip: if the selection is not harmonized, then repeat the above process until the selection is harmonized. Simply put, the 8 village leaders must choose uniformly, or else there will be a continuing stalemate on the process. Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, the regional chat channel showed a message from the village head of Sakura Nation. But it wasn't the same boat Wataru did that he had started with. Green Sackboy, how about both picking the first one? Qing Mai's appearance not only startled Li Mingliang and the others, but also caused a frenzy of shouts from the players of the many resource mechas in the Cherry Blossom country. This was the recognized number 1 person in the Sakura Nation area with a battle ceiling. Its killing power was strong enough to make all the strongest people on the Blue Stars Warzone list pay attention to it. There were even a number of strong people who had long regarded her as a formidable enemy. Even the Yen country's number 1 person. By night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately added Lin Mo's friend and had that question. It was only that Lin Mo had rejected it in the end. Li Mingliang and the others looked at the first option. Ring battle, single? They frowned. If they had to choose, surely a one-on-one ring battle would be a bit better. It was better than their 7 resource Holy Lands teaming up to bully the White Bone Great Wall. But after all, the opposite side was 7 resource sacred grounds and 7 list powerhouses, so no matter what, they would still be at a disadvantage. While Li Mingliang and the others were pondering, Lin Mo had already replied. Lin Mo, don't waste time. Pick the second one. You all go together. Chapter 95, Stage Setting. Enter the countdown. Humph. It's really as arrogant as ever. Rainy Night Asian looked at Lin Mo's message on the chat channel and snorted coldly. In that case, let's make him whole. Boat Wataru put away his folding fan and stood up with a smile. Gentlemen, this is our Sakura Empire's first real appearance in front of the world, so I hope that you will all cooperate and bring a little shock to this world. Airplane Head heaved the baseball bat in his hand and angled his head. What a little shock. When Lousy makes his appearance, he is destined to light up everyone's eyes. Rainy Night Kazuma gripped the hilt of his sword and smiled. As it should be. The other powerhouses got up with a look of determination on their faces. That's right. Since it's going to be unveiled, it's only natural that it's going to be greatly shocking. To fight a mere Lin Mo, there's no need for so many of us. Ha ha, that's true, but it wasn't meant to be just for a single district Lin Mo. As the village chiefs finished choosing one by one, the regional announcement rang out. Regional announcement: all village chiefs have chosen the ring battle, mixed. The ring will be built soon after the countdown. Please village chiefs choose their own ring battle competitors, limit 100, As one big golden word appeared at first glance in mid-air, the players of the 8 villages were able to see the final mode chosen by the village chiefs. Asterisk 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 with a cap of 100. There's only about 60 people in our village. The moment they saw the announcement, Li Mingliang and the others' brains went down. If ring battle, single, is chosen, then there can be no more than 10 entries per village. But with melee, the cap goes straight to 10 times that. Obviously, this is the battle to consider the overall strength of the village. What else can we do? Bite the bullet and get on with it. Someone said. You guys don't know. Right now in the Yen country game forums, some people are even saying that we're traitors. It really pisses me off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What traitor? It's clearly Sakura Nation's deliberate targeting. Right? That's right. Believe it or not. Even if Ringo hadn't chosen one-on-one at that time, the strongest Sakura Nation player who might have gotten into the ring wouldn't have been the only one from Funikatari Dai. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones had a word for you and a word for me. And they really guessed a little bit of the truth behind it. But it doesn't help the situation at the moment. Soon they realized something was wrong. What's going on? I think I can see the situation of those villages in Sakura country through the game forums. Suddenly, someone at the top of the city exclaimed. Li Mingliang and the others were startled. And only then did they click on the game forums of the Yin country zone and realize that this was really the case. Not only the villages such as Fukudo Dai's Daika Inyang, but also the samurai house of Rainy Night Kazuma, and the hot-blooded high school of Indo Daisuke, can be viewed via links on the forums. Only when they clicked in did they realize that the audience that was watching the live broadcast at the moment wasn't just Yin players. There were also many players whose IPs were labeled as other country regions. My god, can you watch the main city Ascension live? Where is the White Bone Great Wall of the Yin Kingdom? How come I don't see it? I don't think we can. We don't have this feature in our village. Is this something the Sakura Nation players did themselves? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Is this really a 1-7 for Yinhwa? Oh my god. It's Aoimasu. It's so beautiful. Funaki Wataruta is kinda handsome. He really looks like Abe Haruaki. Am I the only one who thinks it's cool that Indo Daisuke is grippy? One by one, Sakura Nation's list powerhouses appeared on the live broadcast channel. And as the dominant player of this live broadcast, Boat Wataru Dai even waved at the camera with a smile on his face. Hi there, gentlemen. I'm Boat Wataru Dai. And welcome to the live broadcast of the main city fusion. Unlike the live stream of the flag fight, this stream was completely single-handedly manipulated by Boat Right Day. He could even directly see the pop-ups sent by the audience of the live broadcast, and was also able to communicate with them directly. It's a little prop to turn on the live feed. The advantage is that you can automatically lock onto yourself and your teammates. And the disadvantage, which is equally obvious, is that you can't lock onto your opponents directly. So the camera from the live broadcast would only be able to see a few villages in the Sakura country, but not the Great Wall of White Bones. The audience in the live broadcast room was also curious, and many players were interested in these top-ranked resource mechas and list powerhouses. Even quite a few powerful people from other country regions were secretly observing the battle. Currently, the game forums of the various war zones are not open, and it has become very difficult to find out information about other war zones. This live broadcast by Sakura Nation, regardless of the other party's motives, could indeed be a good opportunity to learn about other war zones, especially since the Sakura country had sent out 7 top resource sanctuaries at once, and if they added the Great Wall of White Bones that would be 8. As for the pop-ups on the air, they were interesting too. Ha, it can still talk? Seriously, isn't this just like the live broadcast before the end? Kind of interesting. How did that work? Please teach. I want to live stream it too. Oh, 7 of you beat up one of the others. Want some face? That's just it. Roundups are really kind of underhanded. Don't you guys advocate some kind of Bushido spirit? And 7-1 is your Bushido spirit? After a questionable pop-up was sent out, the screen was filled with pop-ups questioning Sakura Nation. It's not really that people will fight for Lin Mo and the Great Wall of White Bones. It's more like hiding behind the screen to watch the fun. In the face of these queries, Funakatsu Dai had a long time to belly up and said, "Don't get me wrong. At first it was only my village of Dehuayin Yang that wanted to establish an intention to cooperate with the Great Wall of White Bones. Only," he deliberately paused, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "in the end, it was Mayor Lin Mo who took the initiative of to fight 10. So it ended up evolving into this." With that, he published a screenshot of the previous chat channel of the Whitebone Great Wall area on the livestream. Thus, all of Lin Mo's previous statements were exposed to the audience. Things like, want to combine cities? You can. But one of your main cities isn't enough. Don't come if you're trash. Let your Sakura Kingdom's 10 resource mechas come together if you can't do it. Get out. Don't waste my time. Seeing these remarks, the audience in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Holy, is this dude that brave? Lin Mo? I haven't heard of it before. Who is it? Is it strong? Seems like I won Ellis and Rainy Night Kazuma of the Lighthouse Nation in a previous betting order. A bit of strength, but it's also too arrogant. No wonder it's being targeted. Oh, deserved. Seek your own death. Put. What about acting in a movie and I have to play 10? So it's self-inflicted. Scattered. Ironically lost. No fun. Almost instantly, the winds of discourse on the air changed. A small smile appeared on Boatwater's Grand's face as he looked at the pop-ups on the live broadcast. It's great that everything is going the way I expected it to. The other Sakura Nation's list powerhouses also nodded slightly when they saw these pop-ups. As expected, it's no problem to leave it to Funaki Wataru Dai to handle the situation. What they were trying to create was not some drama of fighting the many against the few and relying on the strong to bully the weak, but rather, they were trying to show the strength of the Sakura Nation as well as their individual strengths on the world stage. thus attracting more strong people to join their camp. At the same time, it's also about making early plans for world domination. The only one who frowned slightly was Aoimasu when she heard both Watari die and when she saw the comments on the live broadcast. Just considering that the other party was in the same camp, he finally held back and said nothing. Just as Boat Ferry Big Driver was chatting with the viewers of the live broadcast, the countdown of the challenge for the regional announcement of the main city's ascension finally counted down to the end. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Chapter 96, Crushing Lin Mo. Hammering the city's head. As the final cry ended, a bright light flooded over the participating players, including Aoimasui and Funakatari Dai. The audience in the live broadcast room just saw a flash of intense white light, and then in front of them gradually appeared the appearance of the ring. Ha! Is this still the village? Someone was surprised. Funaki Wataru opened his eyes wide and looked around at his surroundings. At first glance, it seems to be similar to the village of Dahua Yin Yang, but a little closer inspection will reveal that it seems to be a scaled-down version of Dahua Yin Yang. He walked to the entrance of the village before realizing that not only was Dahua Yin and Yang nearby, but also Aoimatsui's ninja village, the house of the samurai of Ichinoto Ameya, as well as several other villages in the Sakura country. And across from them was a model wall that towered over the city. That's the Great Wall of White Bones. Surprise flashed in Boat Dududa's eyes. This was the first time he had seen what the Great Wall of White Bones looked like. Even if it is a simulation of the Great Wall of White Bones, its appearance is still very unattainable and magnificent. On the contrary, although their villages in the Sakura country are the same resource Holy Land, their villages look relatively small and delicate. Dahua Yin Yang cherry blossoms all over the place, and there is even a star observing Siantai. It looks quite beautiful, and the map resources are extremely rich. The main city's overall ranking was also above Lin Mo's White Bone Great Wall, but even the great person of Funakatsu could not boast too much about his village. The main reason was that this Great Wall of White Bones was just too shocking. He felt a bit of a heart-stopping, insurmountable feeling just by looking at it from afar. This was true for him, and even more so for the audience that was watching through the livestream at the moment. That's the Great Wall of White Bones? It's so high. Hiss. I'm afraid the city head isn't a good climb. Is it? It's a bit scary. The Great Wall of White Bones? It wouldn't be a great wall made of white bones, would it? It's a bit desolate. No wonder it's not ranked very high. It's changed now, hasn't it? After all, after absorbing 20% of the map resources of the samurai family, the ranking has risen quite a bit. I still prefer Dahua Yin Yang. It's very much that flavor of an old Japanese temple. Interesting. You think shopping? It's not like the resource mecha is about who looks good. Once a few smaller villages came out, the players discussed it a bit more intensely. Funaki Wataru Dai ignored the pop-ups at the moment and gazed at the surrounding villages. And one after another, Rainy Night Kazuma and Indo Daisuke led their men out of the village, and a few of them met up before the village entrance with their own teams. Each family brought a full 100 people with them, and together it was a vast contingent of about 700 people. Naturally, this is not a large number of people compared to the kind of competition where the whole village can go to the battle for the flag, but the combined combat power of these 700 men is naturally higher than it was then, especially since the leader was also one of the 7 strongest on the Sakura Nations list, the strongest group in the world. However, from the standing position, it was also evident that the front and back of these powerful people were primary and secondary. First of all, Aoimasu deservedly ranked in the neutralizing position, and even Rainy Night Kazuma, who ranked second, didn't dare to compete for his position. As for the other few, there is not so much to talk about. Vaguely have a kind of stand in the grabbing the sense of vision. No one is not convinced by anyone. The live feeds were buzzing with the sight of the assembled scene. Ha ha, the strongest of the Sakura Kingdom have assembled. Hurry up and take a screenshot and collect stamps. It's the same as Flag Scramble? It's also a flag grabbing game? It looks like it's about the same. Why hasn't Lin Mo come out yet? Haven't seen him. I want to see what Lin Mo looks like. And I've seen a few of the Sakura country ones instead. This is the live broadcast of the Boat Duda opening. Surely we can't see Lin Mo. Only when the battle officially starts afterward can we see people, right? Both Watari and the others were also seeing the comments on the live broadcast, and in fact, these viewers' guesses for the challenge task were indeed about as far from the correct answer as it was possible to get. Just after teleporting over, they, the village leaders, received a system prompt in their ears. In each village, there is a flag-like landmark. Dahua Yin Yang is that Sentai. The House of Samurai is the Kendo Arena. The Ninja Village is the training grounds. And the Hall of Valor is the Hall of Valor. In short, if the building that represented the landmark of their village was destroyed, it would mean that they were eliminated from the competition and disqualified from competing for the position of village chief. And as marked on the map, the landmark of the Great Wall of White Bones was not like other villages. where it was one of the buildings in the village, but it was the wall that unfolded in front of everyone. It's too good to spoil in comparison. I'll be able to split his town in two with just one slash. Rainy Night Kazuma sneered as he looked across the street at the Great Wall of White Bones. A slash that could decapitate a fellow SSS-ranked professional player was naturally strong enough to kill. So when he said that he was able to split the city wall into two halves with a single slash, no one would doubt that. Funaki Wataru delightedly shook his folding fan and said with a smile, Ikamain Morisames, Batusei Chop, is powerful, but it's not quite suitable for this kind of occasion. I have an initial SSR god, the Great Tengu, that has superb ranged damage, and it's more than suitable to use it to take down the city. Rainy Night Kazuma frowned slightly, but did not say anything more. The other side does tell the truth. Splitting the wall in half doesn't necessarily destroy the entire head of the city. Destroy. Presumably it was only right to destroy all of the Great Wall of White Bones in front of them. That does seem to make SSR de Tengu a better fit. Immediately, though, someone had a different opinion. Indo Daisuke carried a baseball bat and grunted coldly. Get out of the way, all of you. It's time for the citadel to be the first to be mounted by my lord, and then give it all the hammering it deserves. A sunny smile appeared on the face of middle school student Howie Ryota, but the words he uttered were chilling. Seniors, whoever steals Lin Mo from me, I'll kill them all. Saying that, a demon with black mist flowing all over its body appeared behind him, revealing a hideous expression, laughing as if it came from hell, eerie and treacherous, making the players around him cold and sweaty. As soon as these words came out, a cold smile appeared on the faces of several surrounding village chiefs. What's more, Rainy Night Kazuma had already gently placed his hand on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist, and seemed to have an appearance that he was going to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Just when the atmosphere of the scene was tense to the extreme, a cold voice suddenly came out. Enough! The crowd lurched, following the line of sight to Aoimasu, who stood at the front and center, only to see that the latter didn't even return his head. His body's murderous aura was suddenly released, pressurizing the chests of the nearby players. Even people as strong as Rainy Night Kazuma, Boat Wataru Dai, and the others felt that the air around them stagnated for a moment, and an invisible pressure suddenly struck their hearts. Is this the strength of the number one person in Sakura Goku? Their pupils contracted slightly, and they closed their mouths in a very uniform manner. Aoimasu ignored them. The person who went into battle was a completely different person from the one who was in the conference room before. Dressed in a leotard with a clean black hood over the top half of her body that hid the only pair of pretty eyes she had exposed, the entire person stood at the front of the group with a murderous aura. Or rather, warlike. He's coming. Ching Mai's cool voice came out. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses, their eyes following the front of Ching Mai, just in time to see the figure that was gradually revealed from the endless yellow sand. If it wasn't Lin Mo, who else could it be? Chapter 97 Going to Battle. Otengu Jutaro. Unlike the large number of people on the Sakura countryside, Lin Mo's side had only one solitary figure, which looked extremely lonely. Spare a thick-skinned one like Funakatari Dai, but he was also secretly slurring in his heart. Aren't there more than 60 of you at the Great Wall of White Bones? How come you're the only one here? Doesn't this look like we're bullying you? It's true, but we're fighting under the banner of justice. Regardless of this, both wanting mental activity, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. That's Lin Mo? Seems kinda cool, but how did you get here alone? Where's the team? Holy, it can't really be just him, can it? I thought it was 7-1 before, but it turns out it's ing 700-1. This, TSK, whatever, 700 against 1? Really kinda don't face it. Isn't Lin Mo too arrogant? It was clearly him who said he wanted to fight 10. That was 10. Now it's 700. Can it be the same? Is there a difference? 10 Sakura Nation list powerhouses are stronger than 700 on the spot, alright. Fair enough, but it's still a bit. Looking at the arguments in the pop-up screen, Funaki Daikin looked slightly more embarrassed. Rainy Night Asian and the others also frowned slightly, not expecting this situation, but Boat Wataru Dai smiled and stepped forward and said, in that case, I'll go first. After he said that, he put away the folding fan in his hand that he used to act like a bully, and used his 2 fingers as a pen, sketching out a mysterious rune in the air. A gust of hurricane wind then spun rapidly through the air, swirling up the sand and dust on the ground to form a small tornado. Rainy Night Asian and the others were fine, but the ordinary players around them only felt a strong sense of wind coming their way, and their figures were forced back dozens of meters away. But this didn't last long before the tornado gradually dispersed, revealing a small, proper man in a white kimono. He had a pair of dark-colored wings on his back, his eyes were greenish in color, and he wore a ghost-faced belt around his waist, holding a round fan and respectfully raising his hand. See master, the big Tengu just showed up, and the pop-ups in the broadcast room flashed out quickly. Asterisk 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 what a handsome god. Little square. I like it. Is this the legendary great Tengu? It sure looks a lot like in mythology. It looks like such a small one, not like it's very strong. You're really not long for eyes. Just now the circle of players around us were all blown away tens of meters away by the tornado that came out. Yeah, it's so fierce out there. I wonder how strong it is. You guys haven't seen that battle for the flag in Boatwaters University, have you? It was this little positive man, as you call him, who created a gale in the center of the field and directly killed thousands of players. Looking at the words of praise that kept overflowing from the pop-up screen, a hint of smugness also appeared on Boatwaters Great's face. The big Tengu is not a god that is bound only after acquiring a profession, but is a top-tier god that has been bonded after awakening the divine gift talent. The only unfortunate thing is that at the moment, this big Tengu is relatively low-ranked and has only 1 star. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate it before it can eventually become that great Tengu in myths and legends that is truly capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Now, is a small Tengu at best? Of course. Even so, the killing power of this big Tengu was amazing enough. Funaki Wataruta was about to wave his fan and tell the big Tengu to make quick work of it when he heard Aoimasu, who was beside him, suddenly say, "Careful, he's not simple." Funakatari Dai was stunned, and then didn't care much about it. How uncomplicated can it be? Honestly, he didn't think he'd lose to people like Kazuma Ameya within Sakura's country, except for Aoimasu. As for Lin Mo, the 11 people in the Yen Kingdom district? He hadn't really put it in perspective. Fudo nodded somewhat perfunctorily, then took over from Aoimasu and stood at the front. By the time he stood still in front of him, he looked at the figure across from him that was slowly walking amongst the yellow sand, and his body shivered slightly. And yet it wasn't out of nervousness, it was out of excitement. Without having to look, the pop-ups in the live stream must be going crazy at the moment, and he, at this point, is in the spotlight of the world, bar none. A small smile rose on Boatwright's big face as he lightly shook his folding fan to look at the slightly lonely figure on the opposite side of the room. Lin Mo, I'm sorry to borrow your collar. Used in, be my stepping stone, Jutaro. Only a soft cry was heard from him. Understanding this, the great Tengu bowed slightly and said, "As you command, master." As soon as the words left his mouth, the great Tengu named Jutaro slightly flapped his pitch-black feathers and flew high into the sky. Hovering in midair, Jutaro opened his cyan pupils. The battlefield of the ring was set up in a wide area, and the grounds outside each of the 8 villages were different. Only at the moment they stood closer to the White Bone Wall side, so the periphery was the White Bone Wall desert site. But this bit of yellow sand naturally won't affect the vision of the top god Big Tengu, and he easily found Lin Mo, who was walking slowly in the yellow sand. Jutaro slightly raised his fan in his hand, trying to quickly end the fight with a rudimentary wind attack. In past battles, facing enemies in the single digits of the district, he didn't need to operate like this at all. Just flap your wings and unleash a wind blade and you're ready to reap the rewards. But this time it was the master's order, so it was natural to take it seriously. Wind. He was just about to chant an incantation, but Lin Mo, who was not far from his feet, suddenly raised his head. Snap! There was a soft sound on the ground, and the wind element that had condensed in his hand suddenly collapsed, and with it came an unprecedented sense of oppression. What's going on? Jutaro looked suddenly serious. As a top-level existence amongst the style gods, he was considered a high-ranking creature in his own right. Even at the lower levels, their instincts for danger are far higher than those of humans who have only just mastered the gift. So in just a split second, he cancelled the casting of wind attack. After a slight pause, he raised his hand again. The wind element quickly coalesced in front of him, forming a tornado amidst the painted sand. Unlike the previous tornado he had appeared in, this one was bigger and more powerful. Feather Blade Storm. After a slight pause, he finally released this ultimate killing move. When the exaggeratedly huge tornado lifted up in the yellow sand, both the Sakura players at the back and the viewers watching the live broadcast at the moment, all of them were close at hand to feel a horrible attack from nature. This killing power is even more exaggerated than Moriyukuin's Inferno. The rainy knight Kazuma at the back likewise had a small trace of surprise in his heart. In terms of ranged kills alone, the big Tengu of Funakudai was going to leave him several blocks behind, and was even the best of its class. Pity, he secretly sighed in his heart. He opened his mouth late just now, and could only be shown off by Funakatari Day first. Under such skills, neither he nor the other players would feel that Lin Mo had the slightest chance of survival. The other Sakura countries' list powerhouses seemed to think the same way, with expressions of regret more or less showing on their faces. A satisfied smile appeared on Funaki Dai's face, and although he felt that the big Tengu shouldn't have released his big move so early, He didn't say anything more when he thought that it might be more effective that way. Whoosh! It was as if the players had helicopters turning their propellers over and over in their ears, and all they could hear was the violent sound of wind rattling. The eyes of the great Tengu Jutaro, who was at a high altitude, glanced indifferently below, only to see the figure in the yellow sand, which was quickly obscured by the giant tornado. He didn't find the end result surprising. As he was about to flap his wings and return to his master, he only heard an icy voice from behind him. Hey, where do you want to go? Jutaro was creeped out and tried violently to look back. Just the next second, he felt a coldness in his neck, followed by his entire head falling downward completely out of his control. Chapter 98. Together. The world was silenced. Oh, it's a sure win. Standing below the boat, Fairy Big also saw Lin Mo was tornado submerged scene. Lightly shaking the folding fan, smilingly turned to the compatriots behind him, said, "Sorry about that, gentlemen. Dedication." Rainy Night Kazuma snorted coldly and was just about to say something when suddenly a black shadow fell from a high altitude. Knock, knock, knock. The black thing smashed just behind Funaki Wataru Dai, and then rolled forward along the yellow sand a few more times, just within the crowd's line of sight. Ah! A female player let out a scream. Among the players soon someone to see clearly what the black mass is. It is a human head. To be precise, it was the head of Jutaro, the great Tengu. Only the latter looked humanoid and looked no different from a human head. Among the scene, the one who reacted the slowest was instead Funaki Wataru Dai, the master of the great Tengu. He froze in place for a long time, unable to believe how Jutaro, who had been a sure winner a moment ago, had his head cut off in the blink of an eye. This was his strongest companion god, and even more so, Jutaro, one of the legendary 8 great Tengu. How could he lose? Funaki Wataru Dai's face instantly flushed red as anger and resentment instantly surged through his heart. Only before he could open his mouth to speak, an icy voice came from behind him. You guys, are you coming one at a time, or all together? He turned his head violently, only to see that Lin Mo had somehow approached within 100 meters in front of them. For a while, the alarms of the players in Sakura Nation were drawn full. Even the Sakura Kingdom powerhouses standing at the front of the room looked serious and directly entered into the midst of battle. No one had seen how Lin Mo had slaughtered that big Tengu. Keep in mind that Daitengo Jutaro was considered a long-range mage type of god though, not very good at melee combat, but after all, the base 4 dimensions were there, and it wouldn't be weaker than most SS-ranked players. Moreover, that Feather Blade Storm was even more lethal, and he didn't know how Lin Mo had dodged that attack, and there wasn't even the slightest trace of an injury on his body, but they knew that Lin Mo was stronger than they thought. So, it's really true that he won over me alone? It was only at this point that Rainy Night One True realized that his previous judgment was not only wrong, but also terribly wrong. A player who could instantly kill the great Tengu in seconds was by no means a generalized player. Funakatari Dai, who was standing at the front, was about to release more gods, but he was called back by Ao Imasu. Stand down. An almost scolding voice came. Funaki Wataru Dai's expression was grim, but having lost the big Tengu he had directly fallen out of the first echelon led by Ao Imasu in the current battlefield. It's not like you don't have a chance to summon a stronger god, as long as you accumulate enough offerings. Only now, he has lost his voice. He could only look resigned as he took a step towards the back, and the broadcast was surprised by the sudden scene. Lin Mo cut down the great Tengu? Is he that strong? Hiss. Terrifying as hell. No wonder he dares to appear alone. So strong. Did anyone get a good look? All I saw was the tornado swallow him up and the head fell off. Say all the crap you want. I saw it too. Xingma naturally didn't pay attention to what the pop-up said, and under the hood she looked at Lin Mo with bright eyes and said, my intuition was right. You really are strong. Since the beginning, she had never belittled Lin Mo, which was why she had just reminded Bo Dudude. But unfortunately, the latter didn't take it seriously. Lin Mo just glanced at her and said indifferently, don't you want to be the home of the Great Wall of White Bones? Kill me and you can. At that, he raised an eyebrow. What? Afraid to come? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Rainy Night Asian sneered, placed his hand on top of the hilt of his sword, and took a step forward. It was just a fight. He had no fear of anyone, but by the time he was about to walk out, Qingma held out his hand to stop him. Wait, take it easy. Although Qingma was speaking to him, his eyes nevertheless remained firmly fixed on Lin Mo before he once again spat out a sentence that not only surprised his teammates, but also shocked the audience in the live broadcast room even more. Let's go together. Ao Imasu. What did you say? Rainy Night Kazuma didn't even bring his honorifics with him, so you can imagine how shocked he was. So did the audience in the live stream. My god, is this ready to be shameless? Put. First you're ready for a wheel fight, Now you see someone else is strong and turn around and try to round them up? Gee whiz. Being and standing again. Looks like Lin Mo is really strong. This is the #1 person in Sakura country? Ha ha ha, laugh your ass off. Seeing the pop-ups, Funatari Dai's expression became even more somber and he said in a deep voice, Aoimasu, do you want the whole world to look at our jokes? Indo Daisuke also grunted coldly. Humph, this lord can't afford to lose this person. Middle school student Howie Ryota smiled and said, Lord Aoimasu, if you're afraid please go to the back. Lin Mo will just leave it to me. Facing the cynicism of the crowd, Chingma-e furrowed his brows slightly and said, all of you are too underestimating. Are you done inking? Her words were impatiently interrupted by Lin Mo. Don't dare come over. Then I'll come over. As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo stepped on his feet and his body instantly catapulted towards their camp like a cannonball. Tap punch. Only to see that the piece of yellow sandy ground that Lin Mo was originally underneath collapsed a small piece directly because of the force of his foot. Rainy Knight Kazuma barely hesitated as his right hand clenched above the hilt of his sword. Golden thunder crackling above the hilt. Get out of my way. Aoimasu. Get out of my way. He spoke in a cold voice to the green mackerel in front of him. In the eyes of the surrounding players, there seemed to be thunder in his scabbard, followed by a light that flickered to the extreme and then obscured everyone's sight. Draw. Chop. He let out a soft gulp, and the sword at his waist snapped out. The sword came out like a dragon, as fast as thunder. Rainy Knight Kazuma struck out his sword with lightning speed, and then retracted it with even greater speed. Everyone could not see the trajectory of his outgoing and retracting swords, and even he himself had his eyes tightly closed, not having seen it with his eyes. But he didn't doubt that his move would cause a kill or hit the enemy. One, because it's fast enough to kill. Even if Chingma-e received this sword head-on, he would be cut in two. The second reason was that the other party's unrelenting explosive charge was almost like crashing into his attack skills. Phew! He kept his eyes closed and exhaled softly. The physical sense of disempowerment soon hit his body, but his mood was unexpectedly good. It was a natural sense of accomplishment to kill a strong enemy in front of the whole world. Rainy Knight Asian hooked the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his eyes just in time to see Lin Mo's expressionless face appear in front of him. The other person uttered the question in the tone of a declarative sentence. Being so happy, is thinking of something happy? Rainy Knight Kazuma's pupils contracted violently, and he subconsciously tried to back away. But it was already too late. The huge bone hand on Lin Mo's back that had unfolded at an unknown time slapped hard towards his heavenly aureole. Boom! In the horrified eyes of the crowd behind him, the huge bone hand directly crushed the top powerhouse of the Sakura Kingdom, Amaya Kazuma. Blood and some unidentified mixture splattered everywhere, soaring to patter down in midair. At this moment, both the players of Sakura Nation and the viewers of the live broadcast were all silenced. Then, they all heard Lin Mo's last sentence. Is it a pleasure to go and see your great nurse? Question. But no one answered. Chapter 99, Super Fast Counterattack. Corrosive Black Mist. Ah! A shriek from the scene brought everyone back to their senses. The live stream even blew up straight away. Lin Mo. So strong. My god. You're telling me this is just the 11 from the Yin Kingdom? Seconds. I didn't see it wrong. Did I blink? Lin Mo. So handsome. That's right. The face value suddenly skyrocketed. I've decided that he's my idol from today onwards. What a heavy killing aura. What a strong killing power. The players of the White Bone Great Wall were also excited and clenched their fists. Ha ha. Worthy of being Ringo. These live viewers are really making a fuss. Isn't this Ringo's base? Oh, so you were almost nervous enough to pee just now? Ha 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 ha. Believe it in your heart and be nervous in your body. Compared to how relaxed the White Bone Great Wall players were, the Sakura Nation players on the scene were all like enemies. Seconds to Rainy Knight won true. How did he do it? Even the few Sakura country powerhouses that stood in the forward position, each one of them had a serious look on their faces, and Funakatari Dai, who had just retreated to the back, was even more chilled in the back, with a pang of fear in his heart. If he hadn't been willing to step back from the front before, he would have been the one who had just died. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of Funaki's large forehead, and his body involuntarily moved a step backward. Lord Aoimasu, Ryota Hoi, a middle school student, called out. Chingma-e didn't look back. His eyes were still locked on Lin Mo with a death grip. The latter's too huge, morose, bony hands were already fully unfolded, and his eyes looked at all of them faintly. It was a complete polar opposite of the look on the faces of the Sakura Nation players. Together, Chingma-e said again in a deep voice. Yes, could be. Don't be careless. This time, no one showed the mocking expression from earlier, and their expressions were even more serious than one another. Rainy Nidakijan's move, Batusai Chop, could not have been taken without injury by any of them present. Obviously, Lin Mo was strong, and stronger than they could imagine. Indo Daisuke sneered and shouldered his baseball bat and walked forward. This lord attacks first. As soon as the words fell, he stepped forward and attacked towards Lin Mo with his baseball bat. Spiral Blast. The strike was certainly not a simple swing, but a killing move capable of hitting a 100% bludgeon rate. Although the bat did not have a sharp edge, it was like a long knife, and it made a wind-breaking sound in the air. Swinging towards Lin Mo with an unrivaled stance, the latter quickly made a counterattack, making a fist with his bony hand and blasting it hard. Boo! With a loud bang, the two collided in the air. A strong recoil came from the bat, shocking Indo Daisuke's arm, almost not holding the bat. However, his face was showing excitement. Ha ha ha, interesting. Old me likes to fight strong enemies like you. Spiral, chaotic combo. He let out a soft gulp and swung his baseball bat with both hands in a quick motion. The bat drew a chilling blade of light in the air, and a strong wind-breaking sound emanated from each strike. And the swings were getting faster and faster, with more and more force. To the back of the surrounding players simply cannot see his shot, but was able to hear the whirring wind sound. Strong aftershocks actually let the nearby ordinary players feel the face like a knife cut pain. Had to withdraw back dozens of meters. It was just that it wasn't Indo Daisuke who surprised the audience and the live players, but Lin Mo on the opposite side. Rowing Tang Daisuke was so fast, but Lin Mo stood still and didn't even move his body by half, only using his hands as fists from the beginning to the end, following all of his attacks. On the contrary, Indo Daisuke appeared to be unmoving. It was just that the few Sakura Nation powerhouses on the scene could see that every time Lin Mo's punches were able to make Indo Daisuke retreat half a point, only for the latter to be able to rush faster and hit harder each time than the last. It's this overlay that makes the two look like they're evenly matched. This guy has no brain. The middle school student, Ryota Howie, frowned and spat. It wasn't that they didn't want to intervene, but Indo Daisuke's offense left them with no way to intervene. Ching Ma-e said in a cold voice, "There is no need to care. Strike directly." Howie Ryota and a few others gave the former a somewhat surprised look before a smile appeared on his face. "Andre, did you hear that? Aoyama-sama said that you can strike as many times as you want, even if it means slaughtering Indo Daisuke O." The demon hidden in the black smoke behind him made a grim and frightening sound when it heard his words. Andre complies, "My lord." After saying that, a purple finger with sharp nails slowly extended out from the thick black smoke, tracing a purple ray in the air. Then, a tiny black smoke was ejected from the place. From afar, it looked like a short-sleeve arrow, fast and undetectable, speeding towards the two in the field. Lin Mo naturally sensed the attack of the black smoke, and with a slight movement of his thoughts, the bone hand on his back slapped towards these one black smoke. Just before touching the black smoke, I heard a pop sound. The black smoke burst in the air, and then attached to the bone hand like a gangrene. Zip, zip, zip. In a split-second's effort, Lin Mo was able to feel the slightest pain coming from his bony hands. Very slight, but persistent, waiting for the eyes to glance over, only to find that the surface of the bone hand climbed by the black smoke has been corroded off a layer. Immediately after that, there was a popping sound in the air, and a cloud of dark smoke exploded in the vicinity. In an instant, Lin Mo's gigantic bone hand was completely covered in black mist. Zip, zip, zip. The bony hand was as painful as if it was being burned by flames. The white bone was corroded a little bit, and the pain instantly traveled to the peripheral nerves. Corrosive effect? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, but soon realized that it didn't seem that simple. The corrosive effect of the black smoke was persistent and extremely adhesive, and it was impossible to shake it off on top of the bone hand. The key thing was that a trail of smoke shot up and burst in the air, making it hard to defend. He wasn't the only one who suffered though, as the black mist seemed to be unable to maneuver any further after bursting open and would pick nearby targets to attack. That's why Indo Daisuke, who was fighting him furiously, was also affected, and his face and body were attached to a thin layer of black mist, which began to slowly corrode his skin and continued to penetrate into his body. The only good news was that he was only affected by the waves, and the main target of the black mist's attack was Lin Mo. The latter's bone hand had corroded away most of the way, but the black mist had no intention of stopping and continued to eject. Gradually, it began to rush into the vicinity of Lin Mo's body through the rotting bone hand. Pop! A cloud of black mist exploded at his neck, and soon the black smoke corroded the flesh and blood near his neck clean. It was like being on fire with blister after blister of flesh, and the skin was rotting away layer after layer. Watching the audience in the live broadcast room's heart jumped, and even through the screen they were able to feel the unbearable pain. However, Lin Mo's expression remained faint and unchanged from beginning to end. Chapter 100 Terrifying Dolls. Born with a curse faculty. Bone armor. Lin Mo's body moved slightly, and a set of morose white bone armor grew out from inside his body, covering most of his body. And those black smogs were also temporarily isolated, at least temporarily unable to touch the surface of his skin. It had to be said that the strength of these top powerhouses of the Sakura country was indeed very strong. Let's just say that the Indigo Daisuke in front of him was definitely stronger than above the Black Knight and the 9 Hell's Witch Demon. This is especially true of the opponent's baseball combo, where the damage can stack and get stronger the more you hit. Even when his body was scorched by the black mist, he didn't half flinch, and even the look on his face grew more and more exuberant, and his movements became even more sharp. Is it an occupational characteristic? Or is it a natural battle brain? Lin Mo shot a glance at the Indigo Daisuke in front of him. Although his fighting skills were slightly rough, thanks to the other party's desperate attack, the skin of his hands that caught the stick had long since broken open, revealing the white bones inside. The damage dealt wasn't as good as Howie Liangtai's demon just now, but it was more of a threat to Lin Mo than the former. He swept a glance across the room at the few people who hadn't made a move yet, his eyes lingering on Aoimasu for a moment longer. In terms of strength, the latter was definitely still above Indo Daisuke. The top one in any country's region could not be underestimated, even by Lin Mo, because the Eternal Kingdom's SSS-ranked divine gift talents are, in a sense, distributed according to the national strengths of the countries of the world. The stronger the country is, the more players who get SSS-ranked talents, and the stronger the overall strength is. By the same token, the stronger the nation, the more resources sacred sites it seizes. The Sakura country was ranked 7th in the world, totaling 10 top-tier professional powerhouses and 9 top-tier resource shrines. Chiang Mai's Sakura country's list 1. Personal strength in the world at least can rank into the top 20, belongs to the Blue Star proper top strong. In his previous life, Lin Mo had only caught up with the progress of the top Blue Star powerhouses at a later stage. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be careless when facing Chiang Mai. To be precise, no one can be careless against these top professionals on the field. None of those who can stand out amongst the top banner battles are weak. The reason why he was able to kill Rainy Knight Asian in seconds just now was purely because the other party was looking for death themselves. Batu Sai Chop is really top tier in terms of power in the early stages. Concentrate on chopping it up a little. Unfortunately, this is both a strength and a weakness. No matter how strong the kill is, it means nothing if it doesn't hit. The most important thing that Rainy Knight Kazuma should do is to wait for an opportunity and wait for a chance to hit, instead of standing at the front of the line and releasing his skills brightly. It was fine to slash a monster that didn't have a brain and didn't know how to dodge, but if you slashed Lin Mo, you couldn't even feel where his figure was. In the end, while being disengaged as well as having his 4-dimensional attributes drastically reduced, he still dared to let his guard down. Purely an act of looking for death. Stupider than that big Tengu Jotaro whose head he cut off. And Indo Daisuke and Boei Ryota, who are out at the moment, are much smarter. The latter, in particular, was still hiding behind Chiang Mai, fearing that Lin Mo would suddenly rush over with a burst and slap him flat. As for the two that hadn't made a move yet, Lin Mo couldn't feel the other party's abilities for the time being. The reason why they were frozen here against Indo Daisuke was also waiting for them to make a move. It looked like Lin Mo was arrogant and domineering, and was as provocative as he could be. In fact, starting from removing the head of the big Tengu, then slapping down Rainy Knight Kazuma, and currently going hard against Indo Daisuke, are all under Lin Mo's control. If the first one to come out is not Funawari Dai, but Aoimasu, Lin Mo might fight fast and change his battle strategy, casting demonization as fast as he could and killing Chiang Mai before taking care of the others one by one. However, Chiang Mai had been holding back, then he could not perform his crushing killing move for the time being. If one were to use demonization at will on the basis of a strong killing power, then the final result would definitely be the same as Rainy Knight Ikamaru, dying horizontally on the spot without having played out half of his role. Despite the fact that the bone hands were now festering and both hands were showing white bones, Lin Mo was still waiting for Aoimasu, or someone else to make a move. Time passed by, and the wounds on Lin Mo's body became more and more numerous. One of the bone hands blocking the black mist was completely rotten, and the other was mostly corroded. And those black mists that slipped in through the cracks of his bone hands corroded his white bone armor to the 71st degree. And the black mists had already drilled in along the cracks of his armor, constantly corroding his body. Lin Mo's entire body was like a fireman that was constantly scorched by fire, with his flesh turning up one after another, looking extremely oozing. It's a good thing that the viewers of the live broadcast had already experienced several days of doom, and all kinds of deaths had already been seen, so that they didn't look at the spot and vomit. Spare a thought. They felt their scalps tingle at this scene. TSK, this Lin Mo can still resist? It's horrible. What a high defense and blood quantity. In my place I would have already hung up. Who says it isn't? It's true that a battle between top players is different, haha. Wasn't Lin Mo just able to slap Rainy Knight 1 true to death? How come he's so fished out now? Not to mention the viewers of the live broadcast. The Sakura Nation's strongest people also had strange looks on their faces. This guy, he doesn't seem to be as strong as imagined. Howie Liangtai said as he looked suspiciously at Lin Mo, whose body had already revealed white bones. How come you didn't slap Indo Daisuke to death? Jiraiya, the village head of the Superpower Alliance, mused. Maybe it was his killing move just now. Just like Rainy Knight Ikijin's Batusai Chop. Although it's very powerful, there's only a chance for one hit. Howie Ryota shrugged. Who knows if it's a fake? What if it's just a bitter trick? Risa Nakagami smiled as she hugged the bear doll in her hand. It doesn't matter if it's faked or not. By the time his blood drops below the red line, he'll be dead or not. When they heard that, whether it was Boei Ryota or Jiraiya, they both glanced sideways, but instead of looking at Risa Nakagami, it was the doll she was holding in her hands. The doll seemed to have sensed the sight of the two of them and opened its mouth violently, revealing a terrifying smile at them. Both men's eyes darted at the same time and withdrew their gaze. Nakagami Risa was the only player among them who didn't have a top-tier resource sanctuary, but it wasn't because of poor strength. Rather, it's because she didn't even make an appearance in the flag fight. But even so, when the video of her battle in the novice trial was uploaded to the forums, she was still ranked in the top 10 of the list by the players of Sakura Nation. This shows how exaggerated her strength really is. Of course, for people like Howie Liangtai, if Nakagami Risa was simply strong, none of them might have been so scornful. The point was that the opponent's ability was bizarre to the extreme, and was even more difficult to defend against than the corrosive black mist unleashed by Horai Ryota's Andre Demon. So far, they didn't know exactly what the other party's ability was. Aowimasu heard their conversation and also turned back to Nakagami Risa. Risa, make sure you get a good hit. Don't be careless. Nakagami Risa flashed a sweet smile towards Aowimasu and said, Don't worry, Aowimasu-san. My little bear has never missed a beat. Just as they were talking, Horai Ryota's voice suddenly rang out. It's coming. His blood level is almost at the red line. Hearing his voice, the crowd looked towards the center of the battlefield, only to see Lin Mo's blood slipping faster and faster. The blood bar that was originally called extremely thick in the same class, has now slowly approached the dangerous red alert line. Risa Nakagami saw the color of the blood bar gradually turn red, and the smile on her face grew sweeter as she squeezed the palm of the bear doll with her hand and whispered, Miso, it's time to strike. The doll she called Miso, after a short pause, also smiled the same smile as her, only to the crowd. The doll's smile was even more eerie. In the next second, the little bear doll's eyes flashed red rays that shot straight at Lin Mo on the battlefield. Risa Nakagami smiles and shakes her little bear doll's hand, singing a children's song with no concern for the hit. As expected, the red ray hit Lin Mo's body head-on. Seeing this, Risa Nakagami's smile grew even wider and said to the doll in her arms, Miso, we killed again. Giggle giggle. Risa Nakagami was, in a sense, the same player as Lin Mo, as they were both born with cursed abilities, and her ability is simple. The doll can fire a death ray when the enemy's blood level gets below the red line, also known as the instant death ray. Chapter 101 Counterattack. Howie Ryota's death in battle. Cluck cluck cluck. Risa Nakagami's eerie laughter came from the live broadcast room, and the viewers only felt shivers run down their spines. For those who don't know, they think they're watching some kind of horror movie, especially the bear doll in Nakagami Risa's arms, with scarlet eyes, and the corners of her lips curving up towards her ears in a weird curve. Just looking at it makes people's scalp tingle. Even her teammates standing next to her subconsciously moved a little distance away. Dead? Howie Ryota looked at the battlefield suspiciously. A laser-like red ray shattered the surrounding black mist, churning up the yellow sand along with it. Even with their eyesight, they could not see what was going on in it. Risa Nakagami laughed and said, There's no need to look for him. He was solidly hit by Miss Ao's death ray, and there's no way he can live anymore. To be precise, it wasn't herself who gained the curse system talent, but this doll, Miso, that she contracted. And Miso's ability is scary enough. Death rays have a chance of hitting directly with an instant death effect, and the lower the blood, the better the effect. So far, as long as the enemy's blood level is below the red line, being hit by the death ray is certain death. The others didn't doubt this, as the red ray hitting Lin Mo was something that everyone could see. Only the players in the back worried. What about Indo Daisuke village chief? How come we haven't heard his voice? It was then that everyone remembered that Lin Mo was not the only one in the black mist, but also Indo Daisuke. However, a moment later, Indo Daisuke's angry roar came from within the black mist. Bagger, Lin Mo, where are you? Lin Mo has disappeared? Upon hearing the voice, the crowd was instantly on guard again. fearing that Lin Mo would rush out and give them a surprise attack like before. Then Howie Ryota shook his head and said, "In any case, he is unable to get rid of Andre's corrosive black mist, and as long as he observes the flow of the black mist, he won't be able to conceal his body." "Yes?" An icy voice rang in his ears. Howie Ryota subconsciously looked back, and before he could see anyone, he heard Andre shouting, "Master!" The black demon named Andre noticed Lin Mo, who appeared behind Howie Liangtai the moment he heard the voice. It was simply unnoticeable, sparing it from noticing the human's proximity as it had been guarding its master's side. How did he manage to completely avoid everyone's sight and get in here? Andre could not think about this question. No longer cared about hiding his figure, stretched out his sharp claws and was ready to grab Lin Mo's chest, trying to make a move of Wei Wei Save Zhu, and Aoimasu, who had not made a move, as well as Nakagami Risa and Ji Joya next to her, also reacted extremely quickly. The former shuriken fired and split into dozens more in the air. The concealed weapon was fired extremely fast, and although it was farther away than Andre, it arrived before the latter's attack. As for Risa Nakagami, she was also manipulating the dolls to send out red rays once again, and Jiraiya Ji was nimbly manipulating the stones on the ground at a speed that was second only to that of Aoimasu. In a flash of lightning, the four powerhouses on the field struck out at the same time. Ha! Lin Mo let out a cold smile. The two bone hands on his back had been restored to their original state at some point, and one hand blocked towards the attacks that were coming in all directions. The other bone hand, however, instead of grabbing directly at Howie Liangtai, slapped directly at the pitch-black demon that didn't know how to die. Dang it! Boom boom boom! A continuous collision sound was heard, followed by a boom. There was a loud sound. Blitz! Strike one! As the kill prompt floated up in the field, the demon that was covered in super entangled black mist was directly slapped into a pulp by Lin Mo. The rolls of black smoke on the field also slowly dissipated, giving a clearer view of the battlefield. Andre! Howie Ryota looked at the massive flesh paste on the ground with a heartbreaking roar. It was important to realize that although he was also a summoning profession like Funakatari Dai, the latter summoned a style god. Even if a god dies in battle, you still have a chance to summon other top gods later on by spending a lot of resources. But the big thing is that you have to start all over again. However, the one he summoned was an inferno, and it was with this pitch-black demon named Andre that he was able to join the top-tier professional industry. The moment Andre was killed in battle, the career rating on his personal panel instantly slipped rapidly from SSS rank to a rank. From this moment on, Horai Ryota was completely disqualified from asking for the world. Lin Mo. At this moment, his hatred for Lin Mo had reached its peak, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Lin Mo. And the latter didn't actually block all the attacks completely in order to kill Andre. The stones manipulated by Jiraiya Jirai with his Nen kinetic power were fine, and they were all picked up directly by the bone hand. Risa Nakagami's death ray, however, didn't completely defend against it, and it went straight through the thick bone hand, shooting a small hole in his shoulder that could be penetrated by light. However, it was not Risa Nakagami who did the most damage to him, but rather Aoimasu, who had struck out in a hurry. Aoimasu's shuriken was mostly caught by Bonehand, but missed a few. The remaining shuriken embedded directly into his bone armor, and then exploded with a bang, blowing the armor of his upper body to pieces, causing a lot of damage. Lin Mo, whose blood had only just regained his health, dropped below the danger line again in just an instant's effort. Howie Liangtai gritted his teeth and rushed out a long sword from his backpack, stabbing straight towards Lin Mo. "Look out! No!" Exclamations of surprise came from all around. Of course it wasn't a reminder of Lin Mo, but rather a reminder of Howie Ryota. But the latter had already been overwhelmed by anger, and all he could think about was killing Lin Mo. "How dare you kill Andre? That was my weapon for world domination." Howie Liangtai's original face of a middle school student became twisted and hideous, and his voice became even more violent. "I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Unfortunately, the next second he was surprised to find that his attack had no half effect. The latter didn't use the giant bone hand on his back. He just reached out his right hand to grab the blade of the long sword, and then he couldn't advance the hilt of his sword any further than half a point. Howie Liangtai subconsciously raised his head, just in time to see Lin Mo sweep over those cold eyes. It was only at this point that he got up in hindsight. The Lin Mo in front of him was one of the top melee players on this battlefield. It was only just now that he had decapitated the Great Tengu and slapped down Rainy Knight Kazuma and his demonic spirits. With this four-dimensional attribute of his, it wasn't even enough to lift the other party's shoes. His body shivered coldly, a wave of fear spreading from his heart, his body moving back slightly by half, wanting to directly escape from the more than demonic Yen Kingdom players' surroundings in front of him. Just before he could make a move, Lin Mo's fingers that were gripping the blade of the sword exerted a slight force, only to hear a crisp breaking sound. the blade of the sword was directly snapped by him, and the part of the tip that broke off was directly catapulted towards Howie Liangtai under the effect of inertia. Swish! With a sound on the ground, the broken sharp blade pierced straight into Howie Liangtai's throat. Help! Dash! His pleas for help were interrupted as he covered his throat and slowly planted himself on the ground. Until that last moment, he couldn't believe he was going to die here. Obviously in anime, middle schoolers like him are fated to be the main characters. All the treasures, all the women should be his. My road to world conquest has clearly just begun. Why? Why did I fall down here? The moment before his consciousness fell into endless darkness, he saw Lin Mo slightly open his mouth and spit out 2 words. Stupid. Chapter 102, a rapidly changing situation. Ching Mai's flying shadow. Funawari Dai, who was wasted at the beginning. Amaya Kazuma, who was killed in a straight second. And Boi Ryota, who just hung up. In the end, together with Indo Daisuke, after struggling for a while in the black mist, he had fallen unconscious on the ground with his face completely changed, and was unable to form an effective battle force again. Up to this point, 2 of the 7 Sakura Nation powerhouses on the battlefield had been slaughtered by Lin Mo, and 2 had been wasted. The only ones left on the field who still maintain their strength are Risa Nakagami, Ji Joya, and Aowimasu. Damn it! Why aren't you dead yet? Nakagami Risa glared at Lin Mo with an indignant gaze, and the doll in her hand called Miso blared with the same fury. It seemed to her that enemies under the red line of blood had no hope of escaping when they were directly hit by the death ray. Lin Mo's face wore a touch of obvious mockery, but he didn't say anything. The rapidly changing situation of the battlefield also made the audience in the live broadcast room call out the splendor. My God, why is the situation suddenly like that and suddenly like this? It's hard to understand. That's right. How come Lin Mo suddenly slaughtered Howie Liangtai? And by the looks of it, he's recovered from his injuries. Lin Mo was really frighteningly strong. You guys still think Lin Mo is just simply strong? That would be stupid. Someone said so on the pop-up. Immediately after that, some viewers whose strength and eyesight were online began to analyze Lin Mo's series of operations from the moment he stepped onto the stage. Going in alone and showing weakness is the first step. Both Fukudo Dai and Amaya Ikijin can be said to have been planted in this. As for the stalemate with Indigo Daisuke at the back, and even eating the Black Mist attack hard, it was obviously within Lin Mo's plan as well. The purpose, of course, was to lure Risa Nakagami and the others into a fight in order to determine the opponent's skills and true battle power. The facts prove that Lin Mo's sacrifice just now was well worth it. If one kills into the opponent's camp without authorization and gets hit by the death ray while surrounded, it might be really easy to fall in the gutter. Finally, after testing out the opponent's killing move, he blatantly attacked and slaughtered Hobe Ryota, making the situation on the battlefield unpredictable once again. After listening to these people's analysis, the audience gradually understood what Lin Mo had done before. Hiss! This man is so terribly strong. In every sense of the word. An audience member ended up commenting so, but it was recognized by most. In fact, what Lin Mo did was mostly like what the pop-up analyzed, except for some discrepancies in details. He hadn't taken the fight lightly from start to finish. It's fine to treat these Sakura country's top powerhouses as little cuties. It's fine to look at them, but if you really treat them as trash, then the really stupid person is not them, but Lin Mo himself. Not to mention Funawari Dai and Amaya Kazuma, who came up to give away their heads, but just the demon spirit of Horai Ryota, who is definitely considered a top dark magician among his class. The corrosive black mist is extremely effective, and if it is used in a specific battlefield, it can definitely bring out unexpected effects. For Lin Mo, it was also a not so small trouble, so he used the cover of the black mist and the first person he killed was Andre. As for Risa Nakagami's death ray, it was definitely a top-tier curse system ability as well. It only serves a single purpose, and the drawbacks are too obvious. As long as the blood stays above the red line, it's just a long-range skill with high damage. In this way, the situation is clear. The only person left on the scene who could pose a threat to him was Aowimasu, the number 1 person in Sakura Nation. One step at a time. Not exactly a brilliant calculation, but everything was under his control. After seeing that mockery on his face, Nakagami Risa also seemed to have figured out the key, and a hint of scorn showed in her eyes as she silently stood towards the back of Aowimasu, with fewer surefire ways to kill her. She's only slightly more useful on the battlefield than Funawari Dai with fewer Daitena. Besides, she didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Howie Ryota. Next to him, Jizhuo was similarly tense, his heart raising a million points of vigilance. You're really strong. Suddenly, Ching Ma-yi, who was more than 10 meters away from Lin Mo, spoke. Her eyes grew brighter and her tone grew exuberant. From now on, you are one of my hunting targets, just like Luo Renji. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Aoemasu's body sank slightly, holding two single-pointed flying needle shuriken with both hands, not hiding the killing intent on his body. Swish! The next second, she leaned in and charged. In a matter of moments, Qingma crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. She was clearly raising her shuriken to attack, but before Lin Mo could formally make contact with her, he saw a sky full of shuriken coming from all directions. It turns out that Lin Mo knew roughly what the other party's ability was just by looking at it. The two bone hands didn't try to catch the roiling shuriken, but instead slapped directly at Aoemasu on the opposite side. Then, with a thought, his arms monstrously transformed into 12 chains, which then rapidly rotated. Dang it! Endless numbers of shuriken were knocked away one by his chains, making a crisp metallic clash. And Bonehands has made short work of green mackerel, but unlike the simple and brutal offense with Daisuke Indo, their fight was more pleasing to the eye. The key came from Aoemasu's attacks, each of which brought out countless hand swords, endless, like a rain of swords, and with her flexible stance, she dodged and attacked with perfect articulation in the face of Lin Mo's bonehand attack. So, from the viewer's point of view, the fight is extremely watchable. My god, now that's a battle between masters. You can read? I can't read it. But the hand swords all over the sky are really cool. Am I the only one who doesn't think it's cool at all, but rather a chill down my back? There's no way I'd last one hit against that many shurikens anyway. Who says it isn't? If it was me, I'd be poked into a sieve with a shuriken on my first attack. Worthy of being the Qingma who single-handedly destroyed 3,000 enemies. This killing power belongs to the top in the world, right? The battle between Lin Mo and Qingma, not to mention the other players present. Even Nakagami Risha and Jijua didn't dare to intervene easily. There was no other reason. The densely packed shuriken was simply seamless. Moreover, the rhythm of the battle between the two was far beyond their imagination. In other words, it was a fight that exceeded their segment. Qingma, Lin Mo. Nakagami Risa looked at the scene grimly and muttered. She played with the doll in her hand, her mind wondering what she was thinking. Dang it! The metallic sound was unrelenting. Every time Aoemasu struck, countless hand swords followed her attacks. This was one of her signature skills, Flying Shadow. When attacking with a shuriken, you can manifest hundreds of shurikens at a time in a coordinated attack. Of course, by illusion. I don't mean that a hand sword that is fake does no damage. On the contrary, the damage dealt by each hand sword shot at Lin Mo was equivalent to one of her basic flat A's. Attacking Lin Mo once was the same as flat-ing him 101 times. This was how she had killed 3,000 enemies at once in the middle of the flag battle at that time. It doesn't seem quite enough to deal with him. Qingma thought darkly in his heart. Although Lin Mo's 12 chains were in a passive defense state, no matter how much Amaji increased his speed, no matter how many hand swords he struck out, they were all perfectly received by him without missing a single one. Not bad for an opponent I had my eye on. Aoemasu's eyes brightened. In the next moment, her shuriken slashed hard on top of Lin Mo's fan over Bonehand, instantly exploding back tens of meters with a huge force. Just when the audience thought she was being knocked back by Lin Mo, the handheld shuriken she was holding in both hands on her way to sliding backward instantly switched into an explosive talisman and threw it out towards Lin Mo. In just an instant, countless detonation talismans manifested in the air and sped towards Lin Mo. Chapter 103 Aoemasu's Disadvantage and Sakura Nation's Betrayal. Flying Shadow. One of the signature skills of the previous life of Qingma. It was only when Lin Mo met Qingma at that time. The other party had already utilized this move to perfection, without missing a single crack. It's hard to keep one's defenses up. But now, it's all broken. Lin Mo sneered and stepped forward. Flash gap. In the next second, his figure disappeared in Qingma's eyes. A trace of bewilderment appeared on the latter's expression, as if he was still searching for Lin Mo's figure, before he heard Ji Zhuoya's exclamation of surprise. Asajai-sama, behind you. Aoemasu fiercely tried to turn back, but instantly sensed that something was wrong, and his hand suddenly switched several hand swords to shoot out towards the side. It was followed by hundreds of shuriken. Dang it! As expected, Lin Mo's figure appeared on the left side, and the 12 chains wheeled around and began to block the shuriken. This was the first time Lin Mo had cast Flash Gap and had his movements detected. Flash Gap, in and of itself, is not a flash. Rather, it is a technique that utilizes the blind spots in the field of vision and a steep increase in speed to confuse the enemy's field of vision. Just now, he was able to use yellow sand and corrosive black mist, and he had deceived these Sakura Nation powerhouses several times in a row. This time, although the conditions were off, but only for a few people in front of them, it was still possible to do so. Aoemasu didn't find him by sight, but by feel. Not bad. Lin Mo opened his mouth to compliment someone for the first time, worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse from the Blue Star in his previous life. His combat instincts were already quite good even when he was still at a low rank of novice. This kind of combat intuition isn't something you can get just by having top-notch talent. Otherwise, how could Amaya Kazuma, who was also SSS ranked, be killed by Lin Mo with a single move while Chiang Mai was able to dodge Lin Mo's attack? Chiang Mai, however, did not feel half happy because of Lin Mo's praise, and fine beads of sweat gradually permeated his forehead. Only when they actually fought would they know how powerful Lin Mo really was. Just now the detonation talisman was her best move. The range and lethality was absolutely top of the class. But for the other side, it didn't work at all. Lin Mo was even more powerful than she had imagined. Chiang Mai looked serious and stood at attention. Tap punch. Lin Mo's figure made a violent dash and attacked again. This time, he didn't use his two huge bone hands to attack, but instead used 12 chains to attack. Don't you like fast attacks? I want to see how fast you can really be. Chop steel. The ends of the 12 chains instantly transformed into sharp weapons and came straight at Chiang Mai's face. Flying shadow. Without retreating or avoiding, Aoimasu raised his hand and began to meet the attack with his shuriken. Dang it! A chain hammered heavily on top of her shuriken, and a huge recoil followed. Surprise flashed within Chiang Mai's eyes, and the tingling sensation in her arm actually gave her a slight sense of dislocation. What a strong force! After the exchange just now, Chiang Mai was actually able to sense that Lin Mo's four-dimensional attributes weren't much different from hers, so the two sides engaged in a round of fighting that was sort of a 55-50 fight, and didn't give either side an advantage. It was just that the force of Lin Mo's attack now was completely different from just now. The killing power went straight up a notch. She fought far less easily than before, and her strikes were getting slower and slower. In this way, the Flying Shadow's attack special effect was greatly reduced, because her Flying Shadow needed normal attacks to stack the number of special effects. Once the speed of the normal attacks dropped, then the number of special effects carried by the Flying Shadow would also drop, and the killing power would naturally drop drastically. Oh, the first person in Sakura country is this? Lin Mo sneered. Aoimasu clenched his shuriken once more, the sharp edge cutting his palm every now and then, blood trickling down his fingers. However, her expression remained firm, and she didn't appear half angry because of Lin Mo's taunts. Instead, she became more focused. Go on. Chiang Mai lightly shouted and attacked again with his shuriken in hand. Blocking, offense, flat A, dodge. The series of combat maneuvers became more and more fluid. But the wounds on her body, too, were growing. That black leotard was slashed with countless cuts, and the wounds continued to flow out bright red blood, and his figure became more and more lousy. At this moment, the first reaction of the Sakura Nation players who saw the scene was that it was unacceptable. Why was Lord Aoimasu abused by a Yin Kingdom 11? I can't believe it. Is this still the number one person in our Sakura country? Damnable, 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 damnable. Damn the Yengwa people. Damn Lin Mo. Not to mention the Sakura Nation players in the live broadcast, even the few strong Sakura Nation players such as Nakagami Risa in the scene, they couldn't believe that Chiang Mai would be passively beaten at the hands of Lin Mo. It's the number one person in the Don Sakura country, and they also represented the strongest battle force of the Sakura country. How could they lose to a mere Yin country player? Asshole. Aoimasu, if you can't do it, get your ass down here. Risa Nakagami couldn't take it anymore. In her opinion, it was a complete insult to Sakura Nation. Miso, shoot him for me. She barked orders at the doll in her hand. Cluck cluck cluck. The bear doll let out a weird laugh, and in the next moment several death rays were launched from within its eyes, shooting straight out without distinguishing between enemy and friend. Crack. The red laser was extremely fast, but instead of hitting Lin Mo, it hit Chiang Mai who was in the middle of a fierce battle. The latter's thighs were directly pierced by the death ray, and blood flowed out like it was no money. Risa, what are you doing? Beside him, Funawari Dai roared in disbelief. That's Lord Aoimasu. How dare you? Jiraiya frowned and said, Risa, you need to give us an explanation. Nakagami Risa sneered. What explanation? As the number one in Sakura country being suppressed by a Yin country District 11, then she doesn't deserve to be number one in Sakura country. Boatright Dai wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Losing the Great Tengu has caused his strength to plummet, and naturally his status is not as good as it was before the war. If he rashly clashed with Nakagami Risha here, he might be decapitated by the other party in the process and then collect his top resource sanctuary. Risa Nakagami sneered. I'll give you two choices. One is to wait here for Chiang Mai to fall and then be broken by Lin Mo one by one. Boatright asked. What about the second one? Risa Nakagami smiled grimly. Naturally, we'll join forces, do away with Lin Mo and Chiang Mai, and rise to the top ourselves. Boat Wataru shook his head greatly. No, Lord Aoimasu is our Sakura Nation's number one battle force. In the future, If Sakura country is to dominate the world, she must be at the helm. Risa Nakagami chuckled. Do you think now is the time to think about that? Funaki Dai's tone trailed off. According to the current situation, the fight between Lin Mo and Chiang Mai was obviously not a good place to intervene. If Chiang Mai really lost, then the rest of them naturally wouldn't have any chance. Lin Mo not only possessed superb combat strength, but also possessed bizarre means of replying. Aside from the fact that it seems to have no wide-range killing skills, it's a completely terrifying opponent with no drawbacks. Just as Funakatari Dai hesitated. Next to him, Ji Zhuya instead took the lead and nodded. Okay, I'm in. Funakudai was silent for a moment, then nodded. Good. Risa Nakagami giggled and said, since that's the case, then I'd like to trouble you, Mr. Boatwaters, to inform the players in the back so that they can join together. After hesitating for a long time, Funaki Wataru Dai nodded once again, and then glanced at Aoimasu, who was fighting furiously on the battlefield, and sighed slightly in his heart. I'm sorry, Lord Aoimasu, but for the future of Sakura country, please die. With one last look, he turned around and turned back to start mobilizing the hundreds of players who hadn't been joining the fight. Chapter 104 Bombardment. The effect of the program is described as an explosion. A few minutes later, Boatwright joined the battlefield with hundreds of players. Daisuke Funakatari, are you really going to carry out an indiscriminate attack? Moriya Sakutaro, the former vice president of the House of Samurai and current head of the House of Samurai, asked suspiciously, but Aoimasu-sama is still in the field. Will we do this? Boat Dudu glanced at him and said, don't you want to avenge Rainy Knight Kazuma? Moriya Sakutaro scratched his head. Think so? Think. The village chief died and he got a resource shrine for nothing, even though he lost 20% of the map resources out before. But this is still a resource mecca. How is it 100 times better than an ordinary village head? In the future, all these map resources are all his. As if he could tell what was on his mind, Fudo said, oh, even if you want the House of Samurai, then you'll have to go back alive. Moriya Sakutaro thought for a moment as if that was the case, and finally nodded. Don't worry my lord, we'll do as you say. Funaki Wataru nodded his head, and his heart was relieved. It was important to realize that the hundreds of players brought over were not weak. There are a ton of A-ranked players, and a lot of S and SS ranked ones as well. All of them were first-rate players absorbed by various resource sanctuaries before, and their comprehensive battle power was definitely not weak. Originally thought that this time just bring the top team of their respective village chiefs to show their faces. Who would have thought that they would meet a killing god far beyond imagination? Fortunately, the hundreds of well-qualified players' combined battle power was also quite high. If commanded properly, SSS-level players would have to suffer as well. After arranging his formation, Funaki Wataru Dai walked over to Nakagami Risa again and whispered, there's a healer on the team. Should we heal Daisuke Indo's injuries? Of course, it was also possible to treat Chiang Mai's injuries, but several people had their own intentions, as if they were no longer thinking of letting Chiang Mai leave the battlefield alive. Risa Nakagami sneered, save that hot-blooded cutie. And what can we do about it? Don't forget, with 7 top-tier resource villages on the field, any less and we'll get more than our share. Hearing that, Funaki Dai didn't say anything more. He nodded and asked, when do we do it? Risa Nakagami glanced at the players who were fully loaded behind her and gave a sweet smile. Now, as long as I can force the two to a bloodied state, I'll be able to guarantee taking them down. Funakudai thought something. What if we miss again? Nakagami Risa glanced at him. Aren't there still you and Ji Zhuya? And I just don't believe that Lin Mo's weird means of replying can be used all the time. In fact, Risa Nakagami didn't feel like she had just missed. It was possible that he was just blocked from view by the corrosive black mist and didn't look at Lin Mo's blood bar. It is also possible that the opponent has used some means to directly restore a portion of blood, which did not hit the instant death effect. One more time, I will be able to kill you, Lin Mo. Nakagami Risha's eyes looked grimly at Lin Mo on the battlefield. The latter didn't seem to notice her sight and was still tangling with Aoimasu. It had to be said that both were indeed among the top melee players in the world. The strikes from both sides were getting faster and faster. Much more so than the sparring match between Lin Mo and Indo Daisuke just now. To the ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room, it was completely impossible to see their strikes, and they could only roughly judge the strengths and weaknesses through the blood quantities of both sides. Currently, Lin Mo's blood level had gradually returned to health. On the contrary, Aoimasuya, lacking the means of recovery, her blood level gradually slipped, and she saw that she was already approaching the yellow line. Risa Nakagami, who had been observing the battle, suddenly bellowed, now! Boat Duo narrowed his eyes and raised his arm, and the players in the back who received the order no longer hesitated and fired off their skills. Infernomancy of fire. The first to strike was the SS-ranked Moriya Sakutaro, and the inflammatory fire was like a pillar of fire that shot straight out. The killing power was not as good as a SSS-ranked player, but it was first-rate among the SS ranks, and was definitely not weaker than Ellis' Sea-Wave Tidal Wave from before. The flames were extremely wide-ranging, directly enveloping both Lin Mo and Ching Mai. Of course, he wasn't the only one who struck out. There were other long-range players as well. Explosive Flame Technique, Thunder Strike, Lightsaber Slash, Exploding Long Arrow. The colorful spells and long-range attacks were like a flashing stream of light that sped towards Lin Mo and Ching Mai. Counting the number of long-range attacks, there were at least hundreds of rounds. The lowest level of the player who dealt the damage was above level 50 of the First Order. If they were hit head-on, not to mention the First Order players, even the Second Order couldn't carry the damage. Boom 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 boom. For a while, the scene was directly covered by smoke and dust, and the field resounded with explosions one after another. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned to see this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Sakura Nation players are crazy. Isn't their leaderboard big guy still on the field? Damn it. Aoyama Sasama is still there. Who gave the order? My god. These Sakura Nation players are so ruthless. They don't even spare their own people? TSK. These players' career ratings aren't low, are they? It feels like a random shot could kill me. Definitely. These people were originally strong people recruited by the top resource Sacred Grounds. How else could they be on the field? This time Lin Mo and Ching Mai are afraid that they're hanging on. This damage can't be carried even by SSS level players. Maybe the Shining Paladin from the Great Eagle Kingdom can. That guy just hardened himself and carried everyone's damage before harvesting 10 SSS ranked flags. That's a top-tier defense profession. Lin Mo and Chang Ma-yi are clearly attacking melee professions, and their skill mechanics should all be on the combat-oriented side. Boat Wataru big look at the live broadcast of the pop-up screen scalp numbness. Just now he has turned off the sound of their speech, so the audience cannot hear him and Nakagami Risa and other people discussing the backwater matter. It was just that when he did, he regretted it a little. But there is no room for regret in the present situation. On the contrary, Risa Nakagami had an incomparably sweet smile on her face as she looked at the center of the battlefield that had exploded up and smiled wryly. Cluck 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 cluck. All die. All die. Boat Duode only felt a chill on his back and silently moved half a step away from it. One has to be careful with such people whether they are enemies or teammates. Otherwise you won't know when you've been sold. Prepare for round 2. Risa Nakagami said with a smirk. So Funakudai waved his hand once again, and the second long-range team started chanting their skills once again. Pitch Black Arrow, Water Dragon Tian Xiang, Ice Burst Ring. The earth freezes. The second wave of skill bombardment came again. This time, it was still hundreds of shots of long-range skills. For a moment, the explosion was like a thunderstorm, rising from the ground. The yellow sand went straight up into the sky and covered the sky. The effect of the skill was so amazing that even Sakura Nation powerhouses such as Funaki Watari Dai were a bit dumbfounded. If they were in the middle of it, they probably wouldn't be able to handle the first round, let alone the second round of skill bombardment. The smile on Risa Nakagami's face grew wilder as she hugged the doll and amplified her voice with reckless abandon. Boom! Keep blasting me. If one round doesn't work, 2 rounds. If 2 rounds don't work, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't believe it. They can't die. Lol 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 lol. Risa Nakagami's eerie laughter resounded throughout the room, while the hundreds of players behind her came in waves. Take turns and bombard the room. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast at the moment were also seeing so many top players taking turns to shoot in unison for the first time. The effect of the program is, well, explosive. It's just that no one knows how the two, who were bombarded by skill rounds, are doing now. Chapter 105, Change of Circumstances. The Betrayal of Aoyamasu. This drama of rounds of bombing lasted a full half hour, longer than all the battles just added together. Hundreds of long-range players blasted away at the battlefield, their mental energy running out. But the effect is quite shocking. Then before, their group moved backward to the gates of the major villages, and the battlefield in front of him, which was originally quite open, had now sunk at least tens of centimeters throughout. The area in the very center was even blown out into a deep crater. Not to mention ordinary players, even top defense fighters couldn't carry it. Cluck, 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 cluck. Death, death to all. Looking at the battlefield that was no longer in shape, a crazy smile appeared on Nakagami Risa's face. Boat Watarida looked serious as he said, "Still, we have to be careful. That's Lin Mo and Lord Ching Mai." Nakagami Risa laughed. Giggle. People are dead and still calling Aoyama Sasama. Funawari Daidai-sama is really loyal. Boat Wataruda glanced at the screen full of live broadcast pop-ups that were cursing them for their underhandedness and coughed. Lord Aowimasu sacrificed his life for the Sakura Kingdom, so naturally he is a hero of the Sakura Kingdom, and we should treat him with the highest honor. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed across Nakagami Risa's face, but she did not continue to taunt him. Indeed, as Funawari said, they needed a proper reason to explain it all. Giggle. The bodies are all blown up. I'm afraid. So what's the point of being careful? Risa Nakagami laughed and said, if they're really not dead, let Misao finish them all off. The bear doll in her arms once again wore a mesmerizing smile. Boat Duoda was just about to say something when he suddenly received a system prompt in his ear. Ding! The simulation of the Sentai has been destroyed by player Lin Mo, and the Yingling Hall player is disqualified from competing for the position of village head. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. At the same time, the players belonging to his village were instantly disqualified, with their personal panels displaying a grayed out status, unable to perform any more offensive actions. Nakagami Risa naturally received the alert, and a hint of surprise surfaced on her expression. Lin Mo is still alive? She had just turned to look at the village before receiving another prompt. Ding! The simulated superhero registration desk was destroyed by player Lin Mo, and the Superpower Alliance player loses his eligibility to compete for the position of village chief. Cam! Jiraiya G cursed angrily. The group of players behind him were similarly blocked from the panel and disqualified. Immediately after that, another system alert reached everyone's ears. Ding! The simulated Hot Blood rooftop has been destroyed by player Lin Mo, and Hot Blood High School has lost its eligibility to compete for the position of village head. 3 consecutive system prompts reached their ears, and most of the players on the battlefield were disqualified. Of the Sakura Nation powerhouses that were still awake at the scene, only Risa Nakagami's Magic Moves Toy Town retained its eligibility. This guy, how did he do it? Nakagami Risa's eyes were filled with disbelief, wondering how Lin Mo managed to destroy all the simulation grounds so quickly. Damn it! Where the hell is he? Risa Nakagami said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, she suddenly felt a coldness in her neck as a short dagger was placed across her neck. Don't move! A cold voice came, but it wasn't Lin Mo, but Aowimasu-sama. A player in the crowd recognized the person behind her, only to see a pitch-black tights of the green hemp clothes. At the moment the clothes on the body tattered, covered in mud. Nakagami Risa was first shocked, then angry. Aowimasu, what are you doing? We're teammates. Hearing her angry roar, the Chingma-e behind her still didn't have the slightest expression, and the short dagger that was compared to her neck didn't move away, and even pressed down slightly by half an inch. Bright red blood ran down her skin, and Risa Nakagami, who was feeling pain for the first time, lost her voice and screamed, her eyes filled with fear. She could clearly feel a strong killing intent coming from behind her. Aowimasu was really going to kill her. Risa Nakagami subconsciously tried to activate the doll in her hand to launch an attack, but her eyes caught sight of the blood bar above her opponent's head. Blood 100%. Why? She looked as surprised and puzzled as could be. Not to mention the uncountable rounds of magic bombardment just now. Even in the fight between Chingma-e and Lin Mo before the bombardment, the former's blood level was in an unhealthy state. Moreover, the other party hadn't cast any means of recovery before, so why did the blood level return so quickly? Risa Nakagami immediately gave up on the idea of using Niso. Are you kidding me? The person behind her is Aowimasu, the #1 person in the Sakura country. If you don't have the chance to kill for sure, you're just looking for death. Risa Nakagami didn't dare to make a move, much less speak. She was afraid that if she continued to talk, Aowimasu would immediately move to slaughter her. And at the moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was in a daze. What the hell? What's with all the fighting and infighting? Shouldn't we be surprised that Aowimasu was still alive? Ha ha ha, deservedly so. Who told them to even blast Lord Aowimasu before? That's right, Lord Aowimasu. Kill her. Kill these betrayers. But, dog eat dog. Interesting. The audience in the live broadcast room was still like this, and the live audience was even more surprised. Funaki Wataru Dai said in a hurry, Aowimasu-sama, please stop. If we kill Risa Nakagami, we'll have no chance at all. At the moment, Lin Mo was stealing from their village, and most of Jijuya and Funikatari were disqualified and could no longer fight. If Risa Nakagami dies, then the only one left in the field is Aowimasu, who might still have the qualification. But with the previous battle between Lin Mo and Chingma-e, it would be difficult for the latter to stop the former from reaping the battlefield. In that case, they would all lose their own top-tier resource sanctuaries. The consequences are unimaginable. Jijua also said, that's right, Lord Aowimasu, please consider this carefully. This is not just a personal grudge between a few of us, but the future of the entire Sakura Kingdom is at stake as well. Losing 6 top-tier resource sanctuaries at once, plus a village that was only second to the resource sanctuaries, was something that no national region could afford. Seeing this, Nakagami Risa also hurriedly said, "That's right, Aoimasu. Even though I gave the order just now, I'm doing it for the sake of Sakura Nation and to win. Even if you want revenge, it will be later, not now." However, after hearing their words, Ching Ma-e still didn't speak, much less put down the short dagger in her hand. Funahata frowned with some doubt in his mind. In his impression, although Chang Ma-e was described as a fighting maniac, he was extraordinarily clear in his treatment of major events. That's why she agreed to the decision to count the white bone wall. However, the Ching Ma-e in front of them ignored them and didn't even move his eyes. Just as the scene was frozen, Ching Ma-e's cool voice spoke again. "Going to do it? Ha?" The crowd was dumbfounded, not knowing who she was talking to. Suddenly, an icy voice came. "May." The crowd snapped to attention and looked back, only to see that at some point, Lin Mo's figure had already appeared at the entrance of the village, while he was still carrying a bloody person in his hand. Chapter 106, The Hanging Heart Dies. Victory in the Battle of Hopewell. Risa Nakagami was stunned, then reacted angrily. "Ching Ma-e, you actually joined forces with Lin Mo. You're betraying the Sakura Kingdom." Funaki Wataru Dai and Jiraiya frowned and opened their mouths. "Aoimasu-sama, stop your behavior immediately. This is treason." "That's right, it's fine for you to kill Nakagami Risha, but you can't join forces with Lin Mo." At this moment, both the Sakura Nation players on the scene, or the players in the live broadcast room were all incredulous, and then they all exited to stop. "Aoimasu-sama, don't. Ching Ma-e, if you're teaming up with Lin Mo, you should commit harakiri immediately." "Damn it, Aoimasu, how dare you, Aoimasu, you traitor." However, Ching Ma-e, who heard all of this, still didn't half move. Instead, Lin Mo sneered, "Bunch of idiots." As soon as the words fell, the short dagger in Aoimasu's hand instantly struck out, directly slicing into Nakagami Risa's neck. Swish swish swish. In an instant, hundreds of short daggers appeared from the air at first glance, striking towards Nakagami Risha's neck. The Lord Bear doll in her arms was eager to protect its master and directly fired Death Ray to start shooting the short dagger in the air. However, its attack was too one-dimensional, able to knock out one or two short daggers, but unable to stop more from stabbing into Risa Nakagami's neck. Put! As short dagger after short dagger pierced into the neck, a stream of bright red blood splashed out, staining the faces of nearby players. Blitz! 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 Red bludgeon tips kept floating up above her head, and her blood bar was decreasing as far as the eye could see. Aoimasu smoothly released her hand, and Nakagami Risa covered her neck and turned her head to look at her with a disbelieving face. "You, how dare you?" she said in a hoarse voice. Ching Ma-e, however, did not speak, but flicked his hand, and the short dagger in his hand stabbed directly into her chest. In the next moment, hundreds of short daggers appeared in the air again, stabbing into her body one by one, turning her into a complete sieve. Ding! Player Risa Nakagami has been killed. The sense of shock on the players' faces intensified as her body fell limply. They hadn't even been so surprised when Rainy Knight Kazuma and the others had died before. That was, after all, killed by Lin Mo. But right now, oh my, as the number one person in Sakura Nation, had actually made a move to kill her own player. And this was unbearable for them. Many of the Sakura Nation players in the livestream broke their defenses straight away. "Bugger, Aoimasu, you're a traitor to the Sakura Kingdom. Won't you be able to fix it? Damn Ching Ma-e, damn Lin Mo. It's over. It's over. This is a complete loss. This is more than half of the Sakura country's resource mecca. Ha ha, I'm really going to die of laughter. Sakura Nation is playing a movie here. Interesting, really interesting. TSK. Am I the only one whose attention is on Lin Mo? This is too strong. How did he escape the bombardment just now? Yeah, how did he and Ching Ma-e survive? I felt my scalp tingle just from seeing that scene. It almost gave me the yes. The bottom line is, how did he get Aoimasu to take up a side with him? Isn't this simple? If I were to be betrayed by someone in the same camp, I'd definitely kill them all. And these Sakura Nation players are still there screaming numb and wondering what's so good about spamming. Oh, you were unkind first, and you're blaming others? That's right. In the words of our Yin country, if you do the first day, I'll do the 15th. There's nothing that can't be understood. On another note, Lin Mo is really strong. His ranking will definitely rise after this time. It didn't matter how much the Sakura Nation players couldn't understand it, or whether the other players could see it or not. After Risa Nakagami was declared dead, the jig was up. Although there were still a few villages with simulated main towns that had not been destroyed, the mayors of those main towns were either dead or their whereabouts were no longer known. Nope, not unaccounted for. Just now, the bloodied man in Lin Mo's hand was also recognized by the Sakura Nation players. It was the Indigo Daisuke who had fought with Lin Mo earlier and collapsed in the corrosive black mist. Lin Mo casually tossed it aside, but judging from the undulations of his body, Indo Daisuke was still alive. At least not for a while. Funaki Wataru Dai and Jijua also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, glancing at Lin Mo and then at Ching Mai, not knowing what they wanted to do. Honestly, if these two join forces, not to mention him and Jijua, all the players in the room combined weren't enough for them to kill. The bottom line is that they've been eliminated and the panel is blocked. Although he was still able to move, he could not use any skills. What's the difference between them, who can only use normal attacks, and a pig to the slaughter? The other players on the scene seemed to have realized this as well, and the crowd that had been clamoring just a moment ago gradually quieted down, and the anger on their faces all dissipated quite a bit, replaced by creepiness. Dead silence spread quietly in the air. The scene was so quiet that a pin dropped on the ground could be heard echoing. Just as everyone was waiting for Lin Mo to speak, they saw Ching Mai speak to Funaki Wataru Dai and Jijua. There are still a few simulated main cities that haven't been destroyed, so you guys lead the men to destroy them. Funaki Wataru Dai froze, as if he hadn't expected Aoimasu to say that. Lord Aoimasu, if this is all ruined, we'll really lose. G. Draco followed suit. That's right, Aoimasu-sama, please think twice. Ching Mai, however, had no intention of discussing with them, and his clear and cold voice continued to ring out. 5 minutes, and when that time is up, I will personally strike to behead you. Boat Wataru Big still want to say something else, but Ching Mai body release of killing intent does not seem to be fake. The gap between the fingers is already pinched up a number of detonation talisman. It was as if he said one more word, he would simply release the starter's charm and begin to wreak havoc on the whole place. The pupils of Funaki Wataru Dai and Jijua contracted instantly. The damage of a few detonation charms was naturally nothing, but they had seen Ching Mai fight before, knowing that each of these detonation charms can be treated as hundreds. Together, that's hundreds of detonation charms. Who can handle that? And the most crucial thing was that Lin Mo was standing not far behind them. You want to run away? Can you escape? They had no choice but to do as they were told. A few minutes later, ding! The simulated ninja training ground has been destroyed by player Lin Mo, and the ninja village has lost its eligibility to compete for the position of village chief. Ding! Analog Toy Town has been destroyed by player Lin Mo, and Magic Toy Town has lost its eligibility to compete for the position of village head. Ding! The simulated Kendo Arena has been destroyed by player Lin Mo, and the House of Samurai loses its eligibility to compete for the position of village chief. The hanging hearts of the Sakura Nation players in the live broadcast room and at the scene finally died. As several system prompts ended, the regional announcement finally came out. Ding! The Hopetown promotion battle has ended. Congratulations to Whitebone Great Wall player Lin Mo for obtaining the position of village chief. One big golden light character emerged in the sky above the Whitebone Great Wall, and the players standing at the top of the city at this moment erupted in unprecedented cheers. Chapter 107 Take Your Lives to Fill It. An occasion of urban warfare that began abruptly and ended even more abruptly. The viewers watching the broadcast didn't figure out what happened afterward until the broadcast closed. How had Lin Mo and Chang Mai escaped from the intense magic bombardment? Why did Aoimasu, who had been fighting on the battlefield, suddenly turn against him? And these are questions that viewers are not destined to have answered. What's more, they wouldn't have thought that it was also from this battle that the entire Blue Star's landscape would drastically change as a result. The words White Bone Wall are destined to be a colorful part of Blue Star's history. With the end of the Hopetown mission, the live broadcast was also shut down directly by Boatwater's Grand. It's just that the original ring didn't just disappear. It remained for the time being, but the scene can be quiet to a fault. Funaki Wataru Dai and Jiju were also sweating profusely and their backs were drenched in sweat. The other normal players weren't much better. The less courageous ones had their legs weakening and were gripping their weapons, ready to go into combat at any time. However, they all knew that once the war started, they would die a horrible death. The reason was simple, not to mention the fact that Lin Mo, the god of murder, was right in front of him, eyeing him. Ching Mai alone was enough to deal with them. If one had seen her and Lin Mo fight with their own eyes, they wouldn't have underestimated their strength. Just now they bombarded each other like that. The other party even managed to remain unharmed, and now most of the players were dissatisfied with their status, and continuing to fight would only lead to death. Fudo-de hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Aoimasu, and Mayor Lin Mo, what do you guys want to do? He had already calculated in his mind that if Lin Mo chose the Great Wall of White Bones in Hopewell, then he would immediately detach himself from the village and move on to other villages in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. As miserable as it is, at least there's a white-knuckle chance. Next to him, Jiraiya G was probably thinking the same thing in his heart, and even wanted to take some of his men with him. Amami Kazuma is gone. Nakagami Risa is gone. And Howie Ryota is gone. But the group of elite players they recruited earlier are still there. With these manpower and their own strength, where can they not go in the big world? It's just that the biggest crisis right now is getting through the immediate. Ching Ma-yi stood still and didn't say anything. And Lin Mo, who had been silent all this time, slowly walked up from behind. During the process, the players were in a cold sweat as if they were on the edge of their seats. What kind of killing god Lin Mo was? They had seen it before. Such close contact, whether it was to these ordinary players or not, or these top professionals like Bo Duode, they all felt Alexandria. Of course, there were also some players who looked at Lin Mo with some curiosity in their hearts. This is Lin Mo. It's kinda cool. Gee, god of kill. Mom, I'm scared. The players were frightened, but Lin Mo did not strike at them, walking to the front of the crowd to set his feet and open the door. 90% of the map resources of all villages are annexed to the Great Wall of White Bones. Sure enough, Funaki Wataru Dai and the others said in their hearts. It was just slightly strange why Lin Mo didn't want 100% of the map's resources and instead left them 10%. If it were them, they wouldn't stop until the Great Wall of White Bones was cleaned out. Even though only 10% of the map's resources were left behind, it represented the resources of one SSS-ranked Terra Incognita, especially players like Moriya Sakutaro, whose village chief had already been killed in action, or practically whoring out a fairly decent village for nothing. Both Watari Dai and the others were also torn up. And with expectations placed low in their hearts, it didn't seem as hard to accept as they thought if there was still 10% of the map's resources left. Only the next second, Lin Mo's words interrupted their beautiful dream. 2. All players on site must remain at the White Bone Wall and hold it. Lin Mo said coldly. Ha? Won't let us go back? Someone was surprised. Oh, I want to go home. Yeah, even if you guys take the resources, at least let us go back. You can have all the resources. It's none of my business anyway. I'm going back to Sakura country. This is not our country area. Another big man with a thick neck said with a stalking head among the crowd. I don't care if the village is yours or not. My lord just wants to go home. Just as his words fell, a shuriken sped from the front, hitting the big man right in the forehead. Blitz. Strike 1. Kill prompts floated up from overhead. The crowd looked shocked. It would have been fine if the one who struck out was Lin Mo, but the person who took the lead in killing the Sakura Nation player was the number one person in his home region. Ching Ma-yi, Aoimasu-sama. Someone shouted incredulously. Ching Ma-yi slightly lowered his eyes and did not look at them, his cool voice coming out from his throat. Those who disobey, die. A dense murderous aura emanated from her, and one of the players who had been clamoring just a moment ago turned white with fear. Aoimasu was not joking. Lin Mo, then, was even more down on them. Funakatari Dai sighed inwardly, only feeling that this time he had been planted. The calculations just now were completely dashed. And I don't know if I will be able to find a chance to break away from the White Bone Great Wall in the following. Lin Mo, however, didn't care what they thought and said again. 3. The various preserved villages continue to recruit players, and those who pass the test can enter the White Bone Wall. Ha! The more Boatright Dai listens, the more he thinks something is wrong. Why did it feel like Lin Mo was trying to develop them into a downline? And the Sakura Nation players recruited in the back can also enter the White Bone Wall? It was important to know that when the official merging of the city was over and the map resources of the 6 top holy places were absorbed, the Great Wall of White Bones, which had originally ranked on the low side of the resource holy places, would leap to become the brightest and top resource holy place in the world. If they do establish this partnership with the Great Wall of White Bones, then when you think about it, it seems like they've achieved what they set out to do in the first place. It's just that the one with the dominant power wasn't them, but Lin Mo. Hiss. Boat Wataru sucked in a breath of cool air as the two Lin Mo and Chang Ma-yi who stood up together in front of him. Couldn't it be that Lord Ching Ma-yi had made some kind of private agreement with Lin Mo? Thinking this way, he was instantly enlightened. And the more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. How else could Aoimasu's back and forth transformation be so drastic? If there was a coordination from Ching Ma-yi, then naturally they, the players of the Sakura country, would not be treated poorly in the future. In this way, this is also considered to be the largest and the first to form a coalition of the current Blue Star. Is world domination or something still a long way off? Just without waiting for him to think more, Lin Mo said again. 4. For your Sakura Nation players, there will be different assessment criteria for each class. Fail the test more than 3 times and you are reduced to a medium citizen. Fail more than 10 times and you are reduced to an inferior citizen. There were 10 rules in total, and each of them could be considered extremely harsh for Sakura Nation players. It was just that the players present were in the way of Lin Mo's and Ching Mai's threats and didn't dare to show any hint of indignation. Of course, even if there was, Lin Mo wouldn't care. He looked at the people present, such as Funaki Wataru de, with a cold smile on his face. Didn't you Sakura Kingdom want to merge the Great Wall of White Bones? Good. Then let your Sakura Nation Warzone be the first to hold the city's head. Beneath the Great Wall, White Bones, take your lives to fill them. Chapter 108 Equality or Slavery? A Life Without Hope. Boat Duo frowned as he listened to these few rules of Lin Mo's speech and thought carefully. At first glance, these requirements seem unreasonable, but on second thought, paying a protection fee to be able to enjoy the map resources of the Great Wall of White Bones seems not bad. Not only him, but Jiraiya seemed to have thought of all this as well. And to be honest, those rules might be stressful for normal players, but not much of a challenge for them, the top professionals. The city's daily monster kill count of 300 and miscellaneous tests and whatnot is nothing. The bottom line is that if the partnership does come to fruition, then they are the first backbone of this behemoth. Following Lin Mo and Chang Mai around, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. Figuring out the key point, Boatwright smiled broadly and said, "Alright, Village Chief Lin Mo, we will definitely complete the mission." Lin Mo swept a glance at him and said, "All players above S rank, the assessment criteria are separate. As for you SSS ranks, each of you will take one beast-tied mission per day." After listening to Lin Mo's introduction of the rules just now, both Dududi and the others had roughly analyzed the mode of operation of the Great Wall of White Bones. Simply put, it's a quest that refreshes the beast-tied siege every day. This in itself represents a monster resource. He couldn't wait to slaughter more monsters and accumulate time coins. Boatwright smiled broadly and said, "No problem." Seeing that he seemed to have misunderstood something, Lin Mo faintly swept a glance at him and said, "I mean, each of you must complete a beast-tied siege once a day. And whether it's you, or any other Sakura Nation player, the supplies gained from the kills must be surrendered in full, in addition to what you need for daily survival." What? On what grounds? Even with the presence of Ching Mai to suppress it, there were people who were not convinced to speak out. If anything, before the test, killing monsters was still acceptable and could even be viewed as a means of earning resources. But the matter of paying all the loot is of a completely different nature than before. Without time coins, they can't continue to upgrade. In that case, they are really no different from prisoners, completely reduced to drudgery on the Great Wall of White Bones. Not only the regular players, but Funaki Wataru Dai and Jiraiya Joie were also frowning. Funaki Wataru Dai said directly, "Village Chief Lin Mo, this proposal is too unfair to the Sakura Nation players. We are a joint city, even if we lose the fight for the village chief. But in a sense, it's still a cooperative relationship. Some of the rules of the Great Wall of White Bones, we are naturally willing to abide by. But if it's these unequal treaties, then forgive us for rejecting them." Jiraiya G nodded and said, "That's right, we're human beings, not livestock for your labor." The other players were also righteously indignant, but just didn't quite dare to speak up. In the face of Boat Duo Da's refusal, Lin Mo just sneered, "Have you guys gotten something wrong?" When he finished speaking, his eyes went to Funikatari Dai and Jiraiya G. "Think I'm working with Aoimasu? Or do you think I'm ready to ally with your Sakura Kingdom? Isn't it?" Funaki Wataru Dai narrowed his eyes and slandered in his mind, even glancing at Aoimasu, who was not far away. Ching Mai was at least the number one person in Sakura Nation, so how could he not sit back and watch Lin Mo treat Sakura Nation players like this? But the former did not speak, did not even look at him. In the end, they only heard Lin Mo read, "Aoimasu," only to see that Ching Mai, who hadn't moved a moment ago, suddenly knelt down on one knee and bowed his head towards Lin Mo in response. "Master, I am." The scene was quiet, and Chang Mai's cool voice reached everyone's ears. All of the Sakura Nation players, including Funaki Wataru Dai and Ji Juya, all had unbelievable expressions on their faces. This was even more unacceptable than if they had lost the Battle of Hopetown. Who's Aoimasu? The number one person in the Sakura country, when looking at the entire world, was a number of top powerhouses. Sparing SSS-ranked professionals like Funikatari Dai and Ji Juya, they had to admit that even if they were the same SSS rank, there was still a considerable gap between them. But this Sakura country's bearer in front of him had actually recognized Lin Mo as his master. "Aoimasu-sama, how did you?" Boat Wataru's eyes widened, and at this moment, he could no longer maintain his previous demeanor. If he had thought that although his family had lost, at least there was still the backbone of Ching Mai present, even if it was a combined city, they wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage. Now, what they thought was their leg up has turned out to be dependent on someone else. Hoping that they hugged a lonely thigh. But how is this possible? When did Ching Mai become Lin Mo's subordinate? How did the latter do it? A series of questions made Funaki Watari's big head go down, and also made the Sakura Nation players on the scene look confused. However, Lin Mo didn't give them a chance to think too much, and with a wave of his hand, he directly edited the rules he had just announced into village rules, copying them to everyone's mailboxes. Only Lin Mo's icy voice rang out. 10 seconds to sign the deal or die. As he spat out the last word, Aoimachi once again flashed the weapon in his hand. It was as if as long as one person dared to say no, she would immediately strike out and behead the other. The players on the scene were so pale that they were only able to flip through their mailboxes on their hands and knees to sign the recognition agreement in order to stay alive. Funaki Wataru Dai originally wanted to say something. Only in the next moment, Aoimasu stepped forward in a single stride and quickly closed in on him. Just as he subconsciously tried to retreat, Qingmai's short dagger was already then between his neck. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Boatwright's forehead, but he didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that he would end up like Risa Nakagami just now, stuck into a sieve. Only after having exchanged hands at such a close distance could one clearly recognize the power of Qingmai. The few SR gods he had summoned were actually completely too late to make any reaction when Aoimasu launched. Qingmai was already so powerful. What about Lin Mo who had taken her in? He shuddered to think. I'll sign right away. Boatwatari cried out, flipping through his mailbox with the fastest hand speed of his life and signing the agreement. The time was just right. Stuck at 10 seconds. As for Jiraiya G, who was next to him, he was already pulling out the agreement and signing it as soon as he saw him being gesticulated at by the short dagger. A hair's breadth faster than he was. Once the 10 seconds were up, several bone daggers instantly appeared in Lin Mo's fingers before he flung them towards the crowd. Swish swish swish. Bone daggers easily hit the foreheads of several players. Blitz. Strike 1. Blitz. Strike 1. Blitz. Strike 1. The scene once again drifted up with kill prompts, and several of the players who were hit fell backward to the ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness. These were players who wanted to fish in troubled waters just now and wanted to gamble, and Lin Mo wouldn't look at them to see if they had signed the agreement or not. It's just a shame that they lost their bet. At this moment, Lin Mo's village interface not only had the information of all the players on the field, including the information of the players who were not on the field in those villages in the Cherry Blossom Country was also visible. It's easy to find whoever you want. Any flukes won't work on his side. In the Eternal Kingdom, the village chief is like the lord of a territory, with complete autonomy. Although they cannot directly kill or injure people, they can bind the citizens through village rules, and such village rules are not subject to any restrictions. And even the most unfair rules are 100% valid as long as the citizens have signed an agreement to recognize them. Then they are equivalent to a contract. Violators will have their time cleared directly and the player will die instantly. Of course, the village rules that Lin Mo had set for the Sakura Nation players weren't really much different from a master-servant slavery contract. When everyone had signed, Lin Mo opened his mouth indifferently. Now, only one of the time coins is allowed to remain, and all the rest of the supplies, including the time coins, are to be turned in. Hearing this, the players' faces turned even more gray, only feeling that there was no hope left in life. Chapter 109, Reclaiming the Position of Village Chief. With the new village rules set for 10 days, instead of happily dividing up the spoils and returning to their villages after the ring battle as they had first imagined, all of these players stayed at the White Bone Great Wall. The first reaction of Li Mingliang and the others at the top of the city was to be wary when they saw a single Sakura Nation player appear on the city. Then they relaxed, because Lin Mo appeared among the crowd. With Ringo around, these little lives can't be turned upside down. Li Mingliang himself didn't even know that nowadays he was honey confident in Lin Mo. When Lin Mo was bombarded by small days just now, he surprisingly didn't feel very nervous in his heart, always thinking that Lin Mo would definitely take the victory in the ring battle in the end. As expected, Lin Mo ended up not only cleaning up the small days, but even brought back all the other party's elites. Just now, they had also received a message alert that Lin Mo had established the village rules. They were surprised at first, but eventually relaxed when they realized that it was all about the terms and conditions for Sakura Nation players. Therefore, Li Mingliang was actually psychologically prepared for the arrival of these Sakura Nation players. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. He greeted them with a smile. Brother Lin is awesome. Brother Lin is mighty. The Yen players next to them also cheered. Ringo, I love you. So strong. Ringo is dominant. As usual, Lin Mo ignored their rainbow farts and just said to Li Mingliang, "Did you just read the village code?" Li Mingliang nodded. "Generally read it." Lin Mo continued. "Okay, you're in charge of collecting the supplies." Li Mingliang was first stunned. Then surprise appeared on his face. "Brother Lin, I'll make sure to get this done." His surprise was not because of anything else. Knowing that the position of managing money belongs to the first rank in either organization, a real position of real power, Lin Mo glanced at him, but didn't say much. He had too many personal things to do, and the Great Wall of White Bones was in a period of rapid development and needed many talents. Although Li Mingliang was not strong, he was really quite good at managing people. Those students in the original novice area belonging to Jiang Yuanji and Yanzhou basically listened to Li Mingliang's arrangements if Lin Mo himself was not present. And Lin Mo could see that it wasn't entirely because the latter was stronger than ordinary students. After receiving the order, Li Mingliang set up a table at the city's head and made preparations on the spot. It was worth mentioning that Indo Daisuke, who had just been carried back by Lin Mo, had already come to his senses and had been sent to the healing magic array below for treatment. Of course, the first thing he did when he came to his senses was sign the village code. A bewildered man obviously didn't know why they had suddenly lost and had to sign such a humiliating clause. He wanted to refuse, but after glancing at the small amount of blood he had left, he finally accepted the reality. Come, one by one. No hiding. If you violate the rules, you'll all be pushed down to the city and fed to the dogs. Li Mingliang smiled and waved at those Sakura players behind Lin Mo, looking at them as if they were looking at a money bag. On the other hand, the players from Sakura Nation were all as if they had lost their lives and reluctantly walked forward. As for trying to hide it, that's impossible. There was no need for Lin Mo to make a move at all. As long as one signed the village rules, even if one more time coin was left, that time would be directly emptied and one would die on the spot. Including the strongest members of the Sakura Kingdom such as Funaki Wataru Dai, they also had to follow the rules. Can you save some for me? I'm just a few time coins away from upgrading. I swear I'll earn more back afterward. Some of the Sakura Nation players who were still hoarding time coins in preparation for their upgrades begged bitterly. Li Mingliang glanced at Lin Mo who had already taken Cheng Ma-yi to the side of the city head. The latter naturally heard their conversation but didn't say anything. Li Mingliang immediately understood in his heart, and coldly grunted at the player. If you want to die you can stay on your hand. I can still collect one more time coin when the time comes anyway. After saying that, he really didn't bother to collect the other party's time coins, and just waved his hand. Come next. That Sakura Garden player had no choice but to squeeze out a smile that was worse than a cry, and hurriedly pulled out all of his time coins and equipment on his body and piled them on the table, saying, "My lord, you'd better take it." Li Mingliang snorted coldly, but did not directly collect his supplies, still leaving him out to dry and continuing to collect the next person's supplies. That player was sweating anxiously. He could still live if he handed it over, but he would die directly if he didn't. So how could he dare not to hand it over? I really only left one. If you don't believe me, look at my backpack. I really didn't leave more than one, so I'll just leave half of it, and take the other half as a token of my filial piety to you, he said in a rush. Li Mingliang, however, blankly glanced at him, and mentally spat out, "This stupid fork, where there is a bribe in front of the face. Get out of here," Li Mingliang said. The player was about to cry, but didn't dare do anything to him. When the Sakura players behind them saw this scene, they all put away their little thoughts and turned in their supplies faster than one another, fearing that Li Mingliang was going to put his shoes on and not accept his supplies. The king of hell is good to see, but the devil is hard to deal with. That's what it says. The latter collection of supplies became extremely smooth, and basically no one dared to say anything superfluous anymore. It wasn't until it was Boatwright's turn to surrender his supplies that he hesitated and negotiated in a small voice. "Little brother, can I keep some supplies to summon a god? You know, in the future, this task of beast tide attacking the city will have to be given to us. The stronger I am, the more useful I can be in the future. It's for the good of the White Bone Wall." Li Mingliang laughed, did not give him the slightest bit of face. "Nonsense this much? Do not hand over can. Roll side up." Next, Judu Di instantly became anxious. "I'm the village head of De Huayin Yang." Previously, Li Mingliang said with a smile. Zhou Du Da's chest was suffocating. Who would have thought that an ordinary player of the Yin Kingdom and the district would be able to flaunt his power in front of him? And he favored not being able to do anything about it yet. He had no choice but to surrender all the supplies he had on him. It's a shocker if you don't take it. The supplies on just one person, Boat Wataru D, were more than the supplies on hundreds of players just now combined. There were a full 20,000 plus time coins alone, not to mention some equally valuable weaponry. The highest is a fine grade, but there are as many as hundreds of pieces. Knowing that the village had only been fused for one day, he had already harvested so many resources, so one could imagine just how fat that one resource Holy Land was. Of course, these resources do not belong to him alone. In a sense, it is Fudo Dai harvested from the hands of the players in his own village, only now it's all become the public property of the Great Wall of White Bones. Gee, you capitalists aren't human. Li Mingliang couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Compared to that, Lin Mo asking each of them to pay 30 time coins per month is just like an angel. isn't it? Hearing the spat, Funikatari Dai grimaced and laughed while heartily aching for his wallet that emptied in one fell swoop. Damn Lin Mo. Sooner or later I'll take back your village head position. Chapter 110 Population Expansion. A real scam. Li Mingliang gathered all the supplies together, calculated the total account, and immediately felt a little staggered. The time coins total over 80,000 pieces, inferior to fine-grade equipment totaling 1,200 pieces. On top of that, there were magical crystals, ores, ferocious beast meat, and so on, whose value could not be determined. The one table he had just served was simply not enough to put on the ground at the head of the city, and it all took up as much space as a basketball court. Not to mention him, even the other players were greedy when they saw these supplies, but no one would be stupid enough to grab supplies in front of Lin Mo. Once Li Mingliang gathered all the supplies, he sent the collated bill of materials to Lin Mo, who walked over from the city side to take a look, but his expression wasn't too surprised. He stretched out his hand and swept the ground, not putting away the time coins. Instead, he first pocketed all of the 200 or so secret realm fragments, together with the ones he had captured in the flag battle earlier, as well as the ones he had harvested from killing a few Sakura Nation powerhouses just now. At this moment, he already had a full 500-odd secret realm fragments in his hands. These secret realms were actually various copy keys of various sizes, the same as the necromantic secret realm fragments he had harvested. Only the necromantic mystery fragment, which belonged to the hell difficulty mystery fragment, had far more copy resources than the normal mystery fragment. Of these 500 pieces, roughly 20 or 30 copies can be pieced together in their entirety. The easy copies alone accounted for 60% of them, followed by the normal copies accounting for 30%, with the rest being hard-level copies. Lin Mo roughly skimmed through it and realized that there were really a few more crucial copy secret keys, or fragments of secret keys. He kept these and handed them back to Zhang Yuanji next to him after the rest of the patchwork was complete, saying, "Leave all of these copy secret keys behind. I will arrange for people to raid them afterward, and the copies can be used as additional map resources for us once they are captured." That's right, if an individual raids a copy successfully, then the copy is attributed to the individual player. If a team organized by the village succeeds in the raid, then the copy will be owned by the village. Then as long as a player belongs to this village, he or she can keep entering the copies to brush the monsters and earn resources. The number of copies a main city has is also an extremely important statistic in judging how powerful a main city is in the later stages. Zhang Yuanji nodded vigorously. Unlike Li Mingliang, he rarely let his emotions show. Only from his slightly trembling hand as he received the secret realm key, it was still possible to tell that he was a little nervous and excited. After giving the secret key out, Lin Mo still didn't collect the time coins on the ground and said to Li Mingliang, "Time coins are homogenized and well planned. Part of it goes to the wall, part of it is paid out as incentive bonuses, and the other part is held in reserve." More than 80,000 time coins just seemed like a lot, but in actuality, as long as it was invested in the construction of the city, it was simply a drop in the bucket. It is important to realize that after they occupied the Great Wall of White Bones, they only moved around the city's head. Even the 10 most basic healing magic arrays had only opened a mere one, but other than that, the city was in ruins and in disrepair. Institutions, buildings, population, warehouses, everything will need to be rebuilt and therefore a lot of manpower. That's why he kept the original 7 villages in the Sakura country as a channel for recruiting the population. Thinking of this, Lin Mo beckoned again and called Funaki Wadari Dai and Juizhuo over as well. Fudo Dai approached with a good-natured smile and asked with a sarcastic smile, "Village Chief Lin Mo, is there anything I need to order?" Lin Mo gave him a faint look and said to Ji Zhuaya first, "From now on, you'll be responsible for cooperating with Li Mingliang, helping him out, and being in charge of building the city's facilities." Before Ji Zhuaya could say anything, Li Mingliang's eyes lit up instead, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. "That's a good sentiment. Your boy's Nimrod power just came in handy for building a house, Choya Ji." He was speechless for a while in his heart. He was an SSS-ranked professional, and the killing power of his Nian power was absolutely top-notch. It's just that he really isn't good at catching and killing, so he seems rather transparent in the middle of the battle just now, less so than the big Tengu that just hung up. How could such a man be reduced to building a house? Who would dare to believe it? Li Mingliang also patted his shoulder hard and said, "Small life. Follow my brother and do well. There is a big future." Ji Jingzhuo also rolled his eyes in his mind. "If it wasn't for Lin Mo being here, I could have killed 100 of you with one hand." Lin Mo didn't give a damn what he thought and said to Bo Dodo De again, "As for you, you are responsible for continuing to recruit. Within a month, the labor force of the Great Wall of White Bones should be up to 100,000. And the number of defending players at the city's head cannot be lower than 10,000. All non-yen players who enter the Whitebone Great Wall must sign the village rules agreement. After hearing Lin Mo's request, Funahata D almost didn't curse. Nima, you're still trying to recruit people with this village rule. Negroes don't even want to come. With a grimace on his face, Funaki Wataru Dai glanced at his side at Ji Juya, who was more or less gloating. In this comparison, he might as well stay at the Great Wall of White Bones and build a house. Joe Dude thought about it and said with a sardonic expression, Lin Mo village chief, this village rule is more or less a bit of an imposition, isn't it? If I announce it like this, I'm afraid that no one will come. Why don't we change a few of them? Like what percentage of the amount is turned in, leaving people only one-time coin a day, and a whole bunch of performance KPIs that no one would want to come to in exchange. If you leave a little more resources, it's also good to build up resources to resummon high-level gods, he thought darkly in his mind. It was just that Lin Mo didn't care what he thought and said directly, that's your business. If you can't do it then die and move on to the next guy. When he heard the words, then go to hell, Funikatari Otoko got big. He knew Lin Mo was definitely not joking. If he couldn't do it himself, the other party would really not hesitate to cut himself. Both Watari Dai gritted his teeth and said, good, I got it. Isn't it just black labor? He was the president of the country with the most rolled-up workplace in the world at the end of the day, and what he was best at was brainwashing his employees and painting a big picture. Besides, as long as we trick people into coming to the Great Wall of White Bones, do we still have to worry about signing the agreement? Funaki Wataru Dai thought for a moment and then finally said, Village Chief Lin Mo, then I need the Whitebone Great Wall's permission to release information to the outside world. I promise I won't smear the Yen Kingdom or the Great Wall of White Bones. Lin Mo finally didn't reject his request this time and said, yes, but the information you post needs to pass Li Mingliang's scrutiny. Funaki Wataru was greatly relieved. If this permission wasn't available, he wouldn't know what to do. Having a channel to post messages makes things a lot easier. It wasn't just the North of Main scam. It wasn't like he hadn't learned about that kind of petty tactics before. He's going to show the whole world what scamming really is. Chapter 111 The Value of the Secret Key. The Truth of Aomimasu's Survival. Lin Mo explained some more details, and then handed Li Mingliang some of the remaining pieces in his backpack that couldn't be pieced together to make a complete secret key again. These shards are put into the trading channel to replace a shard called the Secret Key of the Blood Moon. After speaking, Lin Mo added, collect as much as you can. Li Mingliang didn't ask much at all and respectfully pocketed all the fragments, silently memorizing the names of the secret key fragments Lin Mo had mentioned in his mind. After Lin Mo's explanation just now, he also understood the importance of these secret realm fragments. Simply put, these secret areas are actually the equivalent of another map resource. When you really translate it, it's worth a lot more than just time coins. I'm afraid these fragments aren't worth more than 80,000 or so time coins, he thought darkly in his mind, then carefully and thoughtfully placed all of these pieces in place, fearing that he might miss a small one. It was just that he still underestimated the value of these secret realm keys. A secret key represented a chance to raid. If the raid is successful, you directly gain ownership of the copy. In the early game when secret keys are still not plentiful, a single raid opportunity is extraordinarily valuable, and is simply not comparable at all to the secret keys in the mid to late game. Moreover, with Lin Mo sitting in charge and coordinating the arrangements, there was no possibility of failure of these secret keys for the raid. In other words, each secret key represents the ability to take back a copy that can be swiped indefinitely. Later copies of this map resource trade, even the lowest difficulty simple copy, is worth around 100,000 time coins. As for difficult copies, and hell copies, the value is not only sky high, but also priceless. Belonging to each main city's bottom of the map resources, will not be easily sold to the outside world. At this moment, Li Mingliang didn't know that he was actually holding a secret key worth millions, even tens of millions of time coins. To find out, he was afraid that he would immediately go weak in the knees. Despite this, Li Mingliang actually had a feeling of solidarity, until Lin Mo's small meeting was over. When he and Jiang Yuanji walked down to the city, he was still nervous, looking left and right, fearing that someone would snatch the supplies from him. Jiang Yuanji also couldn't help but snicker. If you're afraid of not being able to keep it well, why don't you share a little with me and I'll keep it for you? Hearing this, Li Mingliang's eyes glared and he said angrily, don't even think about it. Don't even think about even just 1%. It's enough to buy you many lives. Jiang Yuanji scratched his head, somewhat helpless, but not angry, thinking differently. If he had more than 80,000 time coins on him, as well as so many equipment and weapons, as well as the secret key fragments that were valuable at first glance, he would also be so scared that he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. just like Li Mingliang. Sure enough, I'm still not fit to manage money. The simple-brained Jian Yuanji didn't think too much after coming to this conclusion. Nowadays, he and Li Mingliang were also considered to be a blessing in disguise, not becoming the overlord of the 9/11 novice area, but accidentally becoming the stewards of the White Bone Great Wall, a top-tier resource mecca. In a sense, this could be many times greater than the position of a village chief in an ordinary village. However, they had only just received their positions from Lin Mo, so naturally they couldn't slack off. Otherwise, not to mention the others, just now Funawari Dai of the Sakura country had already revealed his desire to compete with Li Mingliang for the position. It was just that Lin Mo naturally wouldn't hand over the financial power and the right to manage people to the Sakura Nation players that he had just taken in. But that doesn't rule out the possibility that the Great Wall of White Bones will follow up by absorbing talent from the home zone. To be honest, they felt more and more that their B-rank profession was too inadequate. Just now registering hundreds of Sakura Nation players, more than 90% of the players' professional levels were above them. It can be described as a crisis. Xing Ma-yi, who was beside Lin Mo, said in a deep voice, "Master, you have a good eye for choosing people." Lin Mo was non-committal. Just from Li Mingliang's collection of supplies just now, we can see that the means of tension and relaxation, almost bloodless on the collection of all the supplies. Jian Yuanji didn't know at the moment, but it looked like he didn't have a mixed mind, and having him in charge of people was actually very suitable for the current White Bone Great Wall. The world is in turmoil. Kill if you don't. Jian Yuanji cannot beat, then let Jizhua also to fight. The latter was also prepared for the former fighter. Lin Mo glanced at her and said, "Your next preparation?" Xing Ma-yi was silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Mo with bright eyes and said, "Master, Xing Ma-yi is only willing to follow you." Lin Mo, however, was not surprised by her words. Right above the battlefield just now, no one knew why after the magical bombardment, Xing Ma-yi suddenly became Lin Mo's henchman for him, and the two sides standing above the city's head at the moment naturally knew it all. The scene that took place before the bombardment began was extremely brutal, and one that impresses Aoimasu to this day and is hard to forget. Lin Mo seemed to have sensed the small movements of the Sakura Nation players before the opposing team assembled. However, Xing Ma-yi was completely immersed in the battle with Lin Mo, and did not think for a second that the Sakura player behind him would play a backstab maneuver. It was just that in the end, neither she nor Lin Mo were actually affected by the waves of the magic bombardment, because before the first round of magic bombardment fell, Lin Mo in a lightning-fast momentum, she directly shot into a pulp, and then one hand carrying next to the dying breath of the Indodaisuke, performing stances to avoid the attack, and by means of the powerful magic bombardment slipped into the enemy's village. As for how she went from mush to human, she honestly had no recollection of it. Just the thought of Lin Mo's dark body at that time, like a demon god descending into the world, she felt her scalp tingling, and from the bottom of her heart, an unrivaled sense of directness arose. As for how it was recognized, she didn't have any memory of it either, except that by the time she woke up, her own bloodline seemed to be implicated by Lin Mo. Not only could he not afford to confront Lin Mo, he even felt an inexplicable affinity with the other party, as if the other party was his own flesh and blood relative. Moreover, this feeling was as natural as a bloodline inheritance, and didn't half make her feel diaphragmatic and uncomfortable. So at this moment, Xing Ma-yi looked at Lin Mo with nothing but longing and tenderness in her eyes, not to mention hurting the other person. Even if she was immediately asked to die for the other person, she would still be willing to do so. Lin Mo, who was the party involved, naturally knew all the changes in the other party. It wasn't some hypnotic technique either, but his mental power exceeding 1,000 points to be able to cast the fifth ability of cancer, infection, giving the other person cancer cells, changing their constitution, turning them into blood slaves. Lin Mo's previous life actually possessed several rather powerful blood slaves, second only to him in strength. It was only after the opening of the Eternal War that the blood slaves were pitted by the betrayers among their own kind, and their deaths were so exceptionally gruesome that not even a single cell was preserved. Otherwise, with them present, the war with those eternal great emperors in his previous life wouldn't have been so difficult, and perhaps even if he fell, he would still retain a glimmer of life. As for the green mackerel slime becoming a human being again, it's even easier. The blood slaves themselves were able to inherit some of his abilities. He, in turn, could directly manipulate his opponent's body, saving a top 20 future ranked Blue Star's top combatant by spending just a few points of cancerization value. No loss. Special note, there is no female lead in this book. Chapter 112, Valuable Weapons of the Human Race. The reason why Xing Ma-yi felt a blood connection to Lin Mo was also because of the nature of a blood slave. This is a relationship that is stronger than a regular master-servant contract. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and finally picked out a few difficult copies from his backpack that were suitable for Qing Mai's strategy and said, "Go and take all these secret places. The Great Wall of White Bones must be the first true city of the Blue Star before all the villages." Qing Mai received a few cobbled together secret realm keys and knelt on one knee. "Yes, Master. Mai promises to complete the task." Lin Mo shook his head. "It's not a guarantee. It's a certainty." Amaji lowered his head even deeper and responded in a firmer tone. Only after waiting for everything to be arranged did Lin Mo finally set his eyes on the village's panel, on which the option to merge the city was still there. He reached out his hand and manipulated it, and the system quickly gave a prompt. Ding! Is it possible to incorporate 90% of the map resources of Ninja Village, Hall of Valor, Dahua Yin Yang, House of Samurai, Hot-Blooded High School, League of Superpowers, and Magical Toy Town into the Great Wall of White Bones? Lin Mo naturally did not hesitate and directly clicked the yes choice, only to see that as the changes in his maneuvers passed, suddenly a golden light suddenly broke through the dome of the sky on top of the Great Wall of White Bones and shone above the city's head. Thousands of meters of walls and 100 meters of city were illuminated by the sun. Just as the players below were surprised, suddenly the Great Wall of White Bones in front of them drew up flat and suddenly grew in size. This time, even the lowest leveled players felt the changes in the Great Wall of White Bones. The town is growing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the city is expanding rapidly. Of course, if it was as simple as getting bigger, Li Mingliang and the others had seen the growth of the city's head, so naturally they wouldn't be so surprised. To his surprise, the healing magic formations that were originally placed underneath the inner city walls had risen out of thin air along the foot of the city. And it didn't stop there. The longer the city's head grew, the more healing magic formations grew. Not only that, it seems that many more buildings have been added to the ruins of the city. It was just that Li Mingliang was not clear at this moment that these actually represented a substantial increase in the upper limit of the population that the city could accommodate. Lin Mo and Chiang Mai, who were standing on top of the city wall, naturally felt all of this most clearly. They not only saw the changes within the city, but also outside of it. Countless mountains and rivers rose up and appeared out of nowhere. What was originally a small sand dune directly mutated into a lofty mountain, the barren desert, but also gradually appeared countless oases, no longer the previous barren and arid appearance. Even around the White Bone Great Wall, an oasis as well as patches of lakes had appeared, directly solving the problem of the city's lack of water. Of course, the prerequisite was to get rid of the swarms of ferocious beasts that drew water near the oasis and the lake. It is not difficult for the Great Wall of Bones, whose strength has soared at this moment. Lin Mo stood quietly at the head of the city, watching the changes in the Great Wall of White Bones. It wasn't until an hour later that the huddle was officially over. Regional Announcement 1, the Great Wall of White Bones, the Ninja Village, the Hall of Valor, the Dahua Yin Yang, the Samurai House, the Hot-Blooded High School, the League of Superpowers, and the Magical Toy Town have been officially merged into one city, and after merging into one city, they will be named, the Great Wall of White Bones. Regional Announcement 2, Ninja Village, Hall of Valor, Dahua Yin Yang, Samurai House, Hot-Blooded High School, League of Superpowers, and Magic Toy Town have been established as villages affiliated with the White Bone Great Wall, with a tentative rank of 1. Regional Announcement 3, congratulations to the White Bone Great Wall for officially advancing to a second rank village. All players receive rewards, time coin plus 100, silver treasure chest asterisk 5. Main city movement speed increased to 15%. Main city 4-dimensional attributes increased to 15%. Several large letters of golden light suddenly appeared in the air, and all the players of the Great Wall of White Bones received an alert. Li Mingliang and the others were naturally elated, having earned another large amount of time coins, and the combat capability of the main city had once again increased. This also meant that they could take advantage of the main city and continue hunting ferocious beasts. However, the players from the Sakura Kingdom were not as happy, and had only just received their time coin reward when they heard Li Mingliang say to them, "Come on, give me all the money." At once, the surprise on their faces evaporated, and they handed over all the time coins they hadn't even tucked into their hot pockets with a sobbing face. Even Funawari Dai and Ji-Ju were no exception. On Lin Mo's side, after receiving the White Bone Great Wall Ascension prompt, he received another prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Wall of White Bones for officially advancing to a second rank village. Will you immediately receive the second rank Beast Tide quest? Warm tip, upon completion of the Beast Tide quest, the level of ferocious beasts within the area can be immediately raised to the second rank. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and still didn't choose to immediately open the second ranked Beast Tide quest. It wasn't because it couldn't be accomplished with his current battle power, but the White Bone Great Wall desperately needed to expand and absorb more players into it. If the level up is too fast, players will lose a lot of hunting areas and accumulate time coins much less efficiently. That's why many main cities stay for a short period of time when they are upgraded, so that players can take advantage of their level and harvest a quick wave of time coins. If directly upgraded to the second level, then the players are equivalent to the from scratch. Hunting efficiency decreased. The resources obtained will naturally float. Besides, if the level was raised hastily, the necromantic mystery realm, which Lin Mo had just pieced together the key, would be raised as well. Before even ascending in rank, the 4 major necromantic generals of the Necromantic Legion had 2 rank 2 existences. There was no telling how many levels that future throne would be raised if he completed the task of ascending. On top of that, a couple of secret areas in the hands of Aomai will also raise the difficulty of the raid. 3 days to finish raiding all the secret areas you have. Lin Mo said so. Qingmai bowed his head and responded, "Yes, master." When she finished, she looked up curiously and asked, "What about the master?" Lin Mo glanced at the necrotic secret key in his hand, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "This is all already sitting here. So naturally, we still have to go and meet our good neighbor for a while. The Necronomicon is strong." Rather than starting over again, Lin Mo still didn't dare to say that the success rate of being able to raid the Necromancy Mystery Realm was 100%, but if they are allowed to grow up, the consequences are unimaginable. So, that was why Lin Mo would rather take the risk and deal with this potential threat before the main city was fully upgraded to rank 2. Qingmai seemed to see a bit of it as well and asked, "Master, can you take me with you?" Lin Mo gently shook his head. "You're not qualified." The words were blunt, but Aoimasu didn't feel anything. Qingmai simply said, "Master, can I learn those techniques you demonstrated in the middle of the previous battle?" She was referring to high-end techniques such as flash gap, chopping steel, and stepping charge. Lin Mo glanced at her, certainly not meaning to refuse. To be honest, these tips aren't exactly what he's come up with. And as it happened, one of the moves, cutting steel, had its prototype originating from Aomai herself in her previous life, a move she had realized after advancing to the higher ranks, only to be subsequently improved and refined by players, eventually forming chopping steel. Force can be utilized to increase the killing power of a weapon as well as to increase its toughness. This was also to deal with races in the Eternal Kingdom whose 4-dimensional attributes were stronger than their own, especially like the Eternal race, because the 4-dimensional attributes of humans are inferior to the latter no matter how much they are enhanced. That's why they developed a technique to keep sharpening themselves to be able to fight against it. Lin Mo nodded, turning back. "I will organize all the generalized battle techniques into a book, and in the future, as long as the contribution value reaches the standard, you can redeem the battle techniques, including you Sakura Nation players as well." The battle technique is not Lin Mo's alone. It is the essence of the whole human race in the past life, and it is also one of the weapons to deal with the foreigners in the future. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't hide anything, but he wouldn't give it easily either. After all, not everyone is qualified to learn combat techniques. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the flash of killing intent on his body caused Qingmai beside him to be suddenly creeped out. It was just that the killing intent came and went as quickly as if it had never been there. Soon, Lin Mo's expression returned to normal and said, "See you in 3 days." With those words, he leapt and went straight down to the top of the city, running towards the middle of the mountains that cascaded in the distance. Soon, his silhouette disappeared from Qingmai's sight. Chapter 113 The Lifespan of the Eternal Kingdom. Ding. Evolution points plus 10. Ding. Cancerization value plus 10. As the system prompt ended, an 8-foot-tall red-armored beast was sucked into dried meat by Lin Mo's chains. As far as the eye could see, the corpses of the red-armored beasts were as far as the eye could see in the middle of this mountain. However, only this red-armored beast boss that Lin Mo had just sucked up had reached the standard of a first-rank 9-star. It took him about a day to finally get the rest of his hunting numbers together. After investing the time coins, the level could indeed continue to rise, and it was successfully raised to 1 rank 100. Lamb. Rank, 100, transferred. God Hunter, First Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 31,250. Strength, 550 plus 550. Agility, 565 plus 550. Physical fitness, 555 plus 550. Spirit, 600 plus 550. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 800, unassigned, dot. Warm tip, please fulfill the following 2 requirements for ascension. 1. Hunt second rank 1-star monsters, 0 out of 1000. 2. Consumption of time coins, 0/10950. At this point, Lin Mo's 4-dimensional attributes all exceeded 1000 points, almost reaching the average of the eternal race of the juvenile body. Of course it still couldn't be compared to the Eternals of the same rank. But Lin Mo had already surpassed most of the SSS-ranked professional players in Blue Star, and was even stronger than he had been in his previous life by an unknown number of times. In his previous life, Lin Mo was at the first rank, but he was far from reaching that rank and attribute value. To be able to reach this attribute value, Lin Mo had a premonition before, just that it was still better than he expected when it really came to the first rank full level. After his eyes swept over the attribute panel, his gaze settled on the final ascension requirement again. I can't believe we still have to kill 1,000 second rank monsters? This was something that Lin Mo hadn't even expected. Typically, there are some requirements for leveling up. Consuming time coins like the second one was completely within Lin Mo's expectations, because the total amount of time coins he had consumed to go from rank 1, level 10 to level 100 was exactly 10,950 coins. That's a full 30 years when converted to time. According to the Eternal Kingdom's algorithm, Lin Mo is a 30-year-old player at this moment, but this 30 is not comparable to the 30 before Armageddon. The years before the end belong to the countdown. The older you get, the closer you get to death. The years of the Eternal Kingdom are chronological. The older you get, the farther you move forward on the evolutionary path. In other words, among the same rank, the older the player, the farther along the path of evolution. Lin Mo, who possessed a 30-year evolutionary lifespan at the first rank full level, could guarantee that he was definitely the first person in Blue Star's history without precedent. Even the topmost SSS-ranked professionals would definitely not be able to reach this lifespan of his. It has something to do with strength, but it is not entirely related. Referring simply to the evolution of the level of life, the God Hunter sequence is really exceptionally powerful. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the panel. Of course, there was still a certain gap compared to the Eternal race who were able to live hundreds of years at every turn with their low-level pups. The power of the Eternal race was such that the bloodline inheritance was very domineering. It was an incomparably normal thing for adult-bodied Eternal races to have a lifespan of over 1,000. Even the Hail Eternal clan may not be able to claim the phrase, long lifespan within the clan. Compared to that, Lin Mo, who is 30 years old at the moment, is nothing. So, he didn't let it make him arrogant. Where does one go to hunt second-order 1-star prey? Lin Mo rubbed his fingers and fell into deep thought. Currently, the White Bone Great Wall's level 2 Beast Tide quest had not yet been completed, and most of the levels of the surrounding leveling spots were still controlled within level 1. It wasn't that he couldn't find a second-rank ferocious beast. It was just that it was just like the first-rank 9-star prey he had hunted just now. Often such beings belong to the leader of a herd, or small tribe. If he wanted to kill the other party, he would have to slaughter hundreds or even thousands of their little brothers. If you're lucky you'll be able to run into 2 or 3. If you're not, just 1. This was why Lin Mo had taken an entire day to kill the remaining 500 first-rank 9-star monsters and complete the upgrade quest. If you were to look for second-level monsters, the difficulty would be a step higher. Is this the only place to go? Lin Mo pulled out the necrotic secret key from his backpack. He had originally wanted to advance to rank 2 before heading to the necromantic mysteries, so that it would be a bit more secure. It was just too much of a waste of time to search for a rank 2 ferocious beast, and it wasn't cost-effective. There's going to be a battle sooner or later anyway. Lin Mo quickly made a decision and gave a slight squeeze to the already pieced-together necromantic secret key in his hand. Boom! An electric current sounded in the ground, and a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on the ground, gradually forming a teleportation gate. This was how the secret realm teleported, and the secret key was the key to open the secret realm and the credentials to enter it. A secret key could carry a portion of the players in, but Lin Mo had no intention of doing so. At the current White Bone Great Wall, he hadn't felt that anyone had the strength and qualifications to be able to follow him into the necromantic mysterious realm, including Sakura Kakusei. I can't. Lin Mo slightly raised his foot and stepped straight into the teleportation portal. Only after he entered it, the teleportation gate didn't directly disappear. It still stood in place. Occasionally, when a wild beast passed by and just wanted to step into it, it was either directly torn apart by the twisted spatial energy around the teleportation array, or it was teleported to who knows where. Don't think you'll be able to teleport to any good places. With a bit of luck it's to a slightly safer area, but odds are it's also a far cry from the territory you're inhabiting. If one was unlucky enough to teleport directly to the territory of a top-tier ferocious beast, then one would only have to fend for themselves. Don't just step into the portal without the secret key. There were countless secret realms and spaces opened up in the Eternal Kingdom. The secret key was equivalent to a locator, and only by holding the locator could one accurately teleport into the appropriate space. Lin Mo with the key in hand didn't have too much of a dizzying feeling, just a blink of the eye, and he smoothly teleported within the necromancy mystery realm. As the teleportation glow faded in front of him, he was just about to fix his eyes on his surroundings when he first heard an ancient and low voice coming from his ears. there you are. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes to look forward. It was only then that he realized he was within a gray, empty palace. There were countless floors that glowed with an eerie green luminescence, spreading endlessly into the darkness around them. All around them, except for the stone pillars, was a pitch blackness that could not be seen to the end. And directly in front of Lin Mo, a step ladder was built up, about hundreds of steps. Above that again was a seat inlaid with dead men's skulls. Then, Lin Mo saw that familiar face, clad in dark green necromantic robes and seated securely on a throne. The Necronomicon. Its odd syllables that seemed to come from hell reached Lin Mo's ears. Human, you're the one who killed my 4 generals. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. Even he hadn't expected to face this necromantic throne so soon. Chapter 114, Necromantic Throne. Modified necromantic creature. You're surprised? The Death Spirit Throne sensed Lin Mo's mood swings and spoke. Lin Mo laughed and didn't say anything, but he was no stranger to the scene. This is one of the Necronomicon's perverted abilities. Flux. Being able to directly sense any mood swings of the other person. Never underestimate this ability. In a sense, this is a more advanced ability than combat intuition. Combat intuition is a combat instinct developed by experiencing a lot of battles, but often the higher end the fight, the more the enemy is able to shield you from this intuition through a number of tricks. In this way, the more you trust your intuition, the faster you die. However, this necromantic throne's psychic sense didn't need any exercise to be able to accurately capture the enemy's emotional fluctuations. And the scariest thing is that it's hard for the person being targeted to defend against this kind of flux, because this is not a skill that actively establishes a connection with the opponent, but rather, it is another way to directly perceive. Psychic abilities are inherently rare. Those who are connected have the means to prevent or interrupt them, but those who are not connected cannot be prevented. Even by the late Eternal Kingdom, Blue Star had not worked out a good means of prevention. Tong sense, which meant that Lin Mo would be able to have all of his movements predicted by the other party as long as he crossed paths with them. Whether it was releasing a normal skill or a killing move, it was all under the opponent's control. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party. Sure enough, the system's information panel didn't pop up. That was to be expected of him. This kind of guy who is good at playing with mental power has a lot of means to block probing. The detection that comes with the system is not really very advanced. Strength that exceeded one's own by too much, or like the necromantic throne in front of them, could lead to inaccurate detection, or simply not being detected at all. The Necron throne sneered. Think it works if you don't make a sound? Obviously, it had sensed that Lin Mo knew about its ability. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. Not bad. The Necron throne paused for a moment, puzzled. You seem to be familiar with me, Lin Mo said indifferently. It's more familiar than your knowledge of me. The Necron throne's eyes emitted an eerie green shimmer in the darkness and said, You're not lying. Oh, interesting, interesting. Very well, I'm going to capture you and turn you into my doll. The words came out, but it didn't do much. Just a cold and icy aura spread from all around, causing Lin Mo to instantly sweat. His eyes looked around slightly, and a terrifyingly scented necromantic creature conveniently stepped out from behind the stone pillars around him. There were necromancers who rode mounts like the Blood Knights before them. There were also reddish, as if they had peeled off a layer of skin, little ghosts of the dead, and a mountain of flesh that looks like a pile of rotten meat stitched together. One by one, they stepped out of the darkness, and instantly a dense aura of death enveloped the entire empty palace. Still as before, the system's detection was blocked by the Necronomicon. However, for these necromantic creatures that didn't hide their aura in the slightest, Lin Mo was able to clearly sense each other's strength. Is none of them lower than second order? He narrowed his eyes. The army of the dead in front of him was still a bit more than he expected. Among these necromantic creatures, there were even quite a few whose strength exceeded that of the necromantic fallen Black Knights who had fought him before. It is important to realize that the Black Knight ended up with a straight second-rank 9-star battle with the aid of the Nine Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon. More than Black Knights. Then that meant that there was a third-order combatant amongst the group of necrotic creatures, and there was more than one of them. At that moment, the Necronomicon's voice rang out from above. Oops. These are semi-finished products that haven't been made yet and are far from being produced. But it can't be helped. Who made you cut down my few favorites? And this time, fill them with your own body. As its words fell, the army of dead spirits in front of Lin Mo began to riot. Roar! First to rush over were the skinned necromonger brats, or you could call them mutated ghouls. They were completely different from ordinary ghouls from the outside. The muscles and flesh of their bodies rippled. Their sharp claws were even sharper and more pointed. And the most crucial thing was the scarlet eyes, which were enough to represent their violent and murderous aura. The mutant ghoul quickly crawled on the smooth floor and soon forced itself in front of Lin Mo, stretching out its sharp claws towards him. Dang! A chain slammed towards the opponent's sharp claws. The previously invincible chains were actually slightly shaken by the impact, while the mutant ghoul's sharp claws were unexpectedly fine, and it waved its other hand to grab it as well. Dang it! At once, a sound of metal clashing resounded in the palace. Lin Mo directly unfurled 12 chains and fought furiously with the dozen or so ghouls that rushed forward. After just a few moments of exchanging blows, he realized how powerful these mutated ghouls were. Ghouls alone are so hard to deal with? He frowned slightly. The necromancer throne said in a slightly agitated tone at this point. You've noticed it too. The sharp claws of these ghouls are carefully modulated by me, and the hardness of each claw is no weaker than a rare grade weapon. It's just a shame that I haven't gotten my forging up very high yet, and I've only just learned how to enchant. Otherwise I'd be able to enchant all of their claws, which would do even more damage. It chattered on, as if it was showing off its treasures to Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered, and in the next moment his mind moved slightly. Chop steel, only to see that the 12 locks of the chain were suddenly incredibly sharp, and the angle of the move became extremely tricky, just like a poisonous snake, through the gaps of the sharp claws, easily piercing into the forehead of a mutant ghoul. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! In an instant, 5 or 6 mutated ghouls that were able to have a back and forth with Lin Mo just a moment ago fell. Moreover, the chain attack was still ongoing, and soon more ghouls with wide scarlet eyes fell down one by one. Ha! The necromantic throne finally stopped rambling, seemingly surprised that Lin Mo had killed these mutated ghouls so quickly. Only it didn't sound angry. Instead it murmured, I see. I said it seems to have overlooked something. Just the sharp claws become hardened is not useful at all. The flesh is still too weak. It is necessary to remodel it. But it soon contradicted itself. No. The ghoul's advantage is originally flexibility. If the flesh is changed to be too bulky and heavy, the advantage of attacking is gone. And isn't that also garbage? Let's see. I still need to boost my attack speed, just fast enough. And yes, I also need to enchant my sharp claws, preferably with a blood-drinking effect. It chattered on for another half-dozen times, and finally said with a hint of joy in its tone, Human, it seems I have you to thank for my new thought. Oh, in that case, try more for me. After saying that, the surrounding necromantic creatures didn't wait any longer and pounced towards Lin Mo. Chapter 115, Necromancy Research. Orange and yellow flames. The first to bear the brunt was still the mutated ghouls. The number was not just a dozen or so. Rather, they were densely packed with hundreds of them, especially because they were short and thin, and moved extremely flexibly, often pouncing from unexpected angles. Even if Lin Mo's 12 chains were fully unfurled, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against all the ghouls. Of course, the most difficult thing to deal with is not the ghouls, but the pile of meat mountain. They also have their own name, abominations. They didn't have any weapons, but just with their physical strength and physique, they were enough to crush most of the second-rank monsters. A fist blasted towards Lin Mo and he had to take 2 steps back. The abomination in front of him was close to an eternal immortal necromantic creature. Not actual Eternals, of course, but necromantic creatures summoned by the Eternals. That being the case, it's not comparable to ordinary creatures. This guy, has the research on necromantic creatures already proceeded this far? It's higher than I expected. After entering the necromantic mysterious realm, Lin Mo realized that despite the fact that he had gone towards overestimating, he didn't expect to underestimate the power of the necromantic throne. The latter are really going fast and steady on the path of evolution, far beyond the current Blue Star players. If it was given enough time, it might actually be able to create a race of necromancers that was no weaker than the humans of the Blue Planet. Of course, to become a terrifying existence like the Eternal Immortals, this was touching Lin Mo's intellectual blind spot. Touch! The 2 abominations threw punches together, and Lin Mo's chains were dealing with the ghouls when he was caught off guard and smashed in the chest. The bone armor instantly broke, and the entire person flew backwards directly. Dang it! The locks of several chains pierced directly into the floor, and only then did they stop Lin Mo's retreating form. A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth, and a few points of caution were added to Lin Mo's expression. If we were to simply talk about power, the few abominations in front of us were even stronger than the fallen Black Knights from before. Woo-hoo-hoo! Without waiting for Lin Mo to stabilize his stance, the mutant ghouls roared and pounced again. Dang it! For a while, the sound of metal clashing was endless. Lin Mo's footsteps also retreated again and again, not having the slightest bit of leeway from his previous encounter with the Sakura Nation powerhouse. It wasn't that the individual strength of these monsters necessarily exceeded those Sakura Nation powerhouses, but rather that each of them was extremely distinctive. The attack path is completely extreme, and just the fact that mutant ghouls and abominations work together is enough to make your head spin. If a Sakura Nation list powerhouse were to come, He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long before falling into the wind. And falling down in a place like this means death. It was no different if they were Aoimasu, or they were able to kill most of the necromantic creatures, but in the end, they would still be dragged down by these powerful necromancers. In that case, it didn't seem like Lin Mo had made a wrong decision in not bringing Qingma Yi in. You know, that Necronomicon thrown up there hasn't even made a move yet. Oh hoo! A barking sound reached Lin Mo's ears, and as he raised his eyebrows, he saw a skeleton dog slowly pacing out of the darkness. Their eyes emitted an eerie green light. Their appearance was ferocious, and most of their bodies were covered with bones, but a few places still had strands of meat hanging on them. Just between walks, they nibbled at the flesh on each other's bodies, and soon there were a few more of those shreds missing. Another second-order high-star battle power. Lin Mo's expression sank slightly. Skeleton dog after skeleton dog, no less in number than mutant ghouls. Whoa! After they let out a low whimper, they ran towards Lin Mo. Aberration! Lin Mo stopped hiding at that moment and directly unfolded his two huge bone hands. Boom! Bone hands slapped towards the ghouls and skeleton dogs in front of them, and a dozen or so monsters flew out backwards. The Necronomicon above sounded in surprise. Wow! You can still change your hands? Ha ha! You're really interesting, and more versatile than my necromantic creatures. Now I want your body even more. Ha! Come on. I can't wait. As its voice fell, the dead creatures below rioted even more. Ha! Lin Mo just sneered at its comment, and his bone hand began to exert its full power. Boom boom boom! Countless ghouls and skeleton dogs were slapped out, but soon they flipped over on the ground and pounced again. If it were a monster of the same rank, it would have been slapped to death by Lin Mo's bone hand. These necromantic creatures, however, not only had high combat power, but were also extremely resistant. Even for the mutant ghoul with the lowest combat power and thinnest blood, Lin Mo needed 4 or 5 bone hand slaps before he could inflict a kill. The skeleton dog was the same, extremely resilient, and from time to time, it was able to take a bite of flesh and blood from Lin Mo and wolf it down. But both are pretty good, at least they can be killed. Abomination is a different story. Boom! The bone hand blasted at another abomination, missing the other's body without a hitch. However, the abomination in front of him didn't feel half the pain, and the blood bar on top of his head only slipped a little bit. From the bony hand came a sticky, greasy feel, as if the whole arm had sunk into it and was difficult to pull out. Humph! Lin Mo stifled a grunt and once again threw a punch at the abomination's head. Bang! Under the two huge forces, the abomination really could not hold out. Slightly loose mouth. Only then was Lin Mo's bony hand freed and smoothly retracted. Just these 2 punches didn't cause enough damage, not to mention that he himself was sneak attacked by the ghouls and skeleton dogs several times, his bone armor cracking more and more wounds on his body. This is an abomination, and the accumulation of rotten flesh on the body is like fat on the body of a human being, and if you cannot break through the fat, then you cannot really hurt it. Trouble. Lin Mo frowned. Stygian dragon flame. As he let out a soft cry, a layer of orange-colored flame was instantly attached to the bone hands and chains. Dang it! The 12 chains struck again, and the damage of the chains attached to the underworld flame increased once again. It's not about showing damage at one time, it's about sustained damage. Lin Mo's flame attack special effect. After 3 infinite evolutions, the skill effect was already quite good, coupled with the fact that his spiritual power broke 1,000. The damage was explosive. Among the same rank, whoever touched his underworld flame would burn themselves to ashes without too much intervention. Even against these second-rank high-star necromantic creatures, the underworld flame special effect could work wonders. Aha! A ghoul was attached to the underworld flame, wanting to reach out and extinguish the flame, but did not expect the underworld flame's attachment effect was excellent. The more they pounced, the more they spread to the whole body. Soon, all it could do was lie on the ground and let out guttural wails. And above the battlefield, there were more and more dead creatures that were attached to the underworld flame. Even the abominations, with their rotting flesh, began to sizzle from the grill. It's just that with a lot of blood and meat, they won't be at much risk of being killed for a while. But the ghouls and skeleton dogs were miserable, scorched by the underworld flame and screaming on the ground. Lin Mo, on the other hand, didn't stop. 12 chains plus his bone hand danced like a tiger, his body quickly weaving in and out of the enemy camp. Soon, this ghostly green palace burned with a large orange and yellow flame. Chapter 116 Disassembly. Can't catch up in a lifetime. As for the few abominations in the field, it wasn't like Lin Mo didn't have a way to deal with them. Spectral chains. Lin Mo lifted his fingers slightly, and several chains attached with meditative flames drilled out from the floor, binding several fat abominations to death. Stygian flames climbed up the rock along the chains, constantly scorching the immobile abomination. The effect of the underflame is in adhesion. And persistence. Persistence will sooner or later roast several abominations into jerky. Now that the entire palace was covered by a large portion of the underworld flame, all those who moved fast and those who moved slow were basically scorched by the underworld flame. Only the Necron throne, which was in its seat, was unaffected, and it watched curiously as the fires spread across the field. Ha! What a familiar flame! Doesn't that look familiar? Lin Mo's Stygian flame special effects mainly came from the 4 major generals under the necromantic throne: Tainted Blood Tyrannosaurus Rex, Fiery Conqueror, and the 9 Hell Stygian Flame Witch Demon. Collecting the flame special effects of all 3 had led to the current Stygian dragon flame. If one listened carefully, one could still hear a dragon roar. It was no wonder that the necromancer throne had sensed a problem. It seemed to be extremely curious, not even caring about the legions of dead spirits that gradually began to appear in formation below, and reached out to ingest a wisp of underworld flame through the air. Only the smudge of orange-colored flames was seen circling around its hand, but it could not touch its skin. Eyes that glowed an eerie green under the hood stared at the underworld flame before they twirled their fingers slightly, only to see the underworld flame begin to be dismantled in mid-air. That's right, disassembly. The flames dissolved into countless particles, like dancing sparks, gathering and dispersing repeatedly in the air. A moment later, its ghostly green pupils glowed slightly, and its voice came from above the ladder. Aha! I see. You fused Tainted Blood Tyrannosaurus, Flame Conqueror, and the flames of the 9 Hells Underworld Flame Witch Demon. How did you do that? Why didn't I think of that? While the former is problematic, the latter is worth giving some thought to. Why didn't I think of that? In other words, it can be done. Hearing these words, Lin Mo in the middle of the battlefield couldn't help but get distracted and raise his head to look at the necropolis throne on top of the ladder. Flux, just one of the other side's abilities. Even in his previous life, he had little knowledge of the latter's abilities. It was only known that the other party was powerful and had all sorts of strange and weird necromantic creatures under their command, which were also incredibly powerful. It was in the end that Lin Mo defeated the other party and saw the other party turn into countless particles and disperse into the world. He still hadn't figured out the full extent of his opponent's abilities. He also tried to analyze that the Necronomicon should have mastered the ability to transform the dead. Otherwise, how could these necromantic creatures become so strange and difficult to deal with in its hands? However, after seeing the other party's process of dismantling the Stygian dragon flame, Lin Mo felt that it wasn't that simple. The necromantic throne waved its hand and the flame dissipated in its hand. Then it patted the armrest on the throne and said, "Ha ha ha, keep going, keep going. I want to see more and more surprises. You're just fantastic. I'm overflowing with inspiration." As it slapped the armrest a few times, more and more necromantic creatures emerged from the darkness around them. Mutant ghouls, skulldogs, abominations, necromancers, bat ghosts, ghoul soldiers, witch demons, binding ghosts, ghouls. They either crawl, walk, or hang from stone pillars and ceilings. The densely packed army of undead could make one scalp numb just by looking at it. In no time at all, the not-so-small palace was filled with these necromantic creatures. Lin Mo looked around. The gasps of the monsters were still faintly heard in that darkness. Obviously, these necromantic creatures in front of us were not all of them, and they were all, without exception, all above second-order combatants. Such an army of necromancers could level any main city above the Blue Star at this moment. Woo-hoo-hoo! Terrifying howls echoed through the palace. In the next moment, countless dead spirits pounced, completely drowning Lin Mo in them. The Great Wall of White Bones. A loud laugh came from below the city's head. Ha ha ha, kill, it's so good, kill for me. Only the players were seen fighting fiercely with the nearby rank 1 beasts, but the situation was lopsided. The one who had just laughed out loud was none other than the current financial steward of the Great Wall of White Bones, Li Mingliang. At this moment, he had already managed to advance to rank 2, and his battle power had skyrocketed by a large margin. The beasts of the first rank and 5th star, which had previously been a struggle to deal with, were now somewhat more comfortable in hand-to-hand combat. A ferocious beast continued to fall in battle in his hands, and as he listened to the arrival of time coins, an unrestrained smile appeared on his face. The other yen players were pretty much the same. They upgraded a bit faster than Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, and their battle power was similarly significantly improved. Against these first-level monsters, it's all about money, and next to them were the Sakura Nation players, who were much more efficient at leveling the beasts. Drawing a squad of 6 or 7 people from it at random, the hunting efficiency was higher than Li Mingliang and his team of 60 or 70 people, especially those players whose career ratings went up to S rank. Some people don't even need teammates. Their feet stepped on the wind and fire wheels in the beasts, and they can hunt hundreds or thousands of first-level beasts. Only their faces didn't look too happy. Restricted by village rules, They must surrender all time coins no matter how many they swipe. But they are even more afraid to be passive and slack, not listening to instructions and not brushing up, because everyone is on a daily target task. Especially these days, the target task is extremely heavy. The number of daily kills was raised very high in order to rush ahead of the White Bone Great Wall's completion of the level 2 Beast Tide quest, and to utilize the main city as well as the level difference between the players and the nearby monster swarms to earn a large amount of time coins for the construction of the main city. It is worth mentioning that in order to maximize the efficiency of brushing, Li Mingliang still distributed a portion of the supplies so that the Sakura Nation players were all upgraded to rank 2. But that was all. Currently, each Sakura Nation player still has only one time coin in their hand. This includes people such as Funawari Dai. On the contrary, Li Mingliang and others have already made a lot of money in their pockets. Ha ha ha, that's awesome, another 3-time coins. Li Mingliang smiled and said, just for a while, I've already earned hundreds of coins. Zhang Yuanji said after poking a giant lizard that tried to sneak up on him with his lance with ease. It's still thanks to Brother Lin. With so many monster resources, it's hard not to brush up on coins. Li Mingliang nodded vigorously. That's right. To think that I thought at the time that Lin's choice of the Great Wall of White Bones was a bad choice. Now it looks like the Great Wall of White Bones is just fantastic. A paradise for players. Zhang Yuanji thought about what had happened before, and after a moment of silence, he said, for those powerful people, it's considered a paradise. For us, it doesn't count. Li Mingliang. What a pot calling the kettle black. Li Mingliang was somewhat speechless. Then his eyes looked around at the Sakura Nation players. One had to admit that there was indeed an innate gap between them and these Sakura Nation players. After they finished killing 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, everyone else had already killed a bunch, and that's still a relatively average level among the Sakura Nation teams. Those guys, their battle power averages out to be at least at the level of an A-class professional, right? Li Mingliang said in an envious tone. When will we be able to become this strong as well? Don't look at the fact that he and Zhang Yuanji were currently in charge of the group, but how could they not be envious of each other's innate talent? Zhang Yuanji's fingers that clenched his lance turned a little white, and his face fell silent with an ugly expression as he didn't say that answer out loud. Perhaps, a lifetime of catching up. Chapter 117, Behemoth. The gaming of the world's nations. Killing a first rank with a second rank. The hunting efficiency of the Great Wall of White Bones could not be said to be fast. Almost every day, hundreds of thousands of rank 1 ferocious beasts fell under the Great Wall of White Bones, and regardless of whether it was Li Mingliang and the others who had previously settled in, or the newly settled Sakura Nation players, they all discovered the feature that the Great Wall of White Bones was able to keep getting bigger and longer as long as they killed the ferocious beasts, and as more and more monsters and ferocious beasts fell under the city. Some players with high professional ranks could still sense that something was a bit off. Indo Daisuke said strangely after wielding a baseball bat and hammering a rank 1. Level 80 Wind Wolf boss to death with great force. Is this guy that weak? How come it was killed in less than 2 hits? A rank 1. Level 8 boss, with a battle power that was a cut above that of a normal monster of the same level, could well be treated as a rank 1. 9-star. Although at this moment, Indigo Daisuke had already risen to rank 2. There was no difficulty in dealing with this kind of ferocious beast whose rank was 1 rank lower than his. It was just that dying without a few knocks like this was still a bit out of his league. Botwatari Dai sneered and taunted. Crude warrior. Indo Daisuke raised an eyebrow and said angrily, Bugger, what did you say? Botwataru Dai snorted coldly, disdain showing on his face as he moved his feet slightly away from the ground and said, haven't you realized after all this time that as long as you kill the ferocious beasts, the murderous aura at the top of the city will become 1 point heavier? Daisuke Indo wondered, what does that have to do with me slashing monsters? Funikatari Dai was a bit speechless. The other party didn't understand when the words were said so bluntly. Next to him, Jiraiya Ji couldn't listen anymore and opened his mouth to explain. The killing aura of the city's head has a restraining effect on monsters. Haven't you noticed that the ferocious beasts killed within 500 meters of the city wall, even if they are of the same battle strength, are not as strong as those outside the 500-meter range? The closer you get to the head of the city, the more the strength of these ferocious beasts will be suppressed, and vice versa. Speaking so bluntly, Indo Daisuke finally understood. Oh, I see. It's just that slashing the monsters will make this wall stronger, and we'll be more efficient in our hunting. Jiraiya nodded. That's the idea. Indo Daisuke got excited. Then why are you still waiting? Why don't you cut down more monsters? Wouldn't it be great to hunt in the future? Ji Zhuya and Funawari Dai looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. No matter how powerful the White Bone Great Wall was, it was still the territory of the Yen Kingdom and Linmo's main city. As Sakura Nation players, they were just outsiders after all. What good would it do them to make the White Bone Wall stronger? What's the point of hunting for more time coins? It's still not all going to be handed over. And the bottom line was that the city's head was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. Surprisingly, it could absorb the hostile chi of dead ferocious beasts and convert it into its own nutrients. Isn't that exactly like Lin Mo? They had seen Lin Mo sucking players' corpses dry on the battlefield, and this was clearly one of the latter's abilities. The main towns of other villages, even if they are raised to rank 2, only improve their range and basic defense. The Great Wall of White Bones, however, was able to keep strengthening and continue to grow at this rate. This also meant that if one day in the future, someone wanted to take down the Great Wall of White Bones, or if they had the chance to come back with a vengeance, what would be in front of them would be an unbridgeable moat. At that time, taking down the Whitebone Great Wall would become a fool's errand. As long as Lin Mo didn't gamble badly or lose money to export the map's resources, then as long as he hunkered down within this city, he could basically be called invincible. The more I think about it, the more desperate I feel. Jodu sighed greatly, only feeling that with the strength of him and these few people around him, it would be difficult to escape Lin Mo's control in this life. I'm afraid, unless their Sakura Nation's number 1, Aoimasu, could stand on the same side as them. But in the case of the last 2 days, it seems clear that this is unlikely as well. Xing Ma-yi was even more active than them, and in just 2 days of work, he had already managed to finish raiding 3 difficult-level secret realms. Not only did he bring back a large amount of resources to the Great Wall of White Bones, but he also managed to open up the secret realm and the main city. This means that Whitebone Great Wall players can team up at any time to enter the secret challenge. The secret realm is very difficult and is not a challenge for the average player. However, it is not difficult to defeat the players of the class of Funawari Dai and Jui Zhuaya. At most, it will take a little more time to raid. The 3 difficult mysteries were able to be painted once a week, and they tried them all. The resources brought back were not as good as Aoimasu's, but they were still substantial. Just the time coins alone could be swiped over 10,000 at a time, not to mention the various materials and equipment. If we were to finish those easy and normal secret realms again, normal players would be able to enter the secret realms to brush resources. There were also the proceeds from the players hunting at the city's head in the past 2 days. So basically, there was nothing wrong with earning a revenue of 10,000 to 20,000 time coins per day. After a little bit of calculation, the Whitebone Great Wall was able to reach 20,000 to $30,000 in revenue per day just from the draw, and it continued to rise. A month down the line, $1 million is within reach. It's horrible. Funakatari Dai shook his head slightly, a feeling of powerlessness rising in his heart. Of course, the money comes in fast and is spent even faster. The White Bone Wall was in ruins, and even the most basic habitation was a problem, not to mention food, water and a host of other issues that need to be addressed. For each of these, a lot of money needs to be invested. On top of that, there's the recruitment of life profession players to move in, as well as the establishment of a marketplace for trade, and so on. Each of these means one huge expense after another. Overall, earn more and spend more, but no matter what, in the eyes of Funakatari Dai and Jiraiya Ji, such a behemoth was already in motion, and at a speed that no one could have imagined. It was important to know that the Great Wall of White Bones had become one of the world's top resource shrines after absorbing the map resources of the 6 top resource shrines in the Sakura country. During this time, the rise of the Great Wall of White Bones and Lin Mo himself were being discussed in game forums around the world. Even many world powers have begun to have the idea of merging their own resource mechas. More often than not, they want to merge the resource mechas of other regions. A bloody national war is brewing, and what really kicked off this great world struggle was undoubtedly the Great Wall of White Bones. As the largest behemoth in the world, no major cities have attacked them for the time being. However, both the Sakura Nation players such as Funawari Dai and others, as well as Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, all understood that this was just the calm before the storm. Once the betting order appeared, it might be even more intense than when the 7 top-tier resource shrines of the Sakura country at that time joined forces to attack the city. It would be best if more people came and took out this Lin Mo guy. Funaki Wataru Dai fought grimly in his heart, but immediately he realized that something was wrong. If a strong enemy really came, then Lin Mo, the dog thief, would definitely let them go out to block the knife in the first place. Moreover, Lin Mo, as the village chief, was stronger than them, so they had no room to resist at all. Damn, almost forgot I'm in the same boat as the White Bone Wall now. He cursed indignantly in his heart. If the boat capsized, the first to die would definitely not be a Yin country player, much less Lin Mo, but him and the other Sakura country players. He sighed at the thought and stood up. Shotaro, Kamen Rider, Vampire Heim, all out of the line. Give me all the firepower. As he gave the order, several of the gods around him showed up and flew towards the battlefield on command. Ji Zhuaya gave him an odd look. and then seemed to have figured something out as well, immediately maneuvering the boulders on the ground toward the group of ferocious beasts under the city's head. Chapter 118 Ascension. Goodbye eternal race. In the green and gloomy palace, the fire that was originally rushing to the sky had been suppressed. The orange-colored flames still lingered, scorching the corpse on the ground, and an aroma of roasted meat mixed with the stench of dead bodies filled the air. Compared to the previous noise, the necropolis at this moment seemed exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that one or two skeleton dogs that hadn't completely snapped could be heard whimpering and panting on the ground. The necromancer throne, seated firmly on his high seat, raised his head to look silently at the scene below the steps. To the eye, a whole mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fresh, rotting blood mixed together. Broken, unbroken bodies intertwined. Countless corpses and bones piled up into view. Countless undead died in unsightly ways. Tens of thousands of necromantic creatures with no less than second-order high-star battle power lay dead on the ground. Even the few necromantic creatures that the necromantic throne was proud of that had reached third-rank combat power were lying on the ground in inhuman form, their eyes staring blankly, as if they were already too dead to die. The necromancer throne's gaze was fixed on the only figure still standing in that battlefield, and his expression under the hood was somewhat complicated. The figure on the battlefield could barely be seen in a rough outline through the eerie green fluorescent floor. The chains were destroyed. The bone armor was torn, and the bone hands were broken. The body is even more broken. Almost no longer see the human form, only the eyes, still bright in the darkness, lifted slightly to look away from the throne of the necropolis on the seat. The necromantic throne's voice came from the stage. I'm really confused. Your lifespan is only 30 years. How did you manage to do that? How did it manage to be able to be so strong? So strong that all the dead creatures it made were slaughtered by the other side. Don't look at the other party's weak breath right now, like someone who was about to die. But every time he was on the verge of death, the other party was always able to recover by an unimaginable means. This situation has just been repeated at least dozens of times. This was why the necromantic throne didn't take advantage of Lin Mo's illness. In fact, it's not for lack of strikes. It was only during this period that several sneak attacks were neutralized by Lin Mo one by one. Of course, the reason why it just kept flanking out and didn't go down in person was because it was also curious about how far Lin Mo could go. The end result surprised it. A guy with a lifespan of a mere 30 years was just like an undefeatable little strongman, and his strength was surprisingly even more exaggerated than it had imagined, especially when it had just killed those third-ranked necrotic creatures it had crafted. The skills used were so deep that even it couldn't tell. From a distance, it looked rather like a violent sense of destroying everything. As for what's so special about it, you still have to experience it for yourself to know. Lin Mo under the field naturally didn't answer to the necromancer throne's question, but countless red threads grew inside his body, quickly mending the wounds and holes in the upper limit of his body. Soon, the torso, bone armor, chains, and bone hands were all restored as before. His face was the same as before, and he looked at the necropolis throne on the high platform with an indifferent expression. It wasn't quite to the point where he could be revived with only one cell left, but at the moment he was only a full rank one and was already hard to kill. Of course, this was still thanks to the God Hunter sequence being too buggy. In his previous life, he would have had to at least descend to the third rank to achieve the current level. The necromancer throne didn't mind about Lin Mo's silence and continued. Want to surrender? I've probably learned about your abilities, but you don't know about mine. You get your energy from sucking bodies? If I make a move, all your means of replying will be useless, and you won't be able to continue sucking up corpses. Also, you shouldn't be able to use that killing move often. It seems to consume a lot of your energy. Lin Mo was silent. Just now, in order to deal with the superbly powerful army of necromancers, he had indeed resorted to a lot of means, and even his crushing demonization had been used more than once. Infinite multiplication is used even more frequently, at least 50 or 60 times. There was a lot of loss of cancerization value, and even if he frantically made up for it from the corpses around him, he wasn't quite able to make it up for the time being, for the Necronomicon is not destined to let him replenish it with impunity, and the other man had been a walled-off observer, and had knowledge of almost all of his abilities. In this way, the necromancer throne with flux sense would anticipate his every move and cut off all of his back channels. The next battle was more than several times harder than the previous one. Lin Mo swept a glance at the system panel. At this moment, his hunting quantity had long exceeded the limit. With hardly any hesitation, he clicked on the ascension. Ding! 950 time coins consumed. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for ascending to the second rank. As the system prompt rang out, Lin Mo successfully upgraded to second rank. After a little thought, Lin Mo invested all the evolution points in the panel again. Lamb. Rank, 101, transferred. God Hunter, second order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 51,250. Strength, 1350 plus 450. Agility, 1300 plus 420. Physical fitness, 1300 plus 420. Spirit, 1400 plus 500. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 0, unassigned. The attribute points for ascending become more. Lin Mo immediately noticed that the attribute points he gained after ascending had become a whole lot more. And with the large amount of evolution points he had just gained, his four-dimensional attributes could be said to have skyrocketed. Even if you don't count the cancerization value, the single attribute is well over 1,000. If you add the cancerization value, then the attribute points are pushing 2,000. Such a boost is a complete leap forward. That's more than I thought, Lin Mo secretly said in his heart. According to the speculation of these necromantic creatures, the current true rank of the necromantic throne shouldn't be more than rank 3, with a high probability of only rank 2. Don't look at the monsters it created that appeared to be 3rd rank. This wasn't really a difficult task for it. He was slightly relieved in his heart. As long as he was still at the 2nd rank, then it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. Just as he started analyzing and calculating in his heart, the necromancer throne on the high platform also noticed the changes in Lin Mo. TSK, you've exceeded my expectations again. You've even ascended. The four-dimensional attributes went up again? Oh, good. It paused at that point, then added, but you don't think that's enough to defeat me, do you? Should I call you naive? Or, where's the naivety? Just as well. I'll show you my panel. You won't be able to escape anyway. Hearing this, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Only in the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. The Necron throne gathered its ability to shield perception, revealing its panels completely to the system's probing. Even so, the system hadn't completely detected it clearly, and the information that appeared on Lin Mo's interface was still a large swath of question marks and blanks. But it wasn't the information on the panel that he couldn't display that surprised him. It was the column of races, clearly marked with 4 big words. Eternal Race. Chapter 119 Umir Mia. Lin Mo's guess. Umir Mia, Eternal. Race? Level, 2nd order. Level 95. Eternal Gift? Battle rating? The level close to the full 2nd rank, as well as the 3 big words of the eternal race that shone brightly on that panel, caused Lin Mo's pupils to suddenly contract. Although they were of the same rank, but among the same rank, the eternal race could basically be said to be invincible compared to other races. Take the Hell Hydra pop from the previous novice period. The average value of the 4-dimensional attributes had already broken 1,000 points. If Lin Mo hadn't been extremely experienced and skillful in combat, he might have just been reborn and had to turn over in the gutter. But that was just an ordinary cub, while the necromantic throne in front of him was already a full rank 2, and wasn't much closer to rank 3. According to the eternal race's algorithm, the other party had already crossed the stage of cubs and entered the stage 2 of juveniles. Both in terms of experience and strength, they were far superior to the Hell Hydra's pups. One must know that even Lin Mo's current 4-dimensional attributes could only be said to be a little higher than the original Hell Hydra. Compared to the Eternals of the same rank, it's not even close. Lin Mo deadpanned as he stared at the necromantic throne on the high platform. You're actually of the eternal race. This was not clear to him even in his previous life, but all the confusion has finally been explained. Why the Necronomicon is so powerful? Why does she still possess such exaggerated and bizarre means? The Necronomicon chuckled. It seems that you know something about the eternal race. I thought that one of your newer races wouldn't understand the gold content of the words, eternal race. Ha, how about it? Want to surrender? I can consider dismantling you slowly. Aren't you able to repair your body anyway? Wouldn't mind if I did that either, right? Simply put, it was reduced to being an experiment for the Necronomicon, or the perpetual motion kind. Lin Mo sank his eyes and didn't answer. There is no point in talking too much. The Necron throne snorted. Seems like you're still the type who doesn't see a coffin. Oh, well, it's been a long time since I've made a move, so I'll play with you today. As the words fell from her lips, she leapt violently out of her seat and high into the air. Then, her figure lingered slightly where the ceiling was. Is it the ability to fly? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then realized that something was wrong. The other party's figure seemed to be slowly descending. It was just extremely slow, as if it had stopped in midair. It's the stagger ability. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party, while the latter seemed to be looking down on him from a high place as well. After a slight pause, the necromancer throne grunted coldly, flipped his body over, and stomped his feet hard on the ceiling. Boom! There was a loud thud on the ground, and the entire ceiling suddenly appeared as a deep pit under her stomp, while her entire body was also smashed fiercely in Lin Mo's direction with an extremely domineering stance. Danger, danger, danger! The cells in Lin Mo's entire body were sending out warnings. He had a premonition that his body would be blown apart by a large portion with this punch. And in the presence of an eternal race like the Necronomicon, he wouldn't have that good of a chance to recover his body. The biggest possibility is that the opponent will seize the opportunity to recover, and then a set of floating moves will directly take away, and there won't even be a chance to fight back. The higher end the fight, the more so. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge difference, and victory or defeat is often a matter of a split second. Demonization full blast. Almost instantly, Lin Mo made his choice. As if time was moving in slow motion, a black particle suddenly jumped up from his brow, then split again. In just an instant, the black particles spread all over his body, including the bone hand unfolding at his back. The throne of necromancy arrived in an instant, and without any hesitation, Lin Mo handed out his giant bone palm and met his opponent's fist head-on. Boom! A huge wave of air spread along the two's perimeter, blowing the surrounding corpses all over the place. A large vacuum appeared around the two. Zip! 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 The Stygian dragon flames continuously scorched the Necron throne's gloved fists. The latter let out a ha. The latter let out a sound of ha. But it was not curiosity about the underworld dragon flame, but rather curiosity about a sour feeling coming from his fist. She could clearly sense that the cells at her knuckles were being destroyed by an extremely overbearing energy. Hiss! This is the power of destruction. The necromantic throne was surprised, then looked at Lin Mo suspiciously. You have the bloodline of the eternal dragon race? Before Lin Mo could answer, she immediately shook her head to negate her thoughts. No, 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 you're just a human. How could you possibly be related to the dragon race? She was able to clearly perceive that the human in front of her was not half related to the eternal dragon race. The Necronomicon couldn't figure it out and didn't continue to think about it. Forget it, I'll beat you half to death and drag you back to study it slowly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she raised her hand once again and blasted towards Lin Mo. A simple straight punch with no inflection. Boom! There was another loud bang, and waves of air shot up into the sky, destroying the ceiling once more. The floor tiles under Lin Mo and the Necropolis throne couldn't withstand the huge force and collapsed a few points downward. The Necromancer throne laughed. Oh, it's kind of funny, but it's not enough. The moment the last word enough landed on the ground, the Necromancer throne's fists fell like a raging storm. Not only did Lin Mo extend his two huge bone hands to resist, his arms also transformed into a pair of huge meteor hammers and slammed them hard against the throne of the Necropolis. Unfortunately, little has been achieved. The other party's body is like a diamond. Smash down, only hear help dull collision sound. Even the other party's figure cannot be shaken by half. On the contrary, Lin Mo's two bone hands, which were blasting against the Death Spirit throne, began to gradually crack. The more he fought Lin Mo, the more alarmed he became. His demonization currently has a 1500% damage bonus in addition to the attached destruction effect. That's right, it's a 15x damage bonus. As the cancerization value increases, so does the damage multiplier. If it wasn't for the fact that a portion of the cancerization value had just been consumed, the multiplier of the damage bonus would be a bit higher now. But even so, with Lin Mo's damage bonus, it was no problem to deal with ordinary low-ranked ferocious beasts. As long as he was within the third rank, he was able to push 99% of the ferocious beasts across. But the necromantic throne in front of him clearly belonged to that 1%. Lin Mo guessed that the other party either had a natural ability similar to demonization, or had some innate fleshly talent that could counteract the damage of demonization. What could be seen was that every time the necromantic throne collided with the bone hand, the fist was actually shaken a little. Very slight, but there. This kind of tremor actually represented that Lin Mo's killing power was a bit stronger than the other party's. Only that this kind of tremor often didn't last for an instant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if it hadn't existed. Shock absorption. Unloading. Lin Mo secretly said in his heart. Chapter 120, the Necronomicon throne that isn't a Necronomicon. Victory! Boom 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 boom. Each exchange between Lin Mo and the throne of the Necropolis could cause the entire palace to break down by 1 point. The ceilings, floors, and stone pillars are all crumbling and collapsing. In a short while, the ceiling had already been completely shattered by the airwaves from the two men's exchange of blows, revealing a large hole. Bright moonlight poured down the hole in the ceiling. The necromancer throne in front of him slowed down his attack slightly and said in an irritated tone, "Do you realize that I went to a lot of trouble to get my house fixed? Those undead, they're fine for fighting, but they're clumsy for anything else, and it's a pain in the ass to rehab the house." The undead? Lin Mo keenly captured the keywords from the other party's words, and was able to clearly feel the dislike in the other party's tone. That is, the Necronomicon is not actually a Necronomicon, much less the eternal immortals. Lin Mo secretly guessed in his heart. In fact, the speculation just about matched his presumption. Generally speaking, the eternally mortal race wouldn't attack in such a direct manner as the Necropolis throne, going so far as to come up directly to face off with Lin Mo. It's not that their four-dimensional attributes can't reach this level, but the undead's attacking habits. It would be less likely that the idea of such a frontal, hard-fought confrontation would come into play. Plus, when the army of necromancers attacked Lin Mo just now, although the throne of necromancers on the high platform had released a few skills to harass them, however, it didn't work on the undead army, but rather attacked Lin Mo's directly. In the place of the orthodox eternal immortals, they would probably add all sorts of buffs to the undead army, and then make the strength of the undead army just now rise by at least one big notch. In this way, Lin Mo will waste more cancerization value on the foreplay of clearing the undead army, but apparently the above didn't happen. Coupled with the words of the necromancer throne just now, it would be possible to completely rule out the matter of the necromancer throne being an eternal immortal race. The ones who made the undead were surprisingly not undead. Lin Mo was a bit surprised, but felt as if it was nothing. In his previous life, he had suspected that the throne of necromancy was not an undead. It was just that the battle had come too much, and the other party had turned into flying dust in front of him. He didn't even have the chance to inhale the other party's corpse, so naturally he couldn't learn the truest side of the other party. Aside from the eternal immortals, what other race could create undead and have such monstrous powers? Lin Mo quickly speculated in his mind. Orcs, elves, bloodsuckers, dragons, mechanicals, goblins, dwarves. After half a day's thought, he couldn't guess. Each of the eternal races is actually very distinctive, yet no race has been found that quite matches the Necron throne. But the race label on the system panel doesn't lie. The necromancer throne in front of him, named Umermia, must be of the eternal race. It was just that Lin Mo really couldn't guess, and naturally he couldn't analyze the other party's true racial talent. Can't be targeted, Lin Mo secretly said in his heart. After the necromancer throne grumbled that sentence, his fist once again increased in weight, and the speed of his fist skyrocketed even more. If the punch just now was like a rainstorm and gale, then the falling punch at this moment was like a whole flying waterfall. Although the killing power of the fists was still not as strong as Lin Mo's, the airtight landing of the fists made Lin Mo's entire body fixed in place, unable to move easily. Although the demonized Lin Mo's attacks were incredibly powerful, he was a bit stretched in other areas. That's one of the drawbacks of cancer. Absorption, aberration, demonization, infection, and unlimited proliferation. All 5 of these abilities are, in a sense, somewhat saber-rattling. In the case of aberration, using one's body to transform into a sword. Although the killing power was very strong, there was also the risk of losing one's body. At this moment, the demonized Lin Mo was clearly in an awkward situation. The necromancer throne in front of him sneered and said, "Oh, you're too slow and the power is waning." Perceived. Lin Mo's heart stared. The drawbacks of demonization were exposed faster than expected. Magicalization, which consumes cancer values at a rate that can be described as fast. Just now, as a precaution, I let the demonization cover my entire body. With the duration of the exchange, Lin Mo had controlled the range of demonization over his bony hands and arms. Despite this, the cancerization value on the panel continued to drop fast. Cancerization value dropping means that the damage bonus of the enchantment will drop. If the stalemate continued, by the time the cancerization value dropped out, the magicalization would be completely useless. Not only that, but his infinite proliferation, aberration, and other abilities couldn't continue to be used. The Necronomicon said with a smile, "Oh, I think I know what you're capable of. Interesting, haha, really interesting, that's a great ability." Her eyes erupted into a bright light and her fists heaved again. "Ha ha ha, it's decided. I'm going to get you. Take possession." In the next moment, Lin Mo once again felt the pressure taken on above the bone hand increase dramatically, as if it was showing signs of completely collapsing. With a thought, he silently cast Infinite Proliferation to mend the gap. But every moment that passed, the bone hand would crack, and he would need to spend his cancerization value again to repair it. Dozens of repairs were made in just 10 minutes. The cancerization value spent was a full 100 points, and because of that, the damage bonus of demonization drops again. 1,380%, 1,350%, 1,300%. Soon, as the cancerization value plummeted, Lin Mo's damage bonus was approaching 10 times. Don't feel as if it's only dropped a measly 5 times. This was only the value reflected on the panel, and in reality, as soon as the single cancerized value of physique and strength dropped below 100 points, magicalization could not be used. In other words, using enchantment enhances damage by a minimum of 10x. Can't enhance to 10x, then you can't use this ability. By losing his demonization, Lin Mo would completely lose his ability to fight against the throne of the dead. The latter, in turn, seems to perceive this, the flux. The necromancer throne said with narrowed eyes while making a move. Movements slow down. Strength diminishes. Even the speed at which you repair your body slows down. You're dying, aren't you? Losing the nearly 5x damage bonus. Lin Mo's bone hand still had a bit more killing power than necrotic throne. But, it's no use. Even if the demonization was restored to 15 times, Lin Mo would still be restrained by the opponent's attack speed and would not be able to use its proper killing power. The necromancer throne's smile grew wilder. Ha ha ha, you're not an eternal race after all. Being able to do this is already pretty good. Give up. It's not like I'm going to let you die. As long as you willingly become my experiment, I'll keep you alive. At least you don't have to die now. As she laughed, Lin Mo's bony hand was once again whacked open. The necromantic throne watched as Lin Mo's arms monstrously changed into one weapon after another, and now into bone swords that were attempting to cut through her body. The robe had been cut up, revealing a toned upper body and 8-pack abs. Bone swords, knives and spears are breaking ground on the hardest of abdominal muscles, trying to break through her defenses. Needless to say, the killing power of the demonized aberration weapon skyrocketed, and it really cut a not-so-shallow gash in it. But so what? The necromantic throne looked at Lin Mo mockingly. Even if I stand still and let you hack away at me for half a day, you may not be able to kill me. It's really not bragging. Her body, like her fists it seemed, had the ability to unload and reduce damage, so it was difficult for Lin Mo to inflict an effective kill on her. Just suddenly, Lin Mo's icy voice came from her ears. Has anyone ever said that your words are really a lot? The Necron throne laughed and said with disinterest. So, Lin Mo looked at her with a calm expression and said, don't you have a flux? Why don't you take a guess at what I'm going to do next? When the necromancer throne heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a strong premonition of crisis suddenly surfaced in his heart. Immediately afterward, she felt a pain coming from her abdomen, only to see that Lin Mo's deformed bone sword had, at some point, stabbed a small section into her abdominal cavity. But it wasn't this that frightened her the most, it was the fact that the bone sword contained a strong aura of death. This is dead souls. She snapped her eyes wide open, as if she already knew what Lin Mo wanted to do. But it's too late. Under her terrified and incomparable expression, Lin Mo softly recited, soul-devouring explosive chop. In the next second, countless dead souls exploded above Lin Mo's deformed bone sword. The ghostly green wave of exploding light swept across the entire field, also obscuring Lin Mo and the Death Spirit Throne's figures. For a moment, the entire palace was covered in explosions that rang. It's like tinnitus. Chapter 121. Interested in being my blood slave? An entire huge palace completely collapsed. Countless broken rocks and bricks mixed with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the entire place. Of course, even thicker was a dull, dead air. It was a dense deathly aura that was enough to suffocate an ordinary player. As far as the eye could see, a 10-mile radius was affected. There was a silence in the middle of the battlefield, and no sound could be heard. If there were still some lingering dead spirit creatures within the palace just now, after being affected by the wave of air currents just now, those ordinary dead spirit creatures had all been completely cut off. And so, I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, there was a clang, and several pieces of debris were sent flying. Only a bloody arm was seen sticking out from among the wreckage. Immediately afterward, with a slight vibration of his arm, the surrounding rubble and debris were directly shaken away, revealing the situation within. It was a tattered and torn body, not a single piece of good flesh on its entire body. Even the right arm that was sticking out was covered in white bones, with only some rotten flesh hanging from it. But despite this, Lin Mo had survived. His mouth opened slightly. Unlimited proliferation of. As the 4 words landed, his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the head, the 5 senses, the bones, the hair, followed by throat, chest, upper extremities. It was only at last that Lin Mo appeared in the ruins in one piece. His face was pale, his expression was depressed, and he was in extremely poor condition. With the last use of infinite proliferation just now, the cancerization value on his body was officially declared depleted. As a matter of fact, during the explosion just now, he had already lifted the demonization state and invested all of his remaining cancerous value into repairing his body. Otherwise, he would have already fallen in just now. Even now, after treatment, his body still hasn't been fully repaired. But, he won. Lin Mo slightly lowered his eyes and looked at the empty space not far in front of him, only to see that the necromancer throne had lost the lower half of its body, leaving only half of its body exposed. She was also covered in blood and flesh, although she hadn't completely lost her breath, but it was just like she was getting more air in and less air out. Lin Mo took a step as if his thighs were filled with lead and slowly walked to her. The latter barely opened his eyes. With only a slit left to look at the man, his throat damaged and unable to speak, Lin Mo could feel that most of the organs in the other party's body were destroyed at this moment. With injuries of this magnitude, conventional treatments are simply unable to repair the body. As a matter of fact, even if it were Lin Mo's turn to receive such a serious injury, he would have died on the spot and wouldn't even have the time to use infinite proliferation. After all, it was the other side that was at the center of the explosion. Lin Mo spoke. "You are indeed very strong." The voice was unusually hoarse and did not sound like a human voice. The necromantic throne was powerful beyond Lin Mo's imagination, both in his previous life and in this life. If he had accidentally obtained the special skill, soul-devouring explosive chop, before entering the necromancy mystic realm, perhaps it would be him himself lying on the ground. Soul-devouring explosive chop, if it was cast in another place, even under the Great Wall of White Bones, it would not be able to exert such a terrifying effect. Soul-devouring bursting slash, as the name suggests, requires devouring undead souls to release an active attack skill. Damage depends not only on the player's base bonus, but also on the number of undead devoured. In other words, the number of undead souls can directly boost skill damage. While it may seem like a battlefield god skill, the fact is that undead souls doesn't add as much damage as one might think. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of dead souls don't add up to a lot of damage, but hundreds of thousands, even millions of dead souls, that's different. Although there weren't as many death spirit creatures that Lin Mo had killed just now, don't forget that this was the secret realm of the dead. Necromancy, in a sense, is not a conventional life form. When the Necron throne creates dead spirits, it requires a large number of undead souls to summon. Likewise, those dead souls that she failed to create still re-emerged as undead. Over time, the most common thing in this palace was not the dead, but the undead. With that strike just now, Lin Mo had accumulated millions of undead souls, and even if a single soul added even less, this number of millions would be enough to explode into a shocking killing power. The only thing that wasn't so good was that the skill damage, unlike special effects like Stygian Dragon Flame, didn't discriminate between friend and foe. The Necron throne carried most of the damage, but he was also affected by the waves. Even so, the Necronomicon still retained its breath. Swish! With a sound on the ground, a long sword appeared in Lin Mo's hand. It wasn't a weapon of aberration, but a normal long sword. It was because the cancerization value in his body already required only 10 points of cancerization value for the bone sword to even be generated. However, the basic attribute value stacked by evolution points was still there, and the strength still broke the 1000 level. If it was just now, it would be difficult to break the opponent's defense, but now he could end the Necromancer throne's life with a flick of his longsword downward. Lin Mo was about to poke his longsword downward when he suddenly saw the Necromancer throne slightly lifting his shoulder, whose tendons were almost broken, and holding a trembling fist in his hand, as if he wanted to slam it towards him. Of course, such slow movements couldn't threaten Lin Mo at all, not to mention the fact that the fist fell back down again before it was even raised. Only the necromantic throne didn't give up and still wanted to raise his arm with a broken meridian to strike Lin Mo. Lin Mo's hand that was handing the sword downward thus paused for an instant, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke. "Interested in being my blood slave?" The voice was still hoarse and hard to hear, but it caused an unprecedented light to burst out of the Necromonger throne's eyes, which could only show a slit. Lin Mo read her meaning, and pushed his long sword towards the ground, slowly half crouching his body. He then wiped his left palm on the long sword, and suddenly blood flowed in his hand. There was no waste. It dripped directly into the only open eye of the Necronomicon. Bright red blood drenched the green pupils, then entered the body of the Necromancer throne without any obstruction. The latter did not block it, nor did he have the strength to do so. Soon, a relationship stronger than blood in this world was established. After doing this, the Necromancer throne did not immediately recover. It couldn't be helped. Even Lin Mo's cancerization value was depleted. So how could he help the other party repair his body? The former slowly got up, his eyes scanning around the area before finally finding a few corpses that were damaged beyond recognition. He slowly walked over and inserted his fingers into the other man's body. In the next moment, the cancerization value in the body rose like crazy. Cancerization value plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 15, with no cancerization value at all in his body. The cancerization value that these second-ranked dead bodies were able to bring to him became quite substantial. It didn't take long for his arms to be able to deform into 12 chains again. Boom boom boom. The chains lifted up a piece of rubble, then stabbed into a corpse and began to frantically draw nourishment. Feeling his body slowly recovering and the cancerization value in his body increasing once again, Lin Mo slightly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief after a long time. Phew, Chapter 122, Not Yet Mia of the Necronomicon. Hybrid Descent. Just now Lin Mo had killed enough necromantic monsters. It was just that because of the waves of his battle with the necromantic throne, most of the corpses weren't in one place, making it slightly troublesome to rummage through them. But as the cancerization value rose, his strength gradually returned. It's worth noting that the more the cancerization value, the more active his life force becomes. Physical strength, far higher than players of the same rank. This was one of the reasons why he was able to stalemate with the eternal race. After about half an hour, Lin Mo finally sucked up all the nearby dead corpses and his face finally recovered as before. The majority of the cancerization value consumed just now was not only replenished, but also skyrocketed by a large margin. Lamb. Rank, 101, transferred. God Hunter, 2nd Order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 51,250. Strength, 1350 plus 1500. Agility, 1300 plus 1550. Physical fitness, 1300 plus 1550. Spirit, 1400 plus 1600. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 0, unassigned. Compared to the cancerization value just before he fought the necromancer throne, it had more than tripled directly. Mental power had even risen to 3,000 points. With Lin Mo's current strength, if he were to fight with the throne of necromancy again, at least he wouldn't be pressurized to the point of not being able to move his feet like he was before after casting demonization. Of course, the move that pressed for victory had to be the soul-devouring explosive chop. Just as Lin Mo was checking out the panel, a very, very soft murmur came from his ears. Lin Mo then snapped back to his senses. Yeah, forgot about her. Lin Mo turned his head back, only to realize that the necrotic throne was still lying where it was, looking at its blood level about to bottom out. The latter looked at him with a hint of resignation and complaint in his eyes. A rare flash of embarrassment flashed across Lin Mo's face. Then he silently activated his infinite proliferation ability. Ding! Cancerization value minus 100. A prompt flashed on the interface and Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, surprised that repairing the body once would require 100 points of cancerization value. It was important to realize that he didn't need 100 points even if he turned on magicalization once, as long as he saved them. If it was just repairing the body, even if the red blood status was back to full, it would only take less than 10 points. This is still the consumption after ascension. Before ascension the consumption is much lower. Should we exclaim that we are worthy of the eternal race? Lin Mo glanced at the death spirit throne in the distance. Sure enough, under the influence of infinite proliferation, the original festering body began to slowly remodel, and even the lower half of the body, which had been lost, began to slowly repair itself. Countless blood-red meridians began to string together, and bones began to grow out of thin air. In no time, the necromancer throne's body was repaired, but to Lin Mo's surprise, the necromancer throne did not maintain the same robust body just now, but turned into a Barbie doll-like little girl. Her eyes took on the same green pupils as earlier, only less ethereal and more clear than earlier. Pink face that you can't help but want to poke. Robes that are completely out of shape over his body, and probably the height of a human 7 or 8-year-old. A tiny little one that looks adorable. A trace of doubt passed through Lin Mo's eyes. The necromantic throne beamed her cute face and complained in an ungraceful manner. You just left me hanging there for the better part of an hour. Do you have any idea how desperate I just felt inside? She really thought she was going to die just now. Obviously she had already surrendered and recognized her master. But she didn't expect that the master she had just recognized would turn his head and not care about her, but instead run to the side alone to suck on the corpse. And she could only watch as her blood level slipped a little bit. A feeling that was even more frightening than outright death. Lin Mo was silent for a moment and spoke. Necromancer throne, what eternal race are you? The conversation turned raw, but instead of continuing to dwell on the last question, the Necronomicon looked at him quizzically. The throne of the dead? That's not my name. My name is Mia. It dawned on Lin Mo that the necromantic throne was what the other party was called later on, a name similar to a title in general. Mia, who is currently only 2nd level, is not worthy of the title throne. Mia stroked her rounded little chin and said, but the title of necromancer throne is quite handsome, so in the future, I can consider it as my name of claiming the throne. After saying that, Mia paused again, seemingly hesitant. However, this connection with Lin Mo, which was even more intimate than a bloodline connection, made her break through her mental defenses, and she eventually opened her mouth. A mixed race. When she said this, her voice became small, and her emotions were not as high as when she regained her life just now. Mixed race. No wonder. Lin Mo stroked his chin, sort of understanding why the other party was acting rather strangely, and he couldn't guess the other party's exact race no matter how he guessed. After saying this, Mia let out a long breath and said, I am the offspring of an eternal titan and an eternal goblin. The eternal titans? And the eternal goblins? Lin Mo's eyes showed surprise. How was this possible? No, it doesn't seem like it, he mused. The eternal titan race? One of the three peak eternal races amongst the eternal races, was a proper hegemonic level power amongst the eternal realms. Only the eternal Skywing clan and the eternal Dragon clan were able to fight against them. It is characterized by extremely strong physical strength and an incomparably tall stature. Moving mountains and swallowing rivers are all base drills for them. That explained why Mia's physical strength was so strong just now. It was just the other mixed eternal goblin's bloodline that made Lin Mo a bit surprised. Not that the eternal goblin race wasn't powerful. Conversely, the goblins are also an upper middle caliber eternal race. It is itself a pure elemental creature, naturally good at flight and speed, and has attainments in elemental magic that are no weaker than those of the eternal elves. It's just that the goblin race was born with a small body, but the size of a human's palm. Lin Mo had a hard time looking at the two races, titans and goblins, together, but on second thought, I was able to figure it out. After all, the racial talents of the Kingdom of Eternal Scars were so varied that many races might not need to breed their offspring through the most primitive of ways. Lin Mo looked across at Mia and curiously said, that's why you have the physical strength of the titans, and the speed of the goblins, Mia said with a small pout, looking down on who? A true pure-blooded titan could have whacked you with one punch just now, and a true pure-blooded goblin who you couldn't even capture. I, for one, have not inherited a single ability. Although this was a bit of a demoralizing statement, her expression was the complete opposite, as if she was proud of herself. Lin Mo thought about it and recognized her. With his current strength, it was difficult to cope with ordinary eternal races, let alone the strongest ones like the titans who stood at the top even amongst the eternal races. Ditto for the goblin race. And it's not that Mia hasn't inherited the gifts of both, it's just that both have been cut down drastically in her. This isn't a movie or TV show. The idea that hybrids are the strongest is a fallacy in the Eternal Kingdom, especially for the eternal races that have been on the path of evolution for millions of years. Each of their racial talents had evolved step by step from countless ancestors. If a simple crossbreeding could give birth to a stronger race, then why work so hard to keep hammering away at one's talent? Chapter 123, Forbidden Technique. Brand new cells. After a few sentences of simple communication, Lin Mo sort of roughly understood Mia's origin. Simply put, she is a taboo product of this world. In the Eternal Kingdom, the more powerful the race, the more they care about the issue of bloodline inheritance. They didn't want their bloodline inheritance to be passed on to the outgoing, and even more so, they cherished the feathers of their own family. Mia, as such, is totally of the fatherless type. Neither the Eternal Titans nor the Eternal Goblins would accept a hybrid like her. That's why she was probably discarded. That's right, Mia has no memories of her parents. Still in her cub form, she has lived in the desert beyond the Great Wall of White Bones. It was a good thing that even if the eternal race was a cub, its strength was not comparable to other fierce beasts of the same rank. Mia quickly adapted to life in the desert and grabbed a large chunk of territory of her own, raising a large army of undead. The previous owner of this necromantic mystery space was a rank 2 necromancer, only to be hijacked by her after she killed him. Speaking of this, Lin Mo gave her a puzzled look and said, if I remember correctly, neither the Titans nor the Goblins are capable of transforming the undead like you, Mia said with a small shrug of her shoulders. It's one of the natural abilities, tonal shift. It sounds like some kind of forbidden art that transforms life. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said, you can transform life forms at will? Mia nodded. There's a downside though. What's the downside? Quite simply, the cellular activity of most lifeforms other than the necromorphs is too strong for the slightest modification. Mia looked like a mad scientist when she talked about it, her round eyes full of excitement. I've tried this many times, and it's only the necromantic creatures that can accomplish enduring the tonal shift. It's just that this thing is so stupid, so I tried to add a lot of emotions into it. Only the success rate was touchy, and in the end only those 4 guys got emotions. The 4 guys she was talking about were naturally the 4 generals of the Necromantic Legion. Lin Mo also understood why the latter's strength didn't appear to be prominent among the army of dead spirits just now. And there were even quite a few dead spirits who were a great deal stronger than them, but they were the ones who became the leader of the army. It's all because they have emotions that other necromancers don't have. After Mia's explanation, he also knew what emotions were added to each of the 4 major generals. The Tyrannosaurus Blood Knight is confusion and the Flame Conqueror is fear and greed. The Black Knight of the Fallen is warlike and assertive. The Witch of the 9 Hells is cautious. Honestly, it's kind of fun, but not much. Lin Mo actually wasn't very interested in the point of adding emotion to the necromancer. To him, it was the lack of emotions in a necromorph creature that was an advantage. Ignorant and fearless is not a derogatory term. Necromantic creatures don't have emotions, so they're easy to manipulate. Among the Eternal Kingdoms, the armies of the Eternal Immortals were often among the most powerful as well. Lin Mo shook his head at the excited Mia and said, "You're going off the path." Mia, however, was unimpressed and said, "Adding emotions so that they can talk to me. Otherwise it's annoying to face a bunch of dead spirits all day." Lin Mo drifted off. Mia was no longer considered to be an advanced life form of the Eternal Kingdom, and possessed a super high level of intelligence even when she was still in her infancy. It's natural to feel lonely when you don't have a clan or close friends around you. That's why the practice of adding emotions to the dead was thought of. Of course, the necromantic creatures bred by the other side were indeed powerful. Even Lin Mo was forced to use his demonization ability to clear the monsters just now. Otherwise, if the hidden demonization ability wasn't used, he might not have had to fight so hard just now. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, "Is it possible to transform humans?" Mia shook her head. "Unlikely. Humans aren't much different from ordinary intelligent creatures. The route of biological evolution is very rigid. If a certain ability is added, it will easily destroy the genes in their bodies, and even if they survive, they will easily turn into inhuman monsters. That's why everyone gets a different divine gift talent." Lin Mo secretly pondered. Even when picking a career, you need to choose one with more than 60% phasing. This in itself has the implication of a genetic selection. However, Mia's tone shift was different, and was equivalent to forcibly interfering with a living being's genes. This makes it easy to cause genetic mutations. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and said after a moment of contemplation, "Try using it on me." Mia's eyes showed a surprised expression, looking at Lin Mo as if she was looking at a madman. "Are you sure?" Mia was surprised. "If you fail, all the cells in your body will be completely destroyed, turning you into a monster." "No," Lin Mo said with certainty, "not if you're just altering the genes of the cells." Mia wondered, "Your ability is about cells?" Lin Mo didn't say anything, he just extended his right arm, which had deformed into a bone sword. "Over. Try making it sharper." Mia glanced at Lin Mo. "Don't you regret it?" After saying that, she extended her small pink and tender hand towards Lin Mo's bone sword. In the next moment, an overbearing energy began to destroy Lin Mo's right arm. "This is..." Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Mia was right. This force was indeed very powerful, but with a slight movement of Lin Mo's mind, he seemed to be able to isolate it. That said, it is difficult to use this ability unless you have the person's consent. No wonder Mia didn't use tone shift during the battle. After Lin Mo figured it out, he let go of his resistance and allowed the energy input from the other party to enter his right arm. The speed of the tonal shift was even faster than Lin Mo had imagined, and after only 2 or 3 seconds of effort, the bone sword that originally possessed the gay fine quality was really much sharper than it was. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Mia said with a long exhale, "Luckily, your mimetic weapon has excellent compatibility with you. It's not hard to just make it sharper. Of course, to make it sharper, or to drastically improve its quality, it would require a large amount of forging materials. In a sense, this is no different than a blacksmith's forge." Lin Mo faintly felt the change in the bone sword and realized that it was indeed much sharper. Only that there was a hint of blockage between swings. It was so slight that if Lin Mo hadn't felt it carefully, he wouldn't have even noticed it. He frowned. If that was the case, then the ability would be a cockamamie one for him. You should know that the aberration weapon, even if it is grown, it is still connected to Lin Mo's bloodline. There is a natural sense of smoothness in the use of the human tool. It would be very uneconomical to change its phase for a little sharpness or hardness. Plus, the God Hunter sequence is just as capable of evolving aberrant weapons indefinitely. He didn't need to transform himself through Mia's tonal shift. After figuring that out, he sliced off his entire right arm with a flick of the bone sword in his left arm. Then, again, the body was quickly repaired with infinite proliferation. Mia smiled and said, "That won't help you. What I'm changing is cellular. It's irreversible. Even if I don't want it, it's something I need to go out and personally transfer back." With that, she tried to get on top of it. Just Lin Mo said indifferently, "There's no need. The cells in my entire body are renovating all the time. The cells you just transformed, I've already cut them off. The right arm that grows now is truly brand new." Mia first froze, then her eyes snapped wide and she jumped at Lin Mo's chest in a flash, grabbing his collar and saying, "What did you just say?" Chapter 124 Ability Inheritance. Lin Mo's Blood Bank. Mia, who was only less than a meter, just hung on Lin Mo's chest like a cute porcelain doll. It was just that her expression was unusually serious, even with obvious shock, as if she had heard something extremely absurd. "Cellular renovation. How is this possible?" She said so through clenched teeth. Her small hands that clenched Lin Mo's lapel were straining. Lin Mo wasn't angry, just curious about her reaction. What's so strange about that? This is the basic ability of cancerization. A cancer cell, itself, is a cell that can proliferate indefinitely. Lin Mo could control the cells in his body through the ability of cancer. Cutting is just one of the most normal things for him. Lin Mo said indifferently. Didn't I give you new cells just now and you couldn't feel it yourself? Mia's expression froze and she immediately began to probe inside herself. Just now, her life was hanging by a thread, so she really didn't pay attention to the changes within her body, only thinking that Lin Mo was using some kind of healing technique to repair her body. Now it seems that this is not the case. Why have all the cells in my body changed? Mia had a stunned look on her face. She was surprised to find cancer cells in her body, and lots of them. Except that these cancer cells didn't seem to affect her original genes too much, even as the two blended together perfectly. That's what kept her from sensing it in the first place. This is the power of infection, which is in a sense a form of assimilation. Aberration. Lin Mo's right arm transformed into a bone sword once again, then slashed downward with a swift momentum. Chop steel. Mia's tender arm was viciously sliced off by Lin Mo, but it was just a pity that although the former had shrunk, her physical strength was still exaggerated. Lin Mo's bone sword only sliced in a small amount before it got stuck and didn't move, but it's enough. Infinite proliferation. After drawing back the bone sword, Lin Mo once again exerted his ability to repair his body. This time, Mia clearly sensed that the cells at her arm were slowly reorganizing. The cells are really multiplying. Mia watched in new wonder as her arm returned to its original form. Then a look of ecstasy crossed her face. My goodness, it's really possible. Master, your ability is too exaggerated. Throughout the Eternal Kingdom, your ability is the most terrifying I've ever seen. Even more exaggerated than the Eternal race's eternal talent. Lin Mo glanced at her and said, You've seen other Eternal races? Mia was silent for an instant, then said, People are hard, Master. She continued, Regardless, this ability is truly unheard of and unseen. With this ability, I can do whatever I want to my body to transform it. Lin Mo did not deny her this opinion. For herself with infinite evolution, Mia's tone shift was a bit of a chicken, but for Mia herself, it is truly an ability that allows her talents to evolve and improve. So what if you don't want me? Mia's green eyes erupted with unprecedented light. With this ability, in the future, my talent might be able to evolve to a point that is even more powerful than the Eternal Titans. It's not that it's not possible. Lin Mo thought of this when Mia was explaining her ability just now. First of all, Mia's starting point itself is high. After all, she was a hybrid race that had inherited some of the Titan's abilities, and with her natural abilities as a foundation, the creation she carried out on that basis was considered to have a foundation. If a mistake is made in the middle of the process, it can even be corrected by cell turnover. In this way, as long as she was given enough time to grow, she might not be without a chance to match the Eternal Titan in the future. Mia said excitedly, Master, if you have any other slaves, you can bring them to me for testing as well. I promise to make them stronger. Those words had opened Lin Mo's mind at once. Yeah, Mia's tone shift is indeed a godly technique. While it doesn't do much for him, it is indeed an extremely functional ability for the blood slaves who possess his cancerous cells. However, professionals whose talent was already strong had no need to be transformed by the other side. For example, Aoimasu, as long as she grows up step by step, she will surely have a bright future ahead of her. No, maybe fine-tune it. Lin Mo pondered in his mind. Not only that, but it might even be able to strengthen the White Bone Great Wall garrison. It was important to realize that the reason why they had cultivated people like Li Mingliang and others, as well as subjugating strong people like Sakura Nation, as well as continuing to recruit players and expanding the strength of the garrison, it was because Lin Mo himself didn't actually intend to defend the city. At the beginning of the opening of the Eternal Kingdom, there were opportunities everywhere. Lin Mo's God Hunter sequence, moreover, needed a large amount of high-quality prey in order to grow quickly. He is not destined to stay at the Great Wall of White Bones. Let's say that right now. The necropolis is just a front stop that he needs to take down. Since I took the necrotic mysteries before the 3rd rank, there will be more time for me to fight for the Tower of Time. Lin Mo looked at Mia, who was still studying her own cells. He opened his mouth. You are now a blood slave and are able to use the 2 basic abilities of sucking and unlimited proliferation. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Mia summoned a small skeleton on the spot to try it out. Pop! She reached out and flicked the skeleton easily with her fingertips before grasping her fingers to the other's head. Sure enough, the indication that the cancerization value had increased showed up. Ding! Cancerization value plus 10. Really? Mia was surprised to find that the cancer cells in her body had grown quite a bit. So I can experiment with my own body again? Lin Mo then continued. Right now, since you are my blood slave, You are obligated to help me store the cancerization value. That's right. Every blood slave is one of Lin Mo's blood banks. Whether it's Aoimasu or Mia, they can increase their cancerization value by inhaling. At the same time, the cancerization value in their bodies could also be used as Lin Mo's reserve, which could be taken at any time, regardless of time or place. It's worth noting that both Aoimasu and Mia have high growth caps. The former was a Blue Star top professional, and the latter was a descendant of the eternal race. And the cancerization value that he was able to suck up was definitely not less than his. This means that he has 2 more blood banks of the same level as him. Of course, this wasn't enough for Lin Mo. Mia said rather uptight. Of course it's no problem, but master, am I able to use your infection ability as well? In that case, I can raise an army of blood slaves that belongs to us. Lin Mo shook his head. No, the abilities inherited by blood slaves are limited. Simply put, blood slaves could only inherit the 2 most basic abilities of cancer. And as blood slaves, whether it was the efficiency of Mia's girls sucking or the speed of their unlimited cell proliferation, it was far inferior to Lin Mo himself. Mia's expression showed obvious disappointment when she heard this. She was also thinking of continuing her research on tonal shift, but without the ability to cancer, it's hard to achieve that. Just as she bowed her head, Lin Mo spoke again but gave her hope. But I have a batch of Yen Kingdom skeleton players at the Great Wall of White Bones, so I can save you a few drops of blood that you can use for testing. Mia's eyes suddenly bloomed brightly again, only to hear Lin Mo add, only request, don't play anyone to death for me. Mia immediately jumped up and assured, don't worry master, with your ability, it's hard to play them to death. Lin Mo glanced at Mia, who was full of excitement, and only felt that Li Mingliang and the others should suffer. Chapter 125, The White Bone Great Wall's Living Battle Force. Goodbye to the betting order. The Great Wall of White Bones, the Citadel. The 3-day period has come and gone. We can open the beast tide to attack the city. Qing Mai looked into the distance and said so to Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang frowned and said, by what right do you call the shots? Did Lin contact you? If it wasn't for Qing Mai helping the Great Wall of White Bones bring back a large amount of resources as well as raiding several difficulty level secret realms within these 3 days, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the others wouldn't have come to the meeting at the city's head. Hunting under the city was simply too good to be true, and in only 3 short days, each of them had accumulated a large amount of time coins, and most crucially, their levels have skyrocketed. Many players with low career levels have been able to move on to the next level. Slightly higher career levels aren't that far off. Moreover, this kind of hunting method of hitting the highs with the lows had accumulated a lot of time coins for the Great Wall of White Bones, the number of which had just about exceeded the 100,000 mark. Just for the construction and planning of the Great Wall of White Bones, an investment of 100,000 time coins barely just activated 20 healing magic arrays. As for the rest of the time coins, all of them were given to Funikatari University to be used to recruit living players into the country, as well as to give appropriate bonuses to Sakura Nation players. Even so, there is a big gap. For example, the problem of accommodation for the players will have to be solved by recruiting construction specialists to be able to really solve it. And then there will be a large investment in infrastructure. Another example, the abandoned building complexes in the city also need to be renovated by architects so that more merchants and life professions like blacksmiths can be recruited. In the end, Funaki Wataru Dai also demanded a large amount of supplies to try and resummon the SSR gods. There's also Jiraiya Ji and Daisuke Indo who have requirements and want to make considerations for 2nd level up to 3rd level, as well as honing their skills, which requires a supply. Of course Li Mingliang didn't agree. It was just that he felt that this supply should really be taken into consideration. After all, to make the horses run, they also had to be fed. The more so, the more Li Mingliang did not want to carry out the main city ascension quest so early. He was the chief financial officer of the Great Wall of White Bones. Why should this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money end so quickly? Qing Mai glanced at him lightly and replied, no, but that's what the master said before he left. Hearing this, Li Mingliang immediately withdrew his desire to fight. That, since it was ordered by Brother Lin, then surely I can only do as I'm told. Li Mingliang smiled sarcastically. Ringo ordered it. Why didn't you say so earlier? In the White Bone Great Wall, Lin Mo's power of speech was unquestionable. Li Mingliang didn't feel that he dared to arm wrestle Lin Mo for a bit after he was appointed chief financial officer. Are you kidding me? The ones who called out to Lin Mo have either already gone to their deaths or are still doing hard labor for the Great Wall of White Bones. Li Mingliang didn't want to be reduced from the position of chief financial officer to a 3rd-class citizen. Drive. Hurry up. Drive. Li Mingliang said so. Qing Mai gave him another look and said, first, call all the people back. Li Mingliang slapped his head before reacting to the fact that the people were all down there brushing the monsters. he hurriedly sent a message to the boat waters below, telling them to come back with the men. It didn't take long for the Whitebone Great Wall of Living Warriors to appear above the city. Top battlefield. SSS ranked professionals, Aoimasu, Funawari Dai, Indo Daisuke, and Jiraiya G. First class combatants. S rank to SS rank professionals, Sakutaro Moriya, Yuta Hokura, Kei Nakashindo, Kento Shirayoshi, Tomoka Minami. Total of about 100. Mid to high-end combatants. B to A class professionals, totaling about 800. Low to mid-range combatants. C and D ranked professionals, totaling about 500. After 3 days of hard work, the boatwright ran smoothly made the players of the Whitebone Great Wall increase from over 600 to over 2,000, a full tripling. At this rate of progress, it wasn't difficult to fulfill the target number of defending players that Lin Mo had initially set for Joe Dudi. Funaki Watarude glanced at the players on the city's top. Almost all of them were Sakura Nation players except for a few Yen Nation players such as Li Mingliang, and, for the most part, he recruited them. A hint of smugness appeared on his face. As long as Lin Mo himself wasn't present, he was actually the true commander of this group of fighting players. After all, how could Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, two B-ranked professional players, be worthy of commanding so many professionals who were stronger than them? That being said, he had gradually grasped a little bit of power through the past 3 days. Li Mingliang, who was beside him, looked at him in such a dejected manner. His heart was very unhappy, and he sneered and said, "Boat Wing Dai, what about your life profession players? How's the recruitment going? Don't forget that the number of life profession players Lin wants you to recruit is 10 times the number of battle profession players, and at your current progress, it's impossible to complete the mission this month." Speaking of which, the smugness on Funaki Dai's face immediately dissipated, revealing a bitter expression. "That, Lord Li Mingliang, can you plead with Lord Lin Mo for a few days' grace?" Li Mingliang laughed. "Do you think it's possible?" Funakatari Dato's face became even more ugly at that moment. The hardest part is recruiting players in the life profession. In the Eternal Kingdom, the ratio of combat players to life players was around 100 to 1. That means that there is only one life player out of 100 players in Blue Star. This stems entirely from the fact that during the novice period, it is extremely difficult for life profession players to survive the novice trials due to their lack of combat talent. And in the early days of Eternal Armageddon, everyone was on their own, and very few combat players were able to take care of these people. But only after surviving the early stages of the game, many large forces will gradually realize how scarce the living profession is, especially some of the architects, blacksmiths and such professions. These are essential life occupations in every village. Unless it was like Lin Mo, where the weapons were generated entirely by their own cells, ordinary players would need to repair their equipment and forge their weapons no matter what. And the number of life profession players that Lin Mo asked Boat Duode to recruit was a full 100. 10 times the number of players defending the city. So far, Boat Dudo had mostly failed to understand why Lin Mo had requested this. It stands to reason that the amount should be reversed. The most resources of the Great Wall of White Bones are, after all, monster resources, and it is right to increase the number of defending players. But there are enough living players to support the defending players on the line. So why do you need so much? Wasting resources for nothing. It was important to realize that the amount of money to recruit a life profession player was 10, if not dozens of times higher than the amount of money to fool a combat player. Li Mingliang blankly glanced at Funaki Watari Dai and lazily ignored him. In support of the latter, most of the time coins previously earned were given to each other. If he didn't know that the other party hadn't misappropriated public funds for personal use, he wouldn't even give a good face, let alone time coins. Seeing that everyone was together, Li Mingliang said to Qing Ma-yi next to him, "What are you waiting for? Let's start." Qing Ma-yi shook his head and said, "The master sent me a message to wait." Li Mingliang and the others' eyes lit up. Lin came out? What did he say? Qing Ma-yi did not answer. And just as Li Mingliang and the others were about to continue to pursue the question, suddenly a large golden light character appeared in the air. Regional announcement: the Great Wall of White Bones has taken over Heart of the Sea King, Empire of Fire, House of Cavalry, and so on. The chat channels of both sides will be temporarily opened until the end of the betting order for the 30 villages. Regional announcements. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones froze. Here we go again. Chapter 126, Old Acquaintances. Double Pipe. When the regional announcement ended, the first person to speak in the regional chat channel wasn't the players from the other districts, but Lin Mo, the village head of the White Bone Great Wall. All the players of the Great Wall of White Bones, including Sakura Nation players such as Qing Ma-yi, saw that message sent by Lin Mo. Lin Mo, win it down. 3 simple words, but they made Li Mingliang and the others blood boil. Kill. Asterisk 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 this. Ha ha ha. What's the harm in 30? With Brother Lin here, we're invincible. The players of the Yen Kingdom were bursting with self-confidence at the moment. The Great Wall of White Bones had won consecutive battles, and even the top powerhouses of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had been taken down by Lin Mo, and now they weren't confident in themselves, they were confident in Lin Mo's arrangements. Next to them, Funadu Dai and the others were speechless. You guys are excited, wait, the main force is still not us. As Lin Mo's words were sent out, he only saw one ID that didn't belong to the Yen country begin to enter the regional chat channel. Ellis, ha ha ha, the Great Wall of White Bones. Your Papa Ellis is back. And Zaishu, Lin Mo. The Great Wall of White Bones is taking up too many resources. Hand it over quickly. Kiran Rao, the Flying Cake Nation is the #1 in the universe. We're going to prove ourselves by defeating the Great Wall of White Bones. Ekaterina, nonsense. We, the Grizzly Kingdom, are #1 in the world. Abigail, I'm going to bring back all the resources of the Great Wall of White Bones. The Yen Kingdom people don't deserve so many resources. Up came hundreds of taunting and provocative messages. Among them Ellis, an old acquaintance of the Great Wall of White Bones. This guy, the ghost, is still there. Li Mingliang was instantly offended. That's right, he's been losing to Ringo since the flag battle. And he's still not dead. Scrap him. It's not just him, there are others, looking for death, aren't they? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do it if you don't want to, rather than being mentally prepared. A lot of players were infuriated by these provocative messages. Even the Sakura Nation players standing at the top of the city. After the merging of the city, they were also part of the Great Wall of White Bones at this moment. To provoke the Great Wall of White Bones is to provoke them. Ching Ma-yi slightly scanned around the villages on the regional announcement, and a clear and cold voice came out. There isn't a single top resource mecha. Joduda lightly shook his folding fan and said with a smile, in the words of the Yen Kingdom, a mere curmudgeon dares to come and commit a crime. Daisuke Indo grunted and slammed the baseball bat over his shoulder. A bunch of assholes. Do you really take this lord as a soft target? Jijua also let out a light laugh. It seems like we really need to show them that with a few of our top-tier powerhouses in attendance, even without Lord Lin Mo, they dare to be so contemptuous. The four of them were no longer top SSS-ranked professional players. Streams such as Ellis were, at most, a deputy village chief in their previous village. Not to mention, there were 30 to 40 SS-class professionals like Moriya Sakutaro, if not 100, on the city's top nowadays, and many other A-rank, S-rank powerhouses. Don't look at the number of White Bone Great Wall players, which was only over 2,000, but in terms of the quality of the team, it definitely ranked at the top of the world. Oh, how dare these people. Li Mingliang was also clearly confident in his own troops. Jiang Yuanji frowned at this time. No, the party that initiated the betting order this time seems to have been initiated by a coalition of 32nd ranked main cities. Li Mingliang was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so shameless. But on second thought, yes. If not for that, how would these villages dare to easily challenge the Great Wall of White Bones, which had just defeated the 7 top powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom a few days ago? And since Lin Mo had accepted their challenge, he must have long since realized that it was 30 villages linking up to ask for a battle. The content of the wagering order remains the number of monsters killed. It only went from first order to second order, and the number went up to 100. 000. 100. 000. Doesn't seem like much, a player muttered. The monsters they had killed every day for the past few days were far more than that. Someone immediately replied back. What do you think, Fart? That's a rank 2, 5-star monster. Can it be compared to the rank 1 monsters I've been brushing these past few days? Hiss. That still seems like quite a lot. Yeah, the second rank 5-star monsters have been swiped before, and they're really quite hard to kill. Well, I feel okay, it's just that the amount is really quite high. What are you afraid of? Don't we have Mayor Lin Mo? There is a sentence I don't know if I should say. Lin Mo Village's meaning of sending that message should be to let us win, and he himself shouldn't participate in this betting order. Okay, Ching Ma-yi said coldly, the master has his own things to be busy with. I am sufficient. Zhou Dude quickly said. Hey, don't. Lord Ching Ma-yi, it's better to consider it carefully. This is after all the White Bone Great Wall's betting order, and this time it's a second order betting order. Betting on 30% of the map's resources, when converted, that's the equivalent of 2 or 3 resource sanctuaries from before. Subaru agreed. That's right, it's better to be careful, so it's better to go together. The main thing is that if the White Bone Great Wall loses, the first one to be lost will definitely not be the White Bone Great Wall, but their village. Hearing their words, Ching Ma-yi didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. Funaki Wataru Dai was also relieved to see this. Still afraid that Ao Imasu would be too bent out of shape, he glanced at the players behind him and said in a deep voice, "All of you listen to my command. Wait and go up in the previously arranged formation. Don't mess up." The players responded in unison. Seeing this scene, Li Mingliang didn't say much. After all, the battles of the past few days had basically been commanded by Funakatari Dai and Jiraiya Ji. Just beside him, Jiang Yuanji's knuckles that tightly gripped his spear were slightly hard. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his expression. But in the end, he was also silent. In response to the taunts and provocations from the regional chat channel, the players of the Great Wall of White Bones were completely too lazy to reply. For one thing, the other side is so crowded that brushing anything at this point won't help, and you'll just be flooded with countless messages from the other side. Secondly, in the eyes of the White Bone Great Wall players at the moment, although the number of challengers was high, it was not a grade of main city after all. Taking them too seriously makes them appear to be on a lower level. This is the time of year when keeping silent is the most classy way to pretend. As a little bit of time passed, the head of the White Bone Great Wall gradually quieted down. No one exchanged pleasantries. All stood above the city's head, gazing down at the city. At this moment, if there are bystanders must be able to detect the solemnity of the city's head. The 10-minute countdown for the preparation of the wagering order ended, and Lin Mo's side just happened to have stuck to the time point and opened the city siege mission for the second order beast tide. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Ding. The betting order is officially open. Ding. The beast tide siege has opened. Chapter 127 Madden Yen Country Player. Betting order in progress. I. Deadly Dogs. Rank, 125-130. Skills, 1, Bite, 2, Doubleheader, 3, Cluster Command. Battle rating, 2 ranks, 3 stars. Beyond the Great Wall, countless snarling two-headed vicious dogs were running towards the wall. The battlefield rolled with smoke and dust, and there were countless roars from the beasts. Li Mingliang roughly swept a glance. My god, this number is much more than the previous beast tide. At least tens of thousands. Indo Daisuke deflated his mouth. A mere second-order 3-star battle power. I'll do it. With that, he tried to take a leap of faith and leap right off the top of the city. Before that, however, it was stopped by the folding fan of Boatwright Dai. Just a moment, Lord Indigo. It's only 10,000 second-rank 3-star monsters. There's no need for you to make an appearance yet. Besides, if the monsters clear up too quickly, how are we going to practice? Hearing his words, Indo Daisuke scratched his head, which made sense, and retreated back from the top of the castle. Boatwright smiled broadly. Since it's a bet against a bet, it's better to leave a bit of spare white. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "Ready, fourth team, go!" Li Mingliang muttered, "You're still in command." Ha! That being said, he and Jiang Yuanji stood out at the same time. Not only that, but other players from other Yen countries behind them also got up. That's right, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were the fourth detachment of the current White Bone Great Wall Guard, holding the positions of captain and vice-captain. Despite their resentment, they were really not as strong as the Sakura Nation players. The only advantage over the other teams was that they had the status of first-class citizens at the White Bone Great Wall as Yen players. In terms of status, it was naturally higher than these Sakura Nation players from Funakatari Dai. So, even when the battle returns to the Boat Ferry Great Command, the other side will not be too difficult for them. It had even volunteered to send several waves of monsters for them in previous battles. Only his currying favor didn't do much good. Li Mingliang still hadn't approved the resources and funds he needed to apply for summoning SSR gods. Since then, Boat Dai hasn't been so up on the pole licking. For this kind of stingy brave, no good words are useless. Furthermore, Li Mingliang shouldn't have that much authority to distribute the resources of the Sakura Nation's strongest members. Boat Watarude glanced at Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji and said with a smile, "Steward Li, and Steward Jiang, I wish you a victorious return." Hearing the mockery in the other party's tone, Li Mingliang snorted coldly, while Jiang Yuanji was silent and clenched the lance in his hand. The other Yen players were a bit upset, but in the end, they didn't say much. This was the rule Lin Mo had set up when he left the city. At the head of the Great Wall of White Bones, the strong are honored, while the weak, there is no statement. This was why Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who were clearly in a much higher position than Funadu Dai and the others, still had to follow each other's commands during the battle at the city's head. The Yen Kingdom players and some of the Sakura Kingdom players who had been recruited with a relatively ordinary strength walked down the city together. It was the fourth detachment, but it was the most numerous one. In all, there are more than 1,500. Among them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji had the highest occupational level, B grade. Most of the others were C and D ranked professionals. On my command, Jiang Yuanji, who had stepped down from the city's head, pushed his lance towards the ground and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Although Li Mingliang was nominally the captain, he didn't have half an opinion about him taking over the command. The two were both B-class professionals, and Zhang Yuanji's strength had actually been higher than his. It's mainly because this guy is just like crazy these days, killing monsters without a care in the world. Several times, his life was hanging by a thread, and in the end, he was barely able to save his life through the healing spell formation. However, it had also allowed his strength to skyrocket, and at the moment, not to mention his rank, he was at least far ahead of him in terms of combat experience and skill. Zhang Yuanji didn't turn around and looked at the two-headed vicious dog running in the distance, saying with a serious expression, "Listen up, this is only the first wave of beasts, but it's possible that it's one of our countless few chances to be able to get on the field, so I don't care what you guys think. You have to stand firm to the end and try to keep the guys up there from helping." Hearing this, even Li Mingliang couldn't help but glance at him. The other players were even more cross-eyed. If it was just this wave of barely over 10,000 two-headed varmints in front of them, it would be fine. I just don't know how many more waves of stronger beasts are behind them. Keep in mind that the 4th detachment's battle strength is just hovering in the middle of second order 2-star to second order 5-star. It's no problem to hold out for 1 or 2 waves of the beast tide. But more. I'm afraid that I can only count on the group of people on the city head. Li Mingliang hesitated for a moment, but still discouraged. "UNG, we'd better live within our means." Dang. Zhang Yuanji mortared his lance into the ground with force and said angrily through clenched teeth, "What measure of strength? It's just an excuse for being weak. Are you willing to be pressed down by this group of Sakura Nation players for the rest of your lives?" Hey, what are you talking about? Aren't we also Sakura Nation players? There were still a handful of Sakura Nation players in the crowd, and their expressions were all slightly embarrassed at the moment. After all, the ones controlling the Great Wall of White Bones were from the Yin Kingdom, and their current civic rank was still second class, far inferior to the other side. But the Yen players in the crowd were silent. To be honest, their current position was all dependent on Lin Mo alone. If it wasn't for Lin Mo, they wouldn't have become first-class citizens of the Great Wall of White Bones, and it's hard to say if they would even be alive now. But, were they always going to live under the blessing of Lin Mo? The Great Wall of White Bones had already become one of the top resource mechas in the world, and the development in just these few days had far exceeded what they had imagined at first. Just look at the group of Sakura Nation powerhouses at the city's head. The Great Wall of White Bones will only grow stronger in the future. At that time, without strength, they were afraid that their downfall would only be worthy of being relegated to the fringe. Think about Lin Mo's character. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. They wouldn't feel for a second that Lin Mo would favor himself then. And perhaps the first person to expel them from the Great Wall of White Bones would be Lin Mo himself. The reason why they were kept now was because there were too few players from the White Bone Great Wall that belonged to the Yin Kingdom. Lin Mo didn't trust this group of Sakura Nation players again, so that's why he pulled the tallest out of the short and promoted Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji to come out and do something. However, with the current reputation of the White Bone Great Wall, how many players want to join the White Bone Great Wall Yin Kingdom? It's just that recruiting domestic players isn't on the agenda at the moment, and probably won't be dealt with until Lin Mo returns to the village. Thinking of this, the Yen country player's expression gradually became firm. Asterisk. Isn't it just hacking monsters? Just do it and be done with it. That's. Who's afraid of who? Them. Kill. The Yen Kingdom players were suddenly as excited as if they had shot chicken blood. The Sakura players beside them were confused. They hadn't experienced Lin Mo's education of love. They only felt that this group of people were as sick as if they were sick, and they would not move. They would roar and go crazy. Inexplicable. Chapter 128. The real contest has just begun. Betting order in progress. 2. Kill. Zhang Yuanji took the lead and led his teammates forward, opening the way with his lance and instantly killing the two-headed vicious dogs at point-blank range. Behind him, Li Mingliang instantly followed. The short dagger was like a bolt of lightning in his hand, directly breaking the neck of a two-headed vicious dog that was trying to sneak up on Zhang Yuanji. Fiery blood poured out all over the place. The team members behind him were allowed to go straight into battle, raising their weapons to intertwine with the ferocious beasts. At once, the shouts and roars were in succession. 8 hours later, at the head of the White Bone Wall. Gee, those guys are pretty capable. Boat Wataruda deflated his mouth and looked at Li Mingliang and the others at the bottom of the city and said, he actually didn't really want these annoying guys like Li Mingliang to die. Who knew if Lin Mo would demote them after Li Mingliang's death? Or if a more annoying superior would come over? Jiraiya Ji frowned at the hunt below the city and said, for their career level, it's not bad to be able to do this. Especially that one called Zhang Yuanji. He's considered excellent among B-class professionals. Indo Daisuke yawned in boredom and said, none of that matters. When is it our turn to play? Botwatari let out a light laugh, his gaze looking towards the distant battlefield. Soon. The guys are doing well, but that's as far as it goes. After several hours of fierce fighting, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji led the 4th detachment to eliminate nearly 3 waves of beast tides. Among them, there were also some ferocious beasts whose battle power had reached 2-step 5-star. Only that there were not many of them, and they were disposed of by Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the others who teamed up. The progress of the betting order was synchronized by Lin Mo in the regional chat channel. Number of hunts, 30/1000000. Too little. To be precise, it was too little compared to the 30 villages that had initiated the wagering order in that link. They saw Lin Mo synchronizing his data, and they also very arrogantly synchronized their data in the White Bone Great Wall's regional chat channel. Number of hunts, 9892/1000000. It's almost through 10,000 already. 30 villages, though certainly not as good as the White Bone Wall in terms of top-level combat power and overall strength. But the village chief of each of their villages was at least an S rank, or SS rank professional. It's not really surprising that this amount was reached in a 5-hour period. As a result, these guys, led by Ellis, were unusually arrogant in the White Bone Great Wall's regional chat channel. Ellis, ha, what did Lin Mo do? It can't be dead. Ellis, it's only a mere 30. Would you like my lord to put some water on you? Kiran Rao, so disappointing. A top 10 top resource mecha in the world. And this? And Jay Wook, humph. I should have known to let Lin Mo hand over his resources in a hurry. Wasting so much for nothing. Ekaterina, Lin Mo. Aren't you going to make a move yet? It's too conceited. Abigail, that's it. That's how we'll win. Ha. 30% of the map resources of the Great Wall of White Bones. Even if it's only 1/30th of that, it's at least equivalent to an SS-ranked resource land. Both Dodo De and the others looked at these chat channel taunts and didn't give a damn, not even bothering to reply. With the White Bone Great Wall's battle power, if they didn't accept the Beast Tide mission and let the top-tier battle power such as Joe Duda go out to hunt, maybe in 5 hours, this boring betting order will be over. But now, ding, the rest time has been skipped. The 4th wave of beasts is coming. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8, 7. With a big grin, Boat Dudu shouted aloud to Li Mingliang and the others at the bottom of the city. Lord Li Mingliang, Lord Jiang Yuanji, you can come back. After that, he beckoned to the players behind him. Team 3, it's your turn. The 3rd detachment of players, numbering roughly 800 or so, rose up and sharpened their fists. Hey, is it finally our turn? Waiting for the flowers. Ha, it's true that we still have to rely on us. These idiots. How dare they clamor in the chat channel? Oh, trying to keep the adults off the field is enough for us. Li Mingliang and the others at the bottom of the city didn't stick to their guns after hearing Funikatari Dai's command. Even Jiang Yuanji did not disobey the instruction, especially when he saw the 2-step 5-star paired with some 2-step 6-star beasts running in the distance. He followed the large group to evacuate towards the city head without saying a word. At the entrance of the stairs, they just happened to meet up with the players of the 3rd detachment who were preparing to go down to the city to meet the battle. The players of the 3rd detachment greeted each other towards Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji. However, they were both able to sense the contempt in the other party's tone and attitude. Within the city, even one of the lowest-ranked Yen players was able to yell at them. But at the top of the city, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji are also the little trash among them. Jiang Yuanji didn't say anything and clenched the lance once again with his bloodied palm. The 3rd detachment of 800 players. The lowest. All Bs. Li Mingliang sighed. There was no way around it. This was the gap brought about by innate. With B rank talent, no matter how hard one tried, one could only become the strongest in B rank, but could not catch up with A rank professionals. There have been arguments about this in the game forums. Other than a portion of the players who needed to immediately treat their injuries, all the other players followed Li Mingliang back to the top of the city. Sitting at the edge of the city's head, Funikatari Dai saw them return and smiled as he rose to his feet. Lord Li Mingliang, Lord Jiang Yuanji, good work. He was the only one among the Sakura Nation's strongest men who got up. Everyone else looked at the distant battlefield with their eyes and didn't say anything. Boat Duode glanced at the injuries on Jiang Yuanji's body. Lord Jiang Yuanji, why don't you go and treat your injuries first? The 4th wave of the Beast Tide has only just begun. There is no lack of time for this bit of viewing. Jiang Yuanji's blood level was already on the verge of the red line, so you could imagine how desperate he had been just now. Jiang Yuanji shook his head, rejecting Funikatari Da's kind reminder, and walked in silence to the edge of the city's head, looking out over the distant battlefield. The players of the 3rd detachment soon engaged the desert giant crabs of the 4th wave of beasts. The battle power of a 2nd-rank 6-star had not appeared at all in the first 3 waves of battle just now, but it was mixed in with the beasts this time, and there were quite a few of them. Yet they didn't cause much trouble for the 3rd Detachment's team. Xian Ice Arrow, Water Chant, Holy Light Demon Bomb. Just the first wave of long-range magic bombardment made the opposite side lose a dozen or so second-ranked 6-star combatants. As for the second-order 5-star warcasters, naturally there are more. At this moment, the number of kills that had been frozen in the channel for a long time without moving soared by a large margin. What the 30 joint villages led by the Heart of the Sea King didn't know was that the real competition was just now beginning. Chapter 129 Bottom of the Lake. Blood Moon's Secret Realm Teleportation Array. Deep in the jungle, dozens of feet of pythons crawl through the undergrowth, the sky soars with giant birds of prey that cry loudly, and countless scarlet eyes glint in the forest. This is the realm further from the Great Wall of White Bones, called the Dark Jungle. Shoo! A venomous snake violently catapulted out from the bushes, opening its sharp fangs towards Lin Mo's neck. Swish! With a slight movement of a chain, the sharp end cut off the viper. Blitz! Strike 1. The kill prompt floated up over its corpse. Lin Mo glanced at it indifferently. Both the other party's attack and his handling of it were very stealthy. There was no uproar in the jungle. This dark jungle was not within the range of the Great Wall of White Bones. Simply put, it is not part of the grown-out practice site, nor is it part of the Blue Star, an unknown area completely independent of the Blue Star. So as far as the Viper equivalent rank just now was concerned, it had actually reached the full rank of rank 2, just one step short of being able to ascend to rank 3. The big snakes wandering in the bushes and the giant birds flying in the sky are all 3rd-order fierce beasts. If it was just a jungle of low-ranked ferocious beasts, Lin Mo would have already begun his horizontal push mode. However, he was able to sense that in the deeper jungle, there was still the scent of a mid-ranked ferocious beast, and there was more than one. He has risen to the 2nd level, but for the time being, he is not completely sure that he can eat this jungle and turn it into the domain of the Great Wall of White Bones. Therefore, he tried to control his breath as much as possible, not to startle those powerful guys in the depths of the jungle. Lin Mo walked through the jungle, precisely controlling his every step. It fell among the shrubs like a feather on the ground, without a sound. As for the little dot sitting on his shoulder, it said with some dissatisfaction, "Master, there's no need to be so careful. Those big guys shouldn't come out easily." Mia, who was currently cowering on his shoulder, had a body that was even smaller than her previous child state, and could already be similar to Kemi from the original trial. Sitting on Lin Mo's shoulder, there was no sense of existence. This is one of the characteristics of goblins. Lin Mo glanced at her. "You think I'm just avoiding them?" Mia wondered. "Isn't it?" Lin Mo shook his head. "If it's just a middle-ranked ferocious beast, even if I can't defeat it at the moment, I can easily escape. But, we'll be in trouble if we run into those guys." Mia was thoughtful and eventually stopped speaking. A large and small group of 2 people quickly and stealthily traveled through the jungle, rarely attracting the attention of the ferocious beasts. If any ungrateful ferocious beasts made a move, they would either be killed by Lin Mo's chains in a single blow, or be torn in half by the petite Mia with one hand. Theoretically, as long as the 2 of them didn't mess with those 4th-rank bosses in the dark jungle, they could basically level the playing field here. According to Mia's previous thoughts, she wanted to take out all of them even if they were 4th-ranked bosses. No matter how much she was mixed, she was still of the eternal race. Crossing a rank or 2 or something was not a problem. Without a large number of dead souls around, even Lin Mo would have to be defeated in a fight. Moreover, Lin Mo himself had estimated that before his own abilities had evolved by leaps and bounds, he was going to be pressed by Mia in most situations. "When we get back, we can cut up more," Lin Mo secretly thought in his heart. It can all go down anyway, since they didn't go at full speed. It took Lin Mo and Mia several hours to bypass the center of the dark jungle and arrive at their destination, a lake amongst the jungle. Lin Mo stopped at the edge of the lake, his eyes scanning amongst the lake. The lake was quiet, not even a ripple. It was certainly strange that there wasn't even a single beast that drew water around a lake that was lined with ferocious beasts. However, Lin Mo's expression didn't feel strange, and his eyes instead flashed with a hint of brightness. "Yes, this is the place," Lin Mo said to Mia over his shoulder. "Just stand guard here. I'll be right there." Mia sniffed without saying a word and leapt straight off her shoulder before picking out a rock to sit on. Go on. But anyone who dares to come near here, I'll punch them to death." Lin Mo nodded and took 2 slight starting steps on the shore before taking a long leap and zipping into the lake. The moment he entered the lake, Lin Mo's neck changed. Gills grew on his originally white skin, and with a single breath, he adapted to the underwater environment. This is one of the abilities of aberration, to modify physiological structures. If not for the fact that the cancerization value wasn't very high at the moment, he could even grow feathers on his own and soar into the sky. The later it got, the more Lin Mo's cancer would play a role. Mimicking other species is also one of his killer skills. As the bubbles continued to be slightly exhaled from his mouth, his body quickly dived down. He was just a bit slower than he had been traveling on the land surface, but compared to a warrior of the same rank, his adaptability simply should not be too much better. At the very least, if a fight occurred underwater, it wouldn't affect his fighting ability. The not-so-large lake was deeper than expected. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters, until 200 or 300 meters, there was still no bottom, and as Lin Mo dived deeper and deeper, the pressure in his chest cavity increased. Without changing his face, he slightly adjusted the hardness of his bones, and the pressure plummeted, his body once again lightening down. The subtle adjustments to his body, which he was already familiar with in his previous life, didn't consume much of his mind. Prior to the end, the world observed deep-sea fish that could dive to a maximum of more than 8,000 meters. With Lin Mo's body, it was only a little more than that number. However, the lake is deep, but not really like the sea that, about diving to more than 1,000 meters, finally able to see clearly the bottom of the lake's sediment and vegetation. Lin Mo stood slightly still at the bottom of the lake, his eyes searching in all directions. The lake is small, but slightly wider at the bottom. After searching for a while, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Found it, the goal of the trip, a seemingly abandoned teleportation array. With a slight movement of his mind, he actually performed a bone hand right away. The two huge bone hands were like fish pendulums, and with a slight throwback, his entire body shot out sharply like a missile. It didn't take more than a minute to stand in front of the teleportation array. Ancient and complicated transmission inscriptions, the surface of the long green baths, all do not indicate that this is an old object. Crucially, it also shows a string of numbers, 0/100000. Lin Mo recognized with just one glance that this was the target he was looking for. A teleportation array that could teleport to the foreign realm. It's also the key to opening the next chapter of Blue Star in the Eternal Kingdom. Luckily, I'm not late this time. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Mo's perennially indifferent face, and he immediately clicked on the interface. Ding! Is it time to invest 100,000 time coins to activate the Blood Moon Mystic Realm teleportation array? The system's prompt followed. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and invested a large amount of time coins that could be considered a huge sum of money into it all. In the next moment, the teleportation array faintly flickered with a scarlet luster, and then he saw the light grow more and more exuberant. It was like a bloody light that rose up to the sky. Chapter 130, World Boss Chapter. Stowaway Fae. The commotion was even bigger than Lin Mo had imagined. The blood light directly illuminated the entire lake and naturally shot through the surface. Lin Mo glanced at the blood light through the sky and frowned slightly. Looks like it's going to have to be quick. He didn't want to alarm the whole dark jungle. The bloody light activated by the teleportation array didn't last too long, and in just a few minutes it began to slowly dissipate until it returned to normal. At this moment, if you look with the naked eye again, you can only see a burst of slightly red light emanating from the teleportation. Other than that, there is no divine difference. At the same time, the system prompt was refreshed. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mo for marking the Blood Moon Mystic Realm teleportation array. Will you teleport immediately? The Blood Moon Mystery Realm was the secret realm fragment that Lin Mo had previously instructed Li Mingliang to put into the game forum area for trading. Only unlike ordinary secret realms, the Blood Moon secret realm could only be raided once, regardless of success or failure. The entrance is closed immediately after the raid and the raid cannot be repeated. Simply put, it's a one-time secret. It was only that this Blood Moon Mystic Realm appeared to be even more special because of the power of the rules within it, even more so than the Necropolis Mystic Realm that Mia was sitting in. Now Blue Star didn't have an accurate term for this kind of secret realm, but in the history of the Eternal Kingdom, this kind of secret realm was called the World Boss Realm. As long as you are able to raid the World Boss, you will be able to start the next chapter of Blue Star early. In a sense, it could advance Blue Star to a great extent, and the Blood Moon Mystery is the first world boss of Blue Star. It was just that in his previous life, the Blood Moon Mystic Realm had not been successfully raided for various reasons. Lin Mo currently didn't have the secret realm key in his hands, so naturally he couldn't enter the teleportation array. He clicked no, and then pondered for a moment. The teleportation array naturally cannot be in the bag, but it is not without a way. Aberration. Only to see Lin Mo's mind slightly moving, hands deformed into 12 chains, and then swish, 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 swish a few times, nailed straight into the surrounding of the teleportation array. Boom! The bone hand behind his back blasted out a palm towards the bottom of the lake, and directly taking advantage of the reaction force, the huge teleportation magic array was literally pried slightly. Lin Mo didn't pause, waving his bony hand. Once more. Boom! 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 The originally rippling lake began to vibrate violently. and the teleportation array set at the bottom of the lake gradually loosened. After a few minutes had passed, this teleportation array was finally completely detached from the reef at the bottom of the lake, and was slowly pulled towards the surface of the lake by Lin Mo using 12 chains. After about another half hour, Lin Mo finally hauled the huge teleportation spell and leaped out of the lake, only just out of the water. He sensed something was wrong. I was ready to call out to Mia to come and give her a hand, but realized that the other woman wasn't even at the lake. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a loud fight in the distance. Sure enough, did the commotion just now attract the attention of those big guys? Lin Mo secretly said in his heart, but instead of panicking, he just dragged the teleportation array back to the shore step by step first. It was only after a few moments that he dragged the teleportation array, which weighed at least 70,000 to 80,000 tons, ashore. Then he stood on the shore and thought about it, still feeling that it wasn't too safe to put the teleportation array here. So he opened his huge bone hand again and directly carried this teleportation array on his shoulder. The moment the teleportation array was carried, Lin Mo's body sank slightly, his feet deeply embedded in the land. Not bad. He twisted his shoulders slightly, then just carried the teleportation array while running towards the jungle where loud noises were coming from the distance. Dang, dang, dang. Every step he took caused the ground to vibrate slightly, no longer able to hide his footsteps as easily as before. And, of course, there's no need for it. A few moments later, Lin Mo finally arrived at the scene. Mia really has already exchanged blows with someone, but it's not those fourth-order ferocious beasts Lin Mo expected. Faye. Lin Mo looked at the dozens of creatures in the field with snow-white skin and pointed ears that resembled elves in astonishment. With just a glance, he recognized the other party's identity. One of the lower races of the Eternal Kingdom, the White Ghosts. They looked like elves, and were barely considered to be of this branch of the Eternal Elves in terms of bloodline. It's just that on the path of evolution, they are far inferior to the Eternal Elves, only possessing some of the talents of one of the latter. For example, stealth, bow and arrow. Of course, when Lin Mo paid attention to them, the other party likewise noticed him, the strange fellow carrying a teleportation array, and cast their eyes towards him. White Ghosts. Level, 4th order level 10, 4th order level 50. Talents, 1, Concealment, 2, Successive Arrows, 3, Explosive Arrow. Battle rating, 1 star of order 4 to 8 stars of order 4. When he saw the words 4 step 8 star, Lin Mo's pupils slightly shrunk. Blue Star didn't enter the Eternal Kingdom's chapter of hegemony. So how did these guys get into Blue Star's territory? The moment the question surfaced, Lin Mo himself had the answer. Smuggling. The Great Wall of White Bones was meant to be at the border of the Blue Planet, the most vulnerable territory to alien invasion. Although the territories of races are not open to each other now, it is not difficult for many races to invade each other's territories using some illegal means. The prerequisite was not to make too much of a mess, or else they would be suppressed by the rules, and in a more serious case, they would even be punished by the laws of the Eternal Kingdom. Although the White Ghost race and the Blue Star belonged to the same low-level race, the former had been stationed in the Eternal Kingdom for many years, and its racial strength was far from being comparable to that of the Blue Star, which had only just stepped into the Eternal Kingdom. Just what is there in the Blue Star at the moment that is worth the risk of smuggling them over? Suddenly, Lin Mo turned his head violently to look at himself carrying this teleportation array on his back, and it became clear in his head. Cam. Surprisingly, it's coming for the world boss. Lin Mo almost cursed out with dirty words. If that was the case, his move to carry the teleportation array over was undoubtedly a self-inflicted trap. He. A pointy-eared white ghost flashed a smirk towards Lin Mo, then raised his hand and fired a 3-round bow and arrow barrage. Swoosh dash. 3 sharp arrows made wind-breaking sounds in the air and came towards Lin Mo's face. Dang it! Lin Mo's chains rotated quickly, just in time to block the barrage of sharp arrows. Ha! The white ghost made a puzzled sound, seemingly curious as to what made Lin Mo able to block her attack. This was a continuous arrow of 4th-rank combat power, and Lin Mo was only a 2nd-rank human player in her opinion. Boom! In the distance, Mia threw a forceful punch, blasting a 4th-order 5-star battle power white ghost dozens of meters away, breaking a huge primitive tree. The Eternal Race? Truly fierce. Even if there was a difference of 2 equal steps, with a large step spanning in between, it was still possible to fight one against many without losing. You bastards, I'm going to beat you all to death. A messy Mia growled angrily with a fierce look on her face. Petite and adorable, she looks like a bear of a child named Wow. However, the surrounding white ghosts looked solemn, not daring to take it lightly, because they felt from each other a suppressive force from the bloodline, which was Eternal Race. Chapter 131, Heads. You can't leave. How could it be? How could the Eternal Race appear here? There was a stir among the crowd of white devils. Could it be that the Eternal Race has also set their eyes on the world boss of this district's low-level race? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the Eternal Race look at a mere world boss? That's not necessarily true. World bosses are made of rules, and the benefits of raiding them are endless. It's just a cub. Finish her off. Silence. That's an Eternal Race. Are you trying to drag down the entire race? Mia was only one person, yet she was able to make the white ghosts among the jungles look like enemies, with terrified faces. For a moment, the white ghosts in the jungle dropped their bows and arrows, not knowing what to do. They just looked at Mia, who was still violently beating up a few white ghosts in the arena, with her petite figure, but every punch was wrapped with an unimaginably huge force. Even the fourth-rank white ghosts that were 2 ranks higher than her couldn't do half as well in her hands, and were beaten to death by her alone. This was the Eternal Race that stood at the peak of the Eternal Kingdom, domineering to the extreme and strong. So the White Devil stopped and waited quietly for Mia to vent her frustration. It wasn't until Mia had beaten a few rank 4 white ghosts alive, lying on the ground, already breathing in and out. The blood was below the red line, and if no one healed it, there was nothing to do but wait for death. But none of the white ghosts around them made a move to help them, and from beginning to end, they stood by coldly. TCH, no fun. Mia picked up a white ghost with one hand and tossed it aside as lightly as if it were trash, then crossed her small arms and held out her small chest as she screamed towards the white ghosts. Where's your leader? Get your ass out here. After a few moments of silence among the white ghosts, a leader whose figure was taller than the other white ghosts finally came out from inside. Fourth order full. Lin Mo detected the opponent's rank in an instant. His battle power was definitely top-notch among the 4th rank, and he might have already broken through the 4th rank and reached the 5th rank level. He had never underestimated these lower races who were also players, although the latter had crossed the border and stepped into the Blue Planet territory, temporarily losing part of the system's functions. But it's strong, far beyond the current level of development at Blue Star. This batch of white ghosts put inside any of the top main cities of Blue Star could be easily leveled without any pressure. However, the leader of the white ghosts did not show the arrogance that he should have, but instead had a humble attitude, respectfully bending down and walking in front of Mia. Even with a hint of a sarcastic smile on his face, he said, "My lord, I am the captain of the white ghost team. Please forgive me for disturbing you by mistake." There wasn't the slightest bit of the aura that a strong person should have, as if he was the one with a much lower rank. "If your honor isn't out of breath yet, I'll send a few more over for your honor to relax and unwind," he said, rubbing his hands together in as humble an attitude as he could muster. It couldn't be helped. This was an eternal race. Stretching out a little finger could easily make them extinct. It was also that there was no system reminder just now. If they had detected that the other party was an eternal race long ago, they would never have dared to overstep their bounds with her. Even if the little girl in front of her didn't look very old and her rank wasn't high, she was just a juvenile eternal race. Mia crossed her arms and said unforgivingly, "Humph, then take your dog's head for your crime." When the white ghost leader heard this, not only did he not get angry, but his smile became even more humble. And okay. It's really not a shady thing, it's a genuine apology. He even felt from the bottom of his heart that it was cost-effective to exchange his life alone for the lives of so many clansmen. The leader of the white ghost still had a smile on his face and said without a trace of resentment, "It's just that, my lord, could you let my people leave this place first? Don't worry, the white ghost clan will never dare to hit the Blue Star world boss again. Everything will be left to your excellency, including all the resources and loot we captured here." After saying that, he waved his hand and released the resources in his backpack. In just a few moments, the ground was piled high with all kinds of materials, and there were even countless time coins that shone with streams of light, as well as thousands of heads. Lin Mo's expression didn't change when he saw the resources, even though hundreds of thousands of time coins were piled up on the ground. But it was just the tip of the iceberg of time coins he had acquired in his previous life. And it wasn't much, but as the last head appeared, his expression sank. It's the head of a Blue Star player. How could he not have thought that since the other party had come to the Blue Star to look for the key to the Blood Moon Mystery Realm, as well as the Blood Moon Mystery Realm's teleportation spell formation, how could he have come to just one place, the Great Wall of White Bones? It must be that even before this, they had utilized some loophole drilling tactics to set foot in many areas of the Blue Star, collecting key fragments and looking for teleportation spells. The White Walkers have a habit of collecting the heads of their prey. So many heads might disgust the other races, but they were trophies that excited them. Mia looked at the heads and wondered what the other party was doing with them. Just as she was about to say something, there was a loud thud in her ears, a loud bang on the ground. She looked back, only to see Lin Mo placing the huge teleportation spell array he was carrying on his shoulder on the ground, his eyes staring straight at the white ghost leader as he said in a cold voice, "You can't leave." The white ghost leader oh? He let out a cry and raised his eyebrows at him, a player who was just a newcomer to the race. Observing the breath, it was only the beginning of the second stage. Although he didn't know how the other party had climbed up to the noble eternal race, he didn't think Lin Mo had the qualifications to speak here. Just in the way of Mia's face, he didn't say anything, but a hint of sarcasm passed over his face. It was just that the other party encountered the eternal race cubs first. If they had encountered Mia first, the latter probably wouldn't even look at this weak human race. They were the stronger and more qualified to be the other side's servants. With that in mind, the white ghost leader looked down at Mia again. The white ghost clan is willing to serve your excellency. As long as your excellency is willing, we can unconditionally help your excellency to kill the world boss. By the way, speaking here, he paused for a moment. His eyes flicked to Lin Mo, who was not far away, clearly sensing killing intent from the latter. Get rid of some unnecessary trouble. He was confident that Mia would choose herself. However, the Mia in front of her didn't open her mouth right away. Instead her eyes looked at Lin Mo in the distance suspiciously. Such a situation made the white ghost leader feel a little strange, because the former's attitude was such that he was actually inquiring about the latter. This seemed to be a bit different from the master-servant relationship he had expected. Lin Mo ignored Mia, his eyes still looking at the white ghost leader, and said, "You can't leave, and neither can they." The white ghost leader snorted and was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a shocking aura instantly erupt from the other party. He was violently startled and looked at Lin Mo, who was not far away, only to see that the killing intent on the latter's body was as if it had condensed into substance, rising up to the sky and encompassing all the white ghosts in the nearby jungle. Chapter 132 Surrender in Fight. District Human Race. How is this possible? How could a mere human have such a powerful killing aura? The white ghost leader looked at Lin Mo in the distance in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, according to the projections of the clan elders, it should have only been a few days since this race obtained the player qualification for the Eternal Kingdom, right? It was for this reason that they would strike out to compete for the resources of the other side's territory before they had completely developed. The explicit rules of the Eternal Kingdom naturally do not allow it, but do not forget that the only constant rule of the Eternal Kingdom is the word fight. As long as they took down the world boss, the rule power and resources acquired would still be able to be brought back and used to replenish and perfect their own racial power. Just how could a race that hadn't raided any world bosses yet have such powerful players? It wasn't just the white ghost leader who was curious. The surrounding white ghosts were also looking at the humans in the field in amazement. They realized that a slight tingling sensation was born in their skin when they were enveloped by Lin Mo's killing intent. It's not an illusion. It's a real killing aura. What a heavy kill. They immediately looked serious, and many of them had already raised the bows and arrows in their hands and aimed them at Lin Mo. But whenever the latter made the slightest movement, they would not hesitate to pull the bowstring and shoot this human race that was a threat to them. Only what they never expected was that the first one to make a move was not Lin Mo, but Mia. After Mia heard Lin Mo's words, she crossed her arms and laughed twice before raising her small pink fists towards the leader of the white ghosts in front of her. Boom! With just one punch, the white ghost leader was blasted out of a distance of 100 meters, breaking several sky-high trees in the process. The leader of the white ghosts was certainly not going to be taken out by a single punch, except that he was filled with confusion as he rose from the smoke and dust. He didn't understand why the Eternal Clan Lord in front of him would suddenly strike out at himself. Could it be because of that human's inexplicable threat? How is that possible? Sparing his brain, he found the speculation outrageous. In that case, that was the only reason left for the Eternal Clan Lord to be venting his anger on his servant. The white ghost leader immediately got up from the ground and respectfully said, "My lord, it would be better to choose an upstart race as a servant than the white ghost race. Although we are only a lowly race, we are far superior to a mere blue star human race." He's still furtive. Only Nia let out a sardonic laugh, but ignored his words and raised her fist to bully her way forward again. Boom! There was another loud bang, and he flew backwards 100 meters again, this time crashing through even more trees. He tries to get up and talk, but an unrelenting Nia rushes up and punches him all over the place. The surrounding white ghosts didn't dare to come forward to help. They just anxiously watched from the side. Swish! Suddenly, a harsh wind struck towards the neck of a white ghost that was watching the battle. The latter was creeped out and subconsciously retreated several meters, barely escaping the attack of that hair and bone dagger. He raised his head to look at the source of the attack, just in time to see Lin Mo, who was running towards him, and instantly became enraged. "How dare you!" A bellowing cry caught the attention of the surrounding white ghosts. They cast their gazes in this direction, shocked to find that the human had dared to take the initiative to strike at them. Good guts! Humph! Immediately, there were white ghosts among the jungle who coldly grunted in dissatisfaction, pulling up the bowstring and shooting several arrows in a row towards Lin Mo. There was more than one white ghost pulling the bow and shooting arrows towards Lin Mo. A full dozen white ghosts pulled their bows in unison, determined to nail this human race that tried to provoke them to death on the spot. Facing dozens of bows and arrows of 4th rank combat power, Lin Mo could only stop chasing the white ghosts in front of him, and the 12 chains quickly rotated. Dang it! For a moment, the sound of crisp metal was unrelenting. The white ghosts frowned, originally thinking that the other party had blocked that one sharp arrow earlier by luck, but now it seemed as if that was not the case. Lin Mo's 12 chains rotated completely, as if creating an airtight circular boundary around his body, isolating all bows and arrows, even if this was an attack from a 4th rank battle power. Ha! A white ghost standing on top of the canopy sneered and pulled up its longbow, aiming it at Lin Mo below. Burst arrow. With an explosive sound, a bow and arrow burning with cold fire flew straight towards Lin Mo. The moment it was about to touch the chain shield, it directly exploded. Violent explosive fluctuations instantly swept through the surrounding grass, trees and flowers, and the soil was blown up into the sky, drowning Lin Mo's figure. Upon losing him, the white ghost in the canopy sked softly in displeasure, not even curing the territory. What a piece of garbage. This kind of trash is also worthy of the Eternal Clan Lord's eyes. As soon as the words fell, he heard an icy voice from behind him. Yes? The white ghost instantly felt his scalp go numb, and subconsciously looked back just in time to see that huge bony hand slapping down towards his head. He raised his hand to catch the slap of the bony hand, but found his entire body involuntarily plummeting toward the tree. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body smashed a deep pit in the ground. The lower half of his body set in a mound of dirt. Damned human race! The white ghost roared in anger. A single swat naturally couldn't cause fatal damage to the 4th ranked him, but it left him in a sorry state, only to feel that his face had been lost. As a 4th ranked player, he was unknowingly approached by a 2nd ranked player, and then he was also slapped down by his opponent. Strange shame. The white ghost was just about to move to pull himself out of the dirt when he realized that Lin Mo had reappeared above him, looking at himself with an extremely cold look. After being in the Eternal Kingdom for nearly 100 years, you've raised a bunch of losers like you? Lin Mo's icy voice came out. How do you know? The white ghost was a bit shocked, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Mo's bony hands slapping like a mountain. Boom boom boom. Each swipe allowed the white ghost to go even deeper into the mud, lifting the surrounding soil several feet high. The white ghosts standing on the tree trunks around them watched the scene suspiciously. They naturally wouldn't think that their 4th ranked companion would lose at the hands of a mere 2nd ranked human. After all, it wasn't like the latter was some eternal race that could cut down their enemies across 2 ranks. It's just that the district's Blue Star human race is surprisingly resilient. Previously, they had silently slaughtered dozens of the other side's territories in order to fulfill their mission, and there were some S-rank or higher professionals among them. However, when facing them whose equal rank was the middle rank, they still didn't have the power to fight back. But the human in front of me was different. Just now, he had hardened himself against so many bows and arrows, not to mention that he still had the strength left to return fire. They secretly guessed in their hearts that this human should be the top heavenly pride or one of the strongest within the other clan, right? The appearance of 1 or 2 such people within a community was nothing surprising. But no matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to cross 2 small equal steps and 1 large segment. It was just that what made the white ghosts feel strange was that obviously that noble Eternal Clan Lord looked like he was taking it out on his servant. How is it that they didn't react half-heartedly to them rounding up Lin Mo and were still chasing after their leader to tangle him up? Or perhaps, in fact, the other party didn't care about Lin Mo at all, and simply felt that they had lost face by being outflanked by them just now? The more they think about it, the more they think it should be. In that case, things are good. Sacrifice their leader and then climb into the thick lap. Boom! A loud noise interrupted the white ghost's thoughts, and they raised their heads in unison towards the direction of the sound. Only the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing Lin Mo's figure. Ha! An astonished voice came from the crowd. This was because they clearly saw that the companion who had just been shooting explosive arrows from the canopy was currently having that great head carried in Lin Mo's hands. The face was bleeding from 7 orifices and the pupils were glaring as if they were dead. He literally defeated a white ghost. For the first time, a nonchalant emotion appeared on the faces of the white devils around them. Having predicted many outcomes, they just hadn't predicted that their companion would lose to a human. Poof. At this moment, Mia, who had just blown the white ghost leader away again with a punch, looked at the scene and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The reason she didn't speak up was because it wasn't necessary. After all, the guy in the center of the battlefield was an existence that had defeated her. Chapter 133 Thrift is a virtue. Damned human. How dare you? Kill him. Kill this human. Die for me. In a split second's time, the white ghosts around them all drew the longbows in their hands to full strength. In the next second, The sound of exploding air continuously resounded in the air as countless explosive arrows headed straight towards Lin Mo. Hundreds of white ghosts in the forest struck out brazenly, all killing moves. If she ate this round of damage hard, even Mia, who was an eternal race, would suffer a great loss, not to mention Lin Mo, whose four-dimensional attributes were far inferior to hers. Just, who said anything about carrying it hard? A sneer surfaced at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, and his figure disappeared in the next second. Flash gap. When he reappeared, Lin Mo was already located behind a white ghost. With the same maneuver, he raised his huge bone hand and slapped it towards his opponent. Boom! The white ghost was held down by the giant hand. Such a huge power was actually struck by a second-rank player. The surrounding white ghosts were shocked for a moment, seeming to somewhat understand how Lin Mo had killed the white ghost from earlier. It was just that when Lin Mo still wanted to follow the example of what he had just done, he was targeted by hundreds of white ghosts. Continuous arrows. Countless sharp arrows sped towards him. Dang it! Lin Mo rotated his chains and once again completely blocked the sharp arrows. This time, however, his throat was sweet and a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The honkies are serious. The arrows of the 4th rank battle power were not vegetarian, just blocking these ordinary arrow attacks. The force of the recoil in them was enough to make Lin Mo eat a pot. Although Lin Mo's 4-dimensional attribute was strong, it also depended on who he was comparing it to. His attributes barely reached the level of a roughly 4th rank A ranked professional, but he was far from a 4th rank S ranked professional. These white ghosts that came were not of a high talent level. Most of them were only of the C and B level, and very few of them existed at the A level. That was why Lin Mo was able to block the other party's attacks so easily and even decapitated one of them. The only one who had a good talent level was their leader, who probably had an S rank. Even if it hadn't been returned, it had taken most of Mia's punches. Of course, actual battle power cannot be based solely on panel attributes. These 4th level white ghosts are, in a sense, more advanced than he and Mia. This kind of seniority didn't mean that the white ghosts were necessarily stronger than the two of them, but rather that the other party had already crossed over the lower order and entered the middle order of lifeforms on the path of evolution. Never underestimate the thickness of life that separates the two. Even with the same attributes, middle-ranked lifeforms could suppress lower-ranked lifeforms. Lin Mo's mind moved. An infinite proliferation repaired the internal organs that had been damaged due to the force of the recoil. He gazed around the room. There were hundreds of white ghosts just placed in plain sight. There is no telling how many more of those white ghosts are still hiding in the shadows. But surely it's only a little more than that. The White Ghost Clan. What they were best at was concealment and sneak attacks, especially in this jungle environment, which is a natural hunting ground capable of bringing out their full strengths. Any prey they set their sights on would have nothing but trembling. Prey? Lin Mo laughed and looked at the 3 big words God Hunter written on his panel. I'd like to see who's the hunter and who's the prey. The moment the word prey fell in his heart, Lin Mo once again moved his mind and utilized the sequence ability that he hadn't used for a long time. Hunt! His eyes flashed scarlet slightly. At this moment, all the white ghosts within his field of vision, almost all of them felt a strong sense of oppression, followed by a stagnant breathing. Even the movements of the hands were slowed down. It also included the honky-tonk leader who had been unilaterally beaten up. They all felt a fear that seemed to come from the distant past, a fear that seemed to be innate. It was like being stared at by the Eternal Emperor. No, it's scarier than that. The White Ghost Chief, who had once had the honor of witnessing the Eternal Great Emperor's elegance, was shivering slightly, and his limbs were even more like falling into an ice cellar. It had nothing to do with strength, nothing to do with rank. It was the natural suppression of a high-level life form. He ignored the threat of Mia's punches and kicks in front of him and stiffly twisted his head to look at Lin Mo in the middle of the battlefield. It was inconceivable to imagine why the latter, as a player of a newly promoted race, an existence of a mere second rank, would contain such a terrifying intimidating power in his body. The white ghosts attacking around him were all the same as him, all stopping their bow-drawing motions in their hands, their gazes a bit dumbfounded. Even Mia paused slightly, a hint of relief in her eyes. No wonder she hadn't even noticed Lin Mo gathering the dead souls and executing that deadly explosive slash before with her tongue sense. So it was the scent that shielded you? At first, she was so engrossed in bombarding Lin Mo with her fists that she didn't realize the effects that hunting had brought upon her. Now that she felt the indiscriminate hunting again, even the eternal clan bloodline in her body stagnated for a moment. It was enough to prove how terrifying this ability of Lin Mo's was. At this moment, the leader of the white ghosts in front of him gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Mo. Who are you? Really? He asked the question that was on everyone's mind in the room. How was it that a person whose life level was only at a low stage could release such a terrifying aura? Lin Mo naturally had no obligation to answer their questions, and only returned a cold smile. and in the next moment once again raised the bony hand on his back and slapped it down hard towards the white ghost that had just crawled out from underneath him. Demonization. The pitch-black substance instantly wrapped around the bone hand, adding up to a dozen times more damage condensed in this strike. Boom! A loud bang rang out across the room. Blitz! Strike 1! As the system prompt floated up, all of the white ghosts on the scene saw the huge, pitch-black hand slap their companion into a ball of meat paste. The whole room was in an uproar. If just now they only felt that Lin Mo was of similar strength to them, or even that they were slightly better than the other party, perhaps it was only because of carelessness that the other party had decimated one of his companions, but the seconds at hand made it impossible for them to find any excuses. What are you waiting for? Do you really want the whole army to be wiped out? The white bone leader was the first to react and roared at his men. The white devils came back to their senses and once again raised the longbows in their hands and drew them. Only this time, they found themselves slowing down quite a bit more than they had just done. At least 0.5% of his speed had been cut, and it seemed that the stagnation in his blood was still getting worse, with no intention of stopping. No! They have to shoot each other as soon as possible or they'll be weakened non-stop. At this moment, such thoughts surfaced in the minds of almost all the white ghosts on the scene, and in the middle of the battlefield Lin Mo's pitch-black bone hand returned to normal after slapping the white ghost to death. Saving, a virtue, he snorted as he looked around at the white ghosts filling the area. Bunch of losers. Chapter 134 The Real Role of Hunting. The white ghosts had angry looks on their faces after hearing Lin Mo's clear-to-ear ridicule. They were coy in the face of an eternal race like Mia, but against an upstart low-level race like the Blue Stars, one must strike hard. We've slaughtered so many of your kind. Are we still missing you? Bursting arrows. Continuous burst of arrows. Enchanted burst arrow. The white ghosts unleashed their killing moves, and arrows with damage explosions shot sharply towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered. It's been said that an attack that hits can only be considered an attack. As he spoke, his figure began to weave through the forest, avoiding arrow damage after arrow damage with a deceptive stance. He then appeared behind a white ghost. Demonization. The pitch-black bone hand was like a black cloud covering the sky in the eyes of the attacked white ghost. Then the eyes closed without opening, and they get slapped into a pile of mush. With the same four-dimensional attributes, the 15 times bonus damage of demonization was nearly unbeatable. Plus, unlike Mia, the white ghost doesn't possess a body of flesh comparable to that of a pure-blooded titan, which can dampen shock, injury, and even magic immunity by the time it reaches full adulthood. Their entire clan is basically brittle, either an assassin specializing in assassination or an archer engaging in sneak attacks in the woods. The defense piece is worthless, so Lin Mo moved extremely fast, slapping a small crispy skin. Blitz. Strike 1. Blitz. Strike 1. Blitz. Strike 1. As a kill prompt floated up, the white ghosts immediately panicked a bit. They didn't understand how Lin Mo, who just a moment ago had needed continuous slaps to kill a white ghost, had suddenly seen his battle power skyrocket so quickly. In an instant, they had killed a dozen of their companions, and the numbers continue to grow. The white ghost leader, who was still being beaten up in the distance, bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Everyone, slaughter him for me." At those words, many more breaths came out of the jungle. Only no white ghosts appeared within sight, and even a portion of the white ghosts at the scene took a step back and disappeared into the shadows of the jungle. White ghosts' natural skill, stealth. Many ferocious beasts also had this ability of concealment. Only the effect still depended on the talent level and proficiency. A true expert casting their concealment ability would make it hard for people to notice even if they were standing in front of them. But, you call this hiding? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said in a mocking tone. In the next second, the bone hand behind his back suddenly slapped out towards his left front side. A close-by assassin white ghost was grabbed by his head with one hand with a bone hand, his face horrified. How did you find out? He tried hard to break free from the control of the bone hand, but realized that no matter how much the dagger in his hand attacked the bone hand, the latter was able to repair it quickly, as if it had never been injured. Ha! The corner of Lin Mo's mouth slightly raised as his bony hand turned pitch black in an instant before clenching and exploding his head in his hand. Light green blood blossomed in the air and scattered all over the place. Then Lin Mo's eyes looked around, and the white ghosts that had been constantly shooting at him stopped their movements and hid themselves among the jungle, waiting for a chance to kill them with one blow. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity, because in Lin Mo's eyes at this moment, the white ghosts that were hidden around him did not disappear into thin air, but were still standing around him. As a matter of fact, Flash Gap, as a high-level combat technique drilled out by the Blue Star people, also utilized a portion of concealment. The Flash Gap, that didn't even need to be cast through a skill, was completely crushing the latter on a technical level, in front of Lin Mo, who had utilized Flash Gap to perfection. These white ghosts' casting, concealment, was completely useless. In addition, there was another point that Lin Mo himself hadn't even thought about. That's what hunting is for. The group of white ghosts that had been locked by the hunt just now. The sound of their heartbeats was like thunder in his ears at the moment, and even if he exerted his concealment means, it was like farting with his pants down, which was superfluous. I wonder if true stealth capabilities can be so locked down, he speculated in his mind. In the previous battles, there were basically very few chances for him to be able to use hunting. Most of the fights are basically crushes in terms of strength and attributes. The only time it was used was once when I met Mia. That time was extremely short though, and was only used to paralyze the opponent for that brief moment. Now it seems that he doesn't fully understand this professional skill of his. Try again. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes darkly. Hunt. This time, the hunting lock was expanded once again, wrapping up all of the white ghosts that hadn't joined the fight before without a single one left. Those white ghosts that were still in a state of concealment suddenly felt their breathing stagnate, and their movements likewise all slowed down considerably. Asterisk 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 now. Wasn't I cloaked? This is also locked? At this moment, this thought rose in the minds of many white ghosts. On the other hand, those white ghosts that were locked in earlier felt the pressure on their bodies grow and grow, and their movements slowed down by 0.5% again. When you look at it like that, their offensive speed as an advantage has been cut by a full 10% of their power. This human cannot be kept. The white ghosts in hiding also stopped waiting and began to draw their bows and shoot arrows continuously. This time, they didn't believe that the sharp arrows shot in a stealthy state could still be avoided so easily by Lin Mo. Oh, a bunch of idiots. At this moment, Mia, who was taking the time to fatally beat up the leader of the white ghosts while watching the show, scoffed. The white ghost leader on the opposite side was puzzled, not knowing what the latter was referring to. In his opinion, Lin Mo in the battlefield did have two skills. The second rank fighting the fourth rank. Not only did they not lose out, there was even a sense of overwhelming victory with one against many. This was something that even the topmost heavenly pride within their clan might not be able to do. But they were, after all, outnumbered and far ahead of us in terms of equal rank, and the advantage was ours. When such a thought had just risen in his heart, his jaw dropped in the next second by what was happening in front of him, only to see that Lin Mo was still as he was just now, avoiding one deadly arrow after another with his treacherous stance, and then appearing behind one of the white ghosts. Boom boom boom. The blackened bone palms struck again and again, slapping the white ghosts flat one by one. Blitz. Strike one. Blitz. Strike one. Blitz. Strike one. Another series of hit alerts, only this one was more intense and faster than the last. How can that be? I don't know how many times this was the albino leader's shocked outburst. The Lin Mo in front of him was always refreshing his knowledge of second-level players. The racial talent they were so proud of was actually completely ineffective in front of the other party. Why? He cried out in his mind as if he were crazy. However, if Lin Mo were to hear this, he would inevitably mock a few more times. A race that had been in the Eternal Kingdom for 100 years was still a low-level race, not even reaching the middle level, and was worthy of being compared to the Blue Star human race. It was important to know that although the Blue Star of the previous life had lost in the Eternal War, its comprehensive strength had almost reached the level of the higher races as well. Otherwise, Lin Mo wouldn't have been besieged by the three Eternal Great Emperors, and Blue Star wouldn't have been targeted by peak civilizations. To Lin Mo, low-level races like white ghosts were nothing more than wastes that had gone astray on the path of evolution. Such a lowly race, which would not even be worthy of lifting Blue Star's shoes in the future, dared to covet Blue Star's resources. Lin Mo looked at the tens of thousands of Blue Star players' heads in the field. His expression grew colder and colder, and the movements of his hands became faster and more ruthless. Chapter 135 Reunion. Desperate White Ghost Leader. There was nothing the White Ghosts could do to Lin Mo. The only existence on the scene that could barely resist him was probably the White Ghost Leader who had reached the full rank of rank 4. It's just that he's split up right now, and he's being completely overpowered by Mia. In the beginning, he was just being humble and didn't dare to make a move against the Eternal Race, but later on, he gradually realized that the other party's toughness was far beyond his imagination. He didn't go all out, and neither did his opponent, and Mia waited until he was blasted to the yellow line, or on the verge of the red line, every time, in favor of waiting for him to slowly replenish his blood with potions. It's almost like an adult teasing a child. It was only the juvenile-bodied Eternals that favored the other side. Sure enough, is this the Eternal Race? It's so powerful that it takes one's breath away. The leader of the White Ghost sighed slightly in his heart, only feeling that he should be planted this time. The clan had expended a great deal of resources to extradite them to the Blue Star. Who would have thought that an Eternal Race would intervene in the middle of the process? Although it might only be a small cub within the other clan, it was still an unbeatable existence for them. If Mia had her heart set on it, She could have finished herself off quickly and then struck out to hunt the rest of the clan among the jungle. I just don't know why the other side didn't do it. Had it been known from the beginning that her servant was capable of defeating his people? Seeing his clansmen fall one after another, the white ghost leader's heart gradually became anxious. Even if he didn't complete the mission, if this group of clansmen also died tragically here, then this operation could be said to have even lost his pants. He only hoped that his clan would be able to defeat Lin Mo, so that there would at least be room for maneuver. Unfortunately, what happened next made him despair. Spectral chains. A chain with an eerie green luster suddenly poked out from the jungle, entangling one of the white ghosts that had hidden its form in death. Then Lin Mo effortlessly decimated them one by one. What was most alarming to the white ghosts on the battlefield was that as the number of fallen white ghosts grew, their movements became slower and slower. At first it was just a 10% cut, then 15%, 20%, 25%. It wasn't until the number of white ghosts on the scene had fallen to half that they realized with hindsight that their attack speed had been cut to less than half. Even his breathing was many points heavier than it had been a moment ago. Many white ghosts were no longer able to remain hidden because they couldn't control their breath and reappeared. They looked even more flustered. If you can't even maintain the state of invisibility, won't you die even faster? Still, they were overthinking it because it didn't really matter to Lin Mo whether they maintained their concealment or not. It's just the Emperor's new clothes. From the beginning to the end, Lin Mo was like a violent hunter, shooting them all to death one by one, and these locked white ghosts couldn't even run away. Whenever a white ghost started to beat a retreat, it would be immediately pursued by Lin Mo, and they realized that standing in the field was fine. Once they escaped, their speed would be cut by half again, and they would soon be caught up and slapped to death by Lin Mo. Now they couldn't fight, they couldn't run, they could only stand still and shiver, waiting for death to come. As one after another of their companions fell, the white ghosts found themselves going from just slowing down their movements, gradually turning into cold and stiff limbs, and in the end, even the action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow was shaky, and they were unable to make even a basic aim. Many of the bows and arrows that were shot out, crooked and out of shape, didn't even need Lin Mo to deliberately dodge them, and they directly spread out against his body circumference. It's been a while. I can't. Finally a white ghost collapsed and shouted, sitting on the ground unable to move and looking at Lin Mo with fearful eyes. After he cried out, the other white devils broke that heartstring and dropped to the ground. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to Blue Star. I shouldn't have killed anyone. Spare my life and I'll give you anything and everything. They were like children with immature minds, sitting on the ground and breaking down and crying, constantly begging Lin Mo for mercy. The white ghost leader in the distance was enraged when he saw this scene. They, the white ghost clan, had stood in the Eternal Kingdom for 100 years. Although it wasn't as good as those middle and high-level races, it had never groveled so much to a district low-level race player as it did today. All of you stand up for me. The white ghost clan would rather die than beg for mercy. He roared angrily at his men in the field, his face reddening and almost on the verge of breaking his voice. However, the white ghosts had no companions in their eyes at this time, only Lin Mo. Their gazes were dull as they watched Lin Mo decapitate one companion after another, and with every one of their companions slapped to death, the fear in their expressions grew 1 point more. By the end of the day, they even forgot that they were 4th rank and Lin Mo was only 2nd rank. In fact, purely from the strength of their attributes, they have a definite advantage at rank 4. Now it was slaughtered by the other side like a chicken or dog. Lin Mo, on the other hand, got stronger and stronger the more he fought and the more excited he got about killing. Infinite surprise welled up in his heart. Earlier, he had thought that hunting only weakened the prey, but as the white ghosts fell one by one, Lin Mo could clearly perceive that his physical strength and attacks were growing. So that's what hunting does. After the previous battle, he finally figured out the hunting ability. At first, he was also confused by the line on the interface. When you lock on to a hunting target, even if the target is a god, you will tremble for it. Consider the effect of hunting to simply just slow down the locked target. It doesn't seem simple now. Hunting's main ability is to cut down on the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes, yes, but it is also able to enhance its own strength. And the factor that affects the effectiveness of the ability, besides time, is the number of enemy troops killed. The more white ghosts that fall, the greater the impact on the white ghosts. This effect is not just attributive, but also psychological. The white devils are having a complete meltdown because of this. Once Lin Mo completely figured out the effects of hunting, he stopped holding back. Currently, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by more than 2 times at least, and even if he didn't use magic transformation, he would still be able to easily kill these white ghosts whose strength had been greatly reduced. A few minutes later, then the huge bone hand fell once again. And the last white ghost other than the white ghost leader was also slapped to death by Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked towards the other side after withdrawing his bone hand, only to see that the white ghost leader was bruised and battered. The bloodline had been pressed down below the red line, and all of his limbs had been crippled by Mia's beatings. Mia kicked the white ghost leader to Lin Mo's feet as if offering a treasure and said, "Master, this is reserved for you." Ever since she realized that Lin Mo was angry, she had deliberately restrained herself and hadn't struck out to slaughter a single white ghost again, simply suppressing and teasing the white ghost leader so that the latter wouldn't find trouble for Lin Mo. Now it seems that this is not necessary. After Lin Mo finished cleaning up these white ghosts, it was easier than she thought. Even if she were to do it instead, it would certainly be inferior to the other side. Lin Mo's gaze glanced slightly downward, and the white ghost leader's gaze froze, slightly stiffening as he turned his head to Mia and said, "Great, my lord. What did you call him?" In the white ghost leader's incredulous eyes, Mia crossed her arms and glared at her opponent with green pupils. "He's my master. Do you have a problem with that?" The leader of the white ghosts was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and suddenly prostrated himself on the ground in madness and laughed. Turns out he got it wrong from the start. Lin Mo wasn't a servant at all. He thought that the noble eternal species were the servants. Just how is this possible? He laughed maniacally while looking at Lin Mo, feeling that this world was absurd. In the next second, the huge bone hand fell and the laughter came to an abrupt end. Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the mass of flesh and mud beneath him and said in a cold voice, "Noisy." Chapter 136, Full Level. Take the lives of the entire clan to fill it. Blitz. Strike 1. The last kill prompt floated up on the ground. The branches of the trees, the bushes, and the muddy ground were littered with the bodies of white devils. In total, more than 300 white ghosts. None of them survived. Lin Mo also did not waste these corpses, letting Mia suck them one by one from meat paste to jerky. Soon, all the bodies were sucked up. Each rank 4 white ghost was able to bring Lin Mo a sum of cancerization value, and altogether was the largest sum of cancerization value Lin Mo had obtained so far. 12,400 points. It was mainly because the life levels of the white ghosts were so low that even at 4th order battle cry, each one didn't provide a lot of cancerization value. Of course, if all the ones that appeared were 4th rank eternal races, then it would be Lin Mo and Mia who should run away. After Mia had finished inhaling, Lin Mo could just take it over and use it. Just as he was about to put it away completely, he saw the former looking at himself pitifully. He thought for a moment and said, "Give me 10,000 and you keep the rest." Mia's little face was instantly happy. "Thank you, master." The 2,400 points of cancerization value averages out to the attribute values, which are about 600 points each. It was nothing to the Eternals whose 4-dimensional attributes were counterintuitive. However, if it was used to use infinite proliferation, it could be used tens to hundreds of times at all. In this way, she could use tone shift at will to transform herself. Finally, I can do random experiments on myself. The previous Mia was worried that tone shift would be easy on her own bloodline and had an extremely low tolerance rate, so she never dared to do it to herself, just repeatedly looking for some necromantic creatures to transform, in addition to the expanding of their own army, but also to verify their own ideas. After all, the eternal bloodline was too powerful, and she couldn't lay her hands on transforming herself without sufficient certainty. If you're not careful, you'll lose all your efforts, and you won't even be able to keep your original talent. Lin Mo ignored Mia's thoughts and instead looked at the system panel, only to see that the prompt had just been refreshed on it. Ding! Absorption of white ghost complete. Infinite evolution, gained natural ability concealment, grade B. Ding! Absorption of white ghost asterisk 100 completed. Infinite evolution, concealment, grade B, concealment, grade A. Ding! Absorption of white ghost asterisk 256 complete. Infinite evolution, concealment, grade A, concealment, grade S. Ding! Absorption of white ghost leader complete. Infinite evolution, concealment, S rank, concealment, S+. 4 tips in a row caused Lin Mo's eyes to flash with a hint of surprise. This was the first time he had ever gotten a natural ability. It wasn't like he hadn't sucked on players' corpses before, but including the Sakura Nation powerhouse Rainy Knight Kazuma and the others that he had killed before, they had only added some cancerization value to him. Lin Mo analyzed it slightly and roughly guessed what was going on. Although concealment is also a natural ability, it has a certain degree of versatility. The White Ghost clan wasn't the only one that possessed the concealment talent. There were also the Mantis people, who were also a low-level race that Lin Mo had encountered in the ancient god trials, as well as some ferocious beasts such as the color-changing subdragon. In fact, Flash Gap was also perfected by utilizing a portion of the concealment ability rules. That means I can absorb some of the more versatile natural abilities? Lin Mo rubbed his chin in thought. But this speculation would need a large number of ferocious beasts as well as fake corpses to prove it. Still not enough kills. He sighed mentally. It's actually okay in terms of quantity, just really average in terms of variety. Lin Mo once again unfolded his personal panel. Lamb. Rank, 199, transferred. God Hunter, 2nd order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 52,233. Strength, 1450 plus 3500. Agility, 1400 plus 3550. Physical fitness, 1400 plus 3550. Spirit, 1500 plus 3600. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 6,000, unallocated. Warm tip, please fulfill the following 2 requirements for ascension. 1. Hunt 3rd order 1-star monsters, 898/1000. 2. Consumption of time coins, 0/39600. The cancerization value once again surpassed the base attribute. And even if Lin Mo added all of his unallocated evolution points, he would still fall short by a small margin. As for leveling, Lin Mo had hunted the undead before, plus hunting the white ghost race just now, and all the upgrade tasks from rank 2, level 10, to full level had been completed without any hindrance. Just the rest. There are still more than 100 3rd level monsters left before they can continue to level up. Lin Mo scanned the panel before setting his eyes on the more than 10,000 heads of blue star players in the field. With a slight move of his hand, a Stygian dragon flame shot out sharply and landed on top of the human head. Soon the fire encompassed all the heads. All the suffering also went up in smoke with the fire. Lin Mo stood still and watched with his own eyes as the fire burned these heads to the ground, his eyes obscure. Blue star players can die from infighting and can fight each other for resources. But the only thing that could not be done was to be invaded by the foreigners in such a manner, decapitating countless clansmen, and then being robbed of large swathes of resources. Lin Mo coldly spat out a sentence. Tens of thousands of heads. I want you to fill them with the heads of a clan. Next to her, Mia rubbed her palms together in excitement. Hooray hooray, then I'll have enough undead to summon undead. This time, I'm bound to create an unprecedented army of undead, striving to catch up with the eternal undead, the great wall of white bones, above the city. Ding! The 18th wave of beasts is coming, please prepare yourselves. The system alert reached everyone's ears. Funaki Watari Dai and the others sat on top of the city's head. Their expressions relaxed as they watched the battlefield below the city. The situation is clear. But Wataru delightedly shook his folding fan and said so. Naturally, what he was referring to was not some beast tide attacking the city, but a betting order. About 5 or 6 hours ago, the players from the 30 villages, led by Ellis, hadn't said another word, not to mention the number of monsters killed in any betting order announced in the chat channel of the Great Wall of White Bones. According to the completion progress of the 30 villages, on average it would be able to kill 10,000 numbers of rank 2 5-star monsters up and down in roughly 5 hours. That translates to being able to accomplish the target number in about 2 days. This is definitely not a slow pace. It's just a small comparison to the progress of the Great Wall of White Bones. After the 4th team came off the field, the 3rd team was catching up with the other team's progress at an almost blinding pace. Immediately after that, the 2nd team took the field and caught up and crushed the other team straight away. Just catching up. There was some taunting and bantering in the regional chat channel, trying to hold up their progress in this way. It's just that as time goes on, these statements are becoming less and less frequent. Until just over 5 hours ago, the Great Wall of White Bones had reached over 60,000 kills, and the progress of the 30 villages had only barely reached 30,000, more than half directly over. Then these players from other villages shut up completely. Currently, the kill count for the Great Wall of White Bones in the regional chat channel is still being updated. 92,304. Less than 10,000 left to the target number. And the number of villages, such as the Heart of the Ocean, is not to be seen. Funahata said with a light laugh. In front of true strength, all struggles and provocations are just futile. He then looked toward the 18th wave of beasts rolling in the distance and said to the few around him, Gentlemen, are your hands itching? Chapter 137, Betting Against Victory. 199 Attribute Points. Wolf Rider. Rank, 160-170. Skills, 1, Pounce, 2, Cluster Command, 3, Trample Charge. Battle Rating, 2 ranks, 8 stars. For ordinary players, the 2-step 8-star battle power is indeed an unbeatable enemy, but it was no problem for the 2nd detachment below the city. Though, they only numbered about 100, but without exception, all of them were S rank or above professionals. And among them, there was no shortage of top SS rank professionals like Moriya Sakutaro. Thanks to the natural advantages of the Great Wall of White Bones, coupled with the fact that Li Mingliang had also previously liberalized the time coins required for their upgrades, That's why the first few rounds of the Beast Tide came down, and they leveled up extremely fast. Quite a few of them have almost reached the full level of the moment, and the highest one is also full of the second order of level 80, or level 180, with their career bonuses. Challenging third rank monsters was no problem, let alone these second rank ferocious beasts. Such a force of warriors would not be able to put together half of Ella's 30 villages, even if they were added together. Not to mention the number of ferocious beasts in their main city. How could they compare to the Great Wall of White Bones? However, when Moriya Sakutaro and the others wanted to continue, they suddenly saw Funawari die at the top of the city beckon them to retreat. Hiss! Fudo Daisuke, Takuya-sama, are they going down? Moriya Sakutaro was surprised. Don't you want to kill a chicken with a bullseye? Someone made an extra comment. However, the first detachment's priority was far above theirs, and they were in no position to stop the other side, so they could only start contracting their formation and retreating backwards. Then he watched as Funaki Wataru die and the others, one by one, leaped off the castle. Indo Daisuke was the fastest, leaping straight forward and landing with a bang in one of the most savage postures. Subsequently, Jiraiya, stepping on a stone controlled with his mind power, floated down, looking like he was flying through the air from a distance. The loss of the great Tengu didn't go down for Funawari Dai, but a few of his SR gods spread their wings and flew towards the beasts. As for Ching-mai, dressed in a black power suit, he still sat at the head of the city and did not make an appearance. The first one to go down to the city was Daisuke Indo, but the first one to strike was the SR-style god of Fukuroda, the large black bird in a cloak, holding a sharp umbrella sword sped towards the wave of wolf rider beasts. Tensho Crane Chop. Its figure was as fast as lightning, and the umbrella sword in its hand chopped out several powerful sword chi. In an instant, the corpses of the dozen or so charging wolf riders at the front were separated into pieces of broken flesh. The rest of the gods were also quick to strike, and all of them made their mark. Just the first round of skill bombardment from the style god had decimated hundreds of second-rank 8-star wolf knights. One second-order 8-star fierce beast is equivalent to 8 second-order 5 stars, so the progress on the betting order went straight up by over 1,000. That wasn't all. The second to arrive was Indo Daisuke, who rudely yelled at the wolf rider in the sky, "Get lost! These ferocious beasts are mine." After saying that, he swung his baseball bat and killed straight into the wolf rider beasts. Jutsu Messy Stick Kill. The baseball bat swung as if it had an electric motor added to it, and then struck the wolf rider's body heavily, only to see a wolf rider being smashed by a baseball bat to the point of breaking its bones and flesh. It's more violent than a god's attack. Moreover, with the 4-dimensional attribute bonus of a top-level professional, he who could only deal single damage surprisingly hunted a few points faster than the SR gods who dealt group damage. A steady stream of wolf riders surrounded them, but the faster they surrounded them, the faster they died. As for the last to strike, Ji Zhuaya, when he appeared, countless flying sands rolled up behind him, like a tornado storm made of sand and rocks, pouncing towards the wave of beasts in front of him. Of course, he ignored Indo Daisuke, who was also hunting in the herd, or rather, the gravel could not inflict any fatal wounds on the latter, and it was left alone. The players at the city's head looked at this scene and inevitably sked. After moving up to the second rank, the adults are even more fierce. Botwatari Dairen is invincible. The style gods are too strong too. Oh, Indo Daisuke is the manliest, alright. Close combat, stick to stick. Jiraiya-sama, I love you. Guki is really handsome. In just a few rounds, the 18th wave of beasts was cleared, and the number of betting orders on the interface has long exceeded 100,000 plus. At the same time, the system announcement finally appeared in the sky. Regional announcement: congratulations to the Great Wall of White Bones for having reached the hunting quota and winning the betting order. Reward: 30% of the map resources of 30 villages, including the Heart of the Ocean, and 199 points of free attributes for all White Bone Great Wall players. 2-step wagering order limit. Regional announcements. After 3 consecutive announcements, the White Bone Great Wall players at the city's head erupted in cheers. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Win. Surprisingly, there are almost 200 attribute points, which averages out to 50 points. I think this is too good. That's equivalent to the attributes of me going up 20 levels. It's equivalent to me going up 40 levels. So wouldn't that make mine the equivalent of an A-ranked professional? Surprise appeared on the players' faces, including those of Funaki Wataru Dai and the others below. Even if they were SSS-ranked professionals, the attribute points added for a level up would only be 20 points. Nearly 200 attribute points, converted to level that was nearly 10 levels. In other words, a 2 rank 90 is equivalent to them rising to a 2 rank 99? Hiss. The betting order is really a profitable deal. Botwatari Dai at the city's head couldn't help but TSK as well. As long as they continued to win, their attribute points would continue to skyrocket. At that moment, Ching Ma-yi, who had been silent next to him, suddenly spoke up, provided it keeps winning. When those words came out, Funaki Dai was instantly silenced. Yeah, provided it keeps winning. They, the top resource mecha of Sakura, lost out to the Great Wall of Bones at the first level village, and they themselves were reduced to hard labor for others. Sometimes it depends on how strong you are if you want to eat a big fat meal in one breath. Just like the second-rank villages such as the Heart of the Ocean at the moment, losing 30% of their map resources would not only reduce their strength drastically, it would also reduce their influence in the domestic war zone drastically. Still want to keep recruiting fresh blood? You'll have to downgrade. Thinking about this, Funaki Data also somewhat began to understand just how cruel the rules of the Eternal Kingdom really were. Those 200 attribute points they added were replaced by taking the attribute points lost by more players. There are winners, and there are bound to be losers. $1 million? That depends on being strong enough. Funakudai let out a bitter laugh. That's true. What a hard lesson to remember for the rest of one's life. Ching Ma-yi didn't say anything, and next to him, Zhang Yuanji clenched his lance, a hint of a smile appearing on his often deadpan face. 199 attribute points, which he also received. Chapter 138 Grumpy Ellis. 3 days of hunting. Damn. Ellis swiped the tall glass of red wine in his hand on the floor with a thud. Glass shards scattered all over the place, deeply piercing into the thigh of the woman serving next to her. Blood flowing out from her white thighs, but she didn't dare to let out half a scream of pain. From start to finish, the woman kept her head down, fearing that the other person would take it out on her. Knowing that the last time the Heart of the Ocean lost a betting order, Ellis stepped on a huge wave and swept thousands of his men into the ocean on the spot, directly drowning them alive. Under Armageddon, these high-ranking professionals will not take human lives seriously in the slightest when they take control of power. Even if they weren't betting against the strength of the order, a lot of people died at the hands of Ellis every day, either a serving maid or a disobedient subordinate. With such violent control, even though the people under his command were extremely resentful, they could not resist. For no other reason than the fact that even if all the little old men under his command had joined together to rebel, there was no way they could have Ed Ellis. Ellis looked grim and gritted his teeth. Lin Mo, you deserve to die. Ever since he lost the last flag battle, Lin Mo had become a demonic obstacle that lingered in his heart. That's the reason why he provoked the betting order twice in a row. I will defeat you, Ellis said with a grim expression. The subordinate sitting next to him looked somewhat helpless. And beat the others? You've lost twice. If we keep losing like this, the SSS-ranked and SS-ranked flags that we obtained at the beginning will be almost lost by the other side. Even though he spat extremely much in his heart, he didn't dare to say too much on his face. Ahem, Lord Ellis, the Great Wall of White Bones is definitely one of the strongest top-tier resource mechas in the world right now. The subordinate said so. Ellis turned his head to look at him angrily. What? Are you thinking I can't beat him? But any time a negative word came out of the other's mouth, he would immediately tear him apart. This lunatic. The subordinate cursed in his heart, but his face showed a sarcastic smile and said, Lord Ellis is invincible. The first two losses were merely Lin Mo taking the lead. Just what? If you have a fart, let it go. It's just that the White Bone Great Wall already had the upper hand in the flag battle, plus this guy has united several top resource lands in the Sakura country, and is now at its most powerful stage, so it's not appropriate for us to go head-to-head, the subordinate said, weighing his words. Ellis sneered, with all the crap you say? The subordinate hurriedly said, so Lord Ellis, we have to join forces to raid him. We can't fight alone? Ellis' face became even more gloomy by a few points. They, the Heart of the Ocean, had just jointly initiated a wagering order with the other 29 villages, but in the end, they still ended up with a crushing defeat. He had every reason to believe that this guy was just deliberately teasing himself. Murmur. A ball of water converged in his hands. The subordinate saw this and hurriedly explained. Lord Ellis, I don't mean that. I mean, how can those rabble united be a match for the Great Wall of White Bones? If we want to unite, we naturally have to unite with an ally stronger than the White Bone Great Wall to do so. Ellis snorted. You say that crap again to tease me? I'll smash you now. With that, he raised the water balloon in his hand. MD, the words are so clear and you still don't get it. Why is this guy so stupid? The subordinate, sweating profusely, explained, allies are far away and close at hand. And to say that the world's strongest and most reliable allies are not the mighty of our lighthouse nation? Ellis heard this. You mean? That's right. Lord Barton Soldier seems to be very interested in the Great Wall of White Bones, and has asked for information about Lin Mo and the Great Wall of White Bones many times in the game forums. The subordinate continued. Soldier Barton, nickname, War Machine. is currently the top-ranked SSS-ranked professional in the Lighthouse Nation, and is highly respected in the Lighthouse Nation. Within just a few days, it had become an idol that the young people of the Lighthouse country were frantically pursuing, and countless people were squeezing their heads in order to join the other side's city of soldiers. If Lord Barton is willing to unite with the rest of the Lighthouse Kingdom's powerhouses to attack the Great Wall of White Bones, then it should be a sure thing, the subordinate said. Ellis was silent. The subordinate was right. If the Barton soldiers stepped in and united with the strong men of the Lighthouse Kingdom to attack the Great Wall of White Bones, then the Great Wall of White Bones would naturally be unstoppable. What makes you think Lord Barton will take on the White Bone Wall? Ellis sneered. The subordinate continued to explain. Lord Ellis, after fighting so many times, don't you still understand Lin Mo's character? Ellis' eyes lit up. To say how Lin Mo's character was, then he naturally knew quite a bit about it, having come face to face with the other party. From the first time he saw the other party, Lin Mo had maintained the strongest stance, as if everyone was nothing in his eyes. All challenges are also followed without hesitation. Even if the 7 top powerhouses of the Sakura country joined forces to attack, he did not hesitate. To put it nicely, it's called confidence. To put it bluntly, this is ego. Subordinates see him pondering. Strike the iron while it's hot. Lighthouse domestic most understand Lin most people as you. As long as you step forward to facilitate this matter. The words weren't finished, but Ellis had taken the other man's words completely in at the moment. To be honest, he didn't care how many resources he could really take back from Lin Mo. He just couldn't swallow this breath. And then there's the fact that I really want to see Lin Mo fail miserably and then kneel on the ground and lick his toes. The thought of that excites him. Of course, it would be nice to earn back a little bit of resources. After all, the Great Wall of White Bones is by far the most fertile resource mecca in the world. Even a few % of the resources were worth most of his current village. After losing twice in a row, the island's range had once again shrunk drastically, and the resource spots around it that could be hunted were getting harder and harder to find. They desperately needed to replenish their map resources, or else they would really be thrown off the gap by a first-rate powerhouse. Even if he himself was still a top-tier SS-class professional. Ellis nodded after a moment of contemplation. Yes, this time I'm going to make Lin Mo lose all his bottoms, and all the resources will be our Lighthouse Nations. The subordinate next to him sighed in relief. Fortunately, finally save a small life. Rumble, rumble. Both Wataru Big and other people's ears heard a violent sound, but not thunder. But under the feet of the Great Wall of White Bones again heightened movement. Not only that, but the mountains and rivers in the distance became more numerous again, and an oasis of life sprang up in the surrounding desert. The original yellow sand around the White Bone Great Wall was also covered by these newly grown map resources. It's hard enough to pick out the shadow of the former lone city of the desert just by looking at it with the naked eye. Of course, the biggest change has been in the walls beneath our feet. After resolving the last wave of beasts, the city head that had risen to the second rank was once again elevated, and now had a height of roughly 500 meters. From afar, it looked like a mountain through the sky, separating the city from the outside. Just as the players were feeling the changes in the Great Wall of White Bones, a message flashed out once again in the regional chat channel that had just closed off the players from other regions. Lin Mo, 3 days of hunting. 3 days to prepare the main city for ascension. Chapter 139, Lin Mo's return. Outrageous recruitment requirements. Another 3 days. The hearts of the players of the White Bone Great Wall stared. They had only just completed the ascension quest for the second-rank main city, and the ferocious beasts and monsters in the outskirts had only upgraded to the second-rank range. Before they had even rested for a day, Lin Mo asked them to start preparing for the merging of the third-ranked main cities. Worthy of being Lord Lin Mo, this rhythm is indeed hard to keep up with. Even Boatwright laughed bitterly. Since coming to the Great Wall of White Bones, not to mention resting, he hadn't even had a good meal. Every day, apart from hacking monsters, it's all about taking care of village affairs. Although with their physical qualities that had been strengthened countless times, it would be fine if they didn't eat or sleep for 10 days and a half months. It's just that those 3 days are like 3 years, and it feels like a lifetime of work has been done, and it looked like Lin Mo wasn't going to give them time to rest. Ha ha ha, it's time to hunt again. Suddenly, Li Mingliang, who had healed his wounds, ran back from the bottom of the city to the head of the city with a heartfelt smile on his face. Hurry up and organize manpower for hunting, and try to double the previous daily harvest. He hastened to urge the boat to cross the big one. Funahata Da's heart was filled with helplessness, but he didn't dare to disobey the other party. In battle, he was in command, but other than that, Li Mingliang is the real boss. He absolutely dared not disobey the other party's orders. Furtado Da looked towards the battlefield in the distance. The last fierce beast boss had also been hammered into the ground by Indo Daisuke, so it's the beast wave attack that's the break. Both Watari sighed in his heart and slowly stood up from the city's head, bending down and bowing his head to Li Mingliang. Yes, Lord Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang's gaze was filled with excitement. Get moving, the city is still short a large sum of money, especially since I've talked to several S-ranked blacksmiths who are asking for a bit too much money, and I'd be able to have a bit more to spare on hand if I had an extra amount of money. Li Mingliang probably didn't expect that the time coins brushed out from just 20 waves of beast tides would be almost enough to upgrade the current 2,000 or so players defending the city. Only SSS-ranked professionals such as Funakatari still needed a sum of resources to continue to improve. Other than that, all of it can be left over and used for city construction. When the second rank is upgraded to the third rank, there is a high probability that the village will be officially upgraded to a town. At that time, the territory expanded and the city became larger. No wonder Ringo said he'd let them recruit 100,000 plus life profession players in a month. How can such a large territory function properly if there are fewer players? Wouldn't that be a waste of map resources? It's natural to invest up front for a later return. On this point, he had actually taken lessons from Funakata Dai in the past few days. The latter, with his rich operational as well as managerial experience before the end of the day, was indeed able to give him a lot of constructive advice. Joe did at the moment as a cow as a horse. May not have lifted a stone to stone their own feet this feeling. Everyone, back in line. He stood at the top of the city, and asked the R-style god Wild Spine, who could act as a trumpet at his side, to shout from the top of the city. Upon hearing this, Indo Daisuke and G Joya, who were at the bottom of the city, did not stay on the battlefield and began to turn around and return. Instead, it was Ching Ma-i, who leaped and went straight down to the city. Funaki Wataru Dai just looked at it and withdrew his eyes. The 4 teams he had programmed even contained all the in-players, including Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, but there was just no Ching Ma-i. The other party appeared to be part of the defense of the city, but because they were overpowered, they were completely independent of these 4 teams again, fighting alone, but no less profitable or efficient than any of their teams. He thought to himself that he couldn't care less, nor was he in a position to care about the other side, only to see Ching Ma-i's figure lightly fall down to the top of the city and begin to harvest the corpses below the city walls. Wherever they passed, the corpses of ferocious beasts that were still flowing with fresh blood were quickly sucked into dried meat. Moreover, Ching Ma-i's corpse sucking was even more exaggerated than Lin Mo. Even if she was only able to provide 0.001 points of cancerization value, she didn't let it go and hated to suck all the corpses clean. To be honest, this had given Li Mingliang a headache for a while before. The main thing was that the ferocious beasts that had finished sucking were directly turned into extremely faggy jerky. In the words of players who have eaten jerky, it's harder to chew than air-dried yak meat. They've been eating this jerky almost exclusively for the past few days. This made Li Mingliang a bit tempted to apply for a sum of money from Lin Mo to replace some food in the trading area in the game forum. There is a portion of the village that produces deliciously flavored ferocious beasts with few side effects. In the end of the food type shortage of the end of the day, as if it has become a trading area of the explosive, selling even better than many of the replacement equipment. But if you replace the food, that's another big expense. Li Mingliang felt a bit of a headache even thinking about this. He slapped the city's head and barked orders at Funakata. Fight! Give me a hard fight. If the time coin production doesn't more than triple in 3 days, you can forget about whatever SSR god you have. Asshole! Wasn't it still tripled just now? Funakudai cursed in his mind. He simply didn't believe what Li Mingliang said about summoning SSR gods for him. The other party had already said this kind of thing countless times in the past few days, and none of them had been honored. This is the usual tactic he used to use to brainwash his subordinates. Doesn't he know it well? Just as he wanted to say something, he suddenly felt a cold wind coming from his back. How's the manpower recruitment going? At the same time, a voice without any tone came. Countless goosebumps sprang up on the skin on the back of Joe Duda's neck because he heard that it was Lin Mo's voice. Ringo! As expected, Li Mingliang looked at Lin Mo who appeared above the city head in surprise. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Mo was still the same Lin Mo. A god. Even an SSS-ranked professional like Funakatari didn't notice when the other party came behind him. Not to mention the other players. They all heard the sound first and then realized Lin Mo. Mayor Lin Mo. Funakudai greeted him respectfully. Facing the eyes cast over by the other party, a cold sweat broke out on his back. It was important to realize that he had already risen to rank 2, and was only half a step away from even rank 3. However, when Lin Mo stood in front of him, the oppressive feeling the other party gave him was even stronger. This guy definitely got strong again. Lin Mo spoke indifferently. The question I asked you hasn't been answered yet. Immediately putting away the rambling thoughts in his head, Funaki Dai hurriedly explained the situation of the recruitment in the village in the past few days. Finally, He laughed bitterly. The players defending the city are alright. With the current prestige of the Great Wall of White Bones, recruiting up to 10,000 is not a problem. Life players do seem to be stretched a bit thin though. These guys can be in high demand. And the racks are one high right now. It's really a bit unrealistic to recruit 100,000 plus life players for a month unless you spend a lot of money. After saying that, he was afraid that the other party would think that he was being passive and added, "You can ask Lord Li Mingliang. He should be clear on this point." Chapter 140 Blue Star's first main city. Accept all challenges. Li Mingliang didn't run away and nodded his head. Ringo. Indeed. Nowadays, the daily labor price of a blacksmith above S rank has risen to more than 50 coins. And if we let the other party be permanent, we have to pay at least 100 coins per day. That's 3,000 time dollars a month. And that's for one person. If such a person was recruited around 1,000, that would cost 3 million time coins a month. And currently, the White Bone Great Wall's daily earnings were 30,000 to 40,000 time coins, which was just over $1 million a month out. In other words, they simply can't afford to feed so many professionals. However, Lin Mo's requirements were very high. Don't want anything below B rank, and also try to recruit S rank or above life professionals. It's more or less a tricky one. After hearing Li Mingliang and Boatwright's great reaction to the question, Lin Mo said after a moment of contemplation, "Keep recruiting. Funding is tight on manpower first. The rest can be put on hold for now. In addition, the number of players defending the city needs to be expanded. 10,000 is not enough. At least 100,000 or more. And the quality can't be less than what's currently on the team." Hiss dash. Hunakatari Dai sucked in a breath of cold air. What is the current team situation? The 4 teams also have an average strength of about A rank, and most of them are still the class of the previous 7-seat Sakura Nation. In fact, the newly recruited players were not as strong as before. One reason was that Funawari Dai and the others were defeated in the Battle of Hopetown, resulting in a lack of prestige in the country. Secondly, because of the limited number of players in Sakura Nation, the current batch of players should account for 30% to 40% of Sakura Nation's first-rate battle force. Some of the rest were still in the few SSS-ranked powerhouse villages in the Sakura country, and others had formed their own armies and were not affiliated with any side. And then let him expand it tenfold at that quality. How is this possible? He was just about to open his mouth to speak when he heard Lin Mo continue. The recruitment of players from the Yen Kingdom can also be put on the agenda. Fudo Dai put back the words that were on his lips again. Well, it's not impossible if you add the Inferno players. After all, everyone knew that the Yen Kingdom had the largest number of players. But Lin Mo's next sentence almost made him want to curse again. However, the number of Yen players recruited should not be too many. 10,000 is sufficient. Lin Mo said so. Cam, shake me up. Right. Even though Lin Mo was right in front of him, his expression almost went out of control. Then the remaining 90,000 would still have to be recruited from the Sakura country. What else can this recruit? We can't just take the few remaining resource shrines in the Sakura country together. Can we? Wait. With the current strength of the Great Wall of White Bones, it doesn't seem like a no-brainer. It's just that if you do that, you're really digging up your own country's roots. Maybe in the future, he and the others would be the eternal sins of the Sakura country. Zhou Duda's expression was torn, but he heard Lin Mo continue. Whether it's money, or people, you don't have to worry. There's a natural way to do it in a couple days. In a couple of days, Funahata frowned, not understanding Lin Mo's meaning. Instead, Li Mingliang, who was next to him, suddenly had his eyes light up and said, "Brother Lin, you mean the Hop City battle?" Lin Mo didn't say anything and acquiesced. Boatwright Dai figured it all out in an instant. Today the Great Wall of White Bones is a famous place, and it would not be wrong to say that it is the most famous resource mecca in the world. They had challenged the Great Wall of White Bones during the Second Order Hopper battle. Now that the White Bone Great Wall is even more famous, it is bound to usher in countless ravenous wolves and tigers to spy on it during the Third Order Harmonization battle. After all, if the Great Wall of White Bones was directly annexed, the comprehensive national power of whichever country area would skyrocket in a straight line, leaping to become the veritable Blue Star's first Holy Land. That's right, as long as we win this Occasion City battle, we'll be able to solve everything, Li Mingliang said excitedly. Next to him, Funawari Dai was similarly a bit excited and even a bit nervous. He couldn't imagine what the Great Wall of White Bones at this point would be like if it absorbed a few more resource sanctuaries. Keep in mind that there were only 500 resource sanctuaries in the world to begin with, and the Great Wall of White Bones currently incorporates 6 of them, plus itself within, as well as the map resources from the previously one betting order. In total, the current map resources are almost as much as the previous 8 resource mechas combined. With just one person, He had occupied the combined resources of all the resource shrines of the Flying Cake country, which was ranked 8th in the world. It even made the world powers feel a crisis. They believe that the White Bone Great Wall has risen up too quickly, so now they have set up an alliance city similar to the White Bone Great Wall, both at home and in alliance with neighboring countries. But unlike the White Bone Great Wall, where Lin Mo alone has the final say, those allied cities, although a few are not weaker than the White Bone Great Wall, are equally divided. Thinking of this, Boat Dudude came back to his senses and said to Lin Mo, Village Chief Lin Mo, if we can really merge a Zhu allied city that is no weaker than the White Bone Great Wall, then let alone 100,000 guarding troops, even doubling it would be fine. Are you kidding me? The Great Wall of White Bones would be truly invincible at that point. Lin Mo might become the #1 person in Blue Star, and then they, who had been defeated before, would be able to get a little bit of light. After all, there is no shame in losing to the world #1. Lin Mo shook his head. No, 100,000 is enough. On top of the Great Wall of White Bones, the soldiers are elite, not numerous. If he hadn't discovered the White Ghost race's invasion, he wouldn't have increased the number of city guards to 100,000 at all. The White Ghost clan may not necessarily not make a comeback after their entire army was wiped out this time. The Blue Star is newly opened and opportunities abound. It's not hard to predict that the foreigners covet it. It was just that what Lin Mo hadn't expected was that Blue Star had only been in the Eternal Kingdom for less than 10 days before a foreign race invaded the interior and even massacred Blue Star players. And looking at the game forums, it seems that these villages that have been decimated by the regiment are causing a slight ripple. Come to think of it, the apocalypse has only begun a few days ago, and the world systems are still in a state of extreme disarray. No one cares about other people's deaths at this time. They're all looking out for themselves. After Lin Mo mused, he continued, what about the secret realm keys that you were told to collect? Li Mingliang, of course, remembered and replied, Brother Lin, I was able to exchange a few key fragments of the Blood Moon Mysteries, but I can't put together a complete key no matter what. I've asked a lot of people in the forums as well, and I just can't find the rest of the pieces. But don't worry, I've already paid to top the forums for redeeming the shards, and I'll be notified as soon as there's any news. Haven't collected them all yet? Lin Mo frowned. The foreigners are watching, and the second level up to third level is imminent. It was a head-low segment world boss, and if you went beyond the low rank, you wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm to raid it. By then it will either be picked up by the Fae or missed completely. Either way, it wasn't what Lin Mo wanted to see. Nope, this world boss in the previous life was a failed raid, not a failure to get the key together. Lin Mo secretly pondered in his heart. That means the key is there. Only someone covered it up and didn't take it out. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said to Li Mingliang, put out the word that, but anyone who is willing to use a fragment of the Blood Moon Mystic Realm as a condition for betting against them, the Great Wall of White Bones will accept their challenge unconditionally. Chapter 141 Pocket Monster? Aowimasu's Challenge. Li Mingliang was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Mo to place so much importance on this secret fragment. Surprisingly, he was willing to accept the betting order unconditionally. Not many people in the world are qualified to challenge the White Bone Wall. Okay, Ringo, I'll do it right away. Li Mingliang responded. Suddenly, a tender female voice interrupted their conversation. Hey, Master, where the hell are my experiments? Didn't you say there were experiments here? It was only then that Li Mingliang and Bo Dudude noticed that under the collar of Lin Mo's coat, there was actually a small dot sitting. Ha, what a pocket monster. Li Mingliang was surprised. You're the monster. Your whole family is a monster. Dot made an angry noise. Just when Li Mingliang wanted to say something, he only saw that little bitty man raise his fist and slam it towards him. Boo! Li Mingliang only felt as if his face had suffered the impact of a truck, and his entire body involuntarily slammed toward the back. Clunk! His entire body cut a deep mark in the ground, and countless stones flew about. It wasn't until he had rode backward for hundreds of meters that he was able to stop. With just one strike, Li Mingliang's blood level plummeted below the red line, and he lay on the ground with his breath dying, on the verge of death. Swish! In just a split second, Funawari Dai, Indo Daisuke, and Ji Zhuoya at the city's top made battle preparations. They all looked at the little dot in front of them with wary eyes, as if they were looking at an ancient ferocious beast. Just now, from the time the other party got up to the time he struck, none of them had even seen it clearly, or even reacted as an afterthought. Extremely dangerous. The pressure that the other party was giving them was in no way weaker than Lin Mo. The key thing was that the other party wasn't human. It was a monster. Little Bit said with a disdainful expression on his small face as he watched them assume a fighting stance. Just you scumbags aren't enough for me to beat with one hand, she said, and wiggled her tiny elbow. From the outside, It looks completely unintimidating. Just boat very big and other people, but the heart alarm pull full. Only feel a hidden pressure. Seems to be suppressing them. Even breathing is a little unsmooth up. As SSS ranked powerhouses they were like this. Let alone other ordinary players. His limbs went limp and a fine cold sweat broke out on his back and forehead. Just as the atmosphere of the scene was extremely tense. Suddenly Lin Mo opened his mouth. Well, don't scare them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Funahata D and the others instantly felt the pressure plummet. The little bitty thing in front of him seemed to have become harmless as well, wrapping his arms around himself and saying, Master, these little things just lack education. They should be tidied up properly. Who's a little thing? Us. Fudo-de and the others looked at Mia, who was only the size of a palm, and were speechless. Just a moment later, they were startled. Master? In other words, this was a pet that Lin Mo had taken in. Botwatari Dai was secretly alarmed in his heart. The only one who didn't take a fighting stance was Ching Mai, who felt a sense of blood connection from the other party. Just like Lin Mo. Only among the bloodline ranks, Lin Mo was the highest, and the little dot that confronted her was on equal footing with her. Aowimasu looked at Mia and said extremely abruptly, I want to fight you. When these words came out, not only the players at the scene, but even Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, not expecting Ching Mai to make this request, and Mia, who had been invited to fight, raised her little head and looked up at Aowimasu, who was considerably taller than her. Humph, do you want to die? Ching Mai didn't look at her, but turned his head to look at Lin Mo. I want to try. Lin Mo glanced at her, and the latter didn't blink or avoid, her eyes burning with a burning battle intent. He didn't refuse, and lowered his head to Mia. Practice with her. Just leave a breath. Hiss. The surrounding players sucked in a breath of cool air, hearing the meaning in Lin Mo's words. He's saying that Aowimasu will lose, and he'll lose badly. How is that possible? Ching Mai was the #1 strongest person in the Sakura country, and so far, they didn't know how Lin Mo had defeated Ching Mai and how he had taken him under his wing. Many Sakura Nation players still privately thought that Lin Mo was just lucky. Perhaps if Funaki Watarita and the others didn't mess up and Aowimasu was able to defeat the other side in the end, they wouldn't be under the jurisdiction of someone now. But no matter what, they didn't believe that this little bitty person would be able to defeat Ching Mai. But Aowimasu herself seemed to think otherwise, and instead bowed respectfully to Mia. Please enlighten me. Mia gave her a look and grinned. Seeing as you know how to be polite like that, I'll leave you with 2 breaths then. After saying that, she raised her hands and wanted to rush over to fatally beat up Ching Mai like she had just done. But in the middle of it, she was slapped away by Lin Mo's quick eye. Get out there and fight. Don't destroy my walls. Lin Mo said so. Mia looked at Lin Mo with grudging eyes, but her body still followed the other party's force and left the city. Without any nonsense, Ching Mai leapt forward and followed. The two resettled in the middle of the open battlefield outside the city. The players who had returned to the city only earlier, after receiving the news from their companions, returned back above the city. My goodness, who is Lord Aowimasu going to fight against? Mayor Lin Mo? Zun Do Fake Do? I want to see the two of them fight so badly, to see who's stronger. No, Lord Aowimasu is going to fight a little bitty one. Who is this? Here, just that one. Very, very small, and just now beat up Lord Li Mingliang. ******* So small? I saw that. Ha, the little thing is kinda cute. No way. Isn't this bullying? Is this little guy here to seek death? What a pocket doll. It's so cute. It's so cute looking. You should be crying for a long time with one punch. Players looked at it from a distance, and those with less than perfect eyes had a hard time even finding Mia's petite figure from hundreds of meters away on the battlefield. Even if you find out, you'll think the other person is there to be funny. Only the players who had just heard Lin Mo's words had serious expressions and looked down at the city. Especially Funaki Wataru and the others. They couldn't believe that Aowimasu would lose to such a tiny little person. Even if the other party had just given them a great sense of oppression. Is it really going to lose? There was some tension in their minds. Just as there was a lot of discussion on the city's head, Ching Mai at the bottom of the field was the first to launch an attack. Flying Shadow. She came up for the kill, cupping her hands and throwing dozens of shuriken towards Mia. And each of the hand swords came with dozens of detonation charms. Each detonation talisman, in turn, was equal to hundreds of Flying Shadow stacks. This one bombardment was equal to the bombardment of more than 100,000 detonation charms. The power is beyond imagination. Compared to when he had fought Lin Mo before, his strength had skyrocketed by more than a little bit. Oh my god. Ashisama. Invincible. Some people couldn't help but shout from the city's head as they watched the detonation charms roaming the sky. Funaki Watari Dai and the others also clenched their fists in excitement. not realizing that Lord Aoimasu had already progressed to such a degree. Just that one attack was enough to wipe out everyone on the city's head. Except Lin Mo. Even top melee players such as Indo Daisuke had to be blown up on the spot if they weren't careful. And the face of these little cute. All know to avoid the countless detonation charms. The opposite side of the Mia crossed her waist and hummed arrogantly. Even stood still without flickering, seemingly waiting for the other side's detonation charms to stick to the face to attack. Stupid. A mocking smile floated up at the corner of Funaki Dai's mouth. Chapter 142 Fiasco. Sold by Lin Mo. In the next moment, countless detonation charms exploded directly around or on Mia's body. The violent explosions caused the players at the city's head to experience a brief tinnitus, and countless yellow sand and smoke were swept up into the sky, obscuring the crowd's vision in an instant. But the more than 100,000 detonation charms didn't stop that simply and continued to detonate. It was not until 10 minutes later that all of these quantity detonation charms were detonated, and across the room, Aoimasu was already panting and sweating. Flying shadow, but it consumes mental energy. The greater the number, the more mental energy consumed. Just now, that attack had almost emptied all of her mental energy. At the moment, she had a splitting headache and was having a hard time mounting an effective offense. And originally she wasn't going to do that. It was only when she actually stood face to face with Mia that she realized with horror that the pressure the other woman brought to bear on her was unprecedented. Even her master, Lin Mo, had never brought her such a sense of oppression. That's why she pressed everything into this strike. Her fighting instincts told her that this was the only chance she had to make a move. Fortunately, the detonators didn't feel like they were falling short, and they all seemed to hit their targets. Phew, she sighed in relief. Even if Lin Mo had taken so many strikes from the starter's charm, he would have to be half mutilated if he didn't die. This time, it's her who wins. Hey, 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 is that all the damage? Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a childish voice in the distance, and her pupils instantly contracted together, only to see the smoke from across the room gradually disperse, revealing Mia's form. The other party still looked like a little bit, crossed his waist and arrogantly raised his head to look at her, but there were some places on his body that were scorched black. But it was obvious that there was no major damage. No, it didn't even break the defense. It just blackened the other side a little bit. How is this possible? The boat very big on the city head in turn could not help but shout first. The scene was just too shocking. More than 100,000 detonation talismans were unable to inflict a single bit of damage on the other party. The players' jaws were slightly open, and they all looked at the scene in shock as well. For a moment the scene was silent. Only Mia's not-so-small voice was heard from the battlefield. Do you really think this ant-scratching attack can cause me damage? Disdain showed on Mia's face. Ching Ma-yi gasped, and there was a similar hint of disbelief in his eyes. Mia grunted. An ant can't step on a person 10,000 times. By the same token, what if your attack detonates 1,000,000 times? Same thing, can't break my defense. Funaki Wataru Dai, Ji Joya, and the others still didn't understand what she was saying, but Aoimasu seemed to understand a little bit, but not completely. Mia, however, ignored her and said, "Still fighting?" Aoimachi was silent, then shook his head. The strike didn't work, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Mia grunted and, with a stamp of her foot, flew straight into the air. Boo! She landed heavily on the top of the city, setting off countless flying rocks. At this moment, the surrounding players, including Funaki Wataru Dai and the others, were looking at her as if they were looking at a monster. Mia, however, ignored them and deflated. That was boring. Then he said to Lin Mo, "Master, if I hadn't sensed the bloodline, I would have really laid my hands on him. This little punk is quite annoying." The scene was silent. No one dared to speak, much less chime in. They're Sakura country's #1 to be called a waste by the other party. And the most frustrating thing is that they are not even qualified to refute it. What Lin Mo just said about leaving her a breath of fresh air was not an exaggeration, because even Boat Dudude couldn't imagine what would become of Ching Ma-yi if this little dot went all out. Lin Mo, where did he bring this little monster back from? Funaki Wataru gulped. He had thought that the Yen Kingdom players were all a bunch of unworthy trash except for Lin Mo himself, and that he still had to rely on them, the Sakura Kingdom players, to hold down the city. They don't seem so important now. A minute later, the somewhat disengaged Ching Ma-yi returned to the city's head, his face obscure as he stood fixed in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo lightly swept her a glance. "Do you know where you lost?" Ching Ma-yi said. "Failing my master's expectations, I'm still too weak." Too weak? Lin Mo shook his head. If it was purely about attributes, then even he would have to feel inferior when facing Mia. The gap with the eternal race is not so easy to catch up with. Lin Mo changed his question. "Do you know your weakness?" Qing Ma-yi bowed and humbly begged for guidance. Ma-yi is stupid. Please explain clearly. Master. Lin Mo opened his mouth. Although the ability, Flying Shadow, is very powerful, the drawback is also very obvious. The attack is too spread out, and it can only stack the number of damage, but not the total damage. So, as long as you can't break defense, it doesn't matter how many times you do damage. There are still words left unsaid. That is, for Mia, who has a Titan bloodline, the damage and shock reduction is top-notch, and the ability is just enough to suppress an assassin-type player like Amaji. In order to deal damage, it had to be something like Undead Explosive Slash, that had countless dead souls stacked on it. Lin Mo had made his words so clear that even the ordinary players around him understood. So naturally, Qing Ma-yi understood as well. So, what you need to do next is to stack the damage from Flying Shadow as well. Lin Mo said so. Qing Ma-yi's eyes blossomed with an unprecedented radiance, as if he had found the next direction to move forward, and his tone was slightly excited as he responded. Yes. After saying that, she couldn't wait to dart towards the outside of the city again, wanting to verify one or two things on the spot. Of course, the object of verification was the group of ferocious beasts outside the city that had just risen to second rank. This was too far out of the ordinary in the minds of Fudo Dai and the others. Not Lin Mo's theory, but Mia's physical qualities. Even if the damage of Flying Shadow was scattered, but over 100,000 launching explosive talismans wouldn't be enough to just rub off a little bit of the opponent's skin. Even if a dull knife is sharpened for meat, it is still able to cut the meat off in pieces after grinding for a long time. Besides, a starter's charm isn't a dull knife. Lin Mo took in their expressions one by one and naturally knew exactly what these players were thinking in their hearts. For Mia's harder-than-steel body, the detonation charms were truly worse than a dull knife. Even after Lin Mo's four-dimensional attributes had grown to a great extent, he was unable to directly inflict damage on him, and could only break his defense through magicalization. It was just that he hadn't thought of a good way to deal with the opponent's attack speed that was comparable to that of an eternal goblin. Perhaps he should also make a date with Mia. He looked at Mia thoughtfully. The latter had obviously been waiting impatiently, and if it wasn't for Lin Mo's presence, she would have definitely lost her temper. Lin Mo waved his hand and pointed at the yen players on the city's head and said, "Of those guys, take your pick." Mia's eyes lit up when she heard this. Seeing her look, Lin Mo hurriedly added, "Only one caveat, don't get it killed." Mia hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry, there's no way you'll die with a cancerization value." After saying that, she looked at the yen players on the city's head with both eyes, and the unknown players of the yen kingdom winced when they saw the jackal-like eyes of the other side. This included Li Mingliang, who had just gotten up from the ground. "Why does it feel like I've been sold by Ringo?" Chapter 143 Mercy to You. Li Mingliang's breath was dying as he rose from the ground and lifted his head, which was half broken, with his hand. Look at this blood level. Any moment now, he could pass away. The look he gave Mia was no longer filled with the contempt he had before, but with awe. And knowing that after the sparring match just now, he realized that the other party had smashed himself half to death with one fist, but it turned out that he was still showing mercy. Don't look at the other party's tiny one. If they really didn't keep their hands, it was estimated that one hand was able to smash many of themselves to death. After spending this period of time with these top professions like Funikatari De, he had clearly recognized the gap between him and them. And what he also knew was that there was a gap between even the top professionals. For example, Funawari Dai, who lost his Daitena, is currently in the weakest tier of the SSS class. The next best thing is Indo Daisuke, and Jirikiro is kind of in the middle of the pack. Further up the ladder, Risa Nakagami and Kazuma Rainy Knight, who had previously hung up at the Hop City battle, are considered upper middle class, because they all possess the ability to decimate players of the same class. And a first-rate SSS-ranked professional is probably the number one in the Sakura country, Aoimasu. According to Funaki Wataruta, Aoimasu was able to clean them all up by himself. Perhaps, only the other 9 people on the Sakura Nation's list back then had joined together to be qualified to fight against Aomai alone. But as far as a fierce man like Aoimasu is concerned, who is ranked in the whole world, he has lost 2 battles in a row in a short period of time. Now at the top of this white bone city, there is one more person standing at the apex besides Lin Mo, who Li Mingliang and the others regarded as a god. That would be the little bitty Mia, standing in front of them with her arms crossed. Mia grinned a cruel smile at them. He, from now on, you're all under my control. Li Mingliang looked up at Lin Mo with some alarm, wanting to seek refuge from the latter. It was only Lin Mo who said indifferently, "You and Zhang Yuanji should first leave all the current affairs to Bo Duode, and just follow her cultivation at ease." When he heard that he wanted to hand over his power, Li Mingliang immediately widened his eyes and said on the spot, "Ringo, if it's not my clan, its heart will be different, but we can't give them all the money." Next to him, Funikatari rolled his eyes when he heard that. Do you have to be so blunt? Lin Mo looked at him and said, the money is still under your control, but let Bo Dudu to handle things, and if he needs money, he'll draw it from you. Hearing that the money was still under his control, Li Mingliang was relieved. He didn't really just want the money all under control. If Lin Mo handed it over to a trusted yen player, he would just hand it over without saying a word. Just Boat Wataru big this guy, and treacherous and thief, ghost ideas a lot, or a cherry blossom country people, cannot be fully trusted. Lin Mo naturally knew what he was thinking, but the big picture rolls on, and using people in a chaotic world still requires meat and potatoes. The phrase not my kind could be said before the end of time, but it can't be used that way after the end of time. After eternity's descent, the so-called clans were all that remained of the Blue Star people. Lin Mo thought for a moment and transferred 800,000 time coins from his account to Li Mingliang's account. This part is confiscated and you plan it yourselves. He said so. Asterisk, that's a lot of money. Li Mingliang's two eyes stared in disbelief at the arrival message refreshed on the system. Next to him, Funawari Dai looked at him curiously, wondering just how much money was there. Li Mingliang hurriedly covered his panel, leaving the latter speechless for a while. The system panel is the only one you can see, so you're covering your ass. Li Mingliang, however, ignored what the other party thought, and instead looked at the freshly arrived 800,000 time coins with a fiery gaze. Worthy of Ringo, the amount of time coins earned by just one person is several times the total amount earned by all 2,000 plus of us. Don't worry, brother Lin. I'll definitely spend this money on the knife edge. I won't waste half of it. Li Mingliang so assured. Isn't the important duty of handling affairs now given to me? I'm the one who has to spend the money, right? Funikatari Dai slandered in his mind, but did not show the slightest bit of it. After all, the one who was in charge of the money was the master, not to mention Li Mingliang, who was very wary of him, but anyone who dares to touch his mold. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to ask for this money. Lin Mo nodded. This time coin was also considered a windfall, obtained by the White Ghost clan from hunting in the Blue Star realm. It's perfect for building the Great Wall of White Bones. After a few more brief explanations, Lin Mo sort of arranged the planning of the Great Wall of White Bones for the coming period of time, although there will certainly be some surprises, or discrepancies, when the time comes. But luckily, the city still had management talent like Funikatari Dai who could barely cover for it. When the recruitment of life professionals officially starts running, I believe that the White Bone Great Wall shortcomings in terms of lack of management talent will be quickly made up for. Currently, while novice villages all over the world are still trying to develop and are anxious about tomorrow's time coins, the Great Wall of White Bones has already entered the stage of savage growth. Well, what about our control of those secret areas? Lin Mo inquired. Li Mingliang hurriedly handed over the key to the copy and said, simple and normal level secret areas are dispatched every day for players to raid. It's the difficulty level, and currently, unless S-rank or higher professionals team up, ordinary players can't raid it at all. By the way, brother Lin, although we didn't exchange the fragment of the Blood Moon Mystic Realm, we did exchange a difficult grade Mystic Realm key. With that, he handed over the fist-sized green key to Lin Mo. Li Mingliang explained with a smile. It was exchanged from the trading area of the Inferno Kingdom for a very low cost. Just a few common secret key fragments and a few hundred time coins. It said that they took it out for redemption because all of their village battle levels were low and no one was able to raid this secret realm. Lin Mo's next key in his hand was an unexpected pleasure. Originally, he had planned to brush up on ordinary copies for a few days to complete the Ascension quest first. I didn't expect this to deliver a difficult level secret key to my door. In that case, there must be enough for the Ascension required. Lin Mo said to Funaki Wataru, continue acquiring keys. The more the better. Funaki Wataru nodded his head in response. In the early days of Armageddon, many villages did not realize the preciousness of the secret world, so the value of the secret world is not reflected. A few hundred time coins to replace a handle of unravaged difficulty level secrets is something that is simply unimaginable at a later stage. In the later stages, not to mention a few hundred time coins, just entering a normal secret realm in another main city once would cost more than 1,000 time coins. As for the secret realms above the difficult level, there were thousands and thousands of dollars entering them at a time. After all, there were many rare materials that could only be brushed out by difficult level secret realms. Controlling a secret realm is the same as controlling an inexhaustible treasure trove that can generate money continuously. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and opened up the access to the necromantic mystic realm from the interface to both Wataru and the others. If you're interested, you can try it out. You can swipe it once a month. Just remember not to swipe it alone. Lin Mo said so. Although the necromantic mystery realm had lost Mia as the big boss, the transformed necromancers that had fallen in previous bouts would continue to refresh. In addition to a large amount of time coins, you'll also be able to collect some dark rare materials. Just the only drawback was that the hellish secret realm needed to be treated with caution even by SSS-ranked professionals. After explaining everything, Lin Mo directly crushed the green secret key in his hand called Giant Object Forest. In the next second, a teleportation spell glowing with green light appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and his figure disappeared into the distorted circle of light. Before anyone could catch their breath, they heard Mia say with a smirk, "Things are done, right? Now, it's my turn." After saying that, she threw the small vial filled with blood in her hand to Jiang Yuanji, who was standing at the front, and said, "One drop for each of you, do not drink more than you need. This is a gift from your master and my mercy to you." Chapter 144, The Secret Realm of Giants. Evolution Giantization. As the system prompt to enter the secret realm flashed by in his ears, Lin Mo appeared in the middle of a giant primitive forest. It's giant because everything in sight is huge. Huge primitive trees went straight into the clouds, poking holes in the sky, their crowns hidden from view by the clouds. The bushes were likewise incredibly tall, a good deal taller than normal primitive trees by tens of meters. Even a handful of weeds on the side of the road were a whole lot taller than Lin Mo. Lin Mo was in the middle of it at the moment, just like a dwarf who had mistakenly entered the kingdom of adults. Wherever you go, the view is extremely restricted. The eye is either bushes or green grass and wildflowers, in which it is difficult to distinguish the direction. Lin Mo was not in a hurry, bouncing back and forth among the flowers and grasses several times. He climbed up a primitive tree, and continued to climb up the tree, and soon his vision gradually opened up. With his eyesight, he could not say that he had the entire forest in his eyes, but as long as he had an open view of everything, he could see it all. Soon, he spotted a giant badger with a body length of 5 or 6 meters appearing in the middle of the bushy forest in the distance. Giant badger. Rank, 170-180. Skills, 1, Echolocation, 2, Tooth Tier, 3, Antidote. Battle rating, 2 ranks, 8 stars. It was worthy of being a difficult secret realm, coming up with a battle power close to the top of the second rank. It was worth mentioning that when Lin Mo had previously raided the Necrotic Mysteries, the main city hadn't completed the second-order Beast-Tide quest. So technically, the Necrotic Mystery Realm was only a first-order Hell-grade mystery realm, not quite a second-order mystery realm. And the Giant Object Secret Realm in Lin Mo's hands was a third-order difficulty secret realm. Across 2 great levels, the Secret Realm of Giant Objects in front of them actually had a higher combined difficulty than the Secret Realm of the Necropolis back then. But for Lin Mo, the only difference between the two was only whether or not there was Mia. He didn't really care about anything else. He half squinted his eyes and was about to attack the giant badger in the distance when he suddenly realized that there was a yarn sound coming from the bushes. Immediately after that, the giant badger lunged in the direction of the sound. In the next second, a giant centipede about 7 or 8 meters long was held in its mouth, gnawing on it with abandon. Sizzle! The giant centipede let out a pained cry and raised its 2-meter-long poisonous tentacles to viciously stab into the giant badger's body. Unfortunately, the giant badger had detoxification among its natural abilities, and its body also possessed an extremely strong resistance to poison. Despite its struggles, it eventually died under the giant badger's bite. After a few moments, the giant centipede stopped struggling, and a kill prompt floated above his head, and the giant badger's teeth that were clenching the other's body slightly loosened and barred his mouth, passing out on the spot. This is certainly not an ordinary slumber, but a way to detoxify the body by sleeping. Lin Mo made a few jumps and arrived on top of the giant badger's head. Aberration! A 2-meter-long machete appeared in his hands, holding it tightly above his hands. Chop steel. The long knife chopped down with force, only to see the huge head of the giant badger being sliced off by the roots of his hand. Blitz! Strike 1. The kill prompt floated up. Lin Mo was a bit surprised, not thinking that the first kill after entering the secret realm would be in this form. Aberration! His right arm stretched out several chains and viciously stabbed into the giant badger's body. Several chains sucked together and soon sucked its body into a dry corpse. Cancer value +8. Evolution points +5. After Lin Mo had risen to full rank 2, the cancerous value that the corpses of rank 2 ferocious beasts could provide became a little less again. To obtain a large amount of cancerization value and evolution points, you need to hunt ferocious beasts of a higher rank. Just as Lin Mo was about to suck the giant centipede's corpse dry along with it, suddenly the long-lost, infinite evolution prompt refreshed. Ding! Sucking on the corpse of a giant badger *1. The talent aberration evolves indefinitely. Megalization, grade F, is acquired. Megatronization. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. It was important to know that among the giant badger's natural abilities just now, there was no such ability as mega transformation. Could it be that infinite evolution can evolve in a direction that encompasses not only the other person's talent, but also the most basic genes? The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. He had noticed something when he had inhaled the white ghost's talent, concealment, before. It's just that after all, concealment is also considered to be categorized as a natural ability, unlike a giant badger that was born with the genes for an oversized body. If that's the case, then, after Lin Mo slightly pondered, several chains quickly stabbed into the giant centipede. A prompt soon came from the system panel. Cancer value +4, evolution points +3. Ding! Sucking the corpse of a giant centipede *1. The talent aberration infinitely evolves, giantization, grade F. Sure enough, mega transformation can be upgraded. It's just that giant centipedes don't have enough genes to do it. This was something Lin Mo had expected. Just like the Stygian dragon flame in his body, it started out as just the tainted blood flame of the tainted blood Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then evolved step by sucking in a single flaming creature. The same goes for talented concealment, which is now a talented ability that is infinitely close to double S rank. Lin Mo's mind moved slightly, and two huge bone hands violently drilled out from behind him. Giant eyes. He directly cast the Mega Transformation ability, only to see the giant bone hand, which was originally about 2 meters long, steeply expand and become larger, stretching out by a full meter. The width of the palm had also risen a fraction of a meter from the original half a meter. The attack distance and attack range went up by a huge margin all of a sudden. Boom! The bone hand smoothly blasted toward the weeds in front of him, only to hear the whistling gusts of wind. In front of dozens of meters high bushes were pushed down a large area. The force has gone up about 10% or so. I just don't know how much the defense has gone up. Lin Mo made a rough judgment. Megalization is more than simply expanding in size, and the physique will naturally increase as well. In the Eternal Kingdom, the ultimate big is also an expression of volume. For example, the Eternal Titans, such as the Behemoths, one of the 5 royal families of the Eternal Orc race. These are the representatives of the big things, the top Titans and Behemoths, each with sky-high abilities. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly thinking that this was a good direction for evolution. The 12 bone hands behind him in his previous life had basically gone the enchantment route. Bone hands are strengthened by enchantments, and even used as staffs, inlaid with various magical crystals. At its peak, at least 7 or 8 of its bone hands were capable of chanting forbidden spells individually, and it was able to blast out 7 or 8 heaven-destroying forbidden spells in one go. But it would seem nice to have 2 giant bone hands with the power of Prime. By that time, the words "one hand covers the sky" may not be just a metaphor in his case. Very well, go on. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, and the giant bone hand behind him once again flapped forward with force. The gust of wind swept up countless shrubs towards the sky, and the loud noise instantly drew the attention of the giant things in the forest. Ho 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 ho! The giants in the depths of the forest seemed to be extremely displeased with him as an intruder and let out a roar. Chapter 145, Cluster Tactics. External Recruitment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Mo's ears were filled with scalp-numbing thin sounds. Soon, several fat-headed giant rats appeared in front of him. Much like an unusual mouse, it was just enlarged in size by tens of times. The 3-meter-long giant rat opened its 2 sharp teeth with yellow spots, and its pitch-black pupils stared straight at Lin Mo. If there were female players present at this moment, they were afraid that they would be scared into fainting on the spot. Giant rat. Rank, 170-180. Skills, 1, Cluster Tactics, 2, Spirit Scent, 3, Tooth Tier. Battle Rating, 2nd Order, 8 stars. Cluster Tactics. Lin Mo looked at the opponent's skills on the panel. If it's a cluster tactic, then the number of giant rats won't be less than 30. Sure enough, after the thought bubbled up in his mind, there was a dense squeaking sound coming from all around him. It's so thin that it's like chanting a mantra in your ear, and it's distracting. Lin Mo frowned slightly. The next moment there was a commotion from behind him, and a huge rat's head came out from among the grass, opening its 2 sharp teeth to take a bite out of his head. Lin Mo didn't even return his head, and the 3-meter-long giant bone hand behind him slapped with force. Boo! The huge rat then had its skull crushed by a slap from a bone hand. His head lolled and his body went limp involuntarily. After a while, a kill prompt floated above its head. Squeak! 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 Soon, the giant rats gathered around them couldn't hold back and charged towards Lin Mo. Oh, good timing! Lin Mo did not retreat but advanced. The 2 bony hands on his back first fully unfolded and then forcefully closed his palms towards the front. Boom! The huge force of nearly 5,000 points created a gale of unprecedented power on the scene. Even the huge-sized giant rats in front of them had their figures blown around. The first round of cluster charge was directly cracked by Lin Mo's clap, tap punch. With a soft shout, He leapt out and suddenly ran in front of the two giant rats. The left and right bony hands pressed down on the small heads of the two giant rats, and then slapped them hard towards the center. Clunk poof! The two rat heads collided together first with the sound of bones breaking, and then they were squeezed out of their heads by the strange force. Blitz! Strike 1! Blitz! Strike 1! 2 kill prompts floated up. Squeak! Squeak! More giant rats stabilized their forms and charged again. Lin Mo opened his giant bone hands and opened his bow left and right, fanning the charging giant rats one by one again. Boom! 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 The giant rats flew backwards, the lucky ones smashing into the dirt and barely managing to keep half a breath. The less fortunate ones set right into a nearby primordial giant tree, their heads lolling and red letters floating above their heads. Previously in the necromantic mysteries, monsters like this second-order 8-star battle power were still able to pose a certain threat to Lin Mo, but at the moment it couldn't go more than a round under him. The increase in strength from what it was during the first rank was more than a simple doubling. The power of the curse system, Cancer, that needed to be gradually revealed in the middle and late stages was surprisingly already primed at the lower stages. Even though the advantage of this group of giant creatures in the secret realm of giant creatures was their enormous size and excellent defense, they were still only able to fold under Lin Mo's exaggerated four-dimensional attributes. A few minutes later, dozens of giant rat corpses lay on top of the bulldozed bushes. Lin Mo was stained with a bit of blood, but he didn't care in the slightest, poking out the 12 chains of his arms to quickly stab into a corpse. Cancerization value +3, +3, +2, evolution points +3, +2, +2. In the end, the cancerization value that a second-order 8-star giant rat could add was already below 1 point. This was because Lin Mo's attribute points had probably been raised to the second rank limit, which was why second-rank ferocious beasts were able to provide fewer and fewer evolution points and cancerous values. Lin Mo just slightly scanned it and didn't continue to pay attention, instead placing his eyes on the Infinite Evolutions message alert. Ding! Sucking on the corpse of a giant rat *60. The talent aberration evolves infinitely, Megamorphosis, Grade F, Megamorphosis, Grade E. It took a whole 60 giant rats to complete the change from F to E class. However, considering that the giant rats should only be the lowest tier of giant creatures in the secret realm of giant creatures, the genetic talent should also belong to the lowest tier. This progress was not surprising. Lin Mo waved the bone hand at his back. His size hadn't changed much, but the added force had risen by another 10%. The defense bonus was still unknown, but according to what he felt during the battle just now, it should be similar to the strength bonus. Very well, go on. After sweeping away the corpses on the ground, Lin Mo continued towards the depths of the giant jungle. The Great Wall of White Bones has released a message. Anyone who holds a fragment of the secret key of the Blood Moon can directly challenge the Great Wall of White Bones, and they're here to stay. In the game forums of the Yin Kingdom, the news that had just been posted by the Great Wall of White Bones had caused an uproar. After the synthetic battle witnessed by the whole world a few days ago, no one dared to call the influence of the 4 big words White Bone Great Wall in the game forums of Yin Country the first, and no one dared to call it the second. What's more, it has jumped to become the power that players in the Yin Kingdom would most like to join. Bar none, the topic of the Great Wall of White Bones has been high on the forum's hit list, and it hasn't stopped. The Yin players had not expected that Lin Mo, who was originally only ranked 11th, and the Great Wall of White Bones, who was ranked at the back of the Blue Star Resource Sanctuary, would be able to reverse the situation in just a few days and become the brightest presence in the entire national region, and even in the entire world. If you search for the words Lin Mo, White Bone Great Wall, and Sakura Nation's Strongest Man, there will be a large number of posts about them. So every time when Li Mingliang finished posting in the name of the Great Wall of White Bones, it would cause a heated discussion in the forum. This included this official recruitment of combat and life players, as well as the exchange of the Blood Moon secret key as well. The latter was fine. The heat under the former post skyrocketed straight away, with millions of views in the blink of an eye, as well as hundreds of thousands of comments. Here it comes. Finally. Ha ha ha. The Great Wall of White Bones has finally officially recruited to the public. I've been waiting for a long time. I'm signing up. Me too, me too. I've been waiting for days. If I don't recruit, I'll go into another village. Hey, 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 hey. Don't get excited upstairs. Did you guys read the hiring requirements clearly? Minimum grade A to start hiring. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. This is higher than even Luo Rinji's Garden of Sacred Fire recruitment requirements. Nonsense. You don't even look at how many people they're recruiting. Only 10,000 people. The requirements must be high. You can't say that. Garden of Sacred Fire doesn't recruit a lot of people, and it's basically all women. Don't argue. Let me be fair. The Great Wall of White Bones' current map resources are unique in the world, and it's even far ahead of the rest in Yin Country, And there's nothing wrong with starting at grade A. Chapter 146, Accord. Poetry Sword Immortal White Knight. People spouted off, but there were a lot of people who signed up. Some of them even shouted directly below the post, revealing their identity as A-class professionals. In contrast, the thread that posted the Blood Moon secret key fragment as a condition of the wager was much less discussed. More players were discussing what exactly the Blood Moon secret key was. The secret key of the Blood Moon, which Lin Mo had to search for a needle in a haystack, was naturally not something that everyone knew about. But the reason for the message via the post is really to spread the bait into the sea in order to catch the big fish behind it. Some players who actually possessed the secret key of the Blood Moon fragment would naturally pay attention to this post through the discussion among the players. Within the territory of the Yin Kingdom, a Denggao Yagyu, the clouds outside the window were misty, and occasionally the flowers of the ancient trees in the sky drifted into the room and landed on top of that antique-colored bookcase. The entire elegant pavilion, with its immortal aura, was full of elegance. The middle-aged man wearing an ink shirt sat lazily in front of the bookcase, nonchalantly flipping through a copy of the metrics of Tang and song lyrics. A moment later, a rose petal suddenly appeared in the open space in front of him. Then the petals gradually increased and swept up a person-high tornado. Rustling, with a soft sound, the rose petals in the air spread out, and a beautiful woman in a red dress came out from inside. Chuckle. You're a good sport. You're still reading at the end of the day, the gorgeous woman said with a snort. The ink-shirted man raised his head to look at her and lowered his head again to continue reading without speaking. The beautiful woman didn't care and continued. You don't look at the current forum. If you don't go out again, your name as the number one person in Yen country will be gone. When the ink-shirted man heard this, he only said nonchalantly, I've tried so hard. I don't know how the professions were matched, allowing me, a person who only went to middle school, to obtain the profession of Poetry Sword Immortal. I've lost all my hair in the last few days, and I've had to go through the books I read as a child and recite them again. The Poetry Sword Immortal of the Yin Kingdom, White Knight, and the beautiful woman who spoke on the opposite side wasn't simple either. Once the top 3 in the Yin Kingdom, now the 4th in the Yin Kingdom. Sacred Rose of Fire, Locke Regina, Luo Renji deflated. Don't get cheap. Your career match value is 100, a few points higher than even me. White Knight finally put down the books in his hands and looked at her helplessly. Can you respect me? I'm at least your big brother, Locke Renzi added. Of the table. Then she looked at the books in the other party's hands and said, It's not like you haven't been to school. It's not like you haven't read. I remember that my grandma's generation's ancestors were also a family of books. Besides, what the hell is the point of you reading these books now? Might as well go out and kill a few more monsters. White Knight sighed, not hiding anything from his cousin, and explained, the Poetry Sword Immortal, as the name suggests, is to use poetry to make a sword. The psalms are endless. The sword is constant. I now have to learn the rhythms of these poems in addition to picking up and memorizing the 300 Tang poems. And only when I thoroughly understand these ancient poems will I be able to maximize the power of my sword strokes. So, you know why I want to study, right? There's nothing like making a middle-aged man in his 4th year of life pick up his textbooks again. Luo Renji nodded with seeming understanding. Sure enough, the more top-tier the profession, the more incomprehensible it is. But don't look at White Knight's self-depreciation as junior high school culture. In fact, she knows that this cousin from a bookish family's cultural background is not low, and can even be described as profound. After all, before the end of the day only junior high school culture. He was once invited by the capital city university many times as a professor. It was just that White Knight was too much trouble and shrugged it all off. Being able to perfectly match the Poetry Sword Immortal profession. How could one not have a little ink in their stomach? Of course, the point about hating to read is not necessarily false. Otherwise the other party could not have dropped out of junior high school. Remember when I was a child my own mother also told Luo Renji that this unlucky cousin was forced by his grandma to study. Luo Renji skipped over the topic that was causing the other man pain, and thought for a moment, removing a shard from her backpack. By the way, have you swiped this before when you were transferring? White Knight glanced at the scarlet shard in her hand and said, It seems like there is, and there's more than one. When he finished, he looked at Luo Renji. What? You want it? Luo Renji shook her head. It wasn't me, it was Lin Mo. You know Lin Mo, right? That's the Yen player who defeated Qing Mai a few days ago, and his ranking has skyrocketed in the past few days, directly squeezing me out of 3rd place. Speaking of this, a trace of resentment unconsciously surfaced in Luo Renji's tone. Originally, it could still be called the top 3 in the Yen Kingdom, but what is it now? The 4th in the Yen Kingdom? But it couldn't be helped that Qing Mai, who had sparred with her 55-1 in the middle of the battle for the flag before, had lost so easily to Lin Mo. Then she naturally falls behind others in the rankings. White Knight drifted off for a moment when he heard Lin Mo's name. Oh, he wants it. When he finished, he looked down and rummaged through his backpack. Luo Rinji froze for a moment. What are you doing? White Knight didn't look up. Send him the stuff. Why? Why did you send it to him? Luo Rinji's expression crumbled a bit. White Knight looked up, puzzled. Isn't it him who wants it? I have him as a friend, so I can send it to him directly. Luo Rinji slightly widened her beautiful Danfeng eyes. No, I don't mean that. I mean, oops, you just sent it to him so easily? White Knight looked at her with an innocent expression. Or else. Luo Rinji clenched her silver teeth and said, now the forums have been discussing whether he's the number one in the Yin Kingdom or you're the number one in the Yin Kingdom. You're not afraid that he'll actually surpass you if you fund your enemy like that? White Knight frowned. What is this called funding the enemy? Aren't we all Yenhua people? Luo Rinji laughed in exasperation. Why don't you just say we're all blue stars? White Knight pondered for a moment. That's true. After saying that, he really took out a few Blood Moon secret key fragments from his backpack and sent them to Lin Mo's mailbox on the spot. Luo Rinji couldn't stop it and held her forehead. I don't care about you anymore. Now that the Great Wall of White Bones has absorbed the full 6 resource sanctuaries and won several betting orders, it can be said to be the fattest main city in the Yin Kingdom. If you don't recruit the population and don't go out hunting, and just keep on swinging, sooner or later, he'll overtake you one day and take the number 1 title in the Yin Kingdom. White Knight shrugged and picked up the book again, saying, that kind of thing. It doesn't matter. Luo Rinji was truly angry and threw the fragment of the Blood Moon secret key in her hand at him. Fine, fine. Then give them all to him, and see if he'll expand his ambition to the point of annexing your territory as well in the future. White Knight hesitated for a moment and said, it's not impossible to annex it, just keep this accord for me. Honestly, managing people is more of a hassle than reading. He couldn't wait for someone to take over his territory, and he could still be an idler in peace. Number 1 in the Yin Kingdom. It's a hot-ass position to sit in. It's a lot of pressure. Luo Rinji coldly grimaced as she watched the other party send that fragment along to Lin Mo, and finally let out a cold snort. Wave your hand and disappear into countless petals. Chapter 147. White Knight has sent you an email. Bam bam. A giant fire beetle boss that was 7 or 8 meters long was slapped on top of a large tree by Lin Mo. The powerful impact caused the fire beetle to directly turn into a ball of flame and explode. Countless limbs and broken arms mixed with flames rained down from the air like a rain of fire. The 12 chains stabbed into the remnants of the body in unison while the corpse was still warm, sucking it in frantically. Cancer value plus 30. Evolution points plus 20. Ding. Sucking the corpse of giant fire beetle asterisk 30. The talent aberration infinitely evolves. Mega transformation, grade E. Ding. Sucking on giant fire beetle boss asterisk 1. Talent aberration infinite evolution. Megamorphosis, grade E. Megamorphosis, grade D. After more than 3 hours, giantization finally finished upgrading again. Similarly, Lin Mo immediately tested the upgrade boost. The giant bone hand puffed up again to a meter in length, and its width increased again, also by tens of centimeters. At this moment, the 4-meter long, 1-meter wide bone hand was like a real giant hand, unfolding behind Lin Mo, like a pair of white bone feathers that exuded a morose aura. He slammed hard towards the giant tree in the sky in front of him. Boom! The huge tree that had originally gone straight into the sky without any obstruction broke and collapsed. The giant squirrels perched on it, and the giant birds of prey let out sharp hissing sounds and attacked towards Lin Mo under the tree. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, just in time to test how much strength the evolved megalization increased. Bang bang bang! In just 3 or 2 strikes, those ferocious beasts that were still at rank 2 were directly slapped to death on the spot by him. A dozen more freshly baked corpses appeared on the dirt floor nearby. Lin Mo squeezed his bony hand, estimated the force he had just used to slap the tree and kill the giant squirrel, and made a conclusion. The power is up to 30%. It wasn't a substantial increase, but when combined with Lin Mo's own 4-dimensional attributes, this 30% increase was quite terrifying. Lin Mo looked at the taskbar on his personal panel. 1. Hunt 3rd order 1-star monsters, 1000. 2. Consumption of time coins, 0/39600, counting the rank 3 giant elk that he had hunted earlier, and the wave of giant fire beetles just now. The number of hunts had just reached the mark. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo put more than 30,000 time coins into the panel. Ding! Consuming 39,600 time coins. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for ascending to 3rd rank. As a system prompt floated up, Lin Mo smoothly rose to the 3rd rank. Lamb. Rank, 200, transferred. God Hunter, 3rd order. Title, Blasphemer, blocked. Time, 68,659. Strength, 3100 plus 3700. Agility, 3100 plus 3650. Physical fitness, 3100 plus 3700. Spirit, 3200 plus 3800. Sequence techniques, 1. Hunting, 2. Unlimited evolution, passive, dot. Evolution points, 0, unassigned. Lin Mo swept away the evolution points in the attribute panel and allocated all of them on top of the basic attribute points. This also caused his attribute points to skyrocket, with the average of his four-dimensional attributes approaching 7,000 points in a straight line. At this moment, his four-dimensional attributes had already far exceeded the top professionals of Blue Star. Counting the increase in attribute points from ascending ranks, the attribute point cap for an SSS-ranked professional to ascend to the full rank of 3 is roughly 3,000 points. There might be a portion of top professionals where a certain attribute was able to break through the limit value of 3,000 points, though there was a high probability that the average value would not be able to break through the 3,000 figure. This is the theory that was jokingly called the 3,000 dividing line in the past life, which is the upper limit that human beings cannot break through. But Lin Mo did it. Even if he didn't count the cancerization value, just the basic attribute values alone had reached an average of over 3,000. A trace of delight flashed across Lin Mo's face, but it quickly subsided. Still not enough, Lin Mo secretly said in his heart. This attribute value is not even close to the eternal race. It was important to realize that Mia, who was an eternal mixed race, had reached an exaggerated 12,000 plus points in the 3 stats of strength, physique, and agility when she was at her previous second rank full level. The only thing that was slightly weaker was the spiritual power, but it had broken 10,000 points. It was important to realize that Mia at that time had not yet ascended in rank. If he broke through the 3rd rank, the attribute points would skyrocket again. Lin Mo against Mia still had no ability to invoke the opponent's bombardment other than demonization. Not enough is not enough. There's still hunting to be done. Keep evolving. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Ever since the appearance of the White Ghost race, he realized that there wasn't really much time left for him. This time the Fae teleported a group of 4th rank players. So what about the next time? A high-ranking powerhouse? Or the transcendent one above that? Lin Mo didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to deal with the intruder so easily the next time. The only thing that could be done at the moment was to continuously raise the strength of himself and the Great Wall of White Bones. Lin Mo plucked his thoughts from his contemplation, and the 12 chains didn't waste the rank 2 corpses on the ground. Even if a second-order corpse was now only able to provide 0.1 cancerization value, it was drained of all of it. Just as Lin Mo lifted his foot and was about to take a step forward, he suddenly received a message from his mailbox. Ding! White Knight has sent you an email. Ding! White Knight has sent you an email. 2 identical email messages. Lin Mo looked at the all-too-familiar name and raised his eyebrows. Unable to think of why the other party would send him an email, he opened the mailbox in passing, and then saw that beneath the letter without a single word, there were a few pieces of debris that emitted a scarlet color attached to it. Lin Mo recognized it as a fragment of the Blood Moon secret key almost at first glance. Ha! He was a little surprised, then opened the second letter, again without a single word. Attached below is a fragment of the secret key of the Blood Moon. That adds up to a total of 8 shards. There were still 2 pieces short of being able to put together a complete Blood Moon secret key. Lin Mo looked at the fragment of the secret key of the Blood Moon lying quietly in his hand, and many question marks surfaced in his mind. His original plan was to obtain the Blood Moon secret key fragment by way of a wagering order, or by way of purchase. I just didn't expect it to end up like this. White Knights. There were memories of the other side that came to his mind. Number 1 in the Yen Kingdom. Top 3 in the Blue Star. Gifted. Too much. In the pre-Eternal Kingdom period, the Yen Kingdom basically relied on this silent poetry sword immortal to hold it together. The mid to late stages of the Battle of the Races, and then later the Battle of Eternity, each other also have bright performances. With Lin Mo's current perspective, if White Knight hadn't fallen too early, there would have inevitably been a figure of the other party beside him in his final battle back then. This evaluation could not be considered high, but Lin Mo thought that the other party could afford it. White Knight didn't send him a message, not even a word in the email. Obviously, the other party had learned of their need for the secret key fragment through some channel, and then sent the fragment right over. And, not a penny is charged. For people like that, talking about money is tacky. Lin Mo opened the friend interface, clicked out his avatar, and typed 2 words in the dialog box. Thank you. A moment later, the other replied, no need. Chapter 148. Giant Object Core Circle Level. Still a 1-sentence conversation. Both men closed the dialog box at the same time, and neither side feels anything. As the future number 1 in the Yen Kingdom, as well as the current number 1 in the Yen Kingdom, both of them had things to do and didn't have the luxury of wasting their time chatting. Lin Mo put the fragments away. There were only 2 fragments left, and it wasn't far from putting together a complete secret key. He adjusted slightly before heading towards the core circle of the giant object forest. The outer perimeter was basically either a high star of the second order or a ferocious beast of the early third order. Compared to a third order difficulty level mystic realm, such a configuration was obviously just the peripheral ferocious beasts. If it was in normal times, Lin Mo might have gone in single-handedly and killed his way through. However, in order to upgrade his Mega Transformation ability, he had patiently cleared the giants around him first. After clearing the periphery, I've risen to level D. It seems like there's still hope to rise to level B after brushing the secret realm of giant objects, Lin Mo secretly said in his heart. Of course, if you can't ascend, then it's fine to repeat the mystery a few more times. Continue. Boom. With a loud bang, the bone hand on Lin Mo's back was like a giant, blasting out a palm towards his body. Then his entire body burst out toward the front, and when he was about to land, his other bone hand once again blasted out a palm toward the ground. In this way, he could save his feet and not be slow in his speed by utilizing his bone hand to catch up. The only drawback was probably that the commotion was too loud and the sound was deafening, causing the ferocious beasts in the forest to hiss. The moment Lin Mo officially stepped into the core circle a few minutes later, he came face to face with dozens of giant frogs from the forest. Giant frog. Level, 22140. Skills, 1, tongue flick attack, 2, slime, 3, standing jump. Battle rating, 3 ranks, 4 stars, covered in greenish-black skin, with a disgusting sticky layer of unknown liquid on his body. His 2 copper bell-sized golden vertical pupils stared straight at Lin Mo. They didn't move, but just watched quietly, constantly emitting croak ear-piercing cries. Finally a mid-third order ferocious beast has appeared. Lin Mo stared at them similarly. Suddenly, with a few swishes, the giant frogs spat out their tongues. The tongue that had contracted in his mouth was like a sharp arrow that shot out and came towards Lin Mo's face. Looking at that stance, it seemed to be treating Lin Mo as food, fearing that if he spat slowly, he wouldn't be able to grab it. Lin Mo laughed, and his 2 bony hands were also extremely fast, probing directly towards the tongue in front of him. Rustling a few times, the tongues of more than a dozen forest giant frogs were all clutched in Lin Mo's bony hands, then gently pulled and tensed. A quack! The giant frogs let out cries of pain, and a stream of green blood spilled out of their one-man-high bloody mouths. Ha! Lin Mo sneered. Dozens of bone daggers appeared in his hands and attacked towards the face of the giant frog that was temporarily unable to move, returning the way of the other. Swoosh! After a few soft thuds, the bone dagger easily pierced into the brain of a giant frog, severing the nerves in their brains. One bludgeon prompt floated up above their heads, but the thick-skinned giant frogs didn't die outright. Instead they slipped like a big fat man and plopped down on the ground with a poof, twitching and no longer able to fight. Lin Mo gave a forceful tug, then violently ripped off the tongue that they regarded as their lifeblood. Ding! You have killed the giant frog. Ding! You have killed the giant frog. A dozen hints floated up through the forest. Lin Mo tossed his tongue aside like a piece of trash and walked over to the giant frog's corpse to probe his chains. Cancerization value plus 30, plus 26, plus 28, 26. Evolution points plus 20. Plus 18, 12, plus 14. Continuous system prompts reached his ears, and only when all the corpses were absorbed did the infinite evolution prompt refresh. Ding! Sucking the corpse of giant fire beetle asterisk 18. The talent aberration infinitely evolves, giantization, grade D. A dozen giant frogs really can't make Mega Eyes upgrade again. Lin Mo was calm and didn't feel surprised. Before he could rise again, the hoarse bleating of a sheep came again from the forest. After a rustling sound from the bushes, a giant goat ran out of it. At the same time, there was a commotion above the pristine trees around them. Lin Mo raised his eyes to look, only to see a single flashing red eye above the tree branch staring straight at him. The numbers are so dense that it makes your head spin. It's the great ape. Of course, they weren't the only ones who suddenly appeared. At one time, Lin Mo's front and back, left and right, and in all directions all came from the rustling sound of the bushes, and it seemed that countless ferocious beasts were converging towards here. Obviously, his loud Russian invasion just now had already attracted the attention of all the giant ferocious beasts in the core circle. The giants were curious about him as an intruder and welcomed him with the highest of courtesies. Good. Saves me looking around. Lin Mo sneered and directly extended his bone hand to hold down the heads of the 2 charging giant goats. Bah! The giant goat let out an angry roar, but no matter how much the hooves of its feet were tossed around, it could not break through the suppression of the bone hand. Then the giganticized bony hand grabbed the goat's big head and turned its wrist with force. With a click, the goat's head lolled. Its neck snapped off, and the head it relied on was no longer lethal. Lin Mo let go of his hand, and they naturally planted themselves forward on the ground because their necks couldn't hold up their huge heads. Lin Mo ignored the fallen giant goat because the giant ape on the tree branch had already started throwing rocks towards him. The stones they threw weren't fist-sized rocks. Each one was at least half a meter wide in diameter, but they fit perfectly in each other's broad palms. Combined with strong and thick arms, a flick of the wrist could cause a large rock to fall wrapped in a whistling wind. Lin Mo frowned slightly, his huge bony hands opening left and right to the stones thrown by the great apes, slapping a large stone one by one away. But instead of hitting it indiscriminately, he pushed the stone in a smooth motion toward the giant goat, launching a second charge across the street. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders slammed the goats and made their heads spin. In no time at all, the dozens of giant goats that had burrowed out from among the jungle were routed by the boulders, and it was difficult to organize an effective attack for a while. Ha! Lin Mo raised his head to look at it, and facing the falling rocks that were as dense as a fine rain, he once again raised his bone hand to open his bow head-on. Boom, boom, boom. I only saw how the stones fell and returned when they were slapped by the bony hand. Kiki! Kiki! The Megashikyo hit the great apes with precision, and they screamed in pain. Many of the great apes couldn't take the pain and even let go of their hands that were picking at the tree trunk and fell straight down from the tree. Spare the great apes the thought that the weapons they threw would become a sharp weapon to attack themselves. The faster they throw, the faster they get hurt and the worse they get. For a time, the thrown boulders actually became their own catalysts. Chapter 149, Killing the Python. Scattered in all directions. Although the scene hadn't resulted in a single hit yet, the group of giants' attacks had not only been neutralized by Lin Mo, but they had also gradually lost their ability to fight. And all of this was said to be slow, but it was actually just less than a couple of minutes. It wasn't that Lin Mo was unable to inflict a hit on him, but he was preventing the hidden killing opportunities in this jungle. Sizzle! Sizzle! Although the voice was very soft and was still covered by the calls of countless apes and monkeys, Lin Mo still heard it. The giant python hidden in the bushes was spitting out its snake letters, ready to attack Lin Mo at any time. If Lin Mo hadn't guessed incorrectly, this should be the final boss of the secret realm of giant things. It was because the aura on the other party was infinitely close to the peak of third-rank battle power. Of course, there were all sorts of scents hidden in the forest, just none of them were as good as this giant python. The latter has excellent patience. In fact, from the very beginning, Lin Mo had sensed the other party's aura. Only until now the other party hadn't made a move. Lin Mo is not in a hurry. There is always the one who can't sit still first. Hello? A giant 10-meter-long boar leapt out of the trampled, towering bushes. Raising the two long tusks at the corners of its mouth, it launched a boar charge towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained standing still, and even turned his hands behind his back, and the two huge bony hands on his back pressed forward with force. The 10-meter boar that came wrapped in a huge sound was easily crushed to the ground. The entire pig was face down, with its upper body involuntarily attached to the ground, and its thick hind legs were plowing the earth in the midst of the mud in a deadly attempt to break free from the pressure of the bony hand. Lin Mo looked at it indifferently, and in the next moment his bone hand grasped the two hard, large fangs, and then wrenched them with force on both sides. Clunk! A bang! The fangs snapped in response, and the scene resounded with murderous squeals. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to the boar screaming miserably underneath him, but instead raised his bony hand and heaved it downward once again. Boom! It was like a shocking thunderstorm rising from the ground, and countless amounts of dirt were stirred up and splashed in all directions. The 10-meter-long large boar, on the other hand, was slapped to death on the ground by Lin Mo. With two final grunts and a stomp on his hind legs, he passed away. Ding! You have killed the giant boar. The kill prompt floated up. The python among the jungle remained unmoving. Lin Mo's brows furrowed, somewhat impatient. What's wrong with you? Just when Lin Mo wanted to break through the jungle and find out where this giant python was hiding, suddenly a sharp bird call covered all the sounds in the forest. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, the sweaty hairs on Lin Mo's back stood up and his body subconsciously twisted around. Then he saw a giant eagle of no small size crossing over countless branches, opening its huge eagle claws and grabbing towards his face. It was too late to open his bony hands to meet the attack. Just then, the giant python that had been hiding in the shadows violently catapulted out. Hundreds of meters long body makes it instantaneous attack distance is extremely long, that a few people embrace the waist circumferences to highlight the body of the strong. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to directly swallow the unavoidable Lin Mo in one gulp. Oh, that's it? Lin Mo sneered, showing disdain for the other party's stoicism. Afterwards, he didn't use his bone hand and directly extended his right fist to blast out a punch against the near eagle's claw. Simple straight punch. Boom, click. The eagle's claws, which were as hard as iron, snapped directly, and the attack was blocked. The giant eagle let out a mournful cry and spread its wings, trying to flee the scene. Lin Mo, however, was unwilling to let it go, and his arm instantly deformed into a chain, catapulting out towards it and deadening its broken eagle claws. Chirp! the giant eagle began to struggle violently as it once again felt the drilling and piercing pain due to the pulling of its broken eagle claws. Unfortunately, no matter how much it moved, it couldn't break free from Lin Mo's chain entanglements. The speed of the 100-meter python was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Mo. At the same time, several giant spiders descended from the sky, carrying a large spider web that completely stuck and glued Lin Mo's two bony hands. Sizzle! The python's big mouth was already close at hand, and Lin Mo had even smelled the rich fishy odor from the other party's mouth. Oh! The mocking smile at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth didn't dissipate. This group of ferocious beasts were quite smart, knowing how to hibernate and cooperate. Just, not even close, Lin Mo said indifferently. Afterwards, only two huge bone hands that were originally entangled in the spider web were seen breaking through the spider web in an extremely domineering manner, and then grabbed the python's bloody mouth in a smooth manner, hard breaking the other party's attack. Rarely, that bloody mouth was only a fraction of a millimeter away from Lin Mo's head, and as long as it was sent forward gently, it would be able to swallow Lin Mo whole. However, at this moment, it was half unable to move, stuck dead in place. The giant python seemed to be extremely unwilling, stretching out its scarlet snake letters to attack Lin Mo who was close by, only to be sliced down by the bone sword unfurled by the latter's right arm. At once, blood flowed from his mouth. Painfully, he curled around, trying to break the grip of the bony hand, but it was no use. Two bony hands grabbed it by one upper jaw and one by the lower jaw, preventing its head from moving halfway. It was like having an incredibly heavy boulder shoved in your head and mouth at the same time. How did this tiny human being do it? The giant python that had been hovering in this secret realm for many years, finally felt the threat of death for the first time. There had been several batches of humans before, but without exception, either they fell into the mouth of the giants without even entering the core circle, or they were swallowed by the giant frogs just after stepping into the core circle. How can there be such a strong existence among humans? The python's eyes had an endless amount of unwillingness in them. He is not willing to die like this, to become a dead thing that is resurrected indefinitely but has no independent thought. Unfortunately, although Lin Mo was positioned under it, his eyes looked askance, like a superior who was condescending, and like a king standing at the top of the food chain. With a forceful break of the two huge bony hands, only the huge snake's head was torn apart without any hindrance. However, Lin Mo didn't intend to stop. His bony hands clamped down on the top and bottom, and he once again yanked hard to the left and right. Tear! The 100-meter-long python was then completely torn in half. Blitz! Strike one! No matter how vigorous the python's vitality was, it couldn't carry such a fatal injury, and the python's body convulsed slightly for 2 seconds before it died. After tearing apart the giant python, the bone hand did not stop there, but instead, it slapped at the giant spiders that were trying to escape in a swift manner. Snap! Like swatting dead flies, they easily swatted the giant spiders one by one. The green juice splashed around, and a few drops landed on Lin Mo's face, but it set off the murderous aura on his body to become more and more intense. The giant apes on the branches saw that the bosses of the giant thing mystic realm had fallen in battle, and they screamed and fled in all directions. Lin Mo were willing to let go of these prey. Smooth hand will be chained entangled giant eagle like strangling chicken strangled to death, directly jumped up, towards the woods between the great apes to chase and go. Wherever they passed, they wailed. Chapter 150 Class A Megatronization. Death is eternal. About 2 hours or so later, Lin Mo still stood in the middle of the group of trees, only that the bushes around him that were higher than him had been completely flattened, revealing the layers of sandy soil underneath, and on top of it were the corpses of countless giant ferocious beasts, layers upon layers, thousands upon thousands. There were giant eagles with bulging eyes and miserable deaths. There were giant apes and giant spiders that had been slapped into a pulp. There were also giant boars with their heads smashed in. And, of course, there was the secret boss that was completely torn in half, the giant thing python. Lin Mo's body was stained with spots of blood, and the bloody aura surrounded him for a long time. The killing aura in the forest filled the sky, almost like this giant tree, breaking through the clouds, battling Mia, the necromonger throne, confronting the Fae in the woods, and the jungle hunt just now. The successive high-intensity battles had finally caused the originally dormant killing aura in his body to gradually awaken. If the beings killed could be manifested, then behind Lin Mo must be a monstrous sea of blood that stretched on forever, with the heads alone capable of building a towering mountain. Lin Mo, who had stepped on the corpses of billions of living beings and nearly reached the summit, was by no means reborn with only a body of memories and skills. A moment later, Lin Mo let out a deep breath and slightly collected his mind, and the murderous aura that was raging in the forest eased for a few points. His face returned to its usual color. I wonder what step mega transformation can actually reach. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the corpses on the ground, and then the chains came out in full force, quickly sucking up the corpse of a giant thing. Under him, as huge as the giant was, a corpse sucked up in a matter of seconds. It didn't take long for the bodies on the ground to be sucked up, and the system alerts kept refreshing on the interface without stopping. Cancerization value plus 20, plus 16, plus 18, 16, evolution points plus 12, plus 10, 10, plus 8, ding, sucking on a giant goat asterisk 66, infinite evolution of talent aberration, giantization, grade D, ding, sucking on a giant ape asterisk 200. The talent aberration evolves infinitely, giantization, grade D, giantization, grade C, ding, sucking giant spider, normal boss, asterisk 12. Talent aberration infinite evolution, mega, C grade, mega, B grade, ding, sucking giant boar, elite boss, asterisk 1. Unlimited evolution of talent aberration, mega transformation, grade B, ding, sucking giant eagle, elite boss, asterisk 1. Talent aberration unlimited evolution, mega transformation, grade B, ding, sucking giant elephant, elite boss, asterisk 1. Talent aberration unlimited evolution, giantization, grade B. After 10 minutes or so, all that was left of the giant corpse in the field was the python that had been torn in half. On the other hand, the mega transformation in Lin Mo's skill bar was always stuck at the threshold of B rank, unable to cross that step. Without any hesitation, his 12 chains pierced into each of the two halves of the python's mutilated body. Cancer value plus 50, evolution points plus 30, with the cancerization value and evolution points arriving after the prompt. The infinite evolution prompt followed. Ding, sucking python, rare boss, asterisk 1. Talent aberration infinite evolution, megamorphosis, grade B, megamorphosis, grade A. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth lifted slightly. The result was a little better than he had expected. To be precise, it was actually Python's talent that was better than he thought. Compared to concealment, S+, the mega transformation, grade A, in front of him was actually a greater enhancement to Lin Mo. Natural abilities are not solely based on quality, but also on use. Although S+S concealment was strong, just like that white ghost leader, even if he was hidden in the dark, he was still able to be detected by Lin Mo, unless it can be evolved to level 3S and become a true top talent. Otherwise, it's not nearly as useful as his flash gap. However, megalization is significantly different, and has excellent compatibility with the deformed bone hand. First up is the mega change. Lin Mo's mind moved, and the bone hand on his back once again unfolded its upgraded A-grade giganticization. Swish! The huge bone hand instantly covered the view above Lin Mo's head, and also made the already dim forest environment a few points darker. Lin Mo surveyed the bone hand on his back. The length of the outstretched bone hand had reached a staggering 12 meters. In other words, his attack range in the future was once again expanded to a 12-meter radius. Not only that, the width of the bone palm reached an exaggerated 3 meters. If it was an opponent of comparable size, one slap would kill several. Even if you face some opponents with huge size later on, you won't be stretched to cope with them. What about strength? Lin Mo maneuvered his bone hand towards the giant tree next to him and slapped it. Only a loud boom could be heard as the huge bone hand easily pushed down a giant tree. However, this was just the beginning. As the two bone hands branched out on Lin Mo's left and right sides and began to push across the surrounding primordial giant trees. Boom, 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 boom. Only to see a primordial giant tree planted forward one by one like dominoes, falling to the ground with a bang. The dome of the sky, which was originally covered by a huge canopy of trees overhead, now also poured the sunlight over with impunity. A beam of light shone straight through the entire forest of giant things, and Lin Mo's vision brightened and opened up. Under the sunlight, Lin Mo raised his huge bony hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. The power increase doubled. In other words, the strength value of his bone hand could reach nearly 14,000 points when he cast his megaform ability. This was already at the level of Mia, who was a full rank 2 back in the day. Of course, that was if the other party didn't cast a racial talent. But nonetheless, such an increase in power was exaggerated enough. I just don't know what else is going to happen when I move up to S rank. Lin Mo shook his head. The enhancement that this secret realm of giant objects could give him had already reached its upper limit. To evolve, giantization, grade A, is not something that can be done by sheer numbers. Even if 100 more python corpses were to be sucked, it would only be enough to make the mega transformation, grade A, cross over to mega transformation, A+. The overall effect won't change much, so there's no point in wasting that time. However, when looking at the Eternal Kingdom, the monsters that possessed the giantization gene were not the only ferocious beasts in the secret realm of giant things. There were even foreign races that possessed similar abilities. So there is no rush. Lin Mo glanced at the hint of a successful clearance that had long since been refreshed on the interface, as well as a series of rewards that had been obtained. The rewards for the first time through the third level of difficult mysteries are the most generous. There are a full 50,000 time coins alone, followed by such things as giant boar tusks, python fangs, and large dragon root grasses. Rare materials such as these. When the Great Wall of White Bones has recruited blacksmiths and tailors, these materials can be used both as a sharp tool for forging equipment and as a condition for recruiting blacksmiths. After all, life profession advancement and combat profession advancement were two completely different ways. The latter pass hunts monsters and uses time coins as experience value. Although the former also requires the consumption of time coins on a daily basis, the experience value required to ascend is not this, but is closely related to the profession. Just like blacksmiths, the higher the rank, the more importance blacksmiths place on materials. There are rare materials to be able to forge high-quality equipment. Forging into high-quality equipment is the only way to accumulate enough experience value to upgrade. Upgrade in order to increase the probability of forging success. It's a virtuous cycle, but only if there are rare materials. Every large power will strictly control the rare materials, because it often means their own base. Of course, on the contrary, a truly top-notch blacksmith would be able to support countless combat players with just their own efforts. In a nutshell, it's all about the upfront investment that pays off later. Lin Mo's task at the beginning of entering the secret realm of giant objects, aside from ascending in rank, was to collect resources. So with a big wave of his hand, he didn't let go of a single penny and pocketed all the rewards before clicking the exit button in front of him. As his figure turned into a point of light, his entire body was teleported out, and for the moment there was not a single living creature in the forest of giants plunged into a deadly silence. A moment later, a burst of electricity flashed through mid-air, including the bodies on the ground, the streams and trees in the forest, and everything in the secret realm began to reset. Time, beginning to reverse. Death, however, is eternal. Chapter 151 Efficiency of City Headhunting. Odd row species. The Great Wall of White Bones. Beneath the Great Wall, there were shouts of murder. Above the Great Wall, on the other hand, it was gorgeous. Judgment of Earth. Fire Dragon Roar. Pitch Black Arrow. Round after round of magical bombardment landed in the middle of the distant group of rank 2 petrified savage bulls, blowing one petrified savage bull to pieces and collapsing one after another. Facing the long-range players who were almost all rank 2 full rank at the minimum, and even some of them crossing into rank 3, the rank 2 beasts under the city basically came over to seek abuse. Gorgeous and damage-exploding magic skills are just monotonous round after round of bombardment. The kill prompts on the battlefield floated upwards as if they didn't need any money, and when viewed from a distance, they look like a red mosaic made up of layers and layers of red symbols. The melee players below the city weren't lagging behind, partly in charge of luring monsters, partly in charge of charging and decimating, and partly skimming the line. Of course, the efficiency of the kills is nowhere near as fast as the remote players, who just need to keep replenishing their magic. The head of the Great Wall of White Bones was a naturally advantageous site for long-range players. As the head of the city continued to increase in height, the killing aura on the Great Wall became heavier and heavier, and it was basically impossible for any ferocious beasts to be able to directly leap over the head of the city and attack them. So as long as they stood on top of the city, they didn't need any front row players to protect them at all, and they could output as much as they wanted on the top of the city. Of course, the premise was not to encounter monsters with long-range output at the same level as Lin Mo and Qing Mai. After all, it was still only a second-rank Great Wall. The number of bones buried under the city was not large enough, and the killing aura was far from peaking. Not enough to overwhelm the true tops of the same rank. However, it was more than enough to overwhelm these ordinary beasts. Sitting on top of the castle head, Funaki Wataru Dai yawned in boredom and swept a glance at Ji Zhuaya, who was also groping the fish next to him, and said, "You're still not going down? Aren't you afraid that our big steward Li will come after you?" Jiraiya Ji deflated. "These trash, are they worthy of my hand? Besides, those yen players are all too busy to care about themselves right now, so how would they have time to care about us? I just have to fulfill the requirements he assigns, no less." Boatwright shrugged his shoulders. He was currently in charge. It was natural for other Sakura Nation players to try to be lazy. After all, the share set by Li Mingliang wasn't low. It was several times higher than before. But after all, Jiraiya Ji was an expert in the same class as him, and he didn't mind giving the other party a little bit of convenience, as long as he completed his daily quests. Ji Zhuaya said as he gazed towards Indo Daisuke, who was still fighting in the distance on the battlefield. "I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Fighting these little monsters with such vigor?" Funaki Wataru said faintly. "In case you can't tell, it has something to do with his profession. It seems like the more times you swing the bat, the more damage you do." Jiraiya G, temporary? Or permanent? There's a big difference. If it's just a procs increase, then every attack needs to be restacked. However, if it's permanent, then the damage continues to increase, and it could well be seen as a natural ability with a very high growth rate. After a brief moment of thought, Funaki Wataru said, it should be both. The difference being that the number of swings that need to be stacked for the latter should be a terrifying number. It's certainly easy to see, after all, if Indo Daisuke was just a hot-blooded baka, it wouldn't be swinging a bat and abusing monsters on the battlefield almost every day and night. It's not hot-blooded anymore. It's just hepatic. About the only one who could match him was Aoimasu, who was nowhere to be seen all day long. Judging from the time coins and resources that the latter fought back every day, the number of monsters killed every day was far superior to Indo Daisuke and the others, and even more than all of them put together. As for Lin Mo, that guy's not human. There's no comparison. Suddenly, Jiraiya sighed and said, there shouldn't be anyone within the SSS class who is worse off than us, right? Even if the SSS rank players in other country areas were not a party hegemon, they were definitely the guests of honor at a resource mecca, an existence that countless players tended to rush to. Where are they? Like them, prisoners here, reduced to being other people's wage earners? And it's not any 996, 997, it's 999. As long as you can still move, then you have to work all day. The pay is so low that it is just enough to stay alive except for promotions. Juduta seemed to have thought of something and bared his teeth. Just be content. Those Yenguo players are even worse off than us right now. Hearing this, Jiraiya G collected the funereal look on his face, and a subtle hint of emotion passed through his expression. Ever since that little dot called Mia came to the White Bone Great Wall, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the other Yen players hadn't appeared at the top of the city. With the exception of Li Mingliang, who was still inquiring about the city's revenue every day, the others didn't even send a single message in the regional chat channel. The training ground in the east of the city where they were located, on the other hand, was filled with heart-rending screams throughout the day and night. Just listening to it from a distance made one's scalp feel numb. Fudo Dai and Jiraiya G still couldn't hold back their curiosity last night and snuck off to check it out. Under the night, the training ground flickered with an eerie green light. Then they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. One strange-looking monster crawled across the training ground. How do I describe this group of oddballs? Some of the heads look like they've been inflated and become 3 times larger than a hot air balloon. Some of the limbs are swollen and resemble elephant legs, while the upper limbs are so small that they are nearly almost invisible. Some have 2 eyeballs like a fish's eye, separated to the sides. Some were stretched 3 meters and the whole thing looked like a telephone pole. In the end, Funawari Dai and Jiraiya found Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji within the group of oddly shaped guys. The former had a swollen stomach and was covered with loose skin, like a dead body that had been soaked in formalin for 3 days and nights. The latter looked like the most normal of such monsters, with its legs cut off at the roots, bleeding like a river, and constantly crawling on the ground with its hands. But every time he was about to climb to the edge of the training ground, he was kicked back by the mouthy little bit. Then the previous behavior is repeated week after week. The most crucial thing was that when he crawled over for the last time, Jiang Yuanji's face without a trace of blood color just happened to lift up and look towards them, just like a grievous ghost that had died unjustly, with ghostly eyes. Frightened, the two of them, who were already top professionals, turned around and ran, afraid that if they ran slow, they would be caught over by Mia and become part of this group of strange walking species. Thinking of this, the 2 men at the city's head looked at each other and shivered together. That guy should never be messed with. The thought rose in their minds at the same time. Just as a chill ran down their spines, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you doing? Suddenly, Funawari Dai and Jiraiya turned their heads violently and saw a scene that horrified them even more. Lin Mo looked at them expressionlessly, as if he was looking at 2 subordinates who were going to work to touch the fish. Chapter 152, The Shining Alliance's Invitation to Battle. A cold sweat broke out on the backs of Funaki Wataru Dai and Jizuya. For some reason, the Lin Mo in front of them brought them a stronger sense of oppression than when he had just returned to City Head 2 days ago. At this moment, Lin Mo was just standing there looking at them, just like a fierce beast ready to choose someone to eat. A murderous aura unconsciously flowed out of his body, causing the ones who were top professionals to feel a coolness rising from their backs. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. A chill ran through the hearts of Funaki Wataru Dai and G Draco as well. Every time they saw Lin Mo, they were always able to refresh their perceptions. The other side seems to be getting stronger all the time. And this kind of strength doesn't refer to something as simple as simply upgrading and leveling up. To say that they had upgraded, they had also smoothly risen from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank, and their rank was unstoppable, all the way up, and they were already about to reach the level of the middle of the 3rd rank. It's not far from the full 3rd order. just being in the same rank. The feeling Lin Mo brought to them was completely unlike that of Indo Daisuke, or even Aoyama Sui, who were professionals of the same rank. No matter how powerful the latter was, it only made them feel a sense of oppression. But with Lin Mo standing in front of them, they felt like they didn't even have the thought of running away. A gut feeling told them that if they dared to turn around, they would die. Funakudai hardened his head and said, Lin, Village Chief Lin Mo, we're supervising the battle. You can rest assured that everything is fine at the Great Wall of White Bones. And recently the daily earnings have been booming, showing signs of breaking 100,000 time coins. Also, in addition, there's news about the fragment of the secret key of the Blood Moon. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows when he heard the last sentence. Oh? Seeing that Lin Mo didn't blame them, Boat Duo was greatly relieved and said in a calmer tone, It's the Great Eagle State. The Shining Alliance of the Great Eagle Kingdom has initiated a third-order Hopping City war against us, saying that we can use 15 pieces of the Blood Moon secret key fragment as a condition for applying for the Hopping City war. And as long as you're willing to take on the Hopping City battle, win or lose, the 15 shards of the secret key of the Blood Moon can be played to us first. After finishing his speech, Funaki Data looked at Lin Mo's reaction. To be honest, he was not really in favor of fighting against the Shining Alliance, though the request seems quite tempting at first glance. However, on second thought, if the Battle of Hopewell was lost, the Great Wall of White Bones would be exported. So what was a dozen or so so-called secret realm fragments? It was only that Lin Mo had said from the beginning that he would unconditionally agree to any bet that had the fragment of the Blood Moon secret key as a condition of the bet. It must be that the Shining Alliance had also, from some channel, been informed of this news, and that was why they had proposed the combined city war at this point in time. Boat Duo Day added, By the way, the Shining Alliance's contact also said that it's fine if we won't take it, then the main city will initiate a betting order against us in this way when it rises to the third rank. The Shining Alliance did say that, but it wasn't wouldn't take it, it was wouldn't dare take it. The emails sent over were also full of provocative remarks. Fudo Dai didn't say any of this out loud. In his mind he still preferred the latter. Losing a betting order is just losing some map resources, but the Hop City War is the equivalent of pokies, and it's too risky. Besides, the Great Wall of White Bones was still occupying several Sakura Kingdom territories, and he didn't want his own territory to be exported again. It was just that Lin Mo didn't think much about it, but instead let out a cold laugh. Ha, he wants to give away land and people. What's the reason to refuse? Oops. Lin Mo's old habit of having no one in sight was back. Joe Dudu de heart secretly bad. Just wanted to speak. Just heard the other party opened his mouth. Reply to him, tomorrow, the Battle of Hopewell. Boat Dudu de cried and mourned. Still the same Lin Mo. Still the original recipe. Bossy and never backing down. Remember that they were also like that in the second order Hopping City battle, except that they were much smoother after experiencing a painful lesson. This world is always a world outside of people. Unless Lin Mo could really be invincible to Blue Star. If he continued like this, sooner or later he would kick the bucket. Of course, bellyaching is bellyaching. Navidad didn't dare to really say that, but just bitterly and sardonically said, okay, I'll reply to him right away. Lin Mo nodded, so he didn't continue to say anything more on the matter, but instead glanced down at the city. Mia, where are Li Minglian and the others? Funakatari D looked at him with a subtle expression. Lord Li and Lord Jiang, they're both at the training grounds on the east side of the city. And that Mia-sama is there as well. Lin Mo nodded, and with a single movement of his body, he disappeared. At another glance, he had already crossed the city and was heading in the direction of the east of the city. Phew! Funaki Wataru Dai and Jiraiya also let out a breath at the same time, their bodies relaxing slightly. That's when they realized their backs were drenched in sweat. Ji Zhuaya gritted his teeth and said, Do you have the feeling that this Lin Mo fellow has gotten stronger again? Funakatari Dai leaned against the city head and rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to this nonsense of his. Jiraiya Ji, however, didn't care and continued. I wonder who's more powerful, him or that little bitty one called Mia? Hearing that, Funaki Wataru Dai couldn't help but remember the tragic defeat of Aoyamasa 2 days ago. The latter hadn't been back to the head of the city since that day, only sending back time coins and resources by mail on time. I think that fiasco had a deep impact on it. It was just the existence of being able to take over 100,000 detonation talismans basically unharmed, and Funaki Wataru and the others didn't even have the heart to fight against it. If he hadn't been able to perceive that the other party was about the same level as them, he would have even suspected that this was a high-level boss that had run out from some secret realm. Of course, Lin Mo is also a monster. After pondering for a moment, Boat Duoda was unable to come up with an answer and shook his head. What's the point of thinking so much? We can't even beat them anyway. Jiraiya Ji thought for a moment, That too. After saying this, both of them fell silent, feeling the cozy wind blowing over the city, taking away a little bit of their sweat. But a few moments later, I'd better get down there. You'd better go down, both said to each other at the same time, then turned their heads awkwardly. Sudamuya-ji coughed twice, harnessed up a few pieces of debris, and swept towards the city. Seeing him leave, Funaki Wataru-dai didn't dare to continue to be lazy, but began to seriously command the long-range players on the city's head, incidentally releasing all of his several SR gods to hunt. Between rolling around, Lin Emo arrived at the training grounds in the east of the city. He had only just stepped into this place when he heard a heart-rending scream coming from his ears. He lifted his head and looked forward, only to see that the familiar little dot was ripping a strange creature shaped like a human apart, a little at a time. That's right, withdraw. And it's still the kind of thing that stops you in your tracks. Intestines, livers, and even spleens and lungs were revealed, and blood was flowing all over the place, only to see Mia looking at him like she was with a pervert. Grinning, keep screaming. I'll tear your body apart a few more times if you scream more. Lin Emo froze, seeing that the guy Mia was torturing wasn't someone else, but one of his stewards, Jiang Yuanji.